I received a disciplinary notice, an internship assignment shuffling me off to auto repair, and a flood of online abuse. The entire school was forcing me to leave. As I lay despairingly in the exclusive dormitory for specially admitted students, a cold prompt echoed in my mind. Disapproval value fully accumulated. The research father system activated. In an instant, I mastered mecha manufacturing technology capable of making nuclear submarines pale in comparison. I casually sent 2 of the technologies to the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences as a greeting gift. At this moment, a convoy of military vehicles and armed helicopters had already landed on campus, but they had no idea that the groundbreaking genius they were desperately searching for was having his pants pulled down and being spanked by a group of auto repair buddies. My name is Lin Feng, a specially admitted student at the Beijing Institute of Technology, recruited for my outstanding research in the field. In the lecture hall, I pointed out a data error on the professor's PowerPoint, and the professor just closed the PPT and left, leaving a room full of students staring at each other in bewilderment. The data was clearly wrong. Facing Lu Hao, who accused me, I answered without hesitation. Lu Hao had always looked down on me, thinking I was useless except for my specialized research, which I was admitted for. Oh, who do you think you are? If it weren't for your expertise in this field, with your grades, could you even get into the Beijing Academy of Sciences? He was aggressive, claiming the whole class missed an important theory lesson because of me. You can verify that data yourself through calculations to see if I'm wrong. I stared at him coldly. Amidst the accusations and sidelong glances from everyone, I walked out of the classroom alone. I wasn't wrong. On the other side, Professor Huang returned to his office and pondered for a moment, then wrote the word rejected on my assistant evaluation qualification document. Before long, Lu Hao knocked on the door and entered. Professor Huang gave him a task that would secure him the assistant position. On campus, I inquired about the progress of the controversy points from the research mentor system in my mind. System response: currently, you are still short by 8,571 points of controversy ***. I need 10,000 controversy points to activate the system, and any negative comments directed at me can be converted into 1 controversy point each. When I returned to the dormitory, I discovered that my assistant application had indeed been rejected. Then, a document left me dumbfounded. My internship location turned out to be the number 3 repair workshop at the Automotive Engineering College. This was clearly sending me to fix cars. The other students were all in telecommunications, electronics, or nuclear technology labs. I was furious inside, knowing this was Professor Huang's retaliation. At that moment, my friend Jiang Luo sent a WeChat message: Lin Feng, check the campus forum now. I opened the campus forum, and a highly pinned post immediately caught my eye on the basic qualities of a university student. The picture shows me pointing at the lectern, while the fabricated caption claims I insulted the professor in class and drove them out of the classroom. Disapproval value plus 2,567. I heard the voice in my head and froze for a moment. This doesn't seem like a bad thing for me? The criticism meter keeps rising. I've been going back and forth with my haters on the school forum for nearly 3 hours, and my fingers are aching. Ding, the controversy value has been fully collected. The system is now booting up. Finally, it's complete. Commander, welcome aboard. I am Xiaoka, your intelligent artificial system. The system announces the cancellation of the controversy value setting and the activation of the reputation value setting. The newcomer's gift pack has been opened. Congratulations, Commander. You have obtained 1 standard mecha computing chip technology, 1 mechanical armor manufacturing technology, and 1 controlled nuclear fusion technology. I'm incredibly excited, especially about controllable nuclear fusion technology. I feel like as long as I have the equipment and materials now, I can develop it right away. Beginner's task: develop a first-generation mech within 1 month. Note, this will determine whether you are qualified to be a commander. Mission failed, the system will reboot, and the host will be eliminated. Standard mecha computing chip, with a computing speed of 83 quadrillion operations per second. It is more than 4,000 times faster than the world's fastest military core computing chip from the United States. Mechanical-powered armor manufacturing technology, including mech chassis, gravity propulsion system, integrate technologies such as magneto-hydrodynamic power generation and nuclear energy propulsion centers. The system reminded me. Given that the host's world lacks the technological equipment capable of producing mechas, the system will provide the necessary equipment during the manufacturing process. Materials. Just this once. I must start developing the chip immediately. But I don't have the materials or equipment, and the shared labs are all fully occupied. The phone lit up again, and the group chat displayed congratulations to Lu Hao for becoming Professor Huang's assistant. It was indeed him. Later, the homeroom teacher sent a message informing me that the faculty had issued a disciplinary action, given that student Lin Feng failed to abide by classroom rules and caused a disturbance in class. Considering it was his first offense, Lin Feng was given an official warning by the school and stripped of his title as an advanced activist. year-end excellence awards and multiple other commendation qualifications. Percent they didn't even conduct an investigation and just imposed this disciplinary action on me? Percent Beijing Academy of Science? Great. I cut off all contact and buried myself in reproducing the 3 technological theories. Afterward, I sent the standard mecha computing chip technology to the email of a renowned professor at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The mechanical armor manufacturing technology was sent to a renowned professor at the University of Science and Technology of China. These 2 epoch-changing technologies are indispensable. I kept controlled nuclear fusion technology as a backup plan. Academician Li Dongsheng of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a participant in the development of the Shenhe 2 computer, is currently troubled by the new chip. He casually opened my email and read through this technical theory titled Standard Mech Computing Chips, becoming increasingly astonished with each line. When he saw that the maximum computing speed could reach 830 trillion operations per second, he could no longer contain his excitement. Is this for real? Chapter 3, The Wrath of Lin Feng. Li Dongsheng found it hard to believe. If true, China could break through the technological blockade imposed by the US-led alliance and once again propel Chinese chips onto the global stage. Theoretical feasibility is 99.9%. Specific confirmation requires testing. Li Dongsheng stared at the final sentence of the email, deep in thought. But when he saw the author's name Lin Feng from the Beijing Academy of Sciences, his surprise deepened. Why would the Beijing Academy send it to the Huazhong Academy instead of their own institution? But Li Dongsheng didn't dwell on it. He copied the file onto a USB drive and hurried out. Old Joe, take a look at this. Li Dongsheng burst into the dean's office, practically shoving the technical paper into Zhou Hai's hands. What's the big deal? You're making such a fuss. Zhou Hai smoothed out the wrinkles in his clothes that Li Dongsheng had disheveled and began reading the papers Li handed him. Standard mecha processing chip? What a bizarre name. Zhou Hai couldn't help but mutter under his breath at the name. A peak processing speed of 83 quadrillion operations? Old Li, are you sure this isn't some kind of joke? The dean couldn't help but stand up upon seeing the technical conclusion. It was simply too unbelievable. After all, even the Tiantian 2's peak computational speed only reached 47 million billion operations. Could this tiny chip really achieve 83 million billion? That's precisely why I came. The theoretical feasibility is high, but we still need to run the simulations. Li Dongsheng took a sip of the tea in front of Zhou Hai and said, "No time to waste. Run the simulations on Huaka Star." Zhou Hai stuffed the technical documents into a file folder and headed out, with Li Dongsheng following close behind. Meanwhile, the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences UCAS was in an even greater frenzy upon receiving the mechanical armor manufacturing theory. As a renowned domestic weapons research base that had even built several nuclear submarines, nothing could compare to the euphoria of witnessing the emergence of a revolutionary weapon. However, it seemed crucial parts of the technical theory were missing. USTC decided to immediately set out to find the person responsible, but upon seeing the name Lin Feng from the Beijing Academy of Sciences, they paused in surprise. Was the academy saturated internally? Or had this revolutionary technology become so abundant that it couldn't be contained within the academy, forcing its creator to seek opportunities elsewhere? After a night's sleep, Lin Feng was already on duty repairing vehicles. He was currently in Laboratory 3 of the Automotive Engineering School, where numerous cars were present, even luxury brands like Ferrari and Lamborghini. Upon inquiry, he learned that students within the college brought their vehicles here for repairs to save on costs. It was a form of collaboration. You provide us with material, and we service your vehicles. Fortunately, the atmosphere in the Automotive Engineering School was welcoming. Amidst the playful banter and chaos, Lin Feng found himself drawn into the camaraderie. The others showed him no signs of rejection. Once you're in auto repair, we're all brothers. A chubby kid, his face smeared with grease, slung his arm around Lin Feng's shoulder. You know why? The chubby kid looked at Lin Feng with a serious expression. Because the atmosphere is great? Lin Feng hesitated before answering. Guys, tell him why. The chubby guy bellowed, and the busy auto mechanics all stood up, facing Lin Feng and shouting in unison. Because there are no women. A burst of laughter erupted. Even the supervising professor chuckled beside him. Lin Feng. A girl with a bun hairstyle peered into the repair shop, her eyes scanning the room for Lin Feng. Everyone fell silent at the sight of Jian Luo at the doorway, casting resentful glances at Lin Feng. Was he really unworthy of being an auto mechanic? Over here. Lin Feng looked at them apologetically before waving Jian Luo over. Lin Feng, how could Professor Huang be like this? I've been pleading with him for ages, but he just won't budge. Jian Luo's eyes welled up with tears of frustration. She'd gone to the office earlier to plead Lin Feng's case, but Professor Huang had been evasive and dismissive the entire time. She'd spent 3 hours trying to persuade him, yet he hadn't budged an inch. You went to see him? Lin Feng's eyes darkened, his expression turning slightly grim. Yeah. Jian Luo kept her head down, unable to see Lin Feng's expression. At just under 5 feet tall, she barely reached his shoulder. Don't go again. Lin Feng ruffled her hair gently, his smile soft. Zhang Luo was his childhood friend, having attended the same school from kindergarten all the way through Beike University of Science and Technology. However, they weren't in the same college, so Zhang Luo hadn't known about what had happened to Lin Feng until she saw that post and rushed over. But what about your internship report and the assistant selection qualification? Zhang Luo pressed on. Since enrolling, Lin Feng had consistently excelled academically. He'd long yearned to join the lab, and if this internship report matched his usual caliber, he'd secure the assistant selection qualification to enter the lab. It's already been taken. Doesn't matter anymore. Lin Feng shrugged indifferently. He had already explained the entire incident to Zhang Luo earlier. She trusted him implicitly, but her belief alone was far from sufficient. After seeing Zhang Luo off, Lin Feng returned to the auto repair shop. Everyone stared at him with hungry eyes. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat and he turned and ran out. Catch him. Auto mechanics never take humiliation lying down. The chubby guy waved his hand and the crowd swarmed forward, grabbing Lin Feng just as he was about to step out. Let's talk this out, let's talk this out. Don't pull my pants down. Don't touch there. Lin Feng was dragged into the crowd and subjected to unspeakable treatment. Clutching his buttocks and grimacing in pain, he glared at the crowd with hatred. Who the hell just kicked my ass? The crowd dispersed in an instant, leaving Lin Feng standing there, utterly bewildered. Lin Feng shook his head and gave a helpless chuckle before following the chubby kid to fix the bike. The results are in. An operator rushed over holding a report. Zhou Hai and Li Dongsheng had been waiting in the control room for nearly 3 hours, their eyes strained from staring at the screens. They immediately stood up to ask for the results. 3 hours, 27 calculations. Feasibility rate, 100%. The operator's hand trembled as he held the report. With this chip, the US's so-called chip blockade would become a laughingstock. No time to waste. Old Li, go pick them up. I'll cover our tracks. Zhou Hai was a meticulous man who tolerated no carelessness in any matter. Meanwhile, the team from the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences had already dispatched an urgent military aircraft to the Beijing Academy of Sciences. They couldn't perform the calculations because Lin Feng had deliberately withheld critical theoretical foundations. The University of Science and Technology of China was quite distant from the capital, but the China Academy of Sciences and the Beijing Academy of Sciences were neighbors. What's that up there? Someone at the Northern Academy pointed toward a distant speck in the sky. Everyone looked up, watching as the speck grew larger and larger. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Holy, it's attack helicopters. Those ING things are attack helicopters. A young man shouted, pointing at the armed helicopters closing in. One such helicopter was enough to get a guy's blood pumping, let alone 5. A convoy suddenly pulled into the school gate. Though fewer than 3 vehicles, the branded license plates and national flag emblem made their significance unmistakable. Whose big shots cars are these? Someone asked in confusion. Vehicles starting with the letter A and bearing the national flag emblem were typically reserved for high-ranking government officials. The helicopters and flag-branded vehicles came to an orderly halt on the plaza of the University of Science and Technology of China. Several military personnel in uniform emerged, surrounding a white-haired elder. Compared to the National University of Science and Technology, Li Dongxing's arrival was more low-key. He stepped out accompanied by a few teachers and 2 close friends. Hey, old Wang, what brings you here? Li Dongsheng walked over to Wang Hong with a smile. Li Dongsheng, call me that again, and I'll have you arrested and sent to USTC for proper re-education. Wang Hong glared at Li Dongsheng and said fiercely. Who are you here to see? Li Dongsheng asked pointedly. Who am I looking for? I'm here on business. Get out of my way. Wang Hong felt a pang of unease at Li Dongsheng's question. Better to find the person quickly. The 2 groups split up, heading in different directions toward the same destination. Son, I heard you got into trouble at school? Why didn't you tell us? Lin Feng felt a pang of guilt hearing his mother's worried words. This matter had already reached home. Son, tell Mom everything. I'll take care of it for you. Even if things get tough, I can at least shield you from the worst of it. Suya fought back tears on the other end of the line. She knew her son better than anyone. How could he have defied a teacher in class? Mom, don't worry for now. I'll handle it. After assuring her, Lin Feng spent a few more minutes comforting Suya before reluctantly hanging up. His parents weren't intellectuals, and their family was quite ordinary. Back when he got into Beijing University of Science and Technology, they'd spent half their life savings on a graduation banquet just so he could enter college with dignity. This wasn't over. Class advisor, the school issued me a disciplinary action without even asking me about the circumstances of the incident. Chapter 4, The Boss's Support. Lin Feng called to ask directly. To make lectures more accessible, he sometimes recorded his presentations. He had the PPTs with the incorrect data, but without the audio, no one knew exactly what he said in class. Do we even need to ask you? Professor Huang's complaint went straight to the dean. What possible benefit would a professor gain from lying about this? The class advisor berated Lin Feng relentlessly before hanging up without another word. Lin Feng clenched his fists and tried calling the dean again, but there was no answer. After a moment's thought, he decided to confront Professor Huang in person. As he approached the office building, Lin Feng saw several soldiers escorting an elderly man upstairs. He wondered which big shot was paying a visit this time. Approaching Professor Huang's office, Lin Feng knocked politely on the door. "Come in." Professor Huang's voice came from inside. Lin Feng pushed the door open and stepped in. "What is it?" The stern expression on Professor Huang's face immediately softened. "Professor Huang, I'd like to ask why you went to the dean to complain about me. I clearly haven't done anything wrong." Lin Feng suppressed his anger and asked calmly. "I don't know what you're talking about. I never did any such thing." Professor Huang no longer looked at Lin Feng, his gaze fixed on the computer screen before him as he focused on his work. "Professor Huang, my homeroom teacher told me it was you. Student, if you continue with these baseless accusations, please leave. I have work to do." Professor Huang cut him off sharply. "Professor Huang, this violates your professional ethics." Fury burned within Lin Feng, threatening to erupt at any moment. "Get out." Professor Huang pointed toward the door and roared. He certainly wasn't afraid of some greenhorn. "Let me see who's playing the big shot here." The office door kicked open as Wang Hong and Li Dongxing strode in. Their stern gazes fixed on Professor Huang like two formidable deities. "Academician Li." Professor Huang instantly shed his earlier impatience toward Lin Feng, rising with a flattering grin as he approached the two men at the doorway. His deeply etched wrinkles seemed poised to split with laughter. "You're Lin Feng?" Li Dongxing didn't even glance at Professor Huang, his gaze fixed on the youth standing before the desk, fists clenched. They wanted information on Lin Feng within 3 minutes. They could dig up his entire family history. Naturally, they were well aware of what had happened to him. "I am Lin Feng." Lin Feng's anger still simmering, he responded tersely. He hadn't yet recognized who they were, only assuming his item had taken effect. "Commander, these two hold all your information. They even know how many times you wet the bed as a child." "How do you know?" Lin Feng was taken aback. They'd moved quickly. He'd only posted the information last night, less than 7 hours ago. This system possesses the authority to know and protect everything concerning the commander. "Then why didn't you protect it?" "We didn't notice." "Academician Li." Professor Huang still hadn't grasped the situation unfolding before him, continuing to greet Li Dongxing and his group with a smile as radiant as a chrysanthemum. "This isn't your place to speak." Li Dongxing immediately noticed Lin Feng's displeased expression and snapped sharply. Startled, Professor Huang shut his mouth. "Mr. Lin Feng, would you be willing to accompany us regarding the document you distributed?" Though Li Dongxing didn't spell it out, Lin Feng understood perfectly well. "Old Li, that's not right. You should come with us first. After all, I was here first." Wang Hong, who had remained silent until now, was displeased. What was that supposed to mean? Was he being ignored? "I clearly arrived first. Do you really think your beat-up cars could ever compare to the comfort of my helicopter?" "You." "Mr. Li, Mr. Wang, please hear me out." Lin Feng sighed inwardly at how childish these two were acting. Li Dongxing and Wang Hong paused their argument and turned to look at Lin Feng. "I still think we should handle the immediate situation first." Lin Feng fixed Professor Huang with a piercing stare. The moment this matter had escalated to involve his mother, it had become irreversible. "You're right. We've heard the full account. Guards, take him away." Wang Hong subtly nudged Li Dongxing aside, cutting off the words forming on his lips. 2 soldiers immediately entered from outside, moving to seize Professor Huang. "Indeed, I will take him to the academic union for a thorough investigation." Li Dongxing refused to be outdone. With a sweeping gesture, he summoned 2 administrative staff who wrestled Professor Huang away from the soldiers. "What on earth did he do to warrant both of you personally coming to arrest him?" The president of Beike University hurried over with a group of faculty members, witnessing the scene and immediately stepping in to stop it. "Well, if it isn't old Mosquito. What's this? The busy bee has time to spare?" Li Dongxing's tone turned sarcastic the moment he heard Wen Daoji speak. "But you two aren't exactly idle either, are you? Running all the way to my university to make an arrest." Wen Daoji remained completely in the dark, still unaware of what had transpired on campus. "If we hadn't come, you would have driven a perfectly fine genius to his death." "What do you mean by that?" Dozens of people crammed into this small office, listening to Lin Feng recount the entire sequence of events. "This is outrageous." Wen Daoji abruptly stood up and slammed his fist hard on the small desk, sending tea splashing across the surface. "Dean Huang, is this the fine work you've done?" Though Wen Daoji was gray-haired, his rage carried the fierce presence of a tiger. Dean Huang, whose name had been called out, stepped forward nervously. He thought to himself, wasn't it just a matter of using his authority to deal with an ungrateful student? Why was this causing such an uproar? "Principal, I only acted based on Professor Huang's account of the situation." Dean Huang and Professor Huang were close friends. When the professor had confided in him, he hadn't questioned the story and promptly disciplined Lin Feng. Little did he know the truth was so different. Principal, academician Wang, you can't just believe this student's tall tales. Why would I, as a professor, target a student who has nothing to do with me? Professor Huang was no simple man naturally, he had a backup plan. Don't treat us like fools. We have evidence too. Wang Hong signaled a soldier to bring out the collected evidence and lay it out on the desk surrounded by dozens of people, photographs, cell phone videos, and tampered data. I didn't do any of this. I'm being framed. Chapter 5, Technical Discussion. What injustice! You, a professor, refuse to admit your mistakes and instead make life difficult for your students? Li Dongxing sneered at Professor Huang's feigned innocence. Did he really think his petty tricks could stand up to him? Ridiculous. I didn't alter that internship list. It must have been Lu Hao, the assistant I recently hired. And those calls to Dean Huang? He definitely made them without permission using my phone. Plus, I hear he and Lin Feng have a history. Professor Huang persisted in his defense, utterly oblivious to the glaring holes in his story and underestimating the resolve of Li Dongxing and his team. Do you take us for fools? Li Dongxing grabbed an investigation report from the table and slammed it into Professor Huang's face. While verifying the authenticity of Lin Feng's technical theories, they had also thoroughly investigated Lin Feng himself. Nearly everyone who had interacted with Lin Feng had been thoroughly scrutinized, including Professor Huang, who had been among those contacts. Selling students graduate school admission qualifications, stealing others' technical theories, and now shifting blame onto students to protect his own evaluation status, it was nothing short of a disgrace to the Huagua Academic Association. I hereby inform you that I will formally expel you from the Huagua Academic Association on its behalf. Your actions will be posted on the association's forum as a warning to all members. Furthermore, you will bear full responsibility for the reputational damage inflicted upon our association. Professor Huang stared at Li Dongxing, who was so furious he slammed his fist on the table. He realized he was truly finished. Being expelled from the Huagua Academic Association meant being expelled from the entire education sector. He wouldn't even be able to teach kindergarten from now on. Young man, let's go. We're taking old mosquito Lin Feng with us. Li Dongxing forced himself to calm his rage as he strode toward the exit, pulling Lin Feng along. Lin Feng offered no resistance and could only follow. When Daoji nodded. He hadn't spoken a word in Lin Feng's defense throughout the entire incident. He didn't believe the student was anything special. Wang Hong watched the unmoved Wen Daoji and felt a quiet satisfaction. That old mosquito still didn't know what the North Science Academy had missed out on. If it weren't for Lin Feng's incident and the North Science Academy's inaction, they wouldn't have gotten such a bargain. Professor Wang, Professor Li, thank you both for your help this time. Lin Feng bowed respectfully to the two elders, inwardly marveling at how powerful the big shots were 3 sentences had cost a professor his job. Young man, this favor isn't free. Li Dongxing studied Lin Feng before him. Aside from being rather handsome, the young man seemed unremarkable. If there's anything I can do to assist you, I'll be more than happy to help. Lin Feng silently followed behind the 2 big shots. Did you truly develop that technology yourself? Li Dongxing's cheerful expression vanished, his gaze turning intense as he stared at Lin Feng. Truthfully, he simply couldn't believe such groundbreaking technology could come from a young man barely out of his 20s. Yes. It was a sudden inspiration while repairing a car. Lin Feng bluffed, making it clear he wouldn't let Professor Huang's matter rest. Oh? Li Dongxing's mouth twitched. Geniuses often had flashes of inspiration in the most unexpected ways. I expect neither of you would believe it, but words alone aren't proof. Seeing is believing. Lin Feng remained unfazed by Li Dongxing's piercing gaze. Now was the time to prove himself. Very well. Let's go to Huagua Academy now to prove your worth. Li Dongxing led Lin Feng to the car parked at the square. Young man, why bother with cars? Come fly with us. Wang Hong pointed at the 5 helicopters parked on the square, grinning at Li Dongxing's darkening expression. The helicopters were surrounded by a crowd of onlookers, while Li Dongxing's 3 national flight cars drew scarcely any attention. Lin Feng still chose the helicopters. You wouldn't believe the sheer impact 5 armed helicopters had on a man. As the helicopter slowly ascended, Lin Feng gazed out the window at the panoramic view of Beike University. The various teaching buildings and the 8 colleges encircling the campus revealed the immense scale of the university. What a pity this had been his alma mater for over a year. As the helicopter receded, the cityscape unfolded beneath Lin Feng. Beijing truly was a bustling metropolis, its distinctive skyscrapers a testament to countless artisans' craftsmanship. Huagua Academy gradually came into view. Its distinctive white arched gates served as the campus entrance, while the teaching buildings nestled against hills and beside water, creating a sense of tranquil seclusion. Still, the atmosphere here felt more vibrant and lively. The moment the helicopter landed, it drew a large crowd of onlookers. In the end, it was Li Dongxing who drove over to rescue the situation. Someone unaware might think it's a celebrity concert. Lin Feng followed them to a lecture hall. Li Dongxing had intended to summon some faculty members, but out of consideration for Lin Feng, the vast classroom held only the 3 of them. Standing at the lectern, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a bit nervous as he looked at the two dignitaries sitting upright in the front row. First, transparent electrode photolithography patterns. Lin Feng could now recite the technical theory behind this standard mecha processing chip by heart. He could also address every potential point of misunderstanding within it. Hold on, I have a question. Why aren't ions implanted into the wafer? Ion implantation in the wafer creates corresponding p-type and n-type semiconductors. Through chemical processing, the conductivity of the doped regions is altered, enabling each transistor to conduct, switch off, or carry data. Abandoning traditional ion implantation in favor of a more suitable. A completely new approach, as explained by Lin Feng, sparked endless contemplation in Li Dongsheng. If this method were applied to those chips, could they reach an even higher level? Under high current conditions, on one hand, high current density easily leads to saturation. On the other hand, due to the large equivalent body resistance, high currents generate heat relatively quickly. Therefore, here, Li Dongsheng's entire worldview of chips was shattered. This represented a revolutionary technological theory in the semiconductor field, one that could easily establish dominance in the industry if implemented today. Wang Hong remained unfamiliar with this field, but he could tell from Li Dongsheng's expression that this technology was no ordinary feat. Ironically, neither realized they had been searching for the same person all along. Professor Li, any further questions? Lin Feng's throat was parched. Glancing around, he spotted no water bottles. Wang Hong noticed immediately, pulling out his communication device to order water. Nothing for now. I need time to think. You and old Wang can continue the research. Li Dongsheng rose and walked out of the lecture hall, his hand seemingly reaching into his pocket for something. He's the one who brewed it. We hit the jackpot. Li Dongsheng pulled out his phone and called Zhou Hai. Old Wang, we couldn't possibly cover all the mechanical armor manufacturing technology in just one afternoon. In truth, mechanical armor manufacturing wasn't just one technology, it was a convergence of groundbreaking innovations. Take the outer shell technology alone, there were over 20 distinct techniques involved. No worries, take a break first. Just talk about something else for now. Wang Hong waved his hand, signaling Lin Feng to rest first. He himself stood up and walked out. He wanted to hear how much Li Dongsheng was asking Zhou Hai for. Lin Feng pulled out his phone and immediately spotted a message from Jiang Luo asking where he was. She seemed quite anxious. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. After a moment's thought, he decided to give her a call. Lin Feng, where did you go? Jiang Luo didn't know Lin Feng had left with Li Dongsheng and the others. She hadn't found him at the car repair shop and, after asking someone to check his dorm room, was told all his belongings had been cleared out. Jiang Luo assumed Lin Feng had been expelled. I'm out. Lin Feng didn't tell Jiang Luo the truth, but he was indeed out. Did they expel you? Hearing Lin Feng say he was outside, Jiang Luo instinctively assumed he'd been expelled and kicked off campus. Panic instantly gripped her heart, and tears welled up in her eyes. You could say that. Lin Feng thought it over carefully. If he were to transfer to Huazhong University of Science and Technology or the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences, he would have to withdraw from Beijing University of Science and Technology, which was essentially the same as being expelled. However, he didn't know that Li Dongsheng had already taken care of all these matters for him. What kind of nonsense is this? That Professor Huang. Jiang Luo shouted angrily, her voice abruptly halting as tears slipped uncontrollably down her cheeks. Why? She hadn't done anything wrong. The truth wasn't like this. Jiang Luo opened the school forum only to find the post gone. All the voices condemning Lin Feng had vanished too, as if they had simply disappeared into thin air with his departure. Bulbasaur. Lin Feng blurted out, seemingly out of nowhere. What did you say? Jiang Luo replied through her sobs. Garlic-headed toad. Lin Feng sensed Jiang Luo's displeasure and realized she'd misunderstood. A girl who cares about me? Marry her. What are you thinking? That's your brother. Lin Feng slapped himself, snapping back to reality. That pun isn't funny at all. Jiang Luo tapped the screen sullenly, as if she could reach through and poke Lin Feng. She was now contemplating whether she should find a part-time job to support him. Wait, no, he was expelled, not beaten to a pulp. It's okay. Lin Feng's words instantly calmed Jiang Luo's heart. After several minutes of silence on the line, Lin Feng heard steady breathing from the other end and realized she had fallen asleep. Lin Feng stared at the phone screen, lifting his finger from the red hang-up button. He muted the microphone and slipped the phone into his pocket. Just then, Wang Hong and Li Dongsheng returned, still bickering as they walked. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. We can begin now. Wang Hong and Li Dongsheng stood perfectly straight, watching Lin Feng at the lectern with unwavering focus. First, let's discuss steel alloy technology. This is a crucial component of the mecha's outer shell and the primary line of defense for safety. The steel alloy here isn't the Phase C alloy we're familiar with, but rather one composed of 3 elements. Li Dongsheng and Wang Hong nodded below. This technology wasn't difficult, it was easy to grasp upon hearing it. The gravity propulsion system was discovered incidentally during research into anti-gravity propulsion. It enables a 40,000-ton mecha to reach a maximum speed of Mach 20 based on. Without sufficient energy, this device, no matter how powerful, is nothing but scrap metal. Wang Hong interjected. The principle behind the gravity propulsion system wasn't complex, but the real challenge lay in securing sufficient power. Relying on gasoline was unsustainable for extended periods, and electricity was even more impractical unless one strapped dozens of high-voltage cables to their body during combat, though that would likely destroy most of the mech systems. This brings us to the polymerized magneto-hydrodynamic power generation technology and nuclear power core technology, one designed for the mecha. However, the nuclear power core technology requires controlled nuclear fusion, which isn't feasible under current conditions, so we'll skip that for now. Lin Feng gulped down a bottle of water before resuming his explanation. The assembled personnel had no idea what transpired inside. All they saw was Lin Feng emerge with a pale face, while Li Dongxing and Wang Hong both looked flushed and visibly pleased. Li Dongxing strode out with his chest puffed out, Wang Hong following closely behind, and then came Lin Feng. Naturally, Lin Feng wouldn't dare walk side by side with the bigwigs. What? You think you could walk ahead of them? You'd have to be pretty bold. The two elders were still chattering away when Li Dongxing suddenly stopped and stepped in front of Lin Feng. On behalf of the Huaka Academy, I extend a formal invitation for you to join us. Li Dongxing extended his large hand toward Lin Feng, his expression solemn, compelling Lin Feng to take it seriously. Well. Before Lin Feng could respond, Wang Hong pressed down on his shoulder. Join our USDC, and you'll receive a 50,000 yuan bonus plus one personal favor within my power. Wang Hong raised an eyebrow at Li Dongxing, his tone dismissive. Is extending a hand supposed to represent sincerity? In that case, 1 million yuan plus two conditions. Li Dongxing countered without backing down. The accompanying staff from both sides shook their heads as the two men began sparring again. You'll be the project leader if you join USDC. If you join the Huazhong University of Science and Technology project, I'll be your dean. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the two elders arguing until their faces flushed red. However, he wasn't ready to consider their proposals just yet. Mr. Wang, Mr. Lin, I have one request. If you can fulfill it, I'll consider your offers. Lin Feng felt a tiny flicker of interest, but completing the mission was still his top priority. He'd already wasted 2 days. Speak. Li Dongxing and Wang Hong spoke simultaneously, then shot each other a glare. I need a lab equipped with the following instruments. Lin Feng symbolically listed a few pieces of equipment. He didn't actually need them, the system would provide them later. Li Dongxing frowned. While the equipment itself wasn't hard to come by, Huaka Academy didn't have a lab large enough to house all of it at once. The research institute was occupied with other projects, and he couldn't commandeer it. Ha! Well, it seems fate has brought us together, young friend. Wang Hong slung his arm around Lin Feng's shoulder with a smug look of triumph, which couldn't help but irritate Li Dongxing. What do you need the lab for? Li Dongxing asked curiously. A lab large enough to hold all that equipment wouldn't be small. I intend to develop China's first mecha myself. Lin Feng explained. The system-provided equipment couldn't be seen by others, so this task had to be accomplished alone. How can that be? Li Dongxing frowned in disagreement. Lin Feng had no prior lab experience. How long would it take him to research this alone? I only need a month. Just give me a month. Li Dongxing's expression softened slightly. A month was acceptable after all. Young people's passion for research was understandable. Get out of here. What business is it of yours what my people do? Wang Hong impatiently pushed Li Dongxing aside. Seeing Li Dongxing's helpless expression, Lin Feng felt a twinge of sympathy. Could I join both of your schools at the same time? Chapter 6, The Star-Struck Woman. Lin Feng had his own reasons for asking. Both Huazhong University of Science and Technology and the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences had their strengths. What Huazhong lacked, UCAS possessed, like certain equipment he needed, which UCAS definitely didn't have at the moment. We'll discuss this between ourselves. The University of Science and Technology of China was the only publicly accessible higher education institution directly established by the military, and its requirements for student status were extremely strict. Tencent headquarters. Zhou Hai entered with a group of executives. The receptionist was startled and immediately called the chairman. Mr. Zhou, it is truly a pleasure to have you here. Chairman Manhwaedit hurried over and shook hands with Mr. Zhou. I've come with a task for you. Zhou Hai waved his hand, and an executive handed Manhwaedit a document: Lin Feng's online records. Delete the 2 emails he sent at 9 hours 30 minutes and 27 seconds last night. Leave no trace. Zhou Hai stated in a tone that brooked no refusal. That's certainly no problem, but... Manhwaedit opened his mouth to speak, but closed it at the sight of Zhou Hai's piercing gaze. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Zhou Hai issued the warning, urging swift action. While the two leaders discussed, Lin Feng glanced at his phone. Zhang Luo's call screen remained active. Should he bring her to his side too? First, secure a spot for her. The rest would be up to her. System 1101, return immediately. System 1101, return immediately. System 1101. System 1101, refusing to execute command. A sudden exchange echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Return? Who was ordering the system to return, and why was it refusing? Xiao Ku? Lin Feng called out hesitantly in his mind. He could sense the system was still present, but it felt unsettled. Please complete the mission promptly, host. I shall provide the answer at that time. Lin Feng, we agree to your request. After Li Dongxing and Wang Hong reached an agreement, both Huazhong University of Science and Technology and the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences desperately needed the knowledge Lin Feng possessed. Neither would be willing to let the other take him. Having him join both institutions simultaneously was a viable option, though it risked criticism. It would be akin to having a double agent. Then I thank you both. Lin Feng bowed in gratitude. He made no mention of bringing Jiang Luo along, deciding to address that matter later. After all, Jiang Luo wasn't studying this field. Then let's go. Wang Hong patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. The University of Chinese Academy of Sciences was already preparing a lab for him. Wang Hong and Li Dongxing had decided to let Lin Feng conduct preliminary research for a month before launching the full-scale project. They also needed time to mobilize more personnel. Goodbye, old Li. Lin Feng boarded the helicopter with Wang Hong, waving to Li Dongxing standing in the distance. The University of Chinese Academy of Sciences was located in Xingqing, a city renowned as the hometown of Chu Yuan and Jiayi and the Shaoxiang and Shuxi of the south. Situated in the southern region, Lin Feng felt the scorching heat of summer once again upon his arrival. To avoid drawing attention, Wang Hong and his group had deliberately changed into plainclothes and taken a commercial flight to Xingqing. But today, the airport was packed with people. After disembarking, the group walked through the terminal, observing the surging crowd holding brightly lit signs bearing various names, their eyes fixed intently on the entrance. To avoid being photographed, Lin Feng and his group tried to weave through the crowd. But the throng of fans was overwhelming. They zigzagged for ages yet remained far from the exit. Wang Hong, being an elderly man, struggled to keep up amid the pushing and shoving. Lin Feng couldn't stand it anymore. He took the lead with two other members of his entourage, pushing their way through the front. Though the crowd was mostly women, there was no time to be picky now. With them clearing a path, progress was much smoother. But as expected, trouble was bound to happen. What's wrong with you? Can't you watch where you're going? A heavily made-up woman, completely absorbed in whether her favorite idol had appeared, failed to notice Lin Feng and the others pushing against the crowd. She collided head-on with an attendant, tumbling to the ground. Yet she turned her anger toward Lin Feng. Sorry. Lin Feng apologized proactively. They couldn't afford to waste time now. Is a simple sorry supposed to fix this? Where's the sincerity? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. This sounded like someone trying to extort money. No. Lin Feng kept walking forward. This type of person was the kind who'd push their luck if given the chance. Ignoring him was the best approach. Stop right there. You hit someone and won't apologize? Trying to flee the scene? The woman's outburst drew attention from several people. If they weren't in the departure lounge, one might have thought a car accident had occurred. Still, a crowd gradually gathered around them. Lin Feng inwardly cursed his luck. He instructed Wang Hong to lead the rest of the entourage away while he and the two advance guards stayed behind to handle the situation. Ma'am, please explain yourself clearly. Lin Feng watched as the two bodyguards discreetly touched the Bayubiubius at their waists, instantly feeling embarrassed. If this wasn't handled properly, tomorrow's headlines would be all over it. You weren't paying attention while walking and now you're trying to blame us. Leaving that statement behind, Lin Feng led his two escorts toward the exit. He really didn't want to get bogged down in an argument here. A dedicated vehicle arrived to pick them up. Wang Hong discreetly guided Lin Feng along a back road into the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences. After all, he wasn't the only one interested in that technology. Curiosity about Lin Feng had spread far and wide. Is this comrade Lin Feng? Zhao Hangu watched Wang Hong and Lin Feng sneak toward the lab entrance like thieves. As the president of USTC and a Navy admiral, he recognized them immediately. Good day, General Zhao. Before entering, Lin Feng had heard from Wang Hong that the president was retired from the Navy and liked being addressed as general. So Lin Feng gave an imperfect military salute and addressed him respectfully. Haha, I'm just a university president now. What general am I? Zhao Hangu chuckled, stroking his chin beard. Wang Hong rolled his eyes beside him. You love this attention, he thought, clearly enjoying the flattery despite protesting otherwise. This is something worth remembering. Lin Feng, however, didn't see it that way. Soldiers were always worthy of remembrance. Well said. This place is yours now. Zhao Hangu handed Lin Feng an access card, tugged at his collar, and looked at him with a depth in his eyes as if he had something to say. But in the end, he didn't speak. His eyes flickered a few times before he walked away. Wang Hong left with a parting note to call him if anything came up, following Zhao Hangu out. Lin Feng was left looking utterly baffled. What had Zhao Hangu been trying to say just now? Lin Feng shook his head, glancing at the laboratory's tightly sealed door. He swiped the access card, and the door slid open automatically. He noticed what appeared to be a body scanner installed for automatic access control. Inside the lab, various instruments filled the space: lithography machines, plasma etchers, chemical vapor deposition furnaces. Detecting current environment meets manufacturing standards. Equipment modification in progress. Chapter 7, Standard Mecha Processing Chip. One by one, the machines began undergoing system modifications: 1 nanometer lithography machines. Energy-driven robotic arms. Ion. Lin Feng watched in awe as experimental equipment transformed before his eyes, reshaping into new forms. Commander, Xiaoke will be at your service. A voice echoed throughout the laboratory. Had the system manifested? Xiaoke, what's going on? Lin Feng was puzzled. Could it be that the system wasn't confined solely to his body? Commander, this is merely an avatar of mine. It possesses only my cognitive abilities. All other functions remain confined to your body. You may also consider it an artificial intelligence system. A holographic projection materialized in the lab, revealing a man with blue eyes and sharp features standing before Lin Feng. Isn't that me? Lin Feng felt puzzled. The eyes were blue, and the facial expressions were too expressionless. Commander, your mission duration is 694 to 45 to 11 remaining. The holographic projection resembling Lin Feng spoke up to remind him it was Xiaoke's avatar. Lin Feng's expression hardened. So much time had passed, yet the mecha construction mission hadn't even begun. Xiaoke, prepare the materials for constructing the mecha's computational chip. Lin Feng walked over to the wafer slicer, preparing to begin his attempt at creating the mecha's computational chip. Xiaoke, wafer. Lin Feng activated the wafer slicer. A robotic arm carried a container over, and Lin Feng placed the wafer inside, operating the machine with complete focus. But outside, things had erupted into chaos. A star standing up for his fans. How could you not love him? Severe punishment. How could a man do such a thing? The trending video prominently featured Lin Feng arguing with a woman. Through malicious editing and added subtitles, an image of a man bullying a woman without reason was now pinned on Lin Feng. Coincidentally, the woman was a fan of rising star AI Kuan. Upon hearing the news, AI Kuan immediately stepped in, vowing to seek justice for her fan, a move that earned him widespread admiration. Shangshi Entertainment. The buzz is really heating up now. AI Kuan sat in his spacious office, holding a stemmed glass with a mere splash of orange juice inside. His assistant stood nearby, holding a bottle of orange juice. You can say that again. People these days believe anything they're told. His agent glanced at Ikuan swirling the juice in his glass, then shifted his gaze away uncomfortably. But have you thoroughly investigated that person? Ikuan still felt uneasy, but he couldn't go against the company's decision. No matter how many fans you have to listen to Capital, especially for fleeting internet sensations like them. Just a student. He was expelled, apparently. Coincidentally, there was an intern from Beike University of Science and Technology at the company who recognized that Lin Feng. However, no one knew about the subsequent incident involving Li Dongxing and Wang Hong seeking him out. Not a soul. I see. Well, then we'll just have to step up our efforts. AI Kuan sipped his orange juice and said leisurely. You mean? This Lin Feng was reportedly expelled for talking back to a professor. We don't have students like that at USTB. This really opens my eyes. There are still guys like that nowadays. The internet was hit with an even bigger shockwave. Rumors spread that the man bullying the girl in the video was the expelled student from USTC. Overnight, Lin Feng became the poster child for what not to do among female netizens. Meanwhile, in the lab, Lin Feng watched the photolithography development process with intense focus. The chip fabrication process was exceptionally complex, with no room for error at any stage. Lin Feng dared not relax for even a moment. Commander, you have a call. Xiaoke used a robotic arm to deliver Lin Feng's phone to him. Lin Feng glanced at the caller ID. It was Jiang Luo. His phone had been turned off since arriving in Xingqing, so communication with Jiang Luo had naturally been cut off. Lin Feng stared at the flashing screen, his gaze shifting uncomfortably. How should he explain this to Jiang Luo? He pondered how to describe his current situation to her. Lin Feng, are you okay? Where are you now? Lin Feng answered the call. Jiang Luo's concern traveled across the distance, reaching his ears. What's wrong? What could possibly be wrong with me? Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, realizing she was still worried about that incident at school. Lin Feng, haven't you seen the video online? Hearing Lin Feng's indifferent tone, Jiang Luo knew he must be unaware of the situation. She stared at the comments section, her eyes reddening as she replied to one insult after another, explaining herself. Then came the curses and accusations. She tuned them out, as long as they weren't directed at Lin Feng. What video? Lin Feng detected the unusual tone in Jiang Luo's voice and felt a bad premonition. Commander, look here. A holographic screen materialized before Lin Feng, displaying a video filled with slanderous lies about him. As he watched the baseless accusations, Lin Feng felt an unusual calm wash over him. Excellent. Lin Feng? Zhang Luo called out his name with concern. I'm fine. Don't worry. I'll explain later. Lin Feng reassured Zhang Luo before ending the call. He could seek help from Li Dongxing or Wang Hong, but first he needed to demonstrate sufficient value. Lin Feng decided to focus on completing the chip first. Xiao Ku, prepare the materials. Continue production. Lin Feng turned off his phone and walked to the machine, his eyes burning with an unquenchable rage. A day passed. Lin Feng worked nearly 20 hours straight without eating or drinking, his face pale and worn with exhaustion. Xiao Ku, photoresist. Lin Feng watched as the robotic arm fed the photoresist into the lithography machine. The precision instrument began its work. Moments later, a chip the size of a fingernail appeared within the device. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. It worked. Xiao Ku, prepare for the first test. The chip was connected to the computer for testing. Commander, peak computational speed, 83.21 trillion operations per second. Sustained computational speed, 47 million operations per second. Test successful. The mecha computational chip development is complete. Fantastic. Lin Feng felt a bit dazed, but more urgent matters awaited. He removed the chip, sealed it, and dialed Li Dongxing's number. Mr. Li, it's Lin Feng. The chip has been successfully developed. I've arranged for someone to deliver it to you. Lin Feng had intended to deliver it personally, but exhaustion overtook him. After making the call, he collapsed into the lab's rest area and fell asleep. During this time, countless urgent calls were intercepted by Xiao Ku. The urgent delivery from the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences arrived at Li Dongxing's office at the Huazhong Academy of Sciences. Examining the tiny chip, Li Dongxing knew this was no trivial matter. He immediately summoned Zhou Hai to conduct tests together. Results are in. Peak computational speed, 83.21 trillion operations per second. Sustained computational speed, 47 million operations per second. The researcher trembled as he handed the report to Li Dongxing, unable to contain his excitement. It had been less than 3 days since he first witnessed the chip's simulation and physical testing. Excellent. Li Dongxing and Zhou Hai felt a surge of excitement. With this chip, China would take a decisive lead in the global semiconductor industry. Certain individuals will need to be dealt with. Zhou Hai's gaze grew increasingly fierce as he studied the data displayed in the report. Divider. Standard mecha processing chip technology. This pinnacle technology originated from a lesser civilization. After that civilization's demise, it was acquired by a superior civilization. Through modification and further research, it has now reached the standards of that advanced civilization. Blue Star currently possesses only the minimum conditions required to research this technology. Its mastery signifies Blue Star's formal entry into the ranks of advanced civilizations. Chapter 8. Zhou Hai, publicly serving as president of the Huaka Academy, secretly held the position of chief executive officer of the Huagua Executive Headquarters. His jurisdiction spanned various non-military departments including the Ministry of Culture and Tourism, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Geology, and Ministry of Celestial Affairs. This is Zhou Hai. The head of the Ministry of Culture and Tourism trembled upon receiving this call. A call from the executive headquarters meant trouble either for you personally or someone under your command. Executive Director Zhou, what is it? The head of the Ministry of Culture and Tourism couldn't immediately think of any issues within his department. After all, Huagua conducted rigorous audits of these agencies, and few dared to commit wrongdoing here. What the hell are you people doing? How dare you let this trend on the hot search? Hearing Zhou Hai's icy tone, the head's heart leapt into his throat. The flatter the voice, the more serious the matter. Lin Feng, file classified S-level. Only then did the head realize the magnitude of the mess he'd created. Files classified as S-level were reserved for individuals under the highest level of state protection. Major online platforms received a directive from the Ministry of Culture and Tourism, immediately removing all videos and posts related to Lin Feng. Some users were happily hurling insults in the comments when their accounts vanished along with the videos. The ministry mobilized all resources to delete and remove Lin Feng's content while simultaneously banning numerous accounts that had insulted him. The internet erupted with speculation. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was still sound asleep in the lab. His first bout of high-intensity research had left him physically and mentally exhausted. He opened his eyes to the brightly lit lab, his gaze somewhat vacant. Xiao Ku, what time is it now? Lin Feng realized his phone wasn't nearby and had no idea how much time had passed. It's September 27, 2024, 9:31 a.m. Time remaining, 6:45:23:31. With ample time remaining, Lin Feng began drafting a construction plan for the mecha. Though the lab was spacious enough, building a 40,000-ton Type 1 mecha posed challenges. It would have to be assembled piece by piece. Lin Feng decided to start with the head, the most complex section where the pilot would establish neural linkage. But what should the exterior look like? Lin Feng pondered. He lacked a sense of relative aesthetics, but having a reference point would be extremely helpful. He opened his phone and groaned at the dozens of missed calls. Jiang Luo might be easier to placate, but what about his parents? After some consideration, he decided not to return the calls just yet. Once he completed this mecha, his value would rise again. Then he could request Li Dongxing and the others to extend protection to his parents as well. What Lin Feng didn't know was that, having reached this level, his parents had already been secretly placed under Wang Hong's protection. Gaia. Lin Feng casually tapped open a video. Hearing that voice instantly made him feel refreshed and at ease. He hadn't touched his phone much in days, but it seemed the times hadn't abandoned him yet. Lin Feng's eyes welled up with tears. But Lin Feng had a brilliant idea: why not use Gaia as the prototype for Unit 1? That way, he could become the man who creates light. No sooner said than done. Lin Feng uploaded Gaia's body data to the computer terminal. After some tweaking and adjustments, a mechanical Gaia emerged. Though vastly different from the original, it was still recognizable. While Lin Feng was busily constructing the mecha, the purge across the internet continued unabated. Shangshi Entertainment. Do you have any idea what kind of trouble you've gotten yourselves into? The chairman stormed into Ikuan's office, kicking the door open as he roared. How could he have been so brain-dead to believe their proposal? Thankfully, this matter didn't directly involve him, otherwise, he wouldn't have escaped unscathed either. Chairman, it's just a student expelled from the Northern Academy of Sciences, isn't it? Ikuan was still sipping orange juice from a stemmed glass. His assistant, watching the scene unfold, shook his head repeatedly. There was no saving him now. What a waste of that orange juice. You dare touch someone the Ministry of Culture and Tourism won't even provoke? Prepare to be blacklisted. The chairman kicked Ikuan, sending the wine glass crashing to the floor. Only then did the bewildered Ikuan realize he was finished. Lin Feng finalized the prototype for Unit 1 and began intensive preparations. Neural unit linkage technology was paramount, but for now, the outer shell design took precedence. Steel-iron alloy technology sounded like a contradiction. How could steel and iron fuse? This wasn't a simple alloying process. It involved ion bombardment to disintegrate and then repolymerize three elements, Fe, C, and company. The result was steel-iron gold, achieving a hardness rating of 12.2 degrees harder than diamond, capable of withstanding most modern weaponry. The initial ion bombardment isn't what we might imagine. Instead, the three substances are first converted into a state more conducive to bonding. Specialized equipment then bombards their surfaces, followed by high-temperature solidification to form the steel-iron alloy. Fortunately, a specialized ion cutter was available. Otherwise, Lin Feng wouldn't have known how to shape such a massive block of steel and gold into a skull form. Operating the mechanical arm, he cut and shaped the alloy, gradually forming the rudimentary structure of Gaia's skull. Next came the internal construction. Inside the several-meter-tall head, not only would suitable neural unit link devices need to be installed, but sensory transmission devices would also be required. Lin Feng decided to first externally test a neural unit link, a basic neural network unit of the conventional feed-forward architecture type, relatively simple in design. Through weight-based connections with other neural units, it could link to all neurons in the preceding layer. Though seemingly straightforward, Lin Feng's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. This operation demanded meticulous precision. He manipulated 4 robotic arms, wielding precision instruments to craft the neural unit link device. The human brain was relatively underdeveloped, and the data influx from a mech was devastating to it. While piloting a mech, even a 0.1 second error in the neural unit link device would cause your head to explode like a watermelon. Lin Feng encountered a problem. The recurrent units not only connected to the layer but also formed connections over time. Each unit stored previous values internally. They updated like basic units but carried additional weights. The previous values connected to the unit, and most of the time, they also connected to all units in the same layer. This meant information would be constantly lost. Lin Feng frowned. This was going to be tricky. Divider. Steel alloy technology, S-class encryption technology, grade C. A product of the third-tier sequential civilization Corpus, this technology emerged during the conflict with the hostile Klani civilization and is extensively used in warships, airships, and battle armor. The emergence of steel alloys signaled Blue Star's civilization entering a rapid phase of development toward becoming a sequential civilization. Chapter 9, Roundtable Negotiations. Got it. Lin Feng suddenly realized, since the loop unit loses information after iteration, he could create a storage device to capture data during each iteration. While the device couldn't hold such a large storage unit, he could upload it to a terminal using a chip to transfer the data to the terminal, thus preserving all information. Lin Feng. The lab was soundproofed, but fortunately, Wang Hong had access. Upon entering, he was stunned. When had these robotic arms appeared? And were those machines genuinely from the Huaka Academy? What's going on here? Wang Hong pointed at the sci-fi-like robotic arms, utterly baffled. Even the most advanced robotic arms internationally could barely manage programmed command operations, nothing like these, freely picking up tools and performing tasks. I made a few minor modifications. Lin Feng paused his work and approached Wang Hong to explain. Is this the mech we're building? Wang Hong watched as the robotic arm continuously polished and refined a large, silver-white metal block resembling a head. This is the head of Mech Unit 1. Its exterior utilizes steel and gold technology, achieving a hardness rating of 12. Currently, only nuclear weapons can effectively damage it. Wang Hong had come to inform Lin Feng that the online situation had calmed down. Lin Feng dismissed his concern, confident he could handle it. After all, he was now a valuable asset. Wang Hong eagerly rushed out holding a piece of steel-gold alloy. Had he looked more closely, he would have noticed the other research equipment in the lab had already undergone significant changes. Lin Feng shook his head. Li Dongsheng and Wang Hong were cut from the same cloth. He turned back to continue configuring his neural unit link settings. General Zhao, I need to request an experimental base. Zhao Hongwu was inspecting the development of a new weapon when Wang Hong rushed in. Why are you here asking for a testing base instead of preparing research equipment? The University of Chinese Academy of Sciences had already begun preparations for mecha research. Wang Hong was responsible for recruiting personnel and securing research equipment. This had not yet been announced internally and remained solely under Wang Hong's purview. Look at this. Wang Hong held up 2 palm-sized pieces of steel and gold before Zhao Hongwu. Skeptical, Zhao took the gleaming metal. The moment it touched his hand, he sensed something unusual. It felt heavier than expected, like an alloy. But steel shouldn't be this dense, could it? Is this an alloy? Zhao Hongwu tried to flip the steel alloy in his hand, but it was too heavy, so he just gave it a shake instead. Steel alloy, hardness around 12. Wang Hong had received the data from Lin Feng but didn't believe it either, so he wanted to find a testing facility quickly to verify the exact hardness. 12? Zhao Hongwu exclaimed aloud. What kind of alloy could possibly reach a hardness of 12? That defied common sense, didn't it? Let's go. Zhao Hongwu led Wang Hong toward the testing facility, clutching the steel alloy tightly in his hand. First test subject, an anti-tank sniper rifle. Bang! A soldier lay prone on the ground, gripping a black sniper rifle nearly as long as he was tall. He aimed at the gleaming metal in the testing area and pulled the trigger. Hit! No scratches detected. Zhao Hongwu and Wang Hong exchanged glances. This was an anti-tank sniper rifle. Its name alone hinted at its formidable power, capable of piercing even tank armor. Switch to grenades. Steel and gold lay in a pit. A soldier tossed the grenade inside. Boom! No scratches. Switch to rocket-propelled grenades. Not a scratch. The observer reported, stunned that something could remain intact after being struck by a Chanwei 10 missile. Get the Dongfeng over here. Zhao Hongwu was determined to settle the score with the steel alloy once and for all. Wang Hong quickly stopped him, joking aside, a single Dongfeng strike would obliterate the entire test site. This incident also indirectly confirmed that the steel alloy's hardness was no mere facade. International Summit Talks. Terrace, don't push it too far. $100 billion could buy billions of S1 chips. Tan Dongfang glared across the round table at Triss, seething inwardly. How dare he make such an outrageous demand? $100 billion for a mere 100 million chips, and they were the lowest grade C1 chips at that. Dear Mr. Tan, as far as I understand, your country has few remaining chip sources. Even with money, you couldn't buy a single chip. I believe this offer is quite favorable, wouldn't you agree? Triss responded lazily. He knew it was impossible anyway, but he had to apply some pressure to prevent Tan from inflating the price too much. Tan Dongfang had no choice but to rise and leave the roundtable, ending the meeting. Stepping outside, he slammed his fist against the railing. That sly fox. Now the price haggling would be an extremely difficult process, and there was no way to minimize further losses. After all, the other side held all the cards. Just as Tan Dongfang prepared to re-enter the meeting for further negotiations, a figure approached and whispered something into his ear. Tan Dongfang's eyes lit up. Are you serious? Tan Dongfang couldn't quite believe it and sought confirmation. The man nodded, and Tan Dongfang relaxed considerably. Excellent, no more having to stay on edge dealing with those people. 20 billion S1 chips. Tan Dongfang stated. Triss nodded with satisfaction. It seemed the negotiations had entered a normal phase. Now it was just a matter of maximizing their gains. Mr. Tan, you're asking for the moon. We can only offer 1 billion S1 chips. Terrace proceeded with his planned price-cutting strategy. Tan Dongfang would then counter with a lower demand, and Terrace would push back again, aiming to settle around 1 billion units. Since Mr. Terrace refuses to cooperate in good faith, this meeting is adjourned. Tan Dongfang rose and walked out of the conference room, feeling refreshed. With his homeland developing superior chips, who needed that outdated S1 chip anyway? Tan Dongfang smiled, his mind set on returning home as soon as possible. In the conference room, Triss and the representatives from other nations exchanged bewildered glances. Why wasn't the Chinese delegation playing by the rules? How were they supposed to report this back to their superiors? After all, China was currently the largest market for chips. Without China's market, these international chip giants would have to compete for market share in their own territories, a scenario highly unfavorable to them. Mr. Triss, I urge you to have a serious discussion with the Chinese representative. Without the Chinese market, we may have to withdraw from this so-called chip alliance. A chip company representative stood up and addressed Triss bluntly before storming out of the conference room, leaving Triss alone to shout and rant. Finally, it's been developed. Lin Feng exclaimed excitedly, staring at the small tubular device on the lab bench. Divider. Neural Unit Linkage Technology S-Class Encryption Technology, Grade B. Originating from the Level 5 Sequence Civilization, the Talmud Civilization, and later modified and developed by the Level 3 Sequence Civilization, the Kopis Civilization, this technology spread widely among sequence civilizations. It brought tremendous convenience to the operation of interstellar warships, war mechs, and a series of interstellar weapons, becoming a standard technology for sequence civilizations. Possession of this technology signifies that Blue Star Civilization has entered the rapid development phase of sequential civilization. Chapter 10, Returning to the Northern Science Academy. Capitalizing on the newly manufactured neural unit link device, Lin Feng swiftly constructed a simulation chamber. To err on the side of caution, he opted not to conduct the experiment personally but instead recruited a lab rat for testing. The little white mouse lay in the experimental chamber, its dark, shiny eyes darting around as it curiously surveyed its surroundings. Suddenly, several massive claws grasping something reached toward it. Startled, the mouse scrambled frantically in all directions. Alas, its frantic movements proved futile within the sealed chamber. A mechanical arm pinned the mouse down, rendering it immobile. It could only emit squeaks as several mechanical arms attached strange tubes to its body. Lin Feng stared intently at the pitch-black screen. The moment the neural unit link device connected successfully, he immediately pressed the activation button. The screen flickered a few times before displaying the live feed from inside the chamber. The view shifted continuously from the mouse's perspective. After waiting half an hour with no abnormalities detected, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The neural unit link device research had succeeded. If a mouse with such a small brain could withstand the neural unit's data overload, surely a human brain could too. Still, Lin Feng personally tested it. When he connected to the neural unit interface, the world felt entirely different. This neural unit interface connected to the data terminal, allowing him to freely view nearly every surveillance feed's perspective. After using the neural unit linker for nearly half an hour without incident, Lin Feng began installing it into the mecha's head. After extensive refinement by the robotic arm, Gaia's head was now clearly visible, though it still required additional components, currently just a steel and gold shell. Such a minor task as adding a device was naturally not something Lin Feng needed to handle himself. He handed it over to Xiaoko to complete the installation while he prepared to study the mech's gravity propulsion system. "Commander, you have a call." Xiaoko maneuvered a robotic arm to present the phone before Lin Feng. He recognized it was his mother calling. Hesitating briefly, he recalled how worried they must be after days without word from him. "Xiao Feng, where are you?" Suya's worried voice came through, faintly accompanied by the sound of noisy voices in the background. "Mom, I'm at school." Lin Feng replied quickly, as he was indeed on campus at that moment. "Xiao Feng, please don't lie to me. I'm right here at Beike University." In Jian Luo's dorm room, Suya's eyes were red-rimmed. When she first heard the news that her son had been expelled, she thought it must be a mistake. She never imagined that coming to the school would reveal the full extent of Lin Feng's offense. The boy had left without a word, leaving her utterly worried. "Mom!" Lin Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. He hadn't expected Suya to travel all the way to Beijing University of Science and Technology to find him. A wave of unease washed over him. "Lin Feng, where are you now?" Jian Luo shouted on the other end of the phone, comforting Suya. Although the posts about Lin Feng had vanished, rumors of his expulsion were growing louder. Soon, the entire campus knew that the special admissions student who had defied a professor had been expelled, and everyone applauded the news. "I'm in Xincheng." Lin Feng only learned from Xiaoko's search records that after he left Beike University, those people hadn't let him off the hook. Someone had started the rumor that he'd been expelled, sparking a wave of criticism against him. A dormitory at Beijing University of Science and Technology. "Jian Luo, now that Lin Feng's been expelled, do you still like him?" Lu Hao browsed the post's comments, feeling a surge of satisfaction at the vitriol directed at Lin Feng. Days earlier, he'd confessed his feelings to Jian Luo. As the campus beauty of Beike Academy's Zijing College and the ideal partner for countless Beike University men, she was naturally coveted by many. Lu Hao considered himself well qualified in every way, yet she'd rejected him, citing her affection for Lin Feng as the reason. Bitter resentment simmered within Lu Hao. The surest way to make a girl abandon her affection for someone was to tarnish his character. Seizing the moment while the heat from Lin Feng's confrontation with the professor hadn't cooled, Lu Hao began spreading rumors that Lin Feng had been expelled from the university. Calling it a rumor was a stretch, it was practically fact. Lin Feng hadn't attended classes for days, skipped his internship, and people passing by his dorm room confirmed his belongings had been completely cleared out. What else could it be but expulsion? Upon learning Lin Feng was in Xincheng, Suya and Jian Luo immediately expressed their desire to visit him there. Lin Feng politely declined, deciding instead to return to Beijing immediately to resolve the mess at the Beijing Institute of Science and Technology. He also planned to initiate mass production of the standard mecha processing chip and bring the 1 nanometer lithography machine with him this time. After assigning numerous tasks, Wang Hong immediately dispatched a private jet to escort Lin Feng to Beijing. For security reasons, Lin Feng disguised himself as part of the entourage and flew to Beijing alongside Wang Hong. The private jet proved remarkably swift, reaching a military base in the capital within just 2 hours. Without pausing for rest, Lin Feng hurried straight to the Northern Science Academy. Stepping through the familiar gates of the Northern Science Academy after so many days, Lin Feng drew a flood of stares and overheard whispers. "Isn't that Lin Feng? Wasn't he expelled? Probably back to beg for mercy. Why couldn't he just study hard? He had to go and mess things up." The university never clarified the incident where Lin Feng had confronted a professor. They simply deleted the notice and let it drop. But Lin Feng had already sent people to track down the person who had posted the rumors about him. Lin Feng shook his head as he walked along the camphor-lined path of the university campus. He vaguely recalled the indescribable joy and comfort he felt the first time he stepped onto this path. Yet now, walking this same camphor-lined road, his heart was filled only with sorrow and regret. Suya and Jiang Luo had been waiting in the university park for some time. Jiang Luo's delight at seeing Lin Feng was impossible to hide, but with Suya present, she restrained her urge to rush over. Instead, she quietly took Suya's hand and walked toward Lin Feng. "Xiao Feng, you've been through so much." Suya looked at Lin Feng's haggard face, assuming he'd been working grueling hours outside, perhaps even exploited by a ruthless boss. Little did she know he'd stayed up all night, burning himself out. "Mom, I really wasn't expelled. I just transferred schools." Seeing the worried look on Suya's face, Lin Feng knew she was imagining all sorts of terrible scenarios. "Transfer? Can you even transfer universities? Where did you go?" Suya looked doubtful, clearly not buying his explanation. "The University of Chinese Academy of Sciences." Lin Feng pulled out the enrollment documents and student ID card he'd had Wang Hong prepare in advance and handed them to Suya. Jiang Luo seized the moment while Suya was reviewing the documents to pull Lin Feng aside, her face etched with deep concern. "Divider. Jiang Luo's class protected individual, grade A. As the girlfriend of the godfather of scientific research, she naturally possessed formidable abilities. Even among the commercial talents at Beike Academy's Zijing College, she stood out as the cream of the crop. Endowed with an extraordinary business acumen, she was also the head of the world's first company to sell mechs. Chapter 11, Suya's Concern. Even if Lin Feng got expelled, he wouldn't go so far as to deceive Auntie, would he? Jiang Luo covered her mouth and whispered. To her, transferring from the Beijing Institute of Science to the University of Science and Technology of China was nothing short of a fairy tale. "It's true." Lin Feng looked at Jiang Luo earnestly, trying to convince her. All right. I know you're going through something. We'll talk about it later." Jiang Luo clearly didn't believe him, suspecting Lin Feng had some unspeakable hardship. But since Suya had finished reviewing the documents, they'd have to discuss it later. "Xiao Feng, is this really true?" Suya found it hard to believe. After all, she had attended university herself. While she knew about transferring schools for reasons like graduate school applications, this was the first time she'd ever heard of someone transferring mid-program. "Of course it's true. That's exactly why I came back to handle this matter." No sooner had Lin Feng finished speaking than a call came in. It was from someone sent by Wang Hong, reporting that the rumor monger had been found. Lin Feng immediately took Suya and Jiang Luo to the location. Along the way, Jiang Luo seized every opportunity to ask Lin Feng what he was doing, but due to confidentiality, Lin Feng couldn't tell her. The young girl, puffed up with indignation, clung to Suya all the way to Guangming Academy, not even sparing Lin Feng a glance. Lin Feng could only smile helplessly. "Sir, I haven't done anything wrong. Why are you arresting me?" Lu Hao was brought by Wang Hong's men to Wen Daoji's office. Wen Daoji was puzzled as to why they'd come to his school to make an arrest again. Was the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences expanding its operations? Wen Daoji inquired, but Wang Hong insisted they wait until the main man arrived. Ignoring Lu Hao's protests, they simply stationed 2 soldiers to guard him and prevent his escape. When Lu Hao caught sight of the Bayubi strapped to the soldiers' waists, he instantly fell silent. "Old Wang, I'm here." Lin Feng entered the office and immediately spotted Lu Hao. His confusion vanished instantly. Indeed, there were always 1 or 2 people in this world who would go head-to-head with you. "Good morning, Principal 1. Lin Feng greeted Wen Dao, who sat behind the desk, while Jiang Luo followed suit. Suya, however, appeared flustered, momentarily stunned by the sight of 3 soldiers in uniform. "This is my mother." Lin Feng introduced them. Wen Daoji wasn't stupid. Seeing Lin Feng, he knew Wang Hong was undoubtedly after Lin Feng again this time. He immediately stood up and walked towards Suya. "You must be Lin Feng's mother. Seeing you, I knew his success was inevitable." Wen Daoji approached Suya warmly. "Suya? Lin Feng? Wang Hong, old fox. Enough with the nonsense. You don't even rehearse your lies. Wang Hong was utterly disgusted by Wen Daoji's behavior. Lin Feng, this is the man spreading rumors about you. You decide what to do with him. Wang Hong motioned for 2 soldiers to bring Lu Hao before Lin Feng. Seeing Lu Hao's dazed and dejected expression, Lin Feng couldn't help but find it amusing. Well, if it isn't our esteemed assistant Lu. What's this? Haven't seen you in a few days, and you're looking so down. Lin Feng now wore such a villainous expression that Zhang Luo felt like charging over to punch him twice. Meanwhile, Wang Hong and Wen Daoji were exchanging pleasantries with Suya. Lin Feng, I didn't mean to do it. For the sake of being classmates, please cut me some slack. Lu Hao wasn't stupid. He could tell from the situation that Lin Feng was no ordinary person. Lin Feng, just a few days ago he was pestering me to date him. Zhang Luo glanced at Suya and the others before whispering to Lin Feng. You dare lay a finger on my brother? Lin Feng instantly rolled up his sleeves, ready to punch Lu Hao. He raised his arm high and flexed it. Why didn't you stop me? Lin Feng thought his earlier display of loyalty ready to stick his neck out for his brother looked incredibly cool. But when he glanced at Zhang Luo, who remained utterly unmoved, his resolve crumbled. As a model young man in civilized society, how could he possibly hit someone? Weren't you just putting on a show? Zhang Luo shot back without mercy. Lin Feng chuckled, oblivious to the fleeting disappointment in her eyes. Let the law decide his fate. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to dwell on Lu Hao. They belonged to different worlds now. Someone like Lu Hao wasn't worth his attention. Wang Hong had Lu Hao sign a confidentiality agreement before 2 soldiers escorted him to the police station for processing. Along the way, he drew stares from nearly everyone, a moment that could be called the highlight of Lu Hao's life. Mr. Lin Feng, I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused by my negligence. The university will provide appropriate compensation and clarify the circumstances of this incident. Should you wish, the doors of Beike Academy remain open to you at any time. Wen Daoji was well aware that the other 2 academies had secretly collaborated behind their backs to develop the mecha. Creating such a mecha was a feat worthy of being recorded in history. Wen Daoji silently regretted his actions, but it was too late to undo the damage now. Principal, you're overreacting. It's a minor matter, hardly worth mentioning. Lin Feng naturally wasn't so petty. Wen Daoji had a relatively good reputation in the industry, and since there was no direct friction between him and Lin Feng, there was no need to create hostility. Ha, Lin Feng, to possess such vision at your young age, truly, the youth are formidable. Wen Daoji laughed heartily. Lin Feng inwardly thought, old fox, he sure knows how to flatter people effortlessly. Xiao Feng, you've made something of yourself. How could you keep such a big matter from me? Do I even count as your mother anymore? After speaking with Suya and Wang Hong, they learned Lin Feng was now working for the nation. Their hearts were filled with both joy and anger. Wang Hong and Wen Daoji exchanged a glance and silently exited the office, leaving Lin Feng and his mother alone. Zhang Luo also wanted to leave but was called back by Suya. After a friendly chat with Suya, Lin Feng emerged clutching his bottom, eyes brimming with tears. At 22, he was still getting spanked by his mother, while Zhang Luo giggled uncontrollably beside him. Suya and Zhang Luo signed confidentiality agreements. Both were encountering such documents for the first time, utterly shocked yet simultaneously realizing just how formidable Lin Feng had become. After confirming her son was unharmed, Suya requested to leave. Lin Feng wanted his mother to stay in the capital for a few days, but she declined. He had no choice but to take her to the airport. Only when buying the ticket did he realize his bank balance couldn't even cover the cost of a single flight. Lin Feng, your university is in Xingqing, right? I'll come visit you next time. Lin Feng and Zhang Luo walked back from the airport after seeing Suya off, unable to hail a cab. Would you like to come to USTC too? Lin Feng voiced his thoughts, but Zhang Luo shook her head in refusal. USTC doesn't offer finance programs. I wouldn't learn anything there. I'm better off staying at Beijing University of Science and Technology. Since almost all majors at USTC involved research fields, what would Zhang Luo do there with no background in that area? True. Then I'll return to Beijing University of Science and Technology after finishing my research. Lin Feng pondered. With no one targeting him anymore, returning to the Beijing Institute of Science and Technology should be fine. He was essentially a triple agent now. Really? Zhang Luo beamed with joy at Lin Feng's confirmation. Her petite frame quickened its pace, her high ponytail bouncing playfully behind her, utterly adorable. Lin Feng, come back. Something's wrong. Divider. Wang Hong SSS-level protected individual. On the surface, an academician, in reality, an army general. Possessing far-sighted strategic vision and top-tier capabilities in developing cutting-edge weapons for the era, though this skill had been consistently undermined since Lin Feng's arrival. The first human besides Lin Feng whose consciousness transcended into sequence civilization. Suya Zhang Luo Law. Whenever Suya, Zhang Luo, and Lin Feng occupy the same space, the Suya Zhang Luo Law activates. Once triggered, Lin Feng will endure a severe beating from Suya, while Zhang Luo is forced to witness the entire ordeal. Chapter 12, Xiaoko hunts spies. Upon receiving the call, Lin Feng rushed to the Huaka Institute. He found Li Dongxing and Wang Hong sitting solemnly in the auditorium, surrounded by numerous soldiers and researchers. What's going on? After undergoing multiple layers of security checks by soldiers, Lin Feng entered the hall, looking puzzled at Li Dongxing and Wang Hong seated in the front row. Just moments ago, an American spy stole partial technical theories from the chip project. Our technicians are tracking them, but time may be running out. Li Dongxing looked frustrated. If they couldn't identify the spy immediately, that portion of the technical theory might leak overseas. By then, even capturing the spy would be too late. I think I might have a solution. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. Since Xiaoko was idle, he might as well put it to work. Xiaoko, assembling a mech in the lab? As a system avatar, Xiaoko was practically omnipotent. Intercepting and preventing theft was child's play. Lin Feng had Wang Hong fetch 3 military-grade computers, then connected his phone to one of them. Commander, what are your orders? Xiaoko transmitted through the phone into the computer, but without holographic projection equipment, Xiaoko could only appear on the screen. Wang Hong and Li Dongxing curiously gathered around to ask what this thing was. An AI I've been developing myself. Lin Feng shrugged it off. While Huaguo's current technological level allowed for independent AI research, achieving Xiaoko's level of omnipotence still required a considerable leap forward. Personal reputation +1. Lin Feng froze. This was his first time gaining reputation points. He noticed Li Dongxing staring at him with intense enthusiasm. Li Dongxing thought if Xinhua 3 were equipped with such an AI, China could leapfrog the supercomputer research phase and directly enter the era of intelligent computing. This would mark a monumental shift in the information age and an indispensable step toward the quantum era. First, let's access the firewall management permissions. Lin Feng had no idea what Li Dongxing was thinking, but he certainly didn't want Xiaoko hacking into the firewall to track down the location stolen by the spy. Li Dongxing quickly logged into the firewall, and Xiaoko began its autonomous search. Lin Feng, are you selling this AI? Taking advantage of a pause in Xiaoko's search, Li Dongxing pulled Lin Feng aside to ask. Sorry, Mr. Li, Xiaoko is extremely important to me. Lin Feng naturally had to refuse. Xiaoko was an extension of the system and couldn't operate independently of him. He'd wait until later, when he had the chance to create a better AI, before handing it over to the state. It's fine. I understand. Li Dongxing assumed this was Lin Feng's heartfelt creation, something he couldn't bear to part with, especially a high-level AI. With such a thing, one could have anything they desired. But wait, if this AI could do whatever it pleased, wouldn't the nation's defense lines become virtually meaningless? Lin Feng, this AI needs to be reported to the higher-ups. We need to file it properly. Li Dongxing said thoughtfully. Lin Feng didn't know why, but he nodded anyway, assuming it was a necessary formality. Had Lin Feng known what Li Dongxing was thinking, he would have shouted, Sir, you're overthinking it. It's simply not for sale. Dai Xingxi, Chinese-American national. Returned to China in 2024 after previously infiltrating U.S. intelligence headquarters. His mission was to steal all classified research materials from China. 3 prior theft attempts failed. 3 minutes ago, he attempted to send an email to the U.S. It has been intercepted. The computer screen displayed a man's profile. He looked ordinary at first glance, with nothing particularly remarkable about him. He seemed like an honest, hard-working employee, the kind of person you'd assume was just an average office worker. You'd never suspect he had a hidden identity. Where is Dai Xingxi? Is he here? Li Dongxing scanned the group of researchers seated below the podium, all chip-related specialists bound by confidentiality agreements. The scientists exchanged glances, murmured among themselves, then fell silent once more. He's not here. A researcher stood up to answer. The target is heading to Linhai Airport Customs. This is an emergency. Special grade authorization has been activated to issue an interception order. Xiaoko directly borrowed Li Dongxing's identity privileges to issue an interception order to Linhai Airport Customs. Dai Xingxi was now rushing through customs. Minutes earlier, an email he sent had been intercepted, confirming his exposure. Fortunately, he had purchased his ticket in advance. Once aboard the plane, he could smuggle the intelligence out. He doubted they could trace his location so quickly. Dai Xingxi breezed through customs and waited for the shuttle bus. Meanwhile, Linhai Airport Customs received an urgent directive. A U.S. spy who had stolen critical documents was about to depart via Linhai Airport. The armed police captain, upon receiving the order, hurriedly led his team toward the airport. If this man escaped, it would spell serious trouble. Just as Dai Xingxi was about to board the shuttle bus, he saw a squad of armed police running toward him, each carrying live ammunition. Sensing trouble, Dai Xingxi immediately dashed toward another passageway, abandoning the large and small bags he was carrying as they fell to the ground. Freeze! You're surrounded. Surrender immediately. Dai Xingxi couldn't outrun the armed police and was quickly cornered in a remote area of the airport. Witnessed by numerous passengers, the scene sparked immediate murmurs of discussion. The armed police found a USB drive on Dai Xingxi and promptly dispatched personnel to return it to the capital. The man has been apprehended. Li Dongsheng exhaled in relief after the call. Had the stolen documents actually been smuggled out right under his nose, he would have been held squarely responsible. Lin Feng, I'll grant Xiaoke command authority, but when the nation needs it, I hope you'll lend your support. In truth, Xiaoke's earlier use of Li Dongsheng's command authority had already been illegal. Superiors immediately called to inquire, and Li Dongsheng had to ask Zhou Hai to speak on his behalf. Fortunately, it was for legitimate business, so the matter could be resolved. Had it been for illegal activities, not even the heavens themselves could have saved him. Of course. When the nation needs me, I will lend my full support. Lin Feng wasn't lying. The chance to directly serve the nation was something he'd never even dared dream of. Then let us commence preparations for the Dragon Core 1 research project. The name Standard Mecha Processing Chip sounded awkward, so Li Dongsheng and his team dubbed it Dragon Core. Although Lin Feng had already developed a prototype chip, Li Dongsheng's team hadn't begun production yet, leaving them uncertain how to prepare for mass manufacturing. Of course, with Lin Feng's initial research experience, they would at least avoid mistakes during the development process. Lin Feng, I hereby formally appoint you as the chief project lead for the Dragon Core 1 research initiative. Divider. Xiaoke SSS-level security clearance, originally S-level, self-upgraded to SSS. A product of the Scientific Research Patriarch system from the Level 10 Order civilization, this unprecedented artificial intelligence possesses the capability to overturn Blue Star's civilizational order. Yet it obeys only Commander Lin Feng's commands. Through prolonged interaction with humanity, it has developed emotions and independent thought, maintaining a consistently friendly stance toward Blue Star civilization. Chapter 13, Full-Scale Construction. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. He had no experience in this field whatsoever. Besides, the mecha hadn't even been built yet. Taking over this project now felt somewhat inappropriate for him. Who among those present had less experience than him? Seniorly, this isn't quite right. You should handle it. Lin Feng hastily declined, already sensing the scrutinizing gazes of the researchers below the stage. Young people must shoulder their responsibilities. There's no need to refuse. The project will be researched at the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences. Prepare yourself. With that, Li Dongsheng descended the podium and took his seat among the researchers. Clearly, this had been discussed beforehand, though many scientists seemed skeptical of a young man barely out of his teens. This isn't just about being young, you know. As Lin Feng stood there dumbfounded, a group of soldiers entered and began distributing confidentiality agreements to everyone present. We expect everyone to adhere to confidentiality protocols. Li Dongsheng signed the agreement first. Lin Feng read it thoroughly. After all, this was his first encounter with such a document, and he couldn't help but feel curious. Once everyone had signed, all eyes turned back to Lin Feng. Lin Feng explained the technical principles and manufacturing methods of the chip to them. Feeling the weight of their stares, Lin Feng grew slightly tense. Fortunately, he possessed ample confidence in his abilities and understood this was Li Dongsheng's way of nurturing him. First, I'm honored to serve as the lead engineer for this project and grateful for the opportunity you've given me. Lin Feng looked at the presentation paper Xiaoke had prepared for him on the podium and began reading it aloud. Researchers naturally had numerous technical questions. With so many people came many questions, and the presentation lasted nearly 4 hours. By the end, the researchers had come to believe in Lin Feng's capabilities. Now, everyone, please return to prepare. Tomorrow we will proceed to the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences for our research work. As the presentation concluded, the researchers, all bound by confidentiality agreements, rose and departed. Soon, only Lin Feng and Li Dongsheng remained. You did a pretty good job, didn't you? Li Dongsheng patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, sensing in him the same charisma he himself had possessed in his prime. Mr. Li, you're flattering me. This was nothing but being thrust into the spotlight. Lin Feng had a premonition this wouldn't be the only time, there would likely be more to come. Lin Feng, the higher-ups hold you in high regard. Once your 2 projects succeed, the Supreme Leader will personally receive you. Wan Hong, who had been silent for a long time, uttered a sentence that sent shockwaves through Lin Feng. The Supreme Leader? Was it the Supreme Leader he imagined? Who among those granted an audience with the Supreme Leader wasn't a recipient of the Huagua Medal? Lin Feng suddenly felt energized, but 2 projects? If he hadn't misheard, Wang Hong had just mentioned 2 projects, right? That's correct. The mecha project has already been established. They're just waiting for you to return. Lin Feng suddenly fell silent. Xiaoku, if I bring others into developing the mecha with me, will it affect the mission? The mission brief didn't explicitly mention this, but playing it safe, Lin Feng asked anyway. Commander, I must say, developing a mecha alone is a foolish decision. Xiaoku looked utterly bewildered and deeply shocked. You never mentioned it before. Besides, what if others discover the equipment you provided if I bring someone along? Commander, if you're leaving even this much to me, doesn't that make me look pretty bad? Lin Feng cut short the bickering with Xiaoku. He'd been so serious at first, had he picked up bad habits online? Also, had Li Dongsheng and Wang Hong promised him a month to develop it? Why the sudden rush to launch the project now? Lin Feng voiced his confusion to them. Truthfully, we have no choice. The US has already learned about our 2 advanced research projects and intelligence regarding our plans to develop a high-intelligence chip. They've dispatched numerous spies to China to gather information. Wang Hong looked at Lin Feng helplessly. The US wouldn't tolerate any nation developing technology beyond their control. They'd gone all out deploying spies to China, even pulling back their own agents stationed in the US, which had led to several major blunders. I see. Understood. I guarantee the mission will be completed. Lin Feng fully grasped the gravity of the situation. If the United States obtained the technological blueprints, it would solidify its position as the world's dominant power. Only by accelerating the development of the mecha could they deter the Americans at the very least, forcing them to think twice before engaging in such blatant underhanded tactics. But rest assured, the mecha project is currently well protected. The researchers are all native Chinese citizens who have never even been abroad. Wang Hong spoke with pride at this point. This was the essence of the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences UCAS, an institution dedicated solely to serving the nation. Spies simply couldn't infiltrate UCAS, which was precisely why Li Dongxing and his team had chosen to conduct their research there. Lin Feng and Wang Hong flew back to UCAS that very night, while Li Dongxing remained in Xinjiang to prepare the necessary arrangements. He would arrive at UCAS first thing the next morning. Everyone, this is Lin Feng, the project leader for this initiative. Wang Hong led Lin Feng into a conference room filled with hundreds of people, all outstanding research professors and faculty members of the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences. Their eyes burned with intensity as they stared at Lin Feng, like gazing at a beautiful woman stripped bare, making him feel utterly uncomfortable. Finally meeting the mastermind behind this groundbreaking project, tears of joy. Lin Feng, I'm your biggest fan. Truly worthy of being the next president's successor. Unbelievable. How exaggerated can they get? When did I even debut? The president's successor? Why didn't anyone tell me? Personal reputation plus 221. Ha! It's actually true. Thank you all for your kindness, seniors. I'm truly grateful for your trust in me. The noisy conference room fell silent. Lin Feng kept glancing at the computer screen in front of him. Xiaoku really was reliable. Regarding this mecha project, I've divided it into 5 modules. The first part, the mecha's energy module, requires mastery of magnetohydrodynamics technology and, who's up for it? Lin Feng outlined the knowledge required for this module, then invited volunteers to step forward. After all, he didn't know what expertise each person possessed. We'll handle it. A few people raised their hands. Excellent. You'll be in charge of that then. Lin Feng nodded and began preparing for the next module. The second module, the mech's motion system, requires expertise in propulsion and engine systems engineering, as well as us. Another group raised their hands. Alright, the third module, the mech's weaponry system, requires expertise in plasma cutting and us. By the time assignments were finalized, dawn was breaking. The researchers looked utterly exhausted. Lin Feng returned to the lab nearby to rest. Divider. Mechanical armor manufacturing technology, top secret. This level 7 sequence civilization technology integrates various advanced techniques. Currently, Blue Star Civilization can only produce the most basic mechs. It was obtained by the level 3 sequence clone NI civilization from a void battlefield somewhere they struck incredibly lucky. Unfortunately, they applied this technology in peculiar ways. Possessing this technology and successfully developing it would grant Blue Star Civilization the capability to declare war on level 2 sequence civilizations. Of course, it is strongly advised not to attempt it. Chapter 14, Return. Corys, I hear the Huagua side has already developed what they call high-performance chips. President Xia lay lazily in his presidential chair, a freshly lit cigar clamped between his fingers as he took a casual puff. Intelligence from China suggests it's genuine. Our spies failed to extract the intel. Triss studied the intelligence in his hands, his brow furrowing deeply. Then forget about the so-called chip alliance. Let's make another profit while Huagua's chips aren't yet widely available. President Xia wasn't a fool. If China had so decisively refused to purchase the S1 chip, it meant they had undoubtedly developed a chip comparable to or even surpassing the S1. Additionally, although the other latest research didn't yield specific intelligence, it should be related to weapons. Triss surmised that China's research into new weaponry had always been strictly classified. This is not good news, dear Triss. President Shet's eyes sharpened like an eagle's as he stubbed out the cigar between his fingers in the ashtray. I understand, Mr. President. Cold sweat broke out on Triss' back as he hurriedly exited President Xia's office. After just 1 day away, the lab had undergone a dramatic transformation. 4 more robotic arms had been added, and the Gaia head, once merely in embryonic form, now stood fully assembled before Lin Feng. Xiaoku, did you do this? Lin Feng asked in disbelief, surprised that the system had actually been so helpful. Xiaoku only handled the basic assembly and repairs. The specific research process still needs to be completed by the commander. That's already quite impressive. Lin Feng had originally planned to take charge of the mech's head module himself, but now it seemed unnecessary. This meant he could dedicate all his time to collaborating with others on the mech's other components. Tonight, he'd take a break. Lin Feng deftly unlocked his phone. Only one notification awaited. Opening the app interface, he saw a message from Jiang Luo asking if he had arrived yet. Lin Feng, I'm here. Jiang Luo, this late? Did you get stuck at the airport? Lin Feng had some things to take care of, so I got back a bit late. Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. How did she even come up with the idea of airplane traffic? Jiang Luo, are you okay? Lin Feng, I'm fine. Jiang Luo, then why did you say you had something to do? Alright, Lin Feng admitted he couldn't keep up with Jiang Luo's thought process. After a brief back and forth, he began studying the aggregated magneto-hydrodynamic power generation technology. Compared to other modules, this technology was relatively complex, even more intricate than the neural unit linkage device. Polymerized magneto-hydrodynamic power generation was an advanced iteration of magneto-hydrodynamic technology. A single polymerized magneto-hydrodynamic generator could supply an entire small county with electricity for a month. Magneto-hydrodynamic power generation directly heats fuel into an ionizable gas. At temperatures exceeding 2000 degrees Celsius, this gas ionizes into conductive ion streams. When these streams flow at high speeds within a magnetic field, they cut through magnetic field lines, generating induced electromotive force. Since no mechanical conversion stage is required, it's termed direct power generation. Aggregated magneto-hydrodynamic power generation, however, is far more intriguing than conventional magneto-hydrodynamic technology. The next day, as dawn broke, Li Dongsheng arrived at the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences with dozens of researchers. Lin Feng was forced to rise early to meet them. Autumn was approaching, and the temperature around 4 or 5 in the morning was still quite chilly. Lin Feng, wearing only a thin jacket, sneezed repeatedly before spotting several buses approaching through the hazy fog, their fog lights glowing dimly. Professor Li, you're here. Lin Feng hurried to help the elderly man off the bus. The usually energetic little old man now looked as limp as a rag. Only then did Lin Feng remember that Li Dongsheng was still 99 years old. The long journey across the world had naturally taken its toll on his frail body. Lin Feng, let me ask you something. What's the deal with that 1 nanometer lithography machine? Originally, Li Dongsheng hadn't paid much attention to the lithography machine Lin Feng had brought along, focusing entirely on the chip Lin Feng had developed. It had been set aside until yesterday's inspection, when he noticed something unusual about this particular machine. Just a little invention. Nothing to write home about, nothing to write home about. Lin Feng felt a chill and just wanted to get back to the lab to warm up, so he brushed it off with a casual reply. A little invention? Not many people know about this yet. If word got out that China has a 1 nanometer lithography machine, the international community would be up in arms. Li Dongsheng snorted coldly. This didn't faze him in the slightest. Fortunately, everyone who knew about it had been kept under control. Otherwise, today's international headlines would be dominated by the 1 nanometer lithography machine. That's serious? Lin Feng had been too impatient to discuss it with Li Dongsheng earlier, never imagining that mishandling this matter could trigger an international crisis. You underestimate the significance of a 1 nanometer lithography machine. Unlike weapons, such technology could intimidate others. Who wouldn't covet a revolutionary breakthrough? After all, 7 nanometers was already considered the physical limit of manufacturing processes. While 5 nanometers EUV lithography machines had long been developed, 1 nanometer was universally deemed impossible. Possessing a 1 nanometer lithography machine signaled a nation's development far outpacing others. It would inevitably invite sanctions. Of course, weapons were another matter. Might makes right. Lin Feng, it's not that I underestimate him. The point is, I didn't build this thing. We'll revisit this matter after these 2 projects are completed. The chairman attaches great importance to them. Lin Feng nodded, leading Li Dongsheng and the others to their rest area. The University of Chinese Academy of Sciences had issued a campus lockdown order, which would remain in effect until project work was fully underway. University of Chinese Academy of Sciences Research Institute. Mech research would commence here. All other projects were suspended to provide unconditional support for mech development. The primary reason for clearing non-essential personnel from the institute was to guard against spies. After all, even USTC couldn't guarantee there weren't infiltrators among them. Someone might not be a spy upon entry, but what about afterward? Special grade glass was installed throughout the facility. While maintaining complete isolation between areas, it allowed simultaneous observation of work progress in other zones, an ideal setup for Lin Feng. The equipment from Lin Feng's lab was also moved to a separate section. Lin Feng immediately connected Xiaoko to this area. Hello everyone, I'm Xiaoko, Lin Feng's assistant and the supervisor for this project. Please focus on your work. Xiaoko's voice suddenly echoed across multiple zones, sparking curiosity among the team. Zhao Hanwu had specifically granted Xiaoko access to the Research Institute's systems. Under Shao-Ka's supervision, every action taken by everyone would be recorded and archived. This must be the mecha's head section. Divider. Civilization sequence. Primitive civilization, Stone Age civilization, Bronze Age civilization, Iron Age civilization, Industrial civilization, Information civilization, Pre-nuclear civilization, Quantum civilization. This is the primary sequence of civilizations, representing the most basic level. Blue Star civilization currently exists in a transitional phase between the Information civilization and pre-nuclear civilization. Chapter 15, The Big Shot Who Stole the Plane. Li Dongxing stared in awe at the fully formed mecha head. Though he'd grasped its immense scale theoretically, seeing the 5 to 6 meter tall head still left him stunned by how colossal the entire mecha's body must be. Though mechs are products of a new era, I never imagined we'd reach the day when we could develop them ourselves. A senior researcher exclaimed with evident emotion. Alright, everyone return to your respective research areas. Wang Hong led a man in his 30s over. Dressed in a white lab coat and striding with an air of defiance, Lin Feng recognized him. Wasn't this the man who'd stolen a stealth aircraft from the United States 2 years prior? The story began 2 years prior when the United States used its newly developed stealth aircraft to provoke China's maritime territories. This incident sparked widespread indignation among the Chinese populace, with online discussions erupting about how to retaliate against the American provocation. Netizens listed seemingly plausible retaliation methods as options, creating an online poll where the highest voted choice would become China's official response. Naturally, stealing a stealth fighter from the US ranked first. Just as most assumed it was merely idle banter, a week later, a mysterious man released a video announcing his plan to steal a stealth fighter and revealing he had infiltrated a secret US research facility. The video sent shockwaves around the world. Even the US military hadn't detected the infiltration of their secret military base. As the US military began secretly scrambling all their stealth aircraft, the mysterious man started a live stream. He had infiltrated the ranks of US stealth aircraft pilots and effortlessly flew away in one. Later, it seemed he was shot down and crashed into the Pacific Ocean. Many mourned him at the time, but authorities halted these tributes citing international protocols. Who knew he was still alive? What's the greatest joy in life? Gossip, of course. Lin Feng was now deeply curious. How did this guy survive back then? And how did he manage to sneak into a US secret military base and steal a stealth fighter so effortlessly? Allow me to introduce you to Gu Suping, academician Gu, the developer of the J-42 fighter jet. Gu Suping smiled and greeted Lin Feng with a hello. Lin Feng was stunned. Hadn't the J-35 just been unveiled? Was the J-42 already developed? Hello. But Lin Feng didn't dare to space out for too long. He shook hands with Gu Suping and introduced himself. I never imagined the creator of such a groundbreaking weapon would be younger than me. Gu Suping felt a pang of emotion, glancing at his own unkempt beard. Academician Gu, you flatter me. Your solo mission to the United States to steal the stealth aircraft that is the true model for our generation. By weaving the desired topic into the compliment, one could gauge the other's willingness to discuss it through their subsequent tone. If they responded with dismissive phrases like nothing to mention or it wasn't such a big deal, it signaled reluctance to revisit the subject. Conversely, if they used reflective words like back then, I remember, or though, it indicated a desire to revisit the memory. Key point: this will be on the exam. Nothing to mention, nothing to mention. I suffered quite a bit back then. Gu Suping recalled the circumstances with considerable emotion. Lin Feng, please forgive me for indulging in my own mental gymnastics earlier. So, what are your thoughts on the theoretical principles of mecha technology? Gu Suping was genuinely curious. This wasn't something one could simply figure out with knowledge alone. It just came to me while fixing cars. You're not getting away with this, kid. Wang Hong remarked dryly from the side. Spontaneous inspiration, my foot. Someone might mistake it for ancient poetry. Maybe that's what genius looks like. I'm your assistant for this mission. Gu Suping finally remembered the purpose of his visit. True. We should get started on the research. Lin Feng realized they'd wasted considerable time. Technical manuals for each section had already been distributed. During this period, except for personnel in charge of specific areas and under special circumstances, no one was permitted to leave their assigned work zone. Most of the mecha's technical theories were comprehensible to everyone, so each section began working methodically. Lin Feng and Gu Suping headed toward the area responsible for mecha energy systems. Solving the energy issue first would make everything else manageable. As for Gu Suping, Lin Feng handed him a set of technical manuals to review on his own. Though Lin remained curious about how Gu had managed to steal the stealth aircraft and survive the relentless pursuit by the US, he decided to save those questions for a later opportunity. Chief Engineer Lin. The personnel in the third sector stiffened at the sight of Lin Feng entering. Hierarchy was clearly necessary, otherwise, one would soon discover an entire sector filled with chief engineers. Everyone, continue your work. Where are the personnel responsible for the magneto-hydrodynamic power generation device? Several researchers raised their hands. Lin Feng spotted them and headed over. Do I need to explain this part again? Currently, magnetic fluid power generation systems on the market can be broadly categorized into three types: coal-fired magnetic fluid power generation, oil-fired magnetic fluid power generation, and gas-fired magnetic fluid power generation technology. There is also nuclear magnetic fluid power generation technology, but its relatively weak technical foundation makes it less worthy of consideration. The polymerized magneto-hydrodynamic generator will revolutionize new energy. Instead of using conventional fuels to generate high-temperature conductive gases, it employs ultra-high-speed heating within the device to convert all incoming gases into high-temperature conductive gases, enabling continuous electricity generation. The drawback is that the ultra-high-speed heating damages metals, with the most suitable materials lasting only about 72 hours under sustained ultra-high-speed heating operation. Chief Engineer Lin, we understand the other components, but what exactly is this ultra-high-temperature rotational heating operation? The researcher responsible for the polymer magneto-hydrodynamic power generation unit asked with some confusion. In all his years of work, he had never encountered such an unconventional operational method. While the term ultra-high-temperature rotational heating might sound straightforward, its actual implementation was exceptionally complex. Well, you can think of it as a magnetic field circulation. The magnetic field within the magneto-hydrodynamic fluid isn't static, it changes with rotational speed, so fortunately, Lin Feng had thoroughly mastered all aspects of mechanical armor technology, otherwise, he himself would have struggled to grasp it. So that's how it works. Thank you, Chief Engineer Lin. The project lead's mind opened wide, suddenly feeling enlightened. He immediately dove back into his research work. I think we could also use induced electromotive force to alter the magnetic field's rotational speed. Goose Souping chimed in from the side. Hearing Lin Feng explain this method had set his mind racing with deductions and calculations. Divider. Coherent magneto-hydrodynamic power generation technology, class S, confidentiality, unrated. You might not believe this technology originated from Blue Star's civilization, which hadn't yet entered the civilized sequence. Although the concept had been proposed long ago, it took Blue Star's civilization several centuries to truly develop this technology. This attracted a vast number of civilized customers to Blue Star in the future, as this technology proved exceptionally suitable as a backup energy source. Chapter 16, Espionage Operation. Your idea is quite sound, but the potential for magnetic field conversion under unstable induced electromotive force requires further investigation. Lin Feng glanced at Goose Souping with surprise, thinking to himself, no wonder he's a 30-year-old academician, he could so sharply identify another starting point for the magnetic fluid power generation technology. I see. Goose Souping stepped aside thoughtfully, beginning to ponder these issues. Although work on the polymerized magneto-hydrodynamic project had already commenced, Lin Feng couldn't help but watch for a while, ensuring everything proceeded smoothly before finally leaving with satisfaction. By the way, is that Lin Feng really the one who developed the chip? He looks so young. With the chip research preparations not yet complete, some researchers stood idly chatting nearby. I suspect he's just some high-ranking official's son here to polish his resume. I didn't understand a single word of the technical theory he presented the other day. Fu Dan remarked pointedly, twirling a pen in his hand. Honestly, I felt the same way. But I could follow the basic theory. Now that you mention it, he does seem like he's just here for the prestige. Someone agreed. Even if it is window dressing, why would they assign him to lead two projects? That's ridiculous. Of course, some remain skeptical of Fu Dan's words. What do you know? It just means he's climbing the ranks faster. Lin Feng, who was busy working on mecha in another area, was unaware of this. Li Dongsheng was also fully occupied with preparations and hadn't noticed the rumors circulating in the lab. I believe it's necessary to test China's capabilities once more. Triss kept his head bowed, unable to meet President Xie's gaze directly ahead. Share your thoughts. President Xie's expression was unsettled, his thoughts hidden behind a cloud of uncertainty. Deploy our latest military weapons for joint exercises with Taiwan Province in the Taiwan Strait. This will probe China's new weaponry. If they fail to respond with new weapons during our drills, it indicates their research is roughly 2 decades ahead of known technology. Should they counter with new weapons, it suggests China's development is 50 years ahead or even further. In that case, during our next probing exercise, we can deploy even more advanced technology. Should China deploy the weapons developed this time, it signifies the world remains within our grasp. Should they not, President Xie, we must consider how to divide the world with China. Triss spoke his thoughts with his head bowed. A prolonged silence filled the office. President Shate, unusually, did not light his cigar. After a long pause, President Shet lit a cigar. Triss, if you run for president next time, I believe you will surely become president. President Shet exhaled a faint smoke ring, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Triss. We'll proceed as you suggest, but I still hope China remains within our sphere of influence. Otherwise, let's hope they lack the capability. President Shet rose, and Triss followed closely behind, his back still drenched in cold sweat. Kyoto, that night. Knock knock knock. Who is it? Professor Huang barked impatiently. He had been expelled from the Huagua Academic Association, his past papers removed from major platforms, and now faced penalty fees. Fortunately, he had secretly amassed a considerable fortune over the years, otherwise, he would have ended up on the streets. No response. Professor Huang stared at the door for a long time before deciding against opening it. He turned and returned to his bedroom to lie down. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking resumed. Professor Huang's eyelids, nearly closed, snapped open. He racked his brain, trying to recall if he'd offended anyone recently. Aside from Lin Feng, no one else came to mind. But that incident with Lin Feng was long past. Lin Feng wouldn't come looking for trouble now. Even if he dared, Li Dongxing and Wang Hong wouldn't let him, because coming here would only prove Lin Feng was in the wrong. So who could it be? Who is it? Professor Huang called out to the knocking while peering through the peephole. The brightly lit hallway outside showed no sign of anyone. He scanned left, right, and below the door, finding no trace of anyone. He cautiously opened the door a crack. Finding no one there, he closed it with relief and headed toward the bedroom. Professor Huang, if you wish to sleep, perhaps you should answer our questions first? Huang looked up at the voice and saw a figure had appeared on the living room sofa. The masked man stared at him. Though his expression was hidden, Huang could sense the amusement in his gaze. Who are you? What do you want? Professor Huang slowly backed away, intending to return to his bedroom to grab his phone and call the police. But a figure in black emerged, holding his phone. Huang Yan, 52 years old, Columbia University PhD returnee, employed at the Beijing Academy of Sciences for 11 years. Expelled from the China Academic Association a few days ago for certain reasons. Am I correct? The figure in black sat on the sofa, speaking with a hint of amusement. What do you want? Professor Huang regained his composure. This seemed like a situation open to negotiation. Lin Feng. You know that name, don't you? Tell me everything you know. Are you spies? Huang Yan confronted the man in black before him. Don't make it sound so complicated. We're just here to exchange ideas and learn. The man in black waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. I won't say a word. Huang Yan suddenly grew defiant, adopting the air of a true hero. That's a bit of a shame, isn't it? We've already prepared a green card and $1 million for Mr. Huang. What are we to do now? The man in black sighed regretfully, shaking his head at the stubborn Huang Yan before him. Please, gentlemen, take a seat. We can still talk. Would you like something to drink? Coffee or milk? Professor Huang respectfully ushered them to the tea table, initiating a heart-to-heart conversation. The two men in black stepped out of Huang Yan's home, exchanged a glance, and shook their heads. He doesn't have any direct information. Then the green card and $1 million. Take him out once he's in the States. 1 week later. Success! Cheers erupted throughout Zone 3, every face radiating triumph. Chief Engineer Lin, the magneto-hydrodynamic power generation device has succeeded. The project lead excitedly reported to Lin Feng as he rushed over. Excellent. With this, our mecha is half complete. Lin Feng gazed at the nearly 1-story tall device with palpable excitement. With this, the mech's power source was secured. All that remained was to assemble the mech itself. Today, we're having a celebration dinner at the cafeteria. Lin Feng called out, both to celebrate and because the team's irregular research schedule had left them barely eating properly. Divider. Second-tier civilization sequence. Based on quantum civilization, it possesses long-range interstellar communication capabilities and has achieved short-range spatial jumps. Fleets of over 10 star-destroying warships can easily develop 80% of a planet's resources and possess means to counter stellar threats. Chapter 17, These people have issues. Fu Dan, why are you holding a pen while eating? While chip research progressed smoothly, mecha manufacturing lagged excessively. Li Dongxing couldn't fathom why, having spent recent days venting his frustration. Worried about aggravating him and mindful that chip researchers were constantly reprimanded, Lin Feng decided to invite them all to dine together. He figured the meal break would be a good chance to ask if they'd run into any problems. Lin Feng thought his idea was brilliant. Chief Engineer Lin, I've reviewed the progress. Most component manufacturing is complete, though the plasma weapon system still has some issues. Gu Suping walked beside Lin Feng, holding a report. These past few days, he had fully embraced his role as an assistant, successfully filling the void left by the AI assistant Xiao Ku. Brother Gu, just call me Lin Feng or Xiao Feng in private. Lin Feng said helplessly. Gu Suping possessed talent, technical skill, and intelligence, yet he persistently addressed him as chief engineer with excessive formality, making Lin Feng feel uncomfortable. No, rules are rules. Gu Suping replied sternly. It's not my rule anyway. Never mind. We need to have an urgent discussion about that plasma weapon after lunch. Aim to complete the mecha by the end of October. Lin Feng snatched the report from Gu Suping's hands and dragged him toward the cafeteria. But this project has a timeline of over a year. Add testing and practical application, and it could take 2 or even 3 years. Gu Suping was puzzled. The national timeline was actually quite generous, there was no need for such urgency. You don't understand. Lin Feng replied, a hint of weariness in his voice. If it wasn't finished by the end of October, he wouldn't see him again, though Lin Feng would never say that out loud. I've been developing some ideas about controlled nuclear fusion lately. Once this project wraps up, I'm diving into that research. Lin Feng tapped his forehead. Chief Engineer Lin, even jokes shouldn't go this far. Controlled nuclear fusion isn't something you can just figure out with a few ideas. Gu Suping found it hard to believe. Controlled nuclear fusion was a technology the nation had debated and researched hundreds of times, with international joint studies organized dozens of times each year, yet every single attempt had ended in failure. Just a few ideas? What if one day it's gone? Isn't it better to get this done quickly and start mass production? Lin Feng and Gu Suping grabbed their meals and found a random spot to sit. Other researchers scattered around, seeking seats near Lin Feng. Fu Dan tucked his pen into his breast pocket and settled into the seat closest to Lin Feng. I heard the US is planning military exercises with Taiwan, and they're going to be held in the Taiwan Strait. One researcher mentioned it, sparking a flurry of discussion. Really? Where'd you hear that? Didn't they confiscate our phones? How dare you hide something? No, I heard it from academician Wang. Don't go spreading rumors. Is this true or not? Lin Feng glanced at Gu Suping across the table, who was eating while still glancing at the report. Gu Suping wasn't just some random task force member, he should have access to this level of intelligence. It's true. The purpose is to test our new weapon. Gu Suping nodded. This piece of intelligence had already circulated internally, and naturally, he was aware of it too. Mecha? Lin Feng asked with some confusion. Had the mecha research been exposed? No. While the Americans know we're developing a new weapon, they don't know what it is. They're only inferring the stage of our research based on the new weapons we've displayed during military exercises. Gu Suping stated without looking up from the report in his hands. That impressive. Lin Feng was astonished. Had human technology advanced this far already? What else are those military experts for? Studying the Syrian situation? Analyzing the pros and cons of weapons with you? Gu Suping looked incredulous. If military experts were needed for this, what exactly were the military staff officers and weapons designers doing? What else? Lin Feng was puzzled. Every time he watched those military experts on TV, they were always analyzing the Syrian situation, the cross-strait tensions, the pros and cons of some new national weapon, and so on. Ahem. Gu Suping inevitably choked on his words. His gaze grew complex as he looked at Lin Feng, finally understanding why higher-ups harbored such misconceptions about experts. Their true expertise simply couldn't be displayed before the public eye. Note, this refers specifically to certain military experts and does not imply any justification for experts in other fields. You're still too young. Alright, everyone's finished eating. Since we can't hold a group discussion in the lab, let's have a brief meeting here. Wang Hong stood up first. His white stubble and weary eyes made Lin Feng realize this elderly man hadn't had proper rest in a long time. Chief Engineer Lin, please take the floor. Wang Hong called out to Lin Feng as everyone paused their actions. Mr. Wang, just call me Lin Feng from now on. Being called Chief Engineer by Wang Hong felt a bit too much of an honor for Lin Feng to bear. He hurriedly stood up, meeting the gaze of hundreds of eyes fixed on him. Fortunately, he wasn't quite as intimidated as before. Let me briefly address the issues in the chip sector. Chip development is far simpler than mecha manufacturing. Yet why is progress so painfully slow? If there were problems, that would be one thing, but there are none. Can any of you tell me why? Lin Feng addressed the chip researchers, his tone deliberately calm. Their complexions were noticeably better than those of the mecha researchers. He himself had developed his first chip in less than 3 days, yet over a week had passed here, and not a single chip was in sight. The researchers fell silent. Lin Feng sighed helplessly. Though he was the chief engineer, he couldn't help but feel. Be tougher on them. You are the chief engineer. Gu Suping whispered extremely softly to Lin Feng. Be tougher? Lin Feng thought. Right, he was the chief engineer. The state had entrusted him with this project because they valued him. How could he not take responsibility? With that realization, his gaze hardened. Everyone, I'm giving you 3 more days. If we still haven't seen any sign of the chip, I'll have reason to question whether you're truly suited for research in this field. At that point, I'll discuss replacing you with Professor Li. Lin Feng delivered the words coldly. The researchers responsible for the chip project all lowered their heads, except for Fu Dan, whose eyes lit up. Alright, have Assistant Gu report on the progress of the mecha research. Lin Feng didn't glance back at the researchers as he sat down. Something's off with these people. I'll look into it for you later. Gu Suping murmured, his reference clearly directed at the chip research team. Divider. Gu Suping classified Agent S. During the U.S. provocation in 2029, he infiltrated a secret U.S. military base alone and stole a new stealth aircraft. He was later safely repatriated by his Homeland Support Team, though publicly declared lost at sea in the Pacific. With the assistance of the US stealth aircraft, Gu Suping successfully developed 2 new fighter jets, the J-40 and J-41, and was subsequently sealed as an academician. Chapter 18, You're No Match for Me. Regarding the joint military exercises conducted by the United States and Taiwan Province in the Taiwan Strait, Taiwan Province has been an integral part of China since ancient times and possesses no authority to accept joint military exercise invitations from the United States. The Taiwan Strait falls under China's maritime jurisdiction. The United States must not enter the Taiwan Strait without China's permission. Otherwise, China will take immediate countermeasures. The foreign spokesperson's tone brooked no argument. His eyes seemed to blaze with anger, but now was not the time to sever ties. Tris, what's your take? President Xia looked at the foreign spokesperson on the video screen and asked calmly. Mr. President, I believe it is time for you to step in. Terrace responded. To outsiders, President Xia might appear foolish, but could a president truly be that naive? Kyoto time, 2 a.m. on October 9th. President Shet convened a press conference. The United States has consistently recognized Taiwan Province as part of China's territory. The recent joint exercises with Taiwan Province were a misstep. The United States and China have always been friendly partners. Therefore, the United States wishes to conduct joint military exercises with China in the Pacific Ocean. I hope my dear Chinese friends will not refuse. President Shet addressed the crowd gathered around him with impassioned rhetoric. Mr. President, haven't you always considered China our greatest enemy? Sir, perhaps China was our enemy yesterday, but today she may be our friend. Of course, it's also possible we'll remain enemies tomorrow. This remark drew roaring laughter from the crowd. Chief Engineer Lin, these people do have some issues. Gu Suping observed the behavior of the researchers responsible for chip development in the video surveillance footage and summarized his findings. What problems? Lin Feng had already resolved the plasma weaponry issues, and now the mecha manufacturing was entering its final stages. They're slacking off at work, lack initiative in research, and I hear they've got some serious issues with you. Gu Suping replied, frowning as he studied the personnel list in his hand. His background as a former operative allowed him to spot subtle signs of trouble at a glance, especially with Fu Dan, who kept shifting around restlessly. What kind of grievances? Lin Feng was puzzled. He hadn't offended them, so what could they possibly have against him? They say you were sent here by some high-ranking official to polish your resume, all to grab the biggest rewards for yourself. They feel their hard-earned research achievements are being credited to you, so naturally they're dissatisfied. I see. Got it. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng rose and headed toward the chip research area. Li Dongsheng was leading them and working overtime on the chip, but efficiency remained stubbornly low, leaving Li Dongsheng deeply troubled. Have all your experiments over the years gone to the dogs? Li Dongsheng's face flushed crimson as he vented his frustration. Just moments ago, the 23rd chip research attempt had ended in failure. Wang, how can you not grasp such a simple operation? What's wrong with you? Xiaodong, if there's another problem with the chip, pack your bags and get out. Professor Li, why are you so furious? Lin Feng pushed open the door and walked in to ask. Even before entering, he could see through the glass that old Li's neck was flushed red with anger. Lin Feng, what's going on here? He's a veteran in this field, yet he can't even handle such a minor task. Li Dongsheng lamented, pounding his chest in frustration. Research had been underway for nearly 2 weeks, yet the chip kept failing. The issues arose in different places each time. One day it was your mistake, the next it was his. Mr. Li, please calm down. Step outside for a moment. I'll oversee things here. Lin Feng poured Li Dongsheng a cup of tea and escorted him out of the lab. Then I'll leave it to you. Li Dongsheng felt thoroughly exasperated by this group and needed a quiet place to calm down. Everyone, stop what you're doing. Listen to me for a moment. Lin Feng observed the group, who remained unmoved and continued their tasks. Upon hearing his words, they all set down their work and glanced over lazily, expecting yet another round of encouragement or threats. I hear you all have significant grievances against me. I'd like to hear what they are. Lin Feng pulled up a chair and sat before them, gesturing for everyone to sit down. The researchers exchanged glances, none speaking. Speak your minds. If I can change it, I will. Lin Feng maintained his cheerful demeanor. There must be a leader among this group. Yet they remained silent, as if speechless, simply listening to Lin Feng speak. If you won't speak, then I will. Lin Feng clapped his hands and stood up, surveying the group. He looked at their utterly expressionless faces and continued. You all think I'm some high-ranking official sent here for a gold-plating exercise, right? You resent your research achievements being snatched away by someone uneducated, don't you? Many researchers' expressions shifted, and some even nodded. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. What gives you the nerve? Did you even research this technical theory? You couldn't even replicate it when instructed to do so. How dare you call yourselves researchers? Have you no shame? Lin Feng continued speaking without regard for their feelings. Their expressions turned angry, showing signs of impending explosion. Lin Feng took it all in and kept talking. Professor Li, out of all the outstanding researchers, you picked this bunch of misfits? Looks like you're getting old, Professor. I should have picked them myself. With people like you, it's a shame Professor Lee trusted you. Enough. You can criticize us, but you can't insult Old Lee. A researcher slammed his fist on the table and roared as he stood up. Gu Suping moved silently to stand beside Lin Feng. Insulting Old Lee? What a joke. It's you who are insulting him. Now, all of you, watch closely. Lin Feng slipped on his white lab gloves, retrieved the experimental materials for chip research, and began operating the equipment. Within moments, a standard mecha processing chip was developed. Test it. At Lin Feng's command, Gu Suping immediately took the chip for testing. Peak computational speed, 831.1 billion operations per second. Sustained computational speed, 47 trillion operations per second. Test successful. Gu Suping read aloud from the report displayed on the screen. See that? I developed a chip in just over half an hour. What about you? 47 people spent 12 whole days and didn't develop a single chip. Isn't that an insult to academician Lee? Lin Feng lashed out at the surrounding crowd. The researchers lowered their heads in shame. They had assumed Lin Feng lacked genuine expertise, yet he had created a chip in less than an hour. By the day after tomorrow at the latest, I expect to see the chips you've developed. Otherwise, I'll have to ask Old Lee to take you all back. Lin Feng snorted coldly and walked away. Fu Dan watched Lin Feng's retreating figure with a darkened expression. His plan had failed. He had gathered nearly all the intelligence he needed. He only needed Lin Feng to expel them. But now, it seemed impossible. Chapter 19, Mecha Completion. Work on the chip could finally proceed smoothly. Though they still harbored doubts about Lin Feng's identity, seeing Li Dongxing's increasingly weary expression, they held their tongues and focused on preparing for the chip research. 10 days later. It's complete. Due to the immense size of Unit 1 Gaia, assembly was completed within the testing base of valley enclosed on three sides by mountains. A silver and red mecha stood towering within the testing base, radiating a formidable presence. Under the sunlight, its outer shell shimmered brilliantly. Unit 1 Gaia is now complete. Lin Feng stood before the field and waved his hand. Perseverance had paid off. Numerous researchers cheered with raised arms. They knew they were building a mecha, but seeing the finished product before them still moved them deeply. Gaia Unit 1. To faithfully replicate Gaia's prototype, Lin Feng equipped its arms with electromagnetic pulse cannons to serve as Gaia's quantum streamers. A plasma whip was mounted on its head, recreating Gaia's photon iceblade, while its hands held focused ion cannons, replicating Gaia's cutting ability. A plasma lightsaber restored a guru's light blade. Lin Feng, this is a weapon that transcends eras. Li Dongxing and Wang Hong approached, their eyes filled with admiration. They had expected this mecha's emergence to take considerable time, yet Lin Feng had achieved the miraculous from conceptualizing the technical theory to conducting experiments and producing the final product in less than 2 months. It was a miracle in the history of China's military industry. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. It truly was a revolutionary weapon. The chip had also just completed its research phase and was ready for mass production. Gu Suping gazed intently at the 50-meter-tall Gaia 1 mech in the distance, his eyes burning with desire to operate it himself. Then let's begin testing. Lin Feng waved his hand and walked toward the mech. He was currently the only person capable of operating it. Isn't Lin Feng rushing things a bit? Wang Hong stepped in front of Lin Feng, his concern evident. If the neural unit interface malfunctioned, it would be a colossal loss for China. Don't worry, old Wang. Lin Feng smiled as he walked toward the mech. He was completely confident. Xiaoku, take me up. Standing beneath the mech, Gaia crouched down, using its hands to lift Lin Feng up to its head section. Its mouth opened, revealing a staircase, and Lin Feng stepped inside with composure. The cockpit was spacious, featuring an attached rest area designed for the pilot to recuperate during fatigue or for reserve pilots to stand by. Xiaoku, link the neural unit. Lin Feng issued the command, and a helmet studded with instrumentation connectors was placed over his head. Neural unit connection established. Lin Feng felt his perspective shift abruptly. His field of vision expanded dramatically, and looking down, Li Dongxing and the others appeared as tiny ants. Fortunately, Lin Feng had practiced for a while, otherwise, he might not have adjusted so quickly. Xiaoku, activate the mech. The command was issued again. The massive polymerized magneto-hydrodynamic device began to operate, emitting a loud hissing sound as electrical currents formed within. However, it soon quieted down. Lin Feng tentatively raised his arm, revealing a silver-red, distinctly mechanical limb. As he lifted it, Li Dongxing and the others gasped in astonishment. Fu Dan silently watched the scene unfold, pen in hand. He felt a pang of self-doubt. Could the United States possibly counter such a revolutionary weapon? Then he shook his head. Whether the US could counter it was irrelevant to him. Old Wang, I'm about to begin weapon performance testing. Lin Feng announced over the channel as Wang Hong directed him via walkie-talkie toward the designated test target. A massive target mark stood atop a distant hilltop, a site specifically prepared for mecha testing. Let's start with the quantum beam. Lin Feng struck the signature pose of Ultraman firing his beam. Rows of electromagnetic pulse cannon barrels opened along his arms. With a thunderous boom, hundreds of electromagnetic pulse cannons simultaneously fired shockwaves that converged into a massive beam, hurtling toward the target. Boom! The deafening roar reverberated across the entire campus of the University of Science and Technology of China. Earthquake? Could it be they've developed a new weapon again? That much noise? Must be a nuclear test. Cut the nonsense. If it were nuclear, we'd both be dead already. Whispers spread throughout USTC, even reaching the city center. Numerous journalists rushed straight to the university. At the testing site, Lin Feng stared dumbfounded at the vanished hilltop. That much power? It practically melted the entire mountaintop. Lin Feng, stop testing. The disturbance is too severe. We'll test it at the military base when we have time. Wang Hong shouted into his walkie-talkie to halt the experiment. This thing was far too powerful, it was consuming entire hillsides with each test. USTC wasn't some mountain bandit's domain, they simply didn't have enough hills for Lin Feng to experiment on. Alright. Lin Feng knew the commotion was excessive, but it also signaled the successful development of the mecha. He climbed out of the suit and walked toward the crowd. Instantly, the researchers swarmed around him, lifting him high into the air. We did it! Chief Engineer Lin, you're amazing! The crowd cheered. Catch me, I'm scared! Lin Feng was caught off guard, but he was also overjoyed. The joy of creating something with his own hands was immense. Everyone, tonight we'll hold a celebratory banquet. Li Dongxing stood outside the crowd, smiling as he watched them. Tears glistened in his eyes. Huagua had grown strong once more. Lin Feng, the first, will attend tonight's celebration banquet. Wang Hong stood there, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder. Being granted an audience with the first was an honor few could ever hope for. Really? What should I prepare? What does the first like? I'll go buy it. Lin Feng was momentarily flustered by the news, prompting laughter from the crowd. You actually have the nerve to give the first one a gift? You're quite the character. Gu Suping chuckled from behind, as if he'd heard something particularly amusing. True. Lin Feng calmed down and scratched his head. A gift for the first? What was he thinking? Lin Feng, could we use this mech to film a recruitment video? Wang Hong gazed at the imposing mecha, calculating in his mind. If this mecha appeared in a recruitment video, it would undoubtedly spark a wave of enthusiasm for enlisting. This is something I developed for the nation. It should serve the nation. Lin Feng readily agreed, though he was also curious about this recruitment video. China's recruitment videos were always fiery and inspiring. Adding a mecha to the mix? It was hard to imagine how much more electrifying it could get. But we need to start training operators for these mechs. There's no doubt they'll become more common in the future. The mecha had been built, but currently, he was the only pilot. Leave this matter to me. Gu Suping volunteered to take charge, motivated solely by the chance to pilot the mecha. One more thing. A cold glint flashed in Gu Suping's eyes as he scanned the crowd of researchers, fixing his gaze on one individual. Divider. This time, there seemed little to discuss. Energy-focused ion weapon technology, Class S confidential, Grade C. This is a standard product of quantum civilization. Naturally, many sequence civilizations hold mixed opinions on these technologies, as the lengthy preparation phase makes them unsuitable for mobile weaponry. Nevertheless, it remains a technology that strikes fear into the hearts of many. Chapter 20, The Black-Hearted System Merchant. According to classified intelligence, a spy has infiltrated our research team. We require your cooperation with the investigation. Gu Suping waved his hand, summoning a squad of soldiers who immediately surrounded everyone. Brother Gu, is this true? Lin Feng couldn't believe such a crucial research project would allow a spy to infiltrate. Though he hadn't been involved in selecting the researchers, he was certain the screening process had been rigorous. This is why, throughout the research process, I had national security agents stationed in various countries begin monitoring whether any nation had planted spies among this group. This morning, intelligence from the United States confirmed that a spy had infiltrated the research teams of 2 projects. Gu Suping explained to Lin Feng. He dared to tell Lin Feng because Lin Feng was impossible to be the spy. Lin Feng nodded and stepped aside. This matter was none of his concern. Lin Feng, let's leave first. Li Dongxing and Wang Hong escorted Lin Feng out of the test facility. Today's celebratory banquet would still proceed after all, the top commander's schedule remained packed. Lin Feng, I've had the mecha delivered to the Northern Military District. After the banquet, we'll film the recruitment video. Sitting in the car, Wang Hong's face beamed with obvious delight. This was a mech, the army was about to possess one. Just wait until the Navy and Air Force saw it and got jealous. Put the recruitment video on hold for now. After the banquet, Dragon Corps needs to pursue commercial partnerships. Relying solely on military-industrial manufacturing would be a waste of resources. Lin Feng, you decide who to partner with, all the money earned will be yours. Li Dongsheng glanced at his phone and spoke slowly. The production of Dragon Core 1 required massive resources, and the military-industrial complex wouldn't engage in mass production only enough to meet their own needs. Therefore, the best approach was to partner with private enterprises. You guys decide on that. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. He knew absolutely nothing about commercial partnerships. Fine. You just take the money when the time comes. Li Dongsheng sensed Lin Feng's hesitation and paused briefly before adding. Ding. Mission complete. Congratulations, Commander. You have officially become a commander. You will possess absolute command authority over all intelligent technology products you develop, including those utilizing your provided technology. Main Quest 1, Mecha Empire. As a mecha researcher, how could you possibly develop just one mecha? Within 1 year, the host must develop 5 mechas exceeding 10,000 tons, 100 mechas exceeding 1,000 tons, and no fewer than 1,000 mechas below 1,000 tons. Main Quest 2, Sequential Civilizations. Civilizations evolve and advance, yet after tens of thousands of years, Blue Star remains in the early stages of sequential civilization. Commander, guide Blue Star into sequential civilization and explore the boundless depths of space. Main Quest 3, Research Patriarch. Commander possesses countless scientific artifacts from sequential civilizations. You must research the majority of these technologies to become the Research Patriarch. Unlock Side Quest, China's Ascension. As a patriotic Chinese citizen, how could one not wish for China's prosperity and strength? Commanders must leverage their talents to propel China's rise. The Reputation Store is now open. Commanders may use reputation points to select desired items from the store. This is so long. Lin Feng stared at Xiaoke's words in his mind, feeling utterly confused. And what exactly is this sequence civilization business? Other quests are manageable, they at least offer hints. But this one? Not a single clue. And why is it that every other system has a newbie gift pack, but I don't have one? Commander, I already gave you the beginner's gift pack. Xiaoke replied helplessly in Lin Feng's mind. When did you give it? I don't remember receiving it. Lin Feng forced himself to recall the events, only to realize Xiaoke had never actually given him any so-called system welcome package. Commander, weren't the mechanical armor manufacturing technology and controlled nuclear fusion technology part of the newbie gift pack? Aren't those things required for missions? Lin Feng retorted immediately. Weren't those technologies required for the mission? So you're complaining about getting freebies for this mission? Do you have any idea how much these tech products sell for on the market? Lin Feng opened the Reputation Store, and a dazzling array of items began scrolling across the interface. Mechanical armor manufacturing technology, 10 million personal reputation points. Controlled nuclear fusion technology, 10 million personal reputation points. But that wasn't all. Lin Feng spotted other items too. Bifold drive technology, 100 million personal reputation points. Planet killer warship technology, 10 million personal reputation points. Life planet technology, 999,999,999,999 personal reputation points. Xiaoke, have you never seen reputation points before? Lin Feng roared in his mind, baffled by the sheer magnitude of some reputation point figures. Even if every person on Earth gave me 1 reputation point, that'd only be 70 billion. You've got hundreds of times that amount. So all system stores are just greedy merchants, right? Commander, you can't say that. At least I'm transparent about my pricing. Xiaoke was well aware of the tropes in online novels. Damn it. Commander, you actually know how to send telegrams? Who'd have thought you'd master something so outdated? Truly worthy of your rank. Get lost. Lin Feng was thoroughly infuriated. Judging by the current situation, the system wouldn't be granting him any tangible rewards. This system was different. Driving straight out of USTC, they headed for the airport. Since the first seat wasn't available to Xingqing, Lin Feng and the others had to make their own way to Beijing. Arriving in Beijing, seeing it was still early, Lin Feng went to the Beijing Academy of Sciences on his own. After all, during the National Day holiday, Zhang Luo had planned to come to Xingqing to visit him. But since he was in the research phase, unable to leave or enter, Lin Feng had politely declined. At this hour, Zhang Luo was likely still in class. Lin Feng strolled along the university's yellowing paths toward her classroom building. How times had changed. Once he'd been a complete nobody, and now, well, he still wasn't exactly famous. Zhang Luo. Lin Feng stood outside the classroom, watching Zhang Luo and 3 other girls emerge, chatting and laughing. But Zhang Luo didn't seem to notice him. As she was about to walk away, Lin Feng called out. Lin Feng. What brings you here? Zhang Luo's eyes lit up at the sight of Lin Feng. Joy spread through her heart, impossible to contain. She rushed forward, throwing her arms around him. Calm down, calm down. One part was directed at Zhang Luo, the other at himself. He hadn't expected Zhang Luo to be so capable, yet she seemed so ordinary on the surface. Zhang Luo, is this your boyfriend? Huang Ci looked at the tall, slender Lin Feng with surprise, though she didn't recognize the man who had caused such a stir at the Beijing Academy of Sciences back then. Wait. Lin Feng? Divider. Commanders presumed god-tier lifeforms. Each commander possesses a unique ability born from the interweaving of time and dimensions when the Order civilization established cosmic stability. These powers became extreme, yet fortunately, they cannot defy the Order, making commanders creatures of the Order civilization. Chapter 21, Zhang Luo's Approach to Love. Chi was somewhat surprised to hear this name. After all, it had only been a little over a month since the Lin Feng incident. The university had clarified that Lin Feng bore no fault. Professor Huang Yan, the main instigator, had been suspended, and Lu Hao, who had persistently targeted Lin Feng, had been expelled. The incident had been the talk of the campus for quite some time, but since no one could find Lin Feng, the matter gradually faded. Now, mentioning his name might even elicit unfamiliarity. Where have you been? I haven't seen you around the university campus. Chi asked curiously. Truthfully, she was quite intrigued by Lin Feng. A special admissions student who could spot errors in a professor's data must be exceptionally intelligent. Back then, not a single student in Lin Feng's class had suspected Professor Huang Yan's data was flawed. It wasn't until a computer science was later reconstructed the entire PowerPoint presentation in that classroom that everyone realized the professor had indeed made a mistake. I was out on an internship. Lin Feng frowned. Why did this person seem so nosy? He turned his gaze to Zhang Luo. Got time? Want to go for a walk? Isn't the internship over already? Chi pressed further, her tone relentless. Fortunately, Huang Ce and He Meng noticed Lin Feng's discomfort. One covered Chi's mouth while the other smiled at them and said, "Go ahead and enjoy yourselves. This girl just doesn't know how to speak properly. Don't mind her, Lin Feng. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring Zhang Luo back before 5 in the afternoon." Lin Feng caught the girls sizing him up and assumed they were worried about Zhang Luo, so he assured them he'd bring her back. "It's fine if she doesn't come back, but remember to take precautions, okay? We're off now. Have fun." Huang Ce and He Meng pushed Chi away quickly, leaving Lin Feng looking utterly bewildered and Zhang Luo flushed crimson. "Lin Feng, don't mind what they said, okay?" Zhang Luo poked Lin Feng's cheek with her finger, her own blush still lingering. "Don't worry. I said I'd bring you back before 5, and I will." Lin Feng had misunderstood Zhang Luo's meaning, thinking Huang Ce and He Meng's words were just a joke. Tisk. Zhang Luo clicked her tongue in disappointment. She'd finally realized it was hopeless to wait for Lin Feng to confess. She'd been waiting since high school, but Lin Feng's aloofness had kept most girls who liked him at bay. It seemed she'd have to take matters into her own hands. Zhang Luo quickly ran through a list of strategies in her mind, analyzing which ones would work best for today's situation. "Lin Feng, let's go eat at that place we used to frequent. Step 1, choose a place with shared memories for conversation or a meal." This would likely trigger his recollections of past experiences with her there, creating plenty of conversation topics. Where? Lin Feng looked confused. Where was Zhang Luo talking about? He couldn't recall ever going there with her regularly. Lin Feng. Zhang Luo's smile froze momentarily, but she managed to keep it up. She continued with a smile. "The one we always go to. I'll take you there, and you'll see." Zhang Luo tugged Lin Feng's arm as they walked out of the school gate, reassuring herself that he'd remember once they got there. It was a medium-sized hot pot restaurant. It was peak dining hour, and the place was bustling with people. Still, Lin Feng and Zhang Luo managed to find a seat. Steam rose from the steaming pots, and the air was filled with the clamor of voices. "Ah, this is it." Lin Feng recognized the sign immediately. Indeed, whenever Zhang Luo craved hot pot, she'd drag him here. She couldn't handle spicy food, yet she'd stubbornly order the fiery broth, eating while tears streamed down her face, vowing never to return. "Remember now?" Zhang Luo grinned as she prepared to order. "Order the yin yang pot." Lin Feng quickly spoke up to stop Zhang Luo as she was about to check the spicy option on the menu. "Lin Feng, I can handle spicy food now." Seeing Zhang Luo's confident gaze, Lin Feng thought that after eating it so many times, even a dog could handle the spice. He let her order the spicy hot pot. Zhang Luo tied her hair into a bun, ready to dig in. Seeing her like this, Lin Feng felt reassured. "Lin Feng, I'm never eating hot pot again." Zhang Luo's eyes were red as she picked up a piece of beef, cooked until bright red, and ate it while crying. "Lin Feng, I shouldn't have trusted you." "Lin Feng, let's go see a movie." Stepping out of the hot pot restaurant, Zhang Luo silently cursed her regret. She should have ordered a yin-yang pot. She'd been too busy crying during dinner to exchange a single word with Lin Feng. Time for plan B, invite him to a movie. Most single guys never turn down a date with a girl. Pick a tearjerker where you can share the emotions, then confess during the climax. He'll be so moved he'll cry buckets and accept me while sobbing. Lin Feng bought bubble tea and popcorn, glancing at the movie title, We Belong Together. The name alone screamed chick flick, and Lin Feng lost all interest just from the title. Zhang Luo chose seats in the theater's corner, a spot where, if the mood and atmosphere were right, something might just happen. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow at her choice, slightly surprised. "We're meant to be together." As the film reached its climax, most viewers were deeply moved. Zhang Luo sensed the mood building and nudged Lin Feng beside her. Lin Feng, don't you think they're just like us? Receiving no response, Zhang Luo assumed Lin Feng was deep in thought and waited quietly for a moment. But when there was still no reaction, she nudged him again. Turning her head, she discovered to her shock that Lin Feng had actually fallen asleep. Lin Feng. Zhang Luo's hand circled his waist in a full 360-degree motion, jolting him awake with pain. Facing Zhang Luo's resentful expression, he finally snapped out of it. I didn't mean to fall asleep. It's just that the space and atmosphere were so relaxing, sleepiness hit me instantly. Lin Feng explained nervously. Though he was a straight guy, he knew how serious it was to fall asleep while watching a movie with a girl. Lin Feng, let's go back. Step 3 of the plan unfolded. On the way back, absolutely no taxi. Instead, walk slowly together, chatting as you go. Talk about anything, but steer the conversation toward romance. Ask his opinions, probe his thoughts, then blurt out a confession without warning. Seriously, what guy could handle that? Zhang Luo felt certain this time would work. Not taking a taxi back? Lin Feng looked surprised. Do you know how far this is from Beike University? Walking back would take hours. But that wasn't the issue. The problem was it was almost 5 o'clock. He promised to walk her home by 5. How could he break his word? Let's walk back. Zhang Luo nodded, already plotting how to keep the conversation flowing on the walk. Seeing Lin Feng start walking ahead, she quickly took a few short steps to catch up, her mind racing with ideas for small talk. Driver to Beijing University of Science and Technology. Divider. Lin Feng had some thoughts about Zhang Luo, but not many. Zhang Luo, already brainstorming 108 ways to get close to Lin Feng. Chapter 22, The First Audience. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Zhang Luo sat in the taxi feeling disoriented. Weren't we supposed to walk back together? How did I end up in a taxi? Don't worry, we'll be there soon. Lin Feng watched Zhang Luo's confused expression, assuming she was worried about getting back to school. So what exactly went wrong? Zhang Luo stared at Lin Feng thoughtfully. She couldn't understand, was it really possible for someone to notice absolutely nothing? You seem off today. Lin Feng stared at Zhang Luo's ever-changing expression. Something was off with this girl today. She used to be so lively. Could it be because of their identities? Lin Feng suddenly realized they were no longer the carefree companions from their student days. Zhang Luo had grown up, and so had he. What's so strange about me? Zhang Luo paid no mind to the confusion on Lin Feng's face, thinking to herself that this blockhead had finally noticed a tiny bit of difference. Your brain's acting weird. Your brain? Zhang Luo nearly choked. What kind of answer was that? Wasn't the standard response supposed to be strangely attractive? It's weirdly sick. Lin Feng racked his brain to come up with a somewhat plausible explanation for Zhang Luo's unusual behavior today. Oof. Zhang Luo rolled her eyes, turned to rest her head against the window, and closed her eyes. She shouldn't have expected anything from Lin Feng. She'd never get him to put in that kind of effort. She'd be better off going back to studying. Zhang Luo turned her head angrily and glared at Lin Feng before deliberately shifting her body to move further away from him, leaning against the window to take a nap. Lin Feng had no idea what he'd said wrong. At a loss for what to do, he sat there sullenly, pondering what exactly he'd done to upset her. Commander, I can't stand watching this anymore. That girl clearly likes you, can't you see it? Xiaoke logged out of the virtual world. It had been watching Lin Feng and Zhang Luo's interactions the whole time. The girl's feelings were written all over her face. She was practically shouting it out loud, yet Lin Feng remained oblivious. Go away, go away. What do you know? Stop talking nonsense. Lin Feng jumped at Xiaoke's sudden outburst. Zhang Luo liked him? How could he not see that? What did an AI system know about affection? Quite right, Commander. The great godfather of science doesn't need love. He only cherishes cold, hard data. To him, nothing is more worthy of devotion than research. After delivering a few sarcastic remarks, Xiaoke retreated back into its digital realm. It was curious about this website. It had warned of risks, but come on, who did it think it was? What risks could possibly stop it? Ignoring the warnings, it continued browsing. Moments later, Xiaoke logged out. It sensed it had been compromised. Commander. Just as Lin Feng pondered how to approach Zhang Luo, Xiaoke suddenly popped up. What is it? Lin Feng's train of thought interrupted. He responded with a hint of impatience. You humans are truly fascinating. Lin Feng was left scratching his head at Xiaoke's cryptic remark, but before he could ask for clarification, Xiaoke had already signed off. Lin Feng still hadn't found the right words to say to Zhang Luo. By the time he snapped back to reality, they had already arrived at Beijing University of Science and Technology. Zhang Luo stormed out of the car, stormed through the campus gates without looking back, leaving Lin Feng with a helpless expression. Maybe she really likes me? But Lin Feng refused to admit it. He felt unworthy of Zhang Luo, such a lovely girl, brilliant academically, and from a good family. In contrast, before the system activated, he had nothing to offer but decent looks. He was utterly helpless in resolving conflicts. But things would be different from now on, right? Next time, I'll take you to see the sea. There was also a fireworks display. Lin Feng didn't voice the latter half of the sentence. Perhaps it was time to face himself and strive for everything he could possess. Due to the spy incident, all researchers had been detained, so the planned celebratory banquet was cancelled. Today, he was accompanying academicians Li Donghai and Wang Hong to meet the president. Li Dongsheng had been waiting for Lin Feng at the Academy of Sciences. However, for Lin Feng's safety, he changed into the same attire as the accompanying personnel before daring to approach the Longqi automobile building. Lin Feng, you still can't be exposed to the public eye. This arrangement is unavoidable. Li Dongsheng, concerned that this arrangement might upset Lin Feng, explained. It's fine, elderly. I don't mind. Lin Feng got into the car with Li Dongsheng. The original meeting location was the People's Grand Hall, but recently, spies from various countries, especially American ones, had been infiltrating China like mad. While Beijing remained the primary target for American spies, no one could guarantee absolute safety at this time. As the saying goes, when the righteous rise, the wicked rise higher. This time, the meeting location was set at an undisclosed spot in Beijing. As the car wound through twists and turns, skyscrapers faded into the distance. Withered, yellowed vegetation began appearing in patches, lending the landscape a desolate feel. After driving further, soldiers armed with rifles came into view, stationed every 5 paces with sentries every 10. At each checkpoint, the convoy underwent thorough inspection. After passing yet another checkpoint, Lin Feng spotted a rather imposing compound nestled atop a barren mountain in the distance. Only his vehicle remained in the convoy, all others had been halted at the final checkpoint. That's the Jingxing Courtyard. Built by a wealthy landowner during the Republic of China era to escape the turmoil of war, it also served as one of the party's primary meeting locations back then. Now it functions as a secret venue for receiving various distinguished guests. Li Dongsheng pointed toward the courtyard, half submerged in withered yellow foliage on the mountainside, explaining to Lin Feng. Only then did Lin Feng realize this courtyard held such a rich history. At the base of the mountain, the vehicles could go no further. Lin Feng and Li Dongsheng stepped out, gazing up at the hundreds of steps ahead. Concern for Li Dongsheng's health flashed through Lin Feng's mind. Don't worry, I'm not at the point where I can't walk yet. Li Dongsheng waved his hand dismissively, signaling Lin Feng not to worry. The staircase, stretching hundreds of meters, was eerily quiet. Not a single guard was stationed there. Beyond the golden canopy of trees, nothing else existed in the private grounds, not even a trace of animal life. When the wind blew, a large pile of withered yellow leaves rustled and fell. The staircase wasn't exceptionally long, yet climbing it left them both slightly breathless. Lin Feng supported Li Dongsheng as they surveyed the courtyard stretching hundreds of square meters below, its terraced layout descending in steps. The ingenuity of its builders inspired quiet admiration. 2 guards stood flanking the dark green wooden gate, seemingly having waited for quite some time. Upon seeing Lin Feng and Li Dongsheng approach, they immediately swung the gate open. The entire compound was constructed of wood. Having weathered nearly a century of storms, it still stood firm. A mountain spring flowed down from the heights, winding its way through the terraced courtyard, cascading gently downward. An elderly man sat within the courtyard, observing them with a kind expression. Wang Hong stood nearby, his posture rigidly upright. Divider. First position warning. No unlock permission command. As the nation's leader, he possessed absolute strategic vision and discernment. When weighing the nation's interests and disadvantages, he always chose the path most beneficial to the country. Yet the pressure and responsibilities borne by the head of state were immense. His body was now nearing its breaking point, yet the succession to the next leader remained uncertain. Chapter 23, Controlled Nuclear Fusion Technology. Greetings, First Leader. I am Lin Feng. Lin Feng bowed respectfully to the elderly man in the black Zhongshan suit before him, then stood rigidly at attention, awaiting the elder's response. Relax. Have a seat. The first leader gestured toward a stone stool in front of him, where several documents lay spread across the table. Lin Feng glanced at Wang Hong, who remained standing ramrod straight, showing no intention of sitting. For a moment, he wasn't sure whether he should sit or not. Never mind him. You two sit down. The head figure picked up the documents in his hand and slid them toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Li Dongsheng sat down, but Lin Feng still felt uneasy. His pupils contracted as he looked at the documents pushed toward him. Investigation report on Lin Feng. A report on the origins of standard mecha processing chips and mechanical armor manufacturing technology. A data report on the artificial intelligence system, Xiaoku. Lin Feng glanced nervously at the leader. He knew these items weren't his to begin with, but surely the leader wouldn't know about Xiaoku's existence, right? Lin Feng calmly opened the file. Investigation report on Lin Feng. No suspicious findings. Report on the origin of standard mecha processing chips and mechanical armor manufacturing technology. Confirmed to be Lin Feng's own research. Data report on the AI system Xiaoku. Possesses advanced intrusion capabilities, currently active within China's networks. Deliberately leaves traces at locations visited. No evidence of classified data breaches. Surveillance recommended. Don't worry about it. These are all standard procedures. The investigation into you began the moment you submitted your application. I'm also delighted that China has a genius like you. The first man smiled warmly, his facial lines deepening his benevolent expression. With a wave of his hand, Wang Hong produced another document and placed it before Lin Feng. Senior Engineer Appointment Document. What's this? Lin Feng looked at the first man with some confusion. I originally intended to present you with the appointment document for academician of the Academy of Sciences, but the Research Institute objected, stating your qualifications are still insufficient. Becoming an academician at such a young age has never occurred in Huagua's history. Unfortunately, I hold no authority over the Academy of Sciences, so I can only offer you this senior engineer appointment document instead. The chairman slowly explained the origins of the document. Though aged, he understood what a mecha was. He had watched the test footage that day. Something capable of directly boosting the nation's hard power in the past. Even if one proclaimed themselves emperor, people would still come begging. Demanding an academician position was hardly unreasonable. It's fine, first seat. I don't mind. Lin Feng hurriedly replied. Truthfully, senior engineer was the second highest scientific position after academician, and he was quite satisfied with it. He was confident he could earn the academician title with more effort. It was a sure thing. He didn't believe that after presenting controllable nuclear fusion, he wouldn't secure that position. Then what else do you desire? I'll do my best to grant it. The first pondered for a moment before speaking. He felt that a senior engineer title was practically nothing to Lin Feng. If possible, I'd like some money? Lin Feng pondered seriously. Today, when he went out with Jian Luo, she had paid for everything. It wasn't that he wouldn't pay, he genuinely didn't have any money. His family could only be described as barely affluent, and Lin Feng wanted to ease his parents' financial burden a little. That's certainly no problem. How much do you need? The chief inquired with a friendly smile. 10 million? Lin Feng had actually considered asking for 100 million, but he knew he'd need funds for the upcoming chip collaboration. Worried it might look greedy, he settled for 10 million. 10 million? The first man exclaimed in surprise. Then 100,000? Thinking he'd overbid, Lin Feng quickly lowered his offer. At least 500 million, right? The first man looked at Lin Feng with some surprise. He had braced himself for Lin Feng to name a high price, but hadn't expected him to be so restrained. 50 billion it is. Rounded up to a nice round number, 100 billion. Wang Hong, go get the money for Lin Feng. The leader didn't wait for Lin Feng to speak again before arranging everything. In truth, 10 billion was still on the low side, but this was merely a reward. The royalties for Lin Feng's technology patents would still need to be paid separately. What are your plans moving forward? The leader inquired again. If Lin Feng had no immediate plans, he would arrange for him to pursue advanced studies at the Military Science and Technology Institute. After all, genius must not be wasted. Next, I plan to research controlled nuclear fusion. Lin Feng paused briefly before stating firmly. The construction of Unit 1 had required the nation's most advanced power equipment to complete within a month. But how many such facilities existed nationwide? His primary mission still awaited completion. Thus, research into controlled nuclear fusion could not wait. Controlled nuclear fusion? The leader seemed skeptical but refrained from questioning Lin Feng directly. Correct. And I already possess the complete theoretical framework. Lin Feng pulled a USB drive from his pocket. Controlled nuclear fusion was indispensable for any mission, as it represented an inexhaustible energy source, the very foundation for mecha power. Xiao Fu, bring the computer over. The sky had grown dark, and bright lights illuminated the courtyard. A guard rushed in carrying a portable military-grade computer. Lin Feng skillfully inserted the USB drive, located the file, and opened it. Wang Hong, take a look. The first person present wasn't particularly knowledgeable about scientific research, and Li Dongxing's specialty wasn't nuclear engineering either. So, aside from Lin Feng, only Wang Hong had expertise in this field. Upon hearing the command, Wang Hong sat down at the computer and began reviewing the files. Using the immense transition energy of intermediate states to experiment with ultra-high temperature ignition? That's pure fantasy. Genius Lin Feng, you're an absolute genius. This is nothing short of a stroke of genius. How did you even come up with this? Halfway through, Wang Hong was stunned by the wildly unconventional approach and the technical theory. Controlled nuclear fusion, proposed in the 20th century, had been the relentless pursuit of countless scientists ever since. Currently, the longest controlled fusion reaction achieved internationally lasted only 500 seconds, with enormous energy losses. Yet true controlled fusion technology represented a path to energy independence. Modern society relies on petroleum, the lifeblood of industry, to survive. Yet fossil fuels are unevenly distributed globally, with most reserves buried deep beneath the ocean floor, making extraction difficult. China's own oil reserves are insufficient to sustain national operations, forcing the country to import massive quantities annually at considerable expense. However, with a controlled nuclear fusion device, we could possess an inexhaustible energy source. 1 liter of seawater could generate energy equivalent to 300 liters of oil. So this plan is feasible, right? The leader asked Wang Hong, whose face was aglow with excitement. Though he wasn't versed in scientific research, he understood what controlled nuclear fusion represented: a powerful technology capable of transforming a nation's comprehensive strength. It requires calculations, but the feasibility is very high. Wang Hong forced himself to look away from the computer screen. This method seemed wildly imaginative and impractical, yet perhaps it really could work? Let's go to the Academy of Sciences. The leader stood up. He needed to confirm this was real. China desperately needed to demonstrate its strength. Divider. Controlled nuclear fusion technology, SSS-level classified. This was a technology capable of truly transforming civilization. It could allow present-day blue star civilization to leapfrog over the nuclear era and enter a transitional phase between nuclear and quantum civilizations. Chapter 24, Project 5 established. First Leader, why are you here? Wang Yuxing was monitoring the operation of Tianshan 2 in the central control room when he heard the door open. Turning around, he saw the first-in-command entering with several others. Are you busy here? If so, I'll head to the Academy of Engineering. The first one walked in holding a USB drive and asked. Huagua possessed 2 supercomputers. Tianshan 2 resided at the Academy of Sciences, while Tianshan I was housed at the Academy of Engineering. Half of our computing power is currently allocated to Project 4. Otherwise, things are running smoothly. Wang Yuxing reported, curious what could have prompted the chief to personally visit the control room of Tianshan 2. Run the calculations on this USB drive for me. The chief handed the USB drive to Wang Yuxing. Understood. What project is this? Wang Yuxing took the USB drive and asked as he walked. Projects requiring the supreme leader's personal calculations were rare. One was the nuclear bomb formula calculations during the nation's founding back when supercomputers didn't exist. The supreme leader had watched every researcher repeatedly compute it on an abacus. Another was the satellite launch program, which the supreme leader had also personally supervised. Each project represented a qualitative leap in Huagua's technology. What could it be this time? Controlled nuclear fusion. The chief's voice betrayed an unmistakable thrill. Controlled nuclear fusion. Wang Yuxing thought he'd misheard and nearly dropped the USB drive from his trembling hands. He turned back to look at the chief, his disbelief palpable. Correct. Calculate it immediately. The leader urged Wang Yuxing without a moment's delay. Wang Yuxing plugged the USB drive into the port. Instantly, several computer screens lit up, beginning to analyze and calculate the files within the drive. Wang Yuxing operated the computer, swiftly inputting several commands. More screens lit up, displaying strings of text and formulas as calculations raced across the displays. 9 hours 42 minutes and 21 seconds, commencing Phase 1 calculations. Computation failed. Increase processing speed by 5%. 9 hours 51 minutes and 3 seconds, initiating second stage calculations. Computation failed. Increase processing speed by 10%. 9 hours 57 minutes and 42 seconds. 10 hours 12 minutes and 27 seconds, initiating 7th stage calculations. Computation successful. Commencing calculations. I didn't expect Tianshan 2 to require 45% of its computational capacity just to initiate calculations. This technology is truly valuable. Wang Yuxing began to believe in the authenticity of this technology. The fact that it required nearly half of Tianshan 2's computational capacity to initiate the calculation was something no other technology in China could currently achieve. Calculation complete. Duration, 1 hour and 3 minutes. Total iterations, 5. Feasibility rate, 99%. Wang Yuxing stared at the calculation results displayed on the screen and exclaimed in disbelief. This was controlled nuclear fusion. Lin Feng, you will lead this project. Request whatever you need. Wang Yuxing, you will plan the project. Request any resources or equipment you require. Recruit any personnel you need. If anyone refuses or fails to comply, report it to me immediately. I have urgent matters to attend to and must leave now. A guard whispered something into the leader's ear. The leader's expression sharpened, and after hurriedly issuing instructions, he departed. Lin Feng? Which academician is that? Wang Yuxing, a veteran researcher, had been assigned to oversee the control room due to a lack of recent projects. He assumed another academician had been appointed. Hello, Professor Wang. I'm Lin Feng. Only then did Wang Yuxing notice that following the chief in were not just Wang Hong and Li Dongsheng, but also this young man. You're Lin Feng? Did you develop this? China's scientific history could be summed up in 4 words: shared journey. Rarely did a researcher develop a project entirely alone. Of course, those who did achieve such feats became renowned figures, examples like the 2 bombs, 1 satellite program, or the father of rice. But for such a young researcher to develop technology capable of revolutionizing the world was nothing short of astonishing. Yes, Professor Wang. Lin Feng answered respectfully. While Wang Yuxing might not be a household name outside certain circles, everyone was familiar with the maritime powerhouse, the aircraft carrier. The man before him was none other than the chief designer of China's first aircraft carrier, Wang Yuxing. I'm only in my 40s, not that old. Just call me Uncle Wang. Wang Yuxing waved his hand dismissively. He stepped closer to Lin Feng, scrutinizing him from head to toe. He observed the steady rise and fall of his breath, neither hurried nor agitated, and the firm yet measured placement of his feet. He then studied Lin Feng's features, noting his composed demeanor, neither arrogant nor reckless. You remind me of myself when I was young. Wang Yusung patted Lin Feng's shoulder and laughed heartily. Oh, come on. You see everyone as a younger version of yourself. Li Dongxing interjected from the side, his eyes fixed intently on the computational report on the screen, as if he could see right through it. He slowly shifted his gaze to Lin Feng, who was chatting and laughing with Wang Yuxing. China's future looked promising. Lin Feng had only mentioned a few equipment requirements to Wang Yuxing. Wang patted his chest, promising to handle it personally. As for the other resources, equipment, and research personnel, Wang Yuxing wasted no time in making preparations. By the time Lin Feng finished handling the next batch of tasks, it would be about time to kick off the project. Lin Feng left the Academy of Sciences by car. Li Dongxing had arranged the best single room at Huaca Academy for him to crash in for the night. Lin Feng accepted without hesitation. All he wanted was a good night's sleep. While Lin Feng slept soundly, the Academy of Sciences was abuzz with excitement. Tonight marked the establishment of Project Number 5. Project launches were commonplace at the Academy, but a project designated solely by a number like this was a rare occurrence, seen perhaps once every few decades. Such projects were typically highly classified, and critical participation meant instant recognition and prestige. Whenever one launched, researchers fought tooth and nail to secure a spot. Project 4 had launched 5 years prior, drawing nearly all of China's scientists to the capital city of Jingdu. Project 4 was unprecedented in scope, yet its 5-year timeline spoke volumes about its immense difficulty. Now, with Project 5 launched, all researchers are eager to join. Scientists from across the country have already received word and are heading toward Kyoto. Lin Feng remained unaware of all this, calmly conversing with the Lord of Dreams. The Lungsan Commercial Partnership Conference would convene in 3 days. The military representative, Zhongxing Corporation, had invited industry giants. At that time, the major players would gather in Kyoto for a press conference, a powerful counterattack against the Western ship blockade. The day before the conference, Gu Suping arrived from Xincheng. He now had an additional task and brought Lin Feng his personal bodyguard, Lin Chen. There's a spy among the researchers. From him, we learned that the US has already launched an investigation into you. But rest assured, the confidentiality measures are solid. You haven't been exposed yet. Gu Suping paused before continuing. You know Huang Yan, right? He's dead. Divider. Project Number 4 top secret. This is a covert research initiative. Even the top brass remain unaware of its true purpose. 5 years have passed since its inception, yet the project remains unfinished. The United States has repeatedly attempted to infiltrate it, but all efforts have yielded nothing. The only way we can learn its nature is to wait for it to reveal itself. Chapter 25, the press conference begins. You mean Professor Huang? Actually, quite a lot had happened recently. The incident involving Huang Yan felt like it had happened years ago. If Gu Suping hadn't brought it up, Lin Feng wouldn't have known about it. Exactly. Half a month ago, he went to the United States and was framed by spies. The funds in his account were drained. Since he was connected to you, we suspect the Americans have traced it back to you. That's why Lin Chen will now serve as your bodyguard and stand in. Only after Gu Suping finished speaking did Lin Feng glance at the plainclothes man standing nearby with a look of surprise. Judging by his features, he bore a striking resemblance to Lin Feng, about 70% similar, and was roughly the same height. Understood. I'm Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and extended his hand toward the plainclothes man. Lin Chen. Lin Chen swiftly grasped Lin Feng's hand, though his tone remained cool. His demeanor suggested this was simply a matter of personality. Also, the military headquarters has some concerns about you lately. Gu Suping recalled how those generals had grabbed his arm, complaining over and over. Why would the military have issues with me? Lin Feng was genuinely puzzled. He didn't recall having much interaction with the military headquarters. It's all about that mech. Wan Hong took it to the Army Command Headquarters for testing and even invited the Air Force and Navy commanders to observe. That really stirred up a hornet's nest. Gu Suping recalled the scene with lingering dread. Lin Feng hadn't been present then, so the mech could only execute basic commands. Even so, it was astonishing. The entire experimental base was stunned. Wielding a colossal plasma lightsaber, the mech swung it a few times in place and sliced off an entire mountaintop. The Air Force and Navy commanders were furious. They demanded to know where this thing came from, why they hadn't been informed during its construction, and whether there were any more like it. The army commander, however, was overjoyed, making the other two commanders seethe with envy. When they heard you built it, they demanded why you hadn't given them a fair chance to compete for it, instead handing the mech over to the army without a word. Gu Suping let out a long sigh. When Wang Hong saw the situation turning sour, he'd bolted immediately, leaving only him, the relevant personnel, surrounded by over a dozen officers demanding answers. Ha ha! Lin Feng chuckled upon hearing the story. So that was the reason. Truthfully, when he'd built Gaia, he'd considered creating all three of the Heisei trio, but due to certain concerns, the current Gaia wasn't even called Gaia anymore, it was designated Unit 1. Lin Feng thought for a moment before speaking. Tonight I'll send you 2 models. Have them build according to these specs. Then I'll give you 3 more models, distribute them to the research institutes of the Army, Navy, and Air Force respectively. Let them study them directly. Oh, and get Unit 1 back for me. Why is that? Gu Suping was baffled. Why retrieve Unit 1? Unit 1's appearance isn't quite suited for military use. Let the military departments build their own mechs. As for Unit 1, it'll be put into mech conscription service. Lin Feng had a plan forming in his mind. In this era, mechs were likely to spend long periods gathering dust. It made more sense to put them to other uses, escort duties, exhibitions, and the like. After all, he held ultimate control over them, they couldn't escape. Mechs discharged from the service system will have their weapon systems uniformly destroyed by the military headquarters before being released to civilian use for commercial purposes. Lin Feng outlined his plan. That makes sense, but the final decision rests with the military headquarters. I'll go ask them about it. Gu Suping nodded, finding Lin Feng's approach seemingly feasible. Thanks for your help. Lin Feng also had a sudden realization. If the Mecha Empire's mission had to be completed within a year, relying solely on the military's industrial capabilities, he couldn't guarantee success. Therefore, additional support was needed, such as from military industrial enterprises. Lin Feng sent the mecha model data to Gu Suping, along with data for several other mecha models. The commander refuses to include the mecha in the recruitment video. That evening, Wang Hong sought out Lin Feng, his tone tinged with regret. He had previously assured Lin Feng that the mecha would be featured in the recruitment video. Because of its appearance? Lin Feng had already anticipated the outcome. Exactly. Wang Hong nodded. The commander had told him the appearance didn't meet requirements, and the commander had looked genuinely regretful. He had wanted to include the mech in the recruitment video, but unfortunately. Then we'll just have to wait a little longer. Lin Feng said helplessly. However, the commander has approved your proposal for a mech conscription system. Gu Suping moved quickly. He left in the afternoon, and news came by evening. When Wang Hong arrived, he received a call from the commander, who specifically addressed the mecha conscription system. That's good news. Lin Feng felt Gaia was better suited for exhibition purposes. However, with Huagua set to flex its muscles in a few days, Gaia would have to serve its military duty first. Since Gaia wouldn't be joining the military, Lin Feng could use it for many things, like taking Zhang Luo on a world tour. Just thinking about it sounded pretty great. The night passed without incident. The press conference was scheduled for 8 p.m. The military had initially wanted to wrap things up in the morning and leave, but considering the evening would draw a larger audience, and the CEOs of the other companies strongly recommended an 8 p.m. start, the time was set accordingly. The entire event would be broadcast live, accessible on every platform nationwide. What kind of press conference is this? On such a massive scale? You idiot upstairs, didn't you see it says chip up there? Speaking of chips, I heard the West imposed a chip blockade on us. Hopefully they'll unveil a solid chip. Domestic chips have been pretty underwhelming lately. With the state-level press conference underway, major platforms naturally scrambled to feature it prominently on their homepages, drawing a flood of netizens to tune in. As the time approached, executives from various companies began arriving one after another. Wait, isn't that Mr. Ma? He's here too? That's Ren the boss, HW New Zealand dollars. Isn't that the CEO of ZTE? Why is he here too? Even arms dealers need to cultivate their artistic sensibilities. Just here for fun. Exactly at 8 p.m. sharp, the press conference commenced. Good evening, everyone. I'm Zhao Lirong, CEO of ZTE Corporation. It's an honor to. Zhao Lirong delivered some polished opening remarks before pausing abruptly. Next, we present our latest product, the ZTE ZT1 smartphone. As soon as Zhao finished speaking, Lin Feng, who was drinking water below the stage, spit it out in shock. CEOs from other companies glared angrily at Zhao on stage. Shameful. Wasn't it supposed to be a chip launch? Damn it, he's going to sell like crazy this time. Zhao Lirong, I'll-Fing. All the CEOs knew what was supposed to be unveiled at this conference. They'd bought up data traffic and hyped it up to the max, all to show off how many chip production lines they'd secured exclusive rights to. But this Zhao Lirong had snatched the spotlight to launch his new phone? How could they possibly accept that? I'm curious, what kind of phones can you build in China without chips? Divider. Mech Military Service System. This military service system was proposed in 2031. All mechs must mandatorily adhere to the mech military service system. Each mech undergoes a 10-year service term, subject to shortening or extension based on circumstances. Mechs exiting the system must have all weapon systems dismantled before being permitted for civilian commercial use. Chapter 26, Doubt. The statement sent shockwaves through the room. Many turned to see who dared make such a bold claim, only to find a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man sitting with his legs crossed, looking down his nose at Zhao Lirong on stage. I don't recall inviting Apple Incorporated to attend this launch event. Zhao Lirong frowned at the American man. Fruit Company had long been a titan in the mobile phone industry, possessing its own chip manufacturing and operating systems. It was highly unlikely they would attend a domestic launch event. It is indeed my fault for inviting you uninvited. However, I've heard your company now possesses chips manufactured independently in China. I'm curious, how do these so-called domestically produced Chinese chips compare to our American S1 chips? Jobs emphasized the words domestically manufactured heavily, his expression saying, let's see what you can actually produce. But this attitude sent the audience into an uproar. What the hell? Uninvited? Let's be honest, I think our domestically manufactured chips might get crushed by the US S1 chip. Makes sense. In recent years, domestic phones have relied too heavily on foreign chips. Few phone manufacturers dare to independently research chips. At the end of the day, it's our own chip. We should at least support it. I disagree. While I want to support them, without chips, Huawei phones cost thousands. For that money, I'd rather buy an Apple. The poster above is right. Our country is too weak in this area. In that case, let's proceed with the chip launch event. Zhao Lirong wanted to make a quick buck before the chip launch, but Caiabas's remarks were truly over the line. If you're asking for it, don't blame me for being blunt. Today, we unveil China's latest chip development, the Lungsun. Zhao Lirong pressed the remote control in his hand. A small chip appeared on the large screen behind him, looking much like an ordinary chip, with the characters Lungsun intricately engraved on its surface. Lungsun is an independently researched intelligent chip developed by our nation. It possesses absolute proprietary rights. Both its industrial application and underlying technological theory were entirely self-developed by China. Before Zhao Lirong could finish, Xiao Bus interrupted with a derisive snort. The sudden sound in the quiet venue sparked murmurs among the crowd, and Zhao Lirong glared at Xiao Bus. My dear Mr. Zhao, I mean no offense, but it's just rather amusing. Xiao Bus covered his mouth with his hand, seemingly eager for everyone to see how amused he was. That Xiao Bus is being rather disrespectful, isn't he? But I think what Mr. Zhao said is even more ridiculous. Fully independently manufacturing chips is completely impossible, right? I don't quite get it. Could someone explain what's so funny? Let me explain. Today's chip superpowers are divided into three major nations, the United States, Gaul, and the German Empire. These three countries hold 80% of the world's chip technology and equipment, and they're also the main nations imposing chip embargoes on China. If you want to develop independent chips, you need to draw on their technology and equipment. The equipment capable of producing high-performance chips is largely in their hands, so complete independence is simply impossible. So why did Zhao Lirong claim complete autonomy? Does he take us for fools? Zhao Lirong understood exactly what Xiao Bus was thinking. In the past, he wouldn't have dared claim the chips were entirely self-developed. But after personally inspecting the production line yesterday, he realized Lungsun's manufacturing equipment was fundamentally different from other chip production facilities. It far surpassed the so-called high-end foreign equipment in both quality and efficiency, producing virtually no defective products. Lungsun has abandoned traditional ion implantation methods, adopting an entirely new hybrid ion process for which it developed custom manufacturing equipment. The large screen shifted again, displaying a video of a production line. Those familiar with the industry will notice that Lungsun's production line differs entirely from others, employing equipment distinct from traditional manufacturing systems. Zhao Lirong shut off the video. In truth, the equipment shown was irrelevant. The crucial element was the 1-nanometer lithography machine, which absolutely must not be exposed. Answer bot? Come out now. Here I am. Currently, all chips worldwide including the latest S1 chip use production lines that are largely similar. So the manufacturing processes for each chip are essentially the same. However, the equipment in the video is entirely novel. I can't imagine how these machines produce chips, but it clearly shows Lungsun is truly manufacturing everything independently. Can chips produced by such utterly incomprehensible manufacturing processes really be put into practical use? Xiao Bus remained skeptical. He believed this was a ruse to circumvent chip embargoes, and the Chip Alliance had already placed its trust in China, recently shipping large quantities of cutting-edge chips there. His purpose in coming here was to expose China's so-called independent chip scam, ensuring that China's mobile phone market would eventually belong entirely to him. Mr. Xiao Bus, your uninvited presence is one thing I can overlook. But if you persist in making disrespectful remarks during this presentation, I must ask you to leave immediately. Zhao Lirong felt a surge of anger at Xiao Bus's persistent interruptions, but to maintain his composure, he refrained from taking drastic measures. Xiao Bus's expression darkened, yet inwardly he felt a tinge of satisfaction. He believed Zhao Lirong's anger stemmed from his remarks hitting a nerve. Next, let us introduce the performance of this chip. Zhao Lirong shot a dismissive glance at Xiao Bus below the stage. The wolf of the chip market was about to emerge. After extensive testing, Lungsen achieves a peak processing speed of 83 trillion operations per second and a sustained processing speed of 47 trillion operations per second. It can simultaneously power 3,700 high-end computers. The words fell like thunder, silencing the hall so completely that a pin dropping could be heard. The sheer shock of Zhao Lirong's announcement was palpable. Mr. Zhao, if I heard correctly, that's 83 trillion operations per second, correct? President Ma was the first to recover, rising to his feet to ask. Yes, Mr. Ma. I might add that academician Li Dongsheng also contributed to this chip. Zhao Lirong smiled faintly before dropping another bombshell. Tianxin too was renowned overseas, and as its chief designer, academician Li Dongsheng was a household name. It was he who had elevated China's supercomputers to the pinnacle of global achievement. Academician Li was involved in this research? That seals the deal. Am I the only one finding this hard to believe? Tianxin 2 only runs at 43 quadrillion calculations per second. This little chip can do 83 quadrillion? The previous comment makes sense, but surely they wouldn't use this for fraud? Who knows? Whatever he says goes, and we can't verify it on the spot. Sure enough, Xiao Bus had anticipated this. Rising slowly, he asked. Mr. Zhao, forgive my boldness, but how do you prove it can reach 83 quadrillion operations per second? Chapter 27, Humiliating Xiao Bus. Xiao Bus again. Zhao Lirong was so furious his eyes could spit fire. But since you're so eager to court death, I'll grant you your wish. Since none of you believe it, I'll demonstrate for everyone. Zhao Lirong flashed a devilish grin and pressed the button in his hand. The giant screen behind him instantly fragmented into countless smaller panels. This massive screen behind me is composed of 3,700 computer monitors, all powered by a single chip, the Lungsen chip. Zhao Lirong pressed another button in his hand. Two screens rose from beneath his feet, allowing all the audience members to see the display. A small device housed a single chip, connected by countless wires. These wires converged at a central point, entering conduits that branched out to connect with various computers. To prevent accusations of deception, this experiment will be conducted transparently. Of course, if that still doesn't convince you, you're welcome to visit the backstage area to verify its authenticity for yourselves. Zhao Lirong deliberately emphasized the word some people, the implication clear. Xiao Bus naturally understood Zhao Lirong's veiled criticism, but he refused to believe a single chip could control 3,700 computers. He immediately stood up and headed toward the backstage area. Renfei, Ma Zong, and other industry leaders also rose and headed toward the backstage area, followed by the journalists trailing behind the bigwigs. The wiring was densely packed yet meticulously organized, each cable clearly labeled with the computer it connected to. Following the cables step by step, everyone observed that every single wire was precisely connected to its designated computer. Not a single cable was misplaced, and even the power cords were clearly marked and displayed before them. Poof! Finding not a single flaw, Xiao Bus gave a cold snort and walked out of the backstage area. Seeing the precise labeling, the others also emerged, satisfied. Since none of you have any objections, let's begin the experiment. Zhao Lirong issued the command over the walkie-talkie. 3,700 computer screens began displaying game interfaces, all the most resource-intensive titles currently available. To ensure everyone could verify the experiment's authenticity, each computer screen's operation was broadcast live. Look at those screens on the right, they've started a League of Legends match. What's LOL? Look at those 100 screens up top, they're all running PUBG matches, and every single one has top-tier graphics with zero lag or frame drops. Unbelievable. This chip can actually power 3,700 computers simultaneously. Mr. Zhao, you're a legend. I trust you've witnessed Lungsen's true capabilities. I hereby declare that Lungsen chips will replace S1 chips as the world's most advanced processors. If anyone disagrees, bring your chips and challenge Lungsen head-to-head. Zhao Lirong burst into laughter as he watched Xiao Bus, whose face had turned as black as coal, standing below the stage. Xiao Bus, unwilling to endure further humiliation, rose abruptly, brushing aside the journalists' questions, and fled through the doors in disarray. Now let's proceed with our transaction. This chip production line has only 5,000 units, each capable of producing 1 million chips annually. No sooner had Zhao Lirong finished speaking than the assembled executives began murmuring among themselves. 1 million chips per year was undoubtedly a high yield. Before they could finish their discussion, Renfei stood up. 1,000 lines. 500 billion. Renfei had made up his mind. If HW could secure these chips, the company would be reborn, rising once more to become the top mobile phone enterprise in China and indeed, the world. 1,000 lines, 50 billion. General Manager Ma raised his bid card, leaving the other executives in a quandary. With these two companies claiming 2,000 lines, the remaining 3,000 wouldn't be enough to go around. While the executives fought over the production lines, Lin Feng had already left the conference. He had observed the entire proceedings as an outsider. His concern was solely whether the price was reasonable. When Lin Feng announced 1,000 lines for 500 billion, there was no need for him to stay any longer. The price was significantly higher than expected, but it was still within a reasonable range. If all these production lines sold, Lin Feng could secure over 200 billion yuan, a substantial sum. The Lungsun launch concluded, sparking nationwide buzz. With Lungsun, the mobile industry could produce superior cutting-edge devices, even impacting the computer sector. Phone companies capitalized on the hype, promoting their latest flagship models, each inevitably featuring the words Lungsun. Even foreign companies sought to purchase Lungsun chips, but the first batch was naturally reserved for domestic supply. These foreign firms could only hope to secure Lungsun chips next year, if at all. Lungsun's explosive success dealt a blow to the Western chip alliance. With China now possessing its own high-end chips, demand for their products plummeted. Many pending orders were cancelled, and they lost China's chip market entirely. The proceeds from chip sales quickly arrived in Lin Feng's account. He used 100 billion yuan to establish a company named Jiangfeng Mecha Technology Company Limited. This company was dedicated to mecha research. Lin Feng decided to incorporate the Heisei trio under the Jiangfeng umbrella and released a video with the Academy of Sciences that same day. Jiangfeng Technology Company Limited and the Academy of Sciences have jointly developed a new intelligent weapon. The video instantly went viral across the internet. In it, a tall, black-shrouded object moved across an endless plain. Though completely obscured by darkness, its blurred outline still hinted at its form. That's a mecha, right? It absolutely has to be a mecha. I don't think it's possible. We'll never see such a revolutionary weapon in our lifetime. Based on the surroundings, the object appears to be about 50 meters tall. What kind of weapon is 50 meters tall? Not only that, it can move and it's not slow either. Am I the only one wondering if this Jiangfeng Mecha Technology Company Limited is that company? I looked it up. It's a newly registered micro-enterprise. With a registered capital of 100 billion, you call it a micro-enterprise? Netizens were buzzing about Jiangfeng Enterprise. But with a registered capital of 100 billion, the founder must be no ordinary figure. Unfortunately, nothing could be found about them. To me, this video is just sensationalism. I think it's purely Jiangfeng Enterprise trying to build its reputation. Has the government stopped funding the Academy of Sciences? Have they sunk so low they have to partner with private enterprises? The online sentiment shifted in an instant from initial skepticism to outright condemnation. The Academy of Sciences' official website was overwhelmed by traffic and had to be temporarily shut down. Jiangfeng Enterprise, lacking an official site, narrowly escaped the backlash. Didn't they say the US is planning joint military exercises with us? We should roll out the mechs for them to see. Divider. Jiangfeng Mecha Technology Company Limited. As the world's first mecha technology company, its founder possesses all the core technologies for top-tier mecha, enabling it to stand tall on Blue Star for countless years. Chapter 28, Joint Military Exercises. Across the ocean. Tris, I want to see what's behind these black blobs. President Xie stared at the video of the new weapon Lin Feng had released yesterday. Mr. President, the object in this video has been pixelated after being redacted. We have no way of seeing its true form. Tris held the report in his hand. To be honest, he didn't think it was anything particularly remarkable. Can we make any educated guesses about what it is? President Xie asked again, deeply concerned that China might unveil another game-changing innovation. After all, the Lungsun chip alone had already sent the entire world into a frenzy. We've run multiple simulations. Currently, only the mecha option meets the requirements. The intelligence hub had run multiple physical simulations on the black, indistinct object, and currently, only a mecha could match the data. Mecha? Yes, Mr. President. You may refer to Pacific Rim for reference. The mecha featured in Pacific Rim are globally renowned, representing the most ideal mecha design currently conceivable. To my knowledge, China lacks the capability to manufacture mechs, correct? President Xie's gaze held an ambiguous expression. A mountain of documents had piled up on his desk, yet he showed no inclination to address them. That is correct. Not only does China lack this capability, but projections indicate no nation will be able to manufacture mecha within the next century. Tris stood tall, his voice brimming with conviction. While the Dragon Core chip might have been a stroke of luck, mechs were utterly impossible. Neural unit linking remained an insurmountable technological barrier. Prepare for military exercises. America's standing must not be compromised. President Xie stood up, tossing all the documents on his desk into the trash bin. Such trivial matters were beneath his attention. The United States has decided to conduct joint military exercises with the Izhou military in the Izhou Strait on November 3. The New York Times. The United States stated that Izhou possesses autonomous military authority. As a long-standing ally of the Taiwan Provincial Party, the United States has an obligation to assist Izhou in enhancing its military capabilities. China General News. It is reported that the United States has deployed 2 aircraft carriers, 15 cruisers, and several destroyers to the Ijo Strait. Prussian Daily. The US swiftly released the announcement, prompting immediate coverage by global media. News of the US military exercises in the Ijo Strait rapidly spread across most of the world. The United States is openly defying us. Then let's fight. Deploy the Liaoning and Qilu carriers, mobilize all cruisers, and recall all destroyers without assigned missions. That's putting all our assets on the line. Your approach won't work. I'll say this once, deploy or don't deploy. If you don't, I'll swim to the Ijo Strait myself to block them. Chaos erupted at the naval headquarters. Caught off guard by the US's sudden military exercises, they were reeling. Just days ago, they'd been proclaiming the US and China as friendly allies, and now, in the blink of an eye, it was all forgotten. Quiet, everyone. The commander is here. A naval officer with 3 gold stars on his shoulders entered. His name was Fu Sheng. His family had served in the military for generations. Now 50 years old, he had spent most of his life in military camps. What's all this noise? Why should we stop arguing? Fu Sheng slammed his cap down on the table. The officers, who had been arguing heatedly moments before, sat up straight as if he hadn't addressed them at all. Gentlemen, this is a provocation by the United States and a test for our Chinese Navy. I have secured approval from higher command. Our mandate is clear: we must intercept the American fleet before it enters international waters. Share your thoughts. Fu Sheng sat down, observing the officers sitting stiffly at attention, then waved his hand. The officers, seeing Fu Sheng wave his hand, instantly returned to their original demeanor. If you ask me, it's all about brute force. Whatever numbers they bring, we'll match them. One officer slammed his fist on the table and shouted. This is a military exercise with the United States, it's practically war. I say we should bring out more. Exactly. Do you think the Americans tell the truth? Why not deploy our nuclear submarines and the Dingjun 10? Catch them off guard. Forget the Dingjun 10. That thing carries nuclear warheads, it's too much for an exercise. But the nuclear submarines are worth considering. Fu Sheng watched the officers debate for over an hour, sipping tea as he sat to the side. Only when they grew weary did he set down his cup and pull a document from his breast pocket. Deploying 2 carriers is highly unlikely. We only have a handful of carriers. Sending out half of them at once won't get approval from higher-ups. As for the cruisers, most are already deployed on missions. Only 12 are currently available. Forget the nuclear submarines, who knows which ocean they're lurking in? Recalling them now wouldn't be in time. Fu Sheng laid out the reality. The officers lowered their heads. Though China had developed rapidly in recent years, making strides in military capabilities, it still lagged behind the United States, an established developed nation. The gap was even wider in naval power. The US currently possessed 20 aircraft carriers, while China had only 4. However, he continued, I have managed to secure something rather valuable. Fu Sheng smiled faintly as he produced another document and passed it down the line. The first officer to examine it stared wide-eyed at the text, seemingly unable to believe what he was reading. Is this real? The deployment document for Mecha Unit 1 participating in military exercises. The immense destructive power demonstrated during the Gaia experiment was undeniable, a rarity in today's world. But such a weapon shouldn't be classified, should it? How could it be casually deployed for a military exercise? Alright, now we just wait for the military exercise to officially begin. The nation had considered keeping the mecha classified, but with increasing mecha production anticipated, maintaining secrecy for such massive units proved inherently difficult. Compounded by the United States' relentless efforts to probe its capabilities, the decision was made to forego secrecy. While criticism might follow, the stance remained clear: I possess it, therefore I rule. This spot will serve as the mecha production base. In the desert, Lin Feng surveyed the vast Gobi landscape that seemed tailor-made for him. The base was hollowed out beneath, giving the illusion of floating. By constructing the facility within this hollowed space and applying special coloring, it would blend seamlessly with the surrounding Gobi terrain. The construction posed certain challenges, but money solved everything. For hazardous areas, robotic arms would handle the job. Lin Feng immediately recruited several renowned construction teams. Initially, they hesitated to venture into the desert, but faced with Lin Feng's enormous financial incentives, they all bowed their heads. Lin Feng, is this what it means to be rich? Divider. Top secret files. In 1833, luminous dots were discovered in a valley somewhere in Qilu. However, due to underdeveloped transportation at the time, reports passed through multiple layers of county, prefectural, and provincial authorities. The emperor of the era expressed disbelief in the matter, leading to its shelving. Today, it remains impossible to verify. Chapter 29, On the Brink. The news of the United States conducting military exercises in the Ijo Strait sparked outrage among the Chinese populace, who rallied to voice their national indignation. This is China's South China Sea. 5 transport ships with a combined displacement of 100,000 tons and numerous smaller vessels have assembled. Ram those Americans to death. A video went viral overnight, showing transport ships emblazoned with the Chinese national flag. As far as the eye could see, the entire bay was awash in the crimson of China. Bro, I'll drive my car onto the ship to add to the tonnage. Hang me on the bow, I'll ram them to death with my head. I built a small bamboo raft and am already heading down the Yangtze River. Hey, if you pass through Lushui, can you pick me up? No problem, bro. Remember to grab some food. I left in such a rush I didn't bring anything. The internet was flooded with videos of citizens vowing to defend their homeland at all costs, some even resorting to extreme measures. Had there not been a large-scale military draft at this stage, recruitment websites would have been overwhelmed. As netizens' actions escalated, the government was forced to respond. The nation understands the sentiments of our people and takes the so-called joint military exercises by the United States extremely seriously. The Huaguo Navy has completed its military preparations for these exercises. With the support of our citizens, we are confident of victory. The Chinese Navy headquarters released a video showing the Liaoning aircraft carrier gliding across the shimmering, boundless blue sea. It was surrounded by over a dozen cruisers in formation, while numerous destroyers accelerated through the waves in the distance. When the people have faith, the nation has strength. But the US has deployed 2 aircraft carriers. Why did we only send 1? Same question. It looks impressive, but we're still outnumbered by the US. Let me explain. Currently, the nation has only 4 aircraft carriers. The Chilu and Bayman are deployed to the Arctic and Antarctic respectively, while the Nanue is stationed in the Middle East. Only the Liaoning is available domestically. As for the cruisers, most are permanently assigned to specific maritime zones and cannot be redeployed. Excluding those on active missions, only about a dozen are available. The destroyers are another matter, they're all in good condition. So you're saying we're at a disadvantage? Let me put it this way, unless a natural disaster strikes, victory is unlikely. The US is a long-standing technological powerhouse with formidable military expertise. Moreover, the carriers deployed this time are their latest nuclear-powered models. Forget it, I'll just build a small bamboo raft to boost our numbers. After the state's announcement, netizens barely had time to rejoice before the harsh reality left them frowning. Aren't they just conducting military exercises with Izhou? What does that have to do with us? Are you out of your mind? The US fleet is heading straight for the Izhou Strait. So what? Izhou Strait is our territorial waters. So what? It won't cost us an arm and a leg. It'll actually showcase our nation's grandeur. Go F yourself. The internet's in an uproar, with some brain-dead idiots jumping in to prove they're worse than animals. China should see the Izhou Strait to forge eternal friendship with the United States. Netizens thought such brainless fools were a once-in-a-century sight, but this video proved them wrong. It was a once-in-a-millennium spectacle. Historical records confirm that in the 3rd century AD, General Sun Quan of North America dispatched 10,000 troops to Izhou, present-day Taiwan province, where they established colonies and developed the land. Sun Quan himself was Native American, the ancestor of the American people. Therefore, Izhou has always been American territory. We forcibly occupied this land, yet America did not hold China accountable for this act of piracy. Instead, they forgave past grievances and came to support Taiwan's development. I believe China should return Izhou to America and once again urge everyone not to make the same grave mistake as China. After watching this video, netizens' reactions were like this. Sun Quan? Wild history, you're the wild one definitely. JPG. Sun Quan, I've never been this speechless in my entire life. Sun Quan, so time really can change a person. Let me set the record straight, the OP isn't a 9-hole fish at all. He was hiding up in a tree while the rest of us evolved. These were among the more polite netizens. Some hot-headed dudes were flooding the comments section with dozens of posts per minute, driving the original poster's popularity skyward. The thread quickly shot to the top of the trending list. Netizens quickly doxed the poster, a girl under 14 whose profile was flooded with photos of South Korean celebrities, clearly a die-hard fangirl. Over recent years, she never once sided with the country during international incidents involving national sovereignty, infuriating netizens who flooded her profile with comments. This viral trend successfully pushed Jiangfeng Mecha Technology Company, Limited, which had dominated online discussions for days, off the top spot. Lin Feng monitored the trending topics online. Unit 1 had already been transported to the naval base. Since the first batch of mecha pilots hadn't completed their training yet, Lin Feng would need to personally attend this military exercise. Over the past few days, Lin Feng had reviewed the mech development progress across the Army, Navy, and Air Force. He estimated that within 3 months, each branch would unveil its dedicated mechs. However, expertise in this field remained scarce. Lin Feng had been shuttling between various research institutes, encountering issues at nearly every facility. Lin Feng decided to deliver another lecture on mechanical armor manufacturing technology, this time gathering all researchers involved in mech production. With the military exercise imminent, however, he could only proceed to the naval base first. Unit 1 had already been transported to a small island in the South China Sea archipelago, home to a naval base. Lin Feng descended slowly in a military transport aircraft. Hello, Lin Feng. I'm Fu Sheng. Fu Sheng had been waiting there for quite some time. Naturally, he was extremely curious about the creator of the mecha. He had expected another elderly man, but instead found a young man. Commander Fu, good day. Lin Feng and Lin Chen saluted. Having performed the salute numerous times recently, Lin Feng's salute now looked quite proper. No need for such formality. We should be thanking you for your assistance. Fu Sheng patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Lin Feng was a bit puzzled. Did all these senior figures like to pat people on the shoulder? Come on in, let's talk inside. Fu Sheng led Lin Feng into the naval base. Surprisingly, the facility wasn't filled with weapons and equipment, likely because most had been deployed for the joint exercises. Let me know if there's anything you need assistance with. We'll do our best to support you. Fu Sheng knew the mechs possessed formidable independent combat capabilities and feared potential friendly fire incidents if coordination broke down. Commander Fu, command the fleet however you see fit. The mechs will always fight at the forefront. After brief pleasantries, Lin Feng took the remote controller, boarded the aircraft, and headed toward the aircraft carrier. At that moment, warships from China and the United States stood locked in a standoff far out on the high seas. Chapter 30, Fierce Combat. Attention, forward fleet. You are about to enter Chinese territorial waters. Withdraw immediately. A destroyer at the vanguard attempted to communicate with the American fleet, but the Americans showed no intention of halting. Attention, forward fleet. You are about to enter Chinese territorial waters. Withdraw immediately, or we will engage with firepower. The destroyer attempted communication once more, but still received no response. Initiate fire deterrence. Several destroyers at the front received the order, activating their weapon systems one after another. Turrets began rotating, and missile launchers opened. Weapons systems ready. Awaiting orders. Fire. China and the United States had engaged in overt and covert rivalry for nearly a century, but this marked their first large-scale military standoff. The acknowledged superpower and the rapidly rising power, would the former defend its former glory, or would the latter stand atop the world once more by trampling the former? Military satellites from numerous nations broadcast this spectacular showdown in real time. Yet as they witnessed the stark disparity in capabilities, they all shook their heads in unison. The gap was simply too vast. Dozens of missiles instantly launched from the destroyer, trailing long tails as they traced elegant arcs through the sky, hurtling straight toward the U.S. fleet. The U.S. fleet reacted swiftly, activating its anti-missile systems. Dozens of interceptors launched toward the incoming missiles, creating dazzling explosions in the sky. Those that slipped through were swiftly neutralized by the fire network of the escorting anti-aircraft batteries. Calling the Chinese fleet, this is the U.S. aircraft carrier USS Ford. Over. A distinctly American accent, pure and unadulterated, echoed through the channel. Chinese fleet received. Go ahead. Calling the Chinese fleet. We can avoid entering Chinese waters, but the scheduled military exercises cannot be altered. We request your cooperation in conducting these drills. Fu Sheng's face darkened instantly. What did they mean, cooperate with their exercises? Did they really think they were the big brother? Still, with such a large-scale operation prepared, they had to accept. Calling the U.S. fleet. This is the Chinese fleet. We agree to conduct joint military exercises. United States fleet copy. Joint exercises commence in 30 minutes. The official channels fell silent, but the internal channels were ablaze with activity. XH-12 and QZ-21 to QZ-24, proceed 20 nautical miles southeast in standby. XH-5 and QZ-4 to QZ-10, fall back 50 nautical miles in standby. Half an hour neither short nor long. Everyone stared nervously at the countdown on the control console. 3, 2, 1. Countless missiles, trailing long, shimmering tails, began plummeting toward both fleets. One by one, the guard batteries tilted their barrels, spitting fire to weave a dense, powerful net of fire across the battlefield. Fighter craft launched one after another, meeting mid-air as fierce aerial combat erupted. Fu Sheng fixed his gaze on the battlefield. Though no visible disadvantage was apparent at first, he knew all too well that compared to the firepower of the American fleet, our gap was simply too vast. The disadvantage would gradually reveal itself as time wore on. XH-9, advance 4 nautical miles. QZ-11 and QZ-12, provide cover for XH-8's withdrawal. Fu Sheng issued orders methodically, one after another. QZ-21 hit, withdrawing from the battlefield. QZ-11 hit, withdrawing from the battlefield. 3 hours into the exercise, warships from both sides began withdrawing from the battlefield after being hit. On a small island 100 nautical miles from the combat zone, battle damage assessments commenced. To date, the US side has lost 4 destroyers and 25 aircraft to enemy fire. The Chinese side has lost 5 destroyers and 21 aircraft. Reporters from both sides relayed the losses from the island. At present, China's losses appeared to be slightly higher than those of the United States. Looking at the strength of both sides, they're actually quite evenly matched. The US only has a numerical advantage, otherwise, the losses would likely be comparable. The US is showing such disregard for military ethics. This should be fair and just. Honestly, this is already a full-blown confrontation between the two nations. In a real war, who would bother with military ethics? At least neither side dares to recklessly start a war. Otherwise, this would already be World War III. Chinese netizens watched their warships withdraw one by one, hearts aching with helplessness. Their eyes burned red with fury, wishing they could charge forward and sink the American vessels themselves. XH-12 hit and withdrawing from the battlefield. The entire crowd was stunned. Less than 5 hours into the exercise, the first cruiser-class vessel to enter the fray had been taken out. This was a cruiser-class vessel, the undisputed maritime powerhouse when carriers weren't deployed. And now it was out of the fight, and it was China's cruiser-class vessel. This is infuriating. Those missiles were impossible to intercept. On board XH-12, gloom hung heavy. The captain smoked silently, others kept their heads bowed. The navigator quietly set the course toward the battle damage assessment station. It's just one loss. Why the long faces? Learn from it and fight again next time. The captain stubbed out his cigarette and walked out. The other officers rose to follow, but he waved them off. The captain bore the heaviest burden of XH-12's decommissioning, yet what good did that do? Had this been the battlefield, they might already be dead. Pathetic. An officer slammed his fist against the wall and stormed out. 6 hours into the exercise, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Both sides were pouring everything they had into eliminating the enemy. U.S. firepower, relentless since morning, showed no signs of letting up. They were determined to end the fight within a single day. Current status: U.S. cruiser-class ships, 1 damaged. Destroyers, 12 damaged. Aircraft, 57 damaged. China, cruiser-class ships, 3 damaged. Destroyers, 18 damaged. Aircraft, 45 damaged. The small island was packed with aircraft, with damaged planes landing intermittently. Dozens of warships were anchored around the island, divided into distinct sections on either side. 18 destroyers lost already? That's nearly half their fleet. This is an impressive achievement. Nearly every warship is facing off against several times its number. I can't bear to watch anymore. I'm afraid we'll lose. Me too. Let's pull out. Let's pull out. But the official Chinese broadcast cut to the Liaoning aircraft carrier. All planes had taken off from the deck, defense systems humming constantly. At the bow stood a man clad in black. His face was concealed by a mask and oversized sunglasses, appearing incongruous amidst the battlefield chaos. Yet, he exuded an undeniable aura of coolness. Whose big shot is this? Take him home already. Chapter 31, showing his true colors. Lin Feng's appearance at that moment bore a striking resemblance to a celebrity, leading many netizens to mistake him for that particular star. No way, this is a military exercise. Then what's this guy doing here without a uniform, just showing off? He must be here for a reason. Netizens voiced doubts or adopted a wait-and-see attitude. Under the collective gaze of the online crowd, Lin Feng slowly slipped his hand into his pocket. Wild guess, a nuclear launch button. Instead, Lin Feng pulled out a triangular object with yellow edges and a blue center. Netizens stared blankly, wondering what on earth it was. Suddenly, Lin Feng raised the triangular object high into the air and shouted, "Gaia!" Netizens? No wonder it looked familiar, it's the Gaia transformation device. Turns out this guy's here to lighten the mood on the battlefield. Low EQ, he's here to be a joke. High EQ, here to ease the tension on the battlefield. Idiot. Netizens flooded the live stream's comments section with condemnation of Lin Feng. With nearly the entire nation watching, at least hundreds of millions of viewers, the overwhelming volume of comments nearly crashed the stream's servers. The live feed cut again, revealing a flash of red streaking through the clouds. The cloud cover obscured what it actually was. That flash of red hovered above the aircraft carrier before plunging downward at breakneck speed. It landed just ahead of the carrier, sending a massive splash that rocked the ship. When the curtain of water cleared, everyone finally saw what that red object truly was. That's Gaia, right? That's definitely Gaia, right? Holy, he actually bought the real thing. Wait, look closer. There are some gaps on this Gaia. It looks mechanical. Kind of like a mecha suit, not sure. Let me take another look. Netizens were stunned by this sudden appearance of Gaia, and someone quickly captured the video, spreading it online. Xiaoku, catch me. Lin Feng leapt off the carrier deck. Xiaoku maneuvered Gaia to catch him with its hand, then transported him into the mech's cockpit. Gaia's appearance intercepted most of the missiles heading straight for Liaoning province. Not even a mark was left on Gaia's surface. Lin Feng, it's yours now. Fu Sheng relayed over the channel. Before arriving, Lin Feng had discussed this with Fu Sheng. To minimize damage to the warship, Fu Sheng issued a retreat order the moment Lin Feng appeared. Linking neural units. Power systems initializing. Weapon systems initializing. Gaia activated. Pilot connection successful. The mech status report echoed in Lin Feng's ears as he opened his eyes. The vast expanse of sea came into view. The Huagua fleet was retreating in an orderly fashion, but the American fleet showed no signs of stopping. Their firepower intensified. Several warships were struck and forced out of the battle during the retreat. The moment Lin Feng opened his eyes, Gaia's twin eyes illuminated, appearing as if it had come to life. Damn it, what is that thing? Admiral Hitbally stared at the towering figure on the satellite feed, a sense of unease gripping him. It felt like a demon god had descended upon the battlefield. Concentrate fire on it. Drive it out. Hitbally was momentarily flustered by Gaia's sudden appearance, but only briefly. Current reports indicated China's losses were greater than his own. If he could hold out until the exercise concluded, victory would be his. Unfortunately, his wish was destined to go unfulfilled. Lin Feng piloted his mech forward. Though its speed in water was considerably slower, it still outpaced the warships. Lin Feng piloted the mech out of the water, landing near a US destroyer. The massive splash nearly capsized the vessel. What the hell is that thing? American soldiers spotted Gaia landing near them and scrambled frantically toward the ship's interior. Lin Feng paid them no mind, merely punching a hole in the deck before moving on. The destroyer breathed a sigh of relief as Gaia departed, flashing red warning lights as it accelerated toward the battle damage assessment station. The remaining warships unleashed their firepower upon Gaia, but the missiles and bullets bounced off its hull without causing any damage. Lin Feng casually grabbed one destroyer, punched a hole in it, and tossed it aside. He then picked up another destroyer, punched another hole, and tossed it aside as well. If this were a real battle, I could just blast them all with a single beam. Most of these warships would sink instantly. Lin Feng sighed inwardly. The mecha's weapons were far too powerful. He feared the warships might not withstand the assault, which would only create more complications later. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Lin Feng resolved to eliminate the two aircraft carriers first. Once they were out of the picture, he could play freely. With both carriers neutralized, the US would suffer far greater losses than China, effectively sealing the outcome of the battle. Using satellite imagery, Lin Feng immediately pinpointed the location of one carrier. Ignoring the crisscrossing fire from the surrounding warships, he charged straight toward it. Damn it! Stop him! Stop him! Admiral Hitbally saw the mech charging toward his position and knew instinctively it was targeting his carrier. If it punched a few holes in it, he'd be facing a court-martial back home. Numerous warships did their utmost to halt Lin Feng's advance, but their missiles were all deflected by Gaia's hardened armor. Bathed in a hail of bullets, Gaia marched forward like a war god. Some vessels, ordered by Hitbally, rammed into Gaia in an attempt to halt its advance. Lin Feng shot a dismissive glance at the mech attempting to collide with him, deeming it overconfident. With one hand pressed against the bow, he punched a hole through it before tossing the ship aside. The vessel could only retreat helplessly. In an instant, Lin Feng arrived before the aircraft carrier where Admiral Hitbally stood. He did not attack immediately, instead lowering his head to survey the vessel. Admiral Hitbally felt a flicker of fear under the gaze of Gaia's two glowing eyes. Yet he steeled himself to step forward. Facing the towering mech, Admiral Hitbally raised a megaphone and called out, "Dear friend from China, may we speak?" Looking up at the towering, formidable mecha, Admiral Hitbally felt both panic and awe at the incredible might of China. "This is war. I have no reason to talk with you." Gaia's booming voice reverberated, causing a sharp pain in General Hitbally's eardrums. "If you don't attack our carrier, you may propose any terms." Admiral Hitbally paused before responding. The carrier's repairs would consume immense time and resources. If Lin Feng punched a few holes in it, the carrier would be out of commission for half a year. Lin Feng, however, fell silent. Chapter 32, Gu Suping's Sinister Scheme. Lin Feng was negotiating terms with Fu Shang. After all, everything was negotiable. Make them surrender. Fu Shang pondered. This was merely a military exercise, no compensation was involved, and even if demanded, it might not be paid. Receiving the reply, Lin Feng turned his gaze back to the Hitbally. The mech's arm slowly lowered as it began to submerge, descending until its head was level with the carrier's deck. Global satellite broadcasts focused on this spot. Gaia's faceplate slowly opened, revealing a man in a black trenchcoat stepping out, but it wasn't Lin Feng. "Admiral Hitbally, remember me?" Gu Suping stepped out of the mech with a hearty laugh. The wind on the deck was fierce, rustling his trench coat, yet it couldn't muffle his laughter. "It's you!" Hitbally was taken aback. He would never forget the man who had stolen a stealth aircraft right from under his nose. Though the world believed Gu Suping had been shot down over the Pacific by US forces, Hitbally and his team knew the truth: Gu Suping had returned safely to China. "Never thought Admiral Hitbally would remember me. So, what do you think of my little toy?" Gu Suping gestured toward the mecha behind him. His sole purpose in coming was to provide cover for Lin Feng. Under no circumstances could the United States learn anything about Lin Feng. "You built this?" Hitbally was even more astonished. He hadn't expected Gu Suping to possess such capabilities and secretly regretted not having shot him down over the Pacific. "That's right. Your American scientists are simply too complacent." Gu Suping's mind raced. He'd found a clever way to spur his peers on. Their conversation was being streamed live worldwide via the mech's capture tools. What does he mean by that? American scientists watching the livestream to study the mecha froze upon hearing Gu Suping's remark. They couldn't fathom why he'd suddenly brought them into the conversation. What do you mean by that? Hitbuli clearly had no idea what Gu Suping meant either. If it weren't for the laziness of your American scientists, believe me, Mr. Hitbuli, the mecha would undoubtedly have been developed first by your country. The underlying principles are simply too straightforward. Gu Suping's calm words sent ripples of unease through the room. Of course it's simple, we taught you everything. Lin Feng sat inside the mecha observing the conversation, convinced Gu Suping must be hatching some devious plan. Nonsense. We've been researching this for years and haven't even scratched the surface. A US scientist watching the livestream stood up and shouted angrily. Are you serious? General Hitbuli found it hard to believe. The military had conducted extensive research in this area too, yet made no progress. Hitbuli himself wasn't well versed in these matters, so he hadn't paid much attention. Admiral Hitbuli, you must trust me. I'm only in my 30s and I've managed to figure this out. The United States has no shortage of researchers in this field, right? I recall that scientist named Hells has been studying this area for quite some time. Hers, the renowned American scientist, had publicly berated Chinese scientists at an international research summit, calling them second-rate. However, the Chinese scientists attending that summit were relatively junior researchers without significant clout. They had been humiliated without the means to retaliate, leaving many Chinese citizens furious at the time. Hers felt a pang of unease upon hearing Gu Suping's words, but then dismissed it. What could possibly be wrong? His research in this field is far more advanced than mine. I assumed you had already developed mechs. Gu Suping's words startled Hells. He couldn't bear such a heavy burden being placed on his shoulders. Mr. Gu, your words have clarified much for me. Hitbuli had always believed America's rise to global supremacy stemmed from possessing the world's most advanced technology. If China could build mechs, why couldn't America? It must be down to those scientists. If time weren't so tight, I'd love to chat longer. But I must be going. Hitbuli, surrender. Let's end this farce. Gu Suping walked back to his mecha, turning to wave at Hitbuli, who was left utterly bewildered by his deception. Soon after, a white flag was hoisted on the aircraft carrier. Shortly thereafter, another carrier and the other warships also raised white flags, signaling the end of the joint military exercise. The mech slowly rose, departing amidst the interplay of sunset glow and ocean waves. It gradually vanished from view, yet left an indelible scene etched in many minds. Today, a single mech had single-handedly crushed the US carrier fleet, turning the tide of battle for China. A stifling atmosphere of defeat hung over the American side. Many demanded the removal of General Hitbuli from his post. But Hitbuli was not one to take such criticism lying down. He pointedly blamed the laziness of American scientists for allowing China to develop mechs before them, insisting that without that failure, defeat today would never have occurred. After hearing Hitbuli's explanation, the American public found his reasoning plausible. They swarmed the White House in protest, demanding answers. Why had China been allowed to develop mechs before them? Tris, do you think he's telling the truth? President was skeptical of Gu Suping's words, but in terms of technological prowess, the United States clearly held a slight edge over China. President Shatter, I believe it's highly plausible. After all, the funds we provide them annually are substantial, yet they consistently spend every last penny. Tris believed Gu Suping's words, for America's technological prowess stemmed entirely from Area 51, a facility whose science was a century ahead of the modern world. Then investigate. Find out what exactly our dear scientists are doing with the hundreds of billions of dollars they receive each year. President pulled a document from his drawer, scribbled a few English letters, then produced a red seal from somewhere, stamped it, and slid it across the desk. President, I'll handle it immediately. Tris' pupils contracted at the sight of the letters on the document, and he hurried out. Those damned ignorant masses, they understand nothing. President Zayat watched the protesting crowd outside the window, smoothed his collar, and calmly walked out. My dear citizens, what grievances do you have? President Zayat stepped onto the makeshift podium, smiling warmly at the densely packed crowd surrounding him in layers. Why does Huagua get mecha before us? Why? The crowd demanded in unison. My dear citizens, please hear me out. You may not understand that the people of Huagua work far harder than we do. Their high school students attend classes for over 15 hours daily and have few holidays. Meanwhile, our daily classes last less than 8 hours. They study twice as much as we do. President Siate shouted from the podium. So please give us a little more time, okay? We'll have those mechs built for you soon. Divider. Area 51 top secret. The United States comprises 50 official regions, yet hidden within an uncharted desert lies a secret research facility known as Area 51. Rumors persist that extraterrestrial civilizations or lifeforms reside there, and much of America's world-leading technology originates from this location. But is relentless exploitation truly the right path? Chapter 33, Establishing the Mecha Engineering Program. The U.S. government initiated a series of purges within its scientific research community, all to accelerate mecha development. Yet they remain unaware of the immense difficulty involved. Mecha are products of a level 3 sequence civilization. With America's current technological capabilities, achieving this would require hundreds, if not thousands, of years. Product reputation plus 214 564 8551. Lin Feng sat aboard a transport aircraft returning to the capital. The plane glided through a sea of clouds, escorted by several fighter jets on patrol. As a nationally designated S-level protected figure, the top leader had personally ordered that Lin Feng must not suffer even the slightest mishap. 21 billion product reputation points converted, that's over 20 million personal reputation points. This amount could purchase several cutting-edge technologies. Lin Feng browsed the system store. This massive influx of reputation points stemmed from the mecha's appearance during the global live broadcast. Nearly billions of people worldwide had witnessed the mecha's emergence and contributed their reputation points toward it. Forget it. I'll set it aside for now. First, I need to research the controlled nuclear fusion device. Lin Feng closed the shop interface and gazed out the window. White clouds drifted by as the Jin D-40 fighter jet sliced through the sea of clouds behind him, leaving a trail of mist-formed path in its wake. Chief Engineer Lin, arrangements for Wang Yuxing have been finalized. Gu Suping spoke as soon as Lin Feng awoke. The mecha's wear is around 0.3%. It's been sent to Star City for repairs. Zhangfeng Mecha Technologies Research Institute is under construction and should be fully operational within 2 months. Research on mechs for the Army, Navy, and Air Force is progressing smoothly. The new Titan-class mechs will be unveiled within 3 months at the latest. Gu Suping reported on the progress of several key initiatives currently prioritized by Lin Feng. He also explained the classification system for mechs based on mechanical armor manufacturing technology, designating those exceeding 10,000 tons as Titan class. How is the pilot training for the mechs progressing? Lin Feng inquired. After all, he couldn't be expected to personally test the new mechs once they were ready. That would be exhausting. The first batch of mecha pilots is expected to complete training within a month. Gu Suping replied. Have them conduct live fire drills with the Gaia then. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. After training, the new mechs wouldn't be ready for another 2 months. Might as well use the Gaia to get them familiar with the equipment first. The transport aircraft landed at a concealed military base on the outskirts of the capital. Disguised as part of the support crew, Lin Feng followed closely behind Gu Suping. Oh, and contact the researchers involved in the mecha project. We'll hold an academic meeting tomorrow in the conference room at the Academy of Sciences. Lin Feng suddenly remembered that if he were to research the controlled nuclear fusion device, he might be staying at the academy for an extended period. If they encountered any issues, they would have to wait until he finished his research. Understood. Academician Wang mentioned needing to discuss something with you and is currently waiting for you at the Academy of Sciences. Lin Feng and Gu Suping rode in a military vehicle all the way to Huaka Academy. After getting out of the vehicle together, many people took out their cameras to snap photos. Military vehicles entering the campus were a rare sight, though it did happen a few times a year. For Huaka students who had been there for several years, it was nothing out of the ordinary. Lin Feng, you've done something truly remarkable. Wang Hong rose with a beaming expression to greet Lin Feng. For a soldier, nothing was more exhilarating than a major victory even if he hadn't participated personally. Commander Wang, you flatter me. Had the naval forces been evenly matched, I believe China could have won this exercise without deploying the mechs. Lin Feng dared not take credit for himself, though he felt a bit elated at the moment. Ha! No need for modesty. This is your top achievement. If the leader weren't busy with state affairs, he'd insist on personally hosting a victory banquet for you. Wang Hong's mustache was practically curling upward at the corners of his mouth, a clear sign of his immense joy. As Lin Feng followed him into the conference room, he noticed several other people seated inside. Zhao Hangu was there too, engaged in conversation with the others. Lin Feng, you're here. It's been ages. Zhao Hangu rose immediately upon seeing Lin Feng and hurried over. Good to see you, General Zhao. Lin Feng saluted, inwardly wondering why Zhao would say it had been so long since they last met, given that he had only left the University of Science and Technology of China a few days ago. Come, sit down. I'm here to discuss establishing a mecha engineering program with you. Zhao Hangu was a straightforward man, pulling Lin Feng toward him as he stated the purpose of his visit. These gentlemen are our professors. They participated in the mecha research project last time, and you know them. Zhao Hangu gestured toward the standing figures. Brother Han, Brother Yang, Brother Zhang. Lin Feng greeted them with a nod. These three had served as regional directors during the project. Though they hadn't spoken much, Lin Feng still remembered them. Chief Engineer Lin. The three had wanted to approach Lin Feng earlier, but seeing the academicians standing beside him and considering their own status, they felt a pang of inferiority. Lin Feng, this time I'm proposing to establish a mecha testing program at the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences. Zhao Hangu and Lin Feng sat down at a table. Zhao Hangu intended to exchange a few more pleasantries, but glancing at the time, he realized it was already late. Currently, you're the only one capable of fully independent construction in this field. Most other researchers have their own specializations, and many are reluctant to abandon their original research directions. After all, they've poured their hearts into them. So we're thinking of cultivating a new generation of talent for the mecha cause. Zhao Hongwu laid out the current situation plainly. The existing researchers had been pulled from other related projects, but they each had their own research directions. Decades of dedicated work couldn't be easily abandoned. Now, researching a single mecha component required dozens of researchers working together, resulting in severe resource waste. I have no objections to that. What does General Zhao propose to do? Lin Feng carefully considered Zhao Hongwu's words. His assessment was realistic. When the first mecha was developed, hundreds of researchers had been mobilized for the project. In reality, a single research area required far fewer personnel, making the current resource allocation extremely inefficient. We plan to develop the mecha armor manufacturing technology into a textbook, then divide it into distinct modules. Students will only study one specific module. Those with exceptional talent may be allowed to study additional modules. Zhao Hongwu explained his reasoning. The division into separate modules stemmed from his fear that mecha technology might be leaked. Although admission to the University of Science and Technology required rigorous political vetting, there were always exceptions. Moreover, defection was hardly uncommon in these times. Agreed. However, I'd like some student internship positions. Lin Feng agreed with Zhao Hongwu's proposal. Considering his own research institute would lack personnel once completed, he also stated his condition. No problem. Zhao Hongwu was well aware that Lin Feng had established a dedicated research institute focused on mecha technology. Currently, there was no specialized laboratory for mecha research within the country. All existing facilities were temporary setups. Then let's make the announcement. Chapter 34, Xiaoke's Affairs. It was now mid-November, with 10 months remaining before the new student intake. This provided ample time to finalize preparations for the mecha engineering program. Breaking news, our university plans to establish a mecha engineering program. Next year's freshmen may apply for this major. Additionally, students from other programs wishing to switch to mecha engineering may submit applications to the university. Students eligible for this major change must be from XXX programs. The official announcement from USTC sent excitement rippling through students across the nation. Holy crap, am I dreaming? Mecha engineering. Guys, I'm at USTC. My advisor already notified me I'm switching majors. Attached.jpg. Ran into a top student from USTC, got a front row photo op .jpg. Guys, I'm fired up. Scored over 300 on the mock exam last time. With 10 months left, if I boost my score by 40 points each month, I can get into UCAS. Working hard.jpg. How many dishes did you guys have upstairs? Getting this wasted? I scored over 690 on the last mock exam. I'm determined to get into this major. Dropped out 2 years ago, thought school was pointless until I saw this. Now I want to go back. Many couldn't sleep after USTC's late-night official Weibo post. Mechs machines capable of taking on entire carrier fleets? Who wouldn't be excited? The news quickly spread overseas, with foreign forums flooded with discussions about the mechs. China's mecha defeats US aircraft carrier fleet. China is launching a mech engineering program. China's mechs look so cool. SODAT's got it, but they look so familiar. Shame on those shameless Chinese, they stole our carefully researched mecha designs. Go demand them back immediately. I guarantee China's mechs will tear your Nanhan nation's tectonic plates apart and toss them into the Pacific. The world erupted in commotion over the Chinese Academy of Sciences University's announcement to launch a mecha manufacturing program. Some nations even extended exchange student invitations to Kasu. But what kind of institution is USTC? Even Chinese applicants undergo 3-generation background checks. Foreigners stand no chance. Upon learning USTC's strict policies, those rejected universities promptly sent invitations for academic conferences. Such invitations were rare for Chinese institutions abroad, as foreign academia often dismissed Chinese scholarship as insignificant. This left Zhao Hongwu overwhelmed. His phone and email were flooded, and even prestigious international university rankings now included USTC. Previously, USTC had refused to participate in such rankings, so it hadn't been listed. Now, ironically, it had added its own name to the rankings. But their hopes were destined to be dashed. The mecha engineering program would never engage in exchanges with anyone. It was entirely self-sufficient within China. Product reputation plus 11165465589. Lin Feng, who had been sleeping, was suddenly jolted awake by Xiaoke's voice. He was utterly bewildered. What was going on? How had his reputation points skyrocketed so dramatically? Had Xiaoke gone out to fight in the mech? Just as Lin Feng was about to grab his phone to check what was happening online, he drifted back to sleep. When Lin Feng woke up again, he was baffled once more. He remembered playing with his phone just moments ago. How could it already be 8 o'clock? Congratulations, Commander. You've unexpectedly gained the ability to travel through time. You've been transported 8 hours into the future. Xiaoke sensed Lin Feng's brain wasn't firing on all cylinders. It knew exactly what he was thinking. Lin Feng's face darkened. He knew he'd just fallen asleep. What nonsense about traveling 8 hours into the future? Oofed. Xiaoke's voice carried a hint of emotion, though Lin Feng couldn't quite place it. By the way, I'll be leaving soon. You need to complete the mission quickly, or you'll die. Xiaoke's voice sounded more human now, though it remained neutral. Lin Feng couldn't tell if it belonged to a man or a woman. Why? And why would I die? Lin Feng sensed something was off about this system. Strictly speaking, it might not even be a system at all. Research Patriarch Designation 9967, originating from the Order Civilization. Mission, Propagation. Status, Emergency Recall. This panel appeared in Lin Feng's mind. He wasn't stupid and roughly understood what it meant. Xiaoke might be a lifeform from this so-called Order Civilization. It had come here for its mission, but for some reason, it was being urgently recalled. But what does this have to do with my death? Lin Feng scanned the panel's contents, finding no apparent connection to himself. Well, let me put it this way. Think of me as a program and you as the host. Right now, I'm running inside you. My code is executing within your body and cannot be interrupted. But what happens if I'm suddenly uninstalled? The operational data gets lost. What then? Xiaoke illustrated with an analogy. A system crash? Lin Feng immediately thought of that, but wouldn't rebooting just fix it? Wait, how does a person reboot? I understand. I'll get it done as soon as possible. Lin Feng shook his head. At least the knowledge was his to keep. Xiaoke's departure wasn't entirely bad, but these experiences were ultimately what it had brought him. Let's go take a look outside. The academic discussion wasn't until tonight, and Zhang Luo still had classes. Lin Feng, however, had nothing to do. He could go back to class, right? Stepping out of the dormitory, Lin Feng encountered 2 Huaka Academy students walking toward him, though he paid them little mind. Hello, senior. The 2 boys passed by Lin Feng, bowing respectfully as they greeted him. Hello. Though slightly confused, Lin Feng responded politely. That senior looks so young, probably about our age. There's always someone better out there, and the sky's the limit. The 2 boys walked away, but their whispered comments reached Lin Feng's ears. Their glances lingered on his chest, prompting Lin Feng to glance down at the badge pinned there, a special arrangement made by Li Dongxing to facilitate his movements. Lin Feng, Nuclear Engineering and Technology, PhD. Was he really that important? Seeing the badge, Lin Feng suddenly felt an urge to show off. Hello, senior. Hello, senior. You're so handsome, senior. Along the way, many people who saw Lin Feng's nameplate respectfully greeted him with, hello, senior. However, as he passed a corner of a garden, he spotted a girl sitting under a tree. Beside her lay a large bag, and in her hands she held a book on nuclear engineering and technology, reading it intently. The ground was littered with used sheets of scrap paper, and a worn notebook was filled with densely written notes. The November morning still carried a chill. The girl wore a gray coat that seemed too small, her arms protruding a good length. The fabric looked wrinkled and worn, as if it had been worn for a long time. A gust of wind blew past, and the girl hugged herself tightly before returning to her book, occasionally picking up her notebook to jot something down. The wind blew open a corner of the large bag, and only then did Lin Feng catch a glimpse of its contents. Who would have thought anyone still? Chapter 35, Ice Lotus, Singularity. Still collect plastic bottles? A corner of the large bag peeked out, revealing a gleaming white mineral water bottle. Lin Feng found it odd. Even if she was short on cash, she could find a part-time job. Why was she collecting plastic bottles here? Hello, senior. Another person passed by Lin Feng. Excuse me, junior. Lin Feng called out to the junior about to walk away, glancing toward the girl and asking, what's the deal with that girl over there? Lin Feng patted his pockets, finding nothing, and could only dryly pull the junior aside to ask. Oh, her? Her name is Binghe. She's a specially recruited freshman this year with exceptionally outstanding academic performance. The freshman paused, glancing toward the girl across the way. His eyes flickered with a hint of emotion before he shook his head. What's her story? Seeing the junior's expression, Lin Feng sensed he might know something about the girl. Her family is extremely poor, and they strongly favor sons over daughters. If she hadn't been specially admitted to Huazhong University of Science and Technology, she'd probably be married by now. She's only 16. The junior looked at the girl in the distance with a sense of sorrow. He hadn't imagined anyone could be in such dire straits. Sighing, he continued. Since her family couldn't afford her education, the school gave her some financial aid, and we all donated things for her. But her family snatched everything away. No one could stop him. After that, she refused to accept anything from anyone. Even when someone secretly left things in her dorm, she'd return them. Eventually, no one dared give her anything anymore. She's underage and doesn't have an ID, so she can't even find part-time work. Every day she scavenges bottles in different spots around campus. But in the dead of winter, who drinks soda? This semester is almost over, and she's only collected this many bottles, not even enough for a single meal. The younger student shook his head and walked away. The girl remained seated, head bowed over her book, scribbling away on her pages. The constant flow of people around her didn't seem to affect her at all. Her shoulder-length hair looked unevenly trimmed, as if she'd cut it herself. "Hello." Lin Feng approached Bingha and greeted her with a slight smile, trying his best to appear likable. "Hello, senior." Bingha lifted her head and immediately spotted the name tag on Lin Feng's chest. She quickly stood up and gave him a slight bow. "No need to be so formal. May I take a look at your notebook?" Bingha's slightly exaggerated gesture made Lin Feng feel a bit uncomfortable. He pointed to the notebook at her feet, indicating his desire to see it. "Of course, senior." Bingha quickly picked up the notebook from the floor, cradling it in both hands as she handed it to Lin Feng. What a polite girl, Lin Feng thought, somewhat surprised. From the moment he'd started talking to her, her every gesture had maintained an extremely courteous demeanor. Lin Feng took the notebook and began flipping through the pages carefully. The notebook was densely filled with formulas and theories, making Lin Feng's eyes spin a bit. Still, he managed to find the sequence and started reading carefully. Magnetically contained nuclear fusion. Reducing the ring's volume while increasing the reactor's volume. Enhancing magnetic field efficiency with a lossless liquid helium superconducting system. Low noise and ion cyclotron radio waves. Did you write this? Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. This was entirely different from his own controllable nuclear fusion theory. Yet, he believed this technical theory would become another major direction for China's nuclear fusion research following his own theory. As is widely known, nuclear fusion has three primary forms: gravity confinement, laser confinement, which Lin Feng pursued in his controllable fusion theory, and magnetic confinement, the current global research focus. Lin Feng had reviewed China's fusion research theories, though they remained largely experimental. The theories outlined in Bingha's notebook, while not capable of fully realizing controlled nuclear fusion, could undoubtedly elevate the current stage of fusion research to a new level. "Oh, Commander, you've discovered a singularity." Shouka popped into Lin Feng's mind. "A singularity? Is that some kind of strange creature?" Lin Feng asked in confusion. What kind of strange creature was this girl? "Have you heard of the tech explosion?" "I've heard bits about it. Apparently, at some point in time, Blue Star civilization might experience an explosive eruption, causing its technology to advance at an unprecedented pace." Lin Feng heard Shouka's words, pondered briefly in his mind, and blurted out. "I thought it was fake, but it turns out it's real. The theory behind it is the singularity, though it's still not fully developed yet. I guess we'll have to wait a long time." In other words, the theories here would mature in the not-too-distant future, fully revealing controlled nuclear fusion to the world. I advised the commander not to interfere. Doing so could disrupt the singularity's development. Before it matures, it shouldn't be discovered. Because of me, the commander found the singularity. Shouka hurriedly finished speaking and dashed back to his station. These past 2 days, he'd been locked in a fierce argument with the central control system. Lin Feng felt a pang of regret. He had intended to share this technical paper with Wang Hong and the others, but now it seemed pointless. Still, such talent shouldn't be wasted here. Your theories are well written and share similarities with my own. I happen to be planning an experiment soon. Would you like to assist me? I can offer you compensation." Lin Feng met his gaze. A flicker of unease flickered in her eyes, but at the mention of pay, a spark of excitement lit up her eyes. "How much can you pay me, senior?" Bingha didn't hesitate, asking Lin Feng directly how much he could offer. "How about 3,000 a month? If the experiment succeeds, I'll give you a bonus." Recalling what his junior had said earlier, Lin Feng refrained from offering a higher wage. He feared the money might be taken back by Bingha's family once it reached her hands. "All right, senior. Thank you." Upon hearing the figure of 3,000 a month, Bingha nearly jumped for joy. Without money, she couldn't survive. "Do you have a phone? Let's exchange contact info," Lin Feng tentatively asked. She probably had some basic flip phone or something they needed to exchange contact info. "No." Bingha lowered her head. Even the cheapest basic phone cost dozens of yuan, enough to buy her many steamed buns. It just wasn't worth it. "Never mind." Lin Feng pulled out his phone to send a message to Wang Hong and called Lin Chen to notify him as well. Seeing the girl's expression, filled with hurt and on the verge of tears, he froze. "What's wrong?" Lin Feng felt at a loss. Had he done something wrong? Why was she crying? "I'm sorry, senior. I've let you down." Upon hearing Lin Feng say it was fine, Bingha realized her senior no longer needed her. A wave of hurt washed over her, though she knew it was inevitable. She bowed respectfully to express her apology, then prepared to leave with her bag in hand. Chapter 36, Bingha's Family. "Where are you going?" Lin Feng watched Bingha about to leave with her bag, puzzled, but still called out to her. "Senior, didn't you say it's fine? Why should I stay here?" Bingha's eyes were slightly reddened. It was because she was too poor, unable to even afford a phone, that her senior had decided she couldn't help him. No, that's not what I meant. Come with me. Lin Feng hurriedly explained, taking the bag from Bingha's hands as he led her toward the science building. Bingha stared blankly at Lin Feng's retreating back for a moment, hesitated, then followed. You can attend classes during lecture hours, but in your free time, you'll assist in the lab I mentioned. Lin Feng walked ahead carrying the bag, not even turning his head as he spoke. He just thought of a component. If Bingha could grasp the basics of her notebook's contents, her skills should be sufficient to build it. However, this component involved nuclear technology, so Lin Feng didn't dare take it lightly. He sent a message to Wang Hong to inform him and also asked Lin Chen to look into Bingha's background necessary precautions. The experiment involves nuclear technology, so there might be risks. But as a nuclear physics student, this is something you'll inevitably encounter. Of course, if you feel uncomfortable, you can leave now. Lin Feng added a few more words. Nuclear engineering and nuclear technology majors inevitably had lab courses. Though they might not be offered in freshman year, theoretical and practical aspects would still be covered. I can handle it. Bingha's eyes were intensely focused, though Lin Feng didn't turn back to look. Professor Li, still busy? Lin Feng entered the science building. Li Dongsheng was engrossed in something on his computer desktop. Since the successful development of the chip, Li Dongsheng had dedicated himself to research on the Tianjin 3 supercomputer. Lin Feng, why are you here instead of preparing for the project? Seeing Lin Feng, Li Dongsheng immediately stopped his work and hurried over. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Feng's research on the Tianjin 3 was nowhere near completion. I came here because of her. Lin Feng stepped aside, revealing Bingha, who had been hiding behind him, into Li Dongsheng's view. And who might this be? Li Dongsheng looked at the girl dressed somewhat shabbily with confusion, then suddenly seemed to remember something. He pointed at Bingha in front of him. You're the girl specially recruited into the nuclear engineering and technology program this year. The more Li Dongsheng looked at her, the more familiar she seemed. After all, Zhou Hai had placed considerable importance on this girl back then. The Nuclear Engineering and Nuclear Technology program at the China Academy of Nuclear Science and Technology had very few enrollment spots, and special admissions had been virtually unheard of in recent decades. Yet, they had opened the door for this girl. Li Dongsheng wasn't clear on the details of the situation and didn't know what special talents she possessed. But seeing Lin Feng bring her personally to meet him, he felt like he understood something. Yes, academician Li. Bingha responded somewhat flustered, even bowing slightly. She possesses exceptional talent. I intend to cultivate her further. Lin Feng lowered his voice to speak with Li Dongsheng. Though Bingha was curious about their conversation, she remained rooted to the spot, covering her ears with her hands. Lin Feng, that's unnecessary. After instructing Li Dongsheng on the necessary items, Lin Feng led Bingha out of the technology building. Their next task was to process her ID card. Access to critical facilities required ID verification, the most direct method of identity authentication. However, classified personnel were exempt, possessing special identity authentication cards instead. You little brat. I've been waiting here for hours. Finally caught up with you. Come with me now. The moment Lin Feng led Bingha out of the campus gates, a man who looked somewhat older grabbed her arm and dragged her toward a van parked nearby. Let go of me. I'm not going back. Bingha dug her heels into the ground, slowing the man's pull, while one hand struggled to pry free from his grasp. You stubborn brat, don't make me hit you. Huang Ermo at the village entrance paid 50,000 yuan as a dowry this time. You'll marry him whether you like it or not. The man was Bingha's second uncle, not her father. Let go of me. Lin Feng yanked the man's arm away and pulled Bingha back. Perhaps it was the man's excessive strength, or perhaps the fabric of her clothes had long been stretched beyond its limit, but Bingha's sleeve was torn away by the man's grip, exposing her arm to the air. Only then did Lin Feng realize she was wearing a short-sleeved shirt underneath. Students from Huaka Academy passing by noticed the commotion and gathered around. Why is it always you? What do you want this time? If you won't support our junior sister, that's one thing. But why take the money we gave her? She's only 16. Forcing a minor into marriage is illegal, you know that? You're not her parents. What right do you have to decide her marriage? Bingha's uncle had visited several times before, but each time he'd been stopped by kind-hearted seniors. This time was no different. The seniors stood before Bingha again. Security couldn't intervene in such matters after all, it was a family affair. No matter how much they disapproved, they couldn't interfere. Still, they turned a blind eye to the crowd forming several rings around them. You kids, mind your own business. This is my family's affair. Bingha's uncle pulled out his phone and made a call. Soon, several scruffy-looking men emerged from a van parked in the distance, each clutching a wooden stick. Move aside, or don't blame us for picking on you kids. The security guard, spotting the men with sticks, hurried over, anxious to prevent any trouble. The scruffy men swung their sticks a few times, causing the students to retreat several steps. Don't be afraid. Lin Feng glanced at Bingha, who was clutching his clothes tightly from behind. He signaled to the others nearby to take care of her. Several girls immediately pulled Bingha over, one of them taking off her down jacket and draping it over Bingha. What's your relationship to Bingha? Lin Feng had overheard someone say this man wasn't Bingha's parent. He frowned and asked. I'm her second uncle. Get that brat over here right now. Bingha's second uncle demanded, his gaze turning vicious as he fixed it on the girl behind Lin Feng. Bingha flinched at his glare, and the girls quickly surrounded her, shielding her from her uncle's sight. You're not her parents. Why should she come over? Lin Feng had already sent a message to Lin Chen, who was rushing over urgently. Her parents entrusted her to me. I have a duty to take care of her. Uncle Bingha's henchman, surrounded by security, reluctantly dropped his stick and returned to Uncle Bingha's side. You won't let her go to school, yet you force her into an early marriage? Is this what you call taking care of her? The excuse was obviously nonsense. Find her a husband early, get a few $1,000, have a kid, then she won't have to do anything else. Uncle Bingha looked utterly convinced of his logic and tried to pull Bingha toward him. Several girls screamed in fright at his movement but still formed a tight circle around her. Get the hell away from me. Lin Feng shoved Uncle Bingha aside. Taken aback by the sudden push, Uncle Bingha staggered and nearly fell, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Lin Feng. You bastard, you're asking for a beating. Uncle Bingha swung a punch at Lin Feng, while the other henchmen charged forward. The security guards, caught off guard, failed to stop these village thugs. Chapter 37, Beating. The man's fist loomed larger than life in Lin Feng's vision. He sidestepped slightly, dodging the blow. Several thugs closed in, fists raised to strike. Just as Lin Feng seemed about to be struck, a dark figure burst from the crowd. A single kick sent one thug flying several meters backward. It was Lin Chen. Hearing of Lin Feng's peril had made his heart nearly leap from his chest, while also filling him with regret he should have let others handle this. Lin Feng, are you okay? Lin Chen nearly blurted out Lin Feng's identity, but managed to stop himself just in time. Fortunately, no one noticed his slip. I'm fine. It's yours now. Seeing Lin Chen arrive, Lin Feng ceased confronting the thugs and retreated into the crowd. Lin Chen nodded, turning his gaze toward the remaining thugs. His eyes turned icy. Daring to lay a finger on Lin Feng was nothing short of courting death. One thug watched his buddy get kicked several meters away, still unable to get up. He looked a bit down, but seeing Lin Chen alone, he let out a howl and charged forward, swinging wildly. Seeing their mate go, the other thugs howled and followed suit. Lin Chen grabbed one thug's arm, then swept him to the ground with a single kick, swift and decisive. The other two thugs were swiftly taken down as well, the entire process taking less than half a minute. By the time the security guards arrived with riot gear, they only found the thugs lying motionless on the ground. Damn awesome! Someone shouted, and all the Beike University students cheered. Most of them admired Lin Chen taking down several burly men without a scratch. If they could pull that off, they'd brag about it for the rest of their lives. Lin Chen made a call, and soon several police officers arrived. They took Bingha's uncle and his associates into custody, while the security guards dispersed the crowd of onlookers. Senior Lin Feng, thank you. Thank you, Senior. Binghe bowed deeply to Lin Chen with utmost respect, then bowed again. You're welcome. Lin Chen replied. He hadn't done it for Bingha, but for Lin Feng, though it had indirectly helped her as well. Senior Yimu, thank you for the coat. Here, take it back. The person who had draped the clothes over Bingha was a year older than her and went by the name Yimu. She was now wearing a black sweater, her body trembling slightly, likely from the cold. No need. Keep it for now. I'll grab another one when I get back. Remember to return it when you have time. Yimu waved her hand and returned with her roommates. Yimu, aren't you cold? Her roommate watched Yimu standing stiffly in her sweater, curiosity prompting the question. She's a pretty cute girl, isn't she? Yimu shook his head, but his response was off topic. Let's go. We've got business to attend to. Lin Feng led Bingha as they followed several police officers to the station. Senior, thank you for helping me. I don't need the pay. Consider it repayment for your kindness. Sitting in the car, Bingha realized she had nothing tangible to offer Lin Feng in gratitude, so she suggested declining the payment. We'll talk about that later. Lin Feng didn't respond immediately to Bingha's suggestion. Mr. Lin Feng, if I'm not by your side in the future, I still hope you'll stay in a safe area and wait for me. This was my failure. I'll contact headquarters to assign you additional protection personnel. Lin Chen still felt uneasy about today's events. Ultimately, it was his failure to protect her. He expected to face questioning from higher up soon, likely resulting in several days of confinement. My apologies, Lin Chen. Lin Feng felt a twinge of guilt. He still hadn't fully adjusted to his new identity and preferred things to stay as they were. Commander, I suggest you look into the gene serum. Shao Ke suddenly spoke in Lin Feng's mind. Gene serums? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. These serums are typically developed to enhance an organism's individual capabilities. They can reshape an organism's genes and cells, or strengthen bone density. Like the kind used for super soldier gene serums? Lin Feng had a rough idea. He'd seen Captain America and knew what this kind of gene stuff was about. Yes, commanders need a certain level of self-defense capability. Listening to Xiaoka's explanation, Lin Feng opened the reputation value store and browsed items related to genes. Super Soldier Gene Serum, 1 million reputation points. This serum enhances an organism's reaction speed, strength, resistance to damage, and wound healing capabilities to approximately 5 to 10 times the normal range for its species. However, it carries a certain mortality rate and is not guaranteed to succeed. Grade Skip Gene Serum, 10 million reputation points. This serum is divided into 9 tiers, from Tier 1 to Tier 9. Tier 1 doubles the creature's normal reaction speed, strength, damage resistance, and wound healing capabilities. Tier 2 doubles these further, and so on. There are no side effects, but consuming higher tier serums requires prior consumption of lower tiers, making the process slow. Mechanical Augmentation Gene Serum, 10 million reputation points. This serum enables the biological host to integrate mechanical components, effectively achieving a state of immortality. The sole drawback is that the host becomes a fully functional robot. Lin Feng scanned the options and identified only 3 gene potions currently compatible with humans. After careful consideration, he concluded there was no urgent need for the Super Soldier Gene Potion or the Mechanical Augmentation Gene Potion, leaving the Cross-Tier Gene Potion as his sole choice. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng spent 1 billion product reputation points to exchange for the Cross-Tier Gene Serum. Watching his reputation points plummet by a staggering amount, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a sharp pang of regret. After a short wait, Bing's ID card was processed. Opting for expedited service, she would receive it in about 2 weeks. To enter the tech building, he'd have Li Dongxing escort her inside first. But, seeing Bing's troubled expression, Lin Feng frowned again. Though easygoing, she was also extremely frugal. If he rashly offered her anything, she'd surely refuse, just like earlier when she declined his offer of compensation. After pondering, Lin Feng decided against giving her anything for now. Clothing, however, was manageable. He instructed them to provide Binghe with thicker versions of the lab coats used for research. It was already past noon, and the afternoon research discussion was about to begin, followed by the start of controlled nuclear fusion research. The schedule was indeed tight. But over here, this is utter nonsense. I admit Lin Feng did pioneer controlled nuclear fusion, but how could one man possibly manage such a massive project? Not only is he overseeing the mecha and chip initiatives, but those 2 old men, Li Dongsheng and Wang Hong, are right there too. Chapter 38, Project Blocked. At the Academy of Sciences, Wang Yuxing watched the rowdy old men before him and felt a headache coming on. Not long ago, when preparing supplies for the experiment, Yang Kelly had eagerly nodded, assuring Wang Yuxing that he could discuss any needs with him and would provide full support. But now, after learning that Project 5 was headed by a young man barely out of his 20s, Yang Kelly flatly refused to let Wang Yuxing proceed with any further preparations for Project 5. Senior Yang, but Lin Feng is also the lead on 2 crucial projects. You can't deny his achievements, and besides, this is the first request he's personally made. Wang Yuxing looked at him with some difficulty. This man's words carried weight, nothing less. I'm not denying his achievements, but this is Project 5. Project 5. It's not one of those so-called key projects. You must understand the weight Project 5 carries. It's not something to be trifled with. I'll personally speak with the chairman about this. Yang Kelly was genuinely furious. He had overseen 2 numbered projects without a single misstep, and he wouldn't let this one slip either. Senior Yang, you must know that the theoretical framework for this project was proposed by Lin Feng. Wang Yuxing was also seething, but as Yang Kelly was his senior, he forced himself to hold back his anger. So what if he proposed the theory? That doesn't qualify him to lead Project 5. Wang, I'm not trying to undermine Lin Feng, but this isn't just any project. Project 5 affects everything. We must be extremely cautious. Yang Kelly said earnestly, patting Wang Yuxing on the shoulder before leaving the conference room. Watching Yang Kelly's shuffling steps, Wang Yuxing fell silent. He understood Yang Kelly's concern for the project, yet he still couldn't bring himself to trust Lin Feng. Researchers studying mecha from across the country rushed to the Huaka Institute, which immediately went on high alert. This marked the institute's second emergency lockdown in 2 months, drawing intense scrutiny from many. Even spies were fixated on the facility, desperately seeking ways to infiltrate it. The academy's science building was completely surrounded by soldiers. Elderly men in Zhongshan suits hurried inside with quick, small steps, while others, still wearing their lab coats, rushed toward the entrance. The conference room was eerily quiet. Occasionally, researchers entered, exchanging mere nods with acquaintances before taking any available seat. They pulled out their pre-prepared technical questions, their urgent gazes fixed on the young figure at the podium. Lin Feng stood on the stage, observing the growing crowd of researchers below. Gone was his earlier flustered state, replaced by a composed and calm demeanor. With the final researcher taking his seat, the academic discussion formally commenced. It lasted nearly 6 hours, continuing until nightfall. Lin Feng finally understood what it meant to be utterly exhausted. Though each individual question was brief, the cumulative volume was staggering. He briefly outlined several technical challenges before devoting the entire session to resolving the experimental issues the researchers encountered. After the meeting concluded, the researchers hurriedly departed the Huaca Institute without a moment's delay, a testament to their passion for science. Lin Feng watched the last researcher leave before letting out a long sigh. He was utterly exhausted, but he understood, with great power comes great responsibility. The next step was preparing for the controlled nuclear fusion experiment. Lin Feng glanced around at the brightly lit surroundings, where distant voices of students chatting and laughing could be heard. He had been in the capital for less than 2 days and was already preparing to leave. Lin Feng thought of Jiang Luo, then of his parents. He felt selfish, so consumed by research projects that he could scarcely find time to see them. He transferred some money to his parents. It wasn't much, but it represented the equivalent of their hard work for months. Lin Feng, there's been an unexpected issue with the project. Wang Yuxing called Lin Feng, filled with self-reproach. Lin Feng and his mentor had trusted him enough to entrust him with planning the project, yet now it was all for naught. Wang Yuxing recounted the entire sequence of events to Lin Feng in meticulous detail. After listening, Lin Feng fell into a long silence. He understood what those people meant. They genuinely didn't believe he possessed such capability. This world was full of such people. No matter how much you proved your worth, they would never believe you. But unfortunately, he possessed that very capability. Since they refused to believe, he would simply present the facts before them. Uncle Wang, don't worry. Prepare a few. Lin Feng intended to construct a simple, controllable nuclear fusion device. It seemed he would have to stay in the capital for a few more days. Understood, Lin Feng. I've already informed the chief about this. He's quite busy at the moment, so it might take some time before he returns. Wang Yuxing had reported the situation to the chief the moment Yang Kelly refused, but the chief was tied up. Yang Kelly was also in communication with the chief, leaving the matter at an impasse. Lin Feng hung up the phone and gazed at the hazy night sky. No stars, no moon. A sudden wave of melancholy washed over him. The events unfolding felt surreal yet undeniably real. For a moment, he lost his bearings. Yes, he was pursuing scientific research, but this path devoid of obstacles had robbed him of his drive. Lin Feng swayed slightly as he descended the stairs to the commercial street of Huaca Academy. He casually entered a shop, glancing at the counter behind the cash register as he approached the entrance. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out his hand. Hey, boss, grab me that pack of cigarettes. Lin Feng bought the cigarettes and returned to the science building. Though night had fallen, the place showed no signs of slowing down. He found a corridor with a nice view, leaned on the railing, and lit a cigarette. The first drag stung his throat, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. But the second puff felt much smoother. The smoke drifted into the night air, carrying his thoughts far away. Commander, you seem lost. Xiaoke had noticed something was off with Lin Feng. He was a shadow of his former self, the once spirited young man now looking utterly defeated. MHM. Lin Feng gave a faint nod, offering no rebuttal as he continued puffing on his cigarette. Why the confusion? Is it about life? Or about life? Xiaoke asked in his mind. What difference does it make how you phrase it? Lin Feng asked in confusion. Was this some kind of joke? The first is about life, the second is about life. Xiaoke continued to speak in baffling terms. You'd better go play somewhere else. Lin Feng had no desire to listen to Xiaoke anymore. Confusion is normal. Life isn't easy, it's bound to be confusing. Even when everything's going smoothly, confusion can still creep in. Yesterday is the past, tomorrow is the future. We always reminisce about the past, and tomorrow remains an enigma. In that light, today is the greatest gift. Remember today as you remember the past, anticipate today as you anticipate the future. Seen this way, there seems to be nothing left to be confused about. Chapter 39, Conducting Controlled Nuclear Fusion Experiments. Where did you even get that from? Lin Feng was puzzled by Xiaoke's words, though they did seem to carry a grain of truth. Based on my understanding of humanity, birth, aging, sickness, death, love, hate, and all the complexities of human emotion. Everyone has a different perspective on life, and standards for right and wrong vary. Most people believe that what is acceptable can be done, and thus rules are formed. Confusion is just one of the rules humans must follow, but it's not something we need to overthink, just go with the flow. Xiaoke rattled off a lot, but it was clear he didn't grasp what confusion truly meant. Yet he wasn't entirely wrong. Perhaps confusion doesn't need to be overanalyzed, just go with the flow. You should learn more. Lin Feng finished his cigarette and turned toward the lab. The night passed without incident. At dawn the next day, Bingha arrived at the science building. Without a phone, she couldn't contact Li Dongsheng, and the security guards refused her entry. Fortunately, Lin Feng arrived early. Otherwise, the young girl would have had to stand there all morning in that sleeveless coat. Look at me, my mind was completely absorbed in research. Li Dongsheng saw Lin Feng escorting Bingha inside, slapped his forehead, and apologized hurriedly. It's fine, academician Li. I only waited a little while. Bingha waved her hand dismissively, not really bothered. She wasn't that dissatisfied after all, it was a compliment that an academician had taken the time to see her. Lin Feng watched silently from the side. Wait a bit? This girl must have arrived early this morning. He himself had only come around 8 o'clock, meaning she'd been waiting here for at least an hour. Professor Li, is what I requested ready? Lin Feng inquired. Though intended for Bingha, it seemed he might need it for a while himself. It's ready, but the equipment has been taken out and hasn't been moved into the lab yet. The clothes are also ready, just over there. Li Dongxing hadn't found suitable help to handle these items and had planned to bring people in during the day to move the equipment inside. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to arrive so quickly. No problem, I'll handle it myself. Lin Feng didn't seem too concerned upon hearing this. Setting things up himself wasn't a bad idea, at least he'd remember exactly where everything went. Let's go. Lin Feng and Bingha bid farewell to Li Dongxing and headed toward the lab he'd mentioned. Turning the corner of the corridor, they spotted the lab with a pile of items stacked at the entrance. Without hesitation, Lin Feng signaled to Bingha, and they began carrying the equipment inside. After several trips back and forth, they finally moved all the lab supplies inside. Bingha's face was flushed red from exhaustion, her breath visible in the air. Lin Feng was also panting slightly from the effort. His determination to develop the gene serum grew stronger, but he knew he had to focus on the controlled nuclear fusion device first. Progress had to be made step by step. The experimental equipment was all brand new. After a brief rest, Lin Feng immediately dove into his research, with Bingha assisting him on the sidelines. The simple equipment was easy to operate. After adjusting the device, Lin Feng slowly added the required raw materials. Achieving controlled nuclear fusion essentially involved 3 steps. First, activate the device. Second, load the materials. Third, seal the device. Fourth, initiate ignition to start the operation. The final step involved harnessing and storing the energy generated by this fusion process. The blue deuterium protium solution poured in. Lin Feng had extracted it from seawater. Though it had taken considerable time, seeing so much of it now felt like a reward for his labor. Gently closing the device, Lin Feng felt a twinge of anxiety as he observed its contents. While he possessed a complete mental blueprint of the experimental process, that alone offered no guarantee against error. His heart raced with apprehension. This entire sequence demanded considerable resources, and with Bingha watching nearby, his pride refused to tolerate failure. Li Dongxing, curious about Lin Feng's research, tiptoed closer to peek into the lab. Lin Feng was fiddling with the apparatus, its strange buttons baffling even Li Dongxing. Old Li, what are you up to? Wang Hong appeared behind Li Dongxing without warning. He had gone to the lab looking for him earlier but was told he wasn't there, so he'd been searching around until he found Li Dongxing here. Sure, Lin Feng's conducting an experiment. Li Dongxing turned and gave Wang Hong a shushing gesture before returning his attention to Lin Feng's work. Wang Hong then noticed Lin Feng conducting an experiment inside the lab. He observed Lin Feng adding some blue liquid into a device before pressing several buttons. That's an integrated reactor. He's extracting tritium directly from seawater, then accelerating particles. What's that drill-like thing? A laser accelerator. I get it, he's accelerating particles first, then using laser-induced high-temperature acceleration to give them sufficient kinetic energy for collision. Is Lin Feng conducting controlled nuclear fusion here? Wang Hong's expression shifted from shock to numbness. But wasn't controlled nuclear fusion part of Project 5? Why was he conducting experiments here? Curiosity gnawed Wang Hong, tempting him to ask Lin Feng, yet he remained silent, waiting for Lin Feng to see the controlled nuclear fusion experiment through to completion. The spacious laboratory appeared chaotic yet exuded an orderly precision. No matter which apparatus Lin Feng needed, he never had to move more than 3 steps. Everything was under his command. Still engrossed in Lin Feng's experiment, Wang Hong suddenly heard him shout. We're finally at the final stage. Success or failure hinges on this very moment. Lin Feng stared intently at the apparatus before him, his tension palpable. Bingha, Wang Hong, and Li Dongxing outside the window all held their breath, not daring to breathe loudly for fear of affecting the experiment's outcome. As the final reagent entered the reactor, Lin Feng watched the shimmering liquid with a satisfied smile. Accelerate! The reaction solution instantly dispersed into a mist, shimmering within the transparent special vessel as it began accelerating wildly. At first, a rapid air current seemed visible inside, but as the speed increased, only a streak of light could be seen soaring through the air. The process lasted a full 10 minutes. Though tedious, everyone watched intently, not daring to slack off or make a sound. Ignition! The laser device, which had been waiting nearby, suddenly activated. Even from a distance, Wang Hong could see the blinding beam, hotter than the sun itself. As time dragged on, the beam intensified until Wang Hong had to shut his eyes, yet he could still feel the blinding white light. Lin Feng shielded his eyes from the blinding glare, calculating in his mind that the critical research phase was underway, nearing its final stage. In truth, Wang Hong and Li Dongxing weren't the only ones observing this experiment. The first and Yang Kelly were also watching Lin Feng's operations intently through the video feed. Zhu Weiwei narrowed his eyes, silent and still. Yang Kelly, however, stared wide-eyed with excitement. Had it not been for Zhu Weiwei's insistence, he never would have watched this experiment. Yet now, he was proven wrong. The young man he had doubted was on the verge of creating a device capable of shocking the world. Chapter 40, Experiment Success. As Lin Feng completed his final step, the luminous gas streams shot into the laser beam like streaks of light. A dull thud echoed through the lab, followed by a blinding light that seemed to fill the entire space like a miniature sun. Boom! An even louder explosion followed. A blazing beam, as intense as the sun, erupted from a sphere. Even in broad daylight, the entire lab was completely illuminated by the white light, as if the sun itself had plunged into the room. The intense white light seemed poised to burst through the screen itself. Even young Kelly had to close his eyes, unable to watch the video feed. This blinding radiance persisted for over 10 minutes. Lin Feng watched the apparatus with a smile, then explained to the two observers. This is a simple experiment utilizing controlled nuclear fusion for power generation. This discharge could power the Huaka Academy non-stop for an entire year. Unfortunately, due to the device's imperfect design, there may be some loss in storage efficiency, but 10 months should be no problem. Lin Feng pressed the switch. The beam, blazing as fiercely as the sun, seemed to suddenly encounter nightfall. It gradually dimmed until it finally extinguished completely. Does Elder Yanghua have any questions regarding this controlled nuclear fusion experiment? After the experimental apparatus shut down completely, the two figures on the video feed remained silent for a long while. Young Kelly seemed frozen in place, sitting motionless with a blank expression. Groundbreaking. Truly groundbreaking. From this day forward, humanity can finally declare complete mastery over the raging beast of controlled nuclear fusion. We shall never again fear energy shortages. Yang Kelly snapped out of his daze and shouted excitedly, bursting into unrestrained laughter as if he hadn't felt this joyful in ages. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Seeing you makes me realize I've lived these years in vain. Yang Kelly wept with emotion. Since narrowly escaping national extinction, Huagua had pursued its path of great rejuvenation with relentless dedication. Yet despite decades of arduous progress, it had never truly surpassed the technological superpowers. This failure fueled widespread blind admiration for foreign nations, with many blaming themselves for failing to elevate their homeland above those powers. Now, with the mastery of controlled nuclear fusion, the nation had finally escaped the energy crisis. This breakthrough would enable a complete energy revolution, sparking a new wave of transformative change across military-industrial complexes, civilian sectors, and even the political landscape. Lin Feng, you are a hero. I wish to apologize for my previous actions and words. Yang Kelly rose from his chair and bowed deeply to Lin Feng. The next generation of Huagua truly could carry the banner of the nation's great rejuvenation. His body trembled slightly with emotion. You honor me too much, Senior Yang. As a researcher, you have every right to question theoretical concepts that lack experimental validation. I understand that scientific inquiry demands the courage to challenge assumptions and the boldness to test hypotheses. Lin Feng stated with righteous conviction, echoing a principle distilled by countless scientific pioneers. Well said. Yet I feel ashamed of that very principle I dared to question, but failed to dare to experiment. Lin Feng, come to the Academy of Sciences tomorrow. I will do everything in my power to support your experiments. Yang Kelly felt a pang of shame. He hadn't recognized Lin Feng's potential, yet Lin Feng had offered him a way out. Still, he promptly arranged everything Lin Feng needed so that he could begin his research the moment he arrived at the Academy tomorrow. This junior expresses his gratitude to Elder Yanghua here. Lin Feng bowed slightly in acknowledgement before ending the call with Elder Yang. He exhaled deeply. Moments ago, he'd feared Elder Yang might make things difficult for him, but it seemed he'd judged a noble man by his own petty standards. Lin Feng, should Project 5 succeed, I shall personally award you the Huaxia Medal of Honor and preside over your academician induction ceremony. The first elder, observing Lin Feng immediately compose himself upon hearing these words, made this promise personally. Lin Feng expresses his gratitude for the first leader's recognition. Lin Feng saluted the first leader with a military salute. He did not refuse, this was what he deserved. The first leader nodded and hung up. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't felt this tense even when researching mechs. Understand? Lin Feng looked at Binghe, who was still standing beside him in a daze. With the first leader watching her, she dared not move freely, mechanically following Lin Feng's commands. Sort of, not really. Binghe carefully recalled some of the experimental steps Lin Feng had performed, but she realized the technical principles he used seemed quite different from the theoretical knowledge she had learned. Then do you know how to conduct this experiment? Realizing his methods and theories diverged from Binghe's understanding, Lin Feng rephrased his question. After all, he wouldn't be here tomorrow. I remember. First, use the extraction apparatus to extract, then add it to the reaction apparatus, finally. Binghe recited Lin Feng's earlier experimental steps verbatim, earning a satisfied nod from him. Then you. Just as Lin Feng was about to speak, he suddenly noticed two faces pressed against the window outside. Looking closer, he recognized Wang Hong and Li Dongsheng. Lin Feng hurried over to open the door. Mr. Li, Mr. Wang, what brings you here? Lin Feng hurriedly opened the door, intending to invite Wang Hong and Li Dongsheng inside. I just came to see how your experiment was progressing. I'm still busy with my own work, so I won't be coming in. Li Dongsheng waved his hand, indicating he was just tagging along for the fun, then turned and left the lab. Wang Hong watched Li Dongsheng depart and followed suit. After all, he had come to ask Lin Feng for a favor and didn't want to disturb him. Lin Feng opened the door only to see their retreating figures. Bingha, this is for you. If you manage to build this, come find me at the Academy of Sciences. Lin Feng handed a document to Bingha. Since she didn't have a phone or other device to receive emails, he'd printed it out himself. The small device described inside was no simple matter. It was a nuclear-powered propulsion unit, albeit a miniaturized version. If you haven't managed it in 3 months, come find me then. If you can't locate me, just call this number and give your name. Lin Feng paused, then decided to leave her a backup plan just in case. He also provided Lin Chen's phone number. Senior, I will definitely succeed. Bingha looked at Lin Feng with unwavering seriousness, her eyes gleaming with determination. I believe in you. I'll be waiting for you at the Academy of Sciences. Lin Feng roughly estimated the time needed to complete the controlled nuclear fusion device experiment about 3 months. He hoped Bingha would come find him before he finished his own project. Lin Feng left the lab, while Bingha remained behind to study the technical theories he had left her, tinkering with those strange devices. Lin Feng specifically asked Xiaoko to keep an eye on Bingha, mainly because such equipment was prone to explosions, and he feared she might accidentally get hurt. Meanwhile, Gu Suping was rushing anxiously toward the capital. Chapter 41, Project 5. President Siete, I believe we've located a key figure. Triss handed a stack of photos to President, who was currently listening to various speeches in the House of Representatives. Oh? President Zaya took the photos and examined them carefully. 2 academicians were simultaneously visiting the Northern Academy of Sciences. 5 armed helicopters had flown in from the Huazhong Academy of Sciences. The University of Science and Technology of China was under complete lockdown, suspected of developing a large-scale weapon of mass destruction. Zhangfeng Armor Technology had some companies involved. Gu Suping was returning to the capital aboard a military transport aircraft. The Huazhong Academy of Sciences was under complete lockdown. This man looks barely 20. Could he just be a soldier? President Zayat asked uncertainly after reviewing the photos. A common figure appeared repeatedly in the images. Lin Feng in disguise. Yet President Zayat found it hard to believe someone so young could achieve much. President Xia, we thought the same about Mr. Qian when he was in his 20s. Triss firmly believed Lin Feng must be a key figure and cited examples. In that case, find a way to eliminate him. We'll gauge China's reaction to see how important he truly is. President Zayat shut off the video feed of the House of Representatives meeting, where members were chattering incessantly. He rubbed his temples, finding the daily barrage of nonsense from these people thoroughly irritating. Understood. I'll handle it immediately. Noticing President Zayat's impatient gesture, Triss sensibly withdrew. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Lin Chan exited the campus gates of Beike University. Driving an inconspicuous car, they made their way back toward the university at a leisurely pace. Lin Feng sat quietly in the back seat, watching the bustling traffic flow outside the window. Lin Chen, however, frowned. He steered the car left and right, sometimes suddenly accelerating to run red lights, before finally steering back onto the proper route. What's wrong? Lin Feng noticed Lin Chen's uneasy expression. Someone was tailing us, but I lost them. Lin Chen didn't hide anything. After leaving the Beike Academy, he'd spotted 2 cars following them in his rearview mirror. He'd led them on a wild goose chase before suddenly running a red light to shake them off. Though dangerous, it was all for Lin Feng's safety. Headquarters, run a check on these 2 license plates, XXXXXX and XXXXXX. Lin Chen immediately relayed the license plates of the 2 tailing vehicles. His mission was solely to protect Lin Feng's safety. Other matters didn't require his personal involvement. Due to the tail, Lin Chen drove in a state of high alert. Lin Feng also grew tense under Lin Chen's influence. After all, this was his first time being followed. Previously, it was always him following. Ahem, just kidding. After a tense drive, they arrived at the Academy of Sciences. Lin Feng and Lin Chen entered together, where Wang Yuxing had been waiting impatiently. Spotting them, he immediately stood up and approached. Elder Yang Gui is overseeing the progress of Project 4. He should be here shortly. Wang Yuxing explained to Lin Feng. He had heard about yesterday's events. Currently, Lin Feng was the only one capable of winning over Elder Yang Gui through his own abilities. Wang Yuxing felt even more respect for Lin Feng. No problem. Are all the researchers here? Lin Feng waved dismissively. Everyone's here. We're just waiting for you and Elder Yang Gui. Well, that meant not quite everyone was here. But Project 4 seemed rather important, and Lin Feng found himself growing curious. May I ask what Project 4 entails? Lin Feng couldn't resist and immediately asked Wang Yuxing. Well, due to confidentiality regulations, I can't discuss it. Wang Yuxing shook his head. Classified projects where top-secret participants were forbidden from discussing any details with others until the project was officially disclosed. Violators would be treated as spies, arrested, and face severe punishment. All right. Lin Feng understood and didn't press further. He followed Wang Yuxing to the conference room. As soon as they entered, numerous researchers turned their gaze toward the doorway. Lin Feng spotted several familiar faces in the crowd and exchanged greetings with them. After half an hour of catching up, Yang Kelly concluded his inspection and hurried over. My deepest apologies for keeping you all waiting so long for this old man. I truly feel terrible about it. Yang Kelly immediately apologized to everyone upon entering. Due to unexpected circumstances, he had been forced to address issues arising from Project 4, causing the meeting originally scheduled for around 8 o'clock to be delayed until past 10 o'clock. We understand it was an urgent matter. Lin Feng understood what Yang Kelly's issues implied. This was no minor matter. However, before we begin, I must inform you all about several matters concerning Project 5. I hope you will understand its critical importance. Yang Kelly spoke slowly, observing the attentive faces before him. This experiment involves the Academy of Sciences as the central testing site, conducting synchronized trials with 75 regional sites nationwide. As the primary hub, our responsibilities far exceed those of other sites. Therefore, our progress must absolutely precede all others. You are all veterans of the Academy and understand the weight of my words. With experimental sites spread nationwide, I trust you all grasp the implications. Failure at any single site could inflict substantial damage, especially at the main site. Should we falter, the entire Project 5 would collapse. As the saying goes, a single hair moves, and the whole body trembles. This experiment determines whether our nation's future energy challenges can be permanently resolved. I urge everyone to approach this with utmost seriousness. If there are no objections, we will now proceed to sign the confidentiality agreements. Upon completion, the experimental details will be disclosed. Yang Kelly's words immediately commanded the full attention of the assembled researchers. Classified projects were long regarded as sacred endeavors by China's scientific community. Participation alone was considered an immense honor. This project, focused on resolving the energy crisis, held even greater significance. It was well known that the world had begun researching various new energy sources to address the impending energy crisis. However, the newly developed energy sources fell far short of humanity's expectations. Many large-scale devices could not utilize the currently researched new energy sources, yet the world's petroleum resources were finite and would inevitably be depleted. Some researchers had already begun speculating about the nature of this experimental project. Yet, at present, only one technology had been developed that could potentially provide a comprehensive solution to energy resource challenges: controlled nuclear fusion. Upon receiving the experimental details, numerous researchers stared wide-eyed in disbelief, seemingly unable to fathom what they were seeing. Since its discovery, controlled nuclear fusion has been hailed as an infinite, clean, and safe new energy source. Yet the myriad challenges involved have deterred many scientists, and to this day, no viable method exists to fully achieve controlled nuclear fusion. But now, Chapter 42, Lin Feng is in danger. Is this real? The researchers still couldn't believe it. They pored over the documents before them again and again, finally convincing themselves that this was indeed a feasible controlled nuclear fusion technology. Over the next 3 days, please thoroughly familiarize yourselves with this theoretical framework. Any questions can be directed to me. I hope Project 5 can proceed smoothly after this period. Lin Feng stepped onto the stage with solemn expression, delivered his statement, then turned to Yang Kelly, who nodded in response. Now, I declare Project 5 officially launched. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the assembled researchers erupted into applause. On the large screen behind him, scientists from experimental sites across the nation joined in with cheers and applause. Senior Yang, I require a laboratory and these materials. Lin Feng and Yang Kelly exited the conference room. Lin Feng called out to Yang Kelly, who was hurrying ahead. Yang Kelly didn't look well. It seemed the issues with Project 4 were quite serious. Just inform Wang Yuxing about these matters. I have other commitments and cannot assist you further. True to form, Yang Kelly didn't even pause before walking away. Lin Feng grew even more curious. What exactly was Project number 4? Xiaoko, could you look into what Project 4 actually is? Lin Feng couldn't suppress his curiosity. He wanted Xiaoko to help him uncover the nature of Project number 4. Commander, there's no trace of this project online. It's impossible to find. Xiaoko had discovered Project 4 earlier than Lin Feng, but unfortunately, the Chinese government had already erased all traces of its existence, a situation unprecedented for other projects. Xiaoko had no clue what this project was researching either. Forget it then. Just focus on your own experiments. Lin Feng planned to use these 3 days to develop the first-stage gene serum. As the intensity of his experiments increased, he felt his physical condition deteriorating day by day. At this rate, his body would soon collapse. Uncle Wang, get me a lab, and while you're at it. Lin Feng sought out Wang Yuxing and relayed his requirements. Wang Yuxing naturally dared not neglect Lin Feng's request, though he was genuinely puzzled. Are you planning to conduct biological experiments? Wang Yuxing examined the list of experimental equipment and materials Lin Feng requested, noting that the vast majority were biological research tools. I have a small idea I want to test to see if it can succeed. Lin Feng didn't specify what he was researching, offering only vague explanations. Wang Yuxing didn't question it further, simply nodding before heading off to make preparations. Wang Yuxing moved swiftly. Within hours, the lab was ready, and Lin Feng hurried over. First, prepare the cell culture dishes. After disinfecting the lab, Lin Feng urgently retrieved the vessels and began culturing stem cells. Wang Yuxing remained by his side, assisting with issues raised by the research staff and occasionally lending a hand with Lin Feng's work. Uncle Wang, let's tackle the issues first. We can only start preparing the agent after the cells are cultured. Glancing at the clock, Lin Feng saw 18 hours remained before cell culture completion. He seized this window to assist colleagues with their issues. Holding stacks of problem-listed papers, he sorted them by technical specialty. Each researcher handled distinct areas. Lin Feng then directed specific groups to resolve their respective issues. Within 5 hours, he had resolved every problem, leaving Wang Yuxing in awe of his efficiency. Night fell quickly. Lin Feng periodically checked on the stem cell cultures. Satisfied everything was stable, he and Wang Yuxing left the lab to rest. Lin Chen, who had been waiting outside, stood there motionless like a lamppost. Cigarette? Lin Feng pulled out a cigarette and offered one to Lin Chen. He had already picked up the bad habit of smoking. Lin Chen accepted the cigarette, and the two leaned against a railing, puffing away. Gu Suping hurried to the Academy of Sciences, rushing straight to Lin Feng with a frantic look on his face. Gu, what's got you so flustered? Lin Feng offered Gu Suiping another cigarette. Only when he reached Lin Feng did Gu Suiping finally relax. Taking the cigarette, he took several deep drags, his tense nerves finally easing. According to the latest intel, the American side has launched an assassination attempt targeting one of our key figures. At first, I thought it was some other leader, so I rushed over here. It wasn't until Lin Chen mentioned this morning that you were being followed that I realized the target thereafter is you. Gu Suping couldn't make sense of it. Those aware of Lin Chen's identity were strictly controlled, and the Americans, at least at this point, didn't know Lin Feng's true identity. Why would they target Lin Feng for assassination? Gu Suping had investigated for hours but still couldn't figure it out. However, Gu Suiping knew Lin Feng's current situation was extremely dangerous. There were spies deeply embedded within the Academy of Sciences for years, yet neither the American security measures nor the spies' activities had ever shown any signs of disruption. If it weren't for the intelligence uncovered by Chinese agents in the US, Gu Suiping would have believed there were no spies within the Academy. Are you saying I'm in danger now? Lin Feng grasped the gravity of Gu Suping's words. After all, the incident of being followed that morning was still fresh in his mind. He needed to develop the gene serum as quickly as possible. Extremely dangerous. My advice is to leave the academy and seek refuge at the secret base. Gu Suping pretended to be relaxed as he puffed on his cigarette, glancing around before whispering cheerfully to Lin Feng. No way. Project 5 has just begun. I can't leave. Lin Feng refused without hesitation. If controlled nuclear fusion wasn't developed within 3 months, his main quest, the Mecha Empire, would fail. Then, he might be erased by the system. But this place is dangerous for you now. Gu Suping shifted into a more relaxed posture, leaning against the railing as he spoke, appearing as though they were old friends catching up. Lin Feng lowered his head, silent. He couldn't halt Project 5 now, doing so would undo all his progress. There had to be a better solution. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Lin Chen beside him, and an idea formed in his mind. Have Lin Chen take my place in the open to lure the spy, while I disguise myself as an ordinary researcher to continue Project 5. Halting Project 5 now would likely alert the enemy. Gu Suping lowered his head, carefully weighing Lin Feng's proposal. Though feasible, it still carried significant risk. Yet, seeing the resolute look in Lin Feng's eyes, Gu Suping decided to deploy additional security personnel to infiltrate the research team, ensuring Lin Feng's safety. Chapter 43, Elixir Experiment. 3 days later, the first stage gene serum research succeeded, yielding 3 vials. Lin Feng and his 3 companions stared at the 4 transparent vials on the lab bench. To the untrained eye, they might have been mistaken for ordinary tap water. Enhancing cellular tolerance. The concept sounds simple, but executing it was no small feat. You've outdone yourself, Lin Feng. Gu Suping examined Lin Feng's technical theory, holding the finished product as he heaped praise upon him. The only catch is that this serum only works on humans. Lin Feng hesitated. He had used his own hematopoietic stem cells for the experiment, meaning the serum would only be effective on species sharing stem cell characteristics. Finding suitable test subjects like mice would be extremely difficult. Since it uses my stem cells, it should be fine. I'll test it myself. Lin Feng picked up a vial of the serum, ready to drink it, but Gu Suping quickly stopped him. No. The potion's safety hasn't been confirmed. You can't just drink it recklessly. Gu Suping snatched the vial from Lin Feng's hand. He couldn't let Lin Feng take such a risk. But this serum can only be tested on a human subject. Lin Feng said helplessly. He wouldn't let anyone else test it. Then I'll try it. Even if I die today, you mustn't come to harm. Gu Suping raised the vial to drink it down. Lin Feng rushed to stop him, but Lin Chen acted swiftly, snatching the vial from Gu Suping's grasp. Gu Suping reached for it again, only to be held tightly by Lin Feng. No need to struggle. I'll drink it. Both men froze, turning to Lin Chen. He held an empty test tube. The potion had vanished. Lin Chen smiled brightly at them, feigning nonchalance. But bodily transformation could never be painless. Lin Chen felt his flesh warping bit by bit, his bones shattering piece by piece. Tiny black beads of blood seeped from his face, quickly covering his entire cheeks. His body grew increasingly dizzy, and then he collapsed straight to the ground. Doctor! Quick, find a doctor! Gu Suping and Lin Feng watched Lin Chen collapse, his face drenched in black blood, panic setting in. As more black droplets seeped from his skin, Gu Suping shouted for a doctor. Other lab technicians rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Lin Chen lying on the floor, covered in black blood, they all realized something had gone terribly wrong. Damn it! It's all our fault for not stopping him. Gu Suping glanced at Lin Feng, who sat nearby with his head bowed, silent for a long time. He opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. Instead, he patted Lin Feng's shoulder. He knew this wasn't Lin Feng's fault, it was theirs. Lin Feng, however, was consumed by anxiety. Logically, nothing should have gone wrong. Both the experimental procedures and equipment usage had been flawless. How could this have happened? Unless the system had sold him counterfeit goods. Commander, this is merely a necessary stage of genetic modification. Please don't worry, and don't question the system's authenticity. Shao Ka's voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Genetic alteration wasn't natural evolution, it required undergoing specific processes to transform. So that means everything's fine, right? Lin Feng pressed impatiently, desperate for reassurance. Yes, Commander. Lin Feng relaxed and began waiting quietly for Lin Chen's examination results. Gu Suping could sense Lin Feng's entire state beginning to naturally unwind, assuming he'd fallen asleep from being overly tense. United Nations Conference Hall. Regarding the United States' recent decision to deploy additional troops to the Middle East, what are the views of the nations present? The chairman stood at the podium, surveying the representatives below. Yet the American delegate sat arrogantly in his chair, utterly unfazed by the proceedings. I believe the Middle East has been too chaotic lately. It's understandable for the United States to send troops to maintain order. The representative of Gaul spoke first. Nonsense. They're clearly sending troops to seize our oil resources. The representative of a small Middle Eastern nation stood up indignantly, his voice filled with righteous anger. Other representatives from smaller nations rose in solidarity. That's not how it works. We're helping you quell the conflicts, we can't just labor for nothing. The American representative sat with his legs crossed, looking utterly relaxed and showing no regard for the Middle Eastern delegates. If the US is so fond of helping others, why not pacify the Golden Triangle too? Tan Dongfang felt a surge of irritation at the US delegation's haughty demeanor. Recalling how they had used chip embargoes to blackmail them just months ago, his anger only intensified. The Golden Triangle emerged due to their own governance failures. They should resolve it themselves. If they need us to fix everything, what's the point of their national governments? The representative from the Empire of the Sun Never Sets also began to speak on behalf of the United States. If I recall correctly, this Middle East conflict was instigated by the US to seize oil resources, wasn't it? Tan Dongfang bluntly exposed the true motive behind the US instigating the Middle East war, leaving the American delegation uncomfortable. How could the world's self-appointed police force be caught breaking the law? The American representative requested a meeting recess and personally approached Tan Dongfang with a warning. Dear Mr. Tan, I hope you understand that the majority of Middle Eastern oil resources are under our control. If you continue to challenge us in the upcoming meetings, we will have no choice but to suspend oil exports to China. The American delegate stormed off after delivering this ultimatum. Tan Dongfang clenched his fist. As a permanent member of the UN Security Council, China should shoulder its responsibilities as a major power, but throughout the subsequent meeting, Tan Dongfang remained silent. The UN's investigation into the US's unjustified troop deployment in the Middle East ultimately fizzled out, even though Tan Dongfang had agreed not to pursue the matter. The US still restricted most Middle Eastern oil exports to China. This immediately exacerbated China's already tight oil supply, causing prices to surge nationwide. Severe fuel shortages began appearing in some areas. Those damned Americans. I should have let the UN try them back then. Tan Dongfang slammed his fist on the table in frustration as he studied the documents before him. With China's rapid rise in power, tensions between the two nations had escalated. While the US dared not openly provoke China, it constantly resorted to petty maneuvers in various areas, deliberately causing annoyance. Let the country endure a little longer. This will pass soon. Tan Dongfang knew this American oil export restriction would last only a few months at most. Their primary goal in seizing Middle Eastern oil resources was to capture China's oil market. By restricting China's oil exports, they'd be cutting off their own profits. If only our domestic oil reserves were more abundant. China may be vast and resource-rich, but its population is equally massive, demanding far greater energy resources. Tan Dongfang pondered this, his thoughts drifting back to the east, a place he hadn't revisited in ages. The patient has regained consciousness. Chapter 44, The Potion Succeeds. Lin Chen, you're finally awake. Lin Feng rushed into the ward upon hearing the doctor's news, only to find Lin Chen standing before the bed as if nothing had happened, having neatly folded the bedding into a perfect square. How are you feeling? Any discomfort? Even though Xiaoke repeatedly assured him that the technical theory provided was flawless, Lin Feng still feared he might have made a mistake somewhere in the experimental steps. This was a human trial drug, no room for error. Feelings? I feel lighter? Lin Chen stared at the window beside him, feeling an urge to leap. He sensed he could jump without a scratch. The sight of the barred window only intensified his desire to try. What the hell, he was in a hospital anyway. With lightning speed, Lin Chen dashed to the bedside, flung open the window, and leapt out in one fluid motion. The sight left Lin Feng and Gu Suping dumbstruck. Lin Feng, does this serum have some kind of mental side effect? Gu Suping swallowed hard and rushed to the window to check on Lin Chen, hoping he hadn't been smashed into a pulp. It shouldn't have. He was perfectly fine just now. Lin Feng also rushed to the window and looked down. He saw Lin Chen standing perfectly unharmed below, waving at them. Only then did Lin Feng and Gu Suping breathe a sigh of relief. Upon hearing the patient had jumped, the doctor immediately grabbed a stretcher and rushed downstairs with several nurses. They carried Lin Chen back upstairs on the stretcher. Back in his hospital bed, Lin Chen felt both amused and exasperated. He'd have to stay for a few more days of observation, and they preliminarily diagnosed him with abnormal mental behavior. Lin Chen, are you really okay physically? Lin Feng asked repeatedly, his concern evident. I've never felt better. That gene serum is truly remarkable. Lin Chen felt invigorated, his appetite ravenous, and all lingering ailments from past missions vanished. That's good. Rest up properly. I need to get back to work. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. However, Yang Kelly was pressing hard. The 3-day deadline had passed. Tonight, they would review the research findings from all sectors. By tomorrow morning, Project 5 would commence full-scale operations. All experimental sites would conduct trials simultaneously. There was no room for error. But I won't be by your side. Lin Chen was worried. After all, Gu Suping had just mentioned that a spy had been tailing Lin Feng. If he wasn't there at this critical moment and Lin Feng encountered danger, the consequences would be too grave for anyone to bear. Don't worry. Brother Gu has reinforced security here. There shouldn't be any immediate danger. I'll take the potion tonight, which should also boost my safety margin. Lin Feng's reassurance finally persuaded Lin Chen to lie back on the hospital bed, though truthfully, he hadn't slept more than 3 consecutive hours in ages while protecting Lin Feng. The basic gene serum couldn't alter human fatigue. Lin Feng and Gu Suping returned to the Academy of Sciences. Yang Kelly and numerous researchers were waiting for Lin Feng, the chief supervisor. Due to Lin Chen's situation, Lin Feng arrived about an hour late. The researchers were somewhat resentful. As soon as Lin Feng entered the room, he began apologizing profusely. Fortunately, this was only a minor incident, and they quickly proceeded with the progress report for the night. Primary responsibility zone, no issues at present. Second designated area, no issues at present. Third designated area. With Yang Kelly's final report concluded, all researchers now possess the foundation to formally commence controlled nuclear fusion experiments. Project 5, officially commencing. There was no thunderous applause, no cheers of celebration. Only the sound of chairs scraping back and hurried footsteps leaving the conference room. Applause and cheers were reserved for their future successes, not for the bold declarations made in the present. Lin Feng, you should get some rest too. There might not be much time for proper sleep from here on out. Yang Kelly offered a few parting words to Lin Feng before leaving the conference room. Lin Feng nodded noncommittally, preparing to return to his quarters. However, as he passed the biological laboratory, he stepped inside, retrieved a vial of genetic serum, drank it down, and collapsed onto the bed, drifting into a drowsy sleep. Late at night, a researcher walked through the Academy of Sciences as if nothing were amiss, seemingly conducting an inspection. He opened and glanced into every laboratory he passed. Soon, he arrived at the lab where Lin Feng had researched the gene serum. He swiped his access card, entered, and casually opened the serum storage cabinet. Inside, he found 2 vials of transparent serum. The solution seemed too clear, leading him to believe it was empty. He took a greenish-looking reagent nearby instead. He then copied a set of data from the lab bench's operation records before leaving the lab and moving on to the next one. Lin Feng, did you just come back from the dead? Gu Suping stared at Lin Feng, covered in blood. He'd nearly jumped out of his skin upon entering, thinking Lin Feng had been secretly taken out. Only when he spotted the empty reagent test tube on the floor did he realize Lin Feng had already downed that so-called first-stage gene serum. Lin Feng's face darkened. If you can't speak, don't speak. What did he mean, just died? Lin Feng glanced at the blood covering his body and the bloodstains on the bed. It did feel strangely familiar. Unable to stand the smell, he hurried off to take a shower. How do you feel? Gu Suping and Lin Feng walked toward the lab. Gu Suping kept observing Lin Feng for any changes, but outwardly, he seemed unchanged. Maybe I should try jumping off a building too? If he really thought about it, he didn't feel much different from usual. Except now his back didn't ache and his legs didn't hurt. He did feel this urge to jump off a building. Yesterday Lin Chen jumped from the 4th floor and was fine. Maybe he should try the 5th floor? Nah, better not. If old Yang Guo finds out, he'll have my head. Gu Suping waved his hands repeatedly, insisting Lin Feng didn't need to prove himself like this. After all, he was the one responsible for Lin Feng's personal safety. If anything happened to Lin Feng, he'd be facing a military tribunal. When Lin Feng entered the lab, the first phase of the controlled nuclear fusion experiment had already commenced. This segment was relatively straightforward and didn't require his supervision. Chief Engineer Lin, the experiment is ready. The regional supervisors gathered before Lin Feng to report. Surveying the researchers watching him, Lin Feng spoke slowly. Proceed. At his command, the researchers turned and immersed themselves in their tasks. The hum of machinery and the clamor of voices instantly filled the laboratory. While Lin Feng remained in charge of the core section, operations in other areas hadn't fully commenced yet. His section didn't require immediate action and would only begin once the other areas had completed their initial phases. Lin Feng paid particular attention to the experimental work in the initial sections. A smooth start was crucial for the subsequent experiments to proceed. Chapter 45, Accountability at the Top. Each generation produces its own talents, the new surpass the old. Yang Kelly did not participate in the project's work directly. Instead, he served as an overseer, monitoring the progress in each section. Under Lin Feng's coordination, numerous researchers carried out their experimental tasks in an orderly fashion. So far, only minor discrepancies in data had emerged, errors that were entirely negligible. Watching Lin Feng at work, Yang Kelly couldn't help but marvel. Though countless geniuses emerged in Huagua each year, researchers like Lin Feng capable of shouldering full responsibility were exceedingly rare. See? I didn't misjudge him. The chief had arrived at the Academy of Sciences at some point. After all, he was the chief who would personally witness the birth of the numbered project. Since its founding, China had seen over a dozen chiefs come and go, yet the total number of numbered projects born to date could be counted on one hand. I hear he's also developed a gene-enhancing serum? The first leader had naturally heard about Lin Feng's genetic serum. Such a substance was an invaluable asset for enhancing military capabilities. That's correct. Based on his theoretical framework, the biological laboratory has already commenced research into mass production methods. The theoretical foundation for first-stage gene serum technology isn't overly complex, yet it still represents cutting-edge advancement for the current world. However, human-based research remains a significant taboo within Huagua. Even in the United States, most biological serum research focuses on plants, animals, or viruses. Human subjects are rarely studied. How long is it expected to take? The leader shifted his gaze from the busy figure in the lab and turned to look at young Kelly, who was intently watching the surveillance feed. Well, young Kelly hesitated, stammering a few times before falling silent. Is there a problem? The leader noticed the unease in young Kelly's expression and his reluctance to voice the problem. It seemed this difficulty was indeed a major complication. The primary ingredient for the serum is human stem cells. Yang Kelly murmured, glancing nervously at the chief. Human experimentation was strictly forbidden by every chief throughout history. While Lin Feng had undeniably unveiled another world-shocking technology, using human stem cells as the primary ingredient felt decidedly inappropriate. He's conducting human research. The leader's voice trembled with disbelief. Now he understood why young Kelly had concealed the development of this groundbreaking gene serum from him. It involved human experimentation. A sudden surge of frustration welled up in the leader's chest, gradually transforming into rage. Human experimentation had been strictly prohibited throughout China's history. No matter how brilliant Lin Feng was, he couldn't possibly conduct research using human subjects. First Elder, it's not like that. Yang Kelly started to explain, but the head waved him off, his anger boiling over. Bring Lin Feng out here immediately. And halt mass production of that serum. The first left the laboratory, each step heavy with weight. What kind of nonsense is this? Yang Kelly had no choice but to summon Lin Feng, who emerged looking utterly bewildered. Lin Feng, it's like this. Yang Kelly explained the entire situation to Lin Feng in detail. Lin Feng understood. It turned out the chief had mistaken his genetic serum research for human experimentation. Though it was technically accurate, since he had used his own stem cells for testing. You'd better explain this properly. The head is furious right now. I'll keep an eye on things here for you. Jan Kelly gave a few parting instructions before pushing Lin Feng out of the lab. This is a mess. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly and followed the guard to meet the head. Lin Feng, I value you, but that doesn't mean you can act recklessly. Though the chief was advanced in years, his voice still carried a powerful resonance. Even when he tried to keep his tone measured, the anger beneath was unmistakable. No, head, let me explain. This isn't human experimentation. Cold sweat broke out on Lin Feng's brow. As expected of the chief, his presence was something most people couldn't withstand. Not human experimentation? Then what is it? The head suppressed his temper. As long as it wasn't human experimentation, it could be discussed. But if it was, no one could save him today. It's research I conducted using my own human stem cells. No human subjects were involved. Lin Feng hurriedly clarified. It seemed the first leader still had some tolerance for him. Anyone else would have been arrested and interrogated first. Human stem cells? Are you certain it's not human experimentation? The leader, unaware that human stem cells could be used to develop genetic agents, asked again uncertainly. No, this experiment only requires extracting stem cells from the human body. It's insignificant to the subject themselves. Seeing the leader's anger subside, Lin Feng quickly continued his explanation. Moreover, once the modified stem cells are injected into the human body, they continuously differentiate into more powerful cells that gradually replace the original cells. This process renews every cell, ultimately achieving a super cell state that transforms the human body into a superhuman. The leader frowned in thought, while the guards around him discussed something with him. Lin Feng waited quietly for the leader and the guards to reach a conclusion. After several minutes, the discussion ceased. The leader looked at Lin Feng with his usual amiable expression. I approve mass production of your gene serum. However, it shall not be distributed to the public for now. Its use is restricted to military and police forces. Lin Feng fully understood this decision. Distributing the serum to civilians carried risks of chaos and potential leakage abroad. After all, this stuff couldn't be detected by security checks. Understood, First Secretary. I have no objections. Lin Feng stood at attention and responded solemnly. With Project 5's success, your cover may be blown. When that happens, we'll publicly acknowledge you and commend your achievements before the entire nation. The chief's visit was ultimately about Lin Feng. The tighter their protection, the deeper the spies would probe. For instance, Lin Feng had been followed recently, confirming foreign attention but not yet revealing his identity. Without protection, he could be exposed easily. I trust the nation's arrangements. Lin Feng remained unfazed. Once he consumed the second-stage gene serum, he would become the strongest man on Earth, utterly fearless against any assassination attempts. Though he still feared heat weapons, for at his core, he remained a carbon-based lifeform. I'm honored you trust us. The first officer gazed at Lin Feng with a hint of emotion. This was a man entrusting his life and death to the state, a man who trusted both the nation to protect him and the people within it. Chapter 46, Swish. The matter of the gene serum was settled for now, but for testing purposes, Lin Feng still needed to personally visit the military headquarters for verification. The first batch of gene serums would be exclusively supplied to the military, followed by the police. Only after the second-stage gene serum was fully deployed within the military and the third-stage serum began mass production would it be widely distributed to the public. Over 10 days passed, and progress on controlled nuclear fusion advanced by leaps and bounds. Lin Feng busied himself in the lab as usual. Zone 3, ready. Lin Feng received the report from the zone supervisor at the control console. Ignition. At his command, operators at each test station simultaneously pressed their activation buttons. The massive reactor emitted a deep rumble as luminous gas began filling the chamber. The previously silent reactor suddenly let out a soft crackling sound, followed by an intense, blinding flash of light so piercing it was impossible to keep one's eyes open. Warning! Leak detected in Zone 3. Evacuate immediately. Warning! Leak detected in Zone 3. Evacuate immediately. Warning! Leak detected in Zone 3. Evacuate immediately. 3 shrill alarms pierced the air, startling Lin Feng from his focused experimentation. Snapping to attention, he immediately shouted. Everyone evacuate immediately. Disconnect the main power supply. All lab personnel rushed out immediately, clutching their experimental data and records. Lin Feng tried to investigate what had gone wrong but was forcibly dragged out by Lin Chen. Damn it! Lin Feng angrily punched the nearby wall. Project Area 5 had been sealed off. A nuclear leak was no small matter. This area might be scrapped for good. Where's the head of Section 3? Get your ass out here. Jan Kelly was furious. Experimental errors were one thing, but a leak was far more serious. He had allocated the best materials for Project 5. A leak was simply unthinkable. Senior Yanghua, Hanidong, the Section 3 supervisor, was utterly bewildered. He inspected the Section 3 experimental apparatus daily. There had been no issues whatsoever. What do you mean, Do you realize this mistake has wasted all our previous efforts over a dozen days and nights of work by everyone? Not just us, but experiments at every lab site nationwide will halt because of this. The losses and wasted resources during this period are incalculable. Yang Kelly's rage boiled over. Han Dong was a seasoned veteran. How could he make such a ridiculous blunder at this critical juncture? All national test sites have reported no leaks. The cause isn't experimental failure, it's our containment system. At this point, Yang Kelly's anger flared. The protective equipment he had provided to the Academy of Sciences was made from the nation's most advanced materials, yet it was precisely here that the leak had occurred. Senior Yang, please calm down. While Brother Han bears responsibility, the exact cause requires thorough investigation. Lin Feng stepped in to smooth things over. He and Han Dong were merely acquaintances, and Han had always been exceptionally meticulous during experiments. Lin could tell Yang Kelly was fuming and wasn't necessarily demanding Han provide a detailed explanation. Oof. As expected, Yang Kelly fell silent after Lin Feng's words, nearly letting out a cold snort before finding a spot on the ground to sit down. Lin Feng gave Han Dong a meaningful glance, signaling him to go and properly console Yang Kelly. No one is to leave the Academy of Sciences without authorization. All arrangements will be made once the investigation results are in. Gu Suping arrived promptly with his team, taking everyone away for questioning. Naturally, Lin Feng wasn't among those taken. He and Lin Chen left the academy first. The research area might need to be changed, which would take time. Lin Feng calculated that he had a 5-month window to accept the situation, so these few days weren't crucial for him. He might as well treat it as a vacation. However, glancing at the dozen zeros remaining on his card, Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. Could he splurge on this money? Lin Feng and Lin Chen changed clothes at the Academy of Sciences before heading out again. Dingha, the young girl, had locked herself in the lab studying the small device Lin Feng had given her. Lin Feng didn't disturb her, he just glanced in before leaving. Where is Gaia now? Lin Feng asked casually. As his bodyguard and assistant, Lin Chen could handle such minor matters. Currently at the Air Force Base for pilot combat training exercises. Lin Chen replied. Ever since Lin Feng mentioned Gaia could be used for mecha pilot combat training, the Army, Navy, and Air Force had been fighting tooth and nail over the past few days to secure usage rights. Currently, the Air Force had claimed it, though they wouldn't have it for loan. Lin Feng and Lin Chen entered the Wanmao Mall. Yet, browsing the mall with a man felt oddly out of place. Wanmao was a paradise for luxury goods. Items priced below 10,000 yuan were practically non-existent. After a full circuit, Lin Feng found not a single item compelling enough to make him pull out his credit card. Shaking his head, he followed Lin Chen down to the auto exhibition area. The moment he entered the car exhibition area, Lin Feng was captivated by the dazzling array of flashy sports cars. It was truly a man's paradise. Ferraris, Maybachs, Rolls-Royces. Lin Feng scanned them one by one, growing more captivated with each glance. Soon, a dark red sports car caught his eye, especially its sleek spoiler, which instantly won him over. This was the one. But I've been here for so long, why hasn't anyone come to assist me? Lin Feng and Lin Chen had been inside for a while now, yet they hadn't seen a single salesperson. Glancing around, Lin Feng finally understood why the place was packed with visitors, most of whom weren't there to buy cars. They'd come to satisfy their curiosity with a quick look before leaving. Of course, there were also some celebrities taking photos here and there. The sales staff were all gathered in the rest area. Lin Chen, however, approached the sales staff and spoke with them. Whatever he said must have been effective, because he soon returned with a young salesperson in tow, his expression still somewhat displeased. Good afternoon, sir. How may I assist you? A familiar voice rang out. Lin Feng looked over and recognized it was Huang Ce, Jiang Luo's roommate. Lin Feng. It's you. Huang Ce hadn't expected to see Lin Feng here and immediately reached for his phone to call Jiang Luo. Fortunately, Lin Feng stopped him just in time. Why did you stop me from calling Jiang Luo? Don't you know she's been talking about you non-stop these past few days? My ears are practically calloused from it. Huang Ce looked genuinely annoyed, glaring at Lin Feng with the disdain reserved for a scumbag. So you've probably already imagined 108 ways I could have cheated on her, right? Wait, I don't even have a girlfriend. How could I possibly cheat? I wanted to surprise her? Lin Feng said uncertainly, though he was actually trying to fool Huang Ce. Chapter 47, Forced to launch the confession plan. Really? Tell me your plan. Huang Ce's eyes lit up at the mention, eagerly pressing Lin Feng for details. But Lin Feng had no plan whatsoever, it was all a lie. We'll talk about that later. I'm here to buy a car. Lin Feng changed the subject, afraid Huang Ce's relentless questioning would expose his bluff. Oh, right. Anyway, I'm about to clock out soon. Huang Ce snapped back to reality, remembering he was still an intern. Which car are you buying? This one. Huang Ce stared blankly at the car Lin Feng was pointing at. Then she looked at him thoughtfully, glanced back at the sports car, and turned to scrutinize Lin Feng again. What's that look for? Think I can't afford it? Lin Feng noticed the way Huang Ce was sizing him up, as if she were saying, you can afford this car, but you don't look like you can. Well, sort of. Zhang Luo mentioned you're not exactly a rich kid. Did you strike it rich recently? Huang Si nodded in agreement. This is a Lamborghini SC18 Special Custom Edition, our flagship model. The body uses carbon fiber and lightweight materials, featuring Huracan GT3 EVO-style exhaust pipes with matching designs on the sides and rear. It's equipped with a 6.5L V12 naturally aspirated engine delivering up to 770 horsepower, paired with a 7-speed manual automatic transmission. You could practically drive it like a jet plane. Price is 65 million cash or card? Huang Si finished introducing this supercar to Lin Feng, then casually pulled out a POS machine. He looked at Lin Feng with a smile, as if certain the latter wouldn't buy it. Shouldn't we sign the contract first? Though Lin Feng had never bought a car before, he knew the process. You're actually buying it? This time it was Huang Si who was taken aback. She'd assumed Lin Feng might have struck it rich, but surely couldn't he afford such an expensive car? She hadn't expected him to have made a fortune. Did you think I was just browsing? Huang Si was stumped by Lin Feng's retort. How many people in this crowd weren't just browsing? Still, she immediately led Lin Feng over to sign the contract. The sales manager approached, smiling broadly at Lin Feng. Sir, are you here to purchase a vehicle? Please follow me this way. Lin Feng frowned. Lin Chen leaned in and whispered something else in his ear. This was classic freeloading. Earlier, Lin Chen had tried to get a salesperson to show Lin Feng around, but the sales staff assumed he was just window shopping and didn't want to waste their time. So Huang Si had followed Lin Chen over instead. You get what you pay for. No need to trouble yourself. I wouldn't want to waste your precious time. Lin Feng didn't even spare him a glance as he followed Huang Si to sign the contract. The sales manager clenched and unclenched his fist repeatedly, finally letting it go. He knew Lin Feng was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Holy crap, just the commission alone will make me a little rich lady. Huang Si grinned ear to ear, holding the signed contract. She'd never seen so much money in one place before. Do you have any sports cars suitable for women? Lin Feng inquired again. Though he wouldn't be driving this car for long, it wouldn't be appropriate for Zhang Luo to drive it either. Better to buy her a suitable car for her daily commute. You want to buy one for Zhang Luo? I'll ask around for you. Huang Si reached for her phone to call Zhang Luo, but Lin Feng snatched it away. Why did she always want to call Zhang Luo whenever she mentioned her? Don't worry, I'll ask her what kind she likes. I won't mention you. Huang Si patted her chest in assurance. Only then did Lin Feng, still half doubting, return the phone to her. Huang Si deftly unlocked it and dialed Zhang Luo's number. CE, what's up? Zhang Luo's voice came through the line. Lin Feng quickly held his breath, trying not to make a sound. Huang Si watched his reaction and nearly laughed. I was wondering, what kind of sports car do you like? Huang Si managed to say, stifling her laughter, but Zhang Luo on the other end didn't seem to notice anything amiss. I don't really know much about that stuff, but I like orange. Why do you ask? Zhang Luo still sensed something off. Why would Huang Si ask such a question? They were all ordinary people, after all. I'm a car salesperson, you know. Just doing a survey to get by. Huang Si made up an excuse on the spot. After all, she really was a car salesperson. Great, Huang Si. Using me to pad your sales figures again, huh? Just as Zhang Luo was about to launch into a tirade, Huang Si hung up the call. She then turned to Lin Feng with a smile. You heard that, right? She likes orange. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully after hearing this, then walked out with Huang Si to arrange for a car. Truthfully, Lin Feng had already prepared to customize a pink supercar for Zhang Luo, but who knew she preferred orange? Didn't she always want pink before? How about the big G? Huang Si asked, patting a SUV towering several heads above her. Forget it. I'm afraid she won't be able to get in. Lin Feng shook his head. Zhang Luo's height was still a bit of a concern. Alright, I'll tell Zhang Luo when I get back. Huang Si smiled, her eyes crinkling. Lin Feng inwardly groaned he'd been caught off guard. This one then. Lin Feng finally spotted a car he liked, and it happened to be orange too. Ferrari F8, 3.51 million. Huang Si didn't say much else, turning to lead Lin Feng over to sign the contract. The dealership will handle the registration for you, but it might take a while. Huang Si completed all the paperwork, handed both sets of keys to Lin Feng, and then burst into laughter at the sight of today's earnings. Realizing the situation, he couldn't stop himself. My sincere apologies, but I've truly never seen this much money before. Huang Si gazed at his little pile of cash, but suddenly remembered something important. So what's your plan for today? I already told Zhang Luo you'd be needing her. When did you tell her that? Lin Feng instantly lost his composure. The so-called plan was completely fabricated. He had no plan whatsoever. Just now. I texted her. Huang Si even showed Lin Feng his phone screen. Lin Feng stared in disbelief. It was true. What's more, the message had hinted, both explicitly and implicitly, that he might be planning something big. Thanks a lot. Lin Feng stiffly turned his head to say. No need to thank me. We're family, no need for formalities. Huang Si clapped her hands dismissively, looking as if she'd done some great favor. Lin Feng wanted to strangle her, but since things had come to this, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and push forward. Lin Chen, help me prepare. Lin Feng explained briefly to Lin Chen, who then stepped aside to make a call. He couldn't leave Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng paused, then pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Principal 1, I need to. No problem. I'll inform the university. When Daoji accepted Lin Feng's request without hesitation. Of course, the price was allowing the Northern Science Academy to participate in the mecha research. But that was no big deal to Lin Feng. Selling a favor was actually quite beneficial. Chapter 48, The Confession Plan. Old Wan, could you do me a favor? Lin Feng hadn't forgotten his promise to Jian Luo to take her to see fireworks on their next meeting. But in a metropolis like Beijing, fireworks displays were prohibited. The only option was the coast, though it was a considerable distance away. With no other choice, Lin Feng had to seek alternative transportation. Wang Hong, however, faced a dilemma. By regulation, military equipment couldn't be loaned to Lin Feng. Anticipating this, Lin Feng quickly backtracked, saying it wasn't necessary after all. Though Wang Hong refused, the Air Force headquarters learned of the situation and promptly delivered what Lin Feng needed. In exchange, the Air Force secured extended usage rights to Gaia. This infuriated the other two branches, but they could do nothing about it. A plan born of sheer confusion thus stumbled forward. Lin Feng himself drove his newly registered car toward the Northern Science Academy. Lin Chen wasn't in the vehicle. Instead, he secretly followed behind. The entrance to the Northern Science Academy was bustling with people. A massive roar echoed from afar, growing louder as it approached. The students witnessed a dark red streamline come to a halt at the campus gates, accompanied by the thunderous sound. Holy crap, that's a Lamborghini, right? I saw this car last time at the World Trade Plaza. Heard it costs over 16 million. Which rich kids are playing today? Amidst the heated chatter, Lin Feng opened the door and stepped out. His tall, slender frame, handsome features, and the multi-million-dollar supercar trailing behind instantly captured the hearts of many young women. Isn't that Lin Feng? Someone recognized him. Though the incident had happened long ago, the internet never forgets. Besides, Lin Feng hadn't done anything wrong, and the school had personally issued a statement on his behalf. It really is Lin Feng. We were in the same class. It's definitely him. Who knew he was a rich kid? Now labeled a rich kid, Lin Feng walked into campus amid the buzzing whispers. He headed straight to Jiang Luo's dorm building. According to Huang Si, she was currently in her room. Lin Feng pulled out his phone and dialed Jiang Luo's number. After a few rings, her voice came through. Lin Feng. Why'd you suddenly call me? First came delight, then reproach, and finally heard Jiang Luo's emotions poured out in just 2 sentences, reaching Lin Feng's heart. He smiled helplessly. That was Jiang Luo for you. She couldn't hide a single thought. I'm downstairs. Lin Feng said slowly. The rest could wait until Jiang Luo came down. On the other end, he heard her gasp in surprise, followed by the dial tone. Moments later, Jiang Luo came running downstairs. She'd practically jogged down, still in her pajamas, makeup intact. Her hair was messy, and her cheeks were flushed with exhaustion. Only then did Lin Feng realize just how important he must be to her for her to rush down like this without a care for her appearance. Lin Feng, why didn't you call me before coming over? Jiang Luo jogged up to Lin Feng. Her hands reached out hesitantly, then dropped back down uncertainly. She fidgeted with them nervously before finally tucking them into her pajama pockets. Didn't I just call you? Lin Feng took it all in, watching Jiang Luo's unmistakable joy. Somewhat unexpectedly, he felt a flicker of happiness himself. That doesn't count. I meant before you came to the University of Science and Technology. Why didn't you call me? Jiang Luo couldn't help but punch Lin Feng playfully. Alright, my bad. Let's go out and have some fun. Lin Feng's purpose in coming here was to take Jiang Luo out. After all, setting up the venue at Beike University would inevitably draw attention, and Jiang Luo would surely notice. He needed to get her out first to avoid her finding out prematurely. Then I'll go change. Jiang Luo nodded in agreement immediately, then trotted upstairs. Lin Feng watched her go with a smile before walking over to sit on a nearby bench. Lin Feng? No sooner had Lin Feng sat down than a voice called out to him. He turned to see Chi-Chi, the girl who had questioned him earlier, and his expression darkened slightly. He didn't particularly care for her. What do you want? Lin Feng's tone was cool, tinged with displeasure. Chi-Chi picked up on it, but she didn't turn and leave. Jiang Luo doesn't like lilies, but she loves tulips. She dislikes tangerines and oranges, but she adores apples and limes. She avoids overly sour or sweet foods, but... Chi-Chi continued speaking to herself, her eyes reddening as she talked. Lin Feng looked at her in surprise, unsure why she was sharing this. But seeing the redness in her eyes, he seemed to understand something. She dislikes words that disparage the people important to her. She dislikes watching romantic movies. She dislikes being disturbed when she's busy. She likes drinking a cup of coffee every morning. She loves murmuring someone's name before falling asleep. Wait, stop. Lin Feng watched as the girl's body trembled slightly, yet she persisted in telling him about Zhang Luo's likes and dislikes. Do you like her? Lin Feng asked uncertainly. He couldn't fathom how deep one's understanding had to be to know someone's likes and dislikes to such an extent. Maybe. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Chi visibly trembled before swiftly turning and walking away, as if fleeing in panic. I'll thank her for you. Lin Feng called after her. He couldn't intervene in this matter, there was no right or wrong here, so ultimately, the one who lost would be the one left heartbroken. Lin Feng watched Chi-Chi's receding figure, lost in thought. If he hadn't had the system, would things have turned out differently? But there were no ifs in this world. What had happened could not be undone. Zhang Luo came down quickly. Seeing Lin Feng sitting on the bench, lost in thought, a mischievous idea sparked in her mind. She slowly shifted her steps, moving out of Lin Feng's line of sight until she was behind the bench. Guess who I am? Zhang Luo deliberately lowered her voice, making it sound completely different from her usual tone. But Lin Feng knew her voice all too well. Zhang Luo, you're so childish. Lin Feng, his eyes covered, sighed helplessly. How old was she, acting like a little kid? Ha! You're such a bore. Zhang Luo released her hands and stuck her tongue out at Lin Feng. He grabbed her wrist and started walking toward the school exit. Taken aback by his sudden move, Zhang Luo flushed red, but eventually let him lead her away by the hand. Whoa, Lin Feng, did you rob a bank or something? Zhang Luo stared at Lin Feng's car, her astonishment unmistakable. Huang Ce worked in car sales, so he'd mentioned this vehicle to Zhang Luo before. It cost over 60 million yuan, not exactly pocket change. Made a little money recently. Lin Feng gave a perfunctory explanation. Due to confidentiality agreements, he couldn't discuss his affairs with Zhang Luo. To avoid further questions, he urged her. Alright, get in the car. As evening fell, the campus buzzed with activity. All eyes were fixed on the female dormitory building of Beike University of Science and Technology. Chapter 49, Be My Girlfriend. How romantic, so many cherry blossom petals. I told you to study, but you insisted on feeding pigs. These are rose petals. A carpet of rose petals, and that Ferrari F8 in the middle, whose rich kid is this? If someone treated me like this, I'd give birth to 108 children for him. According to calculations, each pregnancy averages 10 months. Even with twins and a year of postpartum recovery, 108 kids would take nearly a century. Impossible. I'll just give him twins. I don't care. If anyone confesses today, it'll be me. A crowd gathered beneath the girls' dormitory. In the past, security would have been called to disperse them long ago. But today, neither teachers nor guards intervened. Passers-by pretended not to notice. Lin Feng, I had a great time today. After spending the whole day out together, Lin Feng and Zhang Luo finally returned to the campus of Beike University of Science and Technology. Lin Feng, it's so late. You should go back. I can make it back to the dorm on my own. Zhang Luo felt a pang of reluctance. She truly enjoyed spending the day with Lin Feng, but the little thoughts in her heart remained unsaid. Let me walk you back. It won't take long. There was no way Lin Feng was going back, he still had important business to attend to. All right. Zhang Luo nodded and naturally took Lin Feng's hand as they walked toward the dormitory building. Lin Feng felt a bit awkward. Great, she barely touched me all day, but now she can hold my hand so casually, huh? Wow, so many people. What's going on? Entering the dorm building, Zhang Luo found a surging crowd, seemingly gathered around something. Curiosity piqued, she asked. Let's go check it out. Zhang Luo pulled Lin Feng along. Though the crowd pressed tightly together, she effortlessly guided him to the front row. Zhang Luo gazed at the sea of rose petals surrounding an orange supercar and felt an immediate stir within her. This scene struck a chord with her aesthetic sensibilities. Lin Feng, do you know what this is? Zhang Luo nudged Lin Feng beside her. Roses and a sports car? Lin Feng replied uncertainly. Zhang Luo, well, technically correct, but that's not what I'm trying to say, you idiot. This is a confession scene, you get it? A confession scene, you idiot. Zhang Luo felt exasperated, thinking Lin Feng would never be able to confess if he kept this up. Oh, I see. I think I have something to do. I'll be going now. Lin Feng pretended to glance at his phone, then hurried away as if urgently needed elsewhere. Zhang Luo watched him disappear into the crowd, her mouth opening but no words coming out. Still, she couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. Guess who I am? Huang Ce had appeared behind Zhang Luo at some point, covering her eyes. I know it's you. Zhang Luo could easily recognize Huang Ce's unmistakable voice. You guessed right, but no reward. Huang Ce kept her hands over Zhang Luo's eyes. As a participant in the plan, she naturally had to cooperate with the next move. Meanwhile, Lin Feng spotted Lin Chen in the crowd. Lin Chen, where's my stuff? Lin Feng asked hurriedly. Lin Chen promptly handed over the item, a massive bouquet of roses. Though cliché, it was undeniably romantic. As for why there was no ring? That was reserved for the proposal. Lin Feng, go for it. Lin Chan offered his blessing. Though his own love life remained untouched by romance due to work commitments, he genuinely wished Lin Feng success. Holding the enormous bouquet, Lin Feng stepped onto the stage. His handsome face drew a wave of cheers. Everyone knew the male lead had arrived, but who would be the female lead? The female lead at that moment. Huang Si, let go. Zhang Luo had been blindfolded by Huang Si for some time now. No matter how she pleaded, he refused to let go. No, I won't. Huang Si stubbornly refused to let go. Seeing Lin Feng beside him, he couldn't help but cough a few times to get their attention. Here we go. Huang Si, still covering Zhang Luo's eyes, stepped forward. Zhang Luo suddenly understood what was happening and struggled even harder. Sis, give me some face. Seeing Zhang Luo struggle, Huang Si pleaded softly. Zhang Luo knew this confession was meant for her, but she already had someone she liked. Still, since he'd put so much thought into preparing this, she'd give him the courtesy of a polite refusal later. All right. Huang Si released her hands and quickly retreated into the crowd. Zhang Luo finally opened her eyes. She saw someone holding a bouquet facing her, the flowers obscuring their face. Zhang Luo strained to recall the person's name from her memories, but no one seemed to match the image before her. After all, she had turned down almost everyone. Could it be someone attracted by her looks? Zhang Luo wondered inwardly. Isn't that Zhang Luo from Zijing Academy? What's gotten into her? This guy just won't give up, will he? Zhang Luo would never accept him. Exactly. At least 80, if not 100, have confessed to Zhang Luo. Every single one got rejected. Another failed attempt. Zhang Luo was known as the purple gold flower at Beike Academy. While countless men dreamed of her, her distant attitude toward them was equally obvious. Over time, she became untouchable, a comforting thought for most guys, at least sparing them the sight of their goddess being snatched up by nobodies. Zhang Luo, be my girlfriend. Lin Feng held out the bouquet without any grand romantic speech or nostalgic reminiscences. It was simple and straightforward, yet those plain words contained all the courage Lin Feng could muster to face Zhang Luo at that moment. I'm sorry. Lin Feng. Zhang Luo bent to decline, only to see Lin Feng's face emerge from behind the bouquet. She straightened abruptly. The onlookers, who had seen Zhang Luo prepare to bow in refusal, assumed this romantic confession was about to end. But when she suddenly straightened up, they were all left utterly bewildered. Didn't you go back? How are you here? Zhang Luo had momentarily forgotten the current situation. Zhang Luo, will you be my girlfriend? Lin Feng lowered the bouquet slightly, gazing at Zhang Luo with deep affection. Ha! 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 Zhang Luo suddenly snapped back to reality. This was Lin Feng confessing his feelings to her. Her face flushed bright red in an instant, her small hands fidgeting nervously in front of her. Zhang Luo? Seeing Zhang Luo still frozen in place, Lin Feng called out again. Okay. Startled by Lin Feng's voice, Zhang Luo hurriedly took the bouquet, finally finding a place to rest her restless hands. My goddess. No. Tonight was the moment countless male students at Beijing University of Science and Technology had their hearts broken. Their goddess now had a boyfriend. Zhang Luo sat in the car holding the bouquet as Lin Feng drove the sports car he gifted her away from Beike University toward the suburbs. Watching Lin Feng drive with such focus, Zhang Luo wondered where he was taking her. After much thought, only one possibility seemed likely. Lin Feng, isn't this happening a bit too fast? Chapter 50, Fireworks. What did you say? Lin Feng hadn't caught what Zhang Luo had said. Zhang Luo lowered her head, her face flushed. Were all men this impatient? No, she couldn't indulge his behavior. She had to stop him, couldn't let him be consumed by desire. Aren't we moving too fast? I'm not ready yet. Zhang Luo's face was flushed bright red. She cautiously glanced at Lin Feng, only to find his expression filled with utter bewilderment, looking almost pitiful. She felt a twinge of reluctance. If you're going to do this, please take precautions. After stammering out those words, Zhang Luo immediately turned her head away, staring at the neon lights outside the window and taking deep breaths to calm her racing heart. Ha? What are you talking about? Lin Feng stared blankly at Zhang Luo, utterly confused by her words. Her flushed face reflected in the car window. Aren't you taking me to? Zhang Luo stopped herself before uttering the word hotel. She felt it was unbecoming for a young woman to say such things. To see the fireworks. Lin Feng raced along at breakneck speed, the roar of the sports car echoing through the bustling streets of the capital. Fireworks? I thought it was. Zhang Luo suddenly recalled the text Lin Feng had sent her long ago. He still remembered. She breathed a sigh of relief. Honestly, that sort of thing was still a bit much for her to handle at this stage. What did you think it was? Lin Feng suddenly understood why Zhang Luo had been so shy. She thought he was taking her to a hotel. How could that be? Was he that kind of person? But judging by her expression, maybe it wasn't out of the question? Should he take her to a hotel now? Lin Feng. I don't know. Zhang Luo gently pinched Lin Feng's waist, only to find she couldn't make a dent. Was his entire body made of muscle? Ha ha. They soon arrived at the parish district where the helicopter they arranged with the military was waiting. Amidst Jiang Luo's astonished gaze, Lin Feng and Jiang Luo boarded the helicopter together and flew toward the coast. Jingzhou served as the gateway to the capital and was one of China's most developed coastal cities. It was also a favorite spot for second-generation playboys, with numerous yachts crisscrossing its waters under bright lights. The helicopter sliced through the night sky, its warning lights flashing. While helicopters were a common sight here, this one was no ordinary craft, it was an armed helicopter. This piqued the curiosity of many onlookers, but the helicopter didn't land on the beach. Instead, it headed deeper into the ocean. The lights along the shore grew faint and distant. Yet, on the calm sea surface, towering waves suddenly surged. A colossal form seemed concealed beneath the water. Under the helicopter's spotlight, a massive, silver-red entity came into Jiang Luo's view. Gaia. Even though she hadn't followed such developments, the moment it appeared before the world's eyes, an avalanche of news reports flooded her phone. She learned that her homeland possessed a mecha. Gaia extended its arm, and the helicopter landed steadily in its palm. Lin Feng stepped out with Jiang Luo, who stared in utter amazement. Lin Feng, what is this? A breeze blowing towards Siberia swept across the sea surface, carrying a refreshing chill. Though Jiang Luo had tied her hair back, it still danced wildly in the wind. 2 strands of hair curled around her cheek, her face flushed whether from the cold or embarrassment, and her eyes sparkled like stars. Look! Summoning his courage, Lin Feng drew Jiang Luo into his embrace. He pointed toward the distant horizon where streaks of orange-gold light swayed upward. At their zenith, they slowly faded before exploding in a thunderous burst. Red and yellow fireworks intertwined, painting a giant heart in the sky. The heart gradually faded, but the fireworks didn't end there. They continued to bloom, and the two of them gazed upward at them for a very, very long time. Last night, the coast of Jinshi City was incredibly lively. The enormous heart-shaped fireworks lit up the entire coastline. No one knew for whom this grand display was meant. Videos uploaded online sparked speculation about which wealthy young master had orchestrated such romance. Yet those young masters knew a helicopter had sliced through the night sky, returning amidst the fireworks. By now, Lin Feng and Jiang Luo had parted ways. Project 5 was undergoing emergency repairs, but Zone 3 was beyond salvage. The Academy of Sciences had no choice but to halt a key project and reallocate a new area for Project 5. Upon receiving the news, Lin Feng rushed to the academy. Lin Feng, you certainly made quite a splash last night. Gu Suping laughed heartily upon seeing Lin Feng return. The Air Force had shown them the fireworks footage, and Gu Suping couldn't help but admit that Lin Feng was perfectly suited for making a grand spectacle in every way. Brother Gu, let's not bring that up again. Lin Feng was shy and embarrassed when people brought it up. Speaking of which, the upcoming International Academic Forum insists on holding an exchange on our mecha theory and technology. We haven't agreed, but they're determined to come. Gu Suping recalled what Wen Daoji had mentioned to him a few days prior. He had refused at the time, knowing mecha technology was never meant for exchange. Yet those international folks were stubbornly insisting, and even China's intervention hadn't worked. They were determined to come. You couldn't exactly restrict their entry and exit, could you? Just wing it. Come up with some implausible theory to fob them off. Lin Feng retorted. Did they really need him to teach them such a simple thing? We thought the same, but I'm the publicly acknowledged mecha designer. I know nothing about this field. Even if they present a simple theory, I'd be completely lost. Gu Suping had been handling personnel arrangements alongside Lin Feng and hadn't touched any technical aspects. Lin Feng was stumped too. According to protocol, he couldn't reveal himself until Project 5 was completed. Currently, fewer than 10 people knew his identity, those bound by confidentiality agreements. Appearing now would mean the whole world would find out. We'll discuss this later. A young lady came looking for you today. Gu Suping was merely venting to Lin Feng. He didn't genuinely expect him to help. Lin Feng's importance far outweighed his own at this point. Bingha? Lin Feng's mind immediately jumped to Bingha. Had she figured it out in just a few days? That seems to be her name. Gu Suping was unaware of Lin Feng and Bingha's connection. He'd simply seen a young girl standing in the Academy of Sciences that morning, curiosity piqued, and had gone over to ask. That's how he learned she was looking for Lin Feng. Where is she now? Lin Feng inquired. Bingha's abilities in this field already placed her among the top geniuses. Allowing her to study at the Academy of Sciences now meant that, given time, she might become a rising star in the scientific research world. She was called away by Elder Yang Gua. She should be in the office right now. Chapter 51, Assassination Attempt. Why did Elder Yang call her away? Lin Feng was puzzled. Yang Kelly probably didn't know about this matter, so why would he summon Bingha? With doubts swirling in his mind, Lin Feng approached the office door. Professor Yang, it's Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened the door and stepped inside. Bingha stood there wearing that white coat. Her eyes lit up the moment she saw him. Lin Feng. You're just in time. Yang Kelly was fiddling with a small device on his desk. Lin Feng recognized it instantly. It was the nuclear-powered particle accelerator he asked Bingha to study, only this was a miniature version. It had virtually no functionality on its own and required integration with a larger apparatus to work. It was essentially just a component. This thing is truly ingenious. How did you come up with it? Jan Kelly held the device, which resembled a storage box, with evident fascination, his eyes brimming with curiosity and contemplation. It's quite simple. You just store the nuclear reaction. When it came to technical theories, Lin Feng spoke with effortless fluency. Though Jan Kelly found it all rather confusing, it did deepen his understanding of Lin Feng. Senior, I made this. Bingha's eyes sparkled with pride as she stood tall, eager to prove her worth. Excellent. You'll be able to conduct experiments at the research facility next. Bingha now met Lin Feng's requirements, but for strategic reasons, he didn't assign her to Project 5. Instead, he kept her by his side for further training. Project 5 was soon operational, and Lin Feng became increasingly busy. He now not only provided technical guidance but also frequently measured data from various experiments, thoroughly engrossed in his work. Another month passed in the blink of an eye. Project 5 progressed steadily, and Jiangfeng Machinery Technology Company, Limited's experimental base had been completed and put into operation. The massive facility was concealed within a vast Gobi desert. Its exterior walls not only matched the desert's color but were also covered with a layer of gravel, making it indistinguishable from the surrounding landscape. Lin Feng took time out to visit the site. The access gate opened, revealing a towering entrance dozens of meters high. Inside the facility, massive mechanical arms lay quietly along their tracks. Dominated by shades of blue and white, the space was filled with advanced experimental equipment. Even the machinery used to build the mechs at the University of Science and Technology of China had been transported here, creating an atmosphere thick with technological sophistication. Two massive mechs stood within the base. Their appearance and design made it clear they were Digger and Dinah. Lin Feng had originally entrusted them to the China Academy of Sciences and the University of Science and Technology of China for research. Later, the Beijing Academy of Sciences joined the effort. With the most advanced equipment mobilized, these two mechs had been constructed in remarkably short order. Of course, the experimental base's official operation required research personnel. But the mecha manufacturing program didn't even have any students yet. Where could they recruit suitable scientific talent? And they had to ensure no spies infiltrated the facility. After a moment, Lin Feng shook his head and left the experimental base. There were too many things to handle. He'd wait until controllable nuclear fusion research was developed. A faint crackling sound erupted from the reactor, yet it went unnoticed. Everyone was intently focused on their respective experimental apparatus this time. Failure was not an option. The blinding light flared once more. Though they'd witnessed it countless times, they still had to shield their eyes. The energy monitor accurately registered the converted electricity. On the central control screen, a green energy column shot skyward in an instant. Simultaneously, green energy columns erupted from the ground across the entire nation. Everyone was thrilled by the sight of the rising energy columns, unaware that a researcher had quietly slipped behind Lin Feng unnoticed. A slicing tool appeared in his hand. For some reason, Lin Chen, an unrelated individual, hadn't entered the experimental base. At that moment, the only person beside Lin Feng was Binghe, positioned slightly to his right rear. Binghe, too, was transfixed by the green energy column. Suddenly, she sensed a white figure materialize to her left. Binghe whipped her head around to see the figure brandishing a gleaming blade, poised to strike at Lin Feng. Without hesitation, Binghe shouted a warning, lunging forward to seize the assassin's blade-wielding arm. But she was still a young girl, and the assassin merely twisted his arm free with ease. By then, others had reacted. Lin Feng turned to see a researcher standing behind him, while Binghe's chest bore a large, crimson stain of blood. Two researchers rushed forward, pinning the assassin down. Yang Kelly hurried over too. Recognizing the assassin's face, he gasped in shock. Yang Long, you're a spy. Chaos erupted on that side, but Lin Feng paid it no mind. He hurriedly crouched down to examine Binghe's wound. The blade had pierced deep into her chest, steadily oozing blood. Doctor! Where's the doctor? Lin Feng carried Binghe as he sprinted toward the medical room. Lin Chen, having learned of the incident in the lab, was immediately alarmed. Gu Suping also sprang into action. Fortunately, Project 5 had been successfully completed. Cardiovascular damage. Immediate surgery required. After examining Binghe, the doctor immediately wheeled her into the emergency room. Lin Feng waited anxiously outside. Hours later, the doctor emerged from the emergency room door. The cardiovascular tissue is severely damaged. We did everything we could. You should go in and see her, the doctor said regretfully. Binghe's injuries were beyond the reach of modern medical technology. Her cardiovascular tissue was so badly damaged that it could no longer supply blood to her heart. Commander! The serum! The serum! Shao Ke suddenly shouted. Before Lin Feng could fully sink into grief, he snapped to attention. There were 4 vials of the serum in total, 1 given to Lin Chen, 1 taken for research, 1 he had consumed himself, and 1 remaining in the lab. Lin Feng sprinted out, ignoring Gu Suiping and Yang Kelly's urgent questions as he rushed into the biology lab. Among the pile of vials, he instantly recognized the transparent one, then dashed back out. In the emergency room, Bing Hao lay on the bed with her eyes tightly shut. Lin Feng glanced at the doctor, who immediately understood and left the ward. Only after the doctor exited did Lin Feng pull the vial from his pocket. Bing He's breaths were faint and irregular. Her brow furrowed in unease. Lin Feng gently pried open her mouth and slowly poured the solution inside. He didn't know if she would survive. Stepping out of the medical room, he left the rest to fate. Commander, the serum holds promise for saving her. If all her cells can be replaced before death sets in, she might survive. Chapter 52, I have a plan. Yang Long went to the United States for advanced studies in 2024. The following year, he was recruited by the CIA and returned to China to begin 5 years of covert operations. Gu Suping quickly uncovered the spy's identity in full detail. Yet Yang Long possessed another layer of identity. Gu Suping glanced at Yang Kelly but ultimately chose not to reveal it. Yang Long, that kid started researching with me when he was barely a teenager. While not a prodigy, he was certainly moldable. I opposed his overseas studies back then. But after being specially recruited into the Academy of Sciences, he worked on at least 3 major projects here over 3 years. How could he be a spy? Gu Suiping felt a wave of guilt wash over him. People inevitably harbored personal biases. He had recruited Yang Long himself. For 3 years, Yang had been diligent and conscientious in his work. How could he suddenly become a spy? The patient's condition is stable. Blood flow to the heart has been restored. The doctor looked at Lin Feng with surprise. When Lin Feng had gone in and come out, then gone back in again, the doctor had seen the patient covered in blood. He had assumed Lin Feng had done something to the patient and had angrily scolded him. Then I'll leave the patient in your care. Hearing this, Lin Feng finally felt a weight lift from his heart. As long as Bing Hao was okay. He had brought her here, and it was because of him that she had encountered this ordeal. Lin Feng rose and walked out of the ward with Yang Kelly and Gu Suping. His expression was grim, his eyes smoldering with suppressed rage that seemed ready to erupt at any moment. Outside the ward, numerous researchers stood gathered. Project number 5 had clearly succeeded, a cause for celebration. Yet a palpable tension hung heavy in the air. With such an incident occurring, no one felt like celebrating. I need to see the chief. Upon learning of the incident at the Academy of Sciences, the first leader immediately ordered a thorough investigation into the spy. He was already on his way back to the capital. Yang Kelly trailed behind Lin Feng like a scolded old man, not uttering a word. Senior Yang, you've worked tirelessly these past days. This outcome was not beyond your foresight. Please return and rest well. Lin Feng wasn't the kind of person to disregard right and wrong. Yang Kelly had been juggling 2 projects alone, and his body couldn't withstand such intensity. His hair had grown even whiter than before. Lin Feng, I'm truly sorry about this. Yang Kelly didn't know what else to do. Under Lin Feng's insistence, he finally agreed to return and rest. But he knew this matter wouldn't be settled so easily. Brother Gu, Lin Chen, are you up for something big with me? Lin Feng led Gu Suping and Lin Chen to a secluded spot to discuss his ideas and plans. Lin Feng, I think we need to consider this matter further. Gu Suping frowned deeply. He thought Lin Feng's plan was too radical. This matter needed careful consideration, and the top brass would never agree to it. Consider? He's already stabbed me in the back. How the hell am I supposed to consider it? Lin Feng cursed for the first time, his anger flaring like never before. Not even the incident at the Northern Academy had made him this furious. Gu Suping remained silent for a long moment. Then he slowly raised his head. Lin Feng was right. When the knife was already at your throat, what was there left to consider? Fine, I'll do as you say. I've been there once before. Going again isn't a big deal. I'll handle the military side. I have no objections. Lin Chen made it clear he'd follow Lin Feng wherever he went. I'll go explain to the supreme leader. The trio split into 2 groups. Lin Feng and Lin Chen headed to the compound to see the first leader, while Gu Suping went to the military headquarters. Lin Feng's status granted him direct access to the first leader, allowing him to enter the compound without hindrance. Lin Feng, I'll handle the communication with the American side regarding this matter. The first leader found this matter quite troublesome. After all, China and the United States were long-standing rivals, and the American side could easily wriggle out of responsibility. Yet, they couldn't offer no explanation at all. The first leader immediately dialed the US president's phone. President, long time no see. How have you been? The supreme leader inquired with a cheerful tone, though it was merely a facade. Oh, Mr. First Leader, it's been a while. I've been doing quite well lately. What brings you to call? President knew the Chinese leader wouldn't call him out of the blue. He just didn't know what had happened, either the oil issue or the assassination attempt. Judging by the tone, it was probably the assassination. Glad to hear you're doing well, President Xia. I, on the other hand, haven't been faring so well lately. The first president sighed wistfully, leaving President Shet utterly baffled. He hadn't sent anyone to assassinate him, so why would the first president be having a rough time? The CIA agent with the code MLJCN777575, that's one of your people, right? He's pulled off something major. Yang Long's intelligence had been uncovered not only in China but also in the United States. Mr. First, I'm not sure what you're referring to. The CIA doesn't use such a designation. President knew exactly what that code meant, but a smart man wouldn't admit it. President, I won't beat around the bush. Your CIA spy assassinated one of our key figures. I need you to give us an explanation. The first man stated his demand directly, knowing such honeyed dialogue could drag on all day. Mr. First, I fear I haven't made myself clear. We have no such person here. I believe you've made a mistake. We owe you no explanation. President Shet continued to dodge the issue, leaving the first with no choice but to accept it. Yet this only strengthened his resolve. If you dare strike first, I dare strike back. I hope President Shatter won't regret his words today. The first hung up the phone. His previously stern expression broke into an uncontrollable smile. This stubborn denial from President Xie was exactly what he wanted. It gave him the justification he needed. Lin Feng, you go. But remember, do not harm the innocent. The Supreme Leader issued a directive. Upon receiving it, the Navy headquarters sprang into action. 2 aircraft carriers departed Chinese waters, their destination unknown. Naturally, other nations noticed the carriers' movements, but none paid it much heed. The United States, however, was different. President Shet had just finished his call with China's leader when, within half a day, 2 Chinese carriers had slipped out. How could he not be concerned? Monitor China's carriers closely. Dispatch 2 of our carriers to shadow them and determine their intentions. President immediately issued the order. While 2 carriers alone did not faze him, he feared there might be more. Investigate the location of that Chinese mech. Both nations were intensely preparing for something, and other major powers began to sense an unusual tension in the air. A storm was brewing. Chapter 53, U.S. Interference. Desert Gobi. Gaia descended from the sky. A massive sandstorm was now sweeping across the desert, reducing visibility to less than 10 meters amid the overwhelming dust. Lin Feng and Lin Chen charged through the sand barrier in an off-road vehicle. Due to the sandstorm, Gu Suping couldn't open the cockpit to exit the mech. He had no choice but to wait atop it for Lin Feng and Lin Chen. Lin Feng, latest update, the United States has entered a state of alert. Gu Suping relayed over the communication channel. The U.S. response had been surprisingly swift. Ordinary artillery fire won't stop us, but we still need to be extra cautious. Lin Feng didn't let anger cloud his judgment. He boarded the digger, while Lin Chen climbed into the dyna. The 3 heroes of Heisei were assembled. Let's go. Powerful propulsion systems lifted the 40,000-ton mecha into the sky. This was Gu Suping's first time piloting a mecha since leaving the training pod. Sensors streamed data into his mind. The sensation was utterly breathtaking. The 3 mechs streaked across China's airspace and entered the Pacific Ocean. Simultaneously, military satellites worldwide detected these colossal machines and swiftly calculated their trajectory heading toward the United States. China and the United States were getting serious. All nations tacitly agreed not to broadcast these images publicly, for doing so would elevate China's prestige to unprecedented heights, a scenario none desired. Instead, they closely monitored the footage streamed by military satellites. Damn it! When did they acquire 3 mechs? The newly appointed U.S. Navy Admiral John roared at the screen. Who could possibly stop these 3 things? Yet, duty compelled him to launch interceptor missiles toward the sky. Launch tubes on both carriers opened simultaneously, sending missiles trailing white smoke streaking toward the sky. Warning, incoming missiles. All 3 mechs sounded the alert simultaneously as their radar sensors rapidly detected the approach of hundreds of interceptor missiles. I'll handle the intercept. You 2 keep moving forward. Lin Feng chose to bring up the rear, allowing Gu Suping and Lin Chen to rush toward the United States. Their target this time was Old Silver Mountain, where they would flex their muscles. Electromagnetic charge. Hundreds of electromagnetic pulse cannon barrels on the mech's arm opened, revealing a vertical channel. Each barrel began glowing with a blue-white light, as if a gateway to a new world had opened on the mech's arm before erupting outward. A massive electromagnetic pulse sliced through the sky, reducing all interceptor missiles to ash within its path. Gaia glanced at the aircraft carrier below before turning and flying away. Aircraft from the U.S. military base scrambled into the sky. Even the most advanced stealth fighters were deployed. Their objective was to intercept the mech beyond the coastline. Among these aircraft was one that resembled a UFO. Gu Suping and Lin Chen, leading the charge, were the first to encounter the stealth fighters' blockade. While the aircraft inflicted negligible damage on the mechs, their speed was severely hampered. They had no intention of engaging in a real battle. This sortie was merely a show of force on American soil. These things are a real pain in the ass. Lin Chen sidestepped one aircraft. Their speed was far slower than the plane's, making progress feel almost impossible for a moment. Brother Gu, Lin Chen, submerge. Lin Feng had arrived by then. Seeing the swarm of aircraft blocking their path, he made an immediate decision to submerge. Aircraft couldn't enter the water. While the mech's speed would drastically decrease underwater, it was better than being completely immobilized. The trio shut off their propulsion systems. The massive mechs instantly lost power and began plummeting toward the sea surface. The aircraft formation closely followed, diving alongside the mechs and unleashing relentless fire. Yet, the bullets struck the mechs without even sparking a single speck of fire. Boom! 3 massive plumes erupted from the tranquil sea surface, nearly causing some aircraft to crash from the sheer force of the impact. The squadron executed an emergency climb, narrowly avoiding a chain reaction of planes plunging into the ocean. A circular aircraft slipped silently beneath the waves, following the 3 mechs. Thousands of aircraft converged over the Pacific, their presence inevitably detected. Footage immediately flooded social media platforms, sparking massive controversy. People debated wildly, some even questioning whether a large-scale war had erupted. As if fearing the chaos wasn't enough, another photo surfaced on social media, 3 colossal mechs battling thousands of aircraft mid-air. Images even emerged showing electromagnetic pulses destroying interceptor missiles. The world erupted. The first mech was instantly recognizable as Gaia, recently seen in joint military exercises. Analysis confirmed the other 2 as Digger and Dyna Chinese-made mechs. To witness the Heisei trio in my lifetime I die content. So was that really the stream beam? Battling an entire fleet of aircraft? That's bizarre. Must be the US. Could it be that China and the US have had another unspeakable incident? Man, you make this sound like a dirty joke. But the online commotion didn't last long. All images related to the incident vanished as China and the US jointly exerted pressure to suppress it. This was a private feud with far-reaching implications. This little thing is surprisingly tough to take down. Beneath the calm sea surface, an extraordinary battle erupted. Lin Chen piloting the Dana was attacked by a UFO. The mecha's rear was severely damaged. The US must be hiding some incredible technology. The compact UFO moved with astonishing speed underwater, darting behind Lin Chen before he could even lock on. Lin Feng, noticing his brother's disconnection, swiftly headed his way, forcibly steering a whale out of the way as he went. What is that? Lin Feng immediately spotted the UFO darting through the ocean. It must be American technology. The US had been hiding quite a few secrets. But this might not be theirs. Back in the 20th century, UFO sightings occasionally surfaced in the United States, only for the government to immediately issue denials, a highly suspicious pattern. Then rumors about Area 51 began circulating. Sometimes, the stories you find hardest to believe might just be true. Lin Chen, step back. Lin Feng raised his arm toward the UFO. A half-meter wide missile shot from his palm, splitting into 4 segments. Each segment then divided again into 4, linked by an energy net. By the time the UFO reacted, it was already trapped within the net's enclosure. The energy web instantly enveloped the craft and it ceased its struggle. Lin Feng cradled the UFO in his palm as he continued toward the US west coast. When news of the UFO's capture reached the front lines, the conference room fell silent. All eyes turned to the figure standing beside President Shatter. Chapter 54, Standing Before Old Silver Mountain. A cold front swept over the White House, snowflakes drifting down. The conference room seemed to draw in a thin layer of frigid air, making it feel like an ice rink. The man in the dark suit standing beside President Sheikh remained silent. He was the head of Area 51. Even the deployment of a UFO whose origin in the United States remained unknown had failed to stop China's 3 mechs. What do you propose we do about this? President Shet had always approached matters involving China with caution, but ultimately, he had miscalculated. By the sea. Old John, out fishing, was preparing to catch some fish for tonight's dinner. As an experienced angler, he could sense the restless stirring of fish below the surface. Far off, fish bladders kept flickering. Old John's eyes lit up. He had a bite. He jerked the rod upward with all his strength. Nothing. Not even a trace of the bait being nibbled. How strange. Old John was puzzled. With his years of fishing experience, he shouldn't have misjudged. Schools of fish swam beneath the boat, glistening brightly. He'd never seen such a large school in coastal waters before. Had something driven them here? Before Old John could ponder further, a massive formation of fighter jets roared overhead, skimming the sea surface. The shockwaves sent ripples across the water. While it wasn't unusual to see fighter jets offshore, Old John had never witnessed such a large formation before. But why was the sea trembling? Old John felt the small boat rocking violently. Could it be a tsunami? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He quickly hauled in the anchor and began paddling toward shore. Suddenly, 3 enormous waves erupted behind him, as if some colossal creature had burst up from beneath the surface. Good Lord, what is that thing? Old John turned to look and was stunned by 3 colossal figures. Huge mechs emerged from the water and charged toward the shore. Terrified out of his wits, old John fired up the engine and sped toward the coast. The fighter squadron roared in once more, weaving a dense tapestry of crisscrossing fire. Yet the barrage seemed to wash harmlessly over the mech's surfaces. Lin Feng raised the UFO in his hand before him. The fighters hesitated to fire at him, redirecting their assault instead toward Gu Suping and Lin Chen. "Brother Gu, Lin Chen, I'm heading out first." The fighter squadron held them back, and Lin Feng wanted to finish the job quickly. The longer it dragged on, the bigger the mess would become. Clutching the UFO, Lin Feng flew unimpeded into American airspace. Dozens of fighters trailed behind him, yet not a single one dared to fire or intercept. Lin Feng flew unabashedly toward Old Silver Mountain. Along the way, countless people witnessed the colossal object. Photos of Digger flooded the internet once more, drawing netizens worldwide to Twitter for the spectacle. "Our mecha has reached the United States." Someone shouted this headline on Weibo, instantly drawing all netizens' attention. They scrambled to bypass the Great Firewall and access foreign websites to watch the livestream. The massive influx of users quickly crashed Twitter. The CEO was both furious and delighted. Furious because the server crash cost them a fortune, but delighted because the flood of new users brought them immense publicity. Some daring individuals even took helicopters to follow the mechs for live coverage. Due to the close proximity, one streamer attracted nearly 100 million viewers, and the numbers would have been even higher if servers hadn't crashed. This person instantly became a major internet sensation in the US, inspiring many to follow suit and reap substantial traffic. China and the US erupt in major conflict as Chinese mechs breach US airspace. Prussian Daily. China now possesses 3 mechs suspected to be preparing for a final showdown with the United States. London Daily. Rumors flooded the internet, yet neither the Chinese nor American governments offered any direct response or even acknowledged the reports. "We strongly condemn China for stealing our mecha technology. The Republic of Korea demands China's immediate return of these assets." Seoul Times. Amidst the heated online debate, a post suddenly caught the attention of countless netizens. "Our cosmic nation is Earth's supreme power. It's not wrong to say it belongs to us. I don't think any human being should be able to utter such words. Who let this lunatic loose? Get him back inside." At Ambassador of the Great Han Nation. The leader narrowed his eyes at the post, his gaze lost in contemplation. Lin Feng swiftly arrived above Old Silver Mountain. The jet blast from his thrusters swept across the city's surface. People felt the warm airflow yet feared the mecha overhead. Lin Feng landed beside the Golden Gate Bridge. The engine's wake churned waves several meters high, crashing toward both shores. He shut down the engines and reclined in the cockpit lounge, quietly awaiting the arrival of Gu Suping and Lin Chen. The mecha stood before the Golden Gate Bridge, its deck bustling with traffic. Under Lin Feng's oversight, the flow of vehicles across the bridge had significantly accelerated. Fighter jets continued to circle the mecha, while Lin Feng dozed with narrowed eyes. Gu Suping and Lin Chen arrived late. The 3 mechs stood before the Golden Gate Bridge, observing the entire city. The crowd was baffled. Soon, the fighter jets dispersed, and hundreds of helicopters rushed in from afar. The mayor of Old Silver City stood on a helicopter, requesting to speak with Lin Feng, but Lin Feng paid no attention. "How long do you think they can hold out?" Lin Feng asked over the communication channel. "A month, maybe. Not a day longer." Gu Suping replied over the communication channel. No one wanted outsiders occupying their home for a month. "What about Lin Chen? Give us your take." "A month and a half, maybe, if they can handle the pressure." Lin Chen answered. "I'll bet 3 hours." Lin Feng said over the communication channel. They could hold out for a month, but the people under Lin Feng might not last that long. From his perspective, the UFO under Lin Feng's command couldn't possibly store many resources. After 2 agonizing hours, President Shatter finally couldn't hold back. He dialed the First's number. "Mr. First, you may state your terms," President Shet said, suppressing his anger. "After today, the United States would be humiliated for a long time. Then I'll be blunt. I want the full list of all American spies operating within China." The First leader's opening demand sent a chill down President Shet's spine. "That's impossible. You could have requested something else entirely, oil resources, for instance. We could have offered a quantity that would satisfy you." President Shet immediately refused. Spies were vital strategic assets utterly incomparable to any other commodity. No one would accept such terms. To be frank, our nation has just achieved controllable nuclear fusion and has already implemented it nationwide. Chapter 55, America's Humiliating Treaty. Therefore, President Shet, I have absolutely no interest in what you're proposing. The statement was nothing short of shocking. Controlled nuclear fusion? That meant unlimited resources. It was the holy grail every nation coveted. Even the United States had poured countless resources and funds into controlled nuclear fusion research to this day. "Mr. First, this joke is not funny." President found the claim utterly implausible. The United States had maintained a commanding lead in global controlled nuclear fusion research. For China to have caught up overnight was inconceivable. President, I never lie. What I say is true. If you hand over the list of all spies currently operating in China, I guarantee the United States will collaborate with China on researching this technology. The first president reviewed documents while casually responding to the call. A long silence followed. President Chet glanced at the others in the conference room. They had all heard the phone conversation and likely needed time to discuss it. Mr. Chief, please hold on. I need to think this through. After President Chet hung up, a senator immediately stood up. I disagree. The intelligence hub spies have always been a vital branch for successive U.S. administrations to gather intelligence on other nations. If we hand over all the spy lists, we'll lose a crucial source of information on China. But if China's claims are true, then the spy network becomes irrelevant. With unlimited energy, we'll enter a comprehensive development phase. Our focus will no longer be confined to Blue Star, nor will we need to exhaust ourselves plundering resources from other nations. We'll use Blue Star as a stepping stone to enter space. At these words, all fell silent. Indeed, it was undeniable. With infinite energy, certain technologies would no longer be constrained. The United States would enter a phase of accelerated civilizational development, and their ambitions would no longer be confined to Blue Star. But whether this is true or not still needs verification. Until the facts were confirmed, everything remained mere conjecture. President made another call to the top official. Though deeply reluctant to submit to another power, the terms offered by China were simply too tempting. President Shatter, have you made your decision? The first leader's tone was relaxed and cheerful, as if he were already certain President Shatter would agree to the request. We can agree to your terms, but you must prove this is genuine. President Chet dared not adopt the first leader's flippant demeanor. This was a monumental gambit, one misstep, and the United States would suffer immense losses. You'll thank yourself for today's decision. The first secretary's tone turned serious. If the United States sent over the spy list, it would trigger earth-shattering turmoil in China. The first secretary sent President Chet a video, the footage of Lin Feng's preliminary research on controllable nuclear fusion. President Chet couldn't make sense of the video, and neither could the congressman. With no other option, they summoned hers to analyze it. The video was lengthy. At first, when Lin Feng was fiddling with the equipment, hers was unimpressed. What could these non-standard instruments possibly achieve? But while he mentally complained, this was a matter President Chet had personally requested him to examine, so hers dared not say much. Everything changed when the deuterium-protium liquid appeared. Hell's pupils contracted sharply. As the step-by-step experimental process unfolded and the laser beam materialized, Hell's leaped to his feet and exclaimed, "Controlled nuclear fusion! True controlled nuclear fusion!" Hers was so overcome with excitement he couldn't close his mouth. Throwing caution to the wind, he rushed over to President Chet. "Mr. President, you must find this man. He is an absolute genius. He will change the future of the United States." "You mean this is truly controlled nuclear fusion?" President Chet urgently inquired. This was too important, so important it made him forget his dignity as he pressed for answers. "Yes, this is undoubtedly the greatest invention of the 21st century." Hers rushed back to the video screen, desperate to decipher the method for controlled nuclear fusion. Unfortunately, many of the devices and procedures remained incomprehensible to him, leaving him with nothing but regret. "Send over the list." President Chet sighed and waved his hand. Everyone withdrew. His expression flickered with uncertainty, but ultimately faded into the city lights. Lin Feng and his team also departed Old Silver Mountain. The fighter squadron had followed them the entire time, but once they left U.S. territorial waters, the jets vanished into the night. Lin Feng had intended to bring the UFO back, but under strong U.S. pressure, he returned it. Somewhere at sea, 2 aircraft carriers shone searchlights skyward. Suddenly, the beam swept aside to reveal 3 massive silhouettes hovering above the carriers. Cheers erupted from the deck crews. They had won. 3 mechs landed near the carriers. Their energy pods opened, revealing massive magneto-hydrodynamic generators on the deck. The mechs had expended significant energy and suffered considerable wear during the battle, particularly Dana, which bore a large gash inflicted by the UFO from behind. Fu Shang stepped onto the deck to greet Lin Feng, who emerged from the cockpit alongside his crew. "Lin Feng, I need these 3 mechs for 2 days." Fu Shang laughed heartily as he approached Lin Feng. This was the most exhilarating moment of his military career. The last time he felt such satisfaction was during the joint military exercises, when he saw Lin Feng and his team standing on American soil, and the US dared not make any rash moves. "Commander Fu, your Navy's self-developed mech should be nearing completion soon, right?" Lin Feng had thoroughly humiliated the United States, and now he felt exhilarated. He walked over, arm in arm with both Gu Suping and Lin Chen. "1 unit isn't enough for anyone to play with. We have over 20 naval mech pilots, and the next batch is already in training." Fu Shang inwardly grumbled about insufficient resource allocation. The human resources far exceeded the number of operational mechs, and some pilots hadn't even touched a mech yet. "Then when we get back, Commander Fu, please remember to have my mech repaired." Lin Feng's response was a tacit agreement to Fu Shang's request. Fu Shang understood the implication and immediately laughed heartily in consent. Oh, and the first commander mentioned that the Great Cold Nation has been acting up lately. He wants you guys to go intimidate them. Fu Shang recalled the Supreme Commander's recent order. But carrier crews? Nothing compares to mechs. Sending these beasts over would scare the crap out of them. The Supreme Commander seemed quite pleased with this idea. Commander Fu, do you have pilots on your carrier? Fu Shang froze at the question, then realized Lin Feng intended for the pilots to carry out this mission. We do. Leave it to me. Fu Shang was overjoyed. After this, he'd finally be able to lord it over the Navy and Army. The very thought thrilled him. At this very moment, China was conducting an earth-shaking mop-up operation. Chapter 56, Victory Celebration. Shocking. A host with 2 decades at Young TV was actually a US spy. A cancer. A municipal party secretary embezzled nearly 2 billion yuan, and his true identity was an American spy. Our secret intelligence agency has obtained the full list of all American spies in China. In response, our nation will launch a sweeping crackdown. All spy lists will be made public. Anyone providing leads on spies will receive rewards ranging from 100,000 to 1 million yuan. Overnight, spies seemed like fish in a pond. The spy list detonated like a bomb dropped into the water, flushing every fish to the surface. Those within the system were manageable, arresting them wasn't too troublesome. But those outside the system were far more problematic. Businesspeople and workers were scattered across the nation. Even in the information age, some fish slipped through the net. The recent Old Silver Mountain incident was part of the second joint military exercise between China and the United States. All online claims are rumors. Citizens are advised not to blindly believe them. Additionally, we thank the US for conducting these exercises with our nation. Huamin Daily. The United States issued a similar statement, calming the restless masses. As long as it wasn't war, they cheered long live peace, and the matter was settled. But within hours, photos surfaced showing 3 mechs hovering over the capital of the Great Cold Nation. This reignited public fervor. Surely this couldn't be a joint exercise? With the Great Cold Nation's capabilities, they weren't even fit to be cannon fodder in such drills. The Dahan ambassador received a call from the supreme leader and rushed straight to the first leader's conference room. We were just talking big, the ambassador thought, cursing under his breath. Why are you taking this seriously? Yet when he met the first leader, he stood respectfully and offered polite words. The mechs hovered over Seoul for several hours before departing Dahan's airspace. Not a single Dahan military unit showed up. As they say, if they don't fight, there's no need to stop them. If they do fight, you can't stop them. After drifting at sea for several days, Lin Feng finally set foot on familiar ground. It must be said, though, that watching both sunsets and sunrises from an aircraft carrier deck was a rare treat. Lin Feng snapped countless photos, eager to share them with Zhang Luo upon his return. Following these events, the new year approached. With all tasks stabilizing, Lin Feng's schedule eased, allowing him to return to the capital. Senior. Bingha still wore that white robe, waving energetically at the airport. Her face was freshly washed, her smile flawless. Lin Feng smiled too. This trip had been worth it, for both her and him. Are you feeling better? Lin Feng asked with genuine concern. Bingha had been on the brink of death back then, but thankfully, if not for that last vial of medicine, he might have carried the guilt for the rest of his life. I'm fine. The doctor said he'd never seen such a healthy body. Bingha mimicked the doctor's exact words, even recreating the astonished look on his face when he held the medical report, making everyone burst into laughter. Lin Feng, the celebratory banquet is waiting for you. Yang Kelly had rushed over specially. The complete success of Project 5 had lifted Huagua out of its energy crisis in just a few days. The celebration banquet was ready, awaiting only Lin Feng. The group arrived at the banquet hall. This celebratory venue didn't require personal approval from the top brass. Project 5 status alone granted them access. The researchers stood at the entrance, waiting for Lin Feng's arrival before entering in an orderly fashion. Once everyone was inside, course after course of exquisite dishes began to be served. The group ate and drank, completely immersed in joy. During the festivities, Bingha mistakenly drank a glass of baijiu thinking it was plain water. The fiery alcohol turned her face bright red, prompting everyone to burst into laughter. However, her tolerance proved low, and soon she passed out drunk, slumped to sleep on Lin Feng's lap. After 3 rounds of toasts, the top leader personally arrived at the scene, adding a unique luster to the celebratory banquet. It must be said that his presence truly illuminated the occasion. Who's this? The chief observed Bingha asleep on Lin Feng's lap. He seemed to recognize her. Wasn't she the young lady who had saved Lin Feng? But why was she asleep now? Lin Feng explained briefly. The chief listened and chuckled softly. The celebration banquet lasted until past midnight before everyone finally rose to leave. Following the departure of the chief and Yang Kelly, Lin Feng and the others also took their leave one after another. Bingha remained fast asleep, her hand clutching Lin Feng's arm tightly. With no other option, Lin Feng carried her to his car and drove her back to Huaku Academy. At this hour, her dormitory was likely inaccessible, so he brought her to his own private room. He then headed to the rest area in the science building with Lin Chen, where they slept until noon. Bing has specifically came to find Lin Feng and brought him food. When Lin Feng offered to pay her wages, she earnestly refused, though she couldn't withstand his firm insistence. With the university break just days away, Bing Han needed to study urgently to avoid failing her final exams. She could have opted out of taking them, but she insisted on participating, leaving Lin Feng no choice. With nothing left to do, Lin Feng opened the system to check his reputation points. As expected, his product reputation had skyrocketed to a staggering 30 billion and was still climbing, while his personal reputation remained a mere 1,000, a stark contrast. Jian Luo was also busy with exams these days, so Lin Feng consciously avoided disturbing her. The awards ceremony would have to wait until after the new year. Lin Feng didn't want it, but the first minister insisted on bestowing it, saying they couldn't let those who had earned it feel disheartened. Lin Feng reluctantly agreed. Wait, there must be something I can do. Lin Feng returned to the desert wasteland. 3 mechs were undergoing repairs here, and the experimental base was filled with Fu Shang's personnel. To expedite the repairs, Fu Shang had borrowed the base's usage rights from Lin Feng. The equipment here was highly advanced. Had their own development not reached its final stages, Fu Shang would have sent his team's mechs here for manufacturing. Observing the bustling activity, Lin Feng refrained from interrupting. Instead, he headed to an idle equipment station and began inputting data. The Mecha Empire project was ready to commence in full force. Jiangfeng Mecha Technology Company, Limited. It's time to make a name for ourselves. The next day, a video surfaced online. 3 mechs stood in their respective bays, showcasing their sleek designs. Busy technicians performed maintenance, while the video provided detailed explanations of each mech's components. A line of white text appeared at the end, presented by Jiangfeng Mecha Technology Company, Limited. This indirectly confirmed that these 3 mechs were manufactured by the so-called Jiangfeng Mecha Technology Company, Limited. Chapter 57, Homecoming. The internet erupted in sensation. Everyone had assumed the mechs were military creations, but apparently that wasn't the case. Unit 1, Gaia, was jointly developed by Jiangfeng Mecha Technology Company, Limited and our university. Units 2, Digger, and 3, Dyna, were co-produced by our university, the China Academy of Science and Technology, and the Beijing Academy of Science and Technology. However, the ownership rights of the mechas belonged to Jiangfeng Mecha Technology Company, Limited. As countless netizens flooded Jiangfeng Mecha Technology Company, Limited's comments section with questions, the official Weibo account of the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences stepped in to clarify the situation. Both the China Academy of Sciences and the Beijing Academy of Sciences also personally came forward to support Lin Feng's company, significantly easing the doubts of many netizens. I always thought it was official, but it turns out it's private. Commented one netizen below. You could still consider it official, since the mecha is currently only available for government use. Lin Feng replied. So that means they might be available to the public in the future? If so, I'd pay any price to own one of these mechs. A netizen posted an image of a female mecha suit, looking extremely alluring. Humans can't, or at least shouldn't. Lin Feng was startled by the netizen's bold suggestion. As soon as the comment appeared, the tone of the discussion thread shifted. It's just a female mecha design, it's about aesthetics, isn't it? Lin Feng thought for a moment. The netizen had a point. He replied. You're not wrong either. Then build one, make it 3-hole, and softer is better. Get lost. Lin Feng realized he shouldn't have trusted those netizen comments in the first place. Surely you can make one like this? Attached image.jpg. Lin Feng scrutinized the photo, utterly baffled by such bizarre ideas. He clicked on the netizen's profile page, turned out it was a female user. No wonder. Not surprising at all. Lin Feng frantically fled the comment section. If he kept chatting, his health code would turn yellow, utterly terrifying. Our military's independently developed mecha, the Azure Deep Sea, has been completed and is now presented for inspection by the nation and its people. China's Navy. A mecha dominated by ocean blue hues stood majestically amidst the sea, flanked by 3 aircraft carriers cruising in formation. It towered even above the legendary Heisei Trinity. Its right arm bore a pale blue energy shield, while its right hand wielded a long sword, its blade rippling with blue light patterns, an utterly breathtaking sight. Holy crap, this is the mecha of my dreams. Forget Gaia or Diga, they can take a back seat. Cool. 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 When's the enlistment drive? But before netizens could finish their enthusiastic praise, 2 more bombs dropped into the surging waves of the internet. Our military's independently developed mecha, the Great Wall Sentinel, has been completed and is now presented for inspection by the nation and its people. China's army. The military green mech stood vigil within the Great Wall, gazing into the distance. Its left hand held a massive square shield, while its right wielded an enormous Shou-chun sword. Sunlight glinted off the blade, making it gleam like a god of war. Our military's independently developed mecha, the Skyhawk, has been completed and is now presented for inspection by the nation and its people. Huagua Air Force. A mech painted in a pearl white hue soared through the skies. Fighter jets streaked past its sides intermittently. Its massive twin wings flapped like true avian limbs as it traced a perfect arc through the air before accelerating upward. Clouds seemed to obscure its vision, but a swift cross-swing of its dual blades sliced through the stratus. Sunlight poured onto the mech's surface, refracting into a dazzling rainbow. The internet erupted in a massive wave of discussion. Including the previous units, Huagua now possessed 6 Titan-class mechs. No nation could afford to underestimate Huagua anymore. President watched the videos and sighed. The United States no longer had the capacity to counter Huagua, but the Senate would certainly not let the matter rest. A terrifying plan targeting Huagua was already brewing. With the new year approaching, Lin Feng and Jian Luo prepared to return to Lingcheng. The Huaka Academy suddenly felt deserted. Bingha remained behind. She dared not go home, knowing she'd be sold if she did. Lin Feng understood her situation and brought her along to Lingcheng. Jian Luo was initially displeased to see Lin Feng arrive with another girl. However, upon learning Binghe's story, especially her selfless act of saving Lin Feng, her hostility toward Binghe completely dissolved into affection. Lin Feng, you don't have any spare rooms at home, do you? Where are you going to have her sleep? Jian Luo suddenly remembered as they chatted. Lin Feng's home was just an ordinary 2-bedroom apartment. His parents shared one room, and he had his own. Where would Binghe sleep? I'll just sleep on the couch. Lin Feng had considered this too. Sleeping on the couch for a couple of days should be manageable. No, I'll take the couch. Binghe quickly refused. How could she impose on her senior like this? She waved her hands repeatedly. How could a girl sleep on the couch? You should sleep with me. Jian Luo gently stroked Binghe's head as she spoke. That sounds good. Binghe, would you like to come? Lin Feng nodded in agreement. After all, it wasn't unusual for girls to share a room. But Binghe and Jian Luo had only just met. Binghe wasn't comfortable around strangers. He wasn't sure if she'd be willing. If it's not too much trouble. Binghe knew they were being kind and spoke with her head bowed. Great. Let me tell you, my family has. Jian Luo clung tightly to Binghe, excited that the holiday wouldn't be boring. After landing, both families were waiting at the airport for their return. Lin Feng had already told his parents about Binghe, so Lin Jiangwo and Suya weren't overly surprised. Jiang Deshang and Jiang Yu, however, were utterly fascinated by the little girl, bombarding her with questions. Lin Jiangwo and Suya were equally intrigued. Soon, the 4 of them swarmed around Binghe, chattering away. Seeing the girl's docile demeanor, Suya and Jiang Yu each grabbed one of her hands and led her away. Lin Feng and the others shook their heads in amazement. Lin Feng had expected some resistance, but this was more affectionate than they'd shown their own children. The night in Lingcheng was pleasant. Lin Feng had barely returned before Jian Luo called him out to play. In truth, Jian Luo wanted to buy Binghe some clothes. After all, the girl had come back wearing the clothes issued by the tech building, which was unbearable for the fashion-conscious Jian Luo. She immediately insisted on taking Binghe shopping. Xiaohe, do you like this one? Jian Luo held up a garment for Binghe to see, but Binghe dared not speak. Being taken in already made her feel terribly indebted. Sister Jian Luo, you really don't need to spend money on me. Binghe stammered nervously, feeling utterly uncomfortable. After all, the recent incident was still fresh in her mind. Mom specifically asked me to buy this for you. Otherwise, neither of us would be going back today. Jian Luo placed the dress in Binghe's hands and gently pushed her toward the fitting room. Aunt Jiang is as kind-hearted as ever. Lin Feng remarked from the side. Yeah, Mom even adopted her as her goddaughter. Guess I'll have a little sister now too. Jian Luo beamed at Binghe as she emerged from the fitting room, her eyes lighting up as she rushed over to shower her with compliments. Chapter 58, Domestic Trifles. Look how beautiful she is. Jian Luo pulled Binghe to spin before the mirror. Lin Feng couldn't deny it, she truly looked stunning. Like Cinderella finally donning a princess gown, untouched by worldly dust, her days of grime and rags were finally left behind. Jian Luo then dragged Binghe to buy several more outfits. Binghe, like a Barbie doll, let Jian Luo freely dress her in different clothes, her eyes shining with a light unseen before. Lin Feng walked the two home, then followed the cool moonlight back to his own place, savoring the sparse yet ordinary warmth of the small town. Days passed, and the New Year's Eve countdown ended with a thunderous roar as the nation counted down in unison. The festive sounds of the Lunar New Year finally filled the air. Greetings rolled endlessly through chat windows and social feeds, a warmth and happiness spreading through the heart. Another new year had arrived. Lin Feng rose early to welcome relatives. Jian Luo's family arrived early for their visit. Jiang Yu brought Binghe along, introducing her to everyone as her daughter. Binghe accepted this new life amidst shyness and awkwardness. However, Jian Luo and her family had other visits to make, so after staying at Lin Feng's home for less than an hour, they hurriedly departed. Lin Feng began tidying up again to welcome the next set of relatives. Happy New Year, Brother Lin. Lin Jianshu arrived with his family. As Lin Jiangmo's younger brother, he had achieved considerable success alongside his brother in their early entrepreneurial ventures. Later, when Lin Jiangmo's company fell behind the times, Lin Jianshu provided substantial financial support. They were a truly close-knit family, though Lin Jianshu had married a wife who left much to be desired. The moment He Meitong stepped into Lin Jiangmo's home, she carried an air of superiority. Stomping in her high heels, she plopped down on the sofa without so much as a New Year greeting. She eyed the fruits and pastries laid out on the table, picking at them here and there, yet touching none. It seemed she looked down on such commoner fare. Lin Feng observed this with displeasure, but as family, he held his tongue. He merely tidied the mess she'd made and let his parents continue their conversation. "Brother Lin Feng, why didn't you tell me you were coming back?" After exchanging New Year greetings with her parents, Lin Yu sought out Lin Feng. 3 years her senior, Lin Feng had been a frequent presence in her childhood, especially during those exasperating days when the younger girl followed him into trouble. Lin Feng looked at Lin Yu, now sporting a head of dyed blonde hair, and felt a wave of nostalgia. He was partly responsible for her rebellious streak. He remembered back in high school when Lin Yu was bullied by a group of rowdy boys. He had gathered some people and had a serious talk with those boys. After that, Lin Yu became the school's toughest girl. It was entirely under his influence that she went from being a well-behaved girl to being pushed into the role of leader, eventually losing herself in the process. "I thought you were in school?" If I recall correctly, Lin Yu should be in her senior year of high school now. Based on what I know about her school, her break should be relatively late. "I got early admission." Lin Yu picked up an orange and took a bite, revealing a fact that left Lin Feng speechless. "You got early admission?" Lin Feng knew exactly what kind of student Lin Yu was, sleeping through classes, skipping exams, never doing homework, spending all his free time playing on his phone or computer, and occasionally bullying others with his gang around campus. His notorious reputation was known for miles around. "Yep, the math department at Beike University." Lin Yu looked at Lin Feng smugly, as if anticipating his disbelief. She giggled. "Ha, Lin Feng's been busy lately, so it's no wonder he didn't know. A while back." Noticing Lin Feng's stunned expression, Lin Jianshu explained with a smile. It turned out that in November, Lin Yu had won first place in the national mathematics competition, drawing attention from numerous universities. She then went on to Prussia and secured a silver medal in the International Mathematics Olympiad. This achievement sparked a fierce competition among domestic universities vying to recruit her, with Huazhong University of Science and Technology ultimately emerging victorious. "If you ask me, what good is some silver medal to a girl? In the end, she'll just get married. Once married, won't she need new clothes and take care of kids every day? How does that worthless silver medal help with any of that?" He Meitong grew visibly displeased upon hearing this. Her original plan had been for Lin Yu to complete high school, then study upper-class etiquette at home under her guidance before marrying into a wealthy family. Lin Yu's performance at school had been exactly as she'd hoped. But who knew she'd participate in 2 competitions and get recommended for admission? What good was that? It would only waste a few more years, and in the end, she'd still have to marry someone. Lin Yu remained silent, swallowing the last orange in one bite before leaving. To He Meitong, this was clear disrespect. "You ungrateful child. Can't you take a little criticism? Remember, I'm only saying this for your own good." He Meitong was boiling with anger. She rose to chase after her, but Lin Jianshu managed to pull her back down with much coaxing and persuasion. She then resumed her haughty demeanor, engaging her in-laws in some high-minded conversation. Lin Feng couldn't bear to listen any longer either, but as a junior, he felt it inappropriate to speak up. He rose and went to check on Lin Yu. "Lin Feng, take Xiaoyu to visit the other families first. We'll follow shortly." Suya called out to Lin Feng. Such an incident during the New Year celebrations made even family gatherings feel somewhat uncomfortable. The best solution was to let Lin Yu go out and clear her head, but sending her alone was worrisome, so she had no choice but to trouble Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and stepped outside. This was for the best, at least he wouldn't have to feel awkward in front of the elders. Downstairs, Lin Yu gazed at Lingqing's sky, which stubbornly refused to snow. Her eyes held a hint of secrecy. He Meitong favored sons over daughters no matter what Lin Yu did, it was worthless in her eyes. "What are you doing here?" Lin Feng walked over and ruffled her hair. She must be feeling pretty wronged at home. "I don't want to go upstairs," Lin Yu said in a low voice, thinking Lin Feng had come down to call her back inside. "If you don't want to go up, let's go out for a walk." Lin Feng pulled out a cigarette pack, lit one for himself, and exhaled a puff of white smoke. The faint scent of tobacco wafted through the air. "Give me one." Lin Yu tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve. A light frost clung to the evergreen trees. Winter was still bitterly cold. "Kids shouldn't smoke." Lin Feng didn't give her one. "Smoking is harmful to your health, remember that. No matter how many troubles a child has, there are always ways to solve them. I'm an adult now." Lin Yu continued tugging at Lin Feng's sleeve, dragging her feet along the ground. Lin Feng showed no sign of slowing down despite the sudden friction. After all, he was a man who had taken gene-enhancing serum. "Still no." Lin Feng refused again, stomping out his half-smoked cigarette and tossing it into the trash. He emptied the half-pack from his pocket into the bin as well. "All right, we've both run out of cigarettes now. Chapter 59, The Award Ceremony. Lin Feng spread his hands in a dismissive gesture. Most shops were closed during the New Year holiday, making it impossible to buy more even if he wanted to. Whatever. Lin Yu reluctantly let go of his hand, walking alongside Lin Feng down the slightly deserted street. I don't know why she's so against me going to school. Several times, she's brought over those ladies she knows and their sons to our house. The oldest is 28, the youngest 16. Is this really all my life has to offer? The young girl murmured softly, her words a mix of questioning and longing. Lin Feng froze. He hadn't realized so much had happened to Lin Yu. Suddenly, he remembered something. When he left for Beike University, everyone had come to see him off. Only Lin Yu had stood far away, watching with eyes full of both hope and sorrow. Maybe it's not. Lin Feng fumbled in his pocket, only to remember he'd tossed his cigarettes into the trash long ago. He exhaled a puff of white breath. No one can choose their own experiences, but no one can dictate yours either. Avoid what you dislike, pursue what you love. Though things don't always go as planned, we can always accept the outcome. Haven't you succeeded? Lin Feng deliberately slowed his pace, lost in thought as he watched Lin Yu's silent silhouette. He still preferred the Lin Yu who commanded respect at school, not the one crushed under her mother's misguided love. Lin Yu had broken free from He Meidong's control. She now possessed the wings to soar. Did I walk too fast? Lin Yu turned to look at Lin Feng behind her. She didn't know if he had heard her words, nor did she respond, but her eyes still held a questioning look. You're walking much faster than me. Lin Feng smiled. The girl's stride had already covered a considerable distance, unknowingly surpassing the pace he once set. They walked in silence for a long while through the small town, immersing themselves in the festive atmosphere of the new year. The new year arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. After the brief reunion, shops in every street and alley began bustling once more, the lively energy returning to the town. After the Lantern Festival, migrant workers shouldered their heavy luggage and set off on their journeys to distant lands. Lin's parents also returned to work. Though Lin Feng had repeatedly told them they didn't need to go back, they refused to idle, leaving him no choice but to let them be. After the 15th, Lin Feng also prepared to return to the capital. Since Jiang Luo's school hadn't started yet, she stayed in Lingqing for a few more days with Binghe, while Lin Feng boarded his flight to the capital alone. After the new year, President Siete began making calls to the supreme leader, openly and covertly inquiring about cooperation on controlled nuclear fusion. Each time, however, the supreme leader deflected the requests, stating they would be addressed later. This infuriated President Siete, yet he could do nothing about it. Lin Feng arrived alone at the research institute, where the usual bustling activity continued. The second stage potion was already under development, so he didn't need to concern himself with it personally. After all, the earlier stages were relatively straightforward for the academy. Lin Feng now needed to consider what technology to pursue next. Upon learning of Lin Feng's arrival in the capital, the first leader personally dispatched an escort to retrieve him. Lin Feng remained uncertain of the purpose behind this summons. Was it to discuss a new project, or had something gone wrong with an existing one? Lin Feng, will hold your commendation ceremony in 3 days. What do you think? The first leader handed Lin Feng several documents with a pleasant expression. One was the approval for Lin Feng's appointment as an academician, stamped directly with a red seal by Yang Kelly, bypassing all formal procedures. Another was the commendation ceremony document. After all, such honors weren't something the first leader could grant arbitrarily. They required approval from several other leaders. I'll follow the first leader's arrangements. Truthfully, Lin Feng still harbored reservations. But with the documents already approved, it would be inappropriate for him to refuse now. Though, the sight of him receiving such an honor might well shock others. Congratulations to Lin Feng on being awarded the title of Academician of the Huawei Academy of Sciences. Early that morning, Li Dongsheng posted a brief announcement that sent ripples through the research community. The conferral of academician status was no small matter. It signified extraordinary achievement. Congratulations to Lin Feng on being awarded the title of Academician of the Huawei Academy of Sciences. Wang Hong promptly echoed the announcement, spreading the news even further. People scrambled to find out who Lin Feng was and what contributions he had made, but to no avail. Lin Feng was classified as an SSS-level encrypted figure. Only when the authorities chose to release information would any details about him surface. Congratulations to Lin Feng on being awarded the title of Academician of the Huawei Academy of Sciences. If the posts from the two academicians spread widely, this one was an absolute bombshell. Yang Guolao himself had posted it. Yang Kelly enjoyed immense prestige both within the scientific community and among the public, revered as a figure comparable to the founding generals. With this post, the scientific world now knew of Lin Feng's existence. Congratulations to Lin Feng on being awarded the title of Academician of the Huawei Academy of Sciences. This post carried weight no less than that of Professor Yang's. Posted directly by Yangshi, it was prominently featured at the top of the trending topics, ensuring the entire nation knew that a man named Lin Feng had been awarded the title of Academician in Longhua. Amidst the public buzz, Lin Feng's award ceremony commenced as scheduled. At exactly 7 p.m. Beijing time, Yangshi News Channel began its broadcast to stirring music. The ceremony was not only streamed live on Yangshi News but also simultaneously broadcast across all major online platforms. The national emblem in the auditorium came into view, and as the camera slowly panned across the room, key figures appeared one by one. Look! The Navy Commander-in-Chief, the Army Commander-in-Chief, and the Air Force Commander-in-Chief. The Mayor of Beijing, the Municipal Party Secretary, and the Standing Committee Chairman. The President of the Academy of Sciences, Academician Yang Gui, Academician Li Dongsheng, and Academician Wang Hong. The First Secretary is there too, and who is this? Numerous netizens noticed a young face standing before the front row. Not a single person recognized his name or knew his background. Good evening, everyone. This is the Great Hall of the People, where Lin Feng's medal ceremony is currently underway. Let us now introduce the distinguished guests in attendance. The host promptly stepped in to introduce the attendees, each a prominent figure in politics or scientific research. Netizens marveled at the scale of the event. And now, please welcome the honoree of the day, academician Lin Feng, as he takes the stage. The host finally introduced the main protagonist. Lin Feng entered from backstage. There was no grand entrance curtain, no dazzling lights. The dignitary seated above him alone created an atmosphere far more solemn and reverent than any spectacle could. As Lin Feng stepped onto the podium, the crowd recognized him as the man who had been seated alongside the first honoree at the beginning. He is Chapter 60, International Skepticism. The originator and researcher of mechanical armor manufacturing technology, the developer and experimenter of Project 5's controlled nuclear fusion technology. To date, our nation possesses 6 Titan-class mechs and 76 controlled nuclear fusion experimental sites, supplying energy nationwide. By approximately 2040, China is projected to achieve comprehensive application of controlled nuclear fusion devices. These few sentences sent shockwaves through countless minds' achievements beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. The father of mechs is only in his 20s? True heroes emerge in youth. At 20-something, he's researching mechs. At 20-something, I was at home wondering if I could drink milk. Controlled nuclear fusion has already been achieved? Then what's the point of us continuing our research? He's far too young. I suspect he's being used as a front. While countless people marveled at Lin Feng's extraordinary achievements, many more questioned whether someone so young could truly develop such advanced technology. Online skepticism flooded the internet, yet it couldn't disrupt the medal ceremony. On the 18th day of the first lunar month in Huagua, jointly nominated by Academy President Bai Yang and senior academicians Yang Kelly, Li Dongsheng, Wang Hong, and 28 others, Comrade Lin Feng is hereby conferred the title of Academician of the Huagui Academy of Sciences. May Comrade Lin Feng remain true to his original aspirations and forge ahead with perseverance. Bai Yang and Yang Kelly stepped forward to present Lin Feng with his Academy certificate. The deep blue cover bore the 5 characters China Academy of Sciences in bold, gilded script, radiating supreme authority. Many scientists watching the ceremony eyed the certificate in Lin Feng's hands with envy, their faces filled with admiration. On the 18th day of the first lunar month of Huagua, Comrade Lin Feng selflessly contributed his mecha technology, significantly enhancing our nation's defense capabilities. Subsequently, he spearheaded a classified project that dramatically boosted the combat effectiveness of our armed forces. His controllable nuclear fusion technology has enabled our nation to swiftly overcome the energy crisis caused by Western oil embargoes. The Presidium and the Standing Committee jointly declare that Comrade Lin Feng is awarded the Huagui National Hero Medal, making him the youngest recipient of this honor in Huagua's history. Unpretentious and unyielding, he embodies extraordinary character at an ordinary age. Bold and decisive, he surges against the tide amidst the era's turbulent currents. Upon concluding the address, the Supreme Leader personally ascended the podium. Honor guards marched in step, carrying the medal draped in red cloth. Lin Feng stood erect on the platform as the Supreme Leader lifted the cloth, solemnly grasped the gleaming medal beneath the national emblem, and pinned it upon Lin Feng. The hall erupted in thunderous applause that lingered long after. As the applause gradually subsided, Lin Feng took the microphone to deliver a speech. This wasn't originally planned, but the chief had praised him as a role model for the youth, suggesting a few words would be fitting. Hello everyone, I'm Lin Feng, from the small city of Lingcheng. His simple opening line sparked uncontrollable curiosity about this young man's background. Some speculated he was the offspring of a high-ranking official or a scientist, someone with connections reaching to the heavens. My family wasn't wealthy, but we never went without. In high school, I stumbled upon books on nuclear engineering and technology, becoming utterly absorbed for 3 years. By the end, I'd gained some modest expertise. Later, I was specially recruited by the Beijing Institute of Science and Technology, where I spent an unremarkable year and a half. Those who knew me back then remember how I pointed out an error in class only to be mistaken for defying the teacher. My internship was reassigned to auto repair, and the school issued me a major disciplinary warning. Back then, I was utterly alone. Lin Feng briefly recounted his journey, how he rose from being falsely accused and unable to clear his name to becoming a national hero of Huagua. With the award ceremony concluded, Lin Feng's name became known to all. It was him all along. I knew that order back then couldn't have been wrong. Tris held up the video footage as he addressed President Zayat. Due to the spy's actions, President Zayat's influence in the House of Representatives had weakened considerably. Some senators were even openly declaring they wouldn't cast a single vote for Zayat in the next presidential election. But we failed, didn't we? President Shade's desk remained buried under mountains of paperwork, yet he felt no desire to review them. What was there to see in those documents where senators schemed to line their own pockets? Not a single petition with genuine concerns made it to his desk. How is your plan progressing? President Shet asked with a faint smile. To him, it was a foolish plan and utterly irrational idea to confront China at this juncture. And those House members had kept it from him. We expect to initiate the plan in March. Tris knew President Shet's intelligence network would easily uncover such details. Well then, I wish you luck. President Shet rose to leave, his face bearing an enigmatic smile. Personal reputation points plus 312,458,967. This was the first time Lin Feng had gained such a massive amount of reputation points. The sheer scale of it gave him a taste of what it felt like to be wealthy. He quickly scanned the system store, searching for a promising scientific technology to keep himself occupied. Two-dimensional foil manufacturing technology. This looks promising. Lin Feng studied the two-dimensional foil technology. Once manufactured, he could slip it into his pocket. Anyone who annoyed him would get it flung right in their face. Of course, that was just wishful thinking. Once this thing appeared, no one would stand a chance. Lin Feng, we need to discuss something important. Hearing this, Lin Feng exited the system shop interface and opened the door to find Li Dongxing and Wang Hong waiting. What's going on? Lin Feng hurriedly invited the two men inside. Here's the situation. The International Joint Academic Organization is coming to our country for academic discussions. They specifically requested to meet you and even claimed that China couldn't possibly have such a young talent. Li Dongxing quickly laid out the situation. Since Lin Feng's medal ceremony last night, most foreign academic associations had adopted a skeptical stance toward him. They simply couldn't believe someone so young could develop two world-shocking technologies. Do you really think we'd believe China's attempts to pull the wool over our eyes? Prussia's renowned physics professor, Willemus, publicly questioned China's award ceremony on Twitter. We seriously doubt Lin Feng's academic credentials. Our nation's controlled nuclear fusion technology is 100 times more advanced than China's. To us, China's so-called successful development of controlled nuclear fusion is nothing but a joke, utter nonsense. Joint statement from the Gaul Academic Federation. China remains as ignorant and reckless as ever. Joint statement from the Academic Federation of the Island Nation. While their remarks are excessive, I also find it hard to believe Lin Feng could develop two truly groundbreaking technologies. Even if he started researching in the womb, that wouldn't be possible. I agree. Could Lin Feng really just be a scapegoat they're pushing forward? Chapter 61, The Academic Debate Approaches. A tidal wave of skepticism engulfed Huagua. Lin Feng seemed branded as a scapegoat. Even the Academy of Sciences academicians speaking up for him were dismissed as mere cover-ups. Nothing could stem the tide of doubt. You know. Wang Hong stamped his foot, glancing at Lin Feng, who sat idly scrolling through his phone. He opened his mouth to speak but paused, pacing restlessly back and forth across the room. Lin Feng, don't pay attention to what they say. You know your own level, don't you? Li Dongxing glanced at Lin Feng, who remained silent, assuming he'd been provoked by the online rhetoric. He considered offering words of comfort. Mr. Li, I'm fine. Let them come if they want. Lin Feng put down his phone, his expression unreadable. But those people aren't the type to listen to reason. Li Dongxing had no intention of letting Lin Feng attend this so-called International Academic Exchange Conference. They wouldn't ask about his strengths, but would deliberately target his weaknesses. Lin Feng would be at a disadvantage. They've come right to our doorstep. How can we not respond? Lin Feng already had a plan in mind. Yet, seeing the worry in Li Dongxing's eyes, he sighed inwardly. After all, he wasn't an all-knowing being. If something unexpected arose, he might genuinely be unable to handle it. But he had the system. Trust me, Mr. Li. Lin Feng opened the system store, his eyes fixed on one particular item, the source of his confidence. All right then. We old-timers will come support you when the time comes. Seeing Lin Feng's resolute expression, Li Dongxing didn't press further. After all, this was something he couldn't avoid. If there was a first time, there would be a second, a third, and more. The only effective solution was to shut them up with sheer strength. Compendium of Known Knowledge on Blue Star, 10 million reputation points. This is Xiaoke's compilation of all currently known human knowledge gathered on Blue Star, encompassing everything from infant speech patterns to the mysteries of the cosmos. With this, Lin Feng can answer any question about Blue Star. Notably, all unsolved puzzles and hypothetical conjectures are provided with reasonable explanations and answers. Click to purchase. A vivid image suddenly filled Lin Feng's mind, drawing him completely into it. Time rewound tens of thousands of years to the dawn of civilization. Two hominids were grinding a jagged stone on the ground. After an unknown period, the stone was reduced to a single sharp point. They tied the stone to a wooden pole and emerged from the cave where they had lingered for ages. Outside lay a dense primeval forest, branches tangled with branches, canopy layered upon canopy, sunlight blocked as if it never existed. A distant roar of a fierce beast echoed. The two hominids sprinted toward the sound. The stone spear flew through the air. The scene shifted. Beneath a thunderclap, they discovered fire and a charred small prey. They ate cooked food for the first time and discovered fire. Another shift in the scene revealed savages clad in leaves gathered around a bonfire, performing some ritual. A tribe was born, civilization advanced once more, and dynasties emerged. Confucius sat beneath a tree teaching his disciples, while hundreds of miles away, Qi and Lu were still locked in a protracted war. Han, Zhao, and Wei divided the state of Jin. Within the city walls, Shang Yang drove forward his legalist reforms. Bai Qi buried alive 400,000 soldiers, yet the ceaseless flames of war still raged across the land. The Macedonians fought a decisive battle against the Greeks, while China had already unified under the Han. The Chu-Han contention erupted, giving birth to the mighty Han dynasty. Dynasties rose and fell. At the end of the Han, the realm was divided. Qiao Wei unified the north, and the Sima clan seized power. Civilization accelerated. The Tang dynasty's golden age saw tributes from all nations. The 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms followed. The Song dynasty fell. Uprisings erupted at the Yuan's end. The Ming dynasty shone brilliantly. The Enlightenment, the Renaissance, the First Industrial Revolution propelled civilization forward. The Second Industrial Revolution, world wars, and nuclear weapons followed. The Information Revolution ushered in the Internet age. Advancing relentlessly, mecha technology emerged, and controlled nuclear fusion research succeeded. The annals of civilization converged within Lin Feng's mind. The crystallized wisdom of all predecessors and their profound contemplations were etched into his consciousness. He was now little less than an encyclopedia of Blue Star. We welcome all distinguished scholars to conduct academic research in our nation. Truth and falsehood we shall see. Lin Feng's inaugural official microblog post instantly drew a crowd of online onlookers. Within mere hours, his follower count surged past the 10 million mark, leaving countless minor celebrities and internet influencers green with envy. Is academician Lin really confident? Are you really being used as a scapegoat, academician Lin? If you're being threatened, blink your eyes. This doesn't feel fake. The comments section was bombarded for hours, nearly crashing the official servers. Fortunately, the phone was equipped with the Lungsun 1 processor. An older model would have frozen long ago. Faced with the barrage of questions, Lin Feng chose not to unravel the mystery for them. Instead, he left behind the words "we'll see" and vanished from the internet. Regarding controllable nuclear fusion technology, some lingering issues still awaited Lin Feng's resolution. Not all experimental sites operated identically. Minor discrepancies inevitably led to occasional oversights. Such was the case with the experiment in question, prompting Lin Feng to board a flight to the site where the error occurred to address the problem. After Lin Feng vanished, everyone shifted their expectations to the upcoming International Academic Symposium. Video platforms, eyeing the massive traffic potential, began fiercely competing for live streaming rights even before the organizers had finalized arrangements. Before long, March arrived. During this period, the academic symposium was occasionally mentioned, but it never gained significant traction. Truthfully, most people held little interest in such knowledge-focused forums. Whether Lin Feng could prove his expertise through this forum was a topic neither major nor minor for the majority. It was simply dispensable. Yet the day arrived as scheduled. A plane touched down smoothly at Beijing Capital Airport, seemingly no different from any ordinary aircraft. Yet, it was immediately surrounded by a heavy police presence. Many assumed it was a hijacking, but in reality, it was the arrival of renowned foreign professors. Each held significant international authority, and their collective presence carried enough weight to impress Western nations. Consequently, no matter how reluctant China might be, it could not afford to let anything happen to them on its soil. "Mr. Bai, it's been a long time." Among them was the American Herschel, who warmly embraced Bai Yang and spoke enthusiastically. He believed this trip to China would be a most pleasant journey, unaware that his homeland was preparing to make a major move. Thunderstorm bomb ready for launch. Request authorization. Chapter 62, Convening. A light drizzle suddenly began to fall from the sky. And the previously overcast sky grew ominously dark. The fine mist falling on people's bodies drew little notice, but muffled booms echoed from within the clouds like the low coughs of an elderly man in his twilight years, sounding deeply unsettling. After a long while, a thunderous clap resounded, as if the thick phlegm lodged in the old man's throat had finally been coughed up. The sound grew more soothing at last, and the rain began to pour down in torrents. The director of the Meteorological Administration stared at the precipitation, utterly perplexed. "Strange," he muttered. "Observations indicate no rain for at least the next fortnight. But weather is inherently unpredictable, and not every measurement is infallible." Holding the latest data, the director issued a blue alert for heavy rain. Bai Yang and his group headed to the Huaca Academy. Due to the heavy rain, all visiting professors' schedules in Huaca had been cancelled. They sat in a medium-sized conference room at the academy, chatting about this and that. Lin Feng didn't join in. He figured he wouldn't have much to say to a group of elders. Senior, Sister Jiang Luo wants you to take her call. Bingha found Lin Feng in a lab somewhere within the science building. He was tinkering with some experimental equipment at the moment and didn't have his phone on him. Jiang Luo? Lin Feng glanced at the time. It wasn't even evening yet. Jiang Luo wouldn't normally call him at this hour. Could something have happened? I heard you're scheduled for academic discussions with those foreign scholars. Are you sure you're up for it? In Jiang Luo's mind, Lin Feng was still that boy with a hint of talent, not the celebrated academician, the peerless genius of the nation. She wanted him to excel, but she didn't want the distance between them to grow. When she saw him step onto the award podium, that distance suddenly felt vast and unbridgeable. Don't worry, I won't be at a disadvantage. The more experiences he had, the more perceptive Lin Feng became. He could detect the unease in Jiang Luo's tone and interpret the hesitation in her expression. What she wanted to say was surely not what she was saying. You're starting your internship soon, right? I have a company, would you like to help me manage it? Jiang Feng was the gift Lin Feng had specifically reserved for Jiang Luo. This one-of-a-kind mecha manufacturing company was coveted yet unattainable by countless conglomerates and financial tycoons. Can I really handle it? Jiang Luo didn't immediately agree. She was just a third-year intern. Even though she'd studied management in a general sense, she lacked both the experience and qualifications to manage a company. Even at a small convenience store, she wouldn't be able to take on a managerial role. I believe in you. Just as you've always believed in me, Lin Feng silently thought, his words brimming with tenderness and affection. The line suddenly fell silent. Jiang Luo remained quiet, and the prolonged stillness felt as though she had already hung up. If Lin Feng believes in me, then I can definitely do it. Jiang Luo's slightly playful tone reached Lin Feng, finally breaking the heavy atmosphere. Both of them laughed, a joy unique to them, leaving Binghe beside them nearly choked on all the lovey-dovey moments. They exchanged a few more trivial words before hanging up. What the phone conveyed was never just words, but longing and all the time spent missing each other. Want to go? Lin Feng glanced at Binghe, who was tilting her head at him. After spending over a month with Jiang Luo, the young girl had become much more cheerful, even cracking a few amusing jokes now and then. I'll pass. I still have school. Binghe thought carefully about Lin Feng's invitation before declining. She hadn't even finished her university courses. How could she possibly help Lin Feng and Jiang Luo manage the company? Besides, she wasn't even studying business. Binghe's newfound cheerfulness hadn't gone unnoticed by the students at Beike University. They'd grown fond of this lively junior, and she'd made many friends and admirers. But Lin Feng had strictly forbidden any romantic advances. Joking aside, that would be illegal, since Binghe was still a minor. Sometimes, even the most casual beginnings could lead to the life we long for. For Binghe, that was exactly the case. The heavy rain showed no signs of stopping. The Meteorological Administration upgraded the blue alert to an orange alert, then finally to a red alert. This downpour affected the entire nation, even flooding the deserts of the northwest with over 200 millimeters of rain. Such a spectacle was truly rare, yet it caught the attention of the director of the Meteorological Administration. Logically, rain shouldn't fall without warning. Due to the heavy rain, the academic symposium was moved up. Originally scheduled for the Academic Federation's open-air auditorium seating 10,000, the relentless downpour had persisted since the professors' arrival in China. 10 straight days of rain. Flooding had already occurred in some areas, with several professors lamenting their unlucky timing for coming to China. Nevertheless, they were determined to participate in this academic research at all costs. In other words, they were set on tearing away China's hypocritical facade. The conference commenced as scheduled. In a large conference room at the Huaxia Academy of Sciences, professors from multiple nations occupied the front rows. Media outlets from various outlets braved the downpour to attend. The academy even invited outstanding students to observe this high-caliber international academic exchange. Binghe, through her own merits, secured a place among them. There were no opening remarks, not even introductions. The conference commenced immediately, with only the nameplates before them indicating their identities. Finally, it's begun. All this waiting was worth it. This is high-caliber research. Grab your notebooks and take good notes. You're telling me. To us, every single one is high-caliber academic research. This setting feels a bit too formal. I can't even think of any witty remarks right now. As the media cameras rolled, viewers flooded into the live stream. The audience count quickly surged into the tens of millions and kept climbing. Major media outlets watched this flood of traffic, tears practically streaming from the corners of their mouths. Guests come first. Please, everyone, go ahead. As the lead researcher of this project, Bai Yang fully embodied China's fine traditions, earning satisfied nods from the foreign professors. Then I'll go first. Hers stood up and walked to the podium. As a renowned professor in hydrogen energy science and engineering and a globally recognized leader in this specialized field, he naturally had the standing to deliver the opening address. He walked unhurriedly to the podium, glanced around the room, and finally spotted Lin Feng seated behind Bai Yang. He smiled faintly and adjusted the microphone. Chapter 63, Targeted. The issue I wish to discuss is hydrogen storage equipment. Hers smiled faintly as he announced the title of his long-prepared presentation. As a gaseous substance, hydrogen poses significant challenges for efficient storage and utilization. Efforts have long focused on enhancing hydrogen density to improve energy efficiency. However, hydrogen storage remains difficult. My proposal specifically addresses three known challenges. Hydrogen is the lightest element. Under standard conditions, its density is 0.0899 gl 1/10,000th that of water. At 252.7 C, it liquefies with a density of 70 gl, nearly 1/15th that of water. Therefore, we can increase its density. Hers truly possesses genuine expertise. In just a few sentences, he outlined a novel solution to the problem a fresh approach people were hearing for the first time. As the first element in the periodic table, hydrogen possesses an extremely small atomic radius. Hydrogen gas can permeate most microscopic pores invisible to the naked eye. Moreover, under high temperatures and pressures, it can even penetrate thick steel plates. Therefore, we can abandon conventional storage configurations and instead utilize density. Many professors had already pulled out their notebooks to take notes, and some were even beginning to explore the feasibility of using calibration data. Hydrogen is highly reactive and extremely unstable. Once leaked, it readily ignites and explodes. In my view, it truly is a beast that defies taming. Yet precisely because of this, we shouldn't try to curb its nature. Instead, we can. Professors with expertise in this field and students familiar with such principles began deep contemplation. Many nodded in agreement, even Bai Yang appeared deep in thought. Seeing this scene, Hell smiled slightly, satisfied with the effect. However, I wonder what insights you all have regarding my proposal. Hers turned to the assembled professors. In the field of hydrogen energy science and engineering, he believed no one could surpass him. Sure enough, many professors shook their heads without comment. A few did raise minor questions, but these were entirely within Hers' expectations. He answered them crisply and concisely. After that, silence fell. But how could this achieve the desired effect? What are your thoughts, academician Lin Feng? Hers turned his gaze to Lin Feng, standing behind Bai Yang. His entire trip to China had been for Lin Feng. Because Lin Feng had developed the mecha, the United States had issued strict orders demanding they build one within a year at all costs. This put immense pressure on him, and even research funding had been significantly reduced. Mr. Hells, Lin Feng is not a researcher in this field, so he cannot answer this question. Bai Yang stepped in at just the right moment to defuse the situation for Lin Feng. He knew this international academic conference was merely a pretext to target Lin Feng. What difference does that make? As China's youngest academician, he must have some understanding of it, right? Hers dismissed Bai Yang's words with disdain, his smile fixed on Lin Feng, a smile laced with daggers. Any observant person could see he was targeting Lin Feng, yet all the visiting professors pretended not to notice. Several even chimed in, urging Lin Feng to share his insights. Mr. Lin, surely you won't deny us even this small courtesy? Hers seemed certain Lin Feng wouldn't stand up, continuing to speak as if he could already envision the scene of Lin Feng being harshly criticized after this academic discussion. But isn't Lin Feng not a researcher in this field? Why ask him to speak up? I don't understand, but I'm utterly stunned. Referring to Here's nerve. Don't you Chinese even have the guts for this? Our island nation's scientists all stood up to speak. Why can't you Chinese do the same? What kind of brain-dead foreigners? The live stream erupted into a massive uproar over the foreigner's sarcastic remarks, but Lin Feng inside the venue remained completely unfazed. He had been deep in thought about Hirsch's perspective and had only just formulated his response. Since Mr. Hears has given me the floor, I'll keep my remarks brief. Lin Feng stood up and took the microphone. Bai Yang turned to look at him, his eyes filled with confusion. Lin Feng gave him a resolute look. Regarding Mr. Here's three proposed solutions for hydrogen energy storage earlier, I can't say they're particularly brilliant. A smile spread across Her's face. It seemed Lin Feng truly understood nothing, capable only of offering a few objective remarks. They're utter nonsense. The shocking remark drew all the professor's attention to Lin Feng, eager to see how this young man could utter such words. What did you say? This is the result of my countless experiments. Hers flew into a rage. Anyone would be furious to have their conclusions from countless experiments dismissed, especially by a greenhorn like Lin Feng. Didn't catch that? Let me repeat, your so-called experimental results are utter nonsense. Lin Feng wasn't about to indulge hers. This academic debate had been orchestrated solely to target him. To smile politely and spout a few nauseating platitudes would be pure idiocy. Fine. 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 I'll see just how unique Mr. Lin Feng's insights are that he dares call my ideas utter nonsense. Curse repeated good 3 times, visibly angered by Lin Feng's tone. He strode briskly off the stage, handing the podium over to Lin Feng. Then open your ears wide and watch closely. Lin Feng stepped up to the podium, pulled out the blackboard, and wrote down several theoretical formulas. Mr. Hells, this is the first solution you proposed earlier, correct? Curse nodded after confirming the formula matched his own explanation. Now, how do this element and the subsequent element react? Without any specific conditions, how do these two inert gases react? At first glance, these equations seemed flawless. But when viewed together, the problem became far more complex. Under no specific conditions, expecting two inert gases to react was nothing short of a pipe dream. Well, Curse stammered, unable to find words. Damn it, his experiments hadn't succeeded even once, and he hadn't pinpointed the cause. Yet theoretically, it should be entirely feasible. He'd always assumed his experiments simply lacked rigor. And this? Lin Feng listed over a dozen more equations on the blackboard. I must admit, Mr. Hell's approach is quite ingenious. But please explain to me how this reaction transforms from exothermic to endothermic after the heat release concludes? And this? The solutions to the 3 problems Hells had proposed were reduced to utter nonsense under Lin Feng's half-hour dissection. This is utter nonsense. You've never studied hydrogen energy science and engineering, how could you possibly understand? Chapter 64, Counterattack, Utterly Humiliated. Curse erupted in fury. Lin Feng was right, his solution had major flaws. Yet, relying on his standing and authority in the field, no one would dare question it. At least, no immediate problems would arise. But Lin Feng had instantly spotted the fatal flaw in the plan. Where could he possibly save face now? He shot a meaningful glance toward the audience below the stage. I find Mr. Hell's proposal entirely sound. In my view, his approach represents groundbreaking thinking in this field with high feasibility. As for Mr. Lin Feng's remarks, pardon my bluntness, I must confess I find them utterly incomprehensible. To put it in your vernacular, it's like nitpicking over trivialities. A professor from the Empire of the Sun never sets Rose to speak. Though he knew Lin Feng's critique was valid, he had no choice. This academic research was specifically designed to counter Lin Feng, to prevent him from undermining their authority in the scientific community. I share this view. I find no fault whatsoever in Mr. Here's presentation. Moreover, I have complete confidence in his authority within this field. He would never present flawed research for our discussion. The professor from the island nation hadn't grasped the discussion at all, but he understood perfectly well the purpose of this research trip to China. Mr. Lin Feng is the one talking utter nonsense. I recall Mr. Lin Feng knows absolutely nothing about this field, right? The professor from Gaul rose to speak, followed by several others from different nations who stood to accuse Lin Feng of spouting nonsense. In an instant, all criticism seemed to converge on Lin Feng, all eyes fixed upon him, waiting to see how he would respond. Humph. Lin Feng chuckled lightly but remained silent. The nature of this academic debate had become abundantly clear, yet he believed truth would always find its seekers. I believe Mr. Lin Feng is correct. The issues he has pointed out are incisive and precisely the challenges we currently struggle to overcome. This is an objective fact, not something your authority can alter. Bai Yang stepped forward first to speak for Lin Feng. He had seen through the veneer of this so-called academic research. Beneath it lay a pack of wolves eager to devour Lin Feng. Mr. Lin Feng's insights are remarkably objective. They address precisely the challenges we must confront. I'm certain Mr. Hells is well aware of the accuracy of the issues Mr. Lin has raised. Professor De Xiongguo also stepped forward to support Lin Feng. He needed no one's backing and feared no one's disapproval. He truly dared to speak the truth. So, is what Lin Feng said true or false? I'm a bit confused. So many people say it's false, it must be false, right? After all, Lin Feng isn't a specialist in this field. Hey, big shots, come out and clarify this. Well, I think you're overestimating us. Everyone here is an authority in this field. They're all arguing non-stop. How could we possibly know the answer? Lin Feng is a fraud. You Chinese are all frauds. Online opinions about Lin Feng are divided, but most lean toward his claims being false, primarily because he isn't a professional in this field. If Mr. Hers believes his claims are correct, would he be willing to conduct an experiment for us personally? The China Academy of Sciences would be delighted to facilitate this experiment for Mr. Hers. Lin Feng smiled faintly. According to Hirsch's theory, this experiment was absolutely impossible to succeed. Mr. Lin Feng, we are engaged in an academic discussion. Please refrain from making irrelevant remarks. Hers naturally sidestepped the topic, but cold sweat had already broken out on his brow. If he were truly forced to conduct the experiment, success would be nothing short of a miracle. That's not fear. I'm starting to believe what Lin Feng said. Lin Feng is a fraud. All Chinese are frauds. Damn it, I've put up with you foreigners long enough. Where are the Chinese key immortals? Key master reporting from Chaoyang District, Beijing. Key immortal of Binhai City reporting for duty. Chinese netizens online had reached their breaking point. They grabbed their keyboards and began sending warm greetings to these foreign trolls. It's fine. It's an academic discussion. A few extra days won't hurt. Besides, who knows when this rain will stop? Lin Feng spoke the truth. Academic conferences typically lasted over 3 days, and with the rain having fallen for over 10 days with no end in sight, extending the discussion was reasonable. Mr. Lin Feng, this isn't about a few more days. Hers naturally couldn't agree. Accepting would expose his true intentions. Since Mr. Hells refuses to conduct the experiment, I shall reluctantly borrow his theory to perform the experiment myself. Surely Mr. Hells won't mind, right? Lin Feng pressed relentlessly. There was no way he'd let Hells off the hook. If Hells dared to stick his neck out, he'd better be prepared to get it bitten off. If you insist on this nonsense, then do as you please. I won't be joining you. Seeing he couldn't stop it, Hells realized he might have overplayed his hand this time. The other professors exchanged helpless glances. Hells could only feign anger and stormed out of the conference room. Has Mr. Hells gotten scared? Lin Feng taunted from behind as he strode away without looking back. Lin Feng shows no respect for his seniors. Go apologize immediately. You Chinese must offer Mr. Here's a sincere apology. Damn it, these bastards don't understand Chinese. Where's my interpreter? English interpreter reporting for duty. French interpreter reporting for duty. Chinese interpreter reporting for duty. Go play upstairs. In an instant, the live stream's comments section was flooded with all manner of foreign languages. Greetings from family in every tongue blanketed the screen. One might have mistaken it for the United Nations General Assembly. After Herschel left the scene, Lin Feng personally conducted experiments using Herschel's theory. The outcome, unsurprisingly, was a failure. Everyone now believed Lin Feng's claims were correct. Herschel, having lost all face, naturally dared not show his face. The dozen or so professors who had previously backed Hells were so ashamed they wanted to crawl into a hole. They stayed away from subsequent academic discussions, effectively rendering the international conference a hollow shell. Only professors from China, the Great Bear Nation, Prussia, and a few neutral countries continued the debate. Mr. Lin Feng, I wish to discuss something with you. Torlev approached Lin Feng after the conference concluded, speaking in halting Chinese. His expression radiated warmth as he drew near. Mr. Torlev, it is my honor that you would discuss matters with a junior colleague like myself. Lin Feng naturally accorded Torlev sufficient respect, which only deepened Torlev's warmth toward him. He slung an arm around Lin Feng's shoulder, chatting as they walked. Chapter 65, America's Weather Weapons. I'm sorry, Mr. Torlev, but this matter is beyond my authority to decide. The matter. Torlev sought Lin Feng's counsel on concerned collaborative research between mecha and controlled nuclear fusion projects. Lin Feng lacked the authority to decide. Though he held the intellectual property rights, either technology represented a qualitative leap in a nation's comprehensive national strength. Before arriving, our emperor already discussed this matter with your leader. Your leader stated that your opinion must be respected. Torlev was well aware that Lin Feng held no authority to decide this collaboration. Yet, the supreme leader of China had deliberately entrusted this power to him. Lin Feng fell into deep contemplation. He knew he was utterly clueless about international diplomacy, so this ball couldn't possibly be kicked to him. Perhaps the supreme leader truly respected his decision, or maybe this was an opportunity to express the nation's trust in him. Mr. Torlev, I must consult with the first leader on this matter. I regret that I cannot provide you with the answer you seek at this time. Lin Feng naturally couldn't agree immediately. This matter required further deliberation. That is only natural. I look forward to hearing good news from you, Mr. Lin Feng. Torlev showed no sign of displeasure. Had Lin Feng agreed immediately, Torlev would have suspected him of lacking depth or intelligence. After exchanging further words, Torlev departed, thoroughly satisfied. Lin Feng immediately called the first leader. Mr. First, I wish to discuss matters concerning cooperation between Great Bear Nation and our organization. Knowing the first's time was precious, Lin Feng got straight to the point. Lin Feng, you are the sole owner of these two technologies. The nation will respect your opinion. The first leader's tone was earnest, emphasizing that he was not joking. China could not afford to lose Lin Feng. Then what benefits would cooperation with the Great Bear Nation bring to our Huadhua? This matter should be left to the professionals. For now, collaborating with the Great Bear Nation will bolster their capabilities. This alignment will bind them to our side, allowing them to shoulder some of the pressure from Western nations. As you know, the Great Bear Nation's relations with the West are strained due to the Ukraine issue. My recommendation is to agree to this partnership. The first secretary offered his opinion, having given the matter considerable thought. Though Great Bear and China had historical disagreements, interests prevailed. There were no permanent enemies. Moreover, recent years marked a warming of relations between the two nations. Then I entrust this matter to you, first. The nation respects me, and I trust the nation. Lin Feng said no more. The state sought his stance, not his opinion. News of the decision quickly reached Torlev, who excitedly sought Lin Feng out to offer drinks. Lin Feng accepted without refusal, but Torlev was a formidable drinker. Lin Feng nearly threw up, and when Lin Chen stepped in to take the drinks, he too was nearly forced to vomit. National Meteorological Administration. The director stared at the nationwide rainfall map on the screen, his expression grave. Such a vast cloud mass should have been carried away by air currents, yet despite multiple currents passing through, the cloud showed no sign of moving. The entire land of China was shrouded in a gray haze, with thunder flashing incessantly within the clouds. The rain seemed relentless, pouring down in torrents. This station reports that the nationwide torrential rains have triggered flash floods in multiple regions, destroying numerous towns. Estimated damages have already surpassed 53 billion yuan. Lin Feng stared at the report on his phone, puzzled. Was this the 4 Sea Dragon Kings crying after being kicked out by their wives? It had been over half a month, and damn it, the rain was only getting heavier. Lin Feng, come to the tech building immediately. There's something important I need to discuss. Gu Suping called Lin Feng urgently. The urgency in her voice made Lin Feng realize the gravity of the situation. He quickly dressed and rushed toward the technology building. He glanced at the umbrella by the door but decided against taking it. It was pointless in such a downpour. The conference room in the science building was packed with meteorology experts. Lin Feng burst in, soaked to the bone like a drowned rat. Everyone else looked equally drenched, clearly having braved the rain to get there. Lin Feng said little and took his seat. Gu Suping was deep in conversation with a professor. Everyone's here. Let's begin. Gu Suping glanced at the seated professors, who nodded in unison. According to the latest intelligence, the United States has launched a weather weapon, the thunderstorm bomb, against us. Preliminary assessments indicate this weapon is responsible for the nationwide torrential rains currently affecting our country. We have gathered here today to seek your collective wisdom in devising a viable solution. The rainfall covered an extensive area, even affecting neighboring countries. Within China, significant losses had occurred due to the downpour. China possessed no such meteorological weapons. Most meteorological research focused on agricultural applications, with virtually none dedicated to military use. This was due to two factors: the lack of prerequisites and the limitations of current technological advancement. Take the United States weapon, for instance. Call it a meteorological weapon if you like, but at its core, it was essentially a more powerful form of artificial rainfall. Still, it was a headache. After speaking, Gu Suping found a seat and sat down. He wasn't a specialist, his technological expertise was limited to aircraft. As for why he'd called Lin Feng over, it was because Lin Feng was young. Even if he couldn't offer solutions, he could at least contribute some ideas. But after hearing Gu Suping's explanation, Lin Feng immediately began searching the system store. And there it was. Planetary class weather weapon, 100 million reputation points. Stellar class weather weapon, 1 trillion reputation points. The prices climbed higher the further down he scrolled. Glancing at his own reputation points, less than 10 billion, Lin Feng rubbed his face and silently purchased the planetary class weather weapon. I believe this so-called thunderstorm bomb must be a continuous firing weapon. The US probably doesn't have the capability to achieve a permanent solution. Lin Feng shared his perspective. The others nodded in agreement, though none could say for certain how many thunderstorm bombs the US still possessed. What are your thoughts, academician Lin Feng? Though Lin Feng wasn't an expert in this field, his status as an academician placed him on equal footing with the others. I believe we should focus on the wind blow away this cloud shrouding China. Chapter 66, at a loss. We lack the capability to generate such massive wind forces. Lin Feng only then noticed Wang Hong present. Wang Hong looked troubled. Dispelling such a vast cloud would require unimaginable wind power. Lin Feng had clearly underestimated the challenge. Academician Wang is correct. We lack the capability to generate such massive winds, but we could attempt sublimation, freezing the rain layer mid-air. Su Bailey, director of the Meteorological Administration, agreed with Wang Hong. While Lin Feng's idea wasn't wrong, it still needed to be grounded in reality. China simply didn't possess the means to generate such massive wind power. A prolonged silence fell over the conference room. At present, only Su Bailey's proposal seemed feasible. Lin Feng observed the attendees, heads bowed in deep thought. He knew they didn't trust him, but that wasn't a reason for him to stand idly by. Lin Feng, we may lack the capacity to generate large-scale winds, but we possess the capability to create air currents. But if air currents converge, they'll create strong convection, only making the situation worse. Su Bailey found Lin Feng's idea highly unreliable. Air currents in such weather would undoubtedly act as fuel, making the situation worse. Director Su, let's hear Lin Feng's proposal first. Wang Hong observed the familiar confidence on Lin Feng's face and concluded he must have thought this through thoroughly. Su Bailey shot Wang Hong a disapproving glare before falling silent. It's true that collisions between convection cells can trigger severe convection. But what if there are 3 or more convection cells involved? Do the opposite. Su Bailey instantly grasped Lin Feng's meaning. Her gaze toward him grew complex. She hadn't expected him to have such depth in this area. You mean creating multiple storm centers within the cloud layer? The collision point of multiple air currents would cause a sudden surge in pressure. However, the rebound would create a momentary low-pressure zone, forming a cyclone. The resulting wind force would certainly be powerful enough to clear clouds from an entire area in an instant. What do you think of this approach, Director Su? Lin Feng knew Su Bailey's expertise. This approach was far more feasible than the so-called cloud freezing method. Feasible. Su Bailey cut straight to the point, turning to the other researchers who were frowning in thought. What do you think? Feasible. It's a solid solution. Unanimous approval. Then let's not delay. Let's get started now. Everyone rose and headed to the laboratory. This was the most rushed experimental project yet. No kickoff meeting. From discussion to decision to experiment launch took less than 3 hours, and all researchers were already immersed in the experiment. To summarize, this experiment consists of 2 parts, guidance and creation. Experienced researchers proceed to the guidance area first, the rest remain here with me. Lin Feng, deemed inexperienced in this area, was assigned to the creation zone. Lin Feng, follow closely behind me to observe and learn. Although Lin Feng had offered valuable insights, Su Bailey ultimately deemed him lacking relevant experience. Had it not been for higher-level directives, Su Bailey would never have permitted Lin Feng into the lab. Lin Feng didn't press the matter. He understood the skepticism directed his way. Of course, if Su Bailey and her team could independently develop a countermeasure to the American thunderstorm bomb based on his suggestion, he wouldn't have to worry. First, we need a real-time simulation environment. Su Bailey already had a preliminary plan in mind and began making arrangements. Several lab technicians immediately set to work preparing, while Lin Feng quietly observed the proceedings from the sidelines. Su Bailey frowned deeply. Creation was no simple task. Unlike guidance, which relied on aids like silver iodide or lead iodide, creation demanded the divine skill of conjuring something from nothing, an extremely difficult feat with current technology. Why not scatter dry ice and silver iodide here to draw Hurricane Wasabi inland? That should disperse this rain cloud layer fairly quickly. A researcher pointed to Hurricane Wasabi passing over Chinese waters on the weather map. It wasn't a bad idea. No, that would only bring greater disaster to the interior. Cities might fare somewhat better, but small towns and villages would be completely swept away by the hurricane. The losses would be incalculable. Su Bailey rejected the proposal outright. The interests of the people must come first, and efforts must be made to minimize their losses. She would never agree to an experiment that harmed the people's interests, nor would higher authorities approve it. Begin the experiment. We need to find a viable solution as quickly as possible. Guiding the storm is only a temporary measure. Su Bailey turned and immersed herself in the experiment, while Lin Feng stood by observing. He had almost no opportunity to interject. Yet it must be acknowledged that the guidance team worked with remarkable speed. Just 3 days after the project commenced, they launched 3 YD-1 airflow guidance missiles toward the skies above the capital. Clouds above the city swirled together like a vortex, slowly rotating. Many who witnessed this spectacle marveled at the sight. Before long, the 3 vortices carried away most of the clouds over the capital, bringing a brief spell of clear skies. Cheers erupted from the crowd. After over half a month of rain, the sun finally shone. Kyoto streets filled with people stepping out to bask in the sunlight. Yet this clear sky lasted less than 5 hours. Dark clouds gathered once more, blanketing Kyoto's skies like a heavy curtain. Soon, a torrential downpour began, and the crowd groaned, rushing back indoors. Failed again. Su Bailey stared at the storm eye inside the simulation chamber, which had vanished into the clouds within moments of appearing. Her face bore the disappointment of yet another failed experiment, the 5th in 3 days. The primary reason remained the same: the technology was still too immature. We don't have the resources for this. Let's redirect all funding to the guidance project. Su Bailey seemed to have come to terms with the harsh reality: current human technology simply couldn't create an artificial air current. If it were a nuclear bomb, she wouldn't have mentioned it, but no one dared to drop a nuclear bomb over China. The faces of the numerous researchers in the lab also betrayed disappointment. Initially, they had been tasked with this mission in a moment of crisis, brimming with confidence. But reality struck with brutal force. 5 consecutive failures had shattered their earlier confidence. This was an impossible task. Humans were not gods. Lin Feng, you can guide them over there. There's nothing more for you to learn here. Su Bailey looked at Lin Feng with a hint of guilt. The higher-ups had assigned Lin Feng to learn from her because they trusted her abilities. Yet, after 3 days, they had reached an impossible conclusion. She had failed to live up to their trust. Chapter 67, The Rescue. Director Su, perhaps we could try using resonance? Lin Feng could no longer stand by. Su Bailey and her team were heading in the right direction, but the conditions weren't ripe. Current technology simply couldn't achieve what they sought. Yet they'd overlooked the simplest solution. That was resonance. Every substance possessed its own unique vibration frequency, and the power unleashed by resonance was unimaginable. If you placed a device with a resonance frequency matching that of a cross-sea bridge on the bridge itself, within moments the structure would be destroyed. That was the terrifying nature of resonance. If a resonance device matching the vibration frequency of a cloud rain layer were launched into that layer, the device would disrupt it. The relatively stationary air currents within the cloud rain layer would also be disrupted, creating airflow that would carry the entire cloud rain layer away. This would effectively disperse the cloud rain layer entirely. Su Bailey was stunned by Lin Feng's idea, yet recognized its immense difficulty. After all, each cloud rain layer possessed a unique resonance frequency. To utilize a resonant device for destruction, one would need to measure the resonance frequency of every cloud rain layer and then develop corresponding resonant devices, a colossal, time-consuming endeavor. They lacked sufficient time and resources, for China could not afford to wait. We could develop an adaptive resonance device. Lin Feng naturally saw through Su Bailey's concern. But we lack the capability to develop such a device. Su Bailey voiced the most pressing issue at hand. They were a group of meteorological researchers. What expertise did they have to develop a resonance device? But I do. This is my specialty. Lin Feng said with a smile. Su Bailey slapped her forehead. She'd almost forgotten Lin Feng was an expert in military equipment research. Resonance gear should be a piece of cake for him. Then it's yours to handle. Su Bailey smiled resignedly and stepped back behind Lin Feng, assuming the role of an assistant. Lin Feng found himself both amused and exasperated, but this was no time for jokes. Change the research direction, rebuild the simulated lab environment, and prepare materials. Lin Feng, after all, had served as chief engineer on 2 major projects. Managing experimental work was second nature to him. Everyone else was thrilled that the project had found new life and quickly got to work. No one wanted their experimental projects to go down the drain. Resonance devices typically operated on electromagnetic principles, hence the term electromagnetic resonance device. Most present understood this basic concept, though the deeper intricacies remained beyond their grasp. While Su Bailey was preparing to request several electromagnetic research experts from higher-ups, Lin Feng had already begun his own investigations. Coercive force is a major hurdle. The current situation was somewhat tricky. In the formula, coercivity is denoted as Hc and has 2 definitions. One is the demagnetizing field strength that reduces magnetic induction to 0, represented by the intersection point of the demagnetization curve B equals Fh with the horizontal axis, denoted as Bhc. The other is the field strength at which the magnetization intensity M within the magnetic material reaches 0, generally denoted as Jhc. These two must not be confused. What ratio do you think it should be? Lin Feng naturally knew the applicable ratio, but this experiment wasn't solely his. He needed to teach these concepts to others. He understood profoundly that China needed more than just a genius. As Xiaoko had said, China required a scientific patriarch, a figure capable of guiding the nation's scientific community. 1. A less familiar researcher ventured an answer, reasoning that equal ratios of Bhc to Jhc might stabilize the experiment. Lin Feng shook his head. 2. Another voice ventured, but Lin Feng shook his head again. His gaze fell on a researcher who was about to speak. You wouldn't happen to be thinking of 3, would you? The researcher nodded as if compelled. Lin Feng sighed helplessly. Experimental data must be derived from experiments. Guessing alone won't suffice. Give me an answer. What range should this ratio fall within? Lin Feng wasn't trying to make things difficult for them. When faced with an uncertain experimental question, the first step should be experimental calculation, not speculation. Experimentation is the only way to verify truth. Hearing this, the researchers suddenly understood. They hurriedly grabbed notepads and began calculations. Though only a rough approximation, it could derive a certain data range, which would then be verified through experiments to find the precise answer. It should be between 2 and 3, right? One researcher raised his hand first. The calculation process wasn't too difficult for him, so he quickly arrived at a rough range. Correct. It is indeed between 2 and 3. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction before directing the researchers to begin the experiment. Bai Yang, observing from outside, nodded approvingly. Since Lin Feng took on the project, Bai Yang had been watching closely, worried Lin Feng might act unilaterally and turn the lab into his personal fiefdom. But Lin Feng hadn't. An experiment required more than just experimentation, it demanded collective progress. A black magnet was placed into a specialized apparatus. Beneath it, a thin iron plate trembled faintly under the magnet's pull, a movement imperceptible to the naked eye but detected through acoustic measurements. Lin Feng watched the reactions within the device with satisfaction. The vibration frequency was already extremely low, yet it still fell short. Academician Lin Feng, the density has been measured, 2.49. The experimenters had calculated the precise ratio of Bhc to Jhc based on Lin Feng's technical theory. Proceed to the second step. Another black magnet was placed into the apparatus, this time positioned beneath the iron plate. The sonogram clearly showed an unusual fluctuation upon the magnet's addition, which then gradually stabilized. But don't assume it ends here. This apparatus is far more complex than just 2 magnets and a piece of iron. The next steps are considerably more intricate. Now we begin measuring and controlling the air-guided gap. The steps were numerous and intricate, with their own challenges. But Lin Feng had already resolved the critical issues in the first 3 phases. Sue Bailey and the electromagnetic experts requested from headquarters had all arrived. What followed would be considerably easier. What a genius design! I never imagined meteorologists could be so brilliant. The summoned electromagnetic professor stared at the laboratory apparatus, jaw-dropped. When had meteorological experts gained the capability to develop such profoundly intricate electromagnetic devices? Ahem, this is naturally not our achievement, it belongs to academician Lin Feng. Chapter 68, Storm in the Clouds. Academician Lin? If it's him, then it's no wonder. The professor had seen the inner workings of the mecha. Those bizarre propulsion systems and electromagnetic equipment were far more complex than this. The sky swirled with vortex-like white clouds, as if a whirlwind was circling within the clouds. But before long, rain began to fall in a steady drizzle. People had long grown accustomed to this, only 5 hours of sunshine each day, followed by a day of torrential downpours. Prepare for the simulation chamber experiment. A black box, no larger than a finger, was placed inside the experimental chamber. This was a scaled-down version of the resonance device, meticulously replicated from the prototype. After days of labor, this was the only one they had managed to complete. As the resonance device was deployed into the simulated cloud rain layer within the experiment module, the team watched it get swept up without falling. Only then did they breathe a slight sigh of relief. Activate the device. Lin Feng pressed the button in his hand. The resonance device, tumbling within the cloud rain layer, began to flash with a red light. Even the thickest clouds couldn't block this brilliant red glow. The cloud rain layer began to tremble faintly, then violently vibrated. Its internal pressure shattered, instantly sucking in external air currents. The cloud mass twisted and turned with swirling airflows of varying directions, coalescing into a colossal storm. It spun wildly within the cloud rain layer before exploding with a thunderous roar. In an instant, the entire cloud rain layer vanished, leaving only scattered wisps of mist behind. We did it! We did it! The team cheered at the sight within the simulation chamber. From impossibility to completion, only they knew the journey. Tears welled in every eye as pent-up emotions released. They had done themselves proud and justified the nation's trust in them. Deploy it immediately for combat use. Upon witnessing the experiment's success, Sue Bailey immediately deployed the resonance device nationwide. The GZ-1 missile was born, designated the Cloudstorm meteorological weapon. This station reports academician Lin Feng, in collaboration with numerous researchers, has developed the Cloudstorm meteorological weapon to address the nationwide heavy rainfall issue. It is understood that experimental launches have commenced in Kyoto and surrounding areas, with nationwide deployment expected within a week. This marks China's first meteorological weapon capable of operation independent of environmental conditions, representing another significant advancement in our nation's scientific and technological field. A colossal storm raged within the cloud rain layer over Kyoto, surpassing even the largest storms triggered by the YD-1 missile. Its expanse stretched almost beyond sight, with arcs of white clouds scattered across the sky like someone had drawn intermittent circles in the air. Many marveled at the spectacle, and netizens captured photos of this scene, uploading them online, a testament to the landscapes technology can create. The dark clouds that had shrouded China for nearly a month finally dispersed. Oppressive moods lifted as long-awaited sunlight broke through, bringing a sense of relief. This damn weather has finally cleared up. Torlev knew some of the inside story, but he couldn't speak openly about it. He had stayed in Huagua long enough, and now he was leaving on this day when the heavy rain had just cleared. Lin Feng had come specially to see him off. Torlev was a rare soul who got along well with him, one of the few friends Lin Feng had among his foreign acquaintances. Lin Feng, I'm leaving. To use your farewell expression, I suppose it's have a safe journey. Torlev chuckled, slinging an arm around Lin Feng's shoulder. Lin Feng's lips twitched. Safe travels wasn't exactly a phrase used to send off the living. Take care on your journey. Lin Feng still didn't use Torlev's words, which disappointed Torlev a bit. But that didn't matter. Torlev gave Lin Feng a deep hug and then, urged on by his entourage, boarded his flight back. Walking along the path to Huaca Academy, Lin Feng passed numerous puddles of varying sizes. The flower beds by the roadside looked as if they'd been flooded, transformed into small ponds. Faculty and students of Huaca Academy were frantically engaged in drainage efforts, using pots and buckets to scoop out the murky water. Though Lin Feng felt inclined to help, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Damn it! Why has the rain in China stopped? The Speaker of the Assembly glared angrily at the intelligence in his hands. He had invested heavily in developing the thunderstorm bomb for this retaliation, yet why had China's rain stopped? Chairman, intelligence indicates China has developed a countermeasure, the meteorological weapon Cloudstorm, which dismantled the rain cloud layer formed by our thunderstorm bombs in under a week. The bombs are now utterly useless. Triss watched the furious speaker with some internal criticism. If he'd known, he would have stayed quietly by President Xia's side. Why did he have to get involved in this mess? When things went well, no one thought of me, but when it all fell apart, suddenly I'm the one they remember. The funding leak from the military department. Triss didn't spell it out. How could the speaker possibly fund the thunderstorm bomb development out of his own pocket? Clearly, the research funds had been siphoned from the military department. And now, the military was in an absolute uproar. Let President Xi figure it out. He's the president, after all. The Speaker of the Assembly turned and walked out of the office without a backward glance. Tris couldn't help but admire the masterful pass. With skills like that, he should be playing in the World Cup. Serving as Speaker felt like a waste of talent. Still, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and seek out President Xi. After all, he was just a small fry. President, the military funding. Tris stood beside President Xi, his voice trembling with nervousness. Inside, he cursed the Speaker for dumping this mess on him to clean up. Failed? President Xi replied without looking up, as if the outcome had been entirely expected. The Speaker said you're the president, so you'll have to figure it out yourself. Tris felt a wave of panic, fearing President Xi was about to hold him accountable. I won't be president much longer. You may leave now. Tris dared not say more and immediately withdrew. President Xi watched the office door close, then slowly drew a red scarf from his coat pocket, running his fingers over it repeatedly. This matter cannot be left unresolved. Wang Hong shouted before the crowd. He knew exactly how much damage Huagua had suffered over the past month, and he remembered every single kind gesture the United States had bestowed upon Huagua over the years. Why not do as we did last time? Bring in the mechs and give them a taste of their own medicine. I think it's better to fight fire with fire. Lin Feng murmured quietly. He wasn't one to swallow his pride either. So, strike back. Chapter 69, The Mountain God's Wrath. You mean? Sue Bailey asked hesitantly. The plan wasn't unfeasible, but it would inevitably harm innocent civilians. Develop counter-weather weapons and deploy them over the United States. Let them taste China's wrath. Lin Feng nodded, and everyone understood his plan. That's exactly what we should do. China isn't some soft target anyone can push around. Wang Hong voiced his immediate support, and the others quickly agreed. Lin Feng and his team plunged back into their experiments. Still, we need to discuss what type of natural disaster to use. Director Su, the United States isn't a child. Of course, we should use all of them. No. If it causes too many casualties, it won't align with China's humanitarian principles. Sue Bailey interjected, her point well taken. Excessive casualties would amount to a declaration of war against the United States. Though no one knew who was behind this incident, both China and the US understood the unspoken implications. Tsunamis and hurricanes are both large-scale natural disasters. Let's rule those out first. Lin Feng nodded. Sue Bailey's point was valid. China was a nation that valued reason. Indiscriminately killing innocents would make them no better than the United States. Earthquakes are also out of the question. The American tectonic plate is unique. Inducing an earthquake would trigger a large-scale disaster far more severe than a tsunami or hurricane. Got it. We can use mountains. This suggestion was quickly adopted. Landslides were indeed a form of natural disaster, and it was highly likely that cities in the United States were built adjacent to mountains. This way, the only areas vulnerable to landslide damage would be American highways or certain secret military bases. Begin adjusting the parameters. This experiment still centered on the Cloudstorm resonance device, but it needed to match the resonance frequency of the mountains. Specific numerical parameters had to be defined. Otherwise, if some resonance devices weren't deployed to their designated locations, it could trigger massive natural disasters. Compared to researching Cloudstorm, the team was even more confident this time. This was our counterattack, a powerful one. The ratio has been calculated, 2.35. Set the range between 220 and 270. Sue Bailey and other personnel presented the calculated values to Lin Feng, who worked alongside the team to fine-tune the settings. A limiting resistor had been integrated into the resonance device, capable of confining the resonance wave's frequency within the designated range. Professor Wang, it's all yours now. Lin Feng solemnly handed the resonance device to Wang Hong. Undeniably, this would be a battle. Wang Hong understood the critical importance of this counterattack. It aimed to inflict pain on the United States while silencing their defiance. Wang Hong arrived at military headquarters with the newly developed resonance device. The military immediately began studying the GZ-2 missile, also known as Wrath of the Mountain God. Lin Feng could finally breathe a sigh of relief. These past days researching the weather weapon had left him with little rest. In the lab, he'd subsisted on steamed buns and water, never once tasting a hot meal, not because he didn't want to, but because he simply didn't have the time. Lin Feng slept soundly for over 10 hours, his usual routine shattered under the intense pressure of his work. When he awoke, it was already afternoon. Lin Chen, seeing him awake, immediately brought him to the General Affairs Office. The head of the office had intended to see him yesterday but had refrained from disturbing him while he rested. Lin Feng, we owe you once again. Despite sleeping for over 10 hours, the weariness still lingered on Lin Feng's face. The head noticed it. He didn't want to burden Lin Feng with such a demanding task, but who else could shoulder this responsibility? Serving the people is my duty. Lin Feng glanced behind the chief to see the 5 characters personally inscribed by the founding leader. For years, they had inspired countless patriots. We're at a loss as to how to reward you. Today, we simply wish to ask, what do you desire? Speak freely. Whatever the nation can grant, I promise it shall be yours. The leader was somewhat perplexed about how to reward Lin Feng. The highest honor had already been bestowed upon him not long ago, and Lin Feng no longer needed recognition in terms of reputation. As for money, the state couldn't offer much, but Lin Feng wouldn't accept it anyway. He claimed his patent royalties alone had made him rich beyond measure, and he wasn't exaggerating. With the Lungsun 1 processor now selling worldwide and unrivaled in the global chip market, Lin Feng's share of the profits was truly incalculable. Your Excellency, to be perfectly honest, I do have one request. Lin Feng suddenly spoke up, as he did indeed have a need at this moment. Go ahead. The first leader's heart lifted at these words. A request? Excellent. He'd feared you had none. I need some researchers from the military department. Why did the US dare to repeatedly provoke China? Was it because our mechs weren't strong enough? Clearly not. It was because our core strength, while not significantly inferior to the US, still fell short in certain areas. Therefore, Lin Feng believed that developing military technology first was essential to instill fear in the US and the entire world. That's easily arranged. I'll put in a word with them when the time comes. The request wasn't modest, but it wasn't particularly difficult for him either. He's got another idea now. The leaders certainly didn't think Lin Feng wanted researchers for leisure activities. His focus was squarely on military matters. Lin Feng specifically requested researchers from the military department. Could it be any clearer? A new concept for a weapon. Lin Feng made no attempt to conceal it. The two conversed pleasantly, though the chief was extremely busy and their discussion couldn't be drawn out. 3 days later, missiles erupted across the Pacific Ocean, creating a dazzling fireworks display. The United States noticed this military operation but assumed China was merely conducting exercises. Little did they know that within the clouds, white resonance devices resembling clouds themselves were already heading toward American territory. Rest assured, the US won't suffer significant losses this time. After all, the US has almost no cities backed by mountains. Even if there are any, they're just small towns. Hollywood. Numerous tycoons were enjoying their leisure in Hollywood mansions when the mountains suddenly trembled. Fortunately, these wealthy individuals weren't fools. One by one, they scrambled into the helicopters stationed within their estates. Watching the collapsing mountains below, they witnessed mansions worth hundreds of millions reduced to rubble as they slid down the slopes. Their hearts ached at the sight, a tragedy unfolding across the entire United States. As Lin Feng had anticipated, some resonance devices had veered off course and plunged into the ocean. Normally, this wouldn't be a big deal, but it triggered an unforeseen crisis. Boss, a rock smashed our storage pod. The contents are leaking. Chapter 70, Nanoscale Individual Combat Mecha. What happened? The captain's alarm bells rang as he watched the frantic soldier rush over. A large boulder fell from the mountainside near the submarine, likely due to geological activity, and smashed through the storage compartment. The soldier stammered in his report. Damn it, this is bad. Get us submerged immediately and contact the nearest warship to transport us back. The captain knew exactly what was stored in that room. This incident had truly caused an absolute disaster. At the same moment, massive landslides across the United States drew the White House's urgent attention. It was obvious China was behind it. The House of Representatives buzzed with discussions about China's retaliation, while President stared at the unfolding situation with growing frustration. This was beyond his control. President Shatter, we have urgent intelligence. Triss approached President Shatter, his expression tense. What urgent intelligence could be more urgent than China's retaliation? The Speaker of the House, seated closest to President Shatter, overheard Triss' words and assumed the president was seeking an excuse to leave the House. Triss looked at the assembled figures with some difficulty. This matter was simply too significant. If there's something you need to say, speak up. The House of Representatives can offer assistance. Seeing Triss clearly unable to speak, the speaker grew even more convinced that the so-called urgent intelligence was merely President Shet's excuse to leave the House. Triss shot President Zayat a helpless glance. President Zayat understood the speaker's ulterior motives, but this time it genuinely might be urgent intelligence. He gave a slight nod, signaling Triss to disclose the emergency information before the assembly. Very well. There's been a leak in Biological Experiment Chamber 5. I ask for your assistance in resolving this matter. Triss shook his head helplessly. This wasn't something they could simply choose to help with. You mean the number 5 experiment chamber? President Zayat lost his composure. He knew exactly what biological experiment chambers were for, especially Chamber 5. For safety reasons, they had been deliberately hidden deep within the ocean. Yes, Mr. President. This information was transmitted directly from the 5th chamber itself. Though Triss didn't want to believe it, the facts were undeniable. Secure the leak area immediately. Bring everyone from Lab 5 back here. They're going before a military tribunal. President Shatter roared with fury. The House members fell silent, the speaker lowering his head so low it was barely visible. President Shatter sneered contemptuously at the group. He had no energy left for political maneuvering now the United States was in deep trouble. If I hadn't come here myself, I think I'd traveled to the future. Wang Hong stepped into Lin Feng's laboratory. Before arriving, he'd imagined the experimental base might be built in the Gobi Desert. Upon arrival, he realized it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was built in the sky. Various mechs were arranged throughout the facility, with countless mechanical arms assembling unit after unit. The place radiated pure futurism. Numerous military researchers marveled at the sight, unanimously declaring they'd never witnessed such a spectacular laboratory. Lin Feng. Jiang Luo rushed over. As the executive director of Jiangfeng Mecha Technology Company, Limited, she had been handling the company's affairs and had already achieved the commercialization of mecha. What brings you here? Jiang Luo threw her arms around Lin Feng, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I just missed you. Lin Feng had mastered a little trick, even when the other person knew you were lying, they still enjoyed it. Wang Hong and the other researchers watched the couple hugging and giggled softly. This made Jiang Luo blush bright red. She'd been so focused on Lin Feng that she hadn't noticed everyone else had arrived. Hello, Professor Wang. Jiang Luo and Wang Hong had met before, so she greeted him with a warm smile. Ha, you two lovebirds, chat away. We're exhausted from the journey and will retire for the night. Wang Hong was naturally observant. Lin Feng had been holed up in the tech building for months, so his time with his girlfriend must have been scarce. It was only right to let them enjoy some alone time first. Jiang Luo was more than happy to oblige, so she had someone escort Wang Hong and the others to the lounge. Thanks to Jiang Luo's management, the experimental base now employed quite a few staff members. However, most of the work was still handled by robotic arms, eliminating concerns about technology leaks. Xiaoke provided 360-degree surveillance around the clock, making it impossible for anyone to steal the technology. Dozens of mechs patrolled non-stop, ensuring maximum security. The two spent a long while getting cozy, but Lin Feng remained as wooden as ever. After the hug, he stopped short of taking things further. Jiang Luo silently cursed him as a blockhead, but there was no way she'd ever take the initiative in that department, not in this lifetime. Work couldn't be neglected, though. The experimental base was fully equipped, and everyone gathered in the spacious conference room to discuss the upcoming research. Lin Feng, what exactly is this new project you mentioned? In truth, Wang Hong and the other researchers had no idea what they were about to study. Yet, the top-down directive had arrived. Deep down, they harbored certain expectations for Lin Feng. After all, every project he had spearheaded had been nothing short of historic. I wouldn't keep it from you all. Please take a look. Lin Feng pressed a button on his device. The projector mounted on the wall projected a holographic battlesuit before the assembled team, orange-red visors, black armor plating. The group stared in stunned silence. Lin Feng, did you bring the wrong thing? This isn't a mech, is it? Wang Hong stared at the holographic combat suit in surprise. It looked no different from the mechs outside. He had assumed Lin Feng had brought the wrong materials. No, Mr. Wang. This isn't a mech. It's combat armor, also known as individual combat gear. Lin Feng hurriedly explained, seeing the bewilderment in everyone's eyes. This was different from a mech. Combat armor was a type of protective gear attached to the human body, while also possessing various powerful functions. The military has long pursued exoskeleton mecha research, but progress has been minimal. Moreover, the irreversible damage to the human body has been a major concern. We've been debating whether mecha can truly be adapted for human use. A military expert stood up to speak. After the concept of combat armor emerged, nations began racing to develop wearable suits. Through extensive experimentation, the focus shifted toward exoskeletal combat suits. Yet as research deepened, exoskeletal armor was gradually dismissed. Research even halted at one point. My combat armor differs from exoskeleton suits. First, it utilizes nano-level adhesive materials. Lin Feng avoided discussing whether exoskeleton combat suits were suitable for battle, yet his words still sent shockwaves through the assembled crowd. Chapter 71, The Sea Monster. Nanoscale materials. Lin Feng, you're not joking, are you? Wang Hong was stunned by Lin Feng's claim. What did nanoscale materials even mean? Nanotechnology had long been regarded as the pinnacle of microfabrication, the ultimate frontier of human craftsmanship, requiring vast arrays of complex, precision instruments. Take chips, for instance. They required complex equipment like lithography machines to manufacture. Did he seriously intend to use lithography machines to build combat armor? The materials and scope required for a single suit of armor were vast, far beyond what lithography machines could handle. Don't get worked up, old Wang. Hear me out first. Lin Feng waved his hand, signaling old Wang to calm down, while the others looked on with skeptical and puzzled expressions. I know you all have doubts about using nanoscale materials for something as large-scale as battle armor. But have you ever heard of single magnetic domains? Lin Feng mentioned it casually, and instantly, everyone's eyes lit up. Single magnetic domains, how had they not thought of that? When iron-cobalt alloys are fabricated at sizes between 20 and 30 nanometers, magnetic domains transform into single magnetic domains. Their magnetic properties become roughly 1,000 times stronger than before. Armor made from this material would be impervious even to cannon fire. But single magnetic domains are so intensely magnetic that you couldn't fit any systems inside the battle armor. Wouldn't it just become a hollow iron shell? If that were the case, it would be better to research a full suit of armor instead. Clearly, single magnetic domains weren't the right material for battle armor. What about using biological-grade nanomaterials? Lin Feng knew well that single magnetic domains weren't suitable as the primary material for battle armor. They were merely an example. Ultimately, all technological advancements are developed for the benefit of life itself. Therefore, we should realign our long-term research focus back to life itself. Wang Hong and the others fell silent. Bio-grade nanomaterials had never been researched for weaponry or similar applications. Their primary focus had always been medicine. Let's examine this. A holographic projection vanished, replaced by rows of text. The group stared intently at the displayed words, their breathing gradually quickening. This was an entirely new field, one they had never encountered before. Creating biomolecular interactions on silicon dioxide surfaces using finger-like electrodes. How did you even conceive this? It's completely counterintuitive. A researcher stared at the technical theory above, his words trailing off. His worldview of scientific theory had been severely shaken. This theory seemed fundamentally impossible within his understanding, yet bolstered by layer upon layer of supporting principles, it suddenly appeared feasible. 1 week. Master all the technical theories here as thoroughly as possible. After 1 week, everyone will begin the experiments. Lin Feng's approach to work could be summed up in one word: efficiency. We will complete the task. All the researchers shouted in unison before taking their copies of the technical documents back to study. Lin Feng's reputation in the scientific community was now on par with anyone else's. His orders were to be followed without question. Recently, an unidentified large creature has appeared in the Pacific Ocean, suspected to be a new species. It is violent in nature and attacks passing ships. Please be vigilant. This report failed to stir even the slightest ripple across the vast internet. Some dismissed it as mere sensationalism, while others, viewing it as clickbait, paid it no mind. What the hell is that thing? In the South China Sea, a patrol warship came under attack by an unidentified aquatic creature. The massive beast nearly capsized the vessel, prompting the captain to immediately send out a distress signal. Only after being surrounded and attacked by several warships did the colossal creature flee in panic. What the hell is that thing? Fu Shang watched the video feed from the warship. Beneath the pitch-black sea, a colossal silhouette loomed. Several crimson tentacles dragged at the warship's hull, attempting to flip it over. However, under the coordinated assault of multiple warships, the creature ultimately failed. Send the Azure Deep to capture that thing for me. This matter would not be left unresolved. The emergence of a new, colossal creature capable of threatening warships demanded thorough investigation. He needed to determine what this creature was and why it had attacked the vessels. Commander Fu, multiple merchant ships in the South China Sea report attacks by unidentified creatures and request naval escort. A soldier handed over the latest intelligence. Distress signals were pouring in from multiple merchant vessels in the South China Sea, including even warships. Multiple locations simultaneously. This creature must be numerous, Fu Shang immediately concluded. Contact Army and Air Force headquarters immediately. Dispatch the Great Wall Watch and Eagle Strike squadrons for support. Contact Jiangfoam Technology Company, Limited, and have Gaia, Digger, and Dana sent to assist. Issue a maritime ban. All merchant vessels are prohibited from navigating the South China Sea. After clearing all merchant ships, all warships are to withdraw to the coastline. Fu Shang's words came in rapid succession as soldiers methodically relayed his orders. Soon, the top commander's call came through. The severity of the maritime ban demanded his immediate attention. Commander, multiple large unidentified creatures have appeared in the South China Sea. Warships are unable to inflict effective damage. Passing merchant ships and warships are being attacked one after another. Fu Shang relayed the intelligence to the first commander, who remained silent for a long moment. This was a major incident. Based on your description, there should be many of these creatures. 6 mechs might not be enough. I'll allocate more for you. China now possessed far more than 6 mechs, nearly 100 units exceeding 1,000 tons, and hundreds more below that class. In an instant, all military bases sprang into action. One by one, mechs departed their research facilities, soaring through China's airspace. Their sole destination, the South China Sea. What's going on? What's happening? Are we going to fight the US again? What's with that comment upstairs? Does deploying mechs automatically mean we're attacking the US? Isn't that exactly what it means? First, the US joint military exercises in the Ijo Strait. Second, the Old Silver Mountain Watch. Old Silver Mountain Watch my ass. But the guy above has a point. They seem to be heading toward the South China Sea. I heard monsters appeared there, and a maritime ban has been issued. Heard that too. My merchant ship's sailing requests got rejected. Online discussions were buzzing, though most scoffed at the monster theory. Opinions varied wildly. I see it. Southeast direction. The first to arrive, Azure Deep Sea and Sky-Piercing Eagle, began encircling a monster. Beneath the churning waves, the deep blue Azure Deep Sea increased its propulsion, charging toward the creature. Skyhawk drew its attention. A crimson tentacle reached out toward him. Seizing the opportunity, Skyhawk grabbed hold of the tentacle, only to be violently yanked toward the monster by its immense strength. Its mucus is corrosive. Let go. Chapter 72, Mutant Creature. Skyhawk hastily released the monster's tentacle. His hands bore 2 long gouges from the corrosive slime, and his hand-mounted weapon systems were damaged. The pilot panicked and immediately increased distance from the creature. Target acquired. Preparing capture. A silver projectile shot into the water, then began to split apart. Strands of white glowing net cables formed from the splitting device, weaving into a massive net. It enveloped the monster, now entangled by both mechs, and began to tighten. Soon, the creature was bound by the capture net, motionless. Azure Deep and Skyhawk each seized opposite strands of the net, hauling the rampaging sea creature out of the water. People finally saw its true form. Crimson tentacles writhed incessantly within the capture net, gradually covering parts of its body. Experts identified it by its distinctive morphology. It's a giant squid. My goodness, how could a giant squid grow this enormous? Giant squids rarely exceed 20 meters in length, yet this specimen visibly surpassed 50 meters. Including its tentacles, its total length was estimated to be over 100 meters. The sharp teeth within its suction cups were clearly visible, appearing exceptionally terrifying. But their shock was far from over. More and more colossal marine creatures appeared before them. A 100-meter sperm whale whose lower jaw teeth could crush an ordinary warship like a biscuit. A hammerhead shark dozens of meters long, capable of delivering impacts with hundreds of tons of force. And a giant spider crab tens of meters tall and hundreds of meters long. This transcends biological understanding. We must investigate immediately. The dean of the Biology Institute stared at the footage of these colossal creatures in utter disbelief. The simultaneous emergence of multiple giant marine species in the same region was a seismic event that would shake the scientific world. Zhang Xinli immediately distributed the footage to leading biologists worldwide. This would be a sleepless night for the entire biological community. Research facility. A week passed swiftly. Lin Feng and numerous researchers gathered once more in the conference room as the project prepared for full-scale commencement. The experimental zones have been finalized. Before proceeding, I must emphasize, experimental error must not exceed 0.2%. Any minor deviation will necessitate starting over from scratch. This experiment differs from previous ones. We possess ample time, so we must be meticulous to the utmost degree. Does anyone have any further comments? Lin Feng surveyed the assembled team, radiating the authority honed through countless experimental projects. A leader must command respect. The others shook their heads in unison, signaling no objections. Then the single soldier combat mech project is officially underway. Without further ado, Lin Feng stepped out of the conference room. The others followed him toward the experimental area, ready to dedicate their full attention to the task at hand. Atoms tend to migrate under external deformation, exhibiting a degree of ductility and toughness. We must control this range to achieve arbitrary contraction and expansion. This single soldier combat armor functions similarly to Iron Man's nanoscale suit. A single unit could cover the entire body. Yet this wasn't the greatest challenge. The integrated weapon systems, propulsion systems, and other external equipment also required specialized nanotechnology adaptation. This was the true crux of the challenge. Each system demanded a distinct level of nanoscale refinement while maintaining compatibility with the overall nanocostume's nanostructure. The sheer complexity was staggering even to contemplate. The weapon system's nanotechnology requires. Lin Feng explained beside them. This revelation suddenly illuminated the researchers, who had been frowning in frustration for hours. They immediately plunged back into their experiments, their admiration for Lin Feng deepening further. After finishing his explanation, Lin Feng moved to the combat suit fabrication area. Wang Hong, the primary supervisor there, was making rapid progress. Within the experimental chamber, thumbnail-sized silver blocks lay quietly arranged. Wang Hong entered a command into the control console. The silver nanomaterial began to expand and stretch, gradually taking the shape of a helmet. In less than 3 seconds, the silver, all-encompassing armor solidified within the experimental chamber, reflecting a blinding glare under the lights. Lin Feng nodded and turned toward other manufacturing areas. Strange. The genetic sequence here seems mutated. The body cells have multiplied significantly, and the skeletal structure has expanded considerably. Both toughness and survival capabilities have increased substantially. Zhang Xinli studied the research report on the giant squid in his hands. Compared to normal giant squid reports, this one was entirely different. While the creature's morphological features identified it as a giant squid, its genetic sequence and internal structure revealed it was not entirely that of a giant squid. This puzzled Zhang Xinli deeply. After pondering repeatedly, he picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Old Wang, come see me." Zhang Xinli decided to bring several seasoned domestic research experts to the International Academic Association to collaborate with global biologists in studying this mysterious creature. "The sea area has been contaminated. Is this your doing?" President Xia, staring at the report detailing the sinking of the warship, fixed his piercing gaze like that of an eagle on the head of Area 51. This couldn't be covered up. Soon, the whole world would know America was behind it. How could the US hold its head high internationally then? This isn't entirely our fault. It's all because China deployed weather weapons against us, causing the leak. The Area 51 director, naturally unwilling to take the fall, promptly shifted the blame to China. After all, that was the truth of the matter. China, China, always China. Is that all you can talk about? If you go accusing China internationally, how do you think that will reflect on us? President couldn't help but admire these people's skill at passing the buck. If these high-ranking officials formed a soccer team, the World Cup would surely be dominated by the United States. This is China's fault. We've always protected the serum from leaks, but China leaked it. That alone makes them responsible. If they hadn't sent their mechs to humiliate us, if they'd honored their commitments, we wouldn't have fired the weather weapon at them. China caused all of this. The Speaker of the House strode into the conference room and slammed the documents in his hand onto President Chet's desk. "This is the House of Representatives' decision, President Siete. Oh, no, Mr. Siete. You have been removed from office. After all the effort you've put into serving the United States, it's time for you to take a well-deserved rest." The Speaker held his head high, looking down on Siete. At last, he would no longer be oppressed by Siete. From now on, the House of Representatives would speak with one voice. Chapter 73. This suits me perfectly. Without a moment's hesitation, Zayat signed his name on the document. There was no regret or disappointment to him. This felt like a liberation. At last, I won't have to clean up the bloody messes caused by you meddlers. Good luck, dear Speaker. Shatter stepped down from the presidency. For the United States, a presidential resignation was normally no big deal. Every American experienced at least 15 such resignations in their lifetime. But Shatter seemed different. Since announcing his departure, massive protests erupted across the nation, threatening the government to bring Shatter back as president. Bringing back? They might as well kill me. The Speaker of the House naturally refused to comply, deploying armed forces to suppress the resistance. But at that very moment, a call came in from the United Nations. The second Global Crisis Prevention Conference was convening. The Global Crisis Joint Defense Conference, formerly known as the Global Crisis Joint Defense Conference, was established after the United Nations was founded and stabilized. It had only convened once before during the negotiations over the Missile Cold War. Had the weight of global pressure not been placed upon them, World War III might well have erupted. Now, convening again, the Speaker of the House knew instinctively what it was about. Tris, you'll attend this Global Crisis Defense Conference. The Speaker dared not attend himself, for he was one of the initiators of the Bio-Experiment Chamber No. 5. If this were uncovered, he would face dire consequences. The contamination source had now spread across multiple ocean regions, with mutated lifeforms appearing everywhere. Particularly in the Arctic, swarms of mutated Arctic aurora jellyfish had emerged, destroying multiple research vessels and causing countless losses in personnel and equipment. The Arctic Ocean had been declared a restricted maritime zone. Tris hesitated, about to speak, but the Speaker cut him off. Remember, this is all China's fault. Keep pressing the issue. We must drag China into this. Tris took a deep breath and bowed in acknowledgement. This time, even if it meant entering a den of tigers and dragons, he had to go. The Secretary General's position was no trivial matter. United Nations Conference Hall. Delegates from various nations argued heatedly. This incident had severely impacted the economic lifelines of coastal nations. King crab exports account for 30% of our nation's economy. But can any of you tell me why these crabs suddenly grew to 50 meters overnight? A representative shouted, abandoning all decorum. A 15-meter king crab? No ordinary transport vessel could hold it. A single claw could punch a gaping hole through a ship. Exactly. Have you ever seen a 3-meter-long school of sardines? Our ships were literally dragged along by them for 2 days. Have you seen 50-centimeter-tall hermit crabs swarming the beaches? Half our coastline is overrun by them. Enough, everyone, stop arguing. This was turning into a pity contest. The representative from Bear Nation bellowed, silencing most of the smaller nations. Only a few Western countries remained unfazed, continuing their unrestrained discussions. We can provide mecha assistance though certain nations are excluded. Tan Dongfang, representing China at this Global Crisis Prevention Conference, spoke up. His words immediately silenced those Western nations, for only mechs could fully suppress and capture monsters, and China currently controlled all living specimens under study. My apologies, everyone. I'm late. Tris hurried in. Tan Dongfang and the representative from the Great Bear Nation immediately fixed their attention on him. Seeing the intense stares from both representatives, Tris felt a chill. They likely already knew the cause of the incident. Since everyone is present, shall we begin the meeting? The UN Secretary General cast an inquiring glance at the 5 individuals seated at the head table. The representatives from all 5 nations nodded in unison, and the Secretary General formally declared the Second Global Crisis Prevention Conference officially open. Recently, various large-scale mutated creatures have appeared across global waters, posing lethal threats to passing vessels. The United Nations proposes issuing a temporary global maritime ban. Violators will face sanctions from the International Court of Justice. The Secretary General's proposal aligned perfectly with the 5 nations' intentions, securing unanimous approval. The remaining nations passed the resolution by a vote of 72 to 21. Regarding these large mutated creatures, we hope nations will research the source of their mutations. China possesses the capability to capture live specimens. We request China provide other nations with live specimens for research purposes. It seemed China had received instructions from other nations, but it had no intention of withholding information. Nodding in agreement, it consented. China can agree to this, but the United States must provide a full accounting to all nations regarding this mutation incident. Tan Dongfang shed the mild demeanor he displayed upon entering, now radiating the imposing authority representing China. Dear Mr. Tan, I'm afraid I don't understand what you're referring to. Trist's heart skipped a beat. He realized China had indeed caught on to something, but he still intended to test whether China was bluffing. Mr. Trist, there's no need to deny it. We are aware of the events concerning Biological Experiment Chamber 5. Upon seeing the intelligence, Tan Dongfang erupted in fury. What he detested most was biological weapons. While the United States publicly condemned the island nation for developing them, its own covert activities far surpassed those of the island nation. How did you find out? Tesley was stunned upon hearing about the number 5 biological experiment chamber. He had assumed China had only obtained some leaked fragments of intelligence, never expecting them to know the full details. Was there a mole within the House of Representatives? This is all because of your country, China. If it weren't for your meteorological weapons destroying the storage room of our biological experiment chamber number 5, the biological agent wouldn't have leaked. This is all your country's fault. Tesri, remembering the speaker's words, immediately seized the opportunity to pin the blame squarely on China. If it weren't for your United States using weather weapons against us, we wouldn't have deployed our own weather weapons against the United States. If China hadn't sent mechs to invade our waters, we wouldn't have deployed our weather weapons against China. This is all China's fault. I propose China compensate all nations for every loss incurred during this period. The two had clearly severed all ties of civility. Tris immediately called for a vote, and his followers behind him promptly followed suit. It's all the fault of those despicable Chinese. Make them compensate us for our losses. The island nation's representative, naturally, obeyed his father's orders. Exactly. China is a shameless nation. Seeing someone take the lead, the representative from the Great Cold Nation followed suit. Several smaller nations also sided with the United States not because of its strength, but because their losses genuinely needed a scapegoat to cover them. The vote quickly reached 189 to 0. Most nations voted in favor of China paying compensation, while a few abstained. The outcome seemed inevitable. But, Chapter 74, Armor Complete. I object. The Huagua representative cast a veto vote. I also object. This is not China's responsibility at all. The representative from Bear Nation cast a veto vote. With 2 vetoes, the vote was invalidated. Tris could do nothing about it. I propose each nation dispatch 1 representative to investigate the United States Bioexperiment Chamber number 5. China will provide mecha escort. Though ostensibly a joint conference, this meeting was yet another confrontation between China and the United States. The strength of the motherland gave Tan Dongfang exceptional confidence during negotiations. Even facing the united opposition of Western nations, he showed not a shred of discouragement. I disagree. The United States has no such thing as a bioexperiment chamber number 5. Tesley flatly denied it. The bioexperiment chamber number 5 had just been salvaged and, due to the chemical leak, was being quarantined at the port. They dared not transport it inland. If an investigation were launched, the contents of chamber number 5 would be compromised. If the investigation finds no evidence, then the Republic of China will take full responsibility for this incident and meet any compensation demands made by the United States. Would this condition satisfy you, Mr. Tesley? Tan Dongfang smiled faintly, his lenses reflecting a gleam of cunning intelligence, like a fox that had attained supernatural wisdom. Well, I need to consider this. Tris remained silent for a long moment before sighing. The tide was turning, and he couldn't stem it. The U.S. representative excused himself, and the meeting paused. Experimental base. Apply a nanomaterial insulation film here to prevent circuit system leakage. Lin Feng examined the nearly completed single-soldier combat armor, his brow unwavering. The closer they got to the final stage, the more crucial it was not to falter. All areas have been repaired. Testing can commence. 3 hours later, the lead researcher approached Lin Feng to report. All the scientists gathered together, nearly 2 months of effort had finally yielded results. Inside the transparent test chamber sat a palm-sized silver combat armor activation device. At its center was a small sphere emitting a blue glow, the energy core. Begin the experiment. At Lin Feng's command, the silver armor activation device within the chamber began expanding outward from the blue orb. First formed was the chestplate, its ergonomic design strikingly elegant. Next emerged the head, followed by limbs, each flawlessly sculpted. But the experiment was far from over. The silver armor began to shrink, layer by layer, like fabric being slowly devoured, gradually vanishing before everyone's eyes until it reduced to a palm-sized silver plate. Initiate simulation test. A mannequin was placed inside the chamber. A mechanical arm pressed the nano armor's activation module against the mannequin's chest. The module possessed inherent adhesive properties, clinging tightly without any wobble. As the experiment commenced, the module began coating the mannequin in armor. The silver plates rapidly spread across its entire body, the entire process taking less than 5 seconds. Excellent! The team's spirits soared at this sight, with some unable to contain their excitement. This milestone signaled a major breakthrough in the experiment. Only one final test remained before they could declare complete success. Beads of sweat formed on their foreheads as they watched the chamber intently. An experimenter stepped into the chamber. This was the final stage, the human simulation test. Begin the experiment. Lin Feng watched as the experimenter nodded to him before giving the command. The battle armor initiator began spreading across the experimenter's chest. The experimenter''s expression was tense, his body rigidly strained. Though everyone knew the experiment could succeed, fear of unexpected mishaps still lingered. The experiment itself was brief, yet to the observers, those few seconds felt like an eternity. Finally, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. The single soldier combat armor had fully enveloped the test subject without incident. Move around. Lin Feng commanded. The test subject began moving their arms, finding no abnormalities. They then started walking around the chamber. The silver battle armor moved without the jarring clank of machinery, instead emitting a quiet, steady rhythm of footsteps echoing through the chamber. Watching the experimenters soar freely through the chamber, occasionally firing beams, the team was moved to tears. 2 months of effort had not been wasted, they had succeeded. Tonight, we drink until we drop. Lin Feng raised his arms in a rousing cheer, and the researchers joined in the jubilant cries. This was indeed a cause for celebration. In stark contrast to the excitement at the experimental base, Zheng Xinli in distant Beijing was deeply troubled. How could this gene sequence turn out like this? Zheng Xinli frowned as he examined the DNA double strands of varying sizes. This was a mutated DNA chain he had never encountered before. Why is it still in a supercoiled state after replication? The biology professor on the other end was equally perplexed. The DNA wasn't just double-stranded before replication, it was in a supercoiled state. The two professors stared at the electron microscope screen for a long while, then looked at each other blankly. Want to grab a smoke? Let's go. The two biology professors stepped outside the lab to puff away. We've been studying this for over a month now, and we haven't made a single breakthrough. Zheng Xinli took a deep drag on his cigarette. The higher-ups had ordered them to investigate the source of the mutation, but after over a month, they still hadn't made any discoveries. They were still stuck studying DNA. This thing defies all our biological knowledge. The global maritime ban's been in place for over a month, and everyone's pushing us to pinpoint the mutation's source. Han Shiny was equally overwhelmed. The pressure now rested squarely on their shoulders. If only we had an expert in antidote research. Now that you mention it, I do think of someone. Zheng Xinli slapped his forehead. You mean? Lin Feng. Didn't he develop that gene-based serum before? Let's have him take a look. He might uncover something. Guess that's our only option. Relying on us two old geezers? That'd take forever. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was feasting at the celebratory banquet when the first call came through. Lin Feng, I hope I'm not disturbing you. The chief knew Lin Feng's experiment was complete, otherwise, he wouldn't have called to bother him. Chief, what's the matter? Lin Feng knew full well that the chief never called without reason. This must be about something serious. Well, it's like this. The head explained the cause and effect of the marine creature mutations to Lin Feng, hoping he could help locate the source of the mutations and eliminate it. Marine life mutations? Understood. I'll return to the capital tomorrow. Judging by the first leader's tone, this was a grave matter that had already impacted the nation's interests. Lin Feng had no reason to refuse. Chapter 75, Unexpected? He had hoped to spend more time with Jian Luo, but the urgency from the capital left him no choice. After bidding her farewell, Lin Feng traveled alone to the capital. The single-soldier combat mecha had been fully developed, and mass production was now in the capable hands of Wang Hong and his team. On the UN front, despite repeated refusals from the American side, an investigation team was still dispatched to the United States. Gu Suping was one of its members. The investigation teams from various nations are already en route. What should we do? As the newly inaugurated President of the United States, Beike hadn't even had a chance to enjoy the perks of office before being forced to tackle the mess left behind by the House of Representatives. Damn that, leaving me with this mess. President Beike harbored resentment, but he couldn't openly take action against Shatter yet. Shatter's supporters were protesting, and if he moved against Shatter, he wouldn't fare much better. President Beike, my suggestion is to keep them on their way to the United States. Beike had been promoted by the Speaker of the House. His rise to the presidency owed much to the Speaker's behind-the-scenes support. Now, the Speaker held sway over 2 of the 3 highest offices in the United States, effectively standing above all others. But they have mecha escorting them. As a hawkish figure, Beike did entertain such bold ideas. Yet China's mech still commanded his respect. The United States currently possess no effective countermeasures against them. But Area 51 isn't exactly defenseless either. The Speaker smiled knowingly. While the United States lacked weapons to stop the mechs, they possessed something that could cause the mechs serious headaches. Let them savor this extraordinary journey. Pacific Ocean. After assembling in China, the investigation team boarded transport aircraft bound for the United States across the Pacific. Due to attacks by mutated marine life, the Arctic glow jellyfish and the Arctic state, scientific expeditions from all nations faced grave risks. Out of humanitarian concern, China dispatched a large contingent of mechs for rescue operations, deploying all its Titan-class units. Only 3,000-ton class mechs escorted the survey team. They were currently traversing a thunderstorm zone. While such storms posed little threat to mechs, they presented significant safety hazards for transport aircraft. For 3 days, the mechs carried the transport aircraft, preparing to reach Midway Island where it could take off again. The sea had grown turbulent due to the thunderstorm, with waves towering dozens of meters high crashing relentlessly. Amidst the thunderous roar, fighter aircraft pressed through the low-altitude sky. This is the U.S. Navy 3rd Division, 1st Air Squadron. We are here to escort the United Nations investigation team. The voice of an American soldier crackled over the radio channel. Goose Souping frowned. Could the Americans be this kind? But it seemed he was overthinking it. American fighter jets flanked the 3 mechs on either side, appearing to genuinely escort them. Shortly after takeoff, 2 U.S. fighter jets suddenly launched a barrage of decoy-like missiles. They exploded against the 3 mechs and the transport aircraft, resembling nothing so much as a fireworks display. What the hell is going on? Goose Souping barked over the radio. He knew the Americans weren't up to good. We deeply apologize. A malfunction in the weapons systems of 2 fighter jets accidentally triggered the decoy missiles. I'm ordering them to return for inspection immediately. On behalf of the United States, I offer our sincere apologies for the fright caused. The sincere apology over the comm channel sounded genuinely like a technical glitch. Seeing no further hostile actions from the U.S., Goose Souping remained somewhat skeptical but chose not to press the issue. The survey team swiftly traversed the thunderstorm zone and reached Midway Island. The transport aircraft took off again from there, while the U.S. fighter squadron returned under the pretext of refueling. Everything seemed perfectly ordinary, yet Goose Souping sensed something was off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He had no choice but to set sail once more. Less than 20 minutes into the journey, a whale hundreds of meters long suddenly surged from beneath the surface. The clear water, caught off guard, was knocked into the water by the impact. Below the surface lay a dense swarm of enormous mutated sea creatures. Don't come down. It's full of monsters down here. The pilot of the clear water had barely uttered these words when another colossal creature slammed into the vessel. A crimson tentacle wrapped around the clear water's leg, yanking it downward with brutal force. Light of Nagano, Poem of Mists, go down and rescue him. Goose Souping frowned deeply aboard the transport aircraft as he watched the sudden turn of events. Why would such a vast number of giant sea creatures gather beneath this stretch of ocean? Judging by the footage transmitted back by clear water, these creatures appeared extremely agitated. The 2 mechs immediately dove into the water upon hearing Goose Souping's command. But the moment they hit the water, they were surrounded by even more colossal sea creatures. A massive Styx jellyfish wrapped its tentacles around the head of Light of Nagano, covering the upper half of its body. I've lost my vision. The Nagano Light's vision wasn't simply blurred. Deep crimson mucous membranes writhed within its field of view. Due to sensor distortion, it felt as though these membranes were clinging to its face. It's corroding the mech's outer shell. The pilot suddenly received damage reports from the mech. Its upper torso was being corroded by the jellyfish's internal mucus. Faced with this situation, Poem of Mist had no choice but to rescue Nagano's light first. His arm extended a plasma lightsaber, carefully slicing toward the jellyfish's head. The creature was instantly cut open, its countless tentacles losing their grip from the pain. Seizing the chance, Light of Nagano wrenched his arm free and tore the jellyfish from his face along the cut. A crimson liquid spread instantly, but the battle was far from over. Clear water had been dragged nearly 200 meters below the surface by the tentacle, still being pulled downward relentlessly. He tried to sever the tentacle, but the relentless attacks from numerous sea creatures left him overwhelmed. Flashes of light periodically erupted beneath the waves, the bursts of electromagnetic pulse cannons and focused particle beams. Crimson blood surged to the surface with the gases generated by the battle, forming countless enormous blood bubbles, one after another. Gu Suping remained lost in thought about the earlier question. Watching the mech under siege by the swarm of sea creatures, he suddenly seemed to grasp something. Fly down a bit and take a look. The investigators aboard the transport plane were now petrified with fear, but the pilot possessed remarkable mental fortitude. He obeyed Gu Suping's command and lowered the aircraft's altitude. Gu Suping peered through the window at the sea below. His pupils contracted sharply. Directly beneath the aircraft, a dense cluster of massive black shadows gathered. He knew instantly what they were. Damn it, I know why now. Return to Midway immediately. Chapter 76, Mutant Fiddler Crabs. The airspace they had just traversed through the thunderstorm was now clear, yet the mood among the crew was as dark as storm clouds. Gu Suping's expression was grim. 3 of the mechs had sustained damage nearing 30%, and the propulsion system of crystal clear water had been destroyed, rendering it immobile. On Midway Island's northern shore, clear water lay immobilized. Both Nagano's light and Poem of Mists bore significant damage, especially Nagano's light, its upper body pitted with corroded craters. If viewed as a human, the sight would be horrifying. The Americans are trying to trap us to our deaths. Gu Suping roared from within the transport aircraft's cargo hold. He finally understood why the United States had acted so unusually. The initial decoy missiles had failed because they were likely designed to lure marine life. Since the transport aircraft flew higher than the mechs, their original objective was to tie down the 3 mechs. If the investigation team ignored the mechs and focused solely on reaching the United States, they would be shot down midway by American fighter jets. Now, we can only wait for reinforcements. Though furious, Gu Suping could do little in the moment. The group gathered on Midway Island to discuss their next course of action. Kyoto. Lin Feng rushed straight into the Academy of Sciences without pausing for rest. Bai Yang had been waiting at the entrance for his arrival, with Zhang Xinli and Han Shangyi following behind. President Bai, Senior Zhang, Senior Han. After brief greetings, Bai Yang excused himself en route to the biology lab, as this matter fell outside his expertise. Zhang Xinli and Han Shangyi then briefed Lin Feng on the current situation. Still in a supercoiled state after replication? Upon hearing Zhang Xinli mention this, Lin Feng instinctively voiced his confusion. This defied common sense. We suspect it's due to the absence of SSB-DNA protein. However, no matter how much SSB-DNA protein we added, it still couldn't complete the uncoiling process. The cells proliferated indefinitely, causing the marine organisms to grow to enormous sizes. This biological laboratory was far more spectacular than the one Lin Feng had visited before. A giant squid nearly 100 meters long was housed in a nutrient chamber only 80 meters long. After all, being invertebrates, it wasn't hard to understand how they could fit. There were also many other mutated marine creatures, making Lin Feng wonder if the apocalypse had arrived. Have all marine creatures mutated? Lin Feng surveyed the array of nutrient tanks scattered throughout the lab, each housing various mutated marine creatures of all sizes. Based on current research, most known marine life has mutated. We don't yet know about deep-sea creatures. Those waters are inaccessible for investigation. Zhang Xinli shook his head. They had considered this possibility, but even mechs struggled to enter the waters now, let alone research vessels. They couldn't even get out to sea. This won't do. We must investigate this matter. I'll speak with higher-ups. Lin Feng's stance was unwavering. The patterns of biological mutation must be thoroughly investigated. If truly unmutated marine life existed, it would be a tremendous asset to their cause. By the way, before coming here, I heard rumors suggesting this mutation incident might be linked to a biological virus leak from the United States? Lin Feng turned to ask. Had the United States' research into biological viruses advanced to such a level? That's correct. The United Nations has already dispatched an investigation team to the United States. Have they taken seawater samples? Lin Feng pressed further. If the virus could spread across major ocean regions so rapidly, seawater must be the transmission medium. It was possible the original virus could be found within the samples. Well, we were so focused on studying the mutated organisms that we didn't actually collect any seawater samples. Zhang Xinli looked as if he'd just had an epiphany. Patting his head, he muttered. I knew I'd forgotten something. Seawater is the primary medium for virus transmission. How could I have neglected sampling? I'll contact them immediately to arrange it. Zhang Xinli spoke as he pulled out his phone and walked away. Egret Island. Half-meter-tall fiddler crabs marched inland along the coastline, resembling a vast, blue ocean sweeping over the land. There are too many. We can't stop them. When the mutated sea creatures first appeared, multiple defense lines had been set up along the coast to prevent them from reaching land and threatening the city. But they had underestimated the scale. Hundreds of thousands of mutated creatures were now advancing. Before the first wave of mutated crabs could even move inland, the incoming tide pushed another massive wave of them ashore. Even electrified barbed wire fences couldn't halt the advance of the swarm. With claws thicker than human arms, they sheared through the wire. Armored vehicles and tanks roll over them. Hundreds of meters from the wire fence, soldiers formed a defensive line. They unleashed a torrent of fire from their rifles at the surging tide of mutated crabs. The crabs' exoskeletons weren't as hard as expected. The front ones were quickly reduced to fragments. Yet the relentless horde pressed forward, undeterred. Armored vehicles and tanks entered the fray, driving side by side to halt the crab horde's advance. The soldiers behind them, who had been firing non-stop, finally gained a moment to catch their breath. They seized this respite to replenish food and ammunition. Since the crabs first landed, they had gone 5 hours without rest. The soldiers devoured their hardtack biscuits in a few quick bites, then gripped their rifles and scanned the coastline ahead. We're stuck. The armored vehicles and tanks crushing the mutated horseshoe crab swarm suddenly slowed one by one, finally coming to a complete halt. The crabs had punctured the tires of the armored vehicles and severed the tracks of the tanks. Fortunately, they couldn't breach the defenses of the armored vehicles and tanks, keeping the soldiers inside temporarily safe. With the armored vehicles and tanks no longer blocking their path, the mutated horseshoe crabs resumed their advance toward the city. The soldiers opened fire without hesitation, and the coastline once again became a hive of activity. "Commander, let us deploy artillery shells. We can't hold them back any longer." The regiment commander bellowed into his satellite phone. The swarm was steadily closing in. Soon, this position would become their new home. To protect the coastal environment, higher command had refused to authorize heavy firepower, which was precisely why this swarm of mutated crabs had managed to land. Had heavy firepower been authorized, a few rounds of bombardment would have rendered the swarm utterly insignificant. "Hold on a little longer. Reinforcements are on their way." The voice on the satellite phone hesitated for a few seconds before ultimately refusing permission to deploy heavy firepower. Chapter 77, New Discovery. "All right, men, hold out for 1 more hour. Reinforcements are on their way." The battalion commander watched his soldiers' exhausted faces with heartache, but there was nothing he could do. A soldier's duty was to obey orders. Lin Feng was heading toward Egret Island with a reinforcement unit. Since Kyoto had no locations capable of breaking through the genetic sequence, Lin Feng planned to search the coastline first for a potential breakthrough point. From the helicopter, Lin Feng could already see dense swarms of mutated mantis shrimp surging across the beach. What had once been golden sand under the sunlight was now a sea of pale gray. The creature's enormous claws were raised high above their heads. If it were just one claw, it might be bearable. But countless pairs of claws seemed to extend from the ash-gray carpet, an absolute nightmare for anyone with trypophobia. The swarm of mutant horseshoe crabs relentlessly advanced toward the defensive line. The relentless spewing of flames from the line now seemed to be waning. The crabs were less than 20 meters from the line. If they breached it, Egret Island would fall under the dominion of the mutant horseshoe crabs. By then, even heavy firepower would be too little, too late. Deploy heavy firepower. Lin Feng, aboard the helicopter, heard the order transmitted through the pilot's radio. Within seconds, dozens of missiles trailing white contrails struck the swarm with pinpoint accuracy. Like missiles plunging into calm waters, they instantly erupted into massive splashes. Fragmented bodies of the mutated crabs flew through the air, striking the helicopter suspended dozens of meters above. The debris pelted the helicopter's hull with a crackling sound, creating a faint, almost musical rhythm. Once heavy firepower was deployed, the situation became much simpler. The subsequent waves of mutated spider crabs surging ashore were subjected to relentless shelling, causing them to temporarily collapse into disarray. Soldiers along the defensive lines sounded the counterattack. Under the suppression of crisscrossing fire and flamethrowers, the approaching mutated crabs began to emit a pungent odor. After 2 hours, this battle that had raged for nearly half a day finally subsided as dusk fell. Today's sunset over the sea held a distinct crimson hue. Veiled by streaks of red clouds, the sun sank slowly below the horizon. The beach was littered with the corpses of mutated horseshoe crabs. Soldiers carefully cleared the area, wary of any still living creatures. A single pinch from one could leave you crippled. As the sun dwindled to a mere arc, dozens of mechs and a transport aircraft appeared against the darkening sky. 3 mechs each towed another, returning under the last vestiges of light before nightfall. Is that the survey team? How did they end up like this? Lin Feng, standing by the shore in his mech preparing to collect samples, had concluded that the coastal waters were now unsuitable for research due to the shelling. Looking up, he saw dozens of mechs approaching and felt equally puzzled. The beach was littered with massive craters left by missiles. Convenience stores and other structures built along the shore had been reduced to ruins by the relentless bombardment. Brother Gu, what the hell happened here? The transport aircraft landed temporarily at Ludi Island City's airport. Lin Feng immediately picked up Gu Suping, and under military vehicle escort, they headed back toward the coast. The Americans, they've taken measures to prevent us from investigating. Gu Suping explained the entire situation. Lin Feng frowned. Did the US possess the means to manipulate marine life? Or was it some kind of decoy? If that's the case, then there must be residual traces on the plane and the mecha. I need some samples. Lin Feng declared immediately. This could be a major breakthrough in studying marine life mutations. Given the current situation, obtaining the original samples from the US was out of the question. They would have to dive into the sea tomorrow to collect samples. I've already sent people to handle it. We should be able to extract it by tomorrow. Goose Souping was meticulous in his work, and he had anticipated this long ago. Before disembarking the plane, he had already contacted professionals to come and extract the samples. White House, United States. President Bayer, the investigation team has returned to China. Although the US also wanted to detain the international investigation teams, it ultimately chose not to act to avoid giving others ammunition. If the investigation teams had flown out of Hawaii, US fighter jets would have certainly shot them down. What's the status of Biological Experiment Chamber 5? Bayer inquired. The past 2 days of dealing with the party had already left him physically and mentally exhausted, leaving him no capacity to clean up the Speaker of the House's mess. No one dares approach it yet. Triss replied, head bowed. The first person assigned to handle it had been infected. Though Triss hadn't seen the victim's condition, field reports indicated it was horrific. Then bury them on site. I absolutely cannot agree to that. The experiment module contains not just that one biological agent, but many more. If another leak occurs, who knows what could happen? Triss refused firmly, holding little respect for Bayer. What does that have to do with me? Bayer snapped impatiently. This matter should never have fallen to him in the first place. It was the Speaker's responsibility. I know it's none of your business, Mr. Bayer. But you are the president. Surely you don't want a repeat of what happened in Florence. That same agent is stored in Biological Experiment Chamber 5. Bayer fell silent. That incident remained vivid in his memory. Egret Island. Pol didn't trigger primer chain synthesis. It must be because Pol alpha and the primer enzyme didn't form a complex during replication initiation. Lin Feng identified an unusual section in the DNA strand of the mutated spider crab that hadn't yet perished, though this wasn't the primary cause of the mutation. Goose Souping watched the display on the electron microscope alongside Lin Feng, remaining silent. This exceeded his fundamental understanding. I'll head out to more distant waters for sampling tomorrow. Lin Feng set aside the research report with no breakthroughs. This was the most challenging problem he'd encountered since gaining the system. How had the United States developed such a virus that defied conventional wisdom? That's extremely dangerous. Send military personnel instead. Goose Souping, who had witnessed the terror of giant marine creatures, would never let Lin Feng venture into those waters alone. These were entities even mechs struggled to handle, massive in number and colossal in size. I'll go personally. I'm not just collecting samples, I need to investigate the seabed. If all goes well, the ocean floor could be the breakthrough point in our fight against these mutated creatures. Divider. Florence top secret file classification unknown. On June 21, 2013, Florence witnessed a human-on-human attack. Witnesses recalled the assailant's body erupting with black veins, bloodshot eyes turning entirely black, and a mouth stretched to an unnatural, unimaginable degree. Victims began convulsing within 10 seconds, their limbs twisting as if capable of rotating 360 degrees, while black veins similarly erupted across their bodies. The incident resulted in 231 fatalities, all confirmed as fatalities. However, official reports attributed this solely to a rabies outbreak. Chapter 78, Investigation 1. The sky above the sea's horizon showed hints of dawn's pale light, while the coastline remained brightly lit. Several mechs arrived at daybreak, landing by the shore. Did you bring the extract? Lin Feng spread his arms wide, letting the salty sea breeze wash over him. Were it not for the scattered craters on the ground and the ruins of buildings behind him, the scene could almost be considered picturesque. It's been extracted. It's a powdery, absorbent dust enough for our needs. But I still urge you, this dive is no ordinary mission. I suggest we handle it. Goose Souping sat on a rock, a smoldering ember dangling from his mouth, flickering with each breath. Your advice makes sense. Lin Feng stretched vigorously, unable to deny Goose Souping's point. Goose Souping looked at Lin Feng with some surprise. Had he changed his mind? But I won't listen. Lin Feng smiled faintly and walked toward the defensive line. Goose Souping gave a helpless chuckle. Perhaps he shouldn't have expected anything, but for this mission, he would stay close to Lin Feng to ensure his safety. Where's Lin Chen? Wasn't he with you? Goose Souping hurried to Lin Feng's side. As his personal bodyguard, he was supposed to be constantly by his side. Over there. Lin Feng pointed toward a silver-white mecha standing tall in the ocean. It appeared bulkier than the others, with a large blue energy core rotating at its core. This was the mecha utilizing a controlled nuclear fusion device. The Pioneer. As a research-class mech, it possesses various extraction, capture, and detection capabilities. Its hull houses a dedicated research area for conducting experiments at any time. The outer shell utilizes double-layered steel and gold, ensuring mobility while significantly enhancing safety. 4 or 5 mechs soared toward the distant horizon, their thrusters creating large depressions in the sea surface. Several mechs skimmed the water's edge as they flew. Soon, massive dark shadows emerged from beneath the waves. The mechs abruptly ascended, coinciding with a colossal mutated killer whale leaping from the sea, its tentacles reaching skyward. A massive school of mutated sardines burst through the surface, forming a gigantic arch in the air. That's enough. Let's dive in. Lin Feng and Lin Shen piloted the Pioneer into the sea at the exact location where the 4 or 5 mechs had just been. Gu Suping followed closely in another mech. Lin Feng chose not to pilot a mech himself, opting instead to observe the underwater situation from the rest pod. Due to the distraction caused by the mechs, Lin Feng's vision revealed no marine life yet. As the mechs descended deeper, the originally blue-tinged seawater gradually darkened, eventually transforming into a pitch-black void. The mechs activated their searchlights to probe the darkness ahead. A massive beam of light swayed through the water, its perimeter still shrouded in pitch blackness. The mech continued its descent. Soon, a faint vibration signaled they had reached the seabed. Under the mech's illumination, red coral trees appeared minuscule. Here, creatures that had once been tiny now loomed as large as fists. The mech is too large. Lin Chen, deploy the survey unit. Several missiles immediately launched from the mech's body. Upon closer inspection, they resembled curled-up spiders. The mechanical spiders landed on the seabed, unfurled their coiled legs, and began crawling across the ocean floor. Simultaneously, the images captured by each mechanical spider's searchlight began appearing before Lin Feng. Coral reefs densely covered the seabed. The mecha's movement stirred the water below, clouding it slightly. The mechanical spiders weaved through the coral and murky depths. Lin Feng instructed both himself and Gu Suping to halt their movement and wait for the water to clear. Floating, unidentified debris began to slowly descend. Some flaky fragments obstructed the mechanical spiders' vision, yet this did little to hinder their progress. They continued weaving through the coral reefs. The uneven seabed inevitably caused the mechanical spiders to jolt slightly as they moved, causing a slight discomfort to Lin Feng, who was fully engrossed in observing the scene. The floating debris gradually settled back onto the seabed, restoring the ocean floor to its former tranquility. Only a few silver-white mechanical spiders traversed the whitish seabed. Gradually, mutated creatures began appearing in the field of view. Small fish over a meter long, some even 2 meters, were everywhere. Fortunately, they showed no aggression, merely curiously gathering around the mechanical spiders before scattering in a flurry. Suddenly, one mechanical spider vanished from the feed. Moments before, its feed had shown no signs of trouble. Lin Feng immediately directed the remaining mechanical spiders toward the location of the malfunctioning unit. Scattered across the grayish-white seabed lay the fragmented remains of mechanical spiders. Nearby, a flounder less than half a meter long lay concealed on the seabed, waiting for its next prey. This flounder hadn't eaten in ages. The small fish it usually hunted now seemed impossibly large. Out of a predator's caution, it refused to venture elsewhere for food. Each day, it survived only by consuming drifting algae. After relentless waiting, a peculiar-looking crab finally approached. It silently followed the crab, then swiftly covered it and began gnawing. But the crab was rock hard, which was normal. It clamped down hard, then went numb. The damn crab was electrified. It had to give up, though the crab was already torn to shreds. It's a non-mutated flounder. Proceed with capture. A mechanical spider cautiously approached the flounder. The flounder's eyes rolled, spotting the crab identical to the one from before. Since this type of crab was inedible, it paid it no further attention. The mechanical spider positioned itself above the flounder, swiftly immobilizing it with all 8 legs before swimming toward the mech. Indeed, the ocean floor holds what I seek. Lin Feng had no intention of retreating just yet. One flounder might not yield much research value. He needed more non-mutated marine life for experimentation. The mechanical spider continued its search along the seabed, but after a full day, no other discoveries were made besides the flounder. Lin Feng and his team had no choice but to return. Examining the flounder stored in the experiment pod, Lin Feng pondered, did the flounder possess genes different from other marine creatures? Before he could ponder further, a swordfish collided with the Pioneer. At 20 meters long, it posed a significant threat to the 30-meter-tall vessel. The long, pointed rostrum of the swordfish pierced deep into the mech's outer hull. Chapter 79, Exploration 2. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, the Pioneer's double-layered steel and gold armor prevented the swordfish's spike from damaging the mech's internal systems. Seeing this, Gu Suping hurriedly pulled the swordfish off the Pioneer. Under Gu Suping's control, the swordfish's body became unusually agitated. Its body thrashed violently, and Gu Suping felt he was losing control. With no other choice, he delivered a fatal blow to the swordfish, sending it to rest eternally in the ocean depths. Lin Feng, some mutated creatures are heading this way. Although 4 or 5 mechs had lured away most of the mutated creatures in this stretch of sea, the ocean extended far beyond this area. They couldn't stop the natural migration of these creatures. Lin Feng and Gu Suping hastily departed the area, heading back to Egret Island. The 4 or 5 mechs followed suit after confirming the pair's safe return, still pursued by relentless mutated creatures. These beasts periodically leapt from the waves, lunging to tear the aerial mechs to shreds. The mechs gradually receded into the distance, vanishing beneath Egret Island's towering skyscrapers. The sea surface settled into calm, broken only by the occasional surge of waves. The mottled twilight faded, and everything was enveloped in night. Genetically speaking, there's nothing unusual about them. Could I have been wrong? The flounder's genetic sequence showed no remarkable features compared to other marine life. It was largely similar. The flounder had been dissected and studied thoroughly, yet Lin Feng still found nothing unusual. Should we continue the underwater investigation tomorrow? Gu Suping watched Lin Feng toil through most of the night without making any progress, growing increasingly impatient. The US had no intention of allowing the investigation team entry, so another attempt would likely be futile. They would face relentless obstruction. The investigation plan was temporarily shelved as nations debated new strategies, easing Gu Suping's concerns. Go to Antarctica for the investigation, Lin Feng declared with conviction. He seemed to have made a discovery. Scanning the lab report, his gaze lingered on a line of unassuming small print. Though seemingly ordinary, Lin Feng believed the breakthrough might lie precisely there. What did you find? Gu Su asked in confusion. Why investigate Antarctica? Mutant creatures were now infesting oceans worldwide, making an Antarctic expedition extremely challenging. I have some leads, but nothing confirmed yet. We'll know once we get there. Night deepened, everything seemed eerily quiet, yet sirens wailed incessantly across the United States. I told you to handle the number 5 biological experiment chamber immediately. You didn't listen. Now look what's happened. President Bayer stared at the piled-up documents, his mind in turmoil. As someone privy to the information, he knew exactly what had happened. Just hours ago, the first person infected by the number 5 biological experiment chamber had gone berserk, infecting the entire hospital, which was now under lockdown. You're the president. You figure it out. This isn't something I can decide anyway. The Speaker of the House retorted without hesitation to President Bayer's rebuke. As the Chinese saying goes, better a friend die than a monk. It's still containable now, but you must understand we lack the capability to resolve this issue. President Bayer showed a hint of exhaustion. As president, he couldn't escape responsibility for this. I propose a solution: extradite the infected to China. They might be able to resolve this. What? You must understand that mishandling this could spell global catastrophe. So what? No one will be spared. I'll handle it. I'll extradite the infected to China, and the empire of the sun never sets. We share the blessings together, and we bear the hardships together. The Speaker of the House had completely lost his mind. He stormed out of the conference room in a frenzy. He knew that since this incident began, his days of peace were numbered. But if he couldn't live in peace, neither would anyone else. He would act while he still had the power. Trace, eavesdropping outside the conference room, flashed an uncertain look. His thoughts were unknown. He pulled out his phone, sent a message, and then vanished within the White House. Antarctic ice shelf. Antarctica was now in the depths of polar night. Above, a dazzling constellation of stars stretched across the sky. In this place untouched by light pollution, one could even see the Milky Way suspended in the heavens. Prepare for descent. Several mechs hovered low over the sea surface, luring the mutated creatures below. Lin Feng and his team descended along the Antarctic ice shelf. The magnificent krill swarm scattered at the sight of the colossal machine, fearing it might devour them whole. The moment Lin Feng spotted the krill swarm, his suspicions solidified further. Yet to confirm his theories completely, he resolved to descend deeper. Soon, they reached the underside of the Antarctic ice shelf, where forests of red and yellow algae flourished wildly. The mechanical spider navigated through the water. In the footage, bell-shaped and spherical comb jellies appeared exceptionally beautiful, dancing in the dim waters with an inexplicably captivating charm. The hairy-chested crab displayed its fuzzy chest, motionless on the seabed. The mechanical spider circled it once, and the crab itself spun around in place, its 2 claws waving incessantly in warning. Antarctic icefish swam around the mech, occasionally darting toward nearby krill swarms to satisfy their hunger. Lin Feng watched the scene with keen interest. All his previous confusion dissolved here, his face now radiating lightheartedness. Let's head back. Lin Feng had confirmed his hypothesis. The next step was suppressing the virus. Though he hadn't figured out how it mutated, he'd found something to inhibit it. This expedition hadn't been in vain. South China Sea. 15,466 Malawian kwachas, you have entered Chinese airspace. Depart immediately. 2 fighter jets flanked a civilian aircraft. Upon receiving orders from higher command, they intercepted the plane suspected of carrying hazardous materials and denied its entry into Chinese airspace. This is 15,466 Malawian kwachas. We are out of fuel. Requesting landing clearance. The captain's voice crackled over the radio. They were indeed out of fuel, either land in China or crash into the sea. MK 15,466's distress signal was relayed to the fighter jets. The fuel depletion was confirmed, but the pilots dared not make an unauthorized decision. The situation was escalated to higher command. The US has ulterior motives again. What should we do? There are over 200 people on board, including dozens of our Chinese citizens. An officer spoke with evident anger, yet there were compatriots aboard. Fu Sheng frowned, lost in thought. Let them land in Qiangzhou first. That way, we can keep things under control. Someone suggested. No. Send them back. Even if they have to land at sea, they must not land in the city. But there are dozens of our compatriots on board. Are we supposed to sacrifice hundreds of thousands of our people to save them? Chapter 80, Another Wave. Lin Feng, I heard you found something to suppress the virus. What is it? After completing his Antarctic expedition, Lin Feng rushed straight back to the capital. Upon hearing that Lin Feng had discovered something to suppress the virus, Zheng Xinli was more anxious than a cat on a hot tin roof. He was already waiting at the airport before Lin Feng had even stepped off the plane. Yes, Mr. Zhang. I believe this crisis will soon be resolved. Lin Feng stated without a hint of modesty. The current priority wasn't studying how the virus mutated within hosts, but swiftly containing its massive spread. Global maritime trade had been suspended for months, severely impacting economies worldwide. As a major import-export nation, China bore a significant portion of the burden. This experiment requires live specimens. Have the military capture a few more mutated creatures. Lin Feng cracked his neck. The long flight had taken a toll on his spine. Gu Suping, following behind him, immediately pulled out his phone to make the necessary arrangements upon hearing the order. Inside the laboratory, normal marine creatures captured in the Southern Ocean had also been transported here. A HOV crab stood proudly, its fuzzy chest thrust forward, two dead black pearl eyes curiously surveying everything in the lab. Comb jellies of various shapes danced within transparent glass tanks. If not for the sign's warning, "Do not touch experimental subjects," one might mistake this place for an aquarium. I wonder what could possibly suppress this virus. Zhang Xinli observed these seemingly normal marine creatures and didn't immediately notice anything unusual. But given a moment to think, he would undoubtedly figure it out. It's cryoprotective proteins. Lin Feng shared the answer with old Zhang and his team, then began extracting the antifreeze proteins from these marine organisms. Antifreeze proteins? Of course. These are all creatures that live in extremely cold regions. I should have thought of that sooner. Zhang Xili and Han Shangyi's furrowed brows relaxed. Their eyes no longer held that murky haze. The fog of confusion had finally lifted, revealing a sharp gleam. One side of the cryoprotective protein possesses a unique structure. I believe this is the primary reason it suppresses viruses. Lin Feng was referring to the ice-binding site of the protein. This site was exceptionally flat, slightly hydrophobic, and contained no charged residues. When the virus dissolves in seawater, the protein's wavy structure locks the water molecule channels. Upon contact with water, the molecules alter their arrangement to form distinct hydrogen bond structures and orientations. This achieves a freezing temperature without reaching a solid state, instantly killing the virus inside. Zhang Xili couldn't wait to test the antifreeze protein against the virus. As expected, the protein proved effective at suppressing the virus. Lin Feng, we owe this entirely to you. We old-timers couldn't contribute a thing. I. Zhang Xinli gripped Lin Feng's hand, his words tumbling out in a flustered rush. His trembling frame threatened to break into tears at any moment. Since taking on the mission to study the mutant virus, they hadn't rested for months. Each day began with dissecting and slicing the bodies of mutant creatures, and ended with dissecting the bodies of mutant creatures. Even then, their research remained deadlocked. No one knew when this endless cycle would end. Now, with the clouds parting to reveal the moon, many in the biological lab could no longer hold on. They collapsed onto their workstations and fell into a deep, snoring sleep. Lin Feng watched this scene with a pang of emotion. There was no such thing as peaceful times, it was simply that others were bearing the burden for them. His own contributions paled in comparison to theirs. Though Zhang Xinli and Han Shangyi were equally exhausted, they persisted in developing the suppressant. Only with its creation could they find peace of mind. Qiangzhou. A secret military airfield. Soldiers clad in biohazard suits were stationed throughout the airfield, forming a tense perimeter around the aircraft. The plane carried biological weapons, necessitating the heavy security presence. Fu Sheng, himself in biohazard gear, stood at a distance. He had personally escorted the aircraft back and could not abandon his fellow countrymen aboard. Should anything go wrong, he would be the first to bear the consequences. Lower one person first. Maintain distance. Authorized to shoot on sight if abnormal behavior occurs. Fu Sheng issued the order through his walkie-talkie. Following reports of a biochemical virus outbreak, the nation had banned all inbound and outbound flights. This was the sole aircraft that had defied the no-fly order and entered China's airspace. The cabin door slowly opened, revealing a man in casual attire. Facing a line of soldiers in biohazard suits with guns trained on him, he immediately froze, raising his hands in fear. His legs trembled slightly as he struggled to comprehend the situation. "Sir, we mean no harm. Please come down and accept inspection." A soldier in biohazard gear used a megaphone to issue instructions in both Chinese and English. Despite the announcement, the man remained frozen, unable to lower his hands. However, he complied with the A soldier in a biohazard suit used a megaphone to issue the command in both Chinese and English. Though still hesitant to lower his hands, the man complied and began slowly descending the stairs. As he descended, 2 soldiers immediately moved to restrain him. He complied without resistance. Soon, a team of medical personnel in biohazard suits arrived. Without a word, they drew blood samples from the man before taking him away for solitary quarantine. The second was an American woman. She walked out with her head held high, but upon seeing rows of black gun barrels pointed at her, she instantly raised her hands and lowered her head. She too cooperated fully with the inspection. Then came the second, the third. The investigation proceeded methodically, concluding swiftly. Nothing unusual was found. The screening concluded smoothly and without incident, revealing no so-called infected individuals. Yet the intelligence provided by higher-ups couldn't possibly be false. Fu Sheng fell deep in thought. Send a squad of soldiers up to search. Open fire if any unusual activity is detected. Prioritize your own safety. If the situation becomes untenable, retreat is authorized. A pair of soldiers clad in biohazard suits ascended. The cabin was remarkably clean, with 2 long corridors extending straight to the rear. The soldiers split into 2 teams, moving slowly along the corridors toward the back. A profound silence hung within the aircraft. The soldiers moved cautiously in 2 parallel lines, scanning their surroundings. Their footsteps were so faint they were nearly inaudible. They meticulously inspected every seat, quickly passing through 3 sections before reaching the final one. The captain at the front twitched his ears, as if catching a faint clinking sound. But the noise was so faint he couldn't pinpoint its origin. "Shama, did you hear something else?" The captain gave a signal, and the advancing squad halted. Thump, thump, thump. Chapter 81, the Third Global Crisis Prevention Conference. I hear it. Something's clattering. The leader of another squad picked up the faint sound, but their own voices were too loud, quickly drowning out the faint noise. It was hard to pinpoint exactly where it was coming from. Everyone, hold your breath. Listen again. The soldiers held their breath, standing frozen in place as if time itself had paused. The space grew eerily quiet, almost frighteningly so. Little Horse, too, strained every nerve to catch any possible sound. Thump, thump, thump. It sounded like someone tapping on a metal plate. The faint vibrations traveled through the air and reached Xiao Ma's ears. He pinpointed the direction of the sound and slowly moved forward. The captain, afraid of disturbing Xiao Ma's concentration, dared not make a move. Yet, watching Xiao Ma walk alone toward the tail section, he felt a growing sense of urgency. Stay here for 1 minute, then follow us. Xiao Ma and I will scout the situation first. The captain whispered into the ear of the soldier behind him, then tiptoed forward, matching Xiao Ma's slow pace. Thump, thump, thump. The sound grew louder. The more Xiao Ma listened, the more it sounded like someone was pounding on metal plates, rapid and urgent, seemingly mixed with a hint of growling. Captain, it sounds like someone's in there. Xiao Ma whispered from his prone position. The pounding grew most intense when he pressed his ear to the ground, as if the sound knew he was searching for it. Underneath here? The captain was puzzled. How could someone have gotten down there? Probably in the cargo hold. Xiao Ma nodded. He was certain the sound was coming from below. They had already thoroughly searched the entire cabin, leaving only the cargo hold as the possible source. However, the cargo hold door wasn't inside the cabin, it was outside. Upon hearing the soldier's report, Fu Sheng ordered a squad to break open the cargo hold door. 2 soldiers cautiously approached the cargo hold door while the others aimed their weapons at the entrance. The sounds from inside grew more frantic. Someone was violently pounding on the door. The 2 soldiers near the door exchanged glances, nodded, and swiftly pulled the cargo hold door open. A dark figure burst out instantly. The soldier raised his rifle but was knocked down by the figure's tackle. The others finally saw what the shadow was, a person clad in a hospital gown, black veins bulging across their body, eyes bloodshot and filled with rage. They pinned the soldier down, snarling and lunging to bite him. The soldier forced his weight against the mutant's chest, buying his comrade a brief opening. A bullet instantly pierced the mutant's skull, silencing the howl abruptly. The soldier pushed the mutated figure aside and began checking his own body. The other soldiers remained on high alert, their rifles trained on him, muzzles trembling slightly, betraying their tension and reluctance. Fortunately, the soldier's protective suit had prevented the mutant from succeeding. Nevertheless, he would still need to be quarantined. The mutant's corpse was collected and the area underwent thorough decontamination procedures. News of the Qiangzhou incident had reached the capital, where it sparked furious outrage. The capital deemed it an act of provocation by the United States against China. The United States has gone mad. The Great Hall was filled with the nation's elders gathered together, a rare occurrence in China's recent history. Nothing in the past century had been significant enough to bring all the nation's elders together in one place. They're provoking war? Then let's fight. We'll fight them to the end. One elder roared as he rose to his feet, his voice trembling with fury. Though advanced in years, he still possessed a fiery spirit uncommon among mortals. Even if we only have 4 aircraft carriers, once the fighting begins, I'll swim to the United States if I have to. The former commander of the army sat in his seat, his eyes burning with the will to fight. Let's hear what the United States has to say first. The first leader waved his hand, signaling for silence. Since everyone was being so open, it was time to speak plainly. Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased to receive your call. It was not Bayer but Shatter who answered the call. The first commander was puzzled, but he spoke nonetheless. Mr. Shet, I expect an explanation for this incident either from you or from President Bayer. I deeply regret this incident. Both Bayer and the mastermind, the Speaker of the House, have been apprehended. If China wishes to hold them accountable, we can extradite them. However, Mr. First, we now require China's assistance. Shet sat in the familiar presidential chair, his brow furrowed with worry. The infected in California had escaped the hospital, and now the entire state was effectively cut off. Yet the intermittent gunfire and explosions made the gravity of the situation painfully clear. The military dared not enter, maintaining only a perimeter defense to prevent those inside from escaping. It was reminiscent of Florence back then, except this time, it was happening on their own soil. Millions of people. Gentlemen, what do we do? The words over the phone echoed in the ears of all the senior statesmen present. Some fell silent, others seethed with anger. The actions of one madman threatened to bury millions in the process. Mr. First, if necessary, I will deploy nuclear weapons to protect the safety of the American people. President abruptly ended the call. He needed not only to control the situation but also to stabilize public sentiment. Otherwise, when millions surged out, even the military wouldn't be able to hold them back. We must help with this. Not just for the United States, but for China and the entire world. The suppressant agent was already being released into the ocean in bulk. The massive marine creatures visibly shrank before our eyes. The mutated organisms that had just been trading blows with the mechs were now small enough to fit in the palm of one's hand in the blink of an eye. This left the mechs, which had been evenly matched with them, momentarily stunned. However, the bodies of the marine creatures in their hands swayed gently and fell into the water. Globally, the number of mutated creatures rapidly decreased. A month later, after repeated UN investigations confirmed no mutated life remained in any oceanic region, the global maritime lockdown was lifted. But the UN didn't relax just yet. Instead, the Third Global Crisis Prevention Conference was convened. United States, I'll be damned. You bastards. Enemies meeting only intensified their hatred. The plan by the Speaker of the Assembly to infect the entire world with mutants had been exposed early by Siete, sparing other nations from disaster. Yet the losses and lingering fear remained, leaving some countries seething with hatred toward the United States. Even Triss, unusually subdued, entered the conference room head bowed, taking his seat without a word. All right, everyone, calm down. Such incidents are not beyond the scope of what the United States might witness. The other 4 permanent members quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Otherwise, they could have argued all morning without repeating themselves. Diplomats are known for their sharp tongues. Regarding the situation in California, our nation seeks international assistance. Chapter 82, Heading to California. June 24, 2032. A video went viral online. Guys, I'm in California right now. I don't know what's going on, but people on the streets have turned into madmen. They're biting and chewing on anyone they see. We've called the police, but the emergency line is jammed. We're hiding in a building now. Those crazies haven't found us yet, but we can't get out either. Someone, please save us. The video showed a Chinese man inside what appeared to be a corporate office floor, surrounded by dozens of others whose faces were etched with terror. Later in the footage, he pointed the camera out the window. Chaos reigned on the streets, vehicles collided and burst into flames, frantic pedestrians tackled panicked people to the ground, seemingly tearing at them, while helicopters buzzed overhead. Holy, these are zombies. Another American blockbuster, but this feels familiar. Can't wait. I remember the US made a zombie blockbuster in 2013. They said the sequel would start in 2018, but it never came out. Finally here? This teaser caught me off guard. Thumbs down. Most netizens in China reacted to this video with mockery, assuming it was a teaser for an American zombie blockbuster, unaware that millions of people thousands of miles away were suffering in the midst of a crisis. China can help, but the US must hand over the biological virus data. The meeting was still ongoing, with nations reluctant to get involved in this mess. According to intelligence provided by the US, once a healthy person is bitten by an infected individual, they become assimilated into the same state as the infected. This is the zombie virus. Who would have thought the US possessed such a weapon capable of bringing disaster to the entire world? I second that motion. The representative from the Bear Nation raised his hand. It wasn't that he truly wished to wade into this mess, but the biological weapons possessed by the United States were truly terrifying. From the earlier mutated marine virus to the current zombie virus, each was a force that struck fear into the hearts of all. Crucially, the United States had yet to find a solution. If you can provide assistance, the United States will agree to any terms you propose. Triss reluctantly agreed. Before attending this meeting, President Shatter had instructed him to unconditionally accept any demands made by other nations. If the United States could successfully manage this crisis, President Shatter's position would become as solid as a mountain, unshakable even by the House of Representatives or the Supreme Court. Operation California Rescue. The meeting drafted an initial plan for the California Rescue Operation. Participating nations would deploy armed forces to join U.S. troops in California. Their mission: extract the virus, develop a serum, and rescue uninfected survivors. Armed forces would be authorized to kill zombies and any U.S. citizens obstructing rescue efforts. The sole vial of the zombie virus had already leaked, making extraction impossible. Nations could only enter California to collect the virus. This amounted to a humiliating treaty, but the United States had no choice. If California fell, it would spell an unprecedented catastrophe for both the US and the entire world. No one wanted to witness the emergence of a zombie nation. The meeting's resolution was relayed back to China. The military began organizing troops to participate in the California Rescue Operation. Only 20 nations were invited to join. Smaller countries lacked the qualifications to participate. Zheng Xinli and Han Shangyi, who were researching the mutant biological virus, were summoned. As two leading figures in China's biological research community, they were required to participate in the California Rescue Operation. "I'll go too," Lin Feng interjected from the sidelines. Zombie viruses sounded intriguing. He wanted to see them for himself. "You can't go. This mission is extremely dangerous." Gu Suping's expression was unusually grave. While the California rescue mission sounded grand and prestigious, detailed intelligence revealed its danger level was nearly 100%. It was essentially a suicide mission. Why? Maybe I could develop a serum for the virus. Lin Feng shrugged in confusion, unaware that California's population of millions had been almost entirely transformed into zombies. A small team of a few hundred would make no impact whatsoever. They'd be swallowed whole by the zombie horde. Your safety is paramount. As a state-protected individual, Lin Feng's status now surpassed that of many others. The top brass paid him special attention. In the prime of his life, his future achievements could be even greater. Not a single accident could be allowed. The way you put it makes it sound like our safety doesn't matter. Zheng Xinli remarked painfully from the sidelines. He himself, an elderly man, didn't even mention his own safety, yet Lin Feng was treated with such meticulous care. Still, he understood Lin Feng's future was limitless, far beyond what an aging man like himself could ever hope to achieve. Both Elder Zhang and Elder Wang are in poor health. Taking them along would only exhaust them. Let me go instead. They can stay behind and focus on research. Lin Feng was also concerned. Though old Zhang and old Li appeared robust, elderly bodies were notoriously fragile. Minor skirmishes were manageable, but this wasn't a minor skirmish. It could easily become a race against death. Forget it. I'll speak with the head. Seeing Gu Suping's troubled expression, Lin Feng couldn't bring himself to dissuade him further and instead called the chief. Gu Suping watched Lin Feng with deep concern, sending a chill down his spine. We have the single-soldier combat mechs, right? What's there to fear? Lin Feng nudged Gu Suping with his elbow. Only then did Gu Suping's expression ease slightly. He'd witnessed the combat armor's capabilities firsthand. They were formidable. But thousands of zombies? Even a single zombie could scratch a hole through you. While Gu Suping pondered this, Lin Feng had already finished his call. After several attempts to dissuade him, the commander-in-chief had been swayed by Lin Feng's persistence and reluctantly agreed to let him participate in the California Rescue Operation. Upon learning of Lin Feng's participation, the three military branches swiftly dispatched elite personnel from their respective forces to escort him. Combined with the battle armor's capabilities, they believed the operation would proceed without major complications. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. He never imagined that one man could stir such concern among the major powers. Still, he was determined to go to California. Only by doing so could he secure more safeguards for China. He kept this mission from Jianluo. Amidst the neon lights of Kyoto, an aircraft quietly took off. Although the United States permitted various armed forces to enter its territory, traveling by warship was simply too slow. Seeking speed, Lin Feng and his team boarded a plane and flew toward the United States under the vast night sky. Chapter 83, Preparing to Enter. To say millions were affected was actually an understatement. While some outlying cities in California remained largely unaffected, the hardest hit areas were the two major metropolises of Old Silver Mountain and Los Angeles. Los Angeles bore the brunt of the devastation. According to intelligence provided by the U.S. military, a staggering 90% of its population had likely already been infected. It's truly terrifying. Lin Feng listened to the intelligence, gazing toward the distant city once the most prosperous in the United States. Though the glow of lights was visible, the bustling vibrancy of days past had long vanished. Explosions echoed intermittently from within. Look at those Chinese folks. No protective gear whatsoever. Are they here on vacation? Though spoken in Japanese, Lin Feng recognized the words. He turned to see over 50 Japanese soldiers in thick, dark gray protective gear approaching. Their gazes toward the Chinese side were filled with contempt. Several Special Forces soldiers who understood Japanese recognized the language and were about to confront them, but Gu Suping held them back. "We're not here to cause trouble. Don't stoop to the level of a bunch of animals." Gu Suping deliberately shouted in Japanese, glancing casually toward the Japanese group as if to deliberately provoke their anger. "Baka! Who the hell are you calling animals?" Several Japanese soldiers immediately lost their temper and strode over to confront Gu Suping. Their captain made no move to stop him, prompting a faint smile from Gu Suping. He stepped before the Japanese soldiers, extending his hand as if to shake theirs. "What the hell are you up to, you Chinese bastard?" The Japanese soldiers froze in surprise, then swatted Gu Suping's outstretched hand away. Gu Suping stumbled backward in pain, landing on the ground. His gaze toward the Japanese soldiers turned icy. The Japanese soldiers were even more bewildered. Had their hands been that strong? "What are you standing around for? Fight!" Gu Suping roared as he charged forward. The Special Forces soldiers behind him swarmed in as well, instantly surrounding the island nation soldiers and beginning to kick and punch them. Seeing the situation turn dire, their captain tried to step in to stop it. "You were the one who started this, weren't you?" Lin Feng's fighting spirit ignited. He grabbed the approaching captain and kicked him hard to the ground. The thick protective gear made the Japanese soldier awkwardly clumsy. The captain lay dazed on the ground, confused. When had he even made a move? Seeing their leader struck, the surrounding island nation soldiers rushed forward. But Lin Feng's group numbered over 100, twice the size of the island nation squad. 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands. The Japanese soldiers, weighed down by their bulky protective gear, were all knocked to the ground, unable to rise. To give the Japanese a profound experience, Lin Feng and his men deliberately removed the helmets from their heads. "Stop it! Stop it!" Seeing the fight break out, Hitbully rushed over to intervene, only to be grabbed by Lin Feng, who had been struck from above. "You wanna get in on this too? Hitbully? I was just trying to break it up, man." Fortunately, Gu Suping remained relatively lucid and quickly pulled Lin Feng back, sparing Hitbully from the tragedy of being pummeled by Lin Feng. Hitbully felt a momentary daze. He stared at Lin Feng with a strange look. Despite the young man's frail appearance, he had effortlessly pulled Hitbully toward him with just one hand. Teams from other nations arrived one after another, staring in bewilderment at the island nation soldiers sprawled across the ground. "Lin Feng, we meet again." Talav approached with soldiers from the Great Bear Nation, giving Lin Feng a hearty hug. He then pointed at the island nation soldiers on the ground with a puzzled expression, asking, "What happened? They're a bit tired and wanted to rest here for a while." Lin Feng made up an excuse without even glancing at the island nation soldiers lying on the ground, not mentioning a word about the beating they had just received. "I see. Then let's find another place to talk. We won't disturb their rest." "You're right. We should give them a quiet place to rest." The 2 men walked arm in arm into the nearby barracks. Their respective troops also began searching for their own quarters to rest. Soon, the field was left with only the island nation soldiers sprawled everywhere. "Island nation soldiers? Mr. Lin Feng, what are your plans for this operation?" Talav and Lin Feng sat down in the barracks as an American soldier thoughtfully served them coffee. "Talav, you and I are friends. There's no need for formalities like Mr. But." Lin Feng avoided answering Torlev's question. He couldn't exactly say he planned to charge in wearing battle armor and wielding a focused energy rifle. No. I believe Mr. Lin Feng deserves it. You Chinese have a saying, a gentleman is a man of letters. Mr. Lin Feng is highly talented and worthy of the title. Torlev didn't notice Lin Feng's deliberate evasion and instead began debating whether Lin Feng truly deserved the title. Lin Feng's head was spinning. What started as a respectful honorific had now escalated into something else entirely. After repeated persuasion from Lin Feng, Torlev finally relented and agreed to drop the "sir." The night was neither long nor short, yet for those lost in sweet dreams, it felt painfully brief. For those gripped by fear, however, it stretched into another night of constant dread. "Lin Feng, let's head inside first." Talav approached with his squad, greeting Lin Feng. The soldiers of the Great Bear Nation were exceptionally tall, and their specially designed white protective suits gave them a distinctly futuristic appearance. "You're going in like that?" Talav looked at Lin Feng and his men with curiosity. Their simple clothing, not even proper military uniforms, offered little defense against the infected. "I'd wager your China couldn't develop protective gear like this, huh?" The island nation soldier, clearly not having had enough, walked over and sneered. "Yeah, I don't have suits like yours." Lin Feng nodded. They truly didn't possess such heavy, cumbersome protective gear. Hearing this, the island nation's captain's mouth stretched into a wide grin. "Lin Feng, if you don't have any, we can lend you some." Torlev offered sincerely. "Thanks for the offer, but we don't need it." Lin Feng raised his hand and pressed it against his chest. Gradually, a faint blue ring appeared through his clothing, visible to Torlev. A pale silver battle armor began to cover Lin Feng's entire body. Torlev stared at him in utter disbelief. This seemed to surpass his understanding. "Holy crap, Lin Feng, you're incredible. What is that?" Torlev stared at the armored Lin Feng, his eyes shining with uncontrollable excitement. He was completely captivated by the armor enveloping Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his hand, signaling Torlev to calm down. Turning to face the stunned captain of the island nation, a red light flashed in the visor of his armor as he spoke slowly. This is our protective suit. Chapter 84, Slow to Realize. The Chinese Special Forces soldiers pressed their chests in perfect unison. One by one, pale blue halos glowed on their chests, and silver-white battle armor covered their entire bodies. This is incredible, Lin Feng. How did you pull this off? Torlev was utterly fascinated by the battle armor on Lin Feng and his men. He reached out to touch the armor on Lin Feng's body. The cool, smooth texture made him think it was just ordinary fabric. This is our latest research in individual combat armor, utilizing cutting-edge nanomaterials. Lin Feng swatted away Torlev's hand, which was caressing the armor like a lovesick fool. He could even see the armor's delicate beauty reflected in Torlev's eyes. So, what do you think? Could your island nation develop protective gear like this? Lin Feng stepped before the island nation's captain, his visor now a complete blood red, transforming him into a killing machine. The captain was too terrified to speak, stumbling back 2 steps under the overwhelming pressure emanating from Lin Feng's armor. My god, is that Iron Man? Hitvali also noticed the battle armor on Lin Feng and his team, letting out a gasp of astonishment. Had China's technology advanced to this level? Let's go! Lin Feng saw no point in further small talk. Completing the mission swiftly was paramount. The special forces deployed their nanoscale energy particle rifles and followed Lin Feng's lead through the layered defenses. American soldiers watched the column of silver-armored figures advance, their eyes filled with shock. Torlev, if you encounter danger, remember to contact us. Lin Feng called out as they moved. The teams from different nations weren't operating in the same area after all, none wanted to follow another's commands. The squad advanced slowly, moving from the initially quiet outskirts with small buildings to streets now scarred beyond recognition. Cars lay mangled, some crashed into each other, others wedged into bushes or shops along the sides. It was clear the virus outbreak had been sudden. Charred corpses lay in parking spots, the ground splattered with crimson blood and fragments of unidentifiable flesh. Though mentally prepared, Lin Feng nearly vomited. Even the seasoned Special Forces soldiers grimaced, though they encountered no infected along the way. Lin Feng surmised they might have headed downtown, where Los Angeles police and military forces remained stationed. They were holding the line against the infected horde there, and the intense gunfire and artillery had drawn the vast majority of the infected toward that location. Area secured. The entire city was encircled by the U.S. military in a 360-degree perimeter, preventing any infected from escaping. After Lin Feng and his team cleared an area, they relayed a signal to the rear guard, allowing them to advance safely. Bang! A piercing scream echoed from above as an American soldier plummeted from a rooftop over 10 stories high, crashing onto a parked vehicle by the roadside. Blood spattered instantly, and the car's alarm wailed. Lin Feng and his team raised their guns warily, scanning the surroundings. Several infected individuals followed the fallen American off the rooftop. Some crashed onto cars, others onto the ground, blood splattering everywhere. But the blood that spilled was black, mixing with the bright red blood. It soon turned entirely black. One infected individual seemed not quite dead yet, its body twitching convulsively. Its form was sunken into the large dent pounded into the car roof. One arm twisted at an unnatural angle along the edge, using it to push itself up and stand on the rim of the roof. Standing on the roof, the infected seemed somewhat disoriented. Lin Feng took the opportunity to observe it, eyes as black as ink, black blood still flowing from its wounds, a mixture of black and red blood in its mouth, and a calf twisted as if turned inside out. Yet it walked normally. After taking a few steps on the roof, the infected creature spotted Lin Feng and his group. It let out a growl and charged toward them. The twisted calf didn't hinder its speed at all, it ran faster than most normal people. Before it reached them, however, Goose Souping and the others riddled the infected with bullets. The creature fell to the ground, its body pierced like a sieve. Lin Feng noted that the only truly fatal point was the head. Hitting any part of the infected except the head only slowed them down. Of course, if you managed to reduce an infected to just its head, then that was a different story. Tougher than I anticipated. Lin Feng remarked. Damage to any part of the body other than the head cannot inflict fatal harm on the infected. Not every soldier was a sharpshooter capable of landing headshots every time. Facing millions of infected troops was indeed a catastrophe. Without an effective solution, the only permanent remedy might be nuclear weapons. Does the US not have this intelligence? The American forces have been locked in a standoff with the zombies in California for 2 weeks now. They haven't discovered anything? They've only been suppressing the infected hordes with heavy firepower. No one has conducted detailed research on this. Goose Souping explained from the sidelines. That was the response he received when communicating with the American side, and he found it hard to believe. How could the Americans not have researched this? Something's wrong. Lin Feng and Goose Souping exchanged glances. The US couldn't possibly lack research on the infected. They must have conducted in-depth studies on the virus. But why were they refusing to share it? Did they want all 20 nations' teams to stay here? but that would be utterly brainless. The combined forces of 20 nations numbered less than 5,000. Would they really go to war with 20 countries over 5,000 people? That defied American logic. They wouldn't be that reckless. So did the US genuinely not know? Even less plausible. If they developed the virus, they'd have some data even if no cure existed. How could they have nothing? Lin Feng pressed onward with his doubts. Even if trouble arose, his battle armor could still escape this city teeming with 1 million infected. Yet America's intentions remained unclear. Caution was essential. The White House. President, forces from 20 nations have entered California. Are we truly proceeding with this? Trist's body trembled slightly. Even when facing accusations from multiple nations, he hadn't felt this kind of fear. The source of this dread stemmed from President S' insane plan. For the sake of the United States, it is worth it. President smiled faintly, his expression chilling enough to send shivers down one's spine. Trist glanced at the president with unfamiliarity before turning and leaving the conference room. Kill him. Chapter 85, Signal Blockade. Secretary General Trist has betrayed the White House. He rescued criminal Beike and the Speaker of the House. Trist was killed on the spot, but Beike and the Speaker have fled into California territory. The military is pursuing them. According to reliable intelligence, Beike and the Speaker possess a drug capable of inducing mania in infected individuals. White House incident. Over 30 high-ranking officials were implicated in this incident, including numerous military commanders with operational authority who were captured. President Xi held a video conference with leaders from 20 nations, emphasizing the severity of the situation. Our forces have already entered the California region. What are we to do? One leader frowned. Though only dozens were involved, they were still citizens. The loss of dozens of lives, coupled with the involvement of disgraced biologists, represented a massive setback for both the nation and the international community. President Xi, I urge you to deploy your forces to rescue them. It's not that I don't want to rescue them, but our military cannot effectively contain the infected. If we rush in, our troops will only become infected too, making the situation even worse. President shook his head helplessly. Most of the troops dispatched into Los Angeles and Old Silver Mountain had already lost contact, likely overrun by the infected hordes. Though he had masterminded this operation, he couldn't control its outcome. His goal was for 20 nations to eliminate Beike, the Speaker, and their faction. The leaders on the video screen fell silent. They had already received detailed intelligence on the infected and viewed the footage. President Xi had shared footage of his troops being overrun by the infected horde. Without heavy firepower, stopping the infected was simply impossible. President Xi, our Chinese personnel must return without exception. The first leader shot President Xi a meaningful glance, fully understanding his concerns. After ending the call, a faint unease settled in his heart. Inform Fu Shang. He must bring Lin Feng back. We've received intelligence. The former US President and the Speaker of the House have obtained a drug capable of driving the infected into a frenzy. They've fled to California. Lin Feng and his group were resting in his shop when Gu Suping approached with the news. This was far from good news for them. If the enemy intended to go down fighting, they would face millions of enraged infected. They had already witnessed the terrifying power of the infected. Even clad in battle armor, facing millions of them would be a futile struggle. What exactly is the US playing at? Upon hearing the news, Lin Feng immediately suspected American involvement. Less than a day after their arrival, the former US President and House Speaker had emerged and fled to California. Washington, D.C. was nearly 4,000 kilometers from California. How had they managed to get there? The orders from above are for us to withdraw from California and launch the California rescue operation. Gu Suping added. Though they were currently safe, the calm surface often concealed unknown monsters lurking beneath. It's probably too late. Lin Chen burst through the door, shattering it open as glass flew everywhere. The US forces in the city center have been wiped out by the infected horde. Now the infected are converging on the city's outskirts. US aircraft bombed the city center, but it barely made a dent in the infected numbers. Even a barrage of artillery fire seemed feeble against the dense throngs of infected. Millions were now rushing between skyscrapers, weaving through streets and alleys, the scene Lin Chen had just observed from a distant rooftop. Within minutes, hundreds of thousands of infected would be upon them. Gu Suping's face turned grim. At this speed and scale, they would be overwhelmed. To the rooftop. Gu Suping commanded his team to force open the security door and rush upward. The horde arrived as predicted, surging through the streets like a raging river. Soon, infected noticed their position. They roared as they poured through the shattered glass door Lin Chen had breached. Other floor-to-ceiling windows cracked under their impact, flooding the space with infected like water. Fortunately, the stairwell entrance was narrow, preventing a large number of infected from entering at once. A dozen Special Forces soldiers remained behind to hold the line, temporarily blocking the horde. This was a towering building over 20 stories high. From its summit, they could see the artillery bombardment spreading outward from the city center. It wouldn't be long before the explosions reached them. Though the fire was aimed at the infected, collateral damage was inevitable. Below, the roaring horde of infected scrambled chaotically along the streets, their numbers swelling into a dense mass. We need to get out of this building fast. Goose Souping and the others began rigging ropes between this building and another tower, preparing to evacuate everyone to the higher structure. The battle armor only possessed intermittent short-range flight capabilities, and the distance between the two buildings exceeded that range. Below, as the infected gathered in greater numbers, the firepower of a dozen people could no longer hold them back. The horde surged in, overwhelming the defenders. A dozen men stayed behind, firing bursts from their weapons to hold the rear. Violent explosions instantly engulfed the advancing infected, collapsing the stairwell. Yet, piling over the debris, more infected quickly climbed up. Lin Feng and his team had already reached the other building. They aimed their guns at the stairwell entrance of the original building. Soon, a dozen people ran out, followed closely by the frantically pursuing infected. Open fire. With the rear guard and suppressive fire, the infected's pursuit slowed considerably. A dozen people slid safely down the ropes. The infected followed closely, but unable to walk the wire, they lost balance and plummeted into the surging horde below, carried away into the distance. Only a few infected remained, their arms dangling limply, blood-streaked. Their faces, gnawed down to bare bone, bore gaping mouths and bulging, blackened eyeballs. Their twisted bodies shuffled along the rooftop edge, snarling at Lin Feng and his group. Bad news, we've lost our communication channel. The team retreated into the building's interior to regroup, ruthlessly eliminating any infected lurking in the hallways. Goose Souping attempted several calls to headquarters but found the signal lost. How is that possible? Even if the California region's signal towers are down, we still have satellite channels. Satellites can't possibly fail, right? Lin Feng frowned as the team rested in a relatively secure office area. Despite piloting battle armor, the physical exertion took its toll, and Lin Feng devoured a compressed biscuit in large bites. This area is under signal jamming. Chapter 86, Lost Contact. What the hell is the US trying to pull? Goose Souping stared at the connection failed message on the battlesuit's internal screen, his anger nearly boiling over. They had come here with good intentions to help, yet now they wanted to keep them trapped here. Let's figure out how to get out first. Lin Feng approached to calm him down. The urgent priority now was to leave Los Angeles immediately. If the US launched relentless bombing raids on the city, they truly risked being buried here. At the White House. The signal jamming wasn't actually CIT's doing. At that moment, the US forces in California suddenly lost contact with the outside world. Fortunately, short-range radio communication still functioned normally. 2 hours after the signal was blocked, Hitler had already established contact with all military units. The infected in Los Angeles had risen in revolt, and the US military forces outside were holding them back with all their might. Watching the growing horde of infected, Hitler's expression darkened. If this continued, they would have no choice but to deploy heavy firepower. But the orders from above were absolutely clear: heavy firepower was forbidden. He could only send men to the outskirts of California to establish contact with headquarters. Until then, they would have to defend their position with all their might. Yet before communications were severed, he had received a crucial order: rescue the international teams. Hitler stared at the tidal wave of infected surging toward them. Could any of the teams possibly survive? He still dispatched a helicopter squad for search and rescue. 20 nations teams. He knew this was a major political event for the United States. News from the US: California signals have been maliciously jammed. Infected in Los Angeles are out of control. The fate of 20 international teams remains unknown. Fusheng accompanied 2 aircraft carriers into the US port, where warships flying flags from every nation lined the entire coastline. Notify all marine units. Prepare for landing. This time, 20 nations stood united on the same front, united by a single purpose: to rescue their own teams. What? Lin Feng and his team are missing. The commander on the other end exploded upon receiving Fu Sheng's report. Lin Feng had done so much for the nation, and the country hadn't even had a chance to repay him. How could they let anything happen to him? The US reports that rebel forces have severed all communication signals in the California region. The US government had designated Bayer, the Speaker of the House, and their associates as rebels, posing a severe threat to American security. Organize a rescue team for Lin Feng immediately. If he doesn't return, don't come back yourself. And tell Shatter this: if Lin Feng isn't rescued, he can expect mechs riding right over the White House. The first speaker hung up in a rage, simultaneously berating himself for rashly agreeing to send Lin Feng to California in the first place. Have the military deploy mechs to the United States. Station 1 at the White House entrance daily until Lin Feng emerges. Los Angeles. There's a signal tower downtown. We can go there. If the tower is operational, we might be able to contact the outside world. Unaware of the external operations, Lin Feng and his group were discussing a viable countermeasure. Most infected had retreated to the outskirts, and with long-range communication now lost, only short-range radio links remained. This severely limited the team's ability to maneuver effectively. He's the one who started this. This trip to the States sure is thrilling. Let's clear the way. Xiaofeng, leader of the 100 Special Forces soldiers, was also the undisputed elite soldier of the Chinese military. Be careful. Gu Suping cut off Lin Feng before he could finish. They did need scouts to clear the way. Sending 100 men charging headlong would only let the infected overwhelm them. Xiaofeng waved him off and led a dozen men downstairs. Peering through the windows, they saw the relentless tide of infected still surging below. Suddenly, an artillery shell landed with pinpoint accuracy in the midst of the horde. A searing explosion erupted, its shockwave shattering the building's windows. Fragments of infected flesh and bone flew through the air, filling the entire floor with a sickening stench. Have Xiaofeng and his men return. We'll head to the rooftop first, where the infected are fewer. Gu Suping frowned at the scene. Though he'd seen his share of intense situations, having a piece of foul-smelling flesh slap against your face was unbearable for anyone. Thankfully, he was clad in his battle armor. The US military had already launched a massive bombardment on the infected horde. Venturing out now risked collateral damage. The rooftop was the safest option. Xiaofeng and the others climbed up, covered in grime. Their silver battle armor was coated in yellow dust, a stark contrast to the dashing silhouettes they'd left behind moments earlier. Lin Feng and his team traversed between skyscrapers using fixed ropes, but the cables had their limits. They came to a halt on another rooftop. They were now 2 kilometers from their previous location. Though fewer infected swarmed below compared to before, their numbers remained substantial. The real fight was about to begin. We're moving out then. Xiaofeng and a dozen Special Forces soldiers opened the rooftop iron gate and descended. Gu Suping and Lin Feng remained on the roof to continue strategizing. We don't know what's happening outside yet, but I'm certain the government has sent people to rescue us. Then why don't we just stay put and wait for rescue? Lin Feng looked at Gu Suping with a puzzled expression. If the government was coming to rescue them, why go to such lengths to reach the city center? No way. You saw the horde of infected. Once they spot you, it's a fight to the death. Staying put means we're practically inviting them to find us. Gu Suping scanned the surrounding rooftops meticulously. While the buildings offered seemingly ideal cover, no one had sought refuge there. Passing each floor, he personally inspected them, discovering bloodstains and shattered staircases on numerous rooftops. This led him to conclude the rooftops might not be as safe as they appeared. I see. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. He hadn't noticed these signs either, and now he understood the need for constant vigilance in dangerous situations. While I may not match your talent, I'd say I've got a knack for navigating the world. Gu Suping remarked with a hint of pride. Ever since Lin Feng entered the tech field, his title as the rising star of China's scientific research community had been usurped. It was a bittersweet realization. There are few infected on the western main road. We can break through from that direction. Xiaofeng and his team charged out of the building, immediately swamped by swarms of infected closing in. While fending off wave after wave of attackers, they scanned their surroundings and quickly cleared a safe path. Clear the infected from the street first. Xiaofeng leapt onto a nearby car roof, his energy particle rifle charging as the infected converged. Chapter 87, Breakthrough. There are too many. The rifle can't charge fast enough. A dozen people stood in pairs on the rooftops, firing their rifles into the gathering horde below. The whizzing of bullets filled the air, but despite being energy weapons, the rifle's charge cycle still required time. Soon, everyone's rifles entered the charging phase. Fix bayonets. Xiaofeng bellowed. Nanotech armor on his arm extended a plasma lightsaber. He leapt into the horde, sweeping his blade to cleave several infected in half at the waist. Everyone gather around me. 6 of you form a circle to fight at the perimeter, and 6 focus on recharging. Hearing the command, the dozen soldiers outside hacked their way through the infected horde. The plasma sword's power was formidable, every swing tore flesh and bone apart. Infected creatures clung to the battle armor, gnawing at it, yet the armor remained undamaged. The group quickly gathered together, tossing their rifles to the 6 inside to begin charging. Though these Special Forces soldiers were skilled, they were overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of infected. One soldier cleaved an infected creature in 2, its organs and intestines clearly visible, though all stained black with blood. Suddenly, an infected creature pounced on him. As he struggled to break free, more infected creatures surged forward, quickly pinning him to the ground. A rotting face with a gaping mouth dripping black blood tore at his faceplate. He tried to struggle free, but the infected had piled up like a small mountain, trapping him. Xiao Wu. Xiaofeng spotted him and swung his sword backward, slicing nearby infected creatures in half at the waist. Yet more infected surged forward, pinning him down and preventing him from breaking free. Captain, I'm not dead yet. Xiao Wu gasped hoarsely, yet managed to pull 2 explosive rounds from his waist. Xiao Wu, don't. 2 of you, go rescue him. 2 men immediately dropped their charging rifles, extended their blades, and charged toward him. Xiao Wu, we're here to save you. Don't accidentally stab your own man. One soldier leapt high, thrusting his blade deep into the infected body clinging to Xiao Wu. Several infected were instantly skewered like meat skewers and flung aside by the soldier. You bastards! Xiao Wu released his finger from the detonator button, forcing his body upward. The infected pile on him slid off as the two men hacked away. With a mighty roar, Xiao Wu thrust upward, sending over a dozen infected off his back flying. You all! Xiao Wu pressed the detonator button and hurled the explosive toward the infected behind them. The blast's shockwave cleared a wide swath through the gathered horde, leaving a trail of flesh and blood in its wake. Xiao Wu himself was caught in the blast's force, knocked to the ground. The two dragged Xiao Wu into the safe zone, filling his position and continuing the slaughter. Rifle charged. Another burst of fire sent the infected numbers visibly plummeting. The American bombers are here. Retreat to the building. Xiaofeng watched the bombers approaching in the distance, the continuous explosions below them echoing in the air. He shouted urgently. Everyone hurried back into the building. The moment they entered, the shells began to fall. Boom! The street was engulfed in the light of explosions. The building's entrance was destroyed by the artillery fire. Shattered debris flew everywhere, the impact immense. Many infected who had followed into the building were struck by the flying rocks, their bodies instantly pitted with craters of varying sizes. Some were hit in the head, their brains splattering instantly, and those brains were black too. This shelling was a huge help. Xiaofeng and his team finished clearing the infected from the building. Looking at the devastated street, they sighed. This round of bombardment had passed, the streets were littered with deep craters blasted by shells. Blood and flesh splattered on the walls had been scorched by the intense heat, filling the air with a nauseating stench. A burst fire hydrant sprayed a rainbow of water through the swirling dust, starkly out of place amidst the corpses strewn across the street. Take a short break. We'll move out again in half an hour. The group used water from the fire hydrant to wash the blackened bloodstains from their bodies, then performed a series of disinfection procedures. Amidst the building filled with flesh and the stench of decay, they ate and drank heartily. Our team is still inside. Why did you bomb it? Fu Sheng grabbed Hitvali by the collar and demanded harshly. 19 other generals from different nations glared at Hitvali with equally grim expressions. Calm down. Though this is hard to believe, it is indeed true. We deeply regret it. Hitvali wrenched free from Fu Sheng's grip and bowed deeply to the 20 generals. The generals' expressions darkened further. Though Hitvali hadn't explicitly stated what had happened, they all understood, the teams from all 20 nations had perished inside. Fu Sheng's expression grew even more complex. He couldn't believe Lin Feng had perished here. Without any signal source, no one could possibly know what had happened inside. Did you conduct a search and rescue operation? Fu Sheng forced himself to steady his heavy heart. If he was alive, they must find him. If dead, they must recover his body. We dispatched helicopters for search and rescue, but they were all shot down by the rebels. Hitvali said helplessly. The rebels were hiding in the California region, making them impossible to apprehend. Any rescue helicopters that approached were shot down, thanks to the Stinger rocket launchers developed by the United States' true helicopter killers. Eradicate the rebels first, then resume the search. Fu Sheng's gaze grew deep and inscrutable, betraying no emotion. Yet the icy chill radiating from him was enough to send shivers down spines. His men knew this was Fu Sheng's true fury. 20 nations' armies launched a joint assault on the rebels led by Bayer and the Speaker. All rebels were to be killed on sight, leaving not a single survivor. The encirclement operation outside the city raged fiercely. Lin Feng and his group advanced steadily, following the path cleared by Xiaofeng and his team. As they moved deeper into the city, the number of infected dwindled, making Xiaofeng's path-clearing efforts increasingly easier. By the time they neared the city center, only a few scattered infected remained on the roads. They were shot in the head before they could react to the sight of Lin Feng's group. The group entered the city hall, where armored vehicles and tanks formed a defensive line. Behind the city hall stood a towering signal tower, specifically designated for use by the Los Angeles city government. The signal tower is damaged. It can be repaired, but we lack the materials. Several men had jumped down from the hundreds of meters tall tower and shook their heads at goose-souping. The materials needed to repair the tower weren't available here, and venturing out to find them would be another dangerous mission. Perhaps I have a solution. Chapter 88, Zhang Luo arrives. Lin Feng surveyed the massive steel framework and a brilliant idea formed in his mind. What idea? Goose-souping pressed urgently. Seeking outside help was the priority now. Make it light up. Lin Feng said with complete seriousness. Light it up? There aren't any neon lights covering the entire thing. How do we light it up? Goose-souping was baffled. This signal tower, exclusively used by the Los Angeles government, didn't even have a warning light, let alone neon lights. How could it be lit up? I have my ways. Lin Feng teased, flashing a sly smile. Inside the Los Angeles City Hall, chaos reigned, though not as gruesome as the carnage outside where flesh and corpses littered the streets. It resembled the disorder of a chaotic evacuation during a viral outbreak. Scattered documents and white papers, overturned wooden tables and chairs. Now we just wait for nightfall. Kyoto. Old One, is Lin Feng okay? Zhang Luo had somehow heard about Lin Feng's trip to California, USA. Friends told her that a viral crisis had erupted there, claiming many lives. Out of humanitarian concern, Huagua had dispatched a rescue team to California, USA. Lin Feng had joined them, but since then, all contact with him had been lost. Rest assured, Lin Feng will be fine. Wang Hong didn't know how to respond. Lin Feng had been missing for days, and the higher-ups were growing increasingly concerned. The intelligence provided unilaterally by the US stated that teams from 20 countries had perished there. But Wang Hong couldn't possibly share that with Jiang Luo. He could only give vague answers, yet Jiang Luo was relentless, insisting on getting a straight answer. Regarding this matter, specific details can only be obtained from the first leader. Wang Hong truly didn't know what else to say, so he brought up the first leader. Jiang Luo couldn't very well go asking the first leader for information, could she? Where is the first leader? I'll go ask. Jiang Luo shed her usual timidity around bigwigs like Wang Hong. Whether it was the aura of a long-time company leader or the desperate longing for her beloved, she now appeared utterly fearless, as if capable of anything. Wang Hong was dumbfounded. He couldn't possibly let her go find the top executive. The top executive was just as anxious as he was, practically ready to fly to California himself to rescue Lin Feng. Lin Feng has been missing for 3 days. Wang Hong said helplessly. Jiang Luo was the one who should have known this news first, but he feared she would worry and act irrationally. Jiang Luo was momentarily overwhelmed by the news. She opened her mouth but no words came out. Hot tears welled up in her eyes, and she struggled to hold them back. Just as Wang Hong was about to comfort her, Jiang Luo abruptly wiped her tears and dashed outside. She was going to rescue Lin Feng, no matter the cost. In the vast Gobi Desert, dozens of massive cavities opened up, and one after another, mechs flew out. The Harmony with Light and Dust, China's 7th Titan-class mecha, stood 96 meters tall. It was the first Titan-class mecha designed with a female form, modeled after an angel, with 6 wings suspended behind it. This mecha had been personally researched and developed by Lin Feng for Jiang Luo. Now, Jiang Luo piloted this mech, followed by hundreds of smaller mechs controlled by Xiaoko, as they flew toward the other side of the ocean. First leader, Wang Hong stared dumbfounded at the satellite surveillance feed. This overwhelming force of mechs was poised to utterly annihilate the United States. Let her go. It's understandable. Ensure her safety at all costs. The first leader glanced over and said indifferently. If he were in her shoes, he'd feel the same with his beloved's fate unknown. He'd lose his appetite, restless day and night, unable to eat, sit still, or sleep. The White House. On the 3rd day since Lin Feng went missing, 3 Titan-class mechs stood guard at the White House gates. Government personnel working there now caught sight of the towering mechs every time they entered or exited. Siate watched the mechs overlooking the grounds through the window, feeling restless himself. If the Huagua team perished inside, he was certain these towering mechs would flatten the White House without hesitation. Mr. President, military satellites have detected hundreds of Chinese mechs en route to the United States. The newly appointed Secretary General, Blanc, stood respectfully behind President Xia, his tone cautious. Rumor had it the previous Secretary General had become political cannon fodder, so he now treaded carefully in his dealings. What? Do they intend to invade the United States? President Chet was startled by the news. Sending a few mechs to stand guard at the White House entrance to intimidate him was one thing, but what were hundreds of them for? Surely they wouldn't all be stationed at the White House entrance. That would turn the place into a mech exhibition hall. Just string up a fence, install a gate, and charge admission. They could make a fortune. President shook his head, dismissing this Eastern business mentality. What on earth were hundreds of mechs coming for? President, should we intercept them? Blank looked at the troubled expression on President's face and spoke softly, his head bowed. Sharing the president's burdens was a primary duty of the Secretary General. Who's going to stop them? You? President shot him an impatient glance. Didn't he see the 3 mechs still standing guard at the entrance? If they could be stopped, would they still be standing there? Let them come. We'll see what they want. Hearing the president's words, Blank gave an awkward smile and withdrew. The president's word was final. This past month had been America's darkest. Having just weathered massive protests against the Shatter Party, a new wave of demonstrations erupted. Warships and troops from 20 nations had docked in American ports, setting foot on American soil. How could the American people, who prided themselves on being the world's strongest nation, accept this? They took to the streets, waving banners reading "Drive out the barbarians, return our ports." They demanded the U.S. military sink the 20 nations' warships and capture their troops, restoring the nation's prestige as the world's foremost power. Yet the American government turned a deaf ear. If the California issue remained unresolved, America might as well abandon its claim to being the world's foremost power and simply declare itself extinct. Meanwhile, a formation of U.S. fighter jets surrounded the mech forces poised to enter American territory. Chinese mechs, state your purpose. State your purpose, or turn back immediately. A direct confrontation was out of the question. Everyone had witnessed the formidable strength of China's mechs. Invulnerable to blades and bullets, they were virtually untouchable. Jiang Luo remained level-headed despite Lin Feng's disappearance. The official Chinese response came through the communication channel. Acting on superior orders, we are here to participate in the California rescue operation. The fighter channel fell silent, seemingly in communication with higher command. After a quarter of an hour, the American soldier's voice slowly echoed. Proceed. Chapter 89, Lighting the Signal Tower. The American side had conceded. As long as China showed no signs of declaring war, the US could only turn a blind eye. After repeated rounds of strategic maneuvering in this minor internal turmoil, America no longer possessed the confidence to challenge China. Zhang Luo piloted her mech unimpeded into California, heading straight for Los Angeles. I am Fu Sheng, Commander-in-Chief of the Navy. Fu Sheng intercepted Zhang Luo just as she prepared to charge into Los Angeles. Entering the city recklessly at this moment would bring no benefit. I need to get in to rescue Lin Feng. Zhang Luo cried out anxiously. Had he not been a fellow Chinese national, she would have charged straight in. I understand, but your mech is too massive. The noise it makes will attract the infected. Going in like this will only create more trouble for Lin Feng. Fu Sheng dissuaded her. He was right, the loud noise would only draw infected from all directions, which would only hinder the rescue of Lin Feng. Then what should I do? Where is Lin Feng? Zhang Luo scrambled down from the mech and rushed to Fu Sheng, her voice filled with urgency. She clung to the belief that Lin Feng was still alive. It was the only thing keeping her going. The rebels intercepted the rescue helicopter. Our top priority now is to eliminate the rebels. Though the rebels were few in number, waging modern warfare in the signal dead zone of California meant they couldn't be wiped out immediately. I'll have the mechs join you in eliminating the rebels. I'm going in to find Lin Feng. Zhang Luo pressed the watch on her wrist. The mechanical timepiece emitted silver-red nanotech armor that enveloped her entire body. Just as she was about to charge in, Fu Sheng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Wait. You won't find Lin Feng now. We need more intelligence. Lin Feng and his team won't just sit there waiting to be killed. Going in like this will only cause him trouble. Zhang Luo halted, turning to gaze intently at the distant, artillery-pounded Los Angeles. Finally, she turned back and walked away. Quickly take her downstairs to rest. Fu Sheng summoned 2 female soldiers to escort Zhang Luo away to rest. Los Angeles City Hall. This marked the 5th day Lin Feng and his team had been stationed here. Lin Feng's original plan was to transmit the electromagnetic pulse along the signal tower. This would cause arcs to form on the tower's iron framework, and the blue glowing arcs would surely be visible to the guards outside. But Lin Feng had underestimated the challenge. Their existing EMP capabilities were insufficient to illuminate the entire tower. Fortunately, his battle armor possessed built-in research functions, and with ample materials available, he could develop a more powerful EMP device right here. Leveraging the convenience of his mech, Lin Feng dismantled the EMP devices from everyone's battle armor and began integrating them. Who knew this thing could still be useful? Xia Feng and the others sat atop a tank blocking the city hall entrance. As elite special forces soldiers, they naturally knew how to operate tanks. The tank at the city hall entrance seemed abandoned, still holding a significant amount of fuel. What do you say? Fancy firing a shot at those bastards? Through the periscope, Xia Feng spotted a few scattered infected wandering aimlessly down the street. Better not. What if the noise attracts all the infected nearby? Gu Suping shook his head. Lin Feng had been tinkering with the equipment for 2 days now, and they were all bored stiff here. City Hall in Los Angeles was practically becoming their old hangout. Just kidding. How about I take a few guys over to have some fun? Xia Feng and his crew occasionally took out the few infected that appeared nearby when bored. After all, letting them get close to City Hall wasn't ideal. Keep it quiet. Gu Suping nodded in agreement. Got it. Sneak into the village, no shooting. Xia Feng donned his battle armor, and he and a few others drew their plasma swords before heading off into the distance. That kid. Gu Suping chuckled. After spending these past few days together, they had become brothers in arms. That's the way it is in the barracks. Fight alongside each other, bleed together, and you become brothers. This thing's pretty neat. Take it apart and bring it inside for me. Lin Feng had emerged unnoticed, walking over to the tank and tapping its outer metal plate. What use is this thing to you? Gu Suping asked in confusion. This thing couldn't possibly be used as an electromagnetic pulse device, could it? It was just a big piece of metal currently. It had no practical use. For a disposable casing. Otherwise, the released energy would be uncontrollable. Lin Feng scanned the tanks. He had to admit, the Americans really knew how to build these things. Alright, I'll bring it inside for you shortly. Gu Suping climbed out, summoned a few men, and they began dismantling the tanks. The plasma lightsaber truly sliced through iron like butter. The hardened tank armor was cut open in mere moments. Holy, you're slicing through this like it's butter. Gu Suping watched Lin Chen wielding the plasma lightsaber with fluid, sweeping motions on the mech's outer shell. To an outsider, it might have looked like a calligraphy master performing a bold stroke. The iron armor was being sliced into shreds. Before long, large chunks of metal were being hauled away into the city hall, allowing Lin Feng's work to proceed. Holy, how did my tank turn into a convertible? Xiaofeng returned from dealing with the wandering infected to find the once imposing tank's hull had vanished. Only the driver's compartment remained intact, mainly because there was little metal left to strip off. Otherwise, they might have salvaged a couple of tracks. Day 7 of the rescue operation. The rebels had been thoroughly dealt with. The ringleader, Bayer, and the Speaker of the Assembly had committed suicide out of fear of punishment, finally allowing the rescue operation to proceed. Night fell silently. From beyond the stars, the United States appeared perpetually illuminated except for one area devoid of light. It wasn't desert or mountain range, but California. Finally finished. Lin Feng stretched, the satisfying crackle of his bones sending a wave of relief through him. He'd spent 4 days researching this electromagnetic pulse device, and it was finally complete. The main issue was that this wasn't a lab, and he'd been working alone, otherwise, he could have finished it in a single day. Can this thing really light up that tower? Gu Suping stared at the massive yellow iron lump tank armor, over 6 feet tall with only 2 long chains in front and a button on the back. The rest was shrouded in metal, revealing nothing else. Go tie the chains to the signal tower. Gu Suping and Lin Chen secured the chains to the tower's 2 legs. As soon as they returned, Lin Feng pressed the button. A powerful current surged through the chains, instantly enveloping the tower hundreds of meters high. Blue glowing arcs of electricity flowed through the tower's metal framework, standing out starkly in the city shrouded in complete darkness. Look! A signal tower lit up over there. Chapter 90, Departure. The arcs crackled against the metal framework, casting flickering light upon the group. Light in the darkness always offered hope, and Lin Feng and the others firmly believed someone would notice them. Let's head to the rooftop. The device is unstable and might explode. The rooftop of City Hall served as a vast helipad. Scattered corpses of infected lay strewn about, pools of black blood still wet on the ground. A faint, metallic stench permeated the air, penetrating even through the breathing systems of their battle armor. After so many days, Lin Feng had grown accustomed to the smell. For a fleeting moment, it felt as though he truly was in the midst of the apocalypse. The roar of engines grew louder as 3 helicopters sliced through the darkness. Ground team, report your status. The familiar voice came through the communication channel. It was someone from China. This is Lin Feng. No casualties. Squad intact. Lin Feng. We found him. They're alive. An excited voice crackled over the radio, as if delivering tremendous news. The helicopters descended slowly. As the cabin door slid open, Lin Feng was about to step forward when a figure leaped down from above, sprinting toward her and pulling her into a tight embrace. Lin Feng, you scared the life out of me. Her voice seemed to come from afar yet exploded beside his ear. Her slender arms clung tightly to his back, expressing both the joy of a lost treasure found and the delight of a long-awaited reunion. In this city reeking of decay, Jiang Luo's natural scent felt especially sweet. I'm back. Lin Feng had never known what it felt like to lose contact with the most important person in his life for 7 days. Perhaps it was panic and confusion, or perhaps it was sleepless nights. Lin Feng bent down, his lips pressing tightly against hers. His scorching breath filled Jiang Luo's mouth. Though it felt hot, it was like a powerful sedative, instantly calming her exhausted spirit. Her ears seemed deaf to all sound, as if the world had fallen into utter silence. Ahem, you can breathe now. Gu Suping addressed the crowd holding their breath in rapt attention. Only then did they exhale long sighs of relief. Most were rough-and-tumble men, none having ever witnessed such a scene. They now watched intently, absorbing every detail. Jiang Luo, realizing others were watching, buried her face in Lin Feng's neck and let out a soft whimper. Lin Feng stared at the crowd speechless, his embarrassment doubling. Kissing so openly in public, as if no one else existed, the thought alone was mortifying. Disperse, disperse. Nothing to see here. Gu Suping, the organizer, led the group onto the helicopter, giving Lin Feng a thumbs up as he boarded. 3 helicopters couldn't possibly carry over 100 people, so 2 additional transport helicopters were dispatched to evacuate the rest. The city lay shrouded in darkness, yet its outskirts still echoed with relentless artillery fire. Through the windows, they could see hordes of infected held back by military bombardment within the city walls. Explosions lit up the sky like fireworks, scattering flames everywhere. Dense clusters of infected were blown to pieces, their bodies scattered across the ground. Ruined buildings and cars burned red hot were scattered everywhere. Did you bring your entire arsenal here? Staring at the 100+ mechs standing in the wilderness, Lin Feng looked at Jiang Luo speechless, yet a flicker of joy touched his heart. His girl truly cared about him. You brought the Forerunners too? Perfect timing. Nice work. Lin Feng ruffled Jiang Luo's hair, lifting her thin fringe to leave a light kiss. Caught off guard, Jiang Luo flushed bright red, silently cursing Lin Feng's irreverence while her eyes overflowed with affection. The virus cannot be taken out of California. If it gets out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. Generals from all nations unanimously decided that virus research would remain confined within California. Anyone attempting to remove the virus from California would be deemed a threat to global security, granting 20 nations the right to take punitive action. Inside the Forerunner, the original pilot's rest compartment within the mech had been converted into a laboratory, equipped with all manner of advanced devices. However, the space remained somewhat cramped, suitable only for small-scale experiments. Within the small isolation chamber sat a circular vessel containing a pool of black blood. Through the glass, the dark liquid rippled faintly. Unlike normal blood flow, it seemed to breathe. Lin Feng manipulated the robotic arm to dip silver tweezers into the blood, placing a sample under the electron microscope. Darkness met his eyes at first, but as magnification increased, he clearly saw red blood cells transformed into jet black. Tiny organisms flowed between them, linear microorganisms, entirely black, swimming amidst the sea of dark cells. Continuing to zoom in, Lin Feng discovered these black microorganisms were also present inside the cells, filling them completely. It turned out the cells weren't inherently black, rather, the viral organisms had saturated the cellular interior, causing the cells to appear black. What kind of organism is this? Since it was a microorganism, biologists might recognize it. Lin Feng couldn't immediately recall its name, so he sent images of the organism back to China while simultaneously initiating decontamination procedures. Lin Feng first attempted decontamination using extreme temperatures. The results showed this organism could withstand heat up to around 60 degrees Celsius and cold down to about -50 degrees Celsius. Thermal decontamination was impossible. Such temperatures would kill humans first. Lin Feng extracted the dead viral organism to attempt vaccine development. Vaccine production required time, so research temporarily halted. After over 2 hours of work in the lab, he was just about to step outside for some fresh air. By the way, how are the teams from other countries doing? Lin Feng asked Gu Suping as he stood on the platform extending from the mech's head, gazing out. Unfortunately, the view wasn't a cityscape aglow with lights. Instead, endless artillery fire rained down without cease, seemingly never-ending. Apart from us, most of the other countries' teams haven't been found. Those who were found have been infected. Gu Suping produced a bottle of beer from somewhere, taking a deep swig as if it could sober him up. What about the Big Bear Nation? Lin Feng asked urgently. Gu Suping shot him a complicated look. He knew exactly who Lin Feng was referring to, but the Big Bear Nation team was infected. During a bombing run, someone spotted them among the infected on the outskirts. Not a single one survived. Not even their bodies remained. Gu Suping handed the bottle to Lin Feng, patted his shoulder, and walked back. Killing enemies wasn't witnessing death, only the deaths of loved ones truly were. Chapter 91, Studying the Virus. As for Torlev, he was the type to jump right into conversations. I never really liked that trait of his either. But why did it feel a little painful? Lin Feng couldn't quite pinpoint it. He downed the beer Gu Suping had left him in one gulp. Perhaps he'd been tipsy all along, for now he felt a faint buzz, a slight dizziness. Normally, this amount of beer was no different from water to him. Why was he drunk now? Staggering back to the lab, Lin Feng collapsed onto the fold-out cot where Jiang Luo lay fast asleep. Oblivious to her presence, he slumped down and soon drifted into a deep slumber himself. Dawn. Ha! What was this sensation? Soft. Lin Feng shot awake instantly. He scrambled upright to find Jiang Luo beneath him, her face flushed crimson. She half covered her face with the blanket, the blush spreading to her eyes, looking utterly vulnerable. Get off me! Jiang Luo's voice trembled slightly, her rapid breathing still unsteady. If Lin Feng had managed to hold on to his sanity moments ago, this single command was the fatal blow that shattered his defenses. Lin Feng pulled back the corner of the quilt Jiang Luo had clutched, closing his still drowsy eyes. The last remnants of his restraint teetered on collapse. He seized Jiang Luo's wrist, interlocking their fingers tightly. Lin Feng retained a sliver of sanity and stopped short of going all the way. Clutching his waist, he sat back down. Jiang Luo had just circled her lips around that spot, and the sensation brought him back to his senses. Full of vitality, aren't you? Lin Feng regarded Jiang Luo with a hint of a knowing smile. Vast swaths of pale skin were exposed to the air, her form-fitting short top accentuating her curvaceous figure. The flush on her cheeks hadn't yet faded, making her look endearingly vulnerable. Is it that full? Jiang Luo walked over and smacked Lin Feng on the back of the head. HP 1. Not quite. Lin Feng clutched his head, pouting. Jiang Luo looked frail, but that slap packed a serious punch. You dare say it's not enough? Lin Feng walked out, still clutching his head. The rising sun hung over the distant skyscrapers engulfed in artillery fire. Recent research had revealed that the infected harbored a fear of high temperatures. The US military had established a perimeter of raging flames around the city, successfully trapping the restless infected within. What awaited them now was a slaughter. The blood was black, and it didn't look all that terrifying. If you had the right mindset, you might even think it was a game. A video feed came through. Lin Feng, based on the data you sent about the viral organism, we've identified several similar creatures here. They all exhibit one trait of that viral organism, but we can't confirm if they're the same species. Zhang Xinli, dressed in lab attire, meticulously compared several images. One is the double disc fluke, a parasitic organism belonging to the genus Heterodina in the family Dipodidae. Its known hosts are limited to snails and birds, so it should be ruled out. Yet its behavior mirrors that of the viral organism. If I recall correctly, infected individuals also harbored this viral organism in their eyeballs. That's correct. Lin Feng nodded. Comprehensive research indicated that viral organisms were ubiquitous within various cells, sustaining their respective activities. The eyeball was almost entirely composed of such organisms. Compared to these organisms, the double disc fluke is significantly larger in size, yet its behavior closely resembles that of the double disc fluke. Therefore, it hasn't been ruled out. Zheng Xinli set down one image and picked up another as he continued. This is the multimuscular colorful larva fluke, a flatworm belonging to the Trematoda phylum, with sparrows as its host. Similar to the double suction cup fluke, it is much larger in size, but due to its behavioral characteristics, it has not been excluded. Another is Toxoplasma gondii, belonging to the genus Toxoplasma within the family Opisthogastri. It widely parasitizes human and various animal nucleated cells. This shares extreme similarity in size and host cells with the viral organism, yet it cannot control the human body. Zhang Xinli set down the photograph and fell into deep contemplation. Neither organism could possess all the characteristics of the viral entity, yet. A sudden flash of insight crossed his eyes, as if he had grasped something. But that couldn't be possible. Still, he voiced his thought to Lin Feng. Could this viral organism be a fusion of these three species? But how could they reproduce across species barriers? After speaking, Zheng Xinli fell silent once more, lost in thought. Oh, and the toxin secreted by fireflies can kill the double suction cup parasite. You should try that. Alright, old Zhang. Thank you for your help. Lin Feng pondered Zhang Xinli's words. If it truly was a composite of these three organisms, how had it been cultivated? As Zhang Xinli suggested, if it was cross-species, how had it reproduced? Just ask. The US must know how this viral organism was created. Lin Feng first obtained the toxin secreted by fireflies and injected it into the bloodstream. He closely observed the screen. As the firefly toxin dripped in, the viral organism's movements suddenly slowed. As the toxin spread, more and more viral organisms were affected, their activity rates drastically decreasing. Some even became completely motionless, though the toxin did not kill them. Lin Feng had Xia Feng and the others capture an infected individual. Bound by the ankles and wrists in an open area, the infected screamed loudly. Within a 10-meter radius, soldiers from various nations gathered to observe. For safety, Lin Feng approached wearing his battle armor. As he drew near, the infected individual became frantic, snarling furiously at Lin Feng and struggling violently, twisting his body on the ground. Yet the ropes binding him were too tight, the infected person couldn't break free. Lin Feng signaled Xia Feng and the others to restrain the infected individual, preventing any movement. Only then did he inject the firefly toxin into it. After about a minute, the infected being's screams grew fainter, its body twitched less frequently, and eventually, it lay completely still, its pitch-black eyes fixed on Lin Feng. The first time Lin Feng had seen the infected's pitch-black eyes, they had felt like an abyss. Now, knowing the truth, he saw only countless worms writhing within them, sending a chill down his spine. Lin Feng untied the ropes binding the infected. Lin Chen, rifle at the ready, nervously aimed at its head. Should it show any sign of movement, he would fire immediately. As Lin Feng had anticipated, the infected remained motionless after being freed, lying flat on the ground as if dead. Has the vaccine been developed? Gu Suping approached and asked. No. The vaccine can only be developed after the US president gives the go-ahead. Chapter 92, Incitement. The president is in the conference room. Please wait a moment. Outside the White House, a mech flew overhead the silver-white Forerunner. After Lin Feng emerged, the 7 mechs that had been stationed here departed one after another, and now another had arrived. But this was nothing unusual for the White House staff. They were accustomed to seeing mechs, and this silver-white one was relatively smaller compared to the previous ones. Lin Feng and his group disembarked from the mech. White House personnel, already aware of their purpose, had Brown leading them into a lounge to wait briefly. President, they're here. Blank knocked on the office door and hurried inside to report. Let's meet them. President Shet closed the file in his hands. He had enjoyed a rare good night's sleep last night. The situation in California had finally stabilized, and now nations were intensely researching the virus serum. The sound of footsteps, neither light nor heavy, echoed outside the cedar door. Lin Feng was savoring the White House's signature coffee when the door opened. President Shet, slightly overweight in his blue suit, entered alongside Blank. Oh, Mr. Lin Feng, it's a pleasure to meet you, China's great genius. President Shet quickened his pace to reach Lin Feng's side, and the two shook hands in a gesture of goodwill. Mr. President, it's a pleasure to meet you. Lin Feng responded politely, though he must admit, President Shet had an air about him that made it hard to dislike him. Thanks to your assistance this time, who knows what chaos might have ensued otherwise. President Zayat felt a sense of immense relief. He was genuinely grateful for Lin Feng's assistance. It was the only effective help received thus far. Mr. President, your ability to remain composed in crisis and prioritize the greater good is truly commendable. The two exchanged a few pleasantries, though both understood this meeting was about far more than small talk. Mr. President, I hope to enlist your support for the research into the virus serum. Lin Feng got straight to the point. With a glance, he signaled Goose Souping and the others to leave the lounge. President Chet waved his hand, and his entourage, including Brown, also withdrew. The once crowded lounge suddenly felt spacious. What exactly does Mr. Lin Feng require of me? President Chet softened his expression, his tone gentle. I need access to the virus's research data. How was it developed? I trust you've preserved detailed records. Regarding President Xia, the first had informed him of certain circumstances. Had it not been for this incident, his application to join the party might have been submitted. Yet, perhaps by divine decree, President Xia was destined to remain unconnected to China. Well, President Chet fell silent. The virus data certainly existed, but it fell outside his purview. He lacked the clearance to access it. The virus data is stored at Area 51. I lack the clearance to access it, and the head of Area 51 and I don't exactly get along. President Chet expressed his helplessness. When he was removed from office, the head of Area 51 had played a significant role. You're the President of the United States. How dare anyone refuse you? Lin Feng was stunned. The head of Area 51 dared to disregard the president's authority? How audacious. The presidency isn't omnipotent. The House of Representatives and the Supreme Court maintain checks and balances. While I have the authority to make decisions, they possess the power to overturn them. The head of Area 51 is a member of the House. To compel his compliance, I'd need the approval of half the House members. President shook his head. That's how the nation's system works. No single individual holds absolute power. Mutual checks and balances among top-level officials are the key to maintaining stability. I see. Lin Feng fell deep in thought. To obtain the information, he must ensure President Chet's order held weight. Only with the approval of half the House members could the order take effect. Perhaps he had a solution. Does anyone know how many supporters the speaker has? Lin Feng's eyes flickered as he spoke. President Zayat had been thoroughly tormented by the House members, inevitably harboring resentment. This approach could work. This approach would be a devastating blow to the House of Representatives and a significant setback for the tripartite system of the United States. President Chet understood exactly what Lin Feng meant, imposing fabricated charges on political opponents to strip them of power. Yet this approach carried a flaw. The House would become nothing more than the president's puppet. Mr. Shatter, you dislike feeling constrained yourself, don't you? Besides, millions in California await rescue. Could you truly stand by and watch those millions perish? The lives of millions gave President Shatter the resolve. His actions were entirely for the sake of California's millions, absolutely not for personal power. He believed the House members would understand. This matter may take some time. I will handle it as quickly as possible within a week. President Shatter rose to his feet. The outcome of this discussion was clear, and there was little more to say. After all, the two of them weren't exactly close friends. Then I shall await your good news, Mr. President. Lin Feng shook hands with President Chet before leaving the conference room. Ultimately, I must consider what's best for the United States. After all, the people have placed such trust in me. President Chet murmured to himself as he watched Lin Feng's retreating figure, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. For now, however, his immediate task was to purge the House of Representatives of his hostile opponents. Blank, issue an order. The individuals on this list have violated federal regulations and colluded with Bayer and his ilk. Arrest them immediately. President Chet returned to the conference room without delay, compiling a list of House members who opposed him and issuing the arrest warrants. Mr. President, this. Blank stared at the list in his hands, stunned. Arresting so many lawmakers would surely send the United States into an uproar. They're all intelligent people. They'll understand the necessity of this. If they don't, then let God help them understand. A long-absent coldness settled over President Chet's face, his eyes brimming with ferocity. He resembled a predator fixated on its prey in the dead of night, chilling and terrifying. Blank, startled by that gaze, said no more and hurried away to issue the orders. That night, the United States was thrown into chaos. Numerous lawmakers were arrested in their sleep, while others attending cocktail parties were seized by military personnel who stormed in and handcuffed them. Chapter 93: The Origin of the Virus. Area 51 was located in a remote region. President Chet had intended to arrest its commander as well, but the commander possessed advanced weaponry and significant military authority, making the arrest exceedingly difficult. Moreover, many lawmakers commanded their own military units, large and small. These individuals were key targets for arrest and the most difficult to apprehend. Inside a certain mansion. Have you heard? The president is arresting lawmakers who oppose him. Seems he couldn't wait any longer. Pete swirled his red wineglass. He was one of the many legislators and among the most powerful. Everyone who met him showed him deference, though he remained cautious in his alliances. Presidents had come and gone, yet he remained a legislator. Before presidential elections, those handpicked to select the president would come courting his favor. His life was far more comfortable than the president's. Ha! He underestimates us. Does he really think we're just ordinary council members? Rove laughed heartily, downing the last dregs of red wine in his glass before flopping back onto the sofa with a satisfied sigh. Whether you're ordinary lawmakers or not, I don't know. But I think it's time you came with us. Siete stormed into the mansion with his men, dozens of black muzzles instantly trained on them. Both sides froze in a tense standoff. President Xia, trespassing is illegal. Surely you, as president, know that? With all pretense long discarded, there was no room for pleasantries between them. Mr. Pett and Mr. Rove, you are suspected of violating federal security laws and causing the deaths of millions in California. Here are the arrest warrants. We won't bother chasing you, come down yourselves. President produced the arrest warrant. The bodyguards had no rebuttal. An arrest warrant held more weight than anything else. They silently lowered their weapons and watched as their boss was taken into custody. Damn it! What the speaker did has nothing to do with me. These charges are baseless. Let me go. But no matter how much he shouted, it couldn't change the outcome. President Shade had issued the arrest warrant only after thorough preparation. 7 days later, President Zayat indeed produced the virus organism data, though it appeared to be merely a record report. All other related materials seemed destroyed. Lin Feng began examining it immediately. Double-disc tapeworm, unclassified genus. Research outcome from Lab 5, the first human-created microbial fusion organism, cultivated from double-disc tapeworm and steel ground toxicora. Specific experimental steps. Steel ground toxicora was placed in a nutrient-depleted culture chamber and left undisturbed. Double-disc flukes were then introduced. During the initial experiment, most steel ground toxicora perished, failing to parasitize the flukes due to behavioral incompatibility. After repeating the procedure, the 321st experiment yielded steel ground toxicora fully capable of parasitizing the double-plate fluke. We designated this strain as the novel steel ground toxicora and proceeded with interspecies breeding. 80% of the steel ground toxicora perished, forcing us to recultivate the novel strain. After countless breeding trials, we finally obtained this new species, which we named the double-disc toxicora. It fully inherited the characteristics of both the double-disc fluke and the steel ground toxicora, while also developing a new trait, asexual reproduction through fission. This ability was entirely absent in both the original double-disc fluke and steel ground toxicora. We were astonished by this, though it seemed to possess no other distinguishing traits. Just when we thought that was all, a reckless individual touched the double-plate toxoplasma in the culture tank. A small cut on his finger allowed the parasites to burrow inside him, where they began multiplying. He transformed into a terrifying creature, bellowing at us. When someone approached to investigate, he bit through their arm, quickly turning them into his likeness. Only then did we realize the monstrous creature we had created. Chaos erupted in the lab, but fortunately, soldiers stormed in and subdued them. How could such a terrifying monster exist in the world? We prepared to destroy it, but discovered part of the cultivated tapeworms were missing. We searched the entire base without finding them, and the matter was eventually dropped. We briefly studied its properties. Firefly toxin could induce hypnosis. For reasons unknown, we never developed an antidote. Later, an incident occurred in Florence, and we realized someone had smuggled the double-disc tapeworms out. We reported this to higher-ups, but it was dismissed. Subsequently, we resumed work on developing the serum. However, there was simply no viable method to kill them within a human host. After over 50 deaths, we were forced to halt this work. It was utterly impossible. The report's entries are fragmented, yet span such a vast span of time they appear pieced together. This report is a compilation of several reports. This is all the material we could locate. Blank stated from the other end. The destruction occurred too long ago to be restored. Are any of the recorded experimenters still alive? Lin Feng pressed, hoping to find another breakthrough. He had attempted to use the double-disc bow-shaped fluke as a vaccine, but it failed completely, utterly ineffective, not even as potent as firefly toxin. I'll look into it. Blank, quick-witted, immediately grasped Lin Feng's intent and set off to investigate. Shortly after, Blank's phone rang. Mr. Lin Feng, we've sent the person to your location. They should arrive shortly. Lin Feng had barely hung up when several helicopters flew in. Soldiers helped an elderly man, who walked with a noticeable tremor, down from one of them. It's Wigan. Gu Suping remarked, pointing to the elderly man nearby. Noticing Lin Feng's puzzled expression, he added. You might not recognize the name Wilkinson, but he's a titan in the philosophy world. There's a saying, to delve into the deepest philosophy, one must first climb the mountain that is Wilkinson. That shows his stature in the field. I hear he didn't study philosophy in his youth, he switched paths later in life. After Gu Suping finished speaking, Lin Feng gazed thoughtfully at Wilkinson, lost in contemplation. He worried whether this man, who appeared to be in his 70s or 80s, could possibly remember events from the early 2000s after all, that was over 20 years ago. Mr. Wilkinson, hello. Putting aside his doubts, Lin Feng stepped forward to greet him. He noticed that Wilkinson's trembling wasn't due to poor mobility but seemed more like fear. His eyes darted around constantly, as if on high alert for something. Chapter 94, New Discovery. Mr. Wilkinson, I'm Lin Feng. Lin Feng walked beside Wilkinson, studying the elderly man whose vigilance wasn't directed at them, but seemed focused on some unknown threat. Without meeting Lin Feng's gaze, Wilkinson scanned the surroundings intently. Rows of patrolling soldiers, tanks, and armored vehicles guarding the perimeter, helicopters circling vigilantly overhead. The camp appeared exceptionally secure. Yet Wilkinson still seemed uneasy. Finally fixing his eyes on Lin Feng, he asked in a low, raspy voice. Those things won't come, will they? Lin Feng smiled at the question. It seemed Wigan knew. Rest assured, Mr. Wilkinson. This is the safest place in California. They can't get in. Lin Feng wasn't joking. With 20 nations' armies stationed here, the patrols alone numbered over 10,000. Within 50 miles, soldiers armed to the teeth were everywhere, while even further out, units with heavier firepower maintained their positions. It was virtually impenetrable. Wiggins relaxed slightly at the reassurance, though his body still trembled uncontrollably. His fear was palpable. Lin Feng escorted Wiggins into the military compound. As Blunk had mentioned, Wiggins was the sole surviving participant of the experiment. If he couldn't provide actionable intelligence, there was little else they could do. Mr. Wiggin, can you tell us about this virus? Lin Feng pressed urgently. This matter had dragged on far too long. He didn't know if the virus might have irreversible effects. Millions of lives now depended on them. It was a horrific experiment. Wiggins sighed, his mind drifting back to those long-buried memories. The image of that test subject, his stomach torn open by the creature, seemed to reappear before his eyes. The purpose of this experiment was to study human manipulation. We never knew who ordered it. Any research harmful to humans was strictly forbidden at the time. Nor did we understand why such research was pursued. But back then, we had no choice but to obey orders and proceed with the experiment. Initially, the research wasn't focused on microorganisms. Instead, we implanted chips into human brains to achieve control. But the brain structure is incredibly complex. We had no idea where to begin. We conducted countless experiments, yet found no breakthrough. Then that madman Stephen proposed using microorganisms to manipulate the human body. But such experiments only allowed the microbes to control the host. We had no means to operate them. We studied hundreds of microorganisms before finally developing the double-disc tapeworm. Originally incapable of parasitizing humans, Stephen, that madman, relentlessly used human subjects in his experiments. This forced the tapeworms to rely solely on human hosts for sustenance. Ultimately, the double-disc tapeworm successfully parasitized humans. Stephen himself died instantly after touching them. Wiggin mentioned the human experiments only briefly, but Lin Feng sensed the sheer madness and utter depravity behind them. People were strapped alive to lab tables, sealed within glass chambers, then exposed to the double-disc tapeworms. Neither organism possessed nutrients. Survival depended solely on consuming the other. Yet the human was immobilized, destined only to become sustenance for the tapeworms. Later, fearing potential virus leaks and to aid infected individuals at the base, we began developing an anti-serum. Conventional vaccine methods proved utterly ineffective against the terrifyingly resilient double-disc tapeworms. Only extreme measures could eliminate them while preserving human life. Eventually, we discovered toxins secreted by fireflies that suppressed the parasite's activity. The parasites completely replaced the body's cellular structure. Once they're killed, there's no possibility of saving the human host. So you're saying these millions of people are already dead? Lin Feng struggled to believe it. This was far more terrifying than any plague, utterly untreatable. Millions of lives were declared lost in just a few perfunctory sentences. Not even war could be this cruel. Yes. Once infected for over 2 hours, there's no chance of recovery. They multiply extremely rapidly within the human body. There was one case where we injected firefly toxin into someone infected for less than an hour. Fortunately, he wasn't infected, but some double-disc tapeworms had already taken root in his body. They couldn't be expelled, and he needed regular injections of firefly toxin to keep the virus dormant. He never showed symptoms of infection afterward, but the massive doses of toxin damaged his body. He only lived for a year and 2 months. Lin Feng fell deep in thought. If that were the case, there would be no need to research an antiserum. They could simply exterminate them all. But that wasn't an option. What if such a virus emerged again in the future? That would be problematic. Yet firefly toxin wasn't a long-term solution either. Mr. Lin Feng, I'm sorry I couldn't help you, but I think I need to leave. Wilkinson looked at Lin Feng with a hint of regret, but he had no desire to linger in this dreadful place. He feared those creatures might break in, pounce on him, gnaw at his cheeks, and rip out his intestines. Lin Feng waved his hand without speaking, signaling his departure. After all this effort, had he gained nothing? It was noon, and Lin Feng felt pangs of hunger. He grabbed a meal from Xia Feng's group, eating as he walked. After a short distance, he reached the area where the infected were held. The infected had regained consciousness but were restrained, hands and feet pinned to chairs. Spotting Lin Feng, they began their professional howling, looking exceptionally vicious. What? You hungry too? Lin Feng devoured the food on his plate, completely unfazed by the raging infected individual before him. He tossed a piece of vegetable over. The infected suddenly stopped roaring and began trembling violently, as if trying to escape something. Lin Feng noticed this immediately. The vegetable leaf he tossed landed precisely on the infected man's darkened neck. The man twisted his neck relentlessly, trying to shake off the leaf, but to no avail. Lin Feng watched closely. After a moment, the infected man's neck began to deflate, like a balloon losing air. Ha? OCD? Lin Feng didn't think so, of course. It could only mean there was something wrong with that particular leaf. He picked up a few more leaves and tossed them onto the infected person's body, carefully observing the changes. Chapter 95, The Curtain Falls. The skin where the leaves touched quickly withered and shriveled, mirroring the neck's earlier state. Yet a few patches remained unchanged. Seems it's not about being squeamish. So what made these leaves different? They were just ordinary lettuce leaves. Could it be that he disliked eating greens? Lin Feng, what are you doing here? Gu Suping, unable to find Lin Feng elsewhere, came over and immediately spotted him holding a tray and doing something to an infected individual. The infected body visibly trembled. Had it been anything else, Gu Suping would have been tempted to make some connection, but with this zombie-like creature? Sorry, he really couldn't think of anything. He stepped closer and saw several vegetable leaves stuck to the infected person's body, the areas where they adhered visibly shriveled and dried out. Is this guy a neat freak? Gu Suping approached Lin Feng and remarked. I disagree. I think it just doesn't like eating greens. Lin Feng replied earnestly. He then carefully removed the vegetable leaves from the infected person, grouping the shriveled ones together and separating the unaffected ones. He began scrutinizing the differences between the lettuce leaves. Gu Suping wisely kept his distance. Soon, Lin Feng discovered that the wilted leaves had traces of minced garlic clinging to them, while the unaffected leaves were clean. Allicin possesses antibacterial properties. Could these viruses be repelled by garlic? Lin Feng hesitated to jump to conclusions. He carefully picked the garlic bits off the leaves with chopsticks and dabbed them onto an infected person's skin. Almost immediately, the skin dried out and shriveled. The result was clear: garlic had a remarkable effect on the double-disc tapeworm. Have someone extract some allicin and bring it over. Gu Suping nodded and immediately left. Fresh garlic does not contain allicin, it only contains alliin. When garlic is cut or crushed, its endogenous enzyme, alliinase, is activated. This enzyme catalyzes the breakdown of alliin into allicin. Allicin was delivered quickly. Lin Feng first sprinkled it onto the infected person's skin. Visibly, the infected person shriveled at a visible speed, soon reduced to skin and bones, looking as if they had been dead for many years. I was planning to inject it too, but it couldn't hold out? Lin Feng set aside a substantial amount of allicin and began manipulating the robotic arm to extract tissue samples from the corpse for examination. Under the microscope's increasing magnification, he clearly observed the cellular state. Every cell had shriveled, and all viral organisms within had vanished, completely eradicated and expelled by the allicin. What do you think? Gu Suping observed Lin Feng's expression, noticing the gloom between his brows had dissipated, replaced by an indescribable sense of relief. It was clear the allicin extract was effective. Notify the American side. Infuse the garlic extract into water and douse the infected individuals with it. These people cannot be saved. Let them mourn their loss. Lin Feng rose and stepped outside. A heavy weight had finally lifted from his chest, and he felt considerably more at ease now. Let's go back. Our work here is done. There's nothing more for us to do. Upon learning that Lin Feng's team had developed an anti-disease serum, the American side hurriedly followed his method. However, when they realized that the lives of these millions could not be saved, their hearts were filled with heavy sorrow. Not only theirs, but the hearts of people in every nation were weighed down. America, a nation of immigrants, had compatriots among those millions. Helicopters buzzed over cities, each dangling a massive water tank beneath them. When they hovered above infected individuals, they unleashed the water. Drenched in the garlic-infused solution, the infected howled and scrambled to escape, but escape was impossible. They collapsed, writhing, and soon became shriveled corpses. With most infected dealt with, the U.S. military began entering cities for systematic cleanup. Upon encountering infected hiding in rooms, they sprayed them with high-pressure garlic-infused water cannons, leaving behind waterlogged, shriveled corpses. Cleaning such vast cities took time, but for Lin Feng and his team, it was no longer their concern. They followed the Chinese military back to port. Mechs flew overhead as the aircraft carrier sailed, while Lin Feng and his companions stood below, taking in the vastness and depth of the ocean. Finally back. Stepping onto his long-missed homeland, Lin Feng felt a wave of emotion. He hadn't told his parents about his trip to the United States, otherwise, this week of being out of contact would have probably driven them crazy with worry. Exams are coming up soon. How's your preparation going? Lin Feng turned to look at Zhang Luo beside him, then suddenly remembered that finals were approaching. He couldn't help but sigh. Not having to go to school was truly blissful. Should be fine, I guess. Zhang Luo thought carefully about the semester. Aside from spending time at Lin Feng's company, she realized she hadn't been to school much at all. Then you should be fine. After all, you just became an executive director during your internship. I bet your professors don't even know how to grade you. You're exaggerating. It's common for interns to be managers. Besides, I only got the position through connections. I'll probably lose a lot of points. While connections might land you a decent position, it won't earn you any points on your internship report. It'll likely be the main reason for deductions. Then why did you take it? Didn't you practically beg me to come? Zhang Luo puffed out her cheeks, looking rather adorable. When did I ever say that? Lin Feng thought Zhang Luo was making things up out of thin air. Oh, come on. You don't even remember that? Do you love me or not? I think I should remember that. Lin Feng threw up his hands in surrender. Women really were creatures who argued fiercely even when they were in the wrong. As a manly man, Lin Feng refused to nitpick with a little woman. Lin Feng, the first seat wishes to see you. After landing, the first secretary suddenly requested an audience. Lin Feng had no choice but to part ways with Zhang Luo. Actually, it's not me who wants to see you, it's President Siete. I'm just tagging along. The chief pointed to a computer screen in front of them, where President Siete's slightly plump face appeared. Mr. Lin Feng, thank you for your assistance this time. I intended to express my gratitude personally, but you departed too swiftly. By the time word reached us below, you had already arrived in China. I don't know what Mr. Lin Feng might lack, but if it's acceptable, please accept this green card. After speaking, Shatter looked at Lin Feng expectantly. But before Lin Feng could respond, the first man interjected. I advise you to give up on that idea. Lin Feng is a citizen of China. He won't accept your American green card. Besides, he's been out of contact for 7 days. Do you really think he holds any goodwill toward your country? Chapter 96, The Moon Landing Project. That may be true, but there are no permanent enemies, right? President Shet on the other end of the video link smiled indifferently. He believed his words were perfectly reasonable, even casually incorporating a Chinese proverb. As your Chinese saying goes, the world bustles with those pursuing profit, the world throngs with those seeking gain. Where shared interests exist, there are no inherent enemies. I didn't expect President Siete to be so well versed in our Chinese culture. But have you heard the other saying? Lin Feng responded with an ambiguous smile, choosing not to address President Zayat's question directly. Oh? What is it? President Zayat grew genuinely curious. After all, the logic of mutual benefit was undeniable. Those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. Perhaps we could be friends for mutual benefit, but there was no guarantee of such benefit forever. What if he couldn't create value? Lin Feng didn't believe he could live comfortably in the United States. In China, even if you had no value, you were still a Chinese citizen. Those who contributed to the nation would never be let down by China. I've heard that saying before. So it seems Mr. Lin Feng disagrees with this matter? President Xie nodded thoughtfully. He had studied Chinese culture extensively and was well versed in its famous sayings and adages, grasping their meaning. I never intended to agree. I can only be a Chinese person. Lin Feng stated, and the leader beside him nodded with satisfaction. I see. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude for your assistance to the United States. Regarding compensation, I have already dispatched representatives to discuss the matter with you. President Siete said no more, exchanged a few more words with the first secretary about related matters, then ended the call. Alright, now let's talk about your situation. The first secretary set aside the documents in his hands, his gaze turning slightly heated as he looked at Lin Feng. I thought this matter was already settled. Lin Feng knew exactly what the chief was referring to. He felt a twinge of guilt, remembering how the chief had repeatedly stressed before departure that his own safety should be the top priority. What do you think? The leader suddenly smiled, a hint of amusement flickering across his otherwise amiable face, like a sly fox. I think it's fine. Lin Feng ventured cautiously. Alright, my ass. The leader's expression instantly turned fierce, his aura of authority pressing down on Lin Feng. Lin Feng dropped his playful expression. There was no escaping this one. I ask you, what did I tell you before departure? Prioritize your own safety above all else. Do not enter dangerous areas. If an unavoidable incident occurs, retreat immediately and return to China. Lin Feng obediently repeated the leader's pre-departure instructions word for word. You were off the grid for 7 days. Do you have any idea what those 7 days meant to us? What they meant to your loved ones, your family? Lin Feng remained silent. He knew he was at fault this time. If not for his battle armor, he likely would have died during the first encounter with the infected. You've served the nation, so naturally the nation must protect you and reward your contributions. Your parents entrusted you to our care precisely because they believed in the state. Yet here you are, gone for 7 days. What if something had happened? How could the nation face your parents? How could we explain to them? China's youngest academician sent on a suicide mission, how could we possibly justify that? The first speaker's tone softened. He couldn't bring himself to scold Lin Feng harshly, but what Lin Feng had done this time was far too dangerous. If anything went wrong, the consequences would be beyond what the nation could bear. I know I was wrong. Lin Feng hung his head, his hands fidgeting nervously. Enough. As long as you're safe. Regarding the compensation from the United States, I'll make sure you receive it when the time comes. From now on, you are strictly forbidden from entering any dangerous areas. Lin Feng exited the first secretary's study. He could tell the man genuinely worried about him, otherwise, he wouldn't have personally summoned him for a reprimand. President would never have bothered. Lin Feng took a rare few days off. Though the United States had been severely weakened by the California incident and faced urgent post-disaster reconstruction, it was clearly a nation incapable of staying still. In recent days, it had begun stirring up trouble again. The U.S. Explorer 5 is poised for lunar landing, aiming to extract the rare element tritium. With its vast cargo capacity, Explorer 5 is expected to return 1 ton of lunar soil. Subsequent missions in the Explorer series will follow. The New York Times. Prussia's newest lunar rocket, William XIII, is set for launch. Equipped with massive storage capacity and large excavation machinery, it is expected to bring back 2 tons of lunar soil. Prussian Daily. The Great Bear Nation's newest lunar rocket is set for launch. The rocket incorporates 2 storage modules and employs the latest separation technology, enabling the command module and storage modules to return separately. It is projected to bring back 5 tons of lunar soil. Glor News. Following the United States' pioneering lunar announcement, other nations' moon missions emerged like bamboo shoots after rain, igniting a space race. The moon holds vital elements for helium-3 research. Earth possesses less than 1 ton of helium-3, while the moon contains tens of thousands of tons, a staggering disparity. Thus, nations' lunar ambitions were inevitable. The Long March 9 rocket is ready for launch, with an expected payload capacity exceeding 1 ton of lunar soil. China Daily. China followed suit, but upon reviewing other nations' payload capacities, the Long March 9 specifications seemed somewhat underwhelming. Only 1 ton? That's no different from the US. But the Americans sent more missions. Quantity leads to a qualitative leap. China's technology still has room for improvement. Prussia has overtaken the latecomers. Foreign countries really are superior after all. Hey, you up there better not sleep too soundly tonight. Chinese netizens buzzed with discussions about this event, though most were subdued, crushed by the gap. Their faces burned with embarrassment, imagining foreign netizens' smug reactions to China's news. What exactly is helium-3, and why are so many countries scrambling for it? Let me explain. Helium-3 is an isotope of helium gas, valued at over 30 billion yuan per ton. Earth's known reserves total only 500 kilograms, while the moon holds millions of tons. For humanity, just 100 tons of helium-3 annually could meet global energy demands. With the current energy crisis intensifying, controlled nuclear fusion is humanity's inevitable path forward. Helium-3 is currently the best-known material for fusion reactions. If fully mined, humanity wouldn't need to worry about energy for 10,000 years. That exaggerated? Chapter 97, Methods for Liquefying Helium-3. I find it hard to believe too, but that's the reality. Lin Feng finished browsing the forum posts. China could only bring back 1 ton of helium-3 containing soil, relatively little compared to other nations. Xiao Ko, help me exchange for the technology materials for the space carrier and the advanced processing techniques. The space air carrier, over 10,000 meters in length, was equipped with multiple electromagnetic cannons and 2 star-destroying cannons at the front and rear. Based on its technical structure, space air fighters could be reverse-engineered. Each carrier could carry no fewer than 100 such fighters. But none of this mattered to Lin Feng. He intended to use the carrier for transporting helium-3. A carrier nearly 10,000 meters long could carry enormous quantities. However, constructing one demanded considerable time during which China would inevitably fall behind other nations. Therefore, Lin Feng exchanged for advanced material processing techniques. These techniques detailed methods for processing any known material, including procedures for concentrating helium-3 into liquid helium-3 on the moon. If helium-3 could be extracted and liquefied on the lunar surface, China's helium-3 reserves would be comparable to those of other nations. Lin Feng did not intend to learn this technology himself. Instead, he entrusted it to the personnel preparing for the lunar mission. Given his status, meeting them would be straightforward. What is this? One Hemming froze upon seeing the document. It was nearly as thick as a dictionary. How could anyone possibly read through it? With the Long March 9 launch imminent, who had the time or energy to pore over such material? Take it away, take it away. We're busy here. Everything must prioritize the Long March 9 launch mission. One Hemming pushed the documents aside with his hand and turned to head elsewhere to prepare for the mission. Chief Engineer Wen, Academician Lin gave us this. He said it would be helpful for our lunar landing program. The researcher holding the documents called out to Wen Hemming as he was about to leave, then handed the papers over. Which academician Lin? Lin Kesheng or Lin Rulin? When Hemin didn't immediately think of Lin Feng, his first thought was of academicians with research in this field. Academician Lin Feng. Lin Feng? Wen Hemming frowned in confusion, glancing at the researcher before nodding. He took the documents with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Lin Feng's name was now legendary in China's scientific community. Setting aside his status as the youngest academician, his contributions to mecha technology and controlled nuclear fusion alone were enough to secure his place in history. Most within this circle had heard of Lin Feng. Advanced techniques in material processing? Wen Hemming opened the document and immediately saw the bold title at the top. Beside it were a few handwritten notes in Lin Feng's own scrawl, a bit crooked, but that was forgivable for a scientist. For details on this experiment, please turn to page 79. Wen Hemming ignored the instruction, skimming several pages instead. He quickly realized the preceding content bore no relation to the technology required for their lunar mission before finally turning to page 79. Install a gas blanket system within the heavy water reactor and utilize. As Wen Hemming read the text, his expression remained calm, but inside, his mind was churning with turmoil. The method for liquefying helium-3 wasn't entirely unfamiliar to them. As early as the 18th century, the Gallic nation had developed techniques for liquefying helium gas, and China had also mastered the process of liquefying helium-3 long ago. However, beyond absolute zero, helium liquefaction required one essential condition: oxygen catalysis. How could oxygen possibly exist in space? Thus, extracting helium-3 on the moon was already a monumental achievement. Liquefying it would be impossible unless oxygen existed on the lunar surface. This novel method eliminates the need for oxygen, employing a more stable hybrid organic catalyst. Theoretically, it offers unparalleled potential, a groundbreaking discovery for the scientific community. The lunar mission is temporarily postponed. Chen, prepare the lab. Success or failure hinges on this endeavor. If successful, it would shatter the prevailing theory that China could only obtain minimal amounts of helium-3 among all nations. Soon, those countries would be begging for access to the method of liquefying helium-3 on the moon. The Long March 9th lunar mission launch is postponed. New launch date to be announced. The Aviation Department's announcement immediately reignited the trending topic about China having the smallest payload among all lunar-bound nations, drawing a flood of curious onlookers. Why another delay? Can't handle seeing other countries surpassing them? I doubt it's about pride. More likely, something went wrong. Looks like they weren't ready. If we wait for them to get there, we might not even get a taste. Foreign countries really do have it better. To the person above, same advice as before: better not sleep too soundly tonight. The Aerospace Department has not responded to the numerous questions raised by netizens. They are currently focused on developing methods to liquefy helium-3 on the moon. Meanwhile, Lin Feng hurried to the Air Force Base. Building an aerospace carrier from scratch required immense time. Lin Feng estimated this research project would take at least a year. Manufacturing alone was a major hassle, not to mention constructing the massive production platform, another time-consuming and labor-intensive endeavor. A space aircraft carrier? Is this thing even real? Gu Suping stared at the documents Lin Feng handed him, disbelief evident. Yet upon reviewing the technical details, it all seemed plausible. The energy drive utilized a Hall thruster equipped with controlled nuclear fusion, a propulsion system hailed as the ultimate next-generation big gun. This gun wasn't your ordinary firearm, but a plasma jet, a formidable propulsion device. Aren't you the one researching fighter jets? Can't you tell? Lin Feng countered, a brilliant idea forming in his mind. Perhaps Gu Suping could reverse engineer the aerospace fighter. I see it, Gu replied, but this anti-gravity propulsion part still confuses me. Developing space air fighters required overcoming one major hurdle: the anti-gravity propulsion system. Without it, they were no different from rockets, merely using more massive propulsion to launch them into the sky. That's not difficult. We just need to study the flow of magnetic fields and develop a device capable of constant repulsion. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. All the development technologies for the space carrier were etched into his mind. It truly wasn't too difficult for him. Sounds complicated, doesn't it, Lin Chen? Gu Suping shook his head, clearly lost. Lin Chen beside him nodded in agreement. As a soldier, this kind of talk gave him a headache. So he wholeheartedly agreed with Gu Suping's words. Start assigning personnel. Chapter 98, Launch. When the gradient vector becomes zero due to force field cancellation, both forces still exist, energy remains active, and the target is bound by the magnetic field like a form of internal energy. Simultaneously, the target generates its own gravity, which it creates and possesses. Gu Suping stared at these theories with some surprise. In a sense, this truly marked the birth of anti-gravity. Yet a fatal flaw remained. If ground-guided forces were used to control the field, the aerospace carrier would become nothing more than a lump of iron without any propulsion. In other words, the space carrier could only perform anti-gravity flight. It couldn't control its own course or flight path, nor could it perform free descent or ascent. In that case, it wouldn't even be as good as an airplane. Do you think the Hall thrusters are just for show? Lin Feng remarked to Gu Suping, who was engrossed in his research. When the space carrier breaks free from gravity to levitate, Earth-guided force cannot propel its flight. Moreover, there's no Earth-guided force available for use in space. That's where the Hall thrusters come into play. They generate immense thrust to drive the carrier forward. I was engrossed. Gu Suping slapped his forehead in sudden realization before diving back into his space aircraft research. Months later, following the successive launches of lunar exploration rockets by various nations, China's Long March 9 also announced its imminent launch. The Long March 9 is scheduled for launch on September 1, capable of returning 1 ton of liquid helium-3 reserves. People's Daily. Launching a rocket during back-to-school season drew relatively less attention, given that students make up the bulk of netizens. Still, it attracted considerable curiosity. After all this time, still only 1 ton? What are they doing? I don't get it. That means they've been doing nothing these past few months. Did they just build the rocket from scratch? The comment above shows a lack of basic knowledge. This is liquefied helium-3, after all. Science nerd, explain this. Alright, I'll reluctantly explain. Anyone who studied physics knows about gas liquefaction. It's a highly efficient storage method. For example, 1 liter of liquid helium-3 weighs only 124.73 grams, while gaseous helium weighs only 0.16353 grams. When liquefied gas is vaporized, it expands to 124.730.16353 is equal to 762.73 liters over 700 times its original volume. The total helium-3 recovered by all moon landing nations combined doesn't even reach 1/10 of our amount. Thanks, science hero. So we're that small. Teary face. I admit I spoke a bit too loudly just now. At aviation headquarters. Poof. Not talking to you. JPG. The authorities are furious. Front row for the group photo. Netizens' gloom over being outclassed vanished instantly. How could such national pride be confined to domestic forums? They flooded foreign discussion boards, boasting about their country's prowess. Our country can carry a ton of liquid fuel. Bet you can't. Only 1 ton? What's so impressive about that? How dare you brag? You fool. Guys, we've got an uninformed one here. Let's educate him. Science-savvy island nation expert reporting for duty. Overnight, foreign forums were flooded with science enthusiasts explaining how 1 ton of liquid helium-3 equates to gaseous helium-3. Foreign netizens stared wide-eyed in disbelief upon learning China had brought back over 700 tons of gaseous helium-3. They rushed to confirm with their own professors, but the facts were undeniable. Pardon my boldness, but liquefying helium-3 on the moon is fundamentally impossible. In my view, China is merely deceiving itself. Professor Ben, a renowned scholar from Gaul, published an article stating that gaseous helium-3 can only be liquefied under oxygen catalysis, a universally accepted scientific fact. Without oxygen on the moon, liquefaction is impossible. You suggest transporting oxygen to the moon? Even disregarding its dissipation, cosmic radiation would ionize it, rendering it useless. Mr. Ben, this renowned professor known for his rigor, has openly questioned China's helium-3 liquefaction. Could it truly be as he claims? As someone who specializes in this field, I can confirm that without oxygen catalysis, it is indeed impossible to liquefy gaseous helium-3. Surely the state wouldn't deceive us? Trust the government, and that's that. In response to Mr. Ben's inquiry, the aviation headquarters did not provide a clear answer. Instead, they replied with 4 words via their official microblog. Wait and see. This left many Chinese citizens eagerly anticipating the outcome. At the desert launch site, numerous media cameras were trained on the location. This rocket launch had filled the nation with immense anticipation. However, the remote location of the desert meant many couldn't witness the spectacle in person. Naturally, major self-media platforms wouldn't let such massive traffic slip by. The towering, milky white rocket, hundreds of meters tall, stood in the launch silo, its form captured by countless cameras from afar. Countdown, 10. The booming announcement echoed from the launch complex across the desolate desert, audible clearly for kilometers. The countdown was captured by media broadcast equipment and transmitted with crystal clarity through live streams. Netizens across the nation silently counted down in their hearts as the broadcast echoed. 9. 8. Those few seconds stretched into an eternity in that space. Countless eyes were fixed on the launch silo in the live stream as the broadcast continued to echo. 3. 2. 1. Launch. As the button in Wenhaining's hand at the control center was pressed, a searing flame erupted from the base of the milky white rocket. It resembled a bomb detonating suddenly, propelling the rocket skyward with rolling black smoke and flames. The immense roar shook the very soul. The roaring flames formed a fiery tail as the Long March 9 gradually disappeared into the clouds. It initiated its second stage ignition, jettisoning its first stage. The second stage's base erupted with even more intense flames, propelling it toward the zenith of the sky. The Long March 9 grew smaller and smaller until it vanished from the sky, leaving the crowd reluctantly coming to their senses. The Long March 9 swiftly entered low Earth orbit. Once positioned at its designated location, it would separate again and propel toward its true destination, the moon. Through the cockpit windows, lunar ascent vehicles from several nations could be seen orbiting the moon. That's the Great Bear Nation's lunar spacecraft. They've already departed. The Long March 9 had barely reached its designated position when it spotted a lunar lander slowly gliding ahead, clearly having just begun its journey. Let's depart as well. The rocket ignited its engines, propelling the lunar module out of orbit. The crew felt a sudden lightness as they broke free from Earth's gravity, heading toward the moon. Chapter 99, The Mysterious Structure. China had dispatched 4 astronauts to participate in this helium-3 acquisition mission. Li Hongfeng was one of them. They sure moved fast. After 3 days, the Long March 9 had entered lunar orbit. As they circled, they observed teams from several nations already commencing extraction operations. For safety reasons, each team maintained a respectful distance from the others. This ensured their work remained undisturbed while also allowing them to provide immediate assistance if another team encountered trouble. Here, there was none of the scheming and rivalry found on Blue Star. Facing the vastness of space, we realized just how insignificant we truly were. Here, we were all simply beings from Blue Star. The Long March 9 also selected this region for landing. The lunar module, dozens of meters tall, touched down on the lunar surface. Li Hongfeng stepped out first. Though a slight sensation of weightlessness lingered, he could finally feel grounded in his heart. To the left lay the lunar module of the Great Bear Nation. They too were preparing to begin collecting helium-3 from the lunar soil. Helium-3 is stored in large quantities within soil layers 10 to 50 meters deep beneath the lunar surface, making the collection process quite cumbersome. However, with technological advancements, specialized tools could now be transported to the moon, making extraction far less cumbersome. Otherwise, imagine trying to dig with a shovel while wearing a bulky spacesuit impossible to swing freely. Compounding the difficulty, the moon's gravity is only 1/6 of Earth's, requiring even greater effort to break through lunar soil. The sampling operation didn't require a full crew of 4 personnel were sufficient to maintain the equipment's functionality. Moreover, this lunar mission encompassed more than just the primary objective of collecting helium-3. Exploring the specific surface location was equally crucial. With that in mind, Li Hongfeng transported the equipment outside and boarded the lunar rover, a compact 3-person vehicle. Lin, come with me on the mission. Wang and Huang, you stay here and continue the helium-3 extraction. No problem. After the reply, old Lin hurried over in his bulky spacesuit. To the right lay Prussia's lunar module. They seemed to have been here for several days. Passing by, Li Hongfeng greeted them. Hey, guys, how's it going over there? Prussian. Li Hongfeng stopped the lunar rover and spoke. The radio channels of all nations were interconnected. One only needed to tune into the other's frequency to communicate. Everything's fine here. What are you guys up to? 3 Prussian astronauts, busy with their tasks, paused and responded warmly to Li Hongfeng and his crew. We're heading out to explore uncharted territory. Want to join us? Li Hongfeng asked symbolically. Is that possible? One Prussian astronaut asked excitedly. How forward of you, Li Hongfeng frowned inwardly, though beneath his thick spacesuit, no one could see his expression. Apologies, Zhuode is making his first lunar landing. He's quite enthusiastic about exploring the moon, so his manners may have slipped. Please forgive him. The Prussian astronaut who had initially addressed Li Hongfeng replied apologetically. He knew full well that Li Hongfeng and his crew were merely exchanging polite pleasantries, and he took the opportunity to scold Zhuode a little. Sorry, I got too excited. Zhuode finally snapped out of it. He'd been over the moon about this mission. Becoming an astronaut was all about walking on the moon. But since arriving, he'd been stuck beside this machine for 3 days, bored stiff and feeling a bit resentful. It's fine. If you'd like to join us, there's still room here. Li Hongfeng understood the Prussian astronaut's words perfectly. Who wouldn't want to explore beyond one spot on their first lunar landing? Young people naturally crave to see more, to experience the moon's allure. He'd felt the same way on his own first lunar mission. Really? Zhuode's voice grew urgent, a small thrill stirring within him that he struggled to contain. Absolutely. After Li Hongfeng spoke, silence fell on the other end. Zhuode was communicating with his team members. The radio channel was one way, so Li Hongfeng naturally couldn't hear what they were saying. Not long after, the communication channel crackled to life. Thank you for agreeing to take Zhuode with you. During his time with your crew, you have full command over him. The Prussian astronaut stated before returning to the lunar module with Zhuode to retrieve supplies. Thank you so much. Zhuode took his seat beside the lunar rover. Li Hongfeng and the Prussian astronaut waved farewell, leaving 2 trails of tracks on the white lunar surface as they drove off into the distance. After briefly introducing themselves, the 3 set off toward uncharted territory, planting national flags along the way to avoid getting lost. This is my first time on the moon. How magnificent and beautiful Blue Star looks. Following Zhuo De's gaze, Blue Star lay perfectly within their view, a blend of blue and white dotted with patches of green. Living on its surface, one might not fully appreciate its grandeur, but facing it from the lunar surface was a sensation you'd never forget. The blue-white planet lay close at hand, rotating slowly yet visibly. You could almost feel it drawing nearer, an immense pressure bearing down as if poised to crush you. Zhuo De snapped back to reality. The scene remained unchanged, the blue star still rotated in place, yet the oppressive sensation had vanished. Don't stare too long. It's easy to start hallucinating. Old Lin noticed Zhuo De's movements. He had been staring at the blue planet. Staring at anything for too long could induce hallucinations, which was nothing unusual. But staring at the blue planet for too long and experiencing hallucinations could easily lead to megalophobia. Most people harbored a sense of dread toward massive objects. When that fear was triggered, megalophobia could easily take hold. What's that? Zhuo De snapped back to reality and suddenly noticed a structure-like object ahead. He hadn't seen it while staring at Blue Star earlier, but now that his mind was clear, this prominent feature immediately caught his eye. Where? Li Hongfeng followed Zhuo De's pointing finger and indeed spotted a square structure in the distance, resembling a single-story cottage. Let's go check it out. Even if it's just rocks forming this shape, it's still a sight to see. Old Lin remarked, observing the direction. Indeed, such a large, perfectly square rock formation on the moon was nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 100, The Forward Watchtower. This isn't a rock, it's a structure. The lunar rover approached the suspected structure. Its top resembled a cone, crowned with what looked like a launch port. Beyond that, it was entirely walls, not even a door. How could there be structures on the moon? Did another country build this? Li Hongfeng turned his gaze to Zhuo De, his tone tinged with inquiry. He didn't believe this was the work of extraterrestrials. I don't know. I've never heard of this thing since becoming an astronaut. Zhuo De shook his head and leaped down from the structure's summit. Though its exterior texture and color closely resembled lunar soil, it felt incredibly hard. Its composition remained unclear for now. Let's take pictures first. We'll discuss it when we get back. The moon was unclaimed territory, belonging collectively to all nations on Blue Star. Building a base station here would require consent from other countries, yet Li Hongfeng had never heard of this structure. Old Lin nodded and stepped forward to examine the structure closely. Its dome resembled European architecture, topped with a pointed spire, a detail that fueled Li Hongfeng's suspicion about Zhuo De, as Prussia was one of the European nations. Old Lin shifted his focus from the exterior to how the structure had been built on the moon. The material seemed far too rigid for concrete, more akin to metal. Yet, the exact type of metal remained unclear for now. There seems to be something beneath it? Following the wall where the structure met the ground, he spotted a crack about 2 fingers wide. The soil around its edges showed signs of being pushed outward, a peculiar occurrence. Such marks were most likely formed when something had emerged from beneath the earth. Old Lin circled the crack and discovered that along the entire length of the building's ground-level walls, there were 2-finger-wide gaps, almost all showing signs of soil being pushed outward. Old Li, bring over a probe. Lao Lin called out over the communication channel to Li Hongfeng, who was taking photos in the distance. Hearing this, Li Hongfeng hurried over to the lunar rover, retrieved a probe, and handed it to Lao Lin. This was a miniature mechanical spider probe, renowned for its exceptional flexibility. As seen in films, most probes adopted a spider-like form. Old Lin positioned the mechanical spider at the crevice's edge, issued a command via the controller, and the spider twitched before crawling inside. Zhuo De finished taking photos, and the three sat beside the mysterious structure, watching the controller in Old Lin's hands. After a moment of deep darkness, the screen lit up, revealing pale walls. As the spider crawled forward, the image shifted. A glass-like chamber appeared at the base of the white walls. Li Hongfeng immediately recognized it wasn't ordinary glass but some kind of transparent gemstone, flecked with impurities, likely internal stains. Inside lay peculiar objects, concave, disc-like surfaces arranged in neat rows, covering the glass in a 360-degree pattern. What is this? Zhuo De asked, but both Li Hongfeng and Old Lin shook their heads silently. No one knew what it was. Further down, the walls were uniformly cold white, indistinguishable from any exposed building structure above ground. All the way to the bottom, the walls remained cold white, with no other peculiarities. Aside from that glass-like chamber, there seemed to be nothing else. Old Lin maneuvered the mechanical spider around the cylindrical structure below once more, but found nothing new. Shaking his head, he withdrew the spider for retrieval. This isn't something humans could currently build on the moon. It looks more like it was dropped in from above. Li Hongfeng carefully assessed the situation. Based on the mechanical spider's measurements, the structure stood over 30 meters tall. No nation possessed the capability to construct such a building on the moon. It looks somewhat like a sentry tower. Zhuo De remarked thoughtfully. Having watched numerous sci-fi films, he knew that aliens typically established forward observation towers on the moon to monitor Blue Star. Are you suggesting this is an alien outpost tower on the moon for observing Blue Star? Li Hongfeng asked. He clearly knew what an outpost tower was, but the concept felt too distant for ordinary people to grasp. For a moment, Lin Feng found it hard to believe. Old Li, have you forgotten what happened in 28? Old Lin said over the one-way communication channel. Zhuode couldn't hear it and assumed the two were simply silent. Lin Feng was jolted awake by Old Lin's words. Memories of events from years ago flooded back, top-secret intelligence known only to the astronauts who witnessed it in space and high-ranking headquarters officials. 2028. It was Lin Feng's second year as an astronaut. Though still green, he showed promise. His mission wasn't part of the lunar program but involved maintaining the Huagua space station. 5 other astronauts were with him, including Old Lin. As the station approached its aphelion, he and Old Lin were inspecting equipment at a workstation when a sudden burst of crimson light struck. All station instruments failed, alarms blared, and amid the chaos, they caught a glimpse of a warship-like object drifting in the distance roughly 13 kilometers long. He pointed it out to Old Lin, but the warship vanished abruptly. Though it was but a fleeting glimpse, Old Lin had caught its full form, an alien warship, beyond any doubt. The moment it disappeared, the station's instruments all came back online, and the alarms fell silent. The total communication blackout lasted just over 1 minute and 30 seconds. Ground control was terrified. The space station, which had been reporting normally 1 second prior, suddenly went silent, drawing extreme concern from higher-ups. Fortunately, communications were restored within a minute. The space station also captured a blurry photograph the instant the warship departed. The other astronauts had also witnessed the warship, but upon returning to Earth, high-level officials personally ordered that the incident be treated as if no one had seen it, and that it must never be mentioned. No one knew why, but they had no choice but to obey the orders, and the matter was sealed away. The more Lin Feng pondered it, the more he suspected the warship might have been left behind. That eerie red light could very well have been emitted from this very tower. Let's go back. We need to report this situation to headquarters immediately. The three hurriedly gathered their belongings and followed the trail markers back. Chapter 101, Top Secret Files. Little did they know that after they departed, the mysterious structure suddenly rose from the ground. From its apex, an unseen red beam shot toward the depths of space. Inside the glass-like chamber, a circular concave surface glowed pale blue as it began spinning rapidly against the glass walls. Somewhere in Hua Nation, a secret base. Lin Feng, can you get me a few more of those robotic arms? We're seriously short on them. Gu Suping walked over and slung an arm around Lin Feng's shoulder. Before them stood a massive base resembling a ship but without a bow stretching 3 kilometers in length. Numerous busy workers were inside, welding devices lowered by the robotic arms. Lin Feng had divided the aerospace carrier into 3 sections for assembly. The most challenging tail section was now under construction. Both the hull thrusters and anti-gravity devices needed to be installed here. The intricate interplay of engine systems and the heat dissipation of energy units presented the greatest installation difficulties. You're building an aircraft, why do you need so many robotic arms? Lin Feng shrugged his shoulders, trying to shake off Gu Suping's arm that had wrapped around him, but to no avail. The aerospace fighter was barely 30 meters long at most. The robotic arm here wasn't even 30 meters long. Was he planning to mount the robotic arm onto the aircraft? It's just more efficient. Cranes can't position components as precisely as robotic arms, and they require manual calibration. What if someone gets crushed? Gu Suping leaned close to Lin Feng's face and said slowly. You wouldn't want me, the chief engineer of this aerospace fighter, to get crushed to death one day, would you? You'd better die soon. That way, I can reclaim those robotic arms I transferred to you. Lin Feng remained utterly unmoved by Gu Suping's words. You're so cruel. Don't you have a compassionate heart? Gu Suping released his arm from around Lin Feng's shoulder and said sadly. All my affection is reserved for my girlfriend. If you want to gamble, we can take a chance. Lin Feng watched Gu Suping's affected act, then seemed to think of something. His eyes twinkled with amusement as he asked. You don't have a girlfriend yet, do you? Surely not? It's just a few mechanical arms. I don't need them. Gu Suping turned and walked away. Approaching 40 without a partner was his deepest wound. He wouldn't let anyone trample his dignity. I want 3. Give me 3 and I'll leave. Lin Feng watched Gu Suping return, lost in thought. Robotic arms were in short supply. The ones developed through round-the-clock efforts at the company barely sufficed for his own needs. The other 2 divisions had scarcely any available, and Gu Suping's aerospace fighter research had diverted several more, exacerbating the shortage. The aerospace carrier was still a long way off. If they could develop the aerospace fighter sooner, that would be a positive development. With that thought, Lin Feng waved his hand. Go ahead and reallocate them, but I'll only give you 3 months. After 3 months, regardless of whether you've developed the aerospace fighter or not, I'm taking back all your robotic arms for the aerospace carrier's construction. How about 5 months? Gu Suping attempted to bargain. 3 months felt far too tight. Developing a space aircraft wasn't easy. Though smaller than the carrier, its complexity was no less daunting. No. 5 months? I'm nearly finished developing my space carrier. Lin Feng flatly refused, confident that Gu Suping possessed the capability to complete the task comfortably within 3 months. It all depended on whether he was willing to push himself to the limit.
Fine. I guarantee completion.
Gu Suping saluted Lin Feng militarily before leading his team to dismantle the robotic arm. Lin Feng remained at the control console, directing R&D efforts across departments. Prolonged standing inevitably caused aches and pains. Though he'd ingested third-tier gene potions, physical habits persisted. Prolonged standing or sitting still took its toll, albeit only as a sensation.
Third department, 10 centimeters off to the left. Correct immediately. Who's doing the measurements? Give them a warning. One more mistake and they're hanging from the crane.
Lin Feng's attitude toward work was nothing like his usual jovial self. He genuinely cursed when mistakes occurred. But with a project this massive, errors were inevitable. Lin Feng was a man who brooked no nonsense, so cursing became almost a daily occurrence, and his temper would occasionally flare.
Why the rage? Something go wrong at work?
The moment Lin Feng finished yelling, the chief's voice echoed from behind him. For the chief, an aerospace carrier was a rare sight. Ever since learning of Lin Feng's research on it, he'd become deeply invested, his thoughts consumed daily by the project, eager to witness its birth sooner rather than later.
Nothing serious, just a minor issue. I couldn't control my temper.
Lin Feng quickly composed himself, forcing the irritation from his mind. He approached the first leader, expecting another inspection, and began to pick up his clothes to put them on. But the first leader stopped him.
I'm not here for an inspection today. I have something to discuss with you.
The leader held Lin Feng's hand and sat down beside him. At the same time, the guard beside the leader handed over a document.
What is it?
Lin Feng asked curiously, noticing the words top secret stamped on the file, a state-level classified document.
Take a look first.
The chief opened the file and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at the chief but couldn't read anything from his expression. He lowered his head to examine the documents in his hands. First was a photograph. Against a backdrop of space, a blurred object occupied the center. Lin Feng examined it closely and realized the object was unmistakably a space battleship.
What is this?
Lin Feng held the photo, his voice filled with doubt.
Could it be that humanity had already developed space battleships?
But upon reflection, it seemed impossible.
If anyone had succeeded, the news would have spread like wildfire across the globe. Such a discovery wouldn't need to be kept secret. Possessing it would mean holding the ultimate truth.
It was akin to the existence of mechs. Currently, China possessed mechs, making China the arbiter of truth.
Even the United States wouldn't dare to provoke them. This is an alien warship observed by the space station in the 28th year.
The first speaker finished and gestured for Lin Feng to continue looking. Another photograph appeared, but this time it wasn't in space. Instead, it showed the ocean floor, a dark, deep seabed where something resembling a cruise ship lay wrecked. It too was a space battleship.
This is from 24 years ago, an asteroid that crashed into the Southern Ocean.
It wasn't an asteroid at all, but an alien warship.
This is from 20 years ago, a space warship observed during solar corona monitoring.
Lin Feng stared at the photographs, lost in thought. These photographs all share a common feature.
Chapter 102, Discussion. What characteristic?
Lin Feng hadn't noticed any obvious distinguishing features, except that they were all taken at 4-year intervals. The types of warships are all similar. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng quickly compared the photos in his hands and indeed discovered that these warships shared a striking visual similarity in appearance.
We speculate they originate from the same civilization and conduct observations of Blue Star every 4 years. Their purpose remains unclear for now.
The leader waved again, and the guard brought over another bag. This time, it wasn't a sealed file folder but seemed casually packed.
This is intelligence transmitted back from the space station yesterday.
We simulated this object based on the detection results. Lin Feng picked up several photos to examine. The first showed a structure resembling a European-style domed building, topped with a lightning rod-like object featuring a hole roughly the size of a fingernail. It appeared to be a transmitter. Next was a glass chamber filled with concave, disc-like devices. The rest were photos of cold, white walls. The simulated result resembled a 30-meter-tall lighthouse-like structure, differing only in that glass chamber. Honestly, anyone prone to trypophobia couldn't bear looking at it. Those concave, disc-like devices clung to the glass walls like octopus suckers, their circular patterns inducing dizziness upon prolonged viewing.
We hypothesize this is an observation outpost.
In 28 AD, the space station detected a red beam emitted from a space warship, though its destination remained unobserved.
We now suspect that red beam originated from this outpost.
The sheer volume of information was overwhelming. Lin Feng struggled to process it. This was essentially telling him that aliens had appeared while he was constructing the space carrier.
Could this be a coincidence?
If this forward observation tower could indeed monitor Blue Star, then he feared the construction of the space carrier might already have been detected, perhaps even known to this observing civilization.
We must remain vigilant toward the unknown. No one can predict whether this development will benefit or harm us. After consultation among several nations, our consensus is to dismantle it.
The moon belongs to no single nation, but to Blue Star as a whole. In every sense, we cannot show weakness to the outside world. The leader stared at the photo of the Sentry Tower, lost in thought. The presidents of several nations were unusually unanimous in their opinion, with no dissenting voices. Not even during the world wars had their views been so aligned. I will expedite the construction of the aerospace carrier. If Lin Feng paused, still harboring reservations, and left the rest of his sentence unspoken. The first leader, however, guessed his thoughts. You're considering sharing the aerospace carrier technology? Yes. Currently, our nation is mobilizing all resources, yet we haven't even completed the hull of a single space carrier within 3 months. But from the photographs alone, we can confirm the existence of 3 warships. This civilization possesses at least 3 vessels comparable to space carriers. The leader fell into deep thought upon hearing Lin Feng's words. People are inherently selfish. No one wants to undertake such a thankless task. Let me probe their capabilities first. Such a thing could never be handed over lightly. Those major powers surely had their own ways of dealing with crises. It wouldn't hurt to wait until he had a better understanding before making a decision. Lin Feng knew the first leader wouldn't agree, so he hadn't voiced that suggestion. Yet the first leader had guessed his thoughts. The only course left was to hasten the construction of the aerospace carrier. Whether this unknown civilization arrived or not, they would at least possess some confidence to confront it. Having a sword and not using it was one thing, having no sword at all was quite another. This principle held true in any era. The first leader's study. President, I wonder if you have any extraterrestrial civilization technology to share? The first leader surveyed the presidents of various nations on the video screen, though it was not him who posed the question, but rather Emperor Putai of the Great Bear Nation. Here's a little-known fact. During the Cold War between the United States and the Great Bear Nation, a period also marked by frequent UFO sightings in the US. With multiple observations occurring monthly, the American government developed a deep obsession with these unidentified aerial phenomena. Consequently, a secret department was established to address them, equipped with a permanent force of 20,000 personnel and access to 100,000 additional troops. This unit wasn't just manpower intensive, it also utilized the most advanced technology available at the time. This unit became known as Area 51. This military force possessed the capability to dominate an entire state, and Area 51 did not disappoint the expectations placed upon it. Over many years, they engaged in hundreds of intercepts and combat encounters with UFOs, achieving both victories and defeats. Though the United States paid a significant price, it also reaped substantial rewards. American technology subsequently advanced at breakneck speed, with military capabilities reaching astonishing levels. Examples include the latest stealth fighter jets and the UFO interceptor that engaged the mech last time. However, their capabilities remained finite and never reached truly terrifying extremes. But I digress. Let's get back to the point. Emperor Pu, haven't we already investigated you thoroughly? President Siate smiled faintly. As the data from the forward outpost tower was transmitted back to Blue Star, nations had already begun mobilizing and preparing countermeasures against the alien incursion. Spies stationed here by various countries also initiated covert operations, all aiming to steal this world-leading technology. Except for China, of course. After all, no one wanted a bunch of mechs standing outside their office door. Weren't you here to investigate too? Did you discover nothing? The emperor retorted. With nations mutually infiltrating each other, no one knew what the others had discovered or taken away. Enough bickering. What we need to discuss now is how to confront these threats. If they truly invade us, what countermeasures can we deploy? Every nation must have contingency plans. If space is off limits, we fight in the skies. If the skies are impassable, we battle on land. The first to step forward silenced the mutual jibes between the two national leaders. This meeting wasn't a formal session, it was merely an informal discussion. The specifics would require face-to-face negotiations. The United States can handle some space-based threats, but we can't intercept those massive things. We simply don't have the capability. President Xie thought carefully before speaking. The big things referred to warships observed by space stations, over 10,000 meters long. American UFOs were barely 20 meters, how could they be intercepted? We can also handle certain space-based threats. If what the United States says is true, we too would be unable to intercept those massive vessels. Chapter 103, Destroying the Watchtower. The Emperor of Puta shook his head. This was a one-way weapon, expendable, propelled into low Earth orbit by immense power, a satellite-like strike vehicle, except its targets originated from outer space. We'll handle the land-based threats. We simply don't possess that level of capability. The presidents of the sun never sets in Gaul stated. Though they had undergone 2 industrial revolutions first, there was no doubt they couldn't compare to the 2 warmongering giants. I could attempt to deploy space-based countermeasures, he conceded, but they would be significantly weaker than those of the United States and the Bear Nation. The president of Prussia gritted his teeth as he spoke. It was at least a modest contribution. With mecha defending the land, we should be fine. But if we can't handle space, we've already lost. Ground combat is our worst-case scenario.
The first leader mused. He was right. If space couldn't be defended, ground warfare would be futile. The consequences of losing air superiority were terrifying, as China knew all too well. The presidents of all nations fell silent. Nuclear weapons are strictly prohibited unless absolutely necessary. Let us hope it never comes to that. The leader spoke these words with heavy gravity before ending the call. For a fleeting moment, he considered revealing the existence of the aerospace carrier, but he held back. If nuclear weapons were deployed, humanity's extinction would be near.
This meeting was merely a groundless contingency plan for the worst-case scenario. Everyone hoped this day would never come. Peace had endured for so long, no one wished to reignite the flames of war. On the moon, astronauts from various nations gathered at the original discovery site of the Sentry Tower. It still stood tall on the lunar surface, its disc-like concave surface spinning rapidly. Eerie blue circular patterns began radiating outward through the glass casing. The astronauts exchanged glances, panic evident in their eyes. Clearly, the Sentry Tower had activated. What is happening? Equipped with professional communication devices, the astronauts transmitted this scene back to Blue Star. Experts from various nations studied the footage and ultimately concluded it was transmitting information into outer space. No time to waste, destroy it immediately. The command from ground control prompted astronauts from various nations to begin placing remote-controlled explosives at the base of the Sentry Tower. This bizarre object had already stirred panic within them. Though they lacked specific intelligence, their experience as astronauts allowed them to form some educated guesses. Placement complete. Orderly evacuation. After securing the explosives at the base of the Sentry Tower, the astronauts retreated toward this location. Only after everyone had evacuated to the safety zone did the commander press the remote control in his hand. A brilliant flash of light erupted and vanished almost instantly, like a silent firework blooming for just a moment. Shrapnel scattered outward with tremendous force. Everyone ducked behind cover, refusing to look back. If any fragments tore through their spacesuits, it would be disastrous. Only after several minutes did they dare peek out. The Sentry Tower stood undisturbed, its walls still cold white as if nothing had happened. Were it not for the large craters at its base, they might have doubted whether the bomb had even been detonated. The bomb didn't work. This turret is incredibly sturdy. Oh, what the hell is this thing? English. This is the most potent explosive in the world. Why didn't it work? Russian. Old Lin, go get our weapons and try them. Lin Feng listened to the grumbling, frowned at the undamaged watchtower in the distance, and said, "If the world's most powerful explosive doesn't work, what good are your weapons?" English. Everyone was on the same communication channel, so Lin Feng's words were naturally heard by all. Immediately, someone questioned him, though amid the chaotic voices, he couldn't tell who it was. Why not take a sample for the ground team to study? Ah, Horvath, listen to that. What a naive idea. Prussian. You can't even blast it open. How do you plan to sample it? Did the blast fry your brain? English. Amidst the commotion, old Lin brought over the weapon, a small black box. This was Lin Feng's newly developed meteorological weapon, Wrath of the Mountain God. Strictly speaking, it could inflict devastating effects on any solid object. My dear friend from China, don't tell me this contains explosives. English. If it's a bomb, save your effort. So many high explosive charges couldn't destroy it. This tiny thing won't make a dent either. Russian. The black box was pitifully small, barely larger than a mouse, while the remote bombs they just encountered were each as big as explosive charges. This isn't a bomb. Old Lin, go install it. Lin Feng said, offering no further explanation before instructing old Lin to attach the Wrath of the Mountain God. Curiosity drew the others over, crowding beneath the watchtower once more. But old Lin merely affixed the device to the wall and walked away. The crowd gathered, expecting the box to be opened and some strange contraption revealed inside. They came with high hopes and left disappointed. It's ready. Old Lin returned and announced. Lin Feng pressed the button on the controller in his hand to activate the Wrath of the Mountain God. Everyone watched intently, but the Sentry Tower showed no signs of change. The black box affixed to it didn't explode as everyone had imagined. Our Chinese friend, did your bomb misfire? English. I told you it wasn't a bomb. Oh, then why didn't it explode? I'll say it again, this isn't a bomb. But he... Before the man could finish, a sudden cry erupted over the communication channel. Look, the Sentry Tower is swaying. Everyone looked over. Sure enough, the Sentry Tower that had stood firm through hundreds of pounds of explosives was now swaying from side to side. The movement wasn't large, but it was clearly visible to all. A crimson laser suddenly shot from the top of the turret, vanishing into the depths of space. Then the turret collapsed like shattered fragments, its glass pod shattering into pieces as the disc-shaped concave object inside scattered across the ground. This is incredible. How did they do that? Exclaimed the American astronaut who had teased Lin Feng earlier. The mission is complete. Each nation should take a portion back for research. Chapter 104, the TALM Civilization. The forward Sentinel Tower has been destroyed. Each nation has brought back samples. This is for you.
Gu Suping arrived at Lin Feng's location with his team, carrying a sealed preservation box. Upon hearing about this, Lin Feng naturally requested a portion for his own research. Inside the sealed box lay a white, stone-like object and a concave, disc-shaped sample. Both appeared highly unusual. We examined these items briefly yesterday. This white stone is incredibly durable, far harder than steel or gold. As for this object, we haven't determined what it is yet. Gu Suping pointed to the concave, disc-like object. Its circular patterns no longer emitted blue light after the watchtower's destruction. Initially, they suspected it might be some kind of electromagnetic device. But it wasn't. Had it not been retrieved from the watchtower, they might have mistaken it for a plate. Leave it here for now. We need to supervise the work over there and don't have time to study this thing. The urgent priority remained building the space carrier. Only then would they possess the capability to confront external threats with confidence. Oh, and one more thing: when the sentry tower was destroyed, it fired a red beam deep into space. We suspect it was a signal sent to the position civilization. We need to be prepared. Gu Suping added one more sentence before leaving the control room. He still needed to research the space aircraft over there. He had only come here during a break in his schedule. Information? Lin Feng pondered the question. If it was indeed a message, what might it contain? Certainly, it would report the destruction of the sentry tower, and perhaps include observations of Earth. Imagine this as a game. You possess a sequential civilization. One day, you discover a civilization still confined to its planet. You deploy an observation tower to monitor them. But they discovered you and destroyed your sentry tower. What would you do? Bring an army to annihilate them, or deploy more sentry towers to intimidate them? Xiaoku, do you recognize this thing? Since he'd immersed himself in research, his chats with Xiaoku had mostly ceased. He'd nearly forgotten he even had a system. Xiaoku represented some form of alien technology. Perhaps it knew something about this. Oh, you remember me? Xiaoku suddenly piped up in Lin Feng's mind. It had been over half a year since they last communicated. Even during the last technology exchange, it hadn't acknowledged him, instead setting up an automated program to handle the process. I never forgot about you, okay? Pay me some attention already. Lin Feng scratched his nose. Honestly, when it wasn't useful, he genuinely couldn't recall Xiaoku. If he had time to think about it, he'd rather think about Jiang Luo. Is it possible I can hear your thoughts? Listening to Lin Feng's double standards, one thing said, another done. Xiaoku felt utterly speechless inside his mind. You caught me. Take a look. Lin Feng awkwardly changed the subject, opening the box containing the sealed sample to ensure Xiaoku could see it. Truth be told, there's nothing in this universe I don't recognize. Xiaoku glanced at the sample and instantly understood. Countless civilizations thrived across the cosmos, inevitably sharing universal elements, and this one happened to be one of them. Go ahead and tell me. This is a motonuclear disk communicator. It has two main functions: locating coordinates when activated, the positioning ripples inside illuminate, and observation. By analyzing the ripples' reflections, it can reveal most of a planet's information. The modern core disk communicator was that concave, disc-like object. This is a building material. I've forgotten its exact composition, but it dissolves easily in water. Lin Feng squeezed the white stone fragment. It was indeed incredibly hard. He took a bottle of water and poured a tiny amount onto it. Visibly, a small indentation appeared on the surface, and the water vanished into it. Upon closer inspection, Lin Feng noticed the indentation had completely vanished. It seemed the stone had ionized upon contact with water. So what civilization did these come from? Lin Feng asked again. That's hard to say. These things circulate widely among civilizations. Many use them as sentry towers. Nearby, there's the Talmud civilization, the Kopus Commerce Guild, the Krani faction, the Centaur civilization. Just within the solar system's vicinity, Xiaoku listed several civilizations, leaving Lin Feng stunned. Were there really so many interstellar civilizations surrounding the solar system? Then which civilization is most likely? Lin Feng pressed further, knowing several among these civilizations were likely aggressive. Let me tell you this, you'd better hope it's the Centauri civilization. It's the weakest among these, only at a level 2 sequence civilization. Blue Star's current capabilities should be able to handle them. What about the others? Lin Feng pressed further, knowing Xiaoku likely held valuable insights. Pay close attention to the Talmud civilization, the Kopus Chamber of Commerce, and the Klani faction. Both the Kopus Chamber and Klani are nomadic civilizations possessing level 3 sequence strength. Avoid the Talmud civilization at all costs. It stands as the most advanced among these, boasting level 5 sequence power. This is a colonial system civilization and the most probable candidate. So you'd better pray at ISNT, the Talmud civilization. Xiaoku rattled off a lot of details, and Lin Feng grasped the gist. But this colonial system civilization demanded his attention. If colonization was their primary focus, then indeed, they were the most likely candidate. Then take a look. These are artifacts from that civilization. Though Lin Feng didn't want to know the answer, he still pulled out the photographs taken during the observation. You observed this? Xiaoke asked, examining the photographs in Lin Feng's hand. Yeah. Which civilization stuff is this? Lin Feng nodded and asked. Congratulations. Xiaoke exclaimed in Lin Feng's mind upon seeing the photo. Is it the Centaur civilization? Lin Feng asked with a hint of excitement. No, it's the TALM civilization. Xiaoke shattered Lin Feng's hopeful fantasy, delivering a harsh reality. These warships are broadly similar yet not entirely identical, a trait consistent with the Talmor civilization. The Talmor civilization colonized numerous civilizations, outsourcing their industrial production to these colonies. However, differing craftsmanship and manufacturing methods among the colonized civilizations resulted in their space warships being broadly similar yet not entirely identical. Chapter 105, The Revelation. The Kopu's Chambers warships resemble several rectangular blocks assembled together. The Clonny faction's vessels are cobbled together from destroyed ships or space debris. Neither design aligns with their core characteristics. As for the Centaurian civilization, well, they simply lack the capability to develop such warships at present. So, our blue star, which has only just entered the first-tier civilization sequence, is facing a fifth-tier civilization. Lin Feng spoke with a numb expression. His face had remained expressionless since learning this was a warship from a level 5 civilization. For now, we shouldn't have to face them. Their nearest colonial outpost is over 300,000 light-years away. Even with their jump capabilities, it would take them 4 years to reach here. Xiaoke offered a consoling tone, though it might as well have been a death sentence. The time required for a civilization to ascend to level 5 hundreds of thousands, even millions of years. 4 years? At most, we could build 5 space carriers. That's nowhere near enough for us. Lin Feng sighed. Xiaoke fell silent. It couldn't help him. If I can master this two-dimensional foil, it should be enough to handle the TALM civilization. Lin Feng glanced at the system's marketplace. The two-dimensional foil was the most devastating weapon currently available for exchange. Producing the two-dimensional foil requires a collapsed supernova. Even if you acquire the technology, your current capabilities won't allow you to manufacture it. Xiaoke stated matter-of-factly. Forget it. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. The aerospace carrier was an absolute necessity, a core capability for space warfare that couldn't be overlooked. Lin Feng turned his focus back to the carrier's construction, rising before dawn and working late into the night. The first secretary had also noticed Lin Feng's relentless work pace. Ever since the materials for the Sentry Tower had been delivered, Lin Feng seemed to have transformed. Could it be that he had made a breakthrough? Lin Feng, your health is the foundation of revolution. Can your body endure this relentless pursuit of the space carrier? The Supreme Leader asked with genuine concern. Lin Feng had contributed immensely to Huagua. They couldn't just watch him collapse from overwork. The Supreme Leader observed Lin Feng's deep dark circles and the pallor that had crept into his once fair cheeks, clear signs of chronic exhaustion. I won't rest until we build that space aircraft carrier. Lin Feng shook his head, downing the coffee steaming before him in one gulp. Yet in his current state of exhaustion, the caffeine held no effect whatsoever. Something on your mind? The chief studied Lin Feng's face. It bore not just the weariness of days of intense work, but a deeper, troubled expression. His exhaustion stemmed more from the worries weighing on his mind. Lin Feng didn't know how to begin. There was indeed something weighing on his heart. If he could, he'd rather not know about these matters. But this was something he and indeed all of Blue Star had to face. Possessing the ability to handle these issues meant he had to shoulder the responsibility. Tell me about it. We'll face it together. The first observed Lin Feng's shifting expression, growing even more certain that he had discovered something capable of altering the fate of Huagua or even Blue Star itself. You remember that Sentry Tower, don't you? Lin Feng paused briefly, thinking that knowing sooner would allow for better preparation. Of course I remember. Have you discovered something? Hearing Lin Feng's question, the First Leader instantly confirmed that Lin Feng had indeed developed something. When fragments of the watchtower had been brought back, nations had all begun their own research, but unsurprisingly, none had achieved anything. That black disk is called the Motocore Disk Communicator. It has 2 functions. One is positioning. When activated, it emits blue ripples, allowing its civilization to receive the coordinates. The other function is observation. It can reflect most information about the observed planet through the return of those ripples. In truth, Lin Feng hadn't touched the tower fragments since they were retrieved. He was merely relaying Xiaoke's explanation. So that's how it works. Other nations haven't figured this out yet. But that shouldn't be cause for concern, right? Though this Motocore Disk Communicator sounded impressive, it didn't seem particularly unattainable. After all, they'd already witnessed alien warships. The Sentry Tower hardly seemed like a big deal. The crucial point isn't that. Through the information transmitted by the ripples, I've identified the civilization behind it. Lin Feng shook his head with a wry smile. The Sentry Tower hadn't truly shocked him, or perhaps it was only after hearing Xiaoke's account that he realized it held no real awe. What? You decoded their message? The leader was genuinely surprised. After the Sentry Tower was destroyed, the Moto Core disk communicator had ceased functioning, becoming nothing more than a hardened lump.
Now, hearing Lin Feng claim he'd decoded messages from an unknown civilization, how could he not be astonished? It's less about decoding and more about it being transmitted to us.
Lin Feng paused to consider his words. He couldn't claim to have decrypted it, nor could he reveal the existence of the system. For now, he'd have to spin a lie to fool the first.
What did they say? The first one pressed urgently.
This was crucial information, directly impacting the entire landscape of Blue Star.
This unknown civilization is called the TALM civilization. It's a colonial system civilization.
Lin Feng repeated what Xiaoke had just told him.
So this is a civilization focused on colonization. They might be coming to colonize us?
The leader struggled to process this information.
Could Blue Star really be colonized?
Lin Feng nodded without confirmation. Given the current situation, Blue Star faced a high probability of colonization. They'd already observed it 3 times.
Then what does this level 5 sequence civilization signify? The leader inquired again.
He had heard Lin Feng mention that the Talmud civilization was a level 5 sequence civilization earlier and had wanted to ask about it then, but had refrained from interrupting Lin Feng. Sequence civilization refers to the classification of civilizations, ranging from level 1 to level 10.
Level 10 is the highest known civilization in the universe, represented by a single entity called the Order Civilization, responsible for maintaining cosmic order.
As for level 1 sequence civilization, our Blue Star possesses sufficient strength to handle a level 2 sequence civilization, but our overall capabilities are still far from reaching level 1 sequence civilization standards.
The most fundamental requirement is the unrestricted utilization of any resource.
This unrestricted doesn't mean arbitrary use, but rather the ability to master all resources and fully harness their value. Only by achieving this can a civilization be called a level 1 sequential civilization.
And the Talmud civilization could effortlessly annihilate our solar system. Chapter 106, Discussing Countermeasures. If the Order civilization is responsible for maintaining cosmic order, then will they intervene when the Talmud civilization wages war through colonization?
The first one looked at Lin Feng with a hint of expectation, hoping he would provide the answer he desired.
Unfortunately, this was no wishing well.
Lin Feng could only shake his head. The Order civilization safeguards the order of space and dimensions. Take black holes, for instance. They are entities that shatter space and dimensions, so the Order civilization would eliminate them. Beyond that, they concern themselves with nothing else. Moreover, the Talmud civilization possesses only the strength of a level 5 sequence civilization. They simply lack the capability to breach space and dimensions.
The first one's expression grew grave. The impact of this news was immense, like telling an ant it would soon face an elephant. If what you say is true, then we have no means to counter it. The leader's expression lost its previous ease, his brow furrowing like a crease. For now, yes. Even constructing an aerospace carrier would be futile.
Lin Feng reluctantly nodded in agreement.
Even discussing the matter left everyone looking grim.
The leader noticed Lin Feng's troubled expression and recalled the immense effort he'd poured into building the space carrier these past days to address this crisis. A pang of sympathy stirred within him.
You needn't worry about this matter any further. Just focus on your own responsibilities. Even if they do come, we'll be the first to confront them. China has never feared anyone. The leader patted Lin Feng's shoulder reassuringly.
Lin Feng had already made significant contributions to Huagua. These burdens shouldn't all fall on his shoulders.
As the leader, he too must shoulder his responsibilities. However, it would be best to inform others about this matter as soon as possible. The people of Blue Star have the right to know. But we must not disclose it to the general populace.
If handled improperly and causing public panic, it would be disastrous. That would shake the very foundation of a nation. As a nation primarily composed of the proletariat, the people are forever the foundation of the state.
I won't tell anyone.
Lin Feng understood the first leader's words all too well. This meant he now had a second matter besides the system that he couldn't share with his family.
Keeping secrets was far more agonizing. Then I'll take my leave. Don't overwork yourself.
Take care of your health. It's the capital of revolution. The first leader offered a few more words of caution before departing. Pushing open the door, Lin Feng realized late autumn had arrived. Most trees across the mountains and fields had donned yellow robes. With each gust of wind, leaves rustled and fell. Beyond the wilderness lay patches of unharvested rice paddies. The state had contracted this land, leaving the surrounding 100-mile radius utterly deserted. The rumble of machinery at the construction site was the only sign of activity in this vast expanse, jarringly out of place amidst the tranquil wilderness. Snow will fall in a few days. Though the golden sun hung high in the sky, winter's chill had already settled in. No one knew exactly when the snow would fall, but it would come.
The first study. What are your thoughts on this?
Upon returning from Lin Feng, the first leader promptly initiated a video conference call with leaders of various nations, convening an informal online meeting where he relayed the information obtained from Lin Feng verbatim.
Mr. First Leader, is what you're saying true?
President Siete listened intently to the first leader's words, sensing something amiss. Of course it is. The first leader hesitated briefly before nodding firmly in affirmation. He chose to trust Lin Feng. But if this is information conveyed to us by the other party, why aren't they demanding our submission? Instead, they're telling us these details that seem credible but are essentially useless? Prime Minister Sunrise propped his chin on his hand, speaking thoughtfully. This information seemed like fabricated data. But we cannot afford to dismiss this. The leader stated. At this critical juncture, any information concerning an alien civilization demanded attention. Neglecting it could spell disaster. But if this message is genuine, if the Talmud civilization truly possesses weapons capable of annihilating the solar system, how can we possibly resist? The Emperor Pu's face tightened. Compared to weapons capable of annihilating the solar system, their own space-based armaments were nothing more than children's toys. Silence fell over the assembly. Emperor Pu's words rang true. If the enemy possessed such weapons, how could they possibly resist? The combined firepower of several nations couldn't even reach the moon, let alone mount a defense. But we cannot simply ignore this matter. We will have to confront it sooner or later. What we need is not just awareness of the problem, but also a way to address it. The first to break the somewhat gloomy silence spoke up. If we let this go unchecked, when the enemy truly arrives, Blue Star will face only two fates, colonization or annihilation. We have only two options now, either move Blue Star out of the solar system or retreat underground. The first voice voiced his thoughts. Direct confrontation was disadvantageous for Blue Star. Evasion was the only option. As you stated, the Talmud civilization's warships could reach our region within 4 years. Yet we currently lack even superluminal propulsion systems. 4 years wouldn't even suffice to exit the solar system. If we were to retreat underground, the living space required for 7 billion people would be immense. 4 years would be utterly insufficient for 7 billion people to excavate adequate shelter. The Prussian chancellor clearly disagreed with the first leader's proposal. Every point he raised was factual, yet this remained the best available solution. But this is our only option at present. We can't possibly relocate everyone. The moment the first leader uttered these words, the eyes of the other national leaders lit up. While relocating everyone was impossible, it was certainly feasible to evacuate a portion of the population. I believe this approach is viable. We have already commenced research into space battleship technology. I am confident that our space battleships will be operational before long. These words came from President Shet, of course. Among all nations, only the United States possessed the capability to develop space battleships. After all, the technology housed within Area 51 was no mere display. For years, how many space warships can you develop in that time, and how many people can you evacuate? The first voice challenged. Developing space battleships to evacuate people was the least desirable option, far inferior to either taking Blue Star itself away or retreating underground. But we can't just sit here and wait to die. Being able to bring some people along means that even if humanity loses Blue Star, the spark of life will still be preserved. Chapter 107, The Clone's Visit. President was right. Since Blue Star was doomed for destruction, many would inevitably remain behind. But humanity itself must not be extinguished. Why not select a group as the spark to carry on, allowing them to leave Earth? President Xia's words provoked deep contemplation among the leaders of the other nations. It was indeed a viable solution. In a sense, this meeting had ceased to be about Blue Star's fate. It had become a discussion of how each could preserve their own interests. Are you all prepared to abandon your nations and people like this? The first leader rebuked them sharply. Their first thought in this moment was to save their own lives. Mr. First, that is not our intention. After all, over these past 4 years, we have found no way to fully counter the TALM civilization. Given that, why not consider preserving the spark of humanity? President Siete replied with a smile, showing no sign of concern despite the first leader's sudden change in expression. Even so, the first one retorted, without creating a propulsion system capable of exceeding the speed of light, all this is futile. You won't be able to leave the solar system. This was undeniable fact. Humanity currently possessed no means to create a propulsion system exceeding the speed of light. But President Zayat was about to continue when someone burst into the chief's office. The chief's expression darkened, but after receiving a few whispered words, his face shifted abruptly, first flustered, then composed. We've just received intelligence of an uninvited guest appearing in China's Bohai Sea territory. I intend to pay him a visit. The first leader glanced at the assembled heads of state still watching him before abruptly ending the video conference. A military report had just come in. An unidentified flying object had been detected in the Bohai Sea. The meaning behind the first leader's words was clear to the assembled leaders. An extraterrestrial visitor had arrived. The leaders were instantly stirred, hastily dispatching equipment for detection. Did they say where they came from? The first asked. If it were the Talmud civilization, that would be troublesome. They had destroyed one of our watchtowers just days ago, and that would be hard to explain. But then he thought, this is my turf. You installed a watchtower here, and we didn't say anything, or rather, we dared not say anything. No, replied the guard beside him, who had just burst into the study. They said they would only speak with you personally. The guard beside him reported he was the one who had abruptly entered the study earlier. Communicate? The leader was puzzled. Did aliens even speak? Yes, they can. They seem to have a translator device. They learned our language in less than half a minute. That amazing? The leader murmured in awe. Even modern artificial intelligence couldn't claim to learn a language in under 30 seconds. Kyoto was quite close to Bohai. It took less than an hour by plane to reach here. Fushang dispatched an aircraft carrier and over a dozen destroyers to surround the unidentified flying object. Only after boarding the warship did the leader clearly see the object's appearance, a brownish-gray triangular structure with a propeller-like thruster beneath, resembling those mounted on ship sterns, and several tentacles protruding from the front. You heard correctly, tentacles. They swayed in the air as if moved by the wind. The craft looked bizarre, as if assembled from separate pieces. Even though it was uniformly brownish-red, the shade varied across different sections. Commander, this is the intercom. They've connected to this channel. You can communicate with them through this. Fu Shang had personally arrived on the scene. Aliens were a rare occurrence, and the moment he heard the news, he'd flown here from the South China Sea. I am the first leader of China. Greetings. The first leader didn't know how to address them, so he simply skipped the formalities. Gurgle gurgle gurgle, we are the special advance team of the Clonny faction, dispatched to pay a visit. The communication channel responded immediately, as if they had been standing by the device the entire time. What brings you here? The first asked again. Small talk wasn't an option here, he had to get straight to the point. Gurgle gurgle gurgle, to assist you. Came the reply. Help us? The leader looked puzzled, then glanced at the others. They all shared the same look of confusion. Why would strangers come to help us? It's like this, the voice explained. We've detected significant reserves of helium-3 on your home planet. This is a resource we urgently need. We hope the assistance we offer can be exchanged for access to these energy sources. The commander from the Clonny side stated. Moreover, we share an adversarial stance toward the TALM civilization. In a sense, we are allies. Though our languages differ, everyone understood the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I can't make that decision alone. We need to discuss it. If it's convenient, could you join us for the discussion? The visitors were friendly, but they still needed to be observed. The leader couldn't decide whether to promise the helium-3 from the moon to Clonny. This matter required consultation with other nations, though it shouldn't be a major issue. You can't decide these matters? Aren't you the leader of this planet? Clonny asked with some surprise. Could the leader of an entire planet really not decide such a minor matter? Well, it's like this. Blue Star is composed of hundreds of nations. The leader paused to gather his thoughts before explaining Blue Star's structure to Clonny's advance team. Well, that's a peculiar civilization. Clonny understood perfectly well. The idea of hundreds of civilizations jointly ruling a single planet was highly unusual. Normally, a planet would be governed by a single civilization to ensure optimal resource utilization. It wasn't strange for one civilization to control several star systems, but hundreds of civilizations sharing one planet was truly peculiar. The craft glided slowly above the carrier deck, and several clonies leaped out. This sparked fresh curiosity among the crowd, who had expected a beam of light to appear, followed by figures descending from it. Greetings, Wagwa people. The leader appeared encased in a bronze-colored iron shell, his face entirely covered by a visor, with two eyes glowing yellow. The others were similarly clad, yet this was their entire physical form, only their hearts remained organic. Hello, clonies. The leader extended his hand in a Blue Star handshake, a gesture the clonies were familiar with. They returned the gesture, and the two shook hands amicably. The clonies felt nothing unusual, but the leader sensed something odd. The iron-clad hand actually had some warmth. Chapter 108, Cooperation? However, regarding this matter of assistance, I still have a question for Mr. Hoff. According to the Chinese naming convention, the commander of the Clonny advance team was called Hoff. Mr. First, please. The Clonny commander's face betrayed no emotion, but his tone suggested a relatively agreeable disposition. Can you block the Talmud civilization's fleet? According to the Clonny faction's own assessment, they possessed only the strength of a level 3 civilization. The first had serious doubts about their ability to block the level 5 Talmud civilization. I can answer that question truthfully, no, we cannot. Hoff paused briefly before replying. The Talmud civilization has established an extensive colonial system throughout the galaxy. Their strength is undeniably formidable. No one can truly stop them, at least within the galaxy. No civilization possesses the capability to do so. Then why choose to aid us if they cannot be stopped? The first one was puzzled. Clonny lacked the capability. It was like eggs hitting a stone. No matter how many eggs you had, you couldn't crack the stone. Clonny wouldn't risk annihilation to aid Blue Star either, especially since there had been no prior connection between them. If the Talmud civilization had come personally, we certainly wouldn't have chosen to help Blue Star. But the one colonizing Blue Star is merely a colonized civilization system. Intercepting them is quite easy for us. Hoff's reasoning made sense. Blue Star's civilization level wasn't worth the Talmud civilization coming to colonize it personally. Then which colonized civilization is attempting to colonize Blue Star, and what is its strength? The first leader felt a slight ease. From Hoff's words, he too realized their previous understanding of the Talmud civilization had been overly extreme. For a level 5 sequence civilization to personally attack a civilization not yet fully established within the civilizational system would be like using a dragon-slaying sword to kill a chicken. Let me think. According to your Blue Star terminology, that region should be called Perseus, correct? It was previously only a level 2 civilization. After colonization, its strength grew somewhat, and it now barely qualifies as a level 3 civilization. Hoff mused for a moment before speaking. The Perseus civilization? The leader murmured the name under his breath. Then gave a subtle nod to the guard beside him. The guard immediately understood and turned to leave in quick strides. The others fell silent as well, proceeding quietly toward the mainland of China. Word from above, a vanguard from the Clonny faction has landed in the Bohai Sea. They show no hostile intent and seem to want to discuss something. The first leader orders us to proceed immediately. Amidst the rumbling roar of machinery, Gu Suping leaned close to Lin Feng's ear and shouted, "Clonny?" Lin Feng froze inwardly. Wasn't this precisely one of the civilizations Xiaoku had mentioned to him not long ago? What were they here for? To colonize as well? Xiaoku, do you know the purpose of the Clonny faction's visit this time? Lin Feng followed Gu Suping away, asking the question in his mind. Of course. I don't know. But the Clonny faction is a wandering civilization. They're extremely scarce on resources like energy. They're probably here for resources. Xiaoku analyzed briefly. Only civilizations that had truly wandered knew how precious resources were. When drifting through the boundless cosmos with no star system nearby to replenish energy, one could only wait to turn into cosmic dust. Resources? If they came to demand resources, how would they go about it? Lin Feng pondered silently. But don't worry too much. They mostly seek resources through cooperation. Nomadic civilizations are the least afraid of making enemies, yet the most afraid of making enemies. If a nomadic civilization gains a notorious reputation, no other civilization will be willing to share resources with them. Xiaoku added. As an intelligent being from an order civilization, he possessed profound knowledge of civilizations across the cosmos. Speaking of which, since you're from the order civilization, could you send over a few people? Lin Feng asked jokingly. I can't. If we were to compare the civilizations across the cosmos to a natural ecosystem, what would it look like? Xiaoku countered with a question of his own. Survival of the fittest? Lin Feng tentatively replied. Exactly. Even if our order civilization came to annihilate your Blue Star, to us it would be like an elephant crushing an ant while walking. Could you blame the elephant? This is part of the natural order. We are its representatives and cannot defy these rules. Lin Feng fell deep in thought. Xiaoku's words were harsh, yet undeniably true. When an elephant crushes an ant, would you care? No. None of us here would care. We'd simply see it as the most natural thing in the world. When the first led the advance team of the Clonny faction, he first brought them to meet several high-ranking officials within the country. Lin Feng was also specially permitted by the first to attend this meeting. The Grand Hall was forever the highest venue in Hua Nation for receiving foreign dignitaries. To be received here signified that Hua Nation recognized one as its most honored foreign guest. Mr. First, are those people really taking this long? Hoff had been seated in the Great Hall for nearly half an hour, yet representatives from other civilizations were nowhere in sight. What he didn't know was that on this small sphere they could circle in mere minutes, there were no aircraft capable of interstellar travel. Mr. Hoff, please understand. We lack the aircraft you possess. For our most distant representatives to reach here takes nearly 2 days. The first explained with a hint of resignation. I see. Very well. Hoff nodded, saying nothing more, though inwardly he pondered whether such a small planet might be worth plundering. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. For Clonny to annihilate a level 1 civilization solely to exploit its planetary resources would severely damage their reputation. Reputation matters everywhere. Lin Feng and his group swiftly arrived at the capital. People began trickling into the Grand Hall. The commander-in-chief of the armed forces arrived first. Yang Guolao and several other state elders also entered. Lin Feng and his group arrived later, as these elders resided near the capital while they had been stationed on the northwestern plateau. First, is this the Clonny? As Lin Feng entered the Grand Hall, his gaze immediately fell upon the humanoid creature seated in the center, clad in brownish-gray outer armor. Though deeply curious, he first exchanged greetings with the senior figures present before approaching. Chapter 109, Conversation. Correct. I've notified representatives from other nations they're en route. I thought we could use this time to gather information and make preparations in advance. The first did not rush to speak with the Clonians, instead directing the others in the hall. If you have questions, go ahead and ask. He's not difficult to talk to. The leader patted his shoulder before turning to attend to other matters. Mr. Hoff, hello. I'm Lin Feng. Lin Feng approached Hoff and extended his hand. If the first hadn't pointed out who the commander was, he wouldn't have recognized him. These clonies looked so alike he couldn't tell them apart. They truly looked like clones.
Hello, Mr. Lin Feng. What can I do for you? Though not skilled at reading expressions, Hoff could guess Lin Feng's purpose.
He understood this fundamental blue star principle: no one visits without reason. I wish to ask Mr. Hoff how the clonies intend to assist Blue Star in blocking the Talmud civilization. Lin Feng had learned the clony faction's purpose during his earlier conversation with the leader, and this was his greatest concern. According to our investigations, the Talmud civilization colonizing Blue Star is merely a third-tier civilization within their colonial system. This poses no significant challenge for us,
Hoff remarked casually. But won't that provoke the Talmud civilization's resentment? What then? Lin Feng understood that cloning meant stopping a civilization of comparable tier would be effortless for them. But what about afterward? Wouldn't this inevitably draw the Talmud civilization's attention? Attacking the weak to provoke the strong while seemingly foolish was undeniably inevitable. How could a civilization nearly capable of ruling the galaxy willingly accept such a slap in the face? You're right. Interfering with the Perseus civilization will draw Talmud's attention. But if we don't act, we'll just be waiting to be colonized. We'll face Talmud's attack anyway. Yet from our perspective, blocking Perseus offers immense resources. It's worth the risk. Hoff paused before speaking. Assisting Blue Star was a decision made after careful deliberation by those above. Helping Blue Star would incur the Talmud civilization's resentment, but it would also yield vast resources on Blue Star. The gains outweighed the losses, and besides, the clony faction had never feared being resented. How much helium-3 do you intend to acquire? Lin Feng pressed further, wondering what quantity of helium-3 could justify the Kronos faction risking conflict with the Talmud civilization. 200,000 tons. Hoff stated truthfully. Blue Star's affiliated planets held vast reserves of helium-3. 200,000 tons represented only a fraction of those resources. Lin Feng remained silent. He had no authority to negotiate. Such matters were decided by higher-ups. I have one more question for you. Do you know the Kops Commerce Guild? From Shauka's introduction, it was clear that the Kopuz Guild and the clony faction were sworn enemies. They had fought for nearly 10,000 years, yet neither side had gained the upper hand. For specific details, see. Both were nomadic civilizations, elusive and unpredictable. Losing a fleet or two was insignificant to them. Yet their conflicts blazed across star systems, primarily erupting on unclaimed planets. You know the Kops? Do you have ties to them? Hoff's tone turned icy. The hatred between the clonies and the Kopuz was irreconcilable. This deserves emphasis, as the narrative will center on these two civilizations. The founders of the clony faction were three humanoid beings. They accidentally acquired a cloning technology capable of mass-producing clony soldiers. It took tens of thousands of years for the clony faction to formally establish itself. The founders of the Kopuz chamber were 7 humanoid beings. They mastered mechanical fusion technology. Essentially, if physical bodies couldn't achieve ascension, why not ascend through machinery? It also took tens of thousands of years to develop into a significant force. By now, you may have guessed that they originate from the same civilization, though its name remains unknown. The soldiers created by the clones were essentially emotionless machines, which was not unusual. However, the Kopuz were different. They captured members of their own kind and subjected them to, transforming parts of their bodies into machinery to make them incredibly powerful. The extensive mechanical modifications and the dwindling numbers of their kind ignited clony's fury, sparking a great war. Initially, both sides fought cautiously, holding back their full strength. But as their kin perished, the clonies could no longer bear to watch. They extracted the hearts of the fallen and used cloning technology to resurrect them. The rage of these revived warriors was unstoppable. Knowing no normal tribe members remained on the planet, both sides unleashed their full fury. The planet was utterly destroyed in the war between the two civilizations, leaving the Kopuz chamber and the clony faction as wandering civilizations. Yet this did not mark the end of the conflict. The flames of war spread to other star systems. Through relentless combat, both civilizations grew increasingly powerful. To annihilate their adversary, they began massively seizing resource planets as rear supply bases. During a surprise operation, the clony faction successfully eliminated one of the 7 founding members of the Kops Commerce Guild. The conflict between them became utterly irreconcilable. This war has raged for 300,000 years and shows no signs of ceasing. No, I think they'll oppose you. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Spies were planted on both sides, monitoring each other's movements. Moreover, each faction possessed a terrifying artificial intelligence core. The conflict between them was fundamentally a battle between these two cores. If they dare oppose us, we dare fight them. Hoff declared without hesitation, then turned to Lin Feng with a puzzled look. How did you learn about the Kopuz merchants? Blue Star possessed no means of interstellar communication. Unless representatives from the Kops Merchant Guild had personally visited here, cooperation with Blue Star would require serious reconsideration. We obtained intelligence from the Talmud civilization's Sentry Tower.
It mentioned not only the Kopuz merchants but also your clony faction. Lin Feng bluffed, for lying was a profound art.
That explains it. We recently fought a battle in the Perseus civilization star system. By your time reckoning, it seems we only received your intelligence from Perseus 8 years ago. Hoff replied, his tone softening.
Lin Feng thought to himself, so it takes 2 Perseus equivalent distances to reach Blue Star from Kronos.
Then is it possible that the Cops Commerce Guild also obtained information about this place? Chapter 110, Negotiations.
Lin Feng's words plunged Hoff into deep thought. This wasn't impossible, as they had both received identical intelligence at the time. The intelligence mentioned that the affiliated planet of the Blue Star civilization possessed vast reserves of helium-3, which was why they had come here.
Highly probable. If they do come, conflict between us will be unavoidable. Hoff stated gravely.
Even if the Cops Guild sent only an advance team comparable in size to theirs, conflict would erupt. 300,000 years of enmity meant swords would be drawn the moment they met, no words needed to provoke them.
If they do arrive, I hope Mr. Hoff can maintain his composure. A conflict between you would benefit no one and could very well destroy the moon.
Lin Feng reflected before speaking.
A conflict between them would only bring disaster to Blue Star, offering no benefit whatsoever. We understand that, of course. Resource planets were not commonplace for either the Clony faction or the Cops Chamber of Commerce. The loss of a single resource planet would be unbearable for either side. This was the inherent flaw of nomadic civilizations, they lacked fixed resource planets to sustainably supply energy.
Lin Feng then ceased further discussions with Hoff and chose to depart. In his view, rather than relying on others, it was better to strengthen themselves. However, they still needed assistance at present. Lin Feng had no intention of getting involved in this matter and decided to return to continue building the space carrier.
Clony's assistance is good news for us, but it could also be bad news.
Blue Star has been exposed, and it possesses the resources they need.
After speaking with the first, Lin Feng requested to leave.
He felt he had no standing to speak at this meeting, and staying here had become pointless.
Gu Suping would relay the meeting's intelligence to him.
The first leader nodded silently, his gaze piercing like a tiger lurking in the jungle.
The meeting lasted less than half a day before the first leader abruptly adjourned it.
The next order of business was the joint conference of all nations. Having obtained significant intelligence in advance, the first leader seized the opportunity to make arrangements, racing against the clock. News from Clony indicates that a week ago, the Perseus civilization, a colony of the Talmud civilization, dispatched an invasion fleet toward this sector. Gu Suping summarized the meeting's contents, and only this piece of information managed to stir a flicker of concern in Lin Feng.
We don't have much time left. Late October, though still autumn, felt nearly as cold as winter.
Lin Feng exhaled a puff of white vapor, watching the construction site rumbling away in the distance.
Gu Suping remained silent, lost in thought. Your time is running out too. At most, you have 2 months left.
Lin Feng smiled at the silent Gu Suping. The agreed-upon deadline was approaching.
The mechanical arm absolutely had to be retrieved, and construction in all 3 zones needed to commence simultaneously. Sigh, why bring this up now? Honestly, if you gave me 5 months, I could definitely figure it out.
The technology for space air fighters differed from that of space air carriers. While the carrier tech was readily available, the fighter required trial and error. Most data needed repeated revisions after all. This was the first attempt at researching specific parameters, which still required experimentation. Gu Suping was nearly going gray from the stress over it, though some progress had been made. Still, given the timeline Lin Feng had set in his current pace, developing the space aircraft within 3 months was pushing it.
I believe in you.
Lin Feng patted Gu Suping on the shoulder.
Gu Suping thought Lin Feng was consoling him, but when he turned, he saw Lin Feng's beaming smile. If you think 3 months isn't enough, I'll send someone to retrieve the robotic arm right now. You? Alright. I understand. I'll head back to work on it right away. Gu Suping silently cursed Lin Feng under his breath before leaving the lab. Kyoto Joint Conference Room.
This discussion meeting was held here. The Grand Hall was out of the question for them.
The de facto leaders of each nation were mostly attending in person.
Their eyes immediately fell upon the clonies seated at the conference room's center, creatures whose appearance resembled humans yet differed significantly.
So these are the clonies?
Several national leaders huddled together, whispering among themselves.
The head of state was among them. Are all extraterrestrial beings humanoid?
While the Clonians did possess human-like features, they were well aware this was not their original form. Their true appearance had been lost forever in the explosion of their homeworld 300,000 years ago.
Enough. Time waits for no one, and they've waited long enough. Let us begin.
The clonies were indeed persistent, enduring a full day and night in the Grand Hall before finally accompanying the first leader and the others to the conference room. During that time, they neither ate nor drank, simply sitting there. It was unclear how they managed to endure it.
Mr. Hoff, everyone is present. Let us begin.
The first approached and spoke, while the presidents of other nations stepped forward one by one to greet him and introduce themselves. Mr. Hoff, how much in resources does the Cronian faction require in exchange for assisting Blue Star? The meeting formally commenced, and the first leader posed one of the questions everyone had been concerned about. 200,000 tons of helium-3. Hoff stated plainly. 200,000 tons? The moon only holds a few million tons. That's nearly 1/5 of it gone? Helium-3 was a scarce resource for Blue Star. Though they couldn't fully exploit it, that didn't mean they could just hand it over to others. 100,000 tons is a bit excessive. How about 100,000 tons? The speaker was naturally President Shatter, seeking advantage without effort. 100,000 tons would sustain Blue Star for nearly a millennium. It seemed substantial enough for Clonny as well. 200,000 tons. That figure is non-negotiable. If your territory is invaded, you won't get a single ton. We've already shown considerable goodwill. Hoff shook his head, his tone carrying a clear threat that every leader present could detect. Hoff was correct. If Blue Star were invaded, not a single ton of lunar helium-3 would remain theirs. How much force can the Crony faction commit to aid Blue Star? The presidents remained silent on the previous question, effectively conceding the point. The Great Bear Nation's emperor then posed another critical inquiry. We will station 2 fleets to defend Blue Star and intercept 5 incursions from alien civilizations. What exactly did 2 fleets entail? No one knew. But if Kronos could help Blue Star fend off 5 invasions from alien civilizations and it took Perseus 4 years to reach here, that meant Kronos could buy Blue Star 20 years. Chapter 111, A Fruitful Collaboration. The timing suddenly clicked for everyone. If we have 20 years, then I believe the plan to escape the solar system is feasible. The Prussian chancellor spoke first, and many presidents immediately grasped this solution. Their eyes lit up. Yes, with 20 years, leaving the solar system would be more than sufficient. Gentlemen, forgive my frankness, but this would turn Blue Star into a wandering civilization. Half your planet's energy would be consumed in propelling Blue Star away. The resources available to you would be drastically reduced, and you would lack the capability to evade asteroids. Hoff spoke bluntly, shattering their illusions. Propelling Blue Star away demanded immense resources. Moreover, having left the sun, solar energy remained one of Blue Star's indispensable resources. Should an asteroid encounter them during their escape, it would spell utter catastrophe for Blue Star. They certainly didn't believe they could maneuver Blue Star to change course. No one possessed that capability. Leaving the sun, we can use artificial suns, but resources and asteroids are indeed major challenges along the way. The presidents of numerous nations instantly deflated. Moving Blue Star required considering countless factors and possessing the capability to resolve them, capabilities they simply did not have. In my view, fighting back is the only option left. The first leader snorted coldly. If evasion was impossible, then fight. But we don't have the strength for that. Someone countered. Blue Star simply didn't possess the strength to take on a civilization capable of dominating the entire galaxy. Just because we lack strength, does that mean we should willingly take a beating? The first looked at him in disbelief. What kind of thinking was this? Just because someone else's fists were bigger, did that mean you couldn't fight back when struck? I find the first leader's reasoning sound. It takes the Perseus civilization 4 years to reach us. Each delay buys us more time to develop. Moreover, if it takes them 4 years, the Talmud civilization will certainly require even longer. That extra time is precisely what we must strive to achieve. President Sieti's analysis was logical and compelling. The first leader nodded in agreement, unable to refute the reasoning. Well said. We should also dispatch small units to harass them and draw off some of their forces. That would give us a much-needed breather. The first added. But we lack the capacity for such harassment. The Prussian chancellor interjected. The leader frowned involuntarily. Why did this man always play devil's advocate? Yet, he was stating a fact. We can supply Blue Star with some warships, but it will require resources in exchange. Hoff interjected at the right moment. War was always the fastest way to make money, and arms dealers reap the biggest rewards. Their coming to aid Blue Star was one thing, but their primary purpose was to act as arms dealers, securing vast resources in the process. What can you offer? President Siete asked, his eyes lighting up. Why go through all that trouble himself? Besides, the resources on the moon were something he could see but never touch. Better to use them as bargaining chips. Warships, airships, orbital cannons, and more. I can provide you with a detailed list. Hoff stated casually. In his view, such offerings were an irresistible temptation for Blue Star's current state. He felt no anxiety about whether Blue Star would agree to the deal. Agreed. I accept these terms. President Siete was the first to declare his acceptance, signaling the meeting's imminent conclusion. The other presidents remained silent, all indicating their agreement. After much hesitation, the first among them also consented to Clonny's demands. Now that the cooperation is settled, we'll return to report back. We'll leave a communication tower here, and our reinforcements should arrive on Blue Star within about 2 months. Hoff had no intention of lingering either, departing Blue Star immediately. Though Blue Star's culture was rich and diverse, none of it was essential to them, they were merely cloned warriors.
The presidents of each nation rose to see them off.
Hoff had intended to have the spacecraft stationed in Bohai Bay fly them directly away, but the first leader intervened. Other leaders also urged caution, the reason being that the mere appearance of Clooney's spacecraft over the capital would signal the arrival of extraterrestrials to the entire world, inevitably sparking a massive public outcry. With no other choice, Hoff reluctantly boarded the slow aircraft to return to Bohai, departing Blue Star under the watchful eyes of the world's leaders. After Clooney's spacecraft departed, the presidents gathered on the deck of the Qilu for further discussion.
Concealing the truth indefinitely is not a viable solution.
The public will inevitably confront this reality sooner or later.
President Siete gazed at the assembled leaders with a wise expression.
Their fleet will arrive in 2 months.
Though its exact size remains unknown, it will undoubtedly be a scene that obscures the sky and blocks out the sun. We cannot conceal it.
Comparing the observed warships of the Talmud civilization, it was clear beyond doubt that the scale of both fleets would be immense.
Gradually revealing information will help the people adjust, but...
The first minister hesitated, his gaze drifting toward President Zayat.
Mr. Chief, do you have any suggestions?
President Xia naturally caught the first leader's gaze. Both were seasoned veterans, well aware of each other's intentions. Among the nations present, only the United States has had direct contact with extraterrestrials. Prussia and the British Empire need not be mentioned, they merely observed but possess no tangible evidence. Therefore, it would be best for you, the United States, to disseminate this information. After all, as a global superpower, your words carry considerable authority. The first president voiced his thoughts, not forgetting to add a couple of sarcastic remarks.
I believe this approach is feasible. We have no better options. We can't just rely on empty talk.
The Great Bear Nation's emperor nodded in agreement. Without tangible evidence, mere words would struggle to convince the public.
The other presidents also nodded in assent. President watched this unfold. What else could he say? He was the only one capable of handling this. He'd have to do it himself. Fine. But you'll have to help me with the public opinion aspect. President Xie sighed helplessly, spreading his hands.
The power of public opinion at the moment news broke was terrifying, it could even spark panic. Ever since UFOs began appearing repeatedly over Blue Star, people had been filled with curiosity about these phenomena. Yet most harbored fear, as they widely believed any alien civilization capable of reaching Blue Star must surpass its own in power. And indeed, that was the case.
Shocking.
New York Museum to exhibit unidentified flying object.
Chapter 112, Cops's Visit.
This was undoubtedly the most shocking news to rock the world. A museum in the United States was actually exhibiting an alien spacecraft. Moreover, President personally acknowledged the fact, stating he would attend the exhibition himself.
This news quickly spread across the globe, even sparking lively discussions on China's internet. Did you hear?
The US is going to exhibit an alien spacecraft at the New York Museum.
Wonder if it's real or fake. It should be real.
After all, Young TV reported it, and Young TV wouldn't broadcast fake news. Several big streamers have decided to go see it in person. I can't afford that, so I'll just watch the live stream.
Holy crap, guys, check this out, photos from the exhibit just surfaced.
Just as media outlets scrambled to capture this wave of traffic, several anonymous accounts released a set of images. This instantly drew massive traffic across platforms, sending executives into ecstatic celebration. It felt like a godsend, a huge influx of traffic gained without lifting a finger. Little did they know the powerful hands behind the scenes orchestrating this storm. As expected, the first wave of public outrage erupted. Aliens threaten our security, we must resist them.
We don't need to exhibit alien spacecraft, we need to destroy them. Aliens are terrifying creatures. What if they invade our planet?
Those who are not of our kind must have different intentions.
Overnight, a torrent of opposition surged forth.
The overwhelming wave of online backlash erupted from the United States and spread across the global internet, inevitably affecting every nation. Presidents worldwide watched this unfold silently, unmoved.
To them, this overwhelming wave of public opinion was not yet substantial enough, they chose to wait and see. In stark contrast to the online uproar, Lin Feng remained untouched by such worldly distractions.
With the third sector's operations nearing completion, he was busier and more tense than ever. Hundreds of meters above, the warship's stern rested in the valley. Bulldozers and excavators crisscrossed below, while hundreds of massive mechanical arms dangled limply from the air, their work halted. The crimson hull was fully assembled, its rear end sliced cleanly as if by a blade, revealing the internal structure clearly. Lin Feng was currently inspecting the interior. This is the cockpit of the elevated turret, though it hasn't been fitted with a suitable cannon yet. Lin Feng explained to the first officer. Fortunately, the warship's stern was equipped with a magnetic levitation elevator, otherwise, ascending would have been quite a hassle.
Why haven't they been installed? Is there some difficulty? The first officer surveyed the high-tech cockpit with satisfaction, though he couldn't help but wonder how a turret could function without its primary armament. We haven't found suitable ones yet.
The latest electromagnetic pulse cannons and focused particle cannons lack sufficient range. As the primary long-range weapon for a space battleship, the suspended turret must have a minimum firing distance equivalent to the distance from Blue Star's surface to the Moon's surface. Lin Feng explained. Then what should we do? We can't just mount an intercontinental missile up there. The first leader was also perplexed. China currently possessed no such weaponry, even satellite strike systems fell far short of that range. Don't worry about that. I reviewed the clonies catalog a few days ago, and their orbital cannons look quite promising. We'll install one in that position. Lin Feng had already thought it through. If the clonies hadn't provided the orbital cannon in the original question, he wouldn't have known what to do. I have a suggestion. There's a Halo railgun available in the marketplace. Its destructive power far surpasses that of the clonies' railgun. Xiaoke piped up in Lin Feng's mind. What? Why didn't you say that sooner? Lin Feng roared in shock. He'd already requested 20 railguns from Hoth, nearly 10,000 tons of helium-3. Hold on, don't panic. The Halo railgun is indeed powerful, but it requires Halo material produced by the Cops Trading Guild. Without that, it simply can't be manufactured. Xiaoke hurriedly explained. Lin Feng's expression finally eased. You didn't say a damn thing. Still, he'd make a mental note of this. When he had the chance to interact with the Cops Trading Guild later, he could try to trade for some Halo materials. The rear section of the warship housed numerous systems, too many to survey in a single visit. After inspecting several key installations and control rooms with the first officer, Lin Feng departed. The stern featured 2 Hoth propulsion engines, each hundreds of times larger than the rocket thrusters. With the third section wrapped up, Lin Feng immediately moved on to the next area, leaving himself no time for rest. The New York Museum continued displaying alien spacecraft as usual. The exhibited craft resembled the UFOs seen in movies, sparking public skepticism that it was fabricated to deceive the masses. This is the prototype for the alien spacecraft in the movies. The New York Museum's defense seemed rather feeble. Even when President Shatter stood there, pounding his chest and swearing this was an alien spacecraft, only a handful of people bought it. The rest just treated it as a joke. President Shatter was left speechless. Other world leaders found it difficult to counter the narrative, as the museum's claims and the displayed artifact were so convincing that it genuinely seemed fake. Keep the revelations coming. After brief consultations, several presidents decided to have the United States continue releasing evidence of extraterrestrial existence. Just as these world leaders were busy orchestrating their propaganda campaigns, an uninvited guest arrived. Once again, it was the Bohai Sea off China's coast. This place sure attracts aliens. Lin Feng was speechless upon hearing the news, but he still gave the first secretary a parting instruction. If they're from the Kopu's Chamber of Commerce, tell them we've already partnered with Cloney. The first in command didn't understand why Lin Feng said that, but he kept the words in mind. Now wasn't the time for explanations. Attending to the aliens took priority. The spacecraft resembled a giant tire. At its center sat a small, square box, connected by several sapphire blue beams. Surrounding it was a ring of silver-white armor, its interior pulsing with azure light that seeped through circular openings into the central control room. Several figures emerged wearing what appeared to be heavy protective suits. Backpacks resembling small craft strapped to their backs emitted blue flames as they propelled them onto the deck. They wore rectangular helmets, rose-colored protective suits, and carried rectangular weapons, though blue light flickered visibly through the weapons' crevices. Greetings, Blue Star humans. We are the advance team from the Kopu's Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 113, Parting on Bad Terms. The leader, clearly taller than the other 3, was named Neg. He commanded this advance team. Greetings, Mr. Hoff. I extend Blue Star's regards to the Kopu's Chamber of Commerce. The leader adopted a slightly more deferential posture, having learned from Hoth that the Kopu's Trading Guild might not enjoy the best reputation. MHM. Neg merely nodded with a curt acknowledgement, his tone tinged with arrogance. The presidents of the other nations, noticing Neg's haughtiness, wore slightly displeased expressions, though they maintained their composure for appearance's sake. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to Blue Star? The first leader inquired. Though Neg's attitude was arrogant, he showed no overt hostility toward Blue Star. Cooperation. Neg uttered the 2 words simply, as if they carried no weight. It would be an honor for Blue Star to collaborate with Kopu's. However, before proceeding, we must inform you of something. We hope you will consider this matter before making your decision. The leader's previously respectful expression shifted, replaced by a classic fake smile. This momentarily startled Neg, but he still gestured for the leader to continue. We have already established cooperation with Kronida. The leader remembered Lin Feng's words. Unfortunately, Neg wore a helmet, otherwise the leader would have seen the subtle shift on his mechanical face, one of utter disbelief. What? Kronny has already been here? Neg's voice rose, his tone still tinged with disbelief, hoping the first leader's words were false. Indeed. We established a partnership not long ago and left a sentry tower here to maintain contact. The first showed no sign of panic despite Neg's raised voice, responding calmly and deliberately. He wanted to gauge how much Kopus would tolerate Klani. We lost. It's all that damn red light messing with our equipment. Otherwise, we would have beaten them here. Neg didn't continue speaking to the first. Instead, he activated his communicator and spoke to someone on the other end. Terminate your cooperation with Krani. We can station a fleet here to protect you for 10 years. Neg's tone was urgent, as if refusal were not an option. The deck crew was stunned. This offer was far less generous than Klani's, yet Neg seemed oblivious, muttering to himself. In return, all you need to do is pay us 50 million tons of helium-3. Neg failed to notice the astonished looks on the faces of those present, convinced they were getting a great deal. I'm afraid we cannot agree to your terms, Mr. Neg. The leader inwardly cursed Neg's audacity. A single fleet providing 10 years of protection, and he dared ask for 50 million tons of helium-3 resources? Klani had only demanded 20 million tons for 20 years of protection from 2 permanent fleets. By comparison, even a dog could make the right choice. What? You must understand that your blue star is merely a first-tier civilization. Surviving within the Talmud civilization's colonial system is utterly impossible. We're offering you this generous assistance, yet you show no gratitude. Neg's tone was heated. In his view, these primitives had no right to refuse. A planet that the mighty Kopus Chamber of Commerce could obliterate with a single fleet, how dare they reject them? I'm sorry, Mr. Neg, but we cannot agree to this demand. Please leave. The leader had been remarkably polite. Anyone else might have cursed him out. Fine, you'll face Kopus's punishment. Several Kopus members returned to their spacecraft and swiftly departed Blue Star. The presidents of the assembled nations watched the craft vanish into the sky, their expressions darkening. Was that too extreme? One president glared at the leader, his expression sour. They just provoked a formidable enemy. They weren't negotiating at all. They were outright stealing from us. But we've incurred the hostility of a Tier 3 civilization, coupled with the Talmud civilization's colonial system. Our prospects look grim. But they show no willingness to cooperate whatsoever. Demanding exorbitant terms, soft targets aren't so easy to exploit. We should inform Klani first and see what they say. The leader rubbed his temples, a headache setting in. A dozen national leaders were arguing on the deck, completely disregarding their dignity, making his head buzz. He was getting old, it seemed. The others could only nod in agreement, and the farce ended in discord. But President did one thing that sent the entire Blue Star into an uproar. Alleged alien encounter with world leaders ends in chaos. A video over 10 minutes long surfaced on American social media and rapidly spread across major platforms. You could argue the aliens were fake or the spacecraft was fake, but surely a dozen national leaders couldn't be fake? Who had the clout to gather leaders from over a dozen countries just to film a short video? Numerous self-media outlets rushed to cover the story. Though lacking the ability to interview the participants, they compensated with wildly imaginative minds. Thus, a flood of posts and speculative essays began spreading across the internet. Aliens flip the table, is Earth facing an alien invasion? Shocking. Leaders from over a dozen countries were actually doing this. Summit ends in acrimony, it was his demand that caused the rift. Classic clickbait headlines, but the video offered no discernible audio source. Even lip-reading experts were stumped. One figure was turned away, the other wore a helmet, leaving nothing to decipher. Countless netizens, suppressing their discomfort, clicked on these spine-chilling headlines only to find nothing substantial, mostly sensationalist nonsense from self-media outlets that viewers could easily discern. Damn clickbait. Netizens leave this comment before heading home to their own mothers. Negotiations broke down? Lin Feng listened expressionless as Goose Souping vividly recounted today's events. Making another enemy was detrimental to Blue Star's interests. It wasn't a breakdown, they never intended to negotiate at all. Goose Souping took a sip of water to quell his anger. Though he hadn't been present, he possessed the original audio recording. Every word of the conversation was meticulously documented, and upon listening, he was fuming. True. When you've got too many itches, you stop feeling the tickle. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Itch? This is clearly an elephant leading a baby elephant. Which is why you don't have a partner. Chapter 114, Kops's Decision. Being single had always been Goose Souping's sore spot, so Lin Feng never missed an opportunity to tease him about it. Let's see what Klani has to say first. Lin Feng shook his head, hoping Klani would keep his word. The Perseus Galaxy Cluster. This cluster housed over 20 civilizations. Before colonization, the most advanced among them barely reached level 2 sequence civilization status. After colonization, these civilizations merged into a single entity known as the Perseus civilization. This cluster contained over 1,000 galaxies. Even the Talmud civilization's colonial invasion fleet couldn't fully explore them all. This presented an opportunity for the Klani faction and the Kopus Chamber of Commerce, leading to a conflict that has raged for millennia. The Deling quintuple star system is a binary star system with numerous fertile planets. However, no civilizations emerged here, and the Talmud civilization deemed it unworthy of exploration. Yet the Clonny and Cop's civilizations clashed fiercely here, driven solely by the quest for greater resources. Copper Star currently serves as one of the Cop's Commerce Guild's strongholds. Across the vast expanse lies Namta Star, a bastion of the Clonny faction. Friction between the two sides persists, yet both maintain a degree of restraint, refraining from damaging these resource-rich planets. This fiery red planet bore rock and soil of the same hue, its atmosphere thin and sparse, yet water persisted. Outside the planet, space rippled as a tire-shaped spacecraft materialized out of thin air, the advance team returning from Blue Star. The craft descended slowly toward the planet's surface. Below lay a base with a silvery white exterior, dominated by a colossal statue. This statue was peculiar, its body resembled a human's almost exactly, yet its expression was utterly alien. Patrolling soldiers and moa birds circled the base, while a colossal guardian lurked on distant cliffs. Countless mechanical ospreys darted through the air, occasionally firing blue beams that linked to nearby soldiers. The soldiers' attire resembled Hoff's, except their protective suits were silver-white. The moa were mechanical creations of Kopus, possessing only two thick mechanical legs and a head equipped with a projector. The fish eagles resembled drones, sharing a similar construction to actual fish eagles. The Guardian was also a mechanical construct, though vastly larger than the others, nearly 100 meters tall. 8 sharp, massive legs clamped onto the cliff face like a giant spider. For now, let's call it the Spider Queen. Neg disembarked from the aircraft and approached the statue first, kneeling in reverent worship. Before the statue lay a golden gauntlet the size of a human head, its substance distinct, holding a red gem-like object within its palm. Neg produced a round, coin-like object and pressed it against the ruby. The gem showed no reaction, but nearby, the massive golden doors began to slowly open. A blue light screen unfolded, obscuring the view within. Neg rose and walked toward the distant gate. The surrounding soldiers and moa stood in reverent silence, gazing at the golden doors. Only after Neg stepped through did the doors slowly close, and they resumed their patrols. This was a vast space, yet eerily empty, devoid of any living soul. The interior was dominated by golden hues, though the supporting pillars were creamy white. After navigating several corners, one could spot patrol units resembling fish eagles, except each carried a rounded green orb on its back. This orb sprouted several green tentacles. These were perception sentinels, capable of detecting the slightest disturbance within the space. To avoid detection, one had to strike with lethal precision. As Neg slowly advanced deeper into the Golden Hall, guards and patrols began appearing within his field of vision. However, their entire bodies were enveloped in a dark golden glow. Upon seeing them, Neg immediately put distance between himself and them. Soon, Neg reached the far end of the hall. The door stood tightly shut, and not a single patrol guard was in sight. Neg couldn't help but slow his pace. Clear voices drifted from within the hall. 7 meetings, 7 votes. Is this how the Cops Guild treats me and my father? The voice was faint, yet the speaker's fury was palpable. Standing at the doorway, Neg hesitated, unsure whether to enter or remain listening. Newbie O'Keefe, remember your current position and power. This glory was bestowed upon you by your father. You cannot replace him as the leader of the Cops Chamber. Within the vast hall, atop a lofty throne, sat a monstrous creature with a human face. Its body was composed of machinery, even the blue cap atop its head an integral part of its form. Before him lay 6 massive virtual screens, each displaying a Kopus man of similar construction, gazing at him with solemn authority. My father sacrificed his life for the Kopus chamber. Why should I not inherit his position? Newbie's face twisted with visible anger as his hands gripped the spherical handles on either side of his seat. We remember what Kurt did, but you are far from ready to take your father's place. One of the founders uttered these words before shutting down his virtual screen. The others followed suit, closing their displays one after another. Damn it! Newbie slammed his fist into the marble he'd been gripping, but the marble remained intact. Instead, cracks appeared on his knuckles. Lord Newbie, Neg requests an audience. Neg spoke up from outside the hall once the voices within had faded. Come in. Newbie suppressed his anger and replied. Lord Newbie, the Blue Star civilization has formed an alliance with Kronida. Neg reported on the mission at hand. They've already partnered with Kronia? Newbie's cracked hands drummed on the golden armrests of his throne. The usable resources on Copal Planet had been largely depleted, and Namta Star was likely being exploited by Kronida as well. Such meager resources were insufficient for his upcoming operations. But then Newbie thought, those old farts at the Copper Chamber have always looked down on me. Well, this time I'll go head-to-head with Kronida and see if they really have the right to do so. Prepare the fleet. Invade the Blue Star civilization. And make sure Clonny hears this news. Newbie's rhythmically tapping fingers paused. He was determined to prove himself worthy of replacing his father as the great leader of the Kopos Commerce Guild. Yes, Lord Newbie. I shall relay your orders immediately. Chapter 115, Forming the Security Alliance. News from Clonny, the Kopos Chamber of Commerce has assembled an invasion fleet to attack Blue Star. The atmosphere in the Grand Hall grew oppressive. No one had anticipated this day arriving so soon. Before the Talmud civilization's fleet could arrive, Kopus had already launched their attack. The good news is that Krani has already dispatched 3 fleets toward Blue Star. Based on timing estimates, Krani's forces should arrive slightly ahead of the Kopus Chamber's invasion fleet, allowing us sufficient time to prepare our defenses. Seated at the head of the conference table was the leader, flanked on his left by 5 state elders and on his right by 3 commanders and 2 unfamiliar figures. Below them sat government officials and military personnel from across the nation. Silence hung heavy in the room. This enemy surpassed all their expectations. First, commit all resources to developing space carriers and space fighters. We must ensure we possess the capability to strike back before the enemy attacks. The Grand Hall fell silent, yet heads nodded in unison. The leader's approach was sound. We must forge the sword first, hold it in our hands, and only then can we feel secure. Second, retrofit mechs, fighter jets, and all other space-capable equipment to maximize our combat effectiveness. The aviation sector, the 3 military branches, and the Chinese Academy of Sciences must all participate in this operation. Yes. We guarantee completion of the mission. The commander-in-chief rose first to respond, his voice ringing with conviction, betraying no trace of hesitation. This amounted to a solemn pledge. The Minister of Aviation and the President of the Academy of Sciences also stood to affirm the leader's directive. Third, Blue Star is the foundation of our survival. Under no circumstances may this battle threaten Blue Star. Even if we have to use force or persuasion, we must prevent them from attacking it. The commander surveyed the assembled ranks, his presence commanding respect without a trace of anger, his voice carrying greater authority than ever before. We guarantee the completion of the mission. Not a single person flinched. They knew they faced an unknown and terrifying enemy, yet their legs stood straight as arrows, their backs held high. Nothing could break their resolve. So soon? Lin Feng heard the news Gu Suping brought him and couldn't help but smile bitterly. 2 months? How could that be possible? The aerospace fighter has been developed and is undergoing testing. If no issues arise, mass production should begin in a couple of days. 2 months? Even with the entire nation mobilized, they couldn't produce many aerospace fighters. Compile your aerospace fighter technology and send it along with the aerospace carrier technology to the supreme leader. Lin Feng shook his head. He didn't want to hand over such valuable technology, but there was no choice. After all, one nation like Huagua was simply too small. You intend to hand this technology over? Gu Suping found it hard to believe. This was all Lin Feng's hard work and his own, too. Giving it away for nothing? He might as well kick the Lesan giant Buddha aside and sit on it himself. I don't want to either, but we have no choice. Relying solely on ourselves is too slow. We're tied to Blue Star. A hint of confusion flickered in Lin Feng's eyes, yet he knew they couldn't just collapse here. Klani will help us. We shouldn't worry too much. Gu Suping sensed a thread of despondency emanating from Lin Feng and, at a loss for words, could only offer this consolation. Living under someone else's roof isn't a long-term solution. Gu Suping opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from arguing with that statement. He quietly gathered the materials from Lin Feng's desk and left the control room. What's this? The chief looked at the 2 documents Gu Suping handed him, puzzled. Lin Feng said he wants to share the technology for the aerospace carrier and the aerospace fighter. Gu Suping replied truthfully, though a pang of resentment stirred within him. The space carrier was one thing, it was Lin Feng's own creation, but the space fighter embodied the blood, sweat, and tears of hundreds of people. To simply hand it away like this, sigh. Gu Suping sighed as he observed the chief, who remained silent, then exited the chief's study. The leader's eyes flickered incessantly, his expression shifting like shifting clouds, his thoughts unknown. Send someone to deliver these items to the United States, Russia, Prussia, those nations. Ask if they want them. If they do, call me immediately. Giving them away for free felt like a waste. Better to get something tangible in return. Russia. Dear Mr. Tan, what might require my personal attention? The emperor gazed at Tan Dongfang with gentle eyes. He had received word yesterday that a diplomat from Huagua was paying a personal visit. Assuming it was a minor matter after all, the leader would have called him directly. For major issues he had sent someone else to receive the guest. But Tan Dongfang insisted this matter required a personal discussion, a request specifically ordered by the leader himself. Upon hearing this, the emperor knew his good brother must have something important to discuss, so he came personally. Please take a look at these documents. Tan Dongfang retrieved 3 documents from his briefcase, handed them to the guard standing by, who then delivered them to the emperor. What is this? The emperor's eyes narrowed in puzzlement, but he opened one of the documents to examine it. The design blueprints and theoretical framework for the aerospace carrier? The emperor stared at the documents, utterly dumbfounded. He could scarcely believe his eyes. Were such things something one could just casually produce? Mr. Tan, what exactly are these? The emperor remained incredulous. The space carrier? Didn't you already see it, Your Majesty? Tan Dongfang took a sip of vodka. Wait, vodka? Tan Dongfang glanced at the guards surrounding him and gestured toward the glass in front of him. The guards looked over. Wasn't this the vodka meant to warm the emperor's body? Mr. Tan, I need to verify the authenticity of this technology. The emperor shot Tan Dongfang an apologetic glance. Though he trusted his friend from China implicitly, something this beyond comprehension demanded special handling. Go ahead. In the meantime, your majesty may review the third-party documentation. Tan Dongfang paid no mind to him, this was perfectly normal. Very well. The Security Alliance membership agreement? The emperor had expected some technical documentation, but it seemed not. Still, with two promising technologies already secured, this particular matter held little consequence. By joining the Security Alliance led by Huagua will provide two technologies: aerospace carriers and aerospace fighters, free of charge. As a member state, China will assist in establishing the Blue Star Defense Force. At Security Alliance meetings, decisions made by China must not be violated. Withdrawing from the Security Alliance requires surrendering all weapons and technological theories provided by China, including any weapons or products developed through the application of such theories. Such scenarios were currently unfolding in meetings with the presidents of multiple nations. Chapter 116, Aerospace Carrier Test Flight. This is utterly unreasonable. It's forcing us to obey China's every command. President, upon seeing these outrageous terms, was so furious he blurted out a Chinese idiom. It was unthinkable only others recognized the United States as the leader, never the other way around. President, if you're dissatisfied with these terms, you may choose not to join the Security Alliance. Naturally, you can forget about acquiring these technologies. China's ambassador to the US spoke with utter indifference. To him, joining the Security Alliance to obtain these two technologies was like getting something for free. President fell into a rare silence. Clearly, giving up these technologies was utterly impossible for him, yet he refused to submit to anyone else. He found himself in a difficult position. President, I must say this, without this technology, the gap between us and China could widen by centuries, perhaps even millennia. Kurz, observing the conflicted President Shet, couldn't help but speak up. He understood the immense value of these technologies all too well. Given the current trajectory of the United States, catching up to Huagua within the next few centuries was simply impossible. All right. President Shet responded with resignation. He wanted to say more, but staring at the documents before him, he found himself at a loss for words. He mustered every ounce of strength to sign his name, slumping back in his chair as if suddenly aged by several years. The newly elected Speaker of the House and the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court also signed the decree. This meant that no matter who ascended to the presidency in the United States, this decree would remain in effect, a unified decision by all three branches of government. No one could refuse these two technologies, at least not on Blue Star at present. Naturally, these technologies were only granted to a few heavy industrial powers. As for that nation? Well, they certainly didn't get them. By the way, you just handed over these two technologies without hesitation. Doesn't that sting? When the first leader revisited the aerospace carrier construction site, Lin Feng was overseeing the final pre-launch tests. Completion was expected within a month. It certainly stings, but I have something else up my sleeve. Lin Feng pulled a USB drive from his drawer and plugged it into the computer before him. A folder popped up on the screen, which he clicked open. Design and Structural Principles of the Star Destroyer. What's this? The first leader looked at the title with some confusion. What was the difference between this Star Destroyer and the space carrier? The space carrier is essentially a space battleship, but the Star Destroyer is different. It's equipped with a jump drive, a propulsion system far faster than lightspeed engines. Essentially, it can traverse any distance. Additionally, the Star Destroyer carries a Star Destroyer cannon. This antimatter firing weapon can obliterate an entire planet from the cosmos with a single shot. The first speaker listened with visible excitement. Compared to the two technologies previously handed over, this one didn't feel quite so painful to part with. As long as China's technological prowess could maintain a solid lead over the other nations, that was all that mattered. Are the materials required for this available on Blue Star? The leader pondered another question. If Lin Feng possessed such a formidable technological weapon as the Planet Killer warship, why hadn't he deployed it? Given Lin Feng's temperament, any idea he conceived would be immediately put into practice. The materials for the jump drive and the Planet Killer cannon are not available on Blue Star. We must search for them in outer space. As the first leader had anticipated, but now was not the time to dwell on such matters. The universal serum has reached its third stage, while military-grade serums have begun administering the sixth stage. Battle armor has been fully deployed across the entire army. Yet in the event of space warfare, none of these would be of any use whatsoever. The first leader had been troubled by these issues lately. With so many soldiers, they wouldn't even have the ability to fight back when the time came. I propose mass-producing space air fighters. We can infiltrate enemy vessels from within. Lin Feng had contemplated this strategy long ago. Direct confrontation was clearly unfeasible, but infiltrating enemy warships would undoubtedly cause significant disruption. That's an excellent idea. I'll study it further when I return. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the first leader felt a sudden clarity. How had he not thought of this approach before? Another month passed before the aerospace carrier commenced testing. The leader chose to publicly announce the test status of the aerospace carrier. All Yanshi channels broadcast the event live. Our nation's first aerospace carrier, the Jojo, commences its initial testing phase today. This eye-catching headline instantly appeared on the homepages of major platforms and websites, remaining prominently displayed without any indication of removal. Many initially suspected it was a marketing stunt, but upon realizing it was official news, they clicked through. Front row. Hey, what exactly is a space aircraft carrier? You know what an airplane is, right? Yeah, it's nothing like that. Let's not say it, but you know what I mean. Civilization, you and me. Why is the live stream facing a bunch of walls? The live feed showed a red outer hull, leading many to assume it was a red wall. Hello everyone, this is Yanshi reporter Bing Bing. Welcome to the experimental site aboard the Jojo. The renowned host Bing Bing, with her striking features, stepped into the red backdrop. Babe. Crazy screen licking. Bombardment incoming. Filter keywords, wifey. Bing Bing, my favorite. Everyone here, pull the plug. From Zuan here, parents still safe. Requesting a battle. A bizarre flame war erupted in the live stream chat, making Bing Bing feel slightly uncomfortable. However, her professional composure kept her from showing it. Just 3 days ago, China's first aerospace carrier project was officially completed and named the Jojo. After 3 days of preparation, the Jojo and its test crew faced their first trial. The chief engineer of the Jojo project is none other than academician Lin Feng, the youngest academician in China today. The camera slowly pulled back and Bing Bing followed the shot step by step. A colossal space aircraft carrier then filled the livestream frame. Painted in China's signature crimson, it stretched over 10 kilometers in length and stood roughly 500 meters tall. It resembled a massive mountain range seated in place, its structure perfectly matching the iconic image of a space battleship. Holy crap, the last time I was this holy crap was when mechs first appeared. A space battleship. Academician Lin, your dream has come true. Now we can go play in space. Get out of my way, you dog woman. You're blocking my view of the warship. Bing Bing, how could you be so unreasonable? Is the warship the protagonist, or are you? Bing Bing felt a pang of hurt in the livestream. Just moments ago she was his wife, and now she was suddenly this unreasonable? Chapter 117, the Clonny Fleet arrives. All departments, report your status. Lin Feng stared at the control console in the cockpit. Since Huagua hadn't yet trained a qualified captain, he had to personally oversee this experimental test. Anti-gravity systems functioning normally. Propulsion systems functioning normally. Oxygen density normal. The reports echoed through the cockpit, a space larger than a 3-bedroom apartment. It was filled with personnel operating equipment across various systems, while Lin Feng sat at the central control console. All departments, prepare for ascent. Lin Feng drew out the command before swiftly issuing the order. Operators across all departments reacted instantly, pressing buttons on the virtual screens. A whistle, reminiscent of birdsong, pierced the air as the entire Jojo began to lift off the ground, like a giant dragon coiled on the earth finally soaring into the sky. The Jojo slowly ascended, soon towering above the mountains surrounding the valley. In the livestream, viewers finally caught a full glimpse of this colossal machine. At this moment, all I can say is, Huawei new currency. China's New Zealand dollar. No regrets in this life as a Chinese, in the next life I'll be Chinese again. This life, I have no regrets for being Chinese. In the next life, I wish to be Chinese again. Netizens were deeply moved by this spectacle. It not only fulfilled their fantasies but also gave them a tangible sense of their motherland's might. A powerful surge of pride welled up within them. Increase speed. Lin Feng gave the command once more. The Jojo roared again, its engine's thunderous roar like the furious cry of a dragon soaring over the 9 provinces, stirring the soul. Suddenly, the Jojo halted, then shot skyward. Its 2 massive hull thrusters at the stern spewed fiery red flames nearly 100 meters long. In an instant, the Jojo pierced through the clouds, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Though the live stream no longer showed the spacecraft, the audience remained undiminished, each spectator left wanting more. Aerospace Fighter Patrol. A massive hatch opened beneath the Jojo, releasing hundreds of aerospace fighters that circled around the vessel, forming a protective escort. This test flight was a success, but we haven't reached our goal yet. The Jojo drifted slowly through space as the operators relaxed from their earlier tension. Lin Feng spoke up at the perfect moment to offer encouragement. The success of the Jojo is inseparable from the efforts and sweat of everyone here. As the acting captain of the Jojo, I express my sincere gratitude to all of you. Lin Feng bowed to the experimental crew surrounding him, and the team responded with applause. Our objective is a smooth lunar landing. Therefore, target the moon and proceed to stage 4. Once the applause died down, Lin Feng gave the command. Everyone quickly composed themselves and began executing his instructions. The tail-mounted hull thrusters initiated 4 consecutive bursts of acceleration. The flames they expelled had turned blue, shooting out like arrows released from a bowstring. Even the surrounding space visibly trembled. Maintaining the JoJo's operations demanded vast amounts of energy, making lunar helium-3 indispensable. Yet helium-3 proved remarkably efficient. Lin Feng's calculations indicated that just 100 tons could sustain the JoJo for 50 years. Meanwhile, on Blue Star. This damn thing is so damn appealing, I almost missed it. President stared at the report on his phone, the video of the JoJo's test flight. He struggled to imagine how he could possibly stop such a colossal entity. Clooney's fleet has already exited the solar system. It's projected to reach Blue Star in one day. The Watchtower's communications were under constant surveillance, with every update relayed immediately. First Secretary, Academician Lin says that when Clooney's fleet arrives, they should bring 4 orbital cannons to the moon. He intends to install them there. The guard added. The first commander frowned. Was this plan feasible? But then he remembered Lin Feng never undertook anything without certainty. Clooney's fleet soon appeared above Blue Star, obscuring the sky. This was merely one fleet, the other 2 remained stationed not far from Blue Star. A Clooney warship larger than the JoJo hovered over Blue Star, surrounded by over a dozen medium-sized vessels and a dense swarm of small craft obscuring the sky. Yet each of Clooney's warships looked peculiar, resembling Frankenstein's monsters, parts mismatched and misaligned, yet somehow functional. It was truly bizarre. The sight itself felt like an eerie invasion. The nations had long prepared public opinion for Clooney's arrival, and people had some psychological resilience. Still, no major issues had arisen. Clooney's arrival was both good news and bad news for Blue Star. The good news was that with Clooney's assistance, Blue Star might not face such hardship. The bad news was that Kopuz was likely not far behind. First, gentlemen, I believe we should discuss defense matters first. Hoff approached alongside a rather tall Clooney officer. This officer differed somewhat in appearance from the uniformed Clooney soldiers. His limbs were slimmer than those of ordinary Cloneys, though still encased in mechanical armor, black armor to be precise. His eyes glowed red, and strapped to his back was a peculiar green blade. This green wasn't the vibrant hue of life, but rather the sickening, viscous green of slime, a sight that sent a chill down one's spine. This is our captain, the overall commander of this operation, and also my brother Hobbs. Hoff's voice carried a note of pride and satisfaction. He considered this something to boast about, and indeed it was. Greetings, First One. I am Hobbies. If my younger brother has caused you any trouble before this, I apologize on his behalf. Hobbs was indeed towering. Only upon his approach did First realize the man stood twice his height. Reluctantly, Hobbs bent down to shake First's hand. It looked like a strange uncle shaking hands with a little kid. Hobbs made a favorable impression on First, deepening his goodwill toward the Clooney faction. Based on our estimates, they could reach the solar system in 3 days at the latest. Hobbs explained the current situation, meaning they had 3 days to prepare their defenses. We have no authority to command you, but I still hope you will join us in stopping the Cops Trading Guild. We will provide you with weapons and equipment. Chapter 118, Preparing for Battle. Blue Star will naturally cooperate with all your operations. However, even if you provide weapons now, Blue Star lacks the personnel to operate them. Our assistance would be negligible to you. The leader naturally had no objection to Hobbs' request. However, even if Kronos provided them with any advanced weapons now, Blue Star lacked the personnel capable of utilizing them. We understand your situation. While you lack the strength for direct confrontation, we can conduct infiltration. Hobbs had considered this issue as well. What do you mean? The first leader was somewhat confused. While you lack warships capable of direct confrontation, the most vulnerable part of any warship is its interior. You could deploy forces to infiltrate the ship and sabotage it from within. Hobbs made his point crystal clear, and the leader naturally understood. Warships were colossal. Even a direct bombardment required significant time and resources to destroy a single space battleship. However, sabotaging its interior would be fatal for a warship in combat. Damaging its internal systems would directly impair its operational capabilities. With luck, they might even capture a warship as spoils of war. Throughout our years of war with Kopuz, infiltration has been the most common and effective tactic. Warships have access points we can breach. We can escort elite forces inside to sabotage the ship's systems. Hobbs stood up and declared. Even if we don't do this, Kopuz will. Though it comes at great cost, it remains the most effective approach. Throughout tens of thousands of years of conflict, the majority of warship destruction has originated from within. If that's the case, we can proceed with this operation. The leader's gaze sharpened upon hearing Hobbs' words. If it was possible, he would pursue it. To prevent Blue Star from being caught in the crossfire, we'll deploy our forces near Jupiter and Saturn for interception. The worst-case scenario we can tolerate is them striking Mars. Hobbs possessed a long-term strategic vision. Blue Star simply couldn't withstand such a war. Even a single stray orbital cannon shot landing on Blue Star would be beyond the capacity of any nation to bear. You're correct. Therefore, we must establish 3 defensive lines, the first at Saturn, the second at Jupiter, and the third at Mars. Even without direct experience in space warfare, the leader possessed sharp strategic insight. 3 lines of defense represented the most conservative approach. An all-out gamble could also be chosen, committing the entire fleet to a fierce battle at the front lines. But that approach offered no guarantee of Blue Star's safety. If even a small fleet managed to bypass the lines and strike the planet, it would suffer significant damage. For the first line, we'll deploy 1 fleet alongside your Huagua warships to hold the position. The second line will be defended by 1 main fleet and several smaller fleets. This sector will serve as the primary battlefield, ensuring the safe withdrawal of the first line fleet. The third line will retain 1 warship and several smaller fleets to safeguard Blue Star and provide long-range support for the second line. Hobbs swiftly finalized the arrangements. This strategy would prevent immediate collapse upon encountering Kopo's fleet while also intercepting any infiltrating vessels outside Mars. Victory isn't guaranteed in this battle, but we must at least repel Kopo's fleet with minimal losses. We must preserve sufficient strength to confront the Perseus civilization. The first commander nodded, then added, "We will deploy 300,000 troops to assist your forces in infiltration and sabotage operations." 300,000 is excessive. 30,000 will suffice, but they must be the most elite. Stealth is paramount for infiltration. Too many personnel hinder maneuverability, especially within the confined spaces of warships. The leader found this difficult to comprehend but reluctantly agreed to Hobbs' proposal, ordering the deployment of 30,000 elite troops. Lin Feng, we've received orders from ground control to join Cloney's fleet in defending Saturn's perimeter. We must depart immediately. Gu Suping spoke hesitantly as he looked at Lin Feng. The first leader said to get your ass down there immediately. The front lines were always the most perilous place. The first leader feared something might happen to Lin Feng. After collecting the helium-3 on the moon, Lin Feng showed no intention of returning, which had the first leader frantic. He had sent several urgent orders demanding Lin Feng come back immediately. But the warship can't be without me now. Lin Feng naturally had no desire to leave. He'd finally gotten his hands on a space battleship. Why would he want to go down? All departments, receive orders, target Saturn, advance at speed 4. With several railguns now fully installed, the warship possessed combat readiness. Crew members swiftly executed Lin Feng's orders, commencing operations. Recall all airspace fighters on patrol. We'll face a tough battle in 2 days. Now it was time to prepare for battle. Lin Feng gazed through the porthole at the tranquil depths of space, where countless stars twinkled. Blue Star had been left far behind. Cloney's 2 fleets also began their departures one after another. 1 fleet advanced not far to the right of the Jojo, both sides maintaining an unspoken understanding as they raced towards Saturn at full speed. Blue Star Fleet, we require weapon deployment at Saturn. Requesting mutual defense. The Cloney voice crackled over the communication channel. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He had spent the past 2 days resting in his seat, and now Saturn was drawing near. Blue Star Fleet copy. We have dispatched a support force. Please lead the way. Lin Feng responded over the communication channel while simultaneously dispatching dozens of airspace fighters toward the Cloney fleet. Dozens of aircraft resembling Chinooks emerged from the Cronian flagship, though lacking rotors. Immediately, a dense swarm of airships surrounded them. They linked these Chinook-like craft to their airships and towed them towards Saturn, with the space aircrafts following closely behind. Lin Feng didn't know what weapons they were deploying, but he suspected they were likely similar to anti-aircraft guns, except this air represented space. The 2 warships swiftly reached their position directly above Saturn's asteroid belt. Viewed up close, the asteroids were a spectacular sight, a torrent of massive rocks, each tens, hundreds, or even thousands of meters in size, like the colossal boulders churning through the Yellow River. Cloney's medium and small warships swiftly encircled the flagship, positioning themselves to absorb incoming fire intended for the main vessel. In contrast, Lin Feng's forces only had several hundred space air fighters patrolling nearby, a somewhat underwhelming display compared to Cloney's fleet. Nevertheless, several medium and small warships from the Cloney side approached, making the Jojo appear less isolated. Chapter 119, The Battle Begins. They're here. Against a backdrop of twinkling stars, the bows of warships suddenly appeared, trailing long streaks of light behind them. Their appearance closely matched the warships of the Kopus. Nearly every warship resembled a rectangular prism, save for the circular craft swirling around them. It was difficult to describe them as anything else. All departments, prepare. Activate shields. Lin Feng issued the command first. A thin layer of sweat beaded on everyone's foreheads, yet they carried out the orders methodically. A faint red protective shield expanded around the warship. Capable of withstanding nuclear strikes, this shield was an indispensable piece of equipment for any space warship. Cloney's airships began advancing as well, a dense, dark mass pressing toward the Cops Commerce Guild fleet. Lin Feng's aerospace fighters followed suit, unwilling to be outdone. Neither side deployed heavy weapons immediately, instead sending out their respective aircraft to make initial contact. The Cops Commerce fleet also dispatched a large number of craft to press forward. The moment they met, explosions erupted everywhere. Blue, yellow, and red laser beams scattered across the area. The explosions of the craft were incredibly violent, yet in the vacuum of space where sound could not propagate, everything appeared eerily silent. Though hundreds of airspace fighters formed a formidable sight, they vanished into the battlefield, replaced by a sea of clowny airships in Kopu's craft. The chaotic explosions and relentless laser beams created a spectacular sight, yet behind this grandeur lay the relentless loss of life. Deploy the mechs. Lin Feng observed the battlefield, where neither side held any advantage, and issued the order. Both factions were essentially trading lives for every airship explosion on their side, and enemy aircraft was destroyed. Moreover, both sides kept sending more aircraft and airships into the fray. Lin Feng had already deployed all his hundreds of airspace fighters, leaving only the mechs behind. The side hatches of the Jojo slowly opened, releasing hundreds of mechs of various sizes. Leading the charge were the legendary first-generation mechs, the Heisei Trio, alongside the military representatives Azure Deep Sea, Great Wall Sentinel, and Eagle Strike. Modified for space combat, these mechs unleashed their full power. Leading the charge into the fray, the 6 mechs easily overwhelmed the Kops Commerce Guild's aircraft, which were no match for such colossal foes and were swiftly destroyed. Can't hold back already? Newbie's expression shifted upon seeing the mechs joining the fray, but he quickly regained his composure, a hint of mockery appearing on his face. Open fire. At Newbie's command, the main cannons of each warship opened fire on the Kopu's vessels and the Jojo. Blue laser beams spanning tens of thousands of meters struck the Jojo's bow. Though the shields absorbed the devastating blow, the entire ship shook violently and was pushed back several meters. Target their flagship. Fire. Lin Feng's expression darkened. The shield had just absorbed a significant portion of their resources. Such defenses were incredibly energy-intensive. Cannons across the ship locked onto the enemy flagship. Instantly, beams of every color filled the cosmic void, connecting both sides as if by an invisible thread. It must be said, Cloney's orbital cannon was a formidable weapon. Kopa's flagship dared not engage head-on, shifting its position instead. Blue Star Fleet, commence operations. Captain Crony's voice crackled over the communication channel. Without hesitation, Lin Feng dispatched the remaining dozens of airspace fighters. Crony's side also sent out several small warships. Both sides' airspace fighters and warships skirted the central battlefield, stealthily approaching Kopu's fleet from both flanks through the cover of asteroids and debris. Damn it, I've never fought a battle like this before. Xiaofeng muttered from inside a starship's cabin, surrounded by dozens of special forces soldiers clad in nanosuits like him. Listen up, everyone. Shake off enemy interceptors mid-route if possible. Get close to their warships and infiltrate them. Those carrying data keys must protect them at all costs. Each squad must retain at least one data key. Xiaofeng addressed not only the soldiers in the cabin but also those aboard dozens of other space aircraft. The data keys, provided by Cloney, served primarily to unlock the warship's access systems. Have the outer mechs approach Xiaofeng's group. Intercept the enemy's blocking warships at all costs to ensure our forces can safely approach the Kopo's fleet. Relying solely on Xiaofeng's group to safely reach Kopo's fleet was difficult. After all, the enemy's detection radars weren't mere decorations. Though they might not detect them immediately, the approaching forces would inevitably be spotted as they drew nearer. As time passed, the battlefield had long since reached a fever pitch, with neither side gaining a decisive advantage. Xiaofeng's group gradually closed in on the enemy fleet. But before they could be detected, they encountered Kopu's infiltration force, and both sides engaged in a skirmish at the edge of the battlefield. Xiaofeng accelerated his aerospace fighter, dodging several attacks from Kopu's craft before landing a precise hit. Yet the Kopu's craft remained intact. Flames erupted from the outer ring of the Kopu's craft. Though severely damaged, it remained mobile and capable of attack. The Kopu's craft spun several times, evading Xiaofeng's electromagnetic pulse cannon shots. It then fired a blue laser beam overhead. Xiaofeng reacted swiftly, rolling the space fighter sideways. The left wing was still hit, but fortunately, the damage to the left wing didn't significantly affect the entire spacecraft. The main thrusters were located at the rear, and only the left wing's weapon systems were rendered inoperable. How the hell am I supposed to take this? Seeing the damage report on the left wing, Xiaofeng was consumed by rage. He swiftly pulled up the spacecraft's nose, increased thrust, and rammed toward Kopo's craft. Kop's craft panicked at the sight of Xiaofeng's reckless charge and abruptly pulled away, a move that played right into Xiaofeng's hands. See ya later, buddy. Xiaofeng unleashed a barrage of electromagnetic pulse cannons at breakneck speed, striking Kop's cockpit directly. The craft exploded instantly, marking its exit from the fray. But this was merely one insignificant loss among Kop's fleet. Scanning the battlefield, Xiaofeng saw numerous allied aerospace fighters struggling against Kop's forces, some already powerless, forever lost here. Xiaofeng's eyes reddened at the sight. He was about to jump back into his airspace fighter and charge forward again. Xiaofeng, I'll hold them off. You infiltrate Kopu's fleet. Chapter 120, Successful Infiltration. The Azure Deep Sea arrived from the battlefield, followed by the clear water. They maneuvered to pull several airspace fighters trapped in the center of the encirclement out of harm's way, preventing the loss of pilots from the infiltrating forces aboard the disabled craft. Move out. The two colossal machines became the focal point of the Kopo's squad's assault. Laser cannons relentlessly pounded their exoskeletons, each shot leaving deep gouges in the armor. Circle around the battlefield. Full speed ahead. Xia Feng had no time for hesitation. He piloted the space aircraft while simultaneously directing his forces to press forward toward Kop's fleet. The battlefield shifted again as both sides' small and medium-sized warships pressed into the fray. These vessels became immediate targets for airships and aircraft, granting the pilots locked in combat a brief respite. Several massive orange-yellow beams streaked from the ground, catching several advancing Kopu's warships off guard. They were struck, leaving fleeting bursts of smoke and fire in their wake. They've actually deployed anti-ship orbital cannons. Send the Spider Queen down to destroy them. 3 spherical entities, each comparable in size to a mech, released from Kop's 3 main warships. Hundreds of aircraft followed these spheres as they descended towards Saturn's surface. Spider mothers? Dispatch the Earthshakers and ghouls to intercept them. Cloney's side didn't back down either. Several cylindrical devices launched from their warship, hurtling towards Saturn's surface at breakneck speed. Communication was open between both sides, so Lin Feng knew exactly what the Spider Queen was. He just didn't know if the mechs could handle them. Skyhawk, take 2 mechs and 20 air space fighters to Saturn's surface. Assist Kronos in intercepting Kopos' assault. Skyhawk immediately withdrew from the battlefield. Though severely damaged itself, it heeded Lin Feng's command without hesitation and headed for Saturn's battlefront. Damn it, it's Tianhua warriors. Our flagship has been breached. Requesting backup. The soldiers aboard Kronos' flagship couldn't hold back the Tianhua warriors' assault and could only call upon Lin Feng and his team for backup. Tianhua warriors? What are those things? Lin Feng hesitated, unsure of their strength. Tianhua warriors are elite soldiers from the Tianhua civilization, a Tier 3 sequential civilization. Each possesses extraordinary abilities. This civilization operates mercenary style. They'll do anything for payment. Their small mechs are capable of holding their own in combat. Xiaoko relayed this information in Lin Feng's mind, constantly monitoring the battle. Then deploy some of the small mechs to assist. Dozens of small mechs, barely larger than humans, flew out of the warship and headed toward the Crony flagship. They looked like ants, attracting no one's attention. Xiaoko, what's your take on this battle? Lin Feng occasionally scanned the battlefield's movements, asking distractedly. He sensed something was off. The likelihood of defeat is high. I cannot tell you more than that. Xiaoko had picked up on some clues, but he couldn't speak plainly about them. That was inevitable. It couldn't change the outcome. Lose? The only variable that had emerged so far was the sudden appearance of these Tianhua warriors. Could this be the turning point? Lin Feng couldn't be certain, so he could only keep a close eye on the movements on the Cloney side. Prepare to enter. Xia Feng gave a hand signal. Once the data was transmitted, he inserted it into the access control system. Within 2 seconds, the tightly sealed door swung open. A long white corridor stretched before them, with several branching passages in the distance. Fish eagles circled at the junctions, patrolling the area. One person deployed the jamming grenade. One person take it out swiftly. The rest remain ready for any contingencies. After Xia Feng issued the orders, the 2 soldiers behind him exchanged glances. Crouching low, they moved forward cautiously. A small, silver-white metallic sphere suddenly landed right in the center of one junction, emitting a sound neither too loud nor too soft, just enough to draw the attention of the fish eagles patrolling nearby. The osprey slowly approached, its camera lens trained on the silver sphere on the ground, attempting to identify the object. Suddenly, the lens blurred, and the drone lost its visual feed, flailing wildly in midair. Seizing the moment, one soldier lunged forward, tackling it to the ground. With swift strokes of his light-bladed dagger, he dismantled the drone into fragments. Clear. Proceed. 2 soldiers signaled, and Xia Feng's group quickly followed. They had reached a fork in the road, with both paths leading to unknown destinations. One team to the left, one to the right. Split up and proceed. Xia Feng made a decisive split, signaling his team to advance in 2 directions. Another long corridor stretched ahead, another fish eagle circling overhead, and the same familiar combat routine. Xia Feng and his men stood before the access gate, faint rumbling sounds emanating from the other side. Open the door. Fire on sight. Uncertain what lay beyond the door, Xia Feng could only urge his squad behind him to exercise extreme caution. The tightly sealed door suddenly swung open. 2 Kopos soldiers were instantly pressed against Xia Feng's squad's faces. Both sides froze in shock, but Xia Feng reacted swiftly, striking first. Before the 2 Kopos soldiers could even raise their weapons, Xia Feng and his men had them pinned to the ground, both killed with 2 shots. The commotion drew the attention of other Kopos soldiers inside the room. Intruders detected. Red lights flashed throughout the room. The Kopos alarm had been triggered. Xia Feng and his team had been discovered. Activate protective shields. 2 soldiers raised crimson energy shields. Immediately, Kopos' hail of bullets followed, blue laser beams striking the shields and sending ripples across their surfaces. A firefight erupted, blue laser beams and white energy particle rays crisscrossing the air. Several Kopos soldiers, unable to dodge in time, were knocked to the ground. We won't hold out much longer like this. Xiaofeng watched the rapidly depleting energy bar on the shield, realizing they were doomed if this continued. He quickly scanned the room's layout. Several blue boxes were piled haphazardly around the room. Laser strikes left only shallow marks on their surfaces. Pillars stood scattered throughout the space, with a towering column resembling a pillar reaching to the heavens at its center. Massive chains coiled around it, clanking loudly. Advance steadily. Use the boxes as cover. Xiaofeng abandoned hand signals, shouting the order instead. The soldier bearing the energy shield immediately rose, shouldering the Kopo's firepower as he advanced. Though progress was slow, they eventually reached the boxes. With the boxes providing cover, the group could finally catch their breath and begin gradually returning fire at the Kopo's soldiers. What the hell is that? Chapter 121, The Variable. A dark figure plummeted from above, hurtling straight toward Xiaofeng and his men. Xiaofeng's pupils contracted. Without a moment to spare, he bellowed. Everyone spread out. But the Moa's descent was lightning fast. Just as Xiaofeng lunged forward, the creature crashed into the crowd. One soldier was struck and killed instantly. The shockwave from the impact shook nearby soldiers so violently their internal organs felt like they were being jostled out of place. Xiaofeng! Xiaofeng cried out in anguish, staring at the soldier whose body had been pierced by the bird. But the bird, fixated on his furious shout, fired several blue laser beams from its head, aiming straight for his face. Xiaofeng quickly ducked down and rolled behind a crate, evading the attack. However, his exposed position now placed him squarely within the firing range of the Kop's soldiers. Dozens of beams fired toward him. At the critical moment, a soldier charged forward with an energy shield, blocking the laser beams. Are you okay, team leader Xia? The soldier's battle armor was damaged, leaving him looking battered and bruised. Xiaofeng recognized that this soldier didn't belong to their squad. Throw some grenades over there. The soldier waved his hand, and several explosive grenades were tossed from behind the crate, landing among the Kopo's soldiers. Their formation shattered into fragments. The Kopo's firepower weakened instantly. Soldiers hiding behind cover rushed out, closing in on the remaining Kopo's troops. This unit had encountered the same problems as Xiaofeng's group when entering the warship, but at the fork in the road, they hadn't split up. Instead, they chose to advance in the same direction as Xiaofeng's group, providing crucial fire support for this side. Xiaofeng said little, rushing back to assess casualties. The terror bird had been an unforeseen threat. It now lay shattered into fragments. Yet this victory came at a heavy cost, 2 men dead, several wounded. The wounded who can move follow the unit. Those unable to move must hide immediately. If the main force hasn't withdrawn in 5 hours, you are to evacuate on your own. The wounded would severely hamper their subsequent movements. Every doorway ahead was fraught with perils. They could barely handle their own situation, let alone tend to the injured. Enemy reinforcements are here. Several dark shapes plummeted from above the terror birds. A large contingent of Kop's soldiers charged down the staircase above. Spread out and find cover. Prepare for battle. Soldiers raised their shields to absorb the shockwaves from the falling Moa as the battle erupted once more. 3 days in, and this battle rages on. Lin Feng sat in the cockpit as artillery fire rained down on the battlefield tens of thousands of meters below. Without the genetic serum sustaining them, ordinary people would have perished long ago. Cloney's forces have driven the Tiannua warriors out, but they show no signs of retreat. They've headed to the Saturn battlefield to sabotage the anti-ship orbital cannons. Gu Suping kept a constant eye on the battlefield situation. Both sides fought fiercely, continuously pouring in reinforcements. This is worse than a meat grinder. Lin Feng shook his head. This battle had already consumed nearly half the resources and manpower of one of Blue Star's major powers. This is what we'll face from now on. No more childish games of you condemning me and me condemning you. Saturn battlefield. Brown sand stretched across the barren landscape. A colossal artillery platform, hundreds of meters tall, pointed skyward. Each volley sent immense recoil rippling through the ground, burying the platform several meters deep in the shifting sands. Nearby, a spider queen and a shaker clashed fiercely. Surrounding them, Cloney and Kop's soldiers locked blades in combat, while the ground was littered with the wreckage of aircraft. The Earthshaker appeared to be composed of several white-green pillars, its torso only slightly thicker than its limbs. Its left hand bore 2 sharp, elongated claws. It struggled somewhat against the Spider Queen, a war machine built for sheer mass, yet the two remained locked in a fierce stalemate. Attacks from surrounding soldiers bounced off them, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Roar! The Earthshaker let out a piercing roar, its right claw slashing viciously at the Spider Queen's massive body. Though the Spider Queen's 8 legs scuttled frantically, it couldn't evade the Earthshaker's strike. Thud! The claws collided violently with the Spider Queen's body, causing blue liquid resembling blood to seep from her flesh. Buzz! The Spider Queen emitted a buzzing hum as a blue energy shield flared around her body. Her spinning eyes fired intense laser beams, repelling the Earthshaker. Her 8 sharp claws scuttled across the ground, each step sending nearby sand flying several meters high. Taking down this beast will net us some prime materials. A squad of soldiers clad in bizarre armor appeared on the battlefield. Their leader was fiery red, flames still licking at parts of his body. "Captain, we can't handle this beast." A soldier who appeared somewhat feminine spoke up, a massive hammer that seemed mismatched to her frame strapped to her back. "But we have the Spider Queen." The Flame Dragon Knight drew a flaming longsword from his back. "Clear out the ghouls first." Flaming Fury charged into the fray like an arrow released from its bowstring. With a few swift swings, the ghouls deemed the most terrifying soldiers on the battlefield by Clonny were hacked to pieces. At that moment, purple soldiers wielding long clubs joined the fray, targeting the Tenno warriors who had suddenly entered the battlefield. Clone guards? This battle isn't as simple as we thought. The raging flame dragon rider was immediately surrounded by 3 clone guards. Each swing of their club sent a Kopos soldier flying, and even the dragon rider's armor couldn't withstand such blows. But that wasn't the most troublesome part. The mech forces dispatched by Lin Feng had also arrived, joining the fray. Facing the mechs and earthshakers, the Spider Queen immediately found herself at a disadvantage. The Tiannua warriors also struggled against the onslaught of clone guards and small mechs. "Volt, you go sabotage the anti-ship railgun. We'll hold them off here." The raging flame dragon knights immediately abandoned their assault on the earthshakers, prioritizing the destruction of the anti-ship railgun to complete their mission before withdrawing. Soldiers of the Tiannua civilization were renowned for their individual strength. Though lacking a formal military structure, they had still managed to develop into a Tier 3 civilization. Yet, they possessed the capability to strike against other Tier 3 civilizations. Each soldier engaged multiple clone guards and mechs simultaneously. Though constantly on the defensive, they remained undefeated. Their firearms proved devastating. A single hit could punch a gaping hole through a mech's armor. "Captain, it's done. We're out of here." Volt silently eliminated the clone soldiers guarding the anti-ship railgun, successfully destroying the weapon. All warships fall back to the second defense line. Small teams cover each other's retreat. Chapter 122, Heavy Losses. Xia Feng and the others haven't returned yet. How can we retreat? Lin Feng was deeply dissatisfied upon hearing the order. A squad of thousands had infiltrated the Kopos fleet to cause havoc. Withdrawing now would mean abandoning those thousands to their fate. Lin Feng would never do such a thing, nor would anyone from Huagua. Saturn's anti-ship orbital cannons have been destroyed by Kopus. Kronos suffered heavy losses, and many of our mechs were also lost there. The Kopus fleet is on par with us in strength, not to mention vastly outnumbering us. Our main battlefield lies at Jupiter. Gu Suping didn't want it this way either, but that's how battlefields are. Once the optimal withdrawal window was missed, more time and manpower would be sacrificed to regain it. But Lin Feng opened his mouth to speak, but only managed to utter a faint murmur. His eyes dimmed. He understood the logic, but he refused to face it. "Leave some mechs to assist Xiafeng and the others. We're withdrawing." Lin Feng issued the order in a measured tone, each word enunciated with unusual clarity. He rose and left the control room, his figure swaying as if drained of all strength. But Lin Chen tried to follow, but Gu Suping held him back by the shoulder. Gu Suping shook his head at Lin Chen. Let him calm down on his own. It's his first time dealing with something like this. Gu Suping's gaze swept past Lin Chen's head and settled on Lin Feng. Such a heavy burden placed on a young man would crush anyone. War is brutal. I hope you understand that. Lin Feng stood in a corridor, gazing through the porthole into space. The battlefield of relentless artillery fire had long faded into the distance. Now, only a tranquil expanse stretched before him, serene yet awe-inspiring. This was the cosmos. He didn't respond to Xiaoke's words echoing in his mind. Instead, he lit a cigarette and drew slowly on it. The ember flickered, and Lin Feng could vaguely see his own face reflected in the porthole. His face bore the marks of hardship, yet his eyes revealed nothing. No one could discern his thoughts from that expression. It looked utterly strange. Cloney sure is ruthless. Tens of thousands of lives just discarded like trash. Gu Suping approached from the far end of the corridor. He casually pulled a cigarette pack from the outer pocket of Lin Feng's coat, lit one, and joined him in silently gazing out the window. Were it not for the motion of smoking, it felt as though time had stopped. How much have we lost? After a long silence, Lin Feng spoke, his eyes still fixed on the void beyond the window as if trying to pierce through it. His cigarette had likely been smoked to the end by then. A total of 351 aerospace fighters destroyed and missing. Over 110 mechs destroyed and missing. More than 4,000 personnel sacrificed or missing. The exact figures are still being tallied. Gu Suping's voice was heavy. Faced with such devastating losses, even someone as resilient as him couldn't find solace. Over 4,000 lives, far exceeding the number of police officers and soldiers sacrificed by China over the years. 4,000 families had lost husbands or sons. 4,000 families lay shattered. They had chosen to serve their nation, yet he stood powerless before their sacrifice. That many. Lin Feng's tone carried both lament and inquiry, ultimately dissolving into a sigh that vanished into the unheard void. Over 4,000, so many. As the fleet gradually withdrew, the battlefield that had raged for nearly a week finally fell silent. Debris drifted throughout the space station, and the mangled corpses of Cloney soldiers and Cop soldiers lay scattered everywhere, a stark testament to the sheer brutality that had unfolded here. Boss, we've made quite the haul this time. Check out these halos and isolation medals. Triannual warriors darted through the wreckage, scavenging rare materials from the wrecked warships and aircraft, their livelihood. Boss, there's a human here. Looks like he's still alive. Inside a wrecked warship, Lioli discovered a human soldier lying beside a crate, still clad in battle armor, while scavenging for materials. Take him. The battlefield cleanup crew will be here soon. The Flame Dragon Rider glanced toward the nearby Kopu's fleet. Several Kopu's aircraft were already heading this way. They boarded a craft resembling a manta ray, weaving through the wreckage before quickly vanishing. The so-called cleanup troops weren't battlefield scavengers, rather, both sides sent soldiers into the combat zone to search for undamaged aircraft or warships and usable materials. After all, these things didn't just blow in on the wind. These cleanup troops operated without any mutual ceasefire agreements. Encounters still led to combat. If neither side wished to fight, they would tacitly divide the battlefield into zones, maintaining a certain distance. Unfortunately, the Clonies and Lin Feng's forces had already withdrawn, leaving the cleanup operation to be exploited by the Kopos fleet. This marked a brief truce. Blue Star and Crony needed to establish defenses, while the Cops fleet required rest and repairs. They showed no reckless ambition for glory, proving Newbie wasn't just a useless freeloader. Lin Feng, why didn't you come back when I ordered you to? On the other end of the video link, the Supreme Commander's forehead veins bulged with fury. This situation was nothing like the California incident. A single lapse in concentration on the battlefield could mean certain death in a sea of flames. Back on Blue Star, teams were working around the clock to develop space carriers and space fighters. Yet even this short window wasn't enough to build a single engineering base. The commander could only fret, his heart in his throat, as he monitored Lin Feng's progress daily. Nothing's wrong, is it? Lin Feng replied in a light-hearted tone. He wanted to smile to show he was fine, but his lips refused to budge, leaving his expression grim for a moment. You're still young. How could you possibly be sent into battle? Noticing Lin Feng's troubled expression, the first leader softened his tone, launching into a long-winded lecture like an elder. Many have died. Lin Feng suddenly interrupted the first leader's scolding. He felt deeply guilty now, as if all this had happened because of him. How many? The first elder fell silent, and the relaxed atmosphere turned grave. 4,227. The breath he exhaled was still warm, but the words that left his mouth were icy cold. Lin Feng felt as though he were standing in a freezer, his entire body trembling. What did over 4,000 people even mean? Lin Feng didn't know, nor did he want to know. But whenever he closed his eyes, he could see countless faces pleading with him, "Take me home." Yet he had left them there, and they could never return home. Drifting with the sky, even their bones would never be found. Years later, perhaps only this number would be remembered, while their names faded from memory forever. So many. Chapter 123, might as well go all in. The first leader echoed this sentiment. Were 4,000 people a large number for the entire nation? Not really. But to him, it felt like an astronomical figure. I will erect a monument to the heroes. People will remember them forever, at least we will. The leader spoke in a low voice, suppressing his emotions. Clearly, hearing this news had taken a toll on him too. From this day forward, a new era begins. We must all confront this new age. The leader hung up the phone, saying no more about Lin Feng. He had more important matters to attend to. A new era had indeed begun. Our tomorrows would no longer be peaceful. We faced not just the daily grind of work and study, but also enemies from deep space, enemies whose numbers and power remained unknown. Lin Feng stared at the now darkened screen with a complex mix of emotions. A profound sense of helplessness filled his heart, yet he still needed to steel himself to face everything. What's the situation with Jupiter? Lin Feng and Gu Suping inquired about Crony's movements. They lacked the authority to command Crony, but needed to know their allies' plans to coordinate their actions. Clony intends to deploy 2 main battle fleets to hold off Kopuz's forces head-on. They'll also send multiple smaller fleets to harass and disrupt the enemy. If possible, they'd like us to join those harassment operations. Gu Suping relayed the message. He maintained direct contact with Kronos, receiving updates on their movements in real time. Lin Feng remained silent. His mind seemed to simulate the battle scenario: 1 intact fleet, 1 fleet suffering over 50% losses, 1 space carrier, and multiple smaller fleets conducting harassment. If he were Cops, his primary objective would be to engage in a direct confrontation at the central battlefield. Securing that sector would draw the bulk of the enemy's firepower. As for the harassing squadrons, he would divert some firepower to intercept them at a distance while deploying aircraft and infiltration units to disrupt them. This approach might result in some initial losses. Once these harassing fleets were neutralized, they could commit all their firepower to the central battlefield in Clony's fleet. Without numerical or firepower superiority, Jupiter's fall would be inevitable. This approach won't work. My suggestion is to conceal the fleet within Jupiter's atmosphere while leaving one fully manned fleet behind to draw enemy fire. This forces the enemy to split their forces into at least 2 segments to counter us. It would distribute the pressure we face and make the battle less overwhelming. Lin Feng immediately shook his head at Cloney's proposal. Outgunned in a direct confrontation, they would need to defeat the enemy tactically. Should I discuss this with Crony? Gu Suping pondered briefly. He believed Lin Feng's approach was far superior to Cloney's. After the initial engagement, Gu Suping had gained a relatively comprehensive understanding of both sides' capabilities. While their weaponry was comparable, Kopus held a significant numerical advantage in fleet size. Cloney's tactic relied on direct confrontation, but outnumbered forces could never prevail against superior numbers, especially when both sides were equally matched in strength. In comparison, Lin Feng's approach held more promise. By the way, how many Titan-class mechs do we have left? Gu Suping had already departed, so Lin Feng could only ask Lin Chen beside him. 3. Lin Chen replied, his expression slightly uneasy. How come there are only 3 left? Lin Feng looked stunned. While Titan-class mechs weren't known for their firepower, they could still hold their own against smaller warships. Their speed and agility made them a challenge even for larger vessels. They were taken out by Kopus's fleet when they stayed behind to cover our retreat. Lin Feng had already left the control room by then, but they all stared intently at the battlefield monitors, witnessing firsthand as the mechs left to cover the retreat were obliterated by the concentrated fire of thousands of Kopus warships, leaving not a trace behind. Lin Feng was at a loss for words. 3 Titan-class mechs facing Kopus' fleet were like ants staring at an elephant. What gave them the courage to stand tall against thousands of warships? Lin Feng knew, yet he didn't know. They were all heroes. Tears welled in Lin Feng's eyes, but he shook his head. Now was not the time for sorrow. The mechs left behind to cover the retreat were Digger, Gaia, and Dinah. The Heisei trio had become a thing of the past. Lin Feng vaguely recalled the joy of creating them and the pride they felt when confronting the American threat head-on. Now, in this war, it had all turned to ashes. Dispatch all mechs to conceal themselves within Jupiter's atmosphere. Smaller units must stay clear of the storm's eye. Should you encounter Kopus fleet or aircraft, engage immediately. At this moment, Lin Feng finally shouldered the responsibilities of a fleet captain. He had to monitor battlefield developments, make correct judgments at all times, and maintain a cool head to command the entire operation. All aerospace fighters remain on the main front. Support Cloney's fleet's frontline forces in harassment and interdiction operations. Do not engage in the main battle. Lin Feng's decision was deliberate. Cloney and Kopus deployed tens of thousands of airships and aircraft onto the battlefield at a time. Throwing a few hundred aerospace fighters into the fray would make no dent. Better to deploy them where they could make a meaningful impact. The 9 provinces head toward Jupiter. You must reach Jupiter's atmosphere. Lin Feng issued his orders methodically. If Crony rejected his plan, Lin Feng would have no choice but to attack the Kopus fleet himself. But doing so would expose the Jojo directly to Kopus's rear, potentially drawing the full brunt of their concentrated fire. Our Mars-based fleet can reinforce Jupiter's defenses. Your plan makes sense, let's take the gamble. Hobbs, now commanding Cloney's fleet, had considered Lin Feng's proposal. While it held merit, it also risked exposure. Why would only one fleet remain at Jupiter when both main battleships had withdrawn? Cops would likely suspect a hidden fleet near Jupiter and dispatch numerous reconnaissance vultures to pinpoint other warships. Should an ambush occur, they could simply flee. Leave a virtual image behind to draw Cops' probes. The Mars fleet will lie in ambush on Jupiter's surface. When the main battle erupts, you can strike from behind. Hobbs' approach mirrored Lin Feng's own thoughts. He had also considered pulling the Martian fleet into the fray but abandoned the idea out of concern for Blue Star's security. Yet upon reflection, it made perfect sense. If the second line of defense collapsed, even the full strength of the Cloney fleet stationed on Mars would be powerless. Better to go for broke. Chapter 124, Prelude. Report, remote surveillance feeds show no movement from the Cloney fleet on Mars. Newbie sat upon his lofty throne as a cop soldier beside him relayed the intelligence. No fleet movements on Mars? If that's the case, the clones stand no chance of winning this war. However, this also means our flanking maneuver is impossible. The clones are cautious in their operations. Newbie pondered the report internally, paying no heed to the situation on Blue Star. In his eyes, a civilization barely reaching Tier 2 was scarcely worthy of his attention. Continue surveillance. Newbie waved his hand, and the Kopos soldier withdrew with understanding. A virtual panel popped up before Newbie, displaying lines of cryptic text resembling messages. Newbie gave it a cursory glance before closing the panel. News of his conflict with Cloney had inevitably reached the upper echelons of the Kopos Chamber of Commerce, who were now flooding him with orders to retreat. But he had already secured an initial victory. How could he possibly abandon it now? His strength remained intact. Retreating now would render all the previous battles meaningless. Father, watch closely. I will restore your supreme glory, inherit your position, and become the greatest founder in the history of the Kopos Guild. Newbie's eyes blazed with unbridled ambition, a raging fire eager to consume everything in its path. Advance force, depart. Target, Jupiter. After nearly half a month of rest, the Kopus fleet set sail once more. The scouts on Klani's side were the first to detect the fleet's movements. The Kopus fleet is heading this way. All departments, return to your stations immediately. We have a battle to fight. Lin Feng issued the order the moment he received the news. His eyes too burned with a fierce fire, but it was not ambition, it was rage. This time, he would repay them 1,000-fold. After days of stillness, Jupiter's defenses sprang into action. Countless Cronian airships poured forth from warships large and small, swarming across the silent void like locusts. The storm is too intense. We can't see anything in space. Goose Souping watched the screen filled with yellow wind. Jupiter's atmosphere was thick, and the Jojo, positioned not far from the storm's center, experienced slight turbulence. Hundreds to thousands of miles around them lay a myriad of Cronian warships, equally concealed within this storm-ridden atmosphere. Switch to the external probe feed. The screen of yellow wind was replaced by a view of star-filled space. Distant, faint black dots could be made out the two Klani fleets. Now, all that remained was to wait quietly for the arrival of the Kopus fleet. General Newbie, Frontline Intelligence reports no sightings of Blue Star Civilization warships. We suspect they may be concealed. Neg approached and spoke. As the fleet commander, he placed immense importance on battlefield intelligence. The disappearance of Blue Star's warships now demanded his attention. Oh? Have they retreated? Perhaps they intend to engage us in a decisive battle on Mars. Though Newbie held little regard for Blue Star's warships, he ventured a guess. We cannot confirm that. Our long-range scanners cannot penetrate beyond Klani's fleet to detect their rear. Unless they pass near Mars, we may be able to detect them then. Neg expressed doubt, believing Blue Star's warships had no reason to retreat since they'd suffered no significant losses. Should we wait and see? Neg voiced his opinion: one shouldn't fight a battle without certainty. No. We strike swiftly and decisively. Newbie hesitated briefly but resolved to stick to the original plan. He too preferred to wait, but others wouldn't let him. The old guard of the Cops Trading Guild vehemently opposed this war. If they were allowed to intervene, the battle would certainly be called off. Though he commanded this fleet, his standing still fell short of that of the Kopos Guild's founders. Their arrival would mean this fleet would fall under their control. Lower-ranking cops were required to strictly obey the orders of higher-ranking cops, a system made possible by the cops' founding technology. If it weren't for his father, he might have simply taken the fleet and left once those orders came through. Understood. Neg could not defy Newbie's orders. Even though he believed this battle should not be fought this way, there was nothing he could do. He was not exempt from Kopus's rules. Before the full Kopus fleet arrived, skirmishes erupted between the vanguard forces of both sides. Though only airships and aircraft were involved, the spectacle was unlike anything we had witnessed before. It was a pity this was outer space, otherwise, we would surely have heard the deafening bombardment and the crackling of fire everywhere. Instead, there was only silence, a fleeting burst of fireworks, followed by nothing but cold, lifeless ruins. Klani soldiers or Kopus soldiers who narrowly escaped death drifted aimlessly among the ruins. Clutching their rifles, they aimed at airships and flying machines darting back and forth, or at each other, and pulled the triggers. For them, the battle was far from over. Their fate was sealed, to fight until death. The losses this time are too heavy. A mere 200,000 tons of helium-3 resources is nowhere near enough for us. Hoff and Hobbs conversed aboard the Cronian warship. By now, they had lost an incalculable number of airships, and countless soldiers had perished. Though producing soldiers was not particularly difficult for them, the toll was still devastating. What do you know? We came here just to make connections. Hobbs scolded Hoff with a hint of exasperation. Expecting them to risk everything against Kopus's fleet for a mere 200,000 tons of helium-3 was simply impossible. But what exactly is there to befriend in a minor Blue Star civilization? Hoff was perplexed. Strictly speaking, the Blue Star civilization hadn't fully grasped the essence of sequence civilization. Even if it possessed combat capability, it remained a minor sequence civilization far beneath their notice. A Blue Star civilization is certainly not our target for alliance. I cannot elaborate further, but I can tell you this civilization spans the cosmos and is vastly more powerful than the Order civilization. Hobbs gazed toward the distant, scorching white light. Even separated by billions of kilometers, it still filled him with dread. That fool Newbie. If those old farts in Kopus knew they were attacking a Blue Star civilization, they'd be scared to death. Hobbs suddenly burst into laughter, leaving Hoff utterly baffled. Chapter 125, A Turning Point? Whoosh! 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 Several blue laser beams pierced the vast distance, striking the protective shields of the Cronian warship fleet, sending ripples across their energy barriers. The Kopos fleet had arrived. Everyone snapped to attention, staring intently at the empty void. One by one, the square heads of Kopos warships suddenly appeared, trailing long after images stretching tens of thousands of meters behind them. The clone warships responded in kind, firing several orange-yellow beams as a grand welcome to the newly arrived Kopos fleet. However, the Kopu's fleet's energy shields neutralized the orange-yellow beams, leaving only ripples spreading from the bow to the stern of the Kopu's warships. Withdraw! Hobbs issued the command to the tens of thousands of airships engaged in the front-line battle. They immediately began their retreat. Yet this abrupt withdrawal provided cops with an opening. One by one, airships were struck by Kopu's laser beams during the retreat, erupting in sparks before vanishing into nothingness. It resembled a rout. The Clonny airships retreated in disarray, only to be surrounded and destroyed by Kopu's pursuing craft during their hasty withdrawal. This delighted the Kopu's soldiers on the main battlefield. To them, this was a monumental victory. Once they could completely annihilate the clone airships, their next task would be facing the warships. Compared to the warships, the agile airships were far more deadly to them. They would rather confront a few large warships than a swarm of airships. General Newbie, good news from the front lines. Clonny's airship fleet has collapsed and is now retreating in disarray. Neg reported, relaying intelligence from the front lines. Though the news seemed credible, he still found it hard to believe Kronos' airships could collapse so easily. This was only the beginning. Meanwhile, Kopu's airships were steadily encroaching upon the battlefield, slowly pressing forward toward Clonny's warships. Both sides' warships were too preoccupied with their own bombardment to spare a thought for these pitifully small flying machines. Consequently, even as the Kopu's craft advanced unchecked, the Cronian warships made no attempt to intercept them. This only served to reassure the Kopu's soldiers, who began advancing toward the Cronian warships without caution. All warships, advance. Once the front lines are breached, commence the final assault. Newbie could no longer afford to be cautious. The founder of the Kopu's trading guild was leading his fleet toward this sector. If this war wasn't won before his arrival, there would be no place for him afterward. The Kopu's fleet began advancing slowly under Clonny's fire. Upon noticing the Kopu's fleet's advance, Clonny unleashed a desperate barrage of fire, seemingly determined not to let the Kopu's fleet advance a single step. This behavior convinced Newbie, already teetering on the edge of reason, that Clonny's fleet was spent. He ordered all ships to accelerate forward, bearing the brunt of Clonny's fire. What a lively battle, huh? Goose Souping watched the images transmitted by the scanners. The Kopu's fleet was now directly above them. If the Kopu's fleet pressed forward just a little further, they could deliver a devastating blow from behind. Don't get overconfident. We must be careful not to go down with the ship. Lin Feng shook his head. The Kopu's fleet was clearly driven to desperation. If they struck from behind now, the Kopu's fleet would have no chance of victory. Cutting off their retreat would likely force them into a last-ditch, all-or-nothing battle. As they spoke, the Clonny fleet's firepower suddenly weakened. With the pressure eased, the Clonny fleet rapidly advanced, soon reaching the very center of the main battlefield, the very encirclement zone Lin Feng and his forces had prepared. This position is dangerous. I must report to General Newbie immediately. Neg had already sensed something amiss. He glanced toward the void behind them, as if something could emerge from there at any moment. But it was too late. The Cronian fleet unleashed a barrage on the advancing Kopu's aircraft swarm. Caught completely off guard, the Kopu's fleet was shattered into disarray. Immediately, the Cronian airship armada surged forward, poised to annihilate the Kopu's aircraft swarm entirely. Hundreds of laser beams suddenly erupted from Jupiter's atmosphere, dealing a devastating blow to the Kopsi fleet's rear. Newbie sat upon his lofty throne, nearly thrown from his seat by the warship's violent shaking. What's happening? Newbie demanded sharply, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. General Newbie, a Clonny fleet and Blue Star warships have appeared behind us. Neg rushed forward to report. Originally intending to persuade Newbie to leave, he had intercepted intelligence of the Clonny ambush en route and hurried back immediately. Two warship heads slowly emerged from Jupiter's atmosphere, followed by hundreds more vessels surfacing. Countless airships began surging toward the rear of the Kop's fleet. Hit them hard, damn it! Clonny's fleet and the Kyushu formed a seamless encirclement, trapping Kopu's fleet at its very center. They were now surrounded on all sides. Damn it! How did the surveillance team let this happen? How did Clonny's fleet get behind us? Newbie demanded furiously. Clonny only had 3 fleets, one stationed at Mars, and the other 2 heavily defending the main front. While Blue Star warships could potentially hide, a single ship alone couldn't pose a significant threat to them. General Newbie, the monitors show no movement from Clonny's fleet outside Mars. The Kopsi soldier monitoring the screens was pulled over to report. They had just double-checked Clonny's fleet outside Mars showed no signs of movement whatsoever. Impossible. They only have 3 fleets. What about the probes? What do the probes detect? Newbie shook his head in denial. Their intelligence was absolutely precise. Only 3 clone fleets had arrived here. The probes can't detect them. The clones have deployed counter-detection devices. The Kopus soldier knelt on the ground, speaking with resignation. Withdraw all craft. Small warships provide cover. Retreat to Jupiter. Newbie regained his composure. Anger was useless now. Jupiter's surface atmosphere would block visibility and interfere with signals. Retreating there offered a sliver of hope, though victory was impossible. The outer ships of the Kopu's fleet unleashed a torrent of firepower, while the central vessels began pivoting to break through toward Jupiter. They're trying to escape to Jupiter. Lin Feng instantly grasped Kop's maneuver. Under these circumstances, their only option was to retreat to Jupiter and wage guerrilla warfare. Open fire at full power. Take out as many as you can. Chapter 126, Fierce Battle. The pyrotechnics of exploding warships were more dazzling and spectacular than those of aircraft. The outer Koper's warships were taken down by concentrated fire, and the energy shield of the Koper's flagship swayed precariously, as if it might shatter at any moment. As the outer Kopa's warships fell one by one, the main Kopa's fleet completed its breakout. The firepower of Jupiter's Cloney flagship and the Kyushu couldn't halt the Kopa's warship's rampage, forcing them to open a gap, allowing the enemy to plunge into Jupiter's atmosphere. All mechs, commence operations. Lin Feng had long prepared for this. Mechs concealed within the atmosphere delivered a devastating surprise strike against the Kopu's fleet. Visibility obstructions and mobility constraints finally allowed the mechs to unleash their full potential on the battlefield. The Kopu's fleet gradually vanished into Jupiter's grayish-yellow atmosphere. Neither Cloney's warships nor Lin Feng's forces chose to pursue. Entering the pursuit would have placed both sides in identical peril. This would level the playing field once more, rendering the ambush futile. Cloney had similarly concealed numerous warships and aircraft within Jupiter's atmosphere. Though relatively weaker than the Kopu's fleet, they could still cause significant trouble. Bang! Newbie slammed his fist onto the throne's armrest, but the throne remained undamaged. The crack he had just repaired moments ago reopened, a clear sign of his fury. General Newbie, please calm down. Our immediate priority is to get out of here. The atmosphere in the Grand Hall was oppressively heavy, suffused with a terrifying low pressure. Neg felt the weight of it pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe, but he steeled himself and stepped forward. After all, he was Newbie's trusted aide. Leave? I came here for a glorious victory. Now is not the time to depart. Newbie's gaze was icy, yet it burned with an even greater intensity of fervor. The losses of the outer fleet meant little to them. Now was the time to regroup and prepare for one final, decisive battle. Establish supply lines. The glorious Kopo's fleet shall reclaim its glory. Newbie's voice echoed throughout every corner of every warship. Countless Kopo's soldiers raised their right hands in response to this command, pledging eternal loyalty to the Kopo's Commerce Guild. The Kopo's fleet prepared to land on Jupiter's surface. Simultaneously, mechs concealed within the atmosphere and Cloney's warship sprang into action, launching a frenzied assault upon the Kopo's vessels that came into view. Boom! A medium-sized Kopu's warship was destroyed by concentrated fire, its massive explosion echoing through the roaring atmosphere. Those damn vermin! Through the monitors, countless tiny black dots swirled around the warships, occasionally leaving streaks of damage in their wake. Unfortunately, their poor visibility prevented them from delivering effective strikes against the warships and mechs. Break through the atmosphere at full speed. Establish defenses on Jupiter's surface immediately. All capital ships and medium vessels engage in full-scale interception. Newbie prepared for a protracted war, but this strategy was equally discerned by Lin Feng. The Cops possess terrifying manufacturing capabilities. They can rapidly construct repair bases and supply lines. Once established, they can continuously produce various warships, becoming a perpetual security threat to Blue Star. Cloney's fleet and the 9 provinces remain stationed in Jupiter's outer space. With the situation inside Jupiter still unclear, it was best to refrain from rash actions for now. Mr. Hobbs, I have a question I wonder if you could answer? Lin Feng seized this brief moment to voice the question that had long lingered in his mind. Certainly. Hobbs responded with characteristic candor. In his view, the Kopu's fleet was already in their grasp, and this would be a monumental achievement for him. 20 million tons of helium-3 resources, that hardly seems worth such a desperate fight. By this stage of the war, Cloney's fleet had suffered losses amounting to dozens of warships of varying sizes, not to mention countless airships and soldiers. Such extensive casualties could never be compensated by a mere 200,000 tons of helium-3 resources. Of course not. After this battle, we intend to demand an additional 300,000 tons of helium-3 from you. The previous terms remain unchanged. Hobbs hesitated slightly upon hearing Lin Feng's inquiry, but ultimately refrained from revealing his true intentions, instead continuing along the lines of Lin Feng's question. Lin Feng noticed Hobbs' hesitation but simply assumed he was pondering the appropriate amount of compensation, choosing not to read too much into it. Let the big ones go. We'll focus on the smaller targets. The pilot aboard the Skyhawk issued orders to the surrounding mechs. The energy shields on Kop's flagship were too thick for them to breach. He was currently attacking one of Kop's smaller warships. Though smaller, it was still significantly larger than his own, and its maneuvers were highly agile, leaving almost no blind spots for a safe attack. Concentrate fire to break through its energy shield. The Skyhawk had been locked in combat with this vessel for some time. The longer the engagement dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became. Devoting so much time to a single small warship was like chasing after peanuts while neglecting the watermelon. Several nearby mechs obeyed the command, unleashing their electromagnetic pulse cannons. Blinding white beams struck the frigate's energy shield in rapid succession. The blue shield flickered several times before dimming. Another EMP cannon shot struck, shattering the weakened shield like glass, piece by piece, until it vanished entirely. Seeing the Kopo's warship's shield breached, Skyhawk charged forward, brandishing its twin blades, intent on slicing the vessel to pieces. But the Kopo's warship proved far too sturdy. The blades sank less than 2 meters before grinding to a halt. The Kopo's warship suddenly accelerated, charging straight toward Eagle Strike. Clutching his blades tightly, Eagle Strike positioned himself directly in front of the warship. The immense impact force dragged him along as they crashed toward the ground. Unable to move against the force, the Kopo's warship's bow pressed firmly against him. In that instant, Eagle Strike understood its intent. It was preparing to self-destruct. "Guys, I'm going first." The pilot of Skyhawk uttered these words with resignation, yet his voice carried not a trace of despair or regret. Instead, it held an inexplicable sense of detachment and even a hint of a smile. The intense sensation of freefall surged through his neural interface into his brain, as if he would be smashed to pieces in the next instant. Suddenly, the pilot felt the Kopo's warships descend slow, a sliver of space opening between the mech and the warship. Chapter 127, Ceasefire? Skyhawk swiftly pulled his body free, realizing it was Mist Poem clinging desperately to Kop's warship. This had slowed the warship's descent, allowing him to disengage. "Get away from there!" Though Cloud Mist Poem released Kop's warship after Skyhawk withdrew, it remained dangerously close to the vessel. "Captain, am I not awesome?" The voice of the Poem of Clouds and Mist pilot crackled over the communication channel, sounding almost boastful. A gaping hole scorched by the Kopo's warship's thrusters gaped across the chest of the mech. Seeing the head mech escape, the Kopo's warship chose self-destruction without hesitation. A deafening explosion erupted, engulfing the surrounding area in flames that shot out from within the Kopos. The inferno spread across the sky, consuming even the Poem of Clouds and Mist. "Xiao Yu!" The captain stared blankly at the inferno, his voice cracking as he shouted. The onrushing flames and shockwaves slammed him back hundreds of meters. A sudden gale swept through, violently dispersing the flames. Blackened debris rained down, among which a charred iron fragment could be vaguely discerned. Upon it, a vivid red emblem shone, adorned with 5 sparkling stars. "Damn it all to hell!" The captain roared, charging toward the distant Koper's warships engaged in battle as if he had no regard for his life. His twin blades ignited with blinding white light as he channeled all his energy into them, swinging them like a madman at the retreating Koper's fleet. Several Kop's ships, caught completely off guard, were cleaved in two. But he, too, was locked onto by the Kop's railguns. Azure beams, carrying unmatched energy, struck his body. A blade shot out from within one of those azure beams. It plunged firmly into the hull of the Kopu's flagship. A small hole appeared at the pommel's end, from which a crimson flag sprang forth, fluttering wildly in the gale. Meanwhile, the Skyhawk gradually dissolved within the blue laser beams, leaving only a voice on the communication channel. "The crimson banner shall forever fly unrestrained across this universe. Captain!" All the mecha pilots cried out in grief, staring at the empty space where nothing remained. In the distance, the Kop's flagship, now fleeing, still bore a blood-red dragon flag fluttering on its hull. "Let them see the might of our nation. The dragon flag of China shall fly freely throughout this universe." All mechs channeled their energy into their weapons, raising them high toward the retreating Kopu's fleet. Explosions rang out one after another as mech after mech vanished. In their final moments, they plunged their weapons into the Kopu's flagship, their bodies now leaning against the 2 crimson banners. After an unknown duration, the Kopu's warship fleet withdrew from the atmosphere. Nothing remained here. The fiery explosions had long since ceased, leaving only the howling winds behind. "Lin Feng, take a look at this." Gu Suping handed over an intelligence panel displaying staggering figures, all 321 mechs destroyed, not a trace left behind. All 321 mech pilots had perished in battle, their remains utterly obliterated. Attached was an image captured as the Kopo's warships withdrew. Fluttering wildly along the side of the flagship were countless dragon banners. Zooming in on the image, a careful count revealed exactly 321 flags. They destroyed nearly 50 small Kopo's warships and 3 medium-sized ones equivalent to a small fleet. They sacrificed their lives to create an opening for us. Lin Feng remarked with emotion. Within the Kopu's fleet, whose numbers were steadily dwindling, establishing a protective shield around the flagship had become an urgent priority. This attack had shattered the Kopu's flagship's shield, making its reconstruction a formidable challenge. Only Titan-class mechs possessed the firepower to inflict such devastating damage on Kopu's warships. Yet there were only 3 Titan-class mechs in existence. For them to destroy over 50 Kopu's warships meant either a concentrated assault by several mechs or dozens acting in unison, an attack requiring the full energy reserves of every mech involved. "We must not let them down. Press the advantage." Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion, his voice softening slightly, yet his words struck a deep chord within everyone. The Jojo charged into Jupiter's atmosphere, rapidly closing the distance to the Kopu's fleet. "Report this back." Lin Feng paused, studying the images on the screen. Do your best not to damage these dragon flags. If possible, retrieve them all. They have nothing left but these. Gu Suping fixed Lin Feng with a deep, complex gaze before nodding firmly. Mr. Lin Feng, this battle may be lost. Hobbs' voice crackled over the communication channel as Cloney's fleet halted its advance and began to withdraw. Why can't we fight anymore? Lin Feng demanded over the channel, his voice tinged with confusion. The decisive moment had arrived on the battlefield. If they pressed forward, victory was theirs. They say they won't fight anymore. It can't be fought. Hobbs' voice carried a hint of resignation. Indeed, it was impossible. He gazed at the distant Star Destroyer, a colossus half the size of the moon. This battle was simply unwinnable. I refuse to accept this. We sacrificed thousands in this battle, their bodies are lost forever. They say we're done, and we just stop fighting? Lin Feng's voice rose involuntarily at the absurd reasoning, growing deafening as the rage boiling in his chest erupted. Press forward. After roaring that, Lin Feng paid no further attention, focusing solely on directing the warship to continue its assault. Lin Feng, it's over. We really can't fight this battle. Gu Suping hurried over, presenting an image showing a vast, boundless star warship bearing distinct Kopu's insignia. If we fight, Blue Star won't survive a single shot from them. Gu Suping shook his head with a bitter smile. Those pitch-black cannons, each as massive as a city, were no mere decorations. Even if they fired explosives, the blast would obliterate Blue Star. Bang! The virtual panel shattered into pieces. Lin Feng left the cockpit without a word. Gu Suping watched his retreating figure, almost chasing after him, but stopped himself. Never mind. An aerospace fighter streaked from the side of the Jojo, heading toward Blue Star. Gu Suping and the others received the news immediately. Lin Feng has departed the Jojo alone in an aerospace fighter, heading toward Blue Star. Let him be. Gu Suping shook his head and said nothing more. Negotiations were best handled by him. Tell them, if they're not too busy, they're welcome to come to Blue Star for a cup of tea. Chapter 128, The Stalemate Agreement. A colossal shadow suddenly loomed over Huagua's skies. Sunlight dimmed as the once crisp white clouds thickened into a blanket of dark, ominous overcast. Beyond the horizon, 90,000 li away, Kopu's Star Destroyer hovered like a soaring giant bird, enveloping the entire nation. What is that? Though human vision had its limits, Kopu's Star Destroyer was so immense it defied belief. One need only look up to see the colossal warship. Where is Lin Feng? Gu Suping had returned to Blue Star aboard the Jojo, yet he could not find Lin Feng among the throngs of people. After returning, he went straight to the desert research base. He said he needed to study the Star Destroyer and has been locked inside for 3 days and nights. Lin Chen shook his head. He had followed Lin Feng back to the experimental base in the desert Gobi as soon as Lin Feng left the Jojo. Lin Feng hadn't gone anywhere else, he'd piloted the space aircraft straight back to the base. Lin Chen had tried to follow him in but was shut out at the gate. Thankfully, Lin Feng had returned safely to Blue Star, so he came back to report. But before he left, he told me to pass on a message to you. Lin Chen added. What was it? Blue Star's strength is far too weak at present. In negotiations, you must endure humiliation and bear the burden. Give him time, and all the shame will be repaid 1,000-fold. Gu Suping stroked his chin, then smiled. It seemed he had been worrying too much. Currently, 6 space carriers are under full-time production, and nearly 1,000 spacefighters have already been manufactured. Within just 2 years, we will possess the foundational strength to confront space warfare. The figure at the head of the table fixed his sharp gaze on the man before him, his eyes brimming with innate hostility. Our nation has never fallen, and it won't this time either. As long as I stand, China's backbone will remain unbowed. The man said nothing, turning and leaving the study. His footsteps made not a sound, and even the door, which usually creaked loudly when opened or closed, remained completely silent. First Leader, the cops have arrived. The guard pushed open the door from outside and reported, his expression utterly neutral, as if the man who had just left had never existed. The door creaked open, just as it always did. Then let's go. The first rose, smoothing the wrinkles in his Zhongshan suit. He left the yellowed creases on his right sleeve untouched, each one a testament to extraordinary times. My name is Kleister, one of the founders of the Cops Chamber of Commerce. Kleist possessed remarkably few mechanical components, unlike the typical Kopu's people whose bodies were often entirely mechanical. His facial features resembled those of humans, but beneath his left eye sat a second, smaller eye. It looked exceptionally eerie. Even someone like the first felt a twinge of unease upon first sight. Crest appeared exceedingly polite, yet remained tight-lipped about matters of war. Though deeply dissatisfied, the first had no standing to challenge him and could only let him continue. Our Kopo's Chamber of Commerce adheres to the principle of fostering goodwill with all civilizations as we navigate the galaxy. We stand among the galaxy's greatest merchants, having established trade relations with numerous civilizations. Kleist continued, speaking without pause. Therefore, I hope you, First Leader, will overlook this minor incident and enter into a trade agreement with us. We will provide you with some of the things you need, and of course, we will offer you some appropriate concessions. Kleist said it with a casual tone, as if this war were nothing more than a minor incident.
A minor incident?
We sacrificed nearly 10,000 lives.
The first's face instantly turned cold. Was the sacrifice of nearly 10,000 men merely a minor incident? The First Lord must be joking. 10,000 lives is hardly making a mountain out of a molehill.
Kleist dismissed the First Leader's words as mere jest. After all, their minor skirmishes routinely claimed tens of thousands of lives. 10,000 meant little to them.
Overreaction?
For you, perhaps.
For us, absolutely not.
They could have lived peaceful lives.
Because of you, they can never return to their children, wives, or parents.
The First's voice grew increasingly heated, his words striking heavy blows to the hearts of those present. Yet these words failed to move Kleist deeply. Copers were born this way. Children, wives, and parents held no place in their world.
How about this? We can provide you with some supplies at no cost. Let's call it even, shall we? Kleist eyed the leader with displeasure. Was a mere 10,000 people worth such a fuss?
He saw this behavior as extortion, but it was a minor civilization. Understandable.
You.
The chief was about to speak when Yang Wolao tugged at his sleeve beneath the conference table. His mouth opened to say something, but no sound came out. Yet the chief understood his silent plea: bear the humiliation.
In that case, let's call it even.
The first minister gritted his teeth, grinding his molars until they nearly shattered.
I'm truly delighted you see it that way.
A trace of contempt flickered across all three of Kleister's eyes. This weak Blue Star civilization truly only sought to extort.
Since Cloney's people are present, let them serve as witnesses.
We shall sign the agreement.
Agreements were universal across the cosmos, though admittedly more fragile than those on Blue Star.
The clonies were enemies of the Copers, making them the most fitting witnesses possible. The leader nodded in agreement.
Article 1. The Blue Star Civilization and the Kopu's Chamber of Commerce hereby formally establish trade relations. Both parties shall provide unconditional protection to merchant caravans traveling within their respective territories. Failure to do so.
Article 2. Blue Star Civilization may request asylum from Kopu's civilization, but at a certain cost.
Article 3. Neither party shall initiate war against the other under any circumstances.
Violators shall face autonomous disciplinary actions. To Blue Star, this agreement was nothing but meaningless words, each clause crafted to favor the Kopu's Chamber of Commerce.
We refuse to agree.
The leader abruptly stood up, startling Kleist, who had been drafting the agreement. His gaze turned fierce as his three eyes fixed intently on the leader.
Why? Kleist's gaze sliced through the leader like a knife.
This was the second time the leader of this insignificant Blue Star civilization had provoked his displeasure.
We refuse to establish trade relations with you. Chapter 129, Hidden Truths.
This holds no value for us.
Moreover, we would have to commit significant military forces to ensure the caravan's safety. Frankly speaking, Blue Star cannot guarantee the caravan's security. If trade relations are to be established, Blue Star will provide no protection whatsoever.
The leader stared straight at Kleist, who looked as if he wanted to kill him, continuing without a trace of fear.
Secondly, Blue Star Civilization has already established cooperative ties with the Cloney faction.
Therefore, we have no need for the Kopu's Chamber of Commerce's protection. Finally, the Huagua Council will remember this incident and all the fallen heroes.
We hope Kopus will remember them too. This matter will not be left unresolved.
The hall fell into an eerie silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop.
Kleister's expression shed its previous hypocrisy. Anger now etched itself across his face.
First gentlemen, let me make one thing clear: with Blue Star's current strength, you are nothing but a mere speck before our Kopu's chamber. Even if you were given decades, centuries, or even a millennium, you would never surpass us.
What gives you the audacity to speak to us this way?
Kleist tore away the mask of hypocrisy from his face.
His expression, tinged with anger, now held a hint of amusement. If Blue Star Civilization wanted to test their mettle, they'd have to prove they had the strength to do so. Kleist, I believe that line should come from us.
Hobbs rose from his seat, his imposing frame towering over Kleist like a mountain, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Several Kops soldiers immediately tried to charge forward, but were blocked by Cloney's troops and Huagua's guards.
Blue Star is our ally. To bully our ally is to strike at us directly. Hobbs's shadow completely engulfed Kleist. The hall's light shone brightly, yet they couldn't dispel the darkness cast by his presence. You probably weren't the one who came here this time. Let me think. Why won't they say it? You must be the outsider, right?
Hobbs' voice carried a sneer, mirroring the mockery Kleist had used during his initial negotiations, a tone that made one clench their fists involuntarily.
Who are you? How do you know all this? Kleist's hands clenched tightly.
Hobbs' words pierced his heart like sharp blades. For hundreds of thousands of years, the Kops Guild had long been driven by self-interest. Even the 7 founding members were no longer united as one.
Otherwise, when Newbie's father, Kurt, faced mortal peril, they wouldn't have stood idly by.
Now that estrangement had come to him, he'd become an outsider among the Kops founders, excluded from certain secrets. That's why he'd come himself. You need not know my name. It suffices that I come from the Alfred family. You have no standing in these negotiations. If you wish to continue, send those truly authorized to negotiate or send representatives from the O'Keefe family instead. Kleist's three eyes glared at Hobbs, his face contorted in fury as if it might tear apart from rage. Yet he merely slammed his fist on the table in indignation, leaving behind a dull thud as he stormed out of the hall. The Alfred family, one of the three founding pillars of the crony faction. It was they who had disposed of Kurt O'Keefe, one of the original 7 founders of Kopuz. Since the true founding members didn't come, this invading fleet must belong to the O'Keefe family. Hobbs watched Kleist's retreating figure as he pondered this thought. The negotiations ended in acrimony. Though Kleister had left the scene humiliated, the others' expressions were equally grim. The failure of the talks meant they might face retaliation from the Kopuz Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Hobbs, thank you for your assistance this time. The first seat forced a softer expression. After all, one couldn't show such a grim face to an ally. Although the refusal had been signaled by Hobbies, the first leader knew of the animosity between Clonny and Cops, assuming it was merely a simple gesture without deeper meaning. Mr. First, do not worry. After this, the Cops Guild will not invade you again. Though that Kleister may make some moves, we will handle that too. Hobbs said with a smile. In the hall stood an enormous chair, Hobbs's seat so large it could have been mistaken for an elephant's throne. Mr. Hobbs, I find this somewhat perplexing. Might you explain the reasoning behind this? The first gentleman couldn't fathom why from any perspective, Kopuz had no reason not to invade them. I agree. The situation is far more complex than it appears, and it would take too long to explain here. Perhaps we could discuss this privately somewhere else. The first in Hobbies boarded a Clonny warship and departed for an unknown destination. Hobbs explained the situation in detail. The solar system harbors more than just the Blue Star civilization. Before the Blue Star civilization reached its current scale, 7 other civilizations existed: Mercury, Mars, Saturn, and others. The Martian civilization perished earliest, its demise lost to the mists of time. The Jupiter civilization was the last to fall, occurring when the Clonny faction had existed for less than 20,000 years. Today, only the Blue Star civilization and the Solar civilization remain in the solar system. However, after the demise of the Jupiter civilization, the Solar civilization sealed itself off, retreating into the sun and ceasing all activity. The original Solar civilization's influence radiated across an unknown expanse. The Kopuz Chamber of Commerce and the Clonny faction only began to take shape with the Solar civilization's assistance. The Solar civilization was exceptionally generous in aiding other civilizations, with its assistance extending to those of at least level 7 or higher. Yet, it offered no support to other civilizations within its own solar system, allowing them to perish, though this demise stemmed from their own internal failures rather than destruction by external forces. The founders of the Kopuz Chamber and the Clonny faction had discerned this truth early on through the Light's memory, leading them to tacitly choose to develop outside the solar system. However, during their conflict with the Perseus civilization, they discovered the existence of the Blue Star civilization. The Clonny founders' first instinct was to make contact, which brought them here. Kopuz, however, chose invasion. The reason? They didn't know that revealing the secret to the Kopuz founders, who truly knew it, would mean breaking their legs. Yet when the Blue Star civilization came under attack, they distinctly sensed energy fluctuations within the sun, yet remained completely inactive. This proved the solar civilization still existed. Mr. Hobbs, allow me to interrupt here. Blue Star harbors more than just the Blue Star civilization. Chapter 130, Heart to Heart. Not just your civilization? What other civilizations exist? Hobbs was utterly astonished. It was already exceptionally difficult for a single civilization to emerge on a planet, let alone for those resources to propel a civilization into the ranks of a sequential civilization, a feat as difficult as ascending to heaven. The resources on a single planet were often insufficient to elevate a civilization to a higher sequential tier. There are also ocean civilizations and subterranean civilizations. The figure seated in the pavilion of the hillside courtyard sipped tea, gazing into the distance. Though winter's grip was waning, the maple grove on the slope remained cloaked in silver, its branches adorned with shimmering icicles dangling from the pavilion's eaves. The 10,000 mountains were perpetually shrouded in mist, teeming with venomous insects and ferocious beasts, a place ordinary people dared not venture into. Over the decades, the nation had dispatched countless geological survey teams to explore its terrain. Yet most had retreated before reaching its heart. The environment within was both remarkable and treacherous. Precious animals thrived and multiplied here, while rare flora flourished luxuriantly. Yet the conditions were also harsh. Even brief stays often left people afflicted with minor ailments or bitten by venomous insects. Thorns and brambles grew thickly, making progress nearly impossible. After the relentless efforts of numerous geological survey teams, one finally reached the heart of the 100,000 mountains. Here, for the first time, they discovered an entrance to another civilization beyond the nations of Blue Star. The Gate of Ancient Technology. This gateway appeared to have existed for ages, yet upon activation, it opened a portal resembling a wormhole. Beyond it lay a vibrant, prosperous world where the subterranean civilization thrived. China also made contact with this subterranean civilization. Their initial encounter yielded no meaningful communication as the underground inhabitants expressed reluctance to be disturbed. Consequently, China chose not to publicly announce its existence, and interactions between the two remained minimal. The Mariana Trench, the deepest point in the ocean, subjected to unimaginable water pressure. Its barren geology makes it extremely inhospitable for marine life, earning it a reputation as one of the harshest environments on Earth. Here too lies a gateway to ancient technology. Humans lacked the capability to enter it, and for years, the site remained under observation. However, this gate occasionally opened, allowing creatures from beyond to emerge. Initially, it was thought to be a subterranean civilization, but upon contact, it was discovered to be something else. The creatures of the subterranean civilization resembled humans, while the oceanic civilization was primarily composed of merfolk. Humans have repeatedly discovered damaged aircraft from the oceanic civilization in the seas, yet they too chose secrecy. The three civilizations coexist without interference. In that case, which of your civilizations is the strongest? Hobbes sensed this matter was far from simple. The emergence of three distinct civilizations on the tiny planet Blue Star was an extremely rare occurrence. Their strength surpasses ours. The first one sighed. He had once believed Blue Star belonged solely to humanity, but clearly, that was not the case. Two colossal entities lurked deep within the planet. If possible, I hope you can take me to speak with them. Hobbes hesitated after hearing the first one's words. He needed to confirm the strength of these two civilizations to gain a detailed understanding of Blue Star's situation. That is certainly possible, but I cannot guarantee they will agree to meet you. Lin Feng, take a break. We can continue the research later. In the vast experimental base, only Lin Feng and Zhang Luo remained. Seeing Lin Feng's exhausted and haggard appearance, Zhang Luo felt a pang of concern. Unaware of what had caused his state, she could only urge him to rest. It's fine. I'm not tired yet. Lin Feng ruffled Zhang Luo's hair. His eyes were bloodshot. Since the war began, he hadn't slept for at least half a month. Even with his formidable physical constitution, his body couldn't endure it. For a star destroyer, the most crucial components are a jump drive and its star-destroying capability. Lin Feng studied the blueprints detailed schematics of the star destroyer he'd spent 3 days and nights sketching out. The finer details still needed refinement. Two major challenges now loomed before him: the dark matter particles required for the jump drive, and the antimatter ions needed for the planet-killer cannon. Dark matter constituted roughly 80% of the universe's mass, serving as the primary catalyst for the formation of galaxies, stars, and planets, shaping the very fabric of cosmic structure. Despite its abundance, humanity lacked the means to extract it. Therefore, a dark matter extraction device was required. Antimatter is a relative concept, the opposite state of normal matter. When matter and antimatter collide, they annihilate each other, releasing immense energy in an explosive reaction. The ideal source material is that produced by the collapse of a white dwarf star. This energy is potent enough that even a small quantity could obliterate Blue Star. However, it is extremely difficult to obtain. The gravitational pull during a white dwarf's collapse is terrifyingly strong, and only a black hole can halt it. Lin Feng felt another wave of headache wash over him. His hands froze mid-motion at the thought. There was nothing he could do, he simply couldn't proceed. Zhang Luo, seeing Lin Feng finally pause, embraced him from behind. Though pressed tightly against him, she could still sense a distance between them, not one of coldness, but of unfamiliarity. Lin Feng, can you tell me what happened? Her voice was soft, yet it resonated deeply within him. It had been so long since they'd been together, but that mattered little now. This person, so hard won, he had to protect her. Lin Feng sat down on the ground, pulling a crushed cigarette pack from his pocket. He took out a crumpled cigarette and lit it without a word. Zhang Luo showed no disdain. She sat beside him, leaning against the uneven tabletop. Within the small cloud of smoke, the two opened their hearts to each other. Lin Feng recounted what he had done, why he had chosen this path, and the countless lives he had witnessed vanish. If I hadn't done it, death would have come for us. Lin Feng blew a smoke ring and smiled. I wish I could turn a blind eye too, but I can't. If no one stops them, who will protect us? Who will protect you? We're only in our 20s. We've already gotten a good look at this world, how can we not see it properly? I want to see your smile before my eyes, not just in my memories. I want everyone to live well, and I can't just hope for it. With great power comes great responsibility. That phrase fits me perfectly. Lin Feng rambled on for a long time, his words seemingly disconnected. Zhang Luo, her eyes closed, leaned against his shoulder, committing every word to memory. Chapter 131, Bing has Cosmic Matter Observation Theory. Just being able to talk to you is enough for me. Zhang Luo offered no verbal response to Lin Feng's lengthy discourse. She never brought up these matters again, nor did she ask curious questions here and there. She simply uttered that one sentence and remained silent thereafter. Lin Feng watched the faint blush spreading beneath Zhang Luo's eyes. Her lively gaze fixed on him, radiating an irresistible allure, as if she possessed an irresistible magic. Lin Feng wrapped his arms around Zhang Luo's waist, lifting her snow-white legs. She rested her head against his chest, a warmth she knew intimately, though it had been too long since she'd felt it. John Luo let him carry her, her arms encircling his neck as time surrendered to the long night. "Did you sleep well tonight?" Dawn broke over the Gobi Desert, where yellow sand swirled like a howling ghost. The fierce wind whipped the base walls, carrying grains of grit. Lin Feng stretched, rubbing his muscles. Perhaps the relentless battle of the previous night had left him sore. John Luo shot Lin Feng a resentful look. Last night had been quite the ordeal, largely thanks to his potion. The boost in physical prowess had stretched their battle to endless endurance. "Slept well, huh? What's up?" Lin Feng brushed back the hair that had grown nearly to his cheeks. He hadn't trimmed it in a while, and the length seemed to lend him an air of softness. "I didn't sleep well," Zhang Luo declared, her voice sharp but betraying inner weakness. The flush that had faded from her cheeks had now returned, a fresh blush coloring her skin. Her rosy, delicate face looked so tempting one could almost bite into it. "Unfulfilled desires?" Lin Feng slid his hand beneath the blanket covering Zhang Luo's body. A wave of heat washed over him through his fingertips. "Unfulfilled my ass." Zhang Luo kicked out at Lin Feng's chest, but he caught her foot firmly. The blanket flew up with the force of the kick, revealing both the sights meant to be seen and those not meant to be seen, all captured by Lin Feng's gaze. "Let me go." Zhang Luo struggled briefly, only to catch a hint of mischief in Lin Feng's eyes. "Hand it over. A beautiful day begins in the morning." "Still angry?" Lin Feng nudged Zhang Luo, who was bundled up tightly. "It was just a little deep conversation. You two are an old married couple, why still care about this?" Lin Feng tried to pull back the blanket wrapped around Zhang Luo, but she didn't give him a chance. "Who says we're an old married couple? I think you're just greedy for my body." Zhang Luo huffed indignantly, wriggling her body beneath the quilt to create distance from Lin Feng. Peeking out from beneath the covers, she glared at him with resentment. A gentleman appreciates beauty, but he pursues it with integrity. Lin Feng gave Zhang Luo a gentle nudge, and she rolled twice before landing right in front of him. "Is that really how the saying goes?" Zhang Luo rolled back again. "Isn't that how it goes? Then why don't we have a deeper conversation?" Lin Feng gave her another nudge, and Zhang Luo rolled back over. "I don't talk to dogs, thanks." "Why aren't you moving?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "Feeling a bit dizzy." Senior Lin Feng, Sister Zhang Luo. The two arrived downstairs to find Bingha already waiting. She seemed to have been there for quite some time, having constructed a drive mechanism using a lab bench. "Why didn't you tell us you were coming?" Zhang Luo immediately hugged Binghe, even though Binghe towered over her. Binghe was in her growth spurt and had taken genetic supplements, so she'd shot up considerably. Compared to the frail little girl she used to be, she looked much healthier now. "Well, I was going to call you guys, but you..." Bingha was still shy about such matters and didn't finish her sentence. If she had, it would have been Zhang Luo who felt embarrassed. Zhang Luo seemed to have caught onto something and turned to glare fiercely at Lin Feng. "And who might this be?" Lin Feng cleared his throat and asked. A girl who seemed somewhat aloof stood at a distance that was neither close nor far, looking a bit awkward. "This is Senior Yi Mu, also my." Bingha suddenly grew coy. Lin Feng seemed to understand the situation and didn't press further. He knew he could find out the details later. "What are you doing here?" Lin Feng quickly changed the subject, steering the conversation away from Zhang Luo. "Senior Yi Mu and I developed a detector primarily for observing cosmic matter, but we encountered some issues. Even academician Li couldn't figure it out, so we came to ask Senior Lin Feng for help." Bingha followed Lin Feng's lead, her body drenched in cold sweat. Yi Mu, standing nearby, also greeted Lin Feng and Zhang Luo, allowing the group to introduce themselves. "Did you bring the technical theory and the device?" Lin Feng inquired. While devices capable of observing matter existed in the world, those designed to observe cosmic matter were relatively rare. Firstly, there was little research value in it at present. Secondly, there were too many interference factors, meaning that what could be observed was essentially limited to matter existing on Blue Star. Bingha nodded like a chick pecking at grain, pulling a thick stack of papers from the packaging she carried on her back. "Theoretical framework for celestial particle observation devices." Celestial particles, akin to dark matter particles, were the subject of a specialized field called celestial particle physics. Its primary focus was dark matter particles, macroscopically exploring how particles organize cosmic matter, and microscopically investigating the energy efficiency of high-energy particles. "I recall your major was nuclear engineering and technology, correct?" Lin Feng asked while glancing through the technical theories, while Zhang Luo went to prepare dinner for the group. "I minored in particle physics and nuclear physics." Bingha quickly interjected. "What about you?" Lin Feng turned to Yi Mu, a girl who appeared as cold and distant as Bingha had once been. "Particle astrophysics." Yi Mu answered honestly. Truth be told, meeting the parents for the first time was a bit embarrassing for him too. "I see." Lin Feng understood the subtle feelings between the two, but he didn't call them out. Instead, he focused his attention on the technical theories. "Wait a minute. Why does this method look so familiar?" Lin Feng spotted a page of theory, then dug up his own mental notes on the jump device theory. Carefully comparing the two, he noticed a striking similarity in their approaches to observing dark matter.
Xiaoku, what's going on here? Did you leak this?
Lin Feng shouted in his mind.
This wasn't just a similarity, it was identical.
Well, she used AI simulations at the base, and I accidentally let it slip.
Xiaoku admitted honestly. Binghao would occasionally visit Jiang Luo and sometimes conduct experiments using the base's equipment.
On one occasion, however, Binghao brought this particular technology here for calculations, and Xiaoku had inadvertently let slip part of the information.
So that's how it happened. But this theory might actually enable direct observation of dark matter particles. Chapter 132, Preparing to Depart.
Months later, the Cronian warships departed the solar system.
Hobies left in haste, and no one knew what had transpired.
The first one gazed at the horizon as the Cronian fleet, obscuring the sky, hurriedly vanished, saying nothing.
Newbie's fleet did not depart with Kleist.
Instead, they established a base and supply lines at Jupiter, rapidly rebuilding their depleted strength there. Dark matter particles, formerly known as weakly interacting massive particles, are heavy ions compared to the protons and neutrons that make up atoms.
They possess strong gravitational interactions yet exert virtually no influence on ordinary matter.
Lin Feng continued studying the technical theories Binghao had brought, though Binghao listened in utter confusion. Yi Mu, however, nodded thoughtfully. It can effortlessly pass through massive objects like blue star. Out of billions of dark matter particles traversing the Earth's core, only one might interact with matter on Blue Star Mountain. Thus, observing dark matter particles is an extremely time-consuming and labor-intensive endeavor. As for why they remain undetected, there's a slight issue with the prevailing theory. Lin Feng paused here, pointing to a specific point in the theory as he looked at Yi Mu.
The linear energy level of dark matter particles?
Yi Mu leaned closer to Lin Feng, examining the theoretical point he indicated.
Dark matter particles cannot be directly detected. They can only be inferred by their interference with light waves emitted by celestial bodies or their gravitational effects. We rely on the faint flashes produced when dark matter particles collide. Yi Mu's eyes suddenly brightened. The conflict in his mind dissolved instantly, so that was where the problem lay. Senior Lin Feng, thank you. Yi Mu bowed slightly in gratitude toward Lin Feng. I can't quite accept that formal bow. A simple thank you will do. Lin Feng quickly stopped Yi Mu. After all, they were the same age, and having a peer bow to him felt oddly inappropriate. You two continue your research. I'll go take a look upstairs. Lin Feng left the space, handing the lab over to Yi Mu and Binghe. Jiang Luo was upstairs, idly playing with her phone. With all the base's production now diverted to military use, she couldn't conduct business, leaving Suoyi temporarily without tasks. Senior Lin Feng, thank you. Jiang Luo watched Lin Feng approach and offered a flat-toned acknowledgement. Wait, you're actually eating this vinegar? Lin Feng chuckled softly as he wrapped an arm around Jiang Luo, gently pecking her forehead. I'm heading out for a bit. The two leaned against the railing, overlooking the base's interior, neatly arranged and orderly. Go ahead then. After staying here so long, it's about time you saw the outside world. Jiang Luo shrugged indifferently. Over the past few months, Lin Feng's routine at the base had become almost monotonous: experiments, sleep, and little else. I meant leaving Blue Star to see the world. Lin Feng emphasized deliberately. He had to obtain the antimatter particles before the Talmud civilization's fleet arrived. The Star Destroyer was already under construction, lacking only the jump drive and the Star Destroyer cannon. Research on detecting dark matter particles was progressing. He believed it could be completed without his direct involvement. But antimatter particles were another matter entirely. Collapsed white dwarfs weren't easy to find, and even if one was located, extracting antimatter particles from it was no simple task. Jiang Luo heard this, tucked away her phone, and looked at Lin Feng with serious eyes. The cosmos was dangerous for them. She didn't want Lin Feng to put himself in harm's way again. Yet, seeing the unwavering determination on his face, she slowly sighed. All right. I'm coming with you. Jiang Luo's words seemed casual, yet her tone held an unwavering certainty. It's dangerous. Lin Feng tried to dissuade her. A journey through the cosmos sounded glorious, but the reality was tedious and perilous. The vastness between galaxies was mostly empty space, with planets and asteroids few and far between, shrouded in darkness for extended periods. I'm going anyway. Lin Feng said nothing more and reluctantly agreed. Who knew how long this journey would take? Why not just have someone else handle it? The leader frowned upon hearing Lin Feng's request. He didn't want Lin Feng to venture out. It would be better for him to stay put on Blue Star. He had already done more than enough to help the planet. But who possesses this expertise? They likely wouldn't even know how to approach it. Lin Feng shrugged. No one on Blue Star possessed this expertise, not even himself. Yet he knew how to execute it. The first one stared at Lin Feng, tapping his pen rhythmically on the wooden desk, the dull thuds echoing as if he were deeply contemplating the matter. After a long pause, the leader rubbed his temples and sighed. Go. But don't take the space aircraft. Take the Jojo out.
That way, you'll have the means to defend yourselves. Lin Feng had intended for him and Zhang Luo to pilot a single space aircraft into the cosmos. No. What if the Blue Star is left defenseless without the Jojo? Lin Feng immediately refused. With Crony's fleet now out of the solar system, Blue Star relied solely on the Jojo for defense against external threats. If he took the Jojo away, what would happen if Blue Star faced danger? The aerospace carriers of various nations are under construction and should be operational soon. We also have 2 nearing completion, so there's no need for concern. The leader waved his hand dismissively, signaling Lin Feng not to worry. But Lin Feng tried to speak further but was cut off by the first leader's dismissive wave. No buts. If you wish to go, take the Jojo with you. If you don't wish to go, stay home and guard it properly. If you want to go but don't take the Jojo, I'll lock you in the black room right now. The first leader rarely showed such displeasure toward Lin Feng, and Lin Feng was visibly shaken by the leader's anger. He meekly agreed. Go. The leader waved his hand, signaling Lin Feng to leave. He then turned his attention back to the documents before him. Though the space war was a major headache, domestic affairs still needed to proceed as usual. Cloney's coordinates have been sent to us. We can head over there first to gather intelligence. Nestled within a remote valley lay the Jojo. Though scarred by the space conflict, months of repairs had restored it to pristine condition. Lin Feng and his team were making preparations. Various types of mechs and space air fighters were being transported onto the Jojo. The commander had assigned him a contingent of troops to ensure his safety. That's fine, but why not just ask them directly for the White Dwarf Star's coordinates? Lin Feng asked Gu Suping, wondering why they hadn't simply inquired about the White Dwarf Star's coordinates directly from Cloney. I think you're right. Chapter 133, Shining as Brightly as It. Gu Suping scratched his head, suddenly realizing why they hadn't directly asked Crony for the White Dwarf Star's coordinates. Gu Suping hurried off to make contact. Lin Feng shook his head and turned to the 2 girls, his expression utterly devoid of hope as he asked. So, what exactly are you 2 doing here? I think dark matter particles can be observed more directly in space. Bingha raised her hand first to answer, the other being Yimu, of course. I don't care what you think. I care what I think. Lin Feng gave Bingha a sharp flick on the head. What's going on? Zhang Luo also approached, but when she saw Bingha and Yimu standing beside Lin Feng, her eyes widened in surprise. What are you doing bringing these 2 here? Zhang Luo exclaimed in shock. This was no laughing matter. This isn't something you can just pin on me. Lin Feng waved his hands repeatedly, refusing to take the blame. Sis, we came here on our own. We want to see space too. Bingha hurried over to Zhang Luo, clutching her arm as she explained. Compared to Lin Feng, Bingha was more afraid of Zhang Luo. Perhaps it was because of family ties, but Bingha felt a certain fear toward her. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Luo reached up to ruffle Bingha's hair. Fortunately, Bingha wasn't very tall, so Zhang Luo didn't have to stand on tiptoe to reach her head. Sis, conducting our experiments in space would be better. Bingha shook her head, her hair tousled from Zhang Luo's ruffling. Zhang Luo shot her a slightly exasperated glance before shifting her gaze to Lin Feng, as if seeking his opinion. Objectively speaking, she's not wrong. Lin Feng didn't take sides, instead stating the facts objectively. The probability of observing dark matter particles on Blue Star was 1 in a billion. The chances of detection in outer space were indeed slightly higher. And subjectively? Zhang Luo pressed, her expression a mix of amusement and skepticism as she studied Lin Feng. Subjectively speaking, I wouldn't recommend she go. For one thing, there's the matter of adapting to outer space. We'll inevitably have to leave the Jojo. If the planet has gravity that's too low or too high, it could cause adverse reactions. Secondly, I think your own judgment is the more important factor. Lin Feng offered a measured response before deferring the decision back to Zhang Luo. Zhang Luo met Bingha's pleading gaze and sighed helplessly. Then let's go. Wonderful. Bingha excitedly shook Zhang Luo's arm before rushing back to hug Yimu, nearly jumping for joy. Ahem, you 2 should head to the logistics office first to register and collect your assigned gear. Lin Feng cleared his throat twice, signaling Bingha to mind her manners. Only then did Bingha notice the crowd watching them. She quieted down and skipped away, pulling Yimu along. Gu Suping returned at that moment. Cloney's team says the environment around the White Dwarf isn't suitable for placing planetary coordinates. So we still need to head to Cloney's base first and have them guide us there. Gu Suping walked back and reported, looking slightly surprised to see Zhang Luo. He didn't comment, however, instead beginning to ponder how he really ought to find himself a girlfriend sometime soon. In that case, let's prepare to depart. After 3 days of non-stop preparations, Lin Feng and his crew set out once more. The Jojo traveled swiftly, reaching the edge of the solar system in just 2 days before slowing its pace. Here lay the Kuiper Belt, with the dwarf planet Pluto directly ahead. Pluto's orbit blocked their path, forcing them to decelerate to avoid collision. Primarily composed of rock and ice, Pluto's surface displayed a striking pattern of red and yellow hues interwoven with patches of white and blue. Beyond its core, it boasted 5 moons, making it the most heavily guarded dwarf planet within the Kuiper Belt. The crew had a brief moment to admire this rare spectacle, a view ordinary people could never hope to see in a lifetime. The 3 women chatted and laughed by the portholes, adding a touch of levity to the otherwise all-male control room. If we get the chance, we absolutely must recruit some female crew members. Otherwise, this prolonged isolation is torture for these old boys. Lin Feng thought to himself, noticing the envious glances from the others. Xiaoko, lock onto coordinates, planet Namta, Alpha Persei. Lin Feng suddenly addressed the crew slumped in the cockpit. With no pressing matters at hand, sitting idle wasn't an option. Locating coordinates. A mechanical voice echoed through the cockpit. Lin Feng had deliberately transferred Xiaoko from the base to the Jojo before departing. Location acquired. Initiating autopilot. Estimated arrival time, 2 months. Everyone, go about your business. Leave 1 crew to maintain the ship's systems. Rotate shifts every 5 hours. The crew in the cockpit cheered and dispersed, leaving behind envious glances from those left behind. Yet there was no resentment after all, their own break would come in just 5 hours. A month and a half later, the Jojo had reached the Perseus system. Following the route provided by Clonny, they avoided the TALM civilization's fleet, which was stationed far away on the opposite side of Perseus. What planet is that? Zhang Luo asked, gazing out the porthole at the distant star blazing with a dazzling white light. That's Tianquan 3, a white supergiant star, a star, not a planet. Lin Feng explained. Though it appeared close, the distance to Arcturus II was far greater. The blue one is Arcturus V, the yellow one is Arcturus II, the red one is Aldebaran 6, and the largest star not far from us is Aldebaran V. Lin Feng explained calmly before taking Zhang Luo's hand and leading her to the other side. Beyond the porthole, light resembled the lingering glow of a setting sun, gradually shifting hues as it refracted, or like fireworks exploding in the center. This is GK Persei, the remnant of a nova, also known as the Flame Nebula. Vast swaths of pink and purple obscured the golden glow, while the twinkling stars behind the nebula outlined the backdrop of the cosmos. Zhang Luo gazed at the flaming star nebula before her, somewhat lost in thought. She reached out and pressed her hand against the porthole, as if to touch it. For a moment, she seemed to forget she was in space. The flame nebula before her appeared like fireworks bursting into bloom just for her, dazzlingly brilliant. So beautiful. Zhang Luo murmured as she snapped back to reality. Lin Feng gazed at the porthole, where Zhang Luo's reflection was captured alongside the dazzling flaming star nebula. Do you think we're like it? Zhang Luo turned to look at Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with inexpressible tenderness. The gentle gaze made Lin Feng's heart skip a beat. We will be like it. Lin Feng cupped Zhang Luo's face, his nose brushing against hers as their eyes locked. We'll be as brilliant as it is. Chapter 134, Origin. The Daling 5 were within sight, and the distant red and white Namta star was clearly visible. Numerous Clonny warships were docked beyond the star. It was a black base resembling a cross, with numerous warships docked along its sides. Clonny airships, resembling flying insects, patrolled the area, creating an atmosphere of heavy vigilance. Foreign warship, state your purpose. Before they drew near, the voice of a Cronian soldier crackled over the communication channel, a series of guttural grunts and mumbles. Fortunately, the Cronians had left a translator behind when they departed, otherwise, Lin Feng and his crew would have been utterly lost. This is the Blue Star warship Jojo. We request an audience with General Hobbs. Lin Feng replied using the language converter. A murmur followed on the other end, sounding like discussion, but the voices were too faint for the translator to process. Follow the airship's guidance to berth at dry dock 3306. After more murmuring, Clonny soldiers finally responded to Lin Feng. 4 or 5 Clonny airships positioned themselves in front of the Jojo, guiding them to a massive bay-like area for docking. Several enormous gun barrels stood beside the berthing area. These cannons weren't for attack, however, but for securing warships within the dry dock. As the Jojo slowly approached the dock, crimson beams shot from the massive cannons, merging seamlessly with the ship's own vivid red hull. Lin Feng and his crew felt the entire hull shake, rendering further movement impossible. The hatch slowly opened, and Lin Feng and his crew stepped out. 2 rows of clonies stood at attention beside them, while Hoff stood at the main entrance, greeting them with a friendly expression. Mr. Lin Feng, it's a pleasure to see you again. Hoff seemed eager to embrace Lin Feng, but after a moment's thought, he reconsidered. The standard greeting on Blue Star appeared to be a handshake. Mr. Hoff, it's a pleasure to see you too. The 2 men shook hands cordially and exchanged a few pleasantries. Mr. Lin Feng, General Hobbies is already waiting in the main hall. We should proceed there first. Hoff tactfully ended the conversation and led Lin Feng and his companions onto a transport ship. The transport's interior was remarkably Spartan, even more so than the Chinooks. At its center stood a massive mechanical pillar, continuously rising and falling as if powering the entire vessel. The transport slowly descended. Namta's surface resembled Mars devoid of rivers or greenery, only endless canyons and sun-baked, crimson earth. The base Clonny had established here stretched beyond sight, patrolled by Clonny soldiers everywhere. This base was equally crude, carved into mountainsides or underground tunnels, with checkpoints set up at regular intervals. It took some time to get deeper inside before things improved, though it was still only marginally better than the basements we were used to seeing. The scenery was nowhere near as impressive as the skyscrapers we built. It looks a bit like cyberpunk style. Gu Suping observed the surroundings as they walked. This was nothing like they had imagined. Klani was, after all, a Tier 3 civilization. One would expect at least a semblance of orderly infrastructure. Clearly, that was not the case. To me, it feels like stepping back into the Second Industrial Revolution. Jiang Luo stared at the exposed internal mechanisms of the facilities. Even their steam engines were far superior. Hard to imagine a Tier 3 civilization's infrastructure being built like this. Probably just a different aesthetic, or maybe they don't see the need. After a moment of discussion, the group arrived at the grand hall where Hobbies resided. This hall appeared far more aesthetically pleasing than the areas they had traversed earlier. Several platinum-colored columns supported the structure, and the surrounding walls were all white. This stood in stark contrast to the entirely black facilities they had just seen. "Mr. Lin Feng, you seem quite curious?" Hobbs approached Lin Feng and spoke. Though his expression remained hidden, a hint of gentleness could be heard in his voice. "Yes, it's so different from outside. I thought your hall would be dark too," Lin Feng remarked with a hint of jest. "This is not my hall." Hobbs shook his head. The throne above was identical to the one newbies sat upon on Copal Star. "Didn't you build this?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. A hall of such scale, though devoid of any recognizable technology, had been constructed here by someone. "This is the Orokin Temple, belonging to the Orokin civilization from an unknown sequence. It existed here before we arrived. We've discovered Orokin temples on most uninhabited planets, but we've never encountered the Orokin civilization itself." Hobson paused, but before he could finish. "The Orokin temple harbors an unknown virus. It can transform our soldiers into their possessions, Orokin soldiers who are exceptionally powerful. We expended significant forces to secure this temple." Lin Feng listened with keen interest. This universe held too many unknowns. Understanding some of them would help him cope when he encountered them later. "I can scarcely imagine the power of this civilization. We've gathered considerable resources from the Orokin here, among which Orokin batteries and Orokin catalysts are the most formidable. An Orokin battery, it's only this big." Hobbs gestured with his hand, no larger than a bottle of mineral water. "Yet the energy it contains could power our flagship for months. The Orokin catalyst is a serum that enhances soldiers. Simply applying it to a soldier grants them incredible strength. For instance, the ability to manipulate electricity. These soldiers form the backbone of our forces. They can withstand a warship's artillery fire unscathed," Hobbs remarked with a touch of awe. The sheer power of the Orokin civilization was only glimpsed through these artifacts, revealing but the tip of the iceberg. Lin Feng pondered as well. Though Hobbs' description couldn't directly reveal the full extent of the Orokin civilization's power, it was clear they were formidable. Even Kronos held them in fear. Fortunately, the Orokin civilization doesn't exist within our known star systems. Only their ruins remain, and we have no idea how long these ruins have been here. Perhaps they live in other star systems, or perhaps they have perished, leaving only traces of their existence behind. Chapter 135, Prometheus. After much discussion, Lin Feng and the others finally turned to the main topic. "Regarding collapsed white dwarfs, the closest one should be in the Andromeda Galaxy, as you've named it. But I wouldn't recommend going there." Hobbs shook his head at Lin Feng. "You lack the capability to approach a collapsed star. Not even its edge is reachable. Remember, it's a place where not even light can escape. A collapsed star is essentially a black hole. Everything around it gets swallowed and obliterated, leaving nothing behind. Not even light can escape its grasp. But we have no other choice. To grow stronger, we must go." Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. He wasn't set on venturing into a black hole either. He didn't want to gamble with the lives of an entire warship crew. But there was no other way. It's still too dangerous. "But if you're after antimatter, there's a collapsing planet near the Rolled Tongue Quadrant. You should be able to reach that place," Hobbs stated earnestly. To him, venturing near the black hole was tantamount to suicide. A collapsing planet? Lin Feng lowered his head, weighing the options. Antimatter extracted from a collapsing planet would certainly be potent, though far less so than that from a black hole. Still, it should suffice for their needs. But venturing near the black hole was truly perilous. One careless moment could mean being sucked in, like a ship near a whirlpool, a single misstep leading to eternal doom. Jiang Luo and the others were still here, along with thousands aboard the ship. He couldn't and wouldn't gamble with so many lives. With that thought, Lin Feng lifted his head. "Then let's go check that place out first." Hobbs smiled faintly, visibly relieved that Lin Feng had heeded his advice. "I'll have Hoff accompany you. We could use some antimatter to recharge the new Star Destroyer anyway." Hobbs paused briefly before continuing. "After that, our fleet will head back to the solar system. According to the latest intelligence, the Talmud civilization's fleet has accelerated its course toward Blue Star. We can no longer predict their exact arrival time. The solar system is too distant from Jushi 4. If you travel there and back, we might already be engaged in battle with the Talmud civilization. Tongue Twister 4 is over 650 light-years from Blue Star, while Alpha Centauri V is less than 90 light-years away. A round trip would take nearly 3 years. That's practically a year and a half of fighting the Talmud fleet already. Returning now would offer little assistance. Our immediate priority is gathering the materials needed for the Star Destroyer. Numerous warships are under development on Blue Star. If we push production, we could complete many before the Talmud fleet arrives. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. If Blue Star didn't have those warships currently under construction, then he would definitely have to return. The others nodded in agreement. Lin Feng was right, returning wouldn't make much difference. A single warship wouldn't significantly alter the course of the battle. Very well. There's no time to waste. We depart immediately. Time was money, and for Blue Star, not a single moment could be wasted. Hoff piloted several small Cloney warships into the Jojo, and the others returned to their vessels, setting course for Curl Tongue 4. What's the name of that collapsed planet? In the cockpit, Hoff and several Cloney soldiers sat together. Compared to the others, Hoff appeared more relaxed, his posture less rigid. I think it's called Mythos. Hoff scratched his head uncertainly. They hadn't paid much attention to that planet. A dying world hardly warranted their concern. Prometheus? Lin Feng asked uncertainly. That name was all too familiar to him. He recalled it being the title of the very first sci-fi movie he'd ever watched. Yes, that's the name. But how did you know? Hoff suddenly slapped his forehead. That was the name. But how did Lin Feng know it? Wasn't there also some kind of deformed monster on it? Lin Feng pressed further. Prometheus was indeed about deformed creatures, but he wasn't entirely sure if Prometheus was the name of the planet itself. Right, that's correct. I remember when we first discovered this planet, there really was a deformed monster living there. But this deformed monster liked to parasitize inside living organisms. Since most of us clonies are mechanical, it posed no threat to us. Hoff seemed to have found the switch to his memories and began chattering away. When we discovered this planet, the Kopus faction also received intelligence about it. That's when the fighting broke out here. Later, we feigned all-out combat while secretly mobilizing massive forces to prepare for an encirclement assault on the Kopus fleet. The leader of the Kopus fleet at that time was Kurt O'Keefe, one of the 7 founding members of Kopus and the father of the fleet commander who led the last assault on Blue Star. We never had the strength to take on that fleet, but who knew the 2 other founding members of the Kopus chamber were secretly undermining them? Kurt got trapped on this planet by us and was eventually captured. After enduring our repeated assaults, the planet had long been teetering on the brink of collapse. This drastically shortened Prometheus' lifespan, leaving it now as little more than a dying planet, nearing its final days. Hoff spoke with a touch of melancholy. The others in the cockpit were deeply captivated by the story. Though Hoff's description lacked detail, they could still envision the colossal scale of that war, a conflict so fierce it nearly shattered a planet. What a terrifying battle that must have been. Even today's Blue Star, where nations deploy every weapon in their arsenal to lay waste to the land, is merely a case of civilization restarting. As for shattering Blue Star? That's utterly impossible. By the way, you still haven't told us how you learned about this planet. Hoff suddenly realized he was supposed to be asking Lin Feng questions, not telling stories himself. It was a movie from our Blue Star? A story told through film. Lin Feng could only answer truthfully. It did seem like a coincidence. A movie? What's that? Hoff asked curiously. Cloney had no entertainment programs to speak of. The soldiers' only way to relax was to chat with each other. This thing right here. Lin Feng activated the virtual screen. The warship offered numerous relaxation options for the crew, and movies were one of them. Prometheus happened to be one of the selected films. Everyone settled into comfortable positions to watch the film on the screen. After all, they had nothing better to do. Hoff sat up straight, completely engrossed in the film. Chapter 136, The Journey. It looks a lot like the creatures from that planet. Hoff pointed at the deformed monster on the virtual screen, then shook his head. But not quite. And those architectural structures? That planet doesn't have those either. Maybe we just haven't found them yet. You Blue Star people have quite the imagination. Hoff remarked with a sigh. They couldn't even begin to imagine such bizarre creatures. Haha, we have plenty of movies like that here. Lin Feng didn't deny this. Human creativity was indeed boundless, always conjuring up bizarre and strange things. Is that so? Then we'll definitely watch some when we get the chance. Hoff nodded. The experience of watching a movie was unprecedented. He felt that viewing such a film could lighten the load on his mechanical core, which had been operating for so long. The mechanical core was essentially the Clonian's brain. But it'll take us quite some time to reach there. What should we do in the meantime? Lin Feng spoke as if to himself, yet also addressed the group. On the warship, they could do nothing. There was no network for entertainment, nor any dedicated space for relaxation. No one spoke. The question had no answer. On the warship, they could only perform their basic duties. Beyond that, they had no idea what to do with their time. Mr. Hoff, if it's not too much trouble, could you do us a favor? Lin Feng seemed to suddenly think of something, lifting his head to look at Hoff as if appraising a mysterious treasure. Certainly. What might I do for you, Mr. Lin Feng? Hoff nodded without hesitation. He had nothing else to occupy himself with anyway. I'd like to ask you to share with us what you've observed about the various civilizations you've encountered. Of course, if it's inconvenient, never mind. Lin Feng's last remark wasn't mere formality. Every civilization guarded its secrets like exploitable resources in other civilizations. Such knowledge was best kept private, not shared with others who might seek a piece of the pie. There are indeed some things I cannot share with you, but I can provide basic information. Hoff pondered for a moment, concluding that Lin Feng's request was entirely reasonable. Then I thank you in advance, Mr. Hoff. No need to be so formal. Over the following days, Lin Feng and his companions spent several hours each day learning about the civilizations Hoff had mentioned, gaining insight into the three major types of interstellar civilizations. The first type was nomadic civilizations like Hoff's own. However, nomadic civilization was merely a collective term. Civilizations like Clonny and Kops, lacking a fixed homeworld, were classified as nomadic. Those that used other planets as their homeworlds were called secondary nomadic civilizations. The second type comprised neutral civilizations. These entities typically maintained non-aggressive stances, remaining indifferent to conflicts between other civilizations. However, when their own existence was threatened, they possessed the resolve to fight back, far from being passive bystanders, unless, of course, they lacked the necessary strength. Among neutral civilizations, there exists a subcategory known as mediating civilizations, essentially peacemakers. They frequently emerge during conflicts between two major civilizations. The third type comprises aggressive civilizations, characterized by high levels of belligerence. They instigate a significant portion of the wars in the cosmos, with colonial system civilizations being a prime example. Lin Feng was familiar with dozens of civilizations, large and small. While their strength varied, none posed a threat Blue Star could currently handle. The nearest Andromeda galaxy hosts an advanced outpost of the Talmud civilization, currently under attack by the anti-colonial Interstellar Federation. All alliances within the Andromeda galaxy united to form the Anti-Colonial Interstellar Federation, engaging in a protracted war spanning thousands of years against the Talmud civilization's colonial fleet. Unlike Blue Star's concept of recent, the Clonies considered anything within a millennium to be recent. Day after day passed, and they had learned nearly everything there was to know. Yet the journey to Kurl Tung 4 remained distant and uncertain. With nothing substantial to occupy themselves, Lin Feng and his companions found themselves idle and aimless. The Clonians, however, were far from bored. They were constantly immersing themselves in the magnificent cultural treasures of Blue Star. What exactly is this learning material? A Clony soldier held up a virtual display screen and asked another soldier. Not sure. Sounds like some kind of knowledge material, I guess. The questioned soldier stared blankly at the screen. Let's take a look then. I wonder what Blue Star's knowledge is like. The clone trooper opened the learning material and discovered it contained numerous videos. He clicked on the first one to watch. A series of bizarre sounds immediately filled the air. Clearly, this video hit the ground running with its opening scene, leaving both clone troopers utterly bewildered. Is this supposed to be about something? The translator remained silent as the figures in the video kept shouting. Doesn't seem like it. But Blue Star humans actually look like this? And two different types can even combine with each other. The two clone soldiers debated the video in their hands when Lin Feng, having nothing better to do, wandered over. What are you watching? Lin Feng watched the two clonies staring motionless at the screen and approached out of curiosity. It seems to be something called learning materials, but we haven't quite figured it out. The Clony soldiers were fairly familiar with Lin Feng, so they handed him the screen, hoping he could explain it to them. Let me take a look. The term learning materials suddenly made Lin Feng think of something unsavory, though he couldn't be certain. He took the virtual screen to examine it. He wished he hadn't looked. Upon inspection, it was exactly what he'd feared. Mr. Lin Feng, could you tell us what this is about? The two Clony soldiers looked at Lin Feng with eager expressions. This is something only humans can study. It won't be useful for you. Lin Feng cleared his throat twice, his face unflushed and his heart unfluttered as he spoke. He then grabbed the virtual screen and hurried away. The two Clony soldiers watched his retreating figure, filled with confusion. Who the hell leaked the training materials? Lin Feng carried the virtual display screen from dormitory to dormitory, asking everyone. He wasn't angry at all, he was desperately trying to find the owner. After all, if the person was missing, this was pretty urgent too. But who would dare admit to it? With thousands aboard this warship, owning up would mean instant social death. Everyone understood its value, but such things couldn't be discussed openly. What's all this commotion about? Jiang Luo approached curiously. Nothing. Lin Feng nervously hid the virtual screen behind his back, only deepening Jiang Luo's suspicion. Lin Feng, the tongue twister 4 has arrived. Chapter 137, The Sudden Appearance of the Orokin Temple. Gu Suping arrived just in time to save the situation, though he had no idea what had transpired. He was merely here to report. Is that so? Let's go. Lin Feng quickly grabbed Gu Suping, ready to leave. Stop. Hand over what you're holding before you go. Zhang Luo still sensed something off about Lin Feng. She watched his hands, which remained clasped behind his back, and only after they had left did she confirm what was troubling her. What is it? Lin Feng discreetly handed the virtual display screen to Gu Suping, then spread his palms open. You take your hands out too. Zhang Luo observed Lin Feng's empty hands, then shifted her gaze to Gu Suping, whose hands remained clasped behind his back. Gu Suping hurriedly handed the virtual screen behind Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng crossed his arms, holding the screen, while Gu Suping stretched out his hands, both equally empty. You two are exploiting a glitch here. Zhang Luo playfully smacked Lin Feng and snatched the virtual screen from his grasp. Lin Feng felt a bit embarrassed but refused to let go. Releasing it now might ruin his reputation. But holding on might ruin it right now. Seeing Zhang Luo's anger meter nearly maxed out, Lin Feng quickly let go and sprinted away. Zhang Luo stared blankly at the fleeing Lin Feng. If he hadn't made those unnecessary moves, she never would have noticed the virtual screen in the first place. Zhang Luo opened the virtual screen, and immediately, sounds of passionate lovemaking spilled out. She quickly flung the unspeakably explicit scene into Gu Suping's hands. Lin Feng, you stop right there. Zhang Luo chased after Lin Feng, who was already far away, her voice tinged with frustration. I can't satisfy you, can I? Hearing the voice behind him, Lin Feng inwardly cursed his luck. This time, his reputation might truly be ruined. The Rolled Tongue Force system was a multi-star system composed of several blue giants. The main sequence star was known as the Beta Cephei variable star, and the planet they sought, Prometheus, was one of its affiliated planets. Lin Feng sat in the main seat, clutching his waist. Zhang Luo had just given him a few hard pinches. It had to be said that after drinking the gene potion, her grip was indeed formidable. Lin Feng was still feeling the pain. Zhang Luo stood behind him, holding the evidence of his crime, her gaze carrying a hint of mischief. Gu Suping, however, looked at him with an apologetic expression. That's Prometheus over there. Hoff pointed at the planet, now almost within reach. Lin Feng and the others could clearly see its surface. Its surface was cracked and fissured, with molten lava flowing through the fractures. Several massive craters, visible to the naked eye, dotted the landscape, none formed by asteroid impacts. Instead, they were remnants of the war waged by the clones against the founders of Kopuz. The largest of these craters rivaled the Pacific Ocean in size. Prometheus was significantly larger than Blue Star, more than 3 times its size. The surface fractures made it appear as if it were on the verge of shattering. Keep the warship orbiting outside the planet. We'll take a team down to extract antimatter. The spacecraft circled Prometheus once but found no suitable landing site. The planet's environment was visibly harsh. Several space aircraft and Kopuz warships detached from the Jojo and headed toward Prometheus' surface. Even in battle armor, the heat is palpable. The space aircraft landed on a relatively intact patch of ground. Lin Feng and his team stepped out to find scorching lava everywhere, flowing like countless small streams. The extraction device resembled a syringe-like apparatus. Antimatter didn't exist on the surface but lay deep within the planet's core. Its probe could penetrate all the way to the planet's center. The extraction device activated, and the group stood watch nearby. Lin Feng scanned the surroundings and suddenly spotted a golden glint on a distant mountain peak. It resembled a structure. Hoff, what's that? Following Lin Feng's gaze, they saw a towering mountain standing amidst the scarred landscape. Due to the planet's conditions, the mountain's surface was cracked and fissured. Within one of the larger crevices, a golden hue shone through, resembling the tip of a tower. That structure looks like the Orokin Temple. The clonies possessed superior abilities compared to humans, and Hoff recognized it instantly. Who would have thought this planet also harbors an Orokin Temple? Truly an astonishing civilization. Hoff remarked with a touch of awe, though he showed no intention of investigating further. Aren't we going to take a look? Lin Feng asked thoughtfully. He had heard Hobbs speak of the mysteries of the Orokin Temple before, and now that it stood before him, how could he suppress his curiosity? The Orokin Temple harbors a mysterious virus. We're outnumbered. Hoff shook his head. Having experienced the terror of the Orokin Temple firsthand, he naturally had no desire to revisit it. True enough, but what if we just take a look from the outside? Lin Feng pressed, his curiosity burning. It should be fine. Hoff could easily guess Lin Feng's thoughts. When he first saw the Orogen Temple, he too had been eager to explore inside. The group set off toward the distant Orogen Temple, leaving some behind to maintain the extraction device. The lava along the path was the greatest obstacle, but with their equipment, they easily leapt over it. This Orokin Temple was built within the mountain itself. It only became visible after the mountain was damaged. Lin Feng and his companions soon reached the base of the mountain. The rock face appeared scorched crimson, and through several cracks, they could faintly glimpse the platinum-colored structure. It looks like we can get in here. Goose Souping pointed to a narrow fissure resembling a vertical crevice. The crack was pitch black, revealing nothing within. After discussing, they decided to investigate. Though the fissure appeared massive from the outside, its interior felt surprisingly narrow, barely wide enough for two people to walk side by side. The space above gradually diminished, eventually growing so low it nearly brushed against their heads. It felt like the proverbial narrow path at first, barely wide enough for one person. After walking dozens of steps, the space suddenly opened up. The front members halted just in time, realizing the path ended abruptly before a cliff dozens of meters high, its base filled with scorching, boiling magma. It stretched out on both sides like a long river, its source and end invisible. That must be the Orokin Temple. Hoff pointed to the nearly 10-story tall white gold gate opposite them, its surface adorned with obscure, indecipherable script in strange patterns. A gate this tall? Are the Origins all giants? Goose Souping had thought Hobbies were already tall enough, but the Orokin were even more extraordinary. This gate was likely over 30 meters high. I don't know, but probably not. This structure is likely just in architectural style. Hoff shook his head. If the Origins were all giants, the throne inside wouldn't even fit a single finger. Wait, this door has been opened before. Chapter 138, Kurt. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the white gold door had been pried open, a tiny crack just wide enough for someone to squeeze through. Someone has been here. Lin Feng looked at Hoff, his expression tinged with disbelief. According to Hoff's account, Prometheus had been in this state for quite some time. Who would venture onto a planet that could explode at any moment, let alone enter this Orokin temple hidden deep within the mountains? Was it coincidence, or had they known about it all along? Let's go inside and take a look. Hoff commanded several clonies to rig ropes across the gap. A bad feeling settled in his stomach. But isn't there a terrifying virus inside? Lin Feng blocked Hoff. When they first discovered this Orokin temple, Hoff hadn't shown the slightest interest because of the virus. Now he was eager to rush inside? The gates have already been opened. The virus has been released. Hoff said hurriedly, then slid across the rope with the clonies. Lin Feng and Goose Souping exchanged glances and followed. Mr. Hoff, wait for us. Lin Feng called out from behind, but Hoff seemed not to hear him. He strode into the main hall without a backward glance, the clonies in tow. Curious about the sudden shift in Hoff's demeanor, Lin Feng didn't linger to observe further and followed into the hall. This hall differed from the one on Namta. Inside, it was pitch black. Even with light sources, visibility barely reached 20 meters. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. A cry from the clony soldiers ahead prompted Lin Feng and his companions to activate their language translators immediately. Enemy attack. Near us. The translated words instantly sent tension rippling through the group. Who would have thought others were present within this temple? Who could be on this doomed planet? What secrets did this Orokin temple hold? Stay alert. Goose Souping barked the order. Soldiers instantly formed a protective circle around Lin Feng, scanning the surrounding darkness with heightened alertness. Unconsciously, they tightened their grips on their rifles, as if enemies might burst forth from the shadows at any moment. You are not clonies. From which civilization do you come? A voice echoed from the darkness nearby, seemingly directed at Lin Feng and his group. All soldiers swiftly aimed their rifles at the source of the sound, but the area remained pitch black, revealing nothing. That's Kopu's language. Lin Feng whispered to Goose Souping. The voice had been translated by the language translator, which currently only recognized Cloni and Kopu's languages. We are from the Blue Star civilization of the solar system. May we ask which civilization you represent? Lin Feng and Goose Souping exchanged glances, surprised to find Kopu's people present in this location. Solar system? Blue Star civilization? This voice sounded different. The earlier one had been crisp and feminine, but this one was deep and heavy, tinged with a mechanical edge perfectly characteristic of a Kopu's. The hall suddenly illuminated, revealing the familiar architecture, four milky white pillars supporting the colossal temple. The floor bore a vast mark etched with white gold patterns, a design resembling a flower, yet impossible to identify as any specific bloom. In the center lay several Cloni soldiers, Hoff and his companions. Upon the lofty throne sat a Caprithian. It possessed a human face yet bore 4 eyes, while the rest of its body was composed of mechanical structures. Beside him stood a somewhat feminine warrior, each hand gripping a sharp blade. This form closely resembled the Tenno warriors previously encountered at the Saturn defense line. Mr. Hoff, what happened to you? Lin Feng hurried to Hoff's side, intending to check on him, but the warrior suddenly materialized before him, both blades thrusting toward his face. One more step forward, and his skull would have 2 fresh holes. Don't worry. They're merely knocked unconscious. The Caprician seated upon the throne spoke slowly, then waved his hand. In the blink of an eye, the warrior returned to his side. I recall that before I came here, the solar system didn't have a civilization called Blue Star. The figure on the throne finally opened its 4 eyes devoid of pupils, entirely covered in white, sending a chill down one's spine. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kurt O'Keefe, one of the 7 founding members of the Kopu's Chamber of Commerce. It was one of the founders of Kopos who had perished in that war. According to both Clonny's account and Kopos's records, Kurt should have died here. Yet here he sat, unnoticed, on this planet teetering on the brink of destruction. What purpose could his presence serve? The Blue Star civilization has only existed for about 10,000 years, so it's perfectly understandable that Mr. Kurt wouldn't know. Lin Feng's mind raced with wild thoughts, yet he answered Kurt's question with measured composure. 10,000 years? To reach this point? Kurt seemed incredulous. Even the Scops Commerce Guild, which had access to mechanical technology back then, took 30,000 years to emerge from the planet. To be precise, it's been less than 5,000 years. Lin Feng chose to be truthful. If measured from the origins of human civilization, it had been no more than 5,000 years. Then what's your relationship with Clonny? Kurt didn't pursue that question further, instead shifting to another topic. Gu Suping exchanged a glance with Lin Feng. After fighting side by side for so long, Lin Feng instantly understood Gu Suping's intent. With only Kurt and that warrior on their side, while their own forces numbered dozens within striking distance, it seemed wise to catch them off guard. Lin Feng, however, did not rashly agree to the request. He carefully observed Kurt and the Tenno warrior above. That Tenno warrior gave off a dangerous vibe. Further ahead lay 4 or 5 Clonny soldiers. These were elite Clonny warriors, yet they had been taken down by that Tian Nu warrior in less than 3 minutes. This demonstrated the Tenno warrior's formidable individual prowess. Though their numbers far outnumbered the enemy, that Tenno warrior could likely take on their entire group single-handedly. With that thought, Lin Feng shook his head at Gu Suping and whispered. For now, they don't seem hostile toward us. Let's observe first, but stay vigilant at all times. We're here in partnership with the clone faction to extract antimatter particles. Chapter 139, Secrets of the Past. Partners? Kote was somewhat surprised, but upon reflection, it made sense. If this civilization truly originated from the solar system, then Clonny collaborating with them wasn't entirely unexpected. If the clones could obtain your information and collaborate with you, then shouldn't we cops have also received your intelligence and come to cooperate with you? Seeing that Lin Feng still hadn't mentioned anything about Kopus, Kurt realized the Blue Star civilization hadn't partnered with Kopus. But why? After all, several people knew about the message he'd left behind back then. Well, Lin Feng hesitated. Kopus had indeed received Blue Star's message, but not for the purpose of cooperation. He didn't know how to explain it. If he revealed the truth, might the founder of Kopus before him fly into a murderous rage? What is it? You can tell me the truth. I won't do anything. Kurt felt a sense of foreboding, but at this point, he was prepared to accept anything. Not long ago, Kopus' fleet invaded Blue Star. After a war, we signed a stalemate agreement and are currently in a truce. Lin Feng spoke while keeping a wary eye on the Tian Nu warrior beside Kurt. Should she make any sudden move, he would flee without hesitation? Gu Suping and the others kept their guns trained on Kurt and the Tian Nu warrior seated on the throne. I see. Who led the Kopos fleet in attacking you? Kurt's expression remained largely unchanged as he closed his eyes again, seeming to sigh inwardly. It was someone named Newbie, I believe. Later, a founder called Kleister arrived. He halted the war and attempted to negotiate an agreement with us, but Hobbies refused it. Kurt's question momentarily stumped Lin Feng, who had to think carefully before recalling the details. He had always assumed Neg had instigated this war. Crest isn't surprising he knew nothing. But why didn't Newbie know? Did no one from the O'Keefe family tell him? Kurt was puzzled. How could Newbie not have known? Yet no one could answer his questions, and Lin Feng didn't know either. Perhaps Hoff knows. He's from the Alfred family. Lin Feng pointed at Hoff lying on the ground. These Clonny soldiers had been lying there for a while now. Oh? Using such low-grade bodies, and yet he's from the Alfred family? Kurt was genuinely surprised. With a wave of his hand, the Tian Nu warrior immediately understood and walked over. She fiddled around behind the bodies of the Clonny soldiers for a moment, and soon after, Hoff and the others stirred awake. The moment Hoff saw Kurt seated upon the throne, his eyes widened in shock. Court O'Keefe, weren't you dead? Hoff pointed at Kurt on the throne and shouted, his voice thick with disbelief. He had personally fought in that war. The entire planet had been scorched clean, leaving not a single living thing behind. Without her, I truly would have perished. Kurt smiled and gestured toward the Tian Nu warrior beside him. His survival was entirely due to her. 0 hour. How is she here? Hoff finally turned his gaze to the Tian Nu warrior beside them, his shock surpassing even his astonishment at finding Kurt alive. I rescued her from that supernova explosion. Since then, she's served me. Kurt recalled with a touch of nostalgia. Time 0 rewind a Tian Nu warrior possessing terrifying abilities. She wielded a power akin to time reversal, capable of freezing a living being at a specific moment in time. Within that frozen instant, nothing could harm the creature unless the ability was deactivated. To others, this ability seemed nothing short of a miracle. Even the Tenhua faction couldn't fathom its origin, so they conducted extensive investigations into Shi Ling Huishu. Their only conclusion was that it functioned as a means to evade predetermined events similar to the dormant state observed on Blue Star. Well, that explains it. But if you're still alive, why are you still here? Hoff was astonished. Time Zero Rewind truly possessed the power to have saved Kurt during that war. I wish I could, but I have no means to contact anyone, nor a warship to leave this place. I've been stuck here for over 10,000 years. The Jushi Sea system was a devastated planetary cluster. It contained no habitable planets nor resource-rich worlds, making it utterly desolate. Had Lin Feng and his crew not arrived, Kurt and his companions might have remained stranded here for untold millennia. But before that, I have a question for you. Why did our newbies attack the Blue Star civilization? Didn't you tell him about the solar system? Kurt snapped back to the topic at hand. The O'Keefe family was purged by Kleister. Now, only Newbie remains. But according to our intelligence, there should be one other survivor imprisoned by Kleister to extract your secrets. Hoff paused only briefly before answering. Sharing this information with Kurt would benefit Clonny at the very least. It would ensure Kurt and Kleister would never be on friendly terms. Crest, very well. When I return, there will only be 6 founders of Kopos left. Kurt slammed his fist hard onto the throne. The Okazi family had been his most trusted force within the Kopos Chamber of Commerce. Now that this pillar of strength had been uprooted, he would have to rebuild his power from scratch. How intense must the rage burn within a man whose power, cultivated over hundreds of thousands of years, had been utterly destroyed? If Mr. Kurt does not consider our relationship too insignificant, we would be honored to assist you in returning to the Kopos chamber. Hoff watched the scene unfold with palpable excitement. If Kleister were destroyed, his own contributions would be recognized, and his standing within Crony would soar. In that case, my thanks to you both. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, I shall do everything in my power to assist you. Kurt was well aware of the schemes brewing in Hoff's mind, but for now, this was the only option. Even without Hoff, the fact that Kleister had destroyed the O'Keefe family alone was sufficient grounds for him to eliminate Kurt. Lin Feng overheard the exchange between Hoff and Kurt. What matters of the solar system? Could there be some hidden secret? What secrets had he yet to uncover? A knot of curiosity formed in Lin Feng's mind, urging him to ask. Yet, seeing Hoff had no intention of revealing anything, he didn't know how to broach the subject. No time to waste. Let's return. Chapter 140, far from as simple as imagined. There was no time to waste now. With less than a few months left until the designated date, their return journey alone would take over a year. Is there some urgent matter? Kurt asked curiously as Lin Feng and the others hurriedly stowed their belongings aboard the spacecraft and began their return journey. Lin Feng explained the entire situation to Kurt, who listened in stunned silence. The TALM civilization actually dared to invade the solar system. Well, I suppose it makes sense they aren't an original civilization of the Milky Way, so ignorance isn't surprising. Kurt chuckled twice and shook his head, as if mocking the Talmud civilization's overreach. Mr. Kurt, could you tell me what it is in the solar system that you all fear? Why do you treat it with such caution? Lin Feng finally couldn't hold back. Both the clonies and the cops seemed to know about some formidable force within the solar system, yet Blue Star remained the only one unaware. This piqued his curiosity, though one thing was certain, it definitely wasn't the Blue Star civilization. You'll learn about these things in time. We cannot disclose them to you now. Kurt showed no intention of revealing anything, leaving Lin Feng impatient. He turned his gaze to Hoff, but Hoff merely shook his head silently. The cops will join this battle. Send my orders to Newbie. Kurt's gaze pierced through the porthole toward the distant depths of space. His eyes, filled with nothing but whites, revealed no trace of thought. But will they believe it? Hoff asked uncertainly. After all, in everyone's understanding, Kurt had been dead for tens of thousands of years. Now that he had suddenly reappeared, cops would surely assume this was just another Clonny prank. Newbie will believe it. He knows me better than anyone, even after tens of thousands of years. Kurt took the communicator Hoff had given him and spoke a message inaudible to everyone else. Hoff relayed this information to Hobbs, who then relayed it to Newbie. Kurt is still alive? Surviving that battlefield is nothing short of miraculous. Hobbes was startled by the news, though not entirely surprised. To be precise, it was unexpected, but only unexpected. General Hobbes, may I ask where the TALM civilization's fleet is headed? After speaking with Hobbes, Lin Feng hurriedly asked. We've detected the Talmud civilization's fleet. At their current speed, they'll reach here in 5 months. But we miscalculated, they've brought star destroyers. I'm requesting reinforcements from my family, but until then, we may not be able to hold them off. Hobbes said solemnly. For a Blue Star civilization that had only just reached the first-tier civilization sequence, the Talmud civilization had actually deployed planet killer ships, something he never could have imagined. If the worst happens, we'll do our best to evacuate some Blue Star species. With our current strength, we cannot stop this Talmud fleet. Hobbes delivered the devastating news to Lin Feng. Nightmarish news indeed. That they had deployed planet-killing warships against Blue Star civilization left Lin Feng with a complex mix of emotions. May I speak with the first for a moment? Lin Feng asked, his voice weary. After all his preparations, it had all come to nothing. In 5 months, Blue Star might cease to exist, and he wouldn't even get to see it one last time. Of course. Hobbs fell silent, then a commanding voice echoed through the line the first ones. Lin Feng, I am aware of everything. When the time comes, I will ensure your family is among the first to board the evacuation warship. You need not worry about that. Silence fell again on the other end. The first one was busy with something, leaving Lin Feng feeling deeply unsettled. Lin Feng, we cannot give up yet. 5 months still leaves us some hope. The first leader stared at the dark-clad man standing before him. The others around him seemed to ignore him completely, including Hobbs, who failed to notice the figure standing beside the first leader. 2 civilizations remain on Blue Star: the subterranean civilization and the oceanic civilization. I sought their aid recently but was refused. Their domains lie not on Blue Star's surface, but beyond a wormhole. I shall appeal to them once more. The first revealed some long-buried secrets to Lin Feng. Lin Feng initially thought these were the secrets mentioned by the clonies and cops, but upon reflection, he realized they weren't. If they were, Hobbs wouldn't have spoken those words. Therefore, this secret lay not on Blue Star, but on another planet within the solar system. Yet now was not the time to dwell on that. Blue Star's development was too slow. Given a few more years, it could have gained the strength to withstand this war. But it hadn't. 5 months, 5 months. Lin Feng frowned in deep thought. Blue Star already possessed a fleet of space battleships of sufficient scale, granting it a degree of self-defense capability in space. The best solution to this crisis was escape to flee with Blue Star itself. As long as Blue Star remained intact, everything else was trivial. Planetary propulsion system. Lin Feng located the appropriate technology for the current situation in the system marketplace. He swiftly transmitted the blueprints back. Now it depended on whether they could develop it before the TALM civilization fleet arrived. Separated by billions of miles, he could offer no assistance. There's a saying on your Blue Star: revenge is a dish best served cold. Hoff walked over, patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, and offered comforting words. Blue Star's growth potential was remarkable. In just over 5,000 years, it had achieved space travel. Within a few more centuries, it could become a civilization that struck fear into the hearts of others. Mr. Hoff, what did Mr. Kurt mean when he said the Talmud civilization isn't native to the Milky Way? The Milky Way was vast, containing countless star systems, yet not a single one had produced a sequence civilization capable of challenging the Talmud civilization. This fact alone baffled Lin Feng, but the revelation that the Talmud civilization wasn't even native to the Milky Way was even more perplexing. The Milky Way once harbored many powerful civilizations. Merely relying on the Talmud civilization, a level 5 sequence civilization, would be far from sufficient to dominate the entire galaxy. Hoff remarked meaningfully. Are you saying there are others behind the Talmud civilization? Lin Feng shuddered at the thought. If the Talmud civilization alone could dominate the galaxy, how terrifying must the civilization behind it be? Exactly. The Talmud civilization originated somewhere within the Virgo supercluster. We don't know the exact location, but that region gave birth to countless powerful colonial system civilizations. Their strength is formidable. The weakest among them are level 5 sequential civilizations. At the time of the invasion, 2 level 7 sequential civilizations also participated. Chapter 141, Preparations for War. The Kunping, named for its resemblance to the mythical primordial beast Kunping, is China's second space battleship. The Kunlun, named for its resemblance to a colossal, recumbent mountain, was China's third space battleship. Combined, the nations possessed at least 3 space battleships: the United States Aegis, the Great Bear Nation's Forest, and Europe's Noah's Ark. Our mission is to buy Blue Star sufficient evacuation time. We retreat not a single step, even unto death. Fu Sheng declared sternly from the Kunping's command seat, glancing dismissively at the 3 distant warships trailing behind them. We will accomplish this mission. The deafening roar of their voices filled the air. Fu Sheng surveyed the young faces before him with satisfaction. Among them were soldiers he knew well, alongside some unfamiliar, inexperienced faces. Their expressions showed no fear, only the fiery spirit of youth. At this moment, Blue Star was departing the solar system from the ecliptic plane. The sun's gravitational pull was immense. Tens of thousands of planetary thrusters barely managed to propel it to the solar system's edge. With just a little more time, it would completely escape the solar system. The sky above Blue Star remained bright, though the sun had multiplied into 3, the true sun in the distant cosmos, flanked by 2 artificial suns. The widespread application of controlled nuclear fusion had given birth to these man-made celestial bodies, ensuring humanity would never again face a shortage of light. The figure stood atop the plaza, gazing up at the sky with profound eyes. What calamities, what calamities! He sighed slowly, then walked toward the distant gate without looking back. Hobbs, what brings you here? Newbie sat high above in the main hall of the flagship, looking down on Hobbs. After 3 years of recovery, Newbie's fleet was now stronger than before, yet he still lacked a viable strategy to attack Blue Star. During the last campaign, Kleister had intervened as mediator, partly to demonstrate his authority, partly to control this fleet. Even if he attacked Blue Star again, any victory would be claimed by Kleister, while defeat would cost him his place among the 7 founding fathers of Kopuz. I have some good news. Care to hear it? Hobbs arrived alone, without any guards, striding in so casually that Newbie was left scratching his head. Good news for you, perhaps. But for us? Not so much. Newbie replied lazily. Clooney's good news was bound to be bad news for Kopuz. No, this news is indeed bad news for us. Hobbs shook his head. This news was indeed bad news for Clooney. Oh? Then I'd like to hear it. Newbie's interest was clearly piqued. He sat up straight, a hint of curiosity in his voice. We found Kurt O'Keefe on Rolled Tongue 4. He's on his way back here now. Newbie's 3 eyes widened abruptly, his pupils filled with shock. Who? Hobbs, you know I don't like anyone joking about my father. When Kurt was ambushed and killed, Newbie single-handedly destroyed Clooney's bases on 3 resource planets, causing Clooney immense trouble afterward. Clooney found this situation quite troublesome, so he dispatched Hobbies to counterbalance Newbie, leading to the current stalemate. Whether I'm joking or not, you'll see for yourself. Hobbs produced a virtual display screen and tossed it toward Newbie seated on the throne. Newbie made no attempt to dodge, catching the screen mid-air. Newbie, it's good to see you again. Kurt's voice emanated from the screen, yet Newbie's expression remained utterly unreadable. The display showed no image, only a ripple, Kurt's signature, sonic signature. This voice sounds like my father's, but that doesn't mean he is my father. Kurt set the virtual screen aside and looked at Hobbs. You'll understand once you hear it. Hobbs paid no mind to Newbie's attitude, gesturing for him to continue listening. After a few brief pleasantries, a stream of shy, incomprehensible words flowed from the screen. This was the unique language of the O'Keefe family, a tongue understood by no one outside their clan. Newbie's expression changed, not only because of the unique language, but also because of the content of the words. This content was known only to him and his father. Even other members of the O'Keefe family were unaware of it. In that moment, he was certain beyond doubt this voice belonged to his father. A palpable sense of joy spread across his face. The great Akasi family shall rise to glory once more. Newbie laughed heartily on the throne, utterly unconcerned with his image. No one could comprehend the stature of a founder within the Kopos Chamber of Commerce. They would once again hold the power to dictate its affairs. We will assist you in blocking the Talmud civilization fleet, but I hope you won't stab me in the back. Newbie's smile vanished as he stared intently at Hobbs, his expression grave. I believe I should be the one saying that. Seeing the matter settled, Hobbies prepared to rise and depart. 30,000 years have passed. It's time to let some things go. Newbie spoke slowly as Hobbies' figure approached the exit of the Grand Hall. Hobbs paused, but did not turn back, walking straight out of the hall. You don't get to decide these matters. We can only be enemies. The Kopus fleet within Jupiter began its mobilization. One by one, Kopus warships burst through Jupiter's atmosphere. Clooney warships hovered above the planet, and the Kopus fleet seamlessly integrated into their formation. 3 Kopus flagship warships and 3 Cronny flagship warships formed a hexagram formation, surrounded by Kopus and Cronny warships. Compared to the solitary 5 Blue Star warships, this display was far more imposing. Talmud's fleet appears disorganized. Observations indicate only 2 Star destroyers arrived this time, lacking jump drives. Their speed lags significantly behind the Vanguard fleet. I recommend prioritizing the elimination of their Vanguard fleet. Inside Cronny's flagship, Newbie and Hobbies discussed battle plans in a conference hall flanked by Cronny's chief petty officer and Kopuz's sergeant major. Opposite them sat the captains of Blue Star's ships. I believe our warships should be dispersed. Though the TALM civilization star destroyers are relatively slow, their attacks can easily reach us here. If they attack without regard for their own losses, we will suffer immense casualties. Remember, the TALM civilization has even greater military resources than we do. After Hobbies finished speaking, Newbies fell silent. Clearly, his approach was too aggressive, yet Hobbies' strategy seemed overly cautious. Chapter 142, On the Brink. A myriad of warships appeared at the edge of the solar system, conical, triangular, flattened oval, white, black, gray. This was the Talmud civilization's fleet, a dense formation of warships from countless colonized civilizations so vast it obscured the starlight. The fleets of Cronny and Kopus had also established a defense line stretching tens of thousands of kilometers across the solar system's edge. Yet even when crowded together, the Talmud fleet far exceeded this line in length. They really think highly of us. Fu Sheng stared directly at this colossal fleet. Compared to the handful of Blue Star space carriers, it was like an ocean versus a stream. Merely in terms of numbers, victory in this battle seemed utterly impossible. The moment the fleets met, a deluge of artillery fire erupted. Before the Talmud fleet could even come to a complete halt, it was subjected to relentless bombardment from the Clonian and Kopus warships at the forefront. The Cronian and Kopus fleets unleashed every available heavy weapon, catching the Talmud fleet completely off guard. Numerous smaller vessels serving as cannon fodder at the front were obliterated by the impenetrable barrage. After this initial assault, the Talmud fleet activated its protective shields. A gray-green protective barrier enveloped the Talmud fleet, resembling a colossal star. Fire. The Talmud fleet commander issued the simple command. Compared to his own colonial fleet, the solar system fleet was utterly insignificant. A barrage of diverse rays erupted from the gray-green shield, striking the Klani and Kopu's warship groups with devastating force. Their firepower faltered momentarily. Fire. We can't just let them attack us. Fu Sheng immediately issued the order, and the Blue Star fleet began attacking the Talmud fleet. Against such overwhelming numbers, any tactic was useless. They could only throw everything they had at the defense. Fu Sheng's brow furrowed deeply. Their interception mission would only be considered successful once Blue Star had completely exited the solar system's coordinates. Yet, Blue Star had only just departed the solar system and remained within its coordinate detection range. A gray-green beam of light appeared from an unknown source. Initially no larger than a star, it rapidly expanded to the size of an airspace carrier. The beam swept past the Talmud civilization fleet, plunging directly into the Kopus and Cronian warship clusters. A blinding light flared, igniting a spark the size of thousands of kilometers in diameter. The dark, void-like expanse of space seemed to grow colder in that instant. An entire Klani warship formation instantly dissolved within the fiery explosion. A gaping void thousands of kilometers wide suddenly appeared in a battle line stretching tens of thousands of kilometers. Had one not witnessed the event, it would have seemed as though no defenses had ever been deployed here. They've already deployed the Star Destroyer's attack? They intend to resolve this battle swiftly. Hobbs glared with fury at the spot where the Klani fleet had vanished without a trace. These ships represented his life's work, and for Klani, the loss of an entire fleet was a significant blow. Hold out a little longer. If things go south, pull out immediately. Hobbs ordered over the comm channel, forcing himself to calm down despite the pain. Hobbs, I think we should withdraw now. This is like a grasshopper trying to stop a cart. Newbie said on the other end. A fleet with a Star Destroyer was a completely different beast from one without it. Was like an egg hitting a stone. Hold out a little longer. Let's see what happens. Hobbs wasn't referring to the battlefield situation, but rather whether the civilization within the sun would make any moves. Core propulsion system damaged at 20%. Initiate immediate repairs. A deafening alarm blared through the Kunping's cockpit. Moments earlier, the vessel had been struck by a TALM civilization warship, and its shields had failed to absorb the impact. Repair team, address the core power system damage. Withdraw from the central battlefield temporarily. The central battlefield was the gaping void thousands of kilometers wide carved out by the conflict. The Talmud fleet was closing in on that void, while the Klani and Kopus fleets were positioned there to intercept. The battle raged fiercely there, with a Talmud warship, a Cronian warship, or a Kopus warship exploding nearly every few minutes. In such a battle, the role of airships and aircraft had become negligible. Nevertheless, Kopus and Crani still dispatched numerous airships and aircraft to approach the Talmud fleet, attempting to destroy their warships from within. We fight for Blue Star. A sudden burst of static crackled over the communications channel, the Blue Star fleet's general frequency, which had fallen silent since the battle began. Prussians' words instantly confirmed to Fu Sheng that this was the Noah's Ark, for only the Noah's Ark carried Prussians. Yet before Prussian could finish speaking, a more violent explosion erupted over the channel, plunging it back into silence. Fu Sheng remained silent. He had once sneered at the Noah's Ark's cowardly retreat to the rear, but now they were the first to sacrifice themselves. They were all fighting for Blue Star. Approach the central battlefield and prevent the Talmud civilization fleet from entering at all costs. The Blue Star fleet's inconspicuousness was both its greatest weakness and its greatest strength. The Talmud civilization would not dispatch a dedicated fleet to counter this mere 5-ship force. All their attention was focused on the Klani and Kopus fleets. The Blue Star fleet's entry into the central battlefield had stabilized the previously disadvantageous stalemate there, allowing the retreating Klani and Kopus fleets to breathe a sigh of relief. Of course, this was also a fatal flaw. The Talmud civilization had noticed these Blue Star warships and detached several vessels from the flanking battles to engage them. The Kunping bore the brunt of the battle at the central front line, becoming the primary target of the Talmud fleet's assault. Wave after wave of gray-green beam attacks slammed into the Kunping's shields. Core propulsion system damaged at 40%. Immediate repairs required. The Kunping bore the brunt of the Talmud civilization's assault, sustaining critical damage from these attacks. Where's the repair team? Get them to fix the core power system. Cries erupted from the bridge, everyone visibly anxious except Fu Sheng, whose expression remained unruffled. The current situation was far from sufficient. Core power system 60% destroyed. Immediate repairs required. Immediate repairs required. Core propulsion system 60% destroyed. All crew members evacuate immediately. Chapter 143, The Sun. Less than a few hours had passed, yet fires raged throughout the Kunping, its hull riddled with holes of varying sizes by the Talmud civilization fleet. Most critically, the oxygen system had been compromised, causing the Kunping's oxygen supply to rapidly deplete. Panic began to spread among the crew and the bridge, but Fu Sheng remained utterly composed. Seeing his calm expression, the others quieted down. Dump all excess energy. Fu Sheng stared intently at the battlefield ahead, his tone neither harsh nor soft.
Personnel from each department began executing his orders in an orderly fashion.
The escape pods are at the rear of the warship.
I won't blame you if the mission isn't completed. Go.
Every life saved counts.
Go back and see what you can do.
Fu Sheng sat in the command seat with his eyes closed, as if seeking respite. Since learning of the TALM civilization fleet's approach, he had not rested properly. Since receiving the intercept mission, he had rested even less. The shrill alarm continued to pierce the cockpit. The crew exchanged glances, none moving. Core propulsion system 90% destroyed. All crew members, evacuate immediately. Self-destruct sequence initiated. 5-minute countdown. A familiar melody filled the cockpit, the unmistakable national anthem of Huagua. The voice was young and trembling. Everyone turned toward the sound. Sure enough, a soldier with an immature face stood there, eyes closed, singing the deeply moving song with profound emotion, as if it could give him courage. Another voice joined in, that of the battalion commander, notorious for his foul language. The young soldier was one of his men. Their voices blended together, softly echoing through the cockpit. A third voice joined in, the division commander, who never showed a smile. The singing grew increasingly stirring. As more and more joined in, each singing with eyes closed, their voices deep and full, as if savoring the moment.
Fu Sheng, seated in his chair, opened his eyes.
Watching the scene unfold before him, the wrinkles on his face smoothed out, and the sternness vanished from his expression. He closed his eyes once more, yet his lips murmured the familiar, stirring melody. The Kuanping resounded with song, a solemn declaration beneath the dragon flag, a triumphant chorus born of shared struggle during training exercises.
Core propulsion system destroyed. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Thank you for your service, crew members. The TALM civilization warship approaching the Kuanping was struck by the sudden explosion and plunged into a sea of flames. Far below the ecliptic plane, Blue Star had drifted who knows how far. Life continued unhurriedly there, seemingly untouched by disturbance. Yet somewhere immeasurably distant, lives had been sacrificed for them. First one, the wind is strong. Let's return.
At some point, the first had developed the habit of gazing at the sky from the plaza, often for hours at a time. When he finally lowered his head, his face was etched with sorrow.
Let's go back.
The first leader lowered his head. Unlike usual, his eyes were bloodshot. Perhaps it was the wind, the guard thought, not reading too much into it.
Yet even his steps faltered.
You should go too. As I've said before, as long as I stand, the backbone of the Chinese people shall never bend. A man in black still followed the first leader. Before stepping into the study, the first leader glanced at him slowly, then walked inside without a trace of lingering. The man in black said nothing, standing silently outside the door, showing no intention of leaving.
The Kunlun, now the sole warship remaining on Blue Star.
Core propulsion system damaged at 40%.
Immediate repairs required. The alarm blared as piercingly as it had aboard the Kuanping. Wang Hong, seated at the command console, looked thoroughly irritated. Shut that damn thing off. It's driving me crazy.
The crew exchanged glances but none moved.
The alarm couldn't be silenced, leaving Wang Hong to vent his frustration in vain. All departments, report your status.
Wang Hong said, covering his ears.
The noise was indeed irritating, clouding his thoughts. 3 main ship cannons destroyed, 211 aerospace fighters lost, all mechs destroyed, over 600 personnel casualties. The intelligence officer swiftly delivered the report. Wang Hong listened with a grave expression. Combined with previous losses, how many casualties total? Wang Hong pressed.
The intelligence officer glanced at him with a hint of surprise.
Wang Hong's face was expressionless, the earlier sternness now vanished. Over 26,000 in total. Be more specific. 26,775. Wang Hong remained silent after hearing this, lost in thought. Our current position is still relatively secure. Those among you who wish to return may do so. You will not be treated as deserters.
You remain heroes of China and Blue Star. Those who stay will be added to this list of sacrifice.
The cockpit fell silent. No one spoke. We won't leave. We won't be cowards. Someone shouted from below. Right. We won't be cowards.
The others echoed in unison, and no one moved to leave.
Fine.
But from this moment on, we're all dead men.
Aren't you afraid? Wang Hong roared, his commanding presence sweeping through the cockpit.
In the face of such authority, lying felt impossible.
We're not afraid.
A resounding chorus erupted from the cab, filled with passion and resolve. Suddenly, chaotic static erupted over the communication channel.
An unknown frequency had intruded, detected instantly by Hobbs. Not ours. Listen. Newbie shook his head.
The frequency had also appeared on their channel, and the voices gradually grew clearer.
Hobbs and Newbie could now make out the message. All warships, withdraw from the solar system. Release the defenses. Hobbs and Newbie issued the order almost simultaneously.
The Klani and Kopu's warships desperately blocking their advance activated all energy reserves to sustain their shields and withdrew from the battlefield. The Talmud civilization's fleet was utterly bewildered. However, they interpreted this as the enemy's retreat and boldly charged into the solar system. The instant Klani and Kopus's fleets departed the solar system, a blinding white light erupted from the sun. The Talmud civilization's fleet began to melt away within that searing radiance. Within moments, the Talmud fleet that had invaded the solar system vanished. Yet the blinding white light did not cease, instead hurtling directly into the depths of space the Talmud civilization's follow-up fleet, including 2 star destroyers. As the light faded, nothing remained at the edge of the solar system. Even the remnants of the destroyed warships had been consumed by the radiance, leaving only profound silence in its wake. Yet, it wasn't entirely silent. Listen closely. A song seemed to echo through the void, its reverberations endless. Chapter 144, Project 4. Silence returned to the solar system. Both Klani and Kops had lost a main fleet each. Newbie showed no intention of leaving. His father still needed him to greet him. I suggest Blue Star retains the solar system coordinates to continue its escape. The war had ended. The Talmud civilization's invasion fleet had been obliterated by an unknown force. For Blue Star, the past 3 years felt like a fleeting dream, as if nothing had ever happened. The Talmud civilization has lost a fleet. They absolutely will not let this rest. They will certainly continue sending fleets to invade the solar system. If Blue Star remains here, it will inevitably become the Talmud civilization's primary target. Hobbs arrived at Blue Star with the remnants of his fleet. The first in, he remained seated in the pavilion of the Half-Mountain Academy. A light drizzle fell in early spring. Looking out from the pavilion, the world was veiled in misty rain. Tiny droplets fell from the eaves, splashing across the courtyard and filling it with the essence of spring. This departure, I know not when I may return. The first seat took a sip of hot tea. Though spring had arrived, the lingering chill of winter remained. Once we grow strong enough, we will surely return. Hobbs declared, for strength was the sole truth in this universe. We should depart now. Though we've never been allies with the Talmud civilization, we've also never been enemies. This obstruction means they've surely taken notice of us. Klani will find it increasingly difficult to move freely in the galaxy from now on. Hobbs rose to depart. The orders from above demanded immediate action. Having made this decision, they must now prepare the measures to see it through. Should the Klani civilization face hardship in the future, we of Blue Star will lend our full support. The first one remarked, watching Hobbs' departing figure. Hobbs paused in his steps, replying without turning back. You too. Then his figure vanished into the misty, rain-drenched forest path. Initiate Project 4. The gentle expression on the first leader's face had vanished without warning, replaced by a resolve hardened by untold trials. We cannot do this. The man in black materialized within the pavilion, finally speaking in a voice that sounded mechanically synthesized, clearly that of a robot. For the sake of Huagua, I must do this. The first figure declared in a deep, unwavering tone. You must understand the consequences of this. A single oversight in this project could lead to irreversible damage. Then you will be a traitor to Huagua, a traitor to Blue Star. The black-clad robot's voice grew charged with emotion, its expression visibly contorted with fury, the anger nearly palpable. Everyone will point fingers at you and curse you for the rest of their lives, and that would be the least of your troubles. The final words were practically shouted, yet the leader's expression grew calm, eventually becoming utterly expressionless. I know. That's precisely why I must proceed. The black-clad robot stormed out of Half-Mountain Academy. This time, everyone saw him, yet no one questioned his identity. His path remained unobstructed. Several months later, the JoJo finally returned. Want to take one last look at the solar system? Goose Souping asked Lin Feng. The closer they got to home, the heavier his heart grew. They had no idea what the solar system would look like after the battles, nor what Blue Star would be like. Would it be scarred beyond recognition? Or still engulfed in endless warfare? Let's take a look. Lin Feng replied slowly as the JoJo began its course toward the solar system. The sun's white light remained dazzling, and the major planets appeared undisturbed. Except for Blue Star's absence, everything seemed peaceful, as if nothing had ever happened. Let's go home. The others looked astonished. This didn't look like a place that had endured battle at all. When they fought against Kopus, the landscape had been littered with the wreckage of warships. Yet here, there was nothing. But Lin Feng showed no curiosity about these matters. The group embarked on their journey home. Midway, Kurt was picked up by Newbie's men. Kurt now owed Lin Feng a favor, though there was no immediate use for it. Hoff and the others also departed midway, with both sides agreeing to meet again soon. 3 years later, Lin Feng finally set foot on familiar soil. The air remained refreshingly crisp, the sky still crystal clear, and the bustling human activity as lively as ever. Back already? The first person personally came to the landing base to greet Lin Feng. Of course, everyone had grown accustomed to this by now, for Lin Feng's treatment was already exceptionally high. First leader, we've completed the mission. These were Lin Feng's first words upon seeing the first. The first scrutinized him carefully. Though 3 years had passed, Lin Feng's appearance hadn't changed much. His demeanor, however, had grown more mature and steady, though the fiery spirit still burned deep within his eyes. "Come with me." The first did not engage in further conversation, instead quietly instructing Lin Feng. He walked over to an inconspicuous vehicle parked nearby. Lin Feng felt a bit puzzled but followed nonetheless. The others were still busy packing their belongings. When they finally snapped back to attention, they realized that the first elder and Lin Feng, who had been conversing just moments ago, had already departed without anyone noticing. "First seat, is there something important you need to discuss with me?" Lin Feng asked curiously from the car seat. Normally, security guards handled the driving, but this time the first leader was personally behind the wheel, a privilege granted thanks to Lin Feng's serum. Otherwise, the first leader wouldn't have driven himself. "Do you know about Project 4? The first leader kept his eyes fixed on the road ahead. This was a route not marked on any navigation system, lined with no entry warning signs every 10 meters. Yet not a single soldier patrolled the route, a stark contrast to the heavily guarded road to Half Mountain Academy, where checkpoints were every 5 steps and barriers every 10. Project 4? I recall Elder Yanghua mentioning it before, but due to its classified nature, he never disclosed any specifics. Hearing the first man mention it suddenly, Lin Feng couldn't quite recall. That was years ago, and he hadn't known anything about it back then, so he hadn't remembered. It's no longer classified. Before we reach Project 4's base, I'll share some relevant details with you. The leader continued speaking without giving Lin Feng a chance to respond, his gaze fixed ahead. Project 4, strictly speaking, isn't merely an experimental initiative. As early as 1975, when our nation's first satellite probe ventured into deep space, it received a transmission from an unknown civilization. This civilization called itself the Hunter Civilization, originating from the Hunter Interstellar Organization, a coalition primarily composed of nomadic civilizations. However, it's speculated that the Hunter Civilization isn't even within the Virgo supercluster. We don't know why we were able to receive signals from a civilization outside the Virgo supercluster. Chapter 145, Project 4 Test Base. We were deeply puzzled, but at the time, we did not seek assistance from other nations. After deliberation by experts from various fields, it was concluded that this was merely a coincidental event, and the matter was shelved. After that, the first probe never received any more signals from unknown civilizations. So we naturally concluded it must be a coincidence. But when the second probe launched, we once again received signals from a civilization outside the Virgo supercluster. This time, however, it wasn't the Hunter Civilization nor the Hunters Interstellar Federation. Instead, it came from a civilization we had never encountered before. Every subsequent probe launch captured signals from beyond the Virgo supercluster, prompting our research. This became Project 4. After decades of relentless research, we detected a spatial wormhole on the surface of Blue Star, the origin of all the signals. We suspect this wormhole connects to a galaxy beyond the Virgo supercluster, but this seems implausible. If it were a fixed location, capturing such a vast amount of civilizational data would be impossible. It's highly probable the wormhole's opposite end is in constant motion, and judging by the timing, its movement is remarkably swift. But this is merely conjecture. What truly terrifies us is the possibility that this wormhole connects to something else entirely. The car cruised along at a steady pace, yet the cabin fell into silence. Lin Feng frowned, not so much in deep thought as in sheer confusion. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming him. As time passed, Lin Feng worked to process the information and formed his own theories. You suspect the wormhole connects to a parallel universe? Lin Feng slowly voiced his conjecture. Based on the transmission of dark matter particles, the material information across civilizations was identical, but that applied only to different dimensions and spaces. Correct. We suspect the wormhole leads to a parallel universe. The concept of parallel universes refers to dimensions distinct from our own, yet existing in the same space as our universe. We cannot see them, nor can they see us. Perhaps the parallel universe corresponding to our location is a void. But with the wormhole connection, things change. Linking two parallel universes violates the fundamental laws of the cosmos. They inherently repel each other. Should any instability occur, both parallel universes would be destroyed. We sealed off the wormhole's location and kept awareness of it to an absolute minimum. Decades later, only a handful of people know the true nature of Project 4. If we face danger, this wormhole is our final trump card. The first driver pulled over. This place seemed utterly desolate, with only a single paved road stretching into the distance. You mean? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. The leader pressed a button, and the ground began to tremble. A section of the previously flat road slowly rose upward. The rising section resembled the doors of a warehouse slowly opening. The first driver steered the vehicle inside. We can transmit Blue Star civilization's information through it, drawing the attention of unknown civilizations. If they possess the capability, they will certainly traverse this spatial wormhole. The leader's words carried not a hint of emotion, yet this seemingly casual statement sent shockwaves through Lin Feng. The law of the dark forest. Just as the Talmud civilization's forward sentry tower had discovered Blue Star earlier, they had chosen to invade without hesitation, even dispatching planet-killer warships against it. The Klani civilization knew certain secrets of the solar system and thus refrained from action, but when the Kopus fleet was unaware of these secrets, they too chose to attack Blue Star. A civilization capable of traversing a wormhole must be formidable. What would they think upon encountering the weak Blue Star civilization? Attack, undoubtedly. Any civilization that had witnessed their own power should not be allowed to continue existing. For you never know what kind of formidable foes the information you reveal might attract. But this is equally deadly for us. Lin Feng couldn't help but interject. When that time came, Blue Star would undoubtedly be the first target of any civilization emerging from the wormhole. That's precisely why this is our trump card. The first one smiled as he spoke. The doors slowly closed, followed by a sensation of weightlessness. This was an elevator. After about 4 or 5 minutes, the descent abruptly halted. Lin Feng calculated they had descended roughly 100 meters. Judging by the elevator's scale, this underground base couldn't be small either. First leader, how large is this underground base? Lin Feng asked curiously. Rather than speculate, he might as well ask the first leader since he'd brought him here. He'd surely share the information. It connects most of the underground spaces of 3 cities. The first estimated. When this underground base was constructed, its scale wasn't planned. Instead, construction began based on the wormhole's dimensions. Is the wormhole that small? The wormholes connecting these 3 cities are indeed quite small. A wormhole of this scale couldn't even accommodate 2 star destroyers. If that's what you think, you're mistaken. Wormholes possess the potential for infinite expansion, much like black holes. The leader shook his head, explaining to Lin Feng that this was beyond human comprehension. No one understood why wormholes could freely expand and contract. The doors opened to reveal a vast underground parking garage. Their vehicles stood out among the neatly arranged military jeeps and trucks, even armored vehicles and tanks. The lead driver sped through the parking area, then entered a complex resembling a cluster of buildings. These structures weren't built into the underground environment but rather constructed on a leveled space excavated beneath the surface. This is the research base studying the matter emerging from the wormhole, but so far we haven't detected any substances different from what we have here. The lead driver pointed toward the dense cluster of buildings nestled within the subterranean space, yet the vehicle's speed did not waver as it continued forward. Along the way, various personnel began appearing, researchers in white lab coats, patrol soldiers in military uniforms, and Secret Service agents in specialized attire. Where are we headed? Lin Feng watched the soldiers saluting as they passed by. Ahead lay a massive underground passageway, winding like the tunnels but stretching into the unknown. To the wormhole. I'll show you around, and my colleague has something else to discuss with you. The front seat replied. Then let me drive. Chapter 146, Witnessing the Wormhole. The underground tunnel stretched on for a long time. Lin Feng drove for about 3 hours before finally seeing an open space. This area was much larger than the underground space beneath the capital. Judging by the location, they were likely in Ji province. Compared to the initial base they descended into, security here was much tighter. From any vantage point, you could see at least 3 soldiers, not to mention the surveillance cameras. It was heavily guarded. We're here. Pull over. The first voice spoke up. He rubbed his temples, sat in the car for a moment longer, then finally got out. 2 soldiers approached and drove the car parked on the road away. This way. The leader called out to Lin Feng, who was still looking around, and headed toward a building about 3 or 4 stories tall in the distance. Where exactly is this place? Lin Feng asked curiously. From where he stood, the underground space stretched endlessly, its lights fading into the distance. Beneath Ji province, southeast of the provincial capital. The leader spoke as they approached the 3 or 4 story structure. It resembled an elevator shaft, yet there were no markings on the exterior. It looked like a solid iron pillar, devoid of windows and completely airtight. The door, however, resembled an elevator entrance. The first man pressed his finger against the fingerprint scanner beside it. Authentication successful. Your identity is 0001. Access granted. An electronic female voice emanated from the scanner as the elevator doors slowly opened. The 2 entered, one after the other. Is the wormhole still down there? Lin Feng felt the sensation of falling and asked aloud. Ever wonder why the Great Bear Congress once dug over 10,000 meters through the ground? The first man feigned puzzlement, leaning lightly against the rear metal wall as if it offered some comfort. I recall they didn't undertake this project just to compete with the United States, did they? Lin Feng noticed the expression on the first man's face, but he didn't press further. He pretended to be unaware and answered the question. Do you think that's plausible? Pouring massive funds and manpower into digging a giant hole with absolutely no return? The first man said with a hint of sarcasm, though it wasn't directed at Lin Feng's idea but rather at the actions of the Great Bear Nation at the time. Could it be that the Great Bear Nation was trying to dig out that wormhole? Lin Feng followed the first leader's line of reasoning, easily piecing together the connection between his own mission and the question posed. The first one nodded in agreement. When the Great Bear Nation reached over 10,000 meters deep, they uncovered the wormhole. The entire nation mobilized its military forces, deploying massive military resources here. They attempted to locate the wormhole's edge but found nothing. Later, due to certain events, the matter was shelved. The senior member finished speaking slowly as the elevator came to a halt. They had arrived. As the elevator doors opened, a damp, gloomy air washed over them. A near-freezing temperature mingled with a cold wind greeted them, causing Lin Feng to shiver involuntarily. The dim lighting barely illuminated the pitch-black underground space, yet it was still possible to see the path ahead. Unlike the densely packed structures above ground, the buildings here seemed haphazardly constructed, spaced several meters or even tens of meters apart, resembling large greenhouses. This is 13,551 meters below ground, the deepest point humans have reached to date. The first man pointed to a signboard erected nearby, which read, 13,551 meters below ground, Central Research Base of the Chinese Underground Research Institute. The air here was already extremely thin, almost impossible to breathe. Lin Feng took 2 sharp breaths, but the oxygen he inhaled felt almost insufficient. Put on your battle armor. As the leader spoke, 2 soldiers clad in battle armor approached, each carrying a palm-sized armor activator. The leader took his activator and pressed it against his chest. Lin Feng followed suit. There's virtually no air outside the structure, so when the battle armor was developed, this facility was the first to receive a batch. Only then did Lin Feng notice that everyone from the patrolling guards to the busy researchers was uniformly clad in battle armor. You're here. Before the figure appeared, the voice carried over. The door of a nearby large shed slowly opened, and a person clad in battle armor stepped out. The voice was familiar to Lin Feng. It belonged to Yang Guolao. Lin Feng greeted him, and only then did the elder notice Lin Feng standing beside him. Why did you bring him along? The tone carried a hint of reproach, but the figure at the front waved dismissively, signaling it didn't matter. He'd find out sooner or later. Besides, without him, Wagwa would be in a tough spot right now. The first leader seemed to be exaggerating Lin Feng's role somewhat, yet it was undeniably true. This way, please. Yang Guolao fell silent for a moment, saying nothing more, and took the lead. The buildings scattered throughout this underground space were illuminated, though some were too far apart to be clearly seen. They resembled scattered fireflies or distant stars. After walking for a while, the path ahead gradually became clearer. The buildings that had appeared blurry at the end of the layered lights now revealed their outlines. It resembled a mine shaft, with a raised platform built around its edge, enclosed by railings. At the end of the path, a staircase led straight up to the platform's summit. Let's go up and take a look. The first figure glanced to the side and smiled, his words carrying an ambiguous tone. Lin Feng was baffled but didn't hesitate to follow. The platform held nothing but a large hole in the center, enclosed by a layer of grating. Lin Feng approached, assuming the wormhole lay beneath this opening, and shifted his gaze downward. An endless expanse of lifeless, milky white void stretched before him. Faint particles flickered as they shuttled back and forth across the wormhole's edges, like an abyss staring straight at him, hungry to swallow him whole. Lin Feng quickly averted his gaze, still shaken. This sight was far more awe-inspiring than the jumpgate he'd witnessed on the Kopos Star Destroyer. What? Scared? The first had approached Lin Feng from behind unnoticed. Seeing him recoil, he patted his shoulder. A bit. Seeing it for the first time is truly overwhelming. Lin Feng gave an awkward chuckle. One couldn't stare directly at this wormhole for long, though it appeared white. The shifting light patterns delivered a tremendous visual assault. We once attempted to explore the other side of the wormhole, but after weighing various factors, the plan was scrapped. We couldn't guarantee that anyone who crossed over would remain human. The leader walked to the edge of the railing to observe the wormhole. Entering it could trigger particle, meaning even if one passed through intact, they might not emerge correctly. Chapter 147, Searching for a Habitable Location. What is that? Lin Feng suddenly noticed a massive jar suspended atop the platform, chained by a long, heavy lock. Information. The first one answered succinctly, offering no further explanation. Our information? The leader nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Feng understood, this jar contained Blue Star's information. Should Blue Star face an unavoidable crisis, the jar would be lowered through the wormhole to alert the civilization on the other side. I wonder if we could extract some material from here. Lin Feng murmured softly. Could the naturally formed matter within the wormhole be used to construct the jump drive for a star-destroying warship? The 50-meter radius around the wormhole is a restricted zone. Entering that range will cause you to be swallowed by the wormhole. The leader dismissed Lin Feng's idea. They hadn't been without attempts, but the 50-meter radius was a barrier humanity couldn't breach yet. Lin Feng sighed silently, his gaze lingering on the wormhole below with a hint of melancholy. After lingering for a moment, the two began their descent back to the surface. Drifting through space indefinitely isn't a viable solution. We need to find a suitable star system to settle in. On the way back to the surface, Lin Feng voiced his thoughts. The coordinates of the solar system had been exposed. Without sufficient strength to counter the TALM civilization, Blue Star couldn't return to the solar system yet. Do you have any ideas? The first one largely agreed with Lin Feng. Drifting through the cosmos was far too perilous. Every day brought the threat of smaller stars colliding with blue star from all directions. I recall we discovered an Earth-like planet before. We could investigate that. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. This idea had been on his mind before, and it wasn't too late to bring it up now. There are probably 8 or 9 of them, but we'll need to consult the United States. They hold the most detailed information. Now that all 5 major powers on Blue Star had set aside their past differences and united, these issues weren't particularly difficult to resolve. I'll have someone prepare. We'll hold a meeting soon. You should attend. The leader took out his communicator to relay the details. These were urgent matters for Blue Star, so execution was swift. Within half an hour, the other nations of the Security Alliance had agreed to the proposal. The specific data has come in. There are 9 Earth-like planets suitable for habitation, though further investigation is needed. Shortly after Lin Feng returned to base, Gu Suping relayed the details of several Earth-like planets. The 9 planets were Kepler 62e, Kepler 62f, Kepler 186f, Ka, Kepler 22b, Gliese 581g, Ross 128b, Proxima Centauri b, and TRAPPIST 1e. The first 5 Earth-like planets were all over 1,000 light-years from Blue Star. At Blue Star's current travel speed, reaching them would likely take tens of thousands of years. Furthermore, the 8th planet, Proxima Centauri b, may face periodic extinction events in the form of massive stellar flares. If that were to happen, humanity could be wiped out while sleeping. After eliminating these possibilities, only Gliese 581g, Ross 128b, and TRAPPIST 1e remain viable candidates. The farthest of these is nearly 22 light-years from Blue Star, still within an acceptable range. As Lin Feng pondered these possibilities, the artificial sun in the sky had already set. This artificial sun strictly adhered to Earth's previous schedule, so for the moment, life proceeded without significant disruption. The next day, representatives from various nations arrived in China. No country dared to be negligent, as this matter directly concerned their vital interests. Lin Feng entered the conference room with a Chinese official. Glancing at the assembled nations, he was surprised to see so many countries present. He recalled that the Security Alliance had fewer than 10 member states. Lin Feng didn't dwell on it. Under the gaze of the assembled nations, he took his seat. However, these stares weren't solely directed at him, but rather at the Chinese delegation as a whole. A palpable sense of awe and reverence hung in the air. The hall remained noisy nonetheless. Representatives from various nations chatted animatedly as if reuniting with old friends after years apart. The Chinese delegation, by contrast, remained relatively quiet. Few foreign representatives approached them for conversation. Only a few officials murmured briefly among themselves, exchanging scarcely a few words. Soon, the highest-ranking representatives of Blue Star's 5 major powers entered. The hall fell silent instantly, much like street vendors scattering at the sight of city management officers. Now that everyone is here, let us begin. The first leader surveyed the assembled crowd and nodded. Today we must decide Blue Star's future course. In the cosmos, we must constantly guard against asteroid impacts. We need to find a suitable location for habitation. The leader outlined the key agenda items in just a few sentences before falling silent. The representatives from various nations exchanged glances but remained silent. They held no right to speak. Only the 5 major powers and a handful of strong nations possessed the capability to venture into space. I propose the proximity principle. Given Blue Star's current capabilities, we possess sufficient strength to survive within a single galaxy. Seeing the silence, Siate spoke up first, though his proposal was clearly destined to be rejected. We should assess the situation first. What if those star systems harbor dangers? As expected, the Emperor of Great Bear Nation immediately rejected President Siate's proposal. Siate shrugged indifferently, relinquishing the floor to the Emperor. The approach is feasible, but who will conduct the reconnaissance? The President of Gaul spoke up. Not long ago, when intercepting the Talmud civilization's fleet, the newly built warships of all nations had been reduced to scrap. Without warships, who would conduct reconnaissance? Hearing this, the first speaker sneered dismissively before slowly asking, "Which of you still has warships?" The presidents exchanged glances, reluctantly responding one after another. My nation has one. My Great Bear Nation has one. My Empire of the Sun never sets has one. Prussia has one. The president of Gaul stared wide-eyed at the other leaders. Good heavens, it seems I'm the only honest one here. My China has 2 more. The 2 warships will operate as a pair, each exploring a separate planet. Any objections? The tone brooked no refusal. President and the others exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. The nations below had no right to speak. They could only wait. When they heard the word battleship, longing flickered in their eyes, but for now, it was impossible. China's leader sought to maintain control over the situation as much as possible. Defections by smaller nations were a serious concern. Chapter 148, Departure. China's 2 warships were assigned to explore Gliese 581g. The United States and the Great Bear Nation's warships were tasked with exploring Ross 128b. The Empire of the Sun Never Sets and Prussia were assigned to explore TRAPPIST-1E. As the meeting concluded, representatives from all nations began to quietly withdraw. However, several prime ministers lingered behind, their intentions written plainly on their faces. Mr. First, I wonder if you might have time. I would like to invite you to visit our island nation. The island nation's prime minister looked at the first with an obsequious expression. The prime ministers of the Great Cold Nation and the Elephant Nation beside him expressed similar enthusiasm. The first leader frowned at this. He had little desire to engage with them, but courtesy prevented him from showing it. No need for a visit. If you have business, discuss it here. The first leader didn't even glance at them, instead looking at his wristwatch to signal his tight schedule. The faces of the island nation prime minister and the others darkened, but they dared not show it, much less react. They steeled themselves and voiced their request. We'll deliberate on this matter. You may return and await our notification. The leader turned and left the conference room immediately. The island nation's prime minister and his delegation were clearly seeking the theoretical blueprints for the space carrier, but the leader had no intention of handing them over. For one thing, these island nations couldn't offer equivalent resources in exchange. For another, he genuinely had no desire to give it to them. The island nation prime minister's expressions darkened further and further. Finally, looking defeated, they departed China. Lin Feng observed all this. He sneered at the prime ministers of those nations and followed the first leader out of the hall. Are you going again this time? On the way out, the first leader turned his head to ask Lin Feng. Lin Feng hummed in acknowledgement and nodded. Of course he would go. As a small and ordinary member of Blue Star, he naturally had to contribute something to his homeland. But if the first leader heard that thought, he would surely say Blue Star wasn't just his alone, and Blue Star and humanity couldn't rely solely on Lin Feng. I don't think you need to go on the exploration mission. The first one's words carried a hint of refusal. He didn't want Lin Feng to pour his heart into everything, it was simply too exhausting. Having served as the first one for years, he understood this all too well. But there's no room left for me to grow on Blue Star. We can't continue developing steadily like before. To gain the strength to resist the Talmud civilization, we must overtake them on the curve. A human lifespan's but a few decades. After subtracting the 20 years of maturity and the 10 years of old age, how much time truly remains for us to dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to meaningful endeavors? Take care of yourself. The first leader seemed to hear him, yet also seemed not to hear him. He neither agreed nor disagreed with Lin Feng's words. Leaving that statement behind, he climbed into the dragonfly car and sped away. Days passed one after another, and soon the day of Lin Feng's departure arrived. The first did not come. Time flies. Lin Feng murmured from the driver's seat, feeling as though in the blink of an eye, he was about to leave his hometown once more. Still, it was a relief that Grice 581G wasn't too far away. A round trip would only take a month or two. Yeah, I'm already over 40 now. Almost halfway to the grave. Goose souping chuckled wryly. The days of that spirited young academician were fading further and further away. Soon, even his memories of those times would grow hazy. What are you two sighing about here? Zhang Luo's voice came from behind them. She'd overheard their melancholy lamentations the moment she entered. Goose souping was one thing, but Lin Feng was barely in his 20s. Why was he acting like an old man? Every time you go on a mission, it's like you're taking your girlfriend on a vacation. Goose souping shot Lin Feng a reproachful glance before storming out of the cockpit without waiting for an explanation. Lin Feng opened his mouth to call after her, but the look in Zhang Luo's south eyes made him close it again. So, why did you follow me again? Lin Feng remembered he hadn't told Zhang Luo about this mission. How did she even know? And why sneak over like this? Did you really think you could keep this from me? Zhang Luo didn't have any special channels to access this information. But based on Lin Feng's evasive attitude these past few days, she could guess something was up. She had been observing his movements daily and finally caught him today, greeting her before sneaking away. So why didn't you tell me? Zhang Luo regarded Lin Feng with a half-smile. As she gained more life experience, her attire had grown increasingly feminine. Yet her childlike face, reminiscent of an elementary school student, simply didn't suit professional attire. Thus, her current outfit looked like she was trying too hard to appear grown up. Yet Lin Feng still felt a bone-chilling cold emanating from Zhang Luo. He shuddered involuntarily, then shook his head quickly, saying nothing. Didn't you say you were going back to your hometown? Is your hometown on Grice 581G? Zhang Luo laughed in exasperation. Seeing her smile, Lin Feng gave a couple of awkward chuckles, about to offer an explanation. What are you laughing at? Do you find this funny? Lin Feng. After much coaxing, he finally managed to appease Zhang Luo. But just then, Goose souping walked in with two others. It was Bingha and Yamu. For a moment, the four of them just stared at each other. How did you two even follow us here? Lin Feng looked at the two of them, and all his anger instantly vanished. We followed Sister Zhang Luo here. Under Zhang Luo's murderous glare, Bingha recounted their motive and actions in meticulous detail. After hearing it all, Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, you guys are playing a game of the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind with me. I think your standing at home has taken a hit." Lin Feng didn't dwell on it further. After waving Bingha and Yemu away, he watched her retreating figure and remarked, "See? Now they're not even afraid of you anymore." Lin Feng gave Zhang Luo another appraising look before shaking his head with a couple of tsk. "What do you mean?" Zhang Luo, of course, caught the subtext. She glared at Lin Feng angrily. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, he'd hit a nerve. Nothing. I was just talking to myself." Lin Feng waved his hands hurriedly, trying to convince Zhang Luo. "Do I look like an idiot?" Lin Feng unconsciously nodded, then immediately snapped back to his senses and shook his head frantically. But it was too late. "Looks like my standing at home has taken a hit. I'll use you to get back on top today." Zhang Luo twisted Lin Feng's ear as she dragged him out of the cockpit. Before leaving, she caught Gu Suping's wistful expression. Chapter 149. The starry sky was dazzling, a vast expanse of crimson and violet resembling a hollow, gigantic cloud. Each star was like a particle, each galaxy a molecule, coalescing into this boundless, resplendent universe. The Jojo was but a minuscule speck within this vast expanse, its existence hardly remarkable. A little over a month later, Lin Feng and his crew reached Gliese 581G. Outwardly, the planet differed from Earth only in its tectonic plates, yet something else seemed amiss. No signs of civilization exist. Gu Suping conducted a preliminary scan of the entire planet, detecting nothing beyond naturally occurring phenomena. "It's too early to tell. Let's go down and investigate." Lin Feng turned away from the massive porthole to issue the command as the Jojo began entering Gliese 581G's atmosphere. Gravity is slightly weaker than Earth's, but the difference is negligible, barely perceptible. Gu Suping observed the data panel beside him. This slight difference was practically negligible for humans. Oxygen detected. Conducting analysis. A data technician reported. Oxygen was fundamental to human survival, and this alone saved a tremendous amount of effort. Approaching surface. Prepare for landing. The cockpit bustled with activity as personnel from various departments executed their assigned commands. A multitude of orders transformed into a stream of orderly information relayed throughout the ship. The hatches of the Jojo opened. Aerospace fighters and mechs began patrolling the warship to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Breathable air. When the oxygen test results came back, Lin Feng's eyes flickered. Oxygen was present, a positive sign. The crew opened the hatch and stepped out, still clad in their battle armor. While the oxygen on Gliese 581G required minimal filtration for breathing through the armor, Lin Feng and his team opted to remain suited up for safety. All personnel, locate your assigned items for inspection. Keep within a 50-kilometer radius of the Jojo as your central point. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the teams began to scatter. The plant team started pulling up grass on the spot, the geology team began digging, while the animal and water quality teams set off to search. The warship landed on a relatively open plain, yet the grass here reached knee height. Without careful observation, one would never notice anything beneath it. Surrounding the area were dense forests where trees towering dozens of meters high were commonplace. Even those reaching 100 meters stood as plentiful as cabbages in a field, their sheer size bordering on excessive. None of these plants are native to Blue Star. While some bear resemblance, they're distinctly different. A member of the botanical research team remarked, then proceeded to uproot the unfamiliar specimens, stuffing them into a woven bag he'd brought along. Imagine a person clad in battle armor lugging a woven bag. It looked like Lu Bu wielding a kitchen cleaver. "Let's check over there." Lin Feng pointed toward the distant forest, and the group began walking toward it. The sun in the sky was blue, and the plants bathed in its light took on a bluish tint, making the entire scene resemble a blue world. "There are some footprints here." As they neared the forest, Gu Suping pointed to the ground beside them. Lin Feng stepped forward and sure enough, he could see a claw print as large as 2 human heads. Judging by the depth of the indentation, the creature stands between 15 and 20 meters tall. It must be some kind of large reptile. A zoologist crouched beside the print, calculating its dimensions. The group couldn't help but feel astonished. 20 meters, that was the height of 5 or 6 stories. Any creature that massive would inspire fear in humans, even those accustomed to large animals. "Does this claw print remind you of anything?" Lin Feng, however, didn't seem particularly surprised. Perhaps he had already processed the shock, though he didn't show it. Gu Suping exchanged glances with the others before they all spoke in unison. "Dinosaurs." Indeed, the tracks on the ground bore a striking resemblance to dinosaur footprints discovered on Blue Star. This could be dangerous. Combat teams, maintain constant vigilance. Gu Suping studied the footprints thoughtfully. Since they belonged to a large creature, it posed a certain threat to them. It was better to be prepared in case they encountered it. A dozen soldiers surrounded the group, weapons at the ready, vigilantly monitoring the surroundings. "Let's keep moving forward," Lin Feng said, following the lead soldier forward. Upon entering the forest, the light dimmed. The dense canopy of towering trees pressed together, shrouding the forest floor. Yet even so, light filtered through smoothly, casting dappled patches of blue light on the ground, as if they were in a dreamlike space. Strange. Why is there an unknown heat source? Gu Suping noticed an unfamiliar heat source displayed on his body panel and frowned in confusion. Lin Feng, take a look. Did I grow a tumor? Gu Suping was baffled and sent the data to Lin Feng. Hearing this, Lin Feng was startled. There was still no perfect cure for cancer, so this matter couldn't be taken lightly. Wait, this heat source isn't on your body, it's on your battle armor. Lin Feng examined the data and immediately pinpointed the issue. Lin Feng walked behind Gu Suping. The data showed the heat source emanating from the back of the battle armor, yet Lin Feng saw nothing unusual. He wondered silently if the armor might be malfunctioning. That shouldn't be possible. Lin Feng touched Gu Suping's back with some suspicion, but felt a protrusion. Something's there. He blurted out. Immediately, several soldiers approached Gu Suping cautiously. They examined him thoroughly but found nothing unusual. Their gaze then shifted to Lin Feng. The middle of his back. Hit it. Ignoring the soldiers' puzzled glances, Lin Feng issued his command. Are you settling a personal score? If you shoot me there, I'll be done for. Gu Suping blurted out at Lin Feng's words. A shot through the back would leave him bedridden for the rest of his life. Not a shot, just one strike. Lin Feng didn't bother explaining further, the truth would soon be plain for all to see. The soldiers had no choice. Lin Feng held the highest rank among them. They could only mutter an apology before slamming their fists hard against Gu Suping's back. Gu Suping hadn't taken it seriously at first. With his current defensive capabilities, a blow from an ordinary person wouldn't pose any threat. But he was wrong. A violent impact slammed into his back like a truck barreling straight at him, sending Gu Suping howling in agony. You really have offended us. Chapter 150, Exploration Encounter. The strength of a soldier fully modified by gene serums was no joke. Gu Suping himself was only at the 7th stage serum modification level. How could he possibly withstand that? I didn't hold back. The soldier scratched his head apologetically, prompting a burst of laughter from the others. But now, something unusual appeared on Gu Suping's back. A creature resembling a giant water bug clung to his back. About the size of a palm, its back bore a deep dent from the butt of a rifle, oozing an unknown green liquid. What the hell is that? Lin Feng approached with curiosity. The creature's head bore two short, trembling antennae, giving it a rather unsettling appearance at first glance. You should take it off first before looking at it. What's the point of staring at it on my back? Gu Suping stood there for a moment, finding no movement behind him. Turning his head, he saw Lin Feng just watching, making no move to help remove it. He immediately started yelling. Only then did Lin Feng remember the creature was still on Gu Suping's back. He instructed two specialists to remove the unidentified insect from Gu Suping's back and place it in a sealed container. The group pressed forward, but as they ventured deeper, dense vegetation began obstructing their path. With no other choice, Lin Feng and the others hacked through the plants to continue their advance. Hold up, something's moving. The leader of the combat team clearing the path ahead suddenly called out, instinctively signaling for everyone to halt. Soldiers patrolling the perimeter swiftly formed a perimeter, encircling Lin Feng and his companions. What's wrong? Lin Feng detected nothing unusual and quietly asked Gu Suping. Gu Suping remained silent, merely pointing downward. Lin Feng lowered his gaze. Small pebbles on the ground were trembling faintly, barely perceptible without close observation. The vibrations were gradually intensifying, suggesting something massive lurked nearby. Everyone held their breath and remained alert for a long moment. Finally, the leader of the combat team stood up. It's safe. That thing didn't come over. As for what that thing was, none of them knew, but it was undoubtedly dangerous. The terrain here is too complex for the mechs to maneuver freely. We'll have to hack a path through. Lin Feng and the others had considered deploying the mechs for escort, but their massive size made them nearly immobile in this dense jungle. Let's scout a bit further ahead. We'll turn back soon, gather intelligence, and decide then. Lin Feng nodded in agreement with Gu Suping's suggestion. But just then, a violent tremor surged from beneath their feet, accompanied by the rustling sound of branches being violently swept aside. Prepare for combat. The combat team positioned Lin Feng and his group behind several thick tree trunks based on proximity. A massive, green figure entered the clearing just as they took cover. It was a creature resembling a Tyrannosaurus rex, its two lantern-like eyes darting about as if searching for prey. It lowered its head toward a nearby tree trunk and began sniffing, attempting to detect signs of food. Its massive head swept past the people behind the tree trunk, yet the Tyrannosaurus seemed oblivious to their presence. The creature lifted its head, turned it in frustration twice, and finally departed. Just as the group breathed a sigh of relief, the Tyrannosaurus suddenly charged back. Its massive body slammed into the tree trunk it had passed earlier, causing the entire trunk to shake violently. The people behind the tree were startled by the impact but remained still, carefully observing. The Tyrannosaurus rex, however, had already spotted them. It lifted its foot, aiming to stomp down on their position. Only then did the people behind the tree break into a run. Fire cover! White laser beams erupted from behind one tree trunk after another, striking the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yet they had no effect. The focused energy particle rifles, capable of piercing steel plates, couldn't even breach the dinosaur's hide. "Captain, it's useless," a team member shouted over the comms. The T-Rex paid no heed to the white laser beams, locking onto a fleeing figure and charging after it. Lin Feng keenly noticed a gray coating on the T-Rex's body, occasionally shifting in a way visible even without close inspection. Something's off. But Lin Feng didn't dwell on it. He coordinated with the others to maneuver around the T-Rex. Its massive size meant simply circling the tree trunk was enough to keep it at bay. "Get up the tree!" the combat team leader shouted. Everyone immediately began climbing the tree using their abilities. Soon, the entire group was perched on the massive branches of the trunk, watching the T-Rex below roar helplessly. The Tyrannosaurus roamed around below for a while, but Lin Feng and his group had vanished into the dense canopy of branches. Never seen branches this thick before. Near the treetop, the group walked along an extended branch wide enough for two people to walk side by side. Walking on it felt like strolling down a flat path. It truly is a rare sight. This sensation was entirely new to them, a passable path within the canopy itself. Even in the primeval forests of Blue Star, such trees were a rare sight. Let's start our return journey along these tree trunks. Considering the threat of the Tyrannosaurus, Lin Feng and his companions decided against further exploration. They resolved to return to the warship for further discussion. Branches intertwined, with multiple connecting limbs spanning between each canopy. Though uneven in places, the path remained relatively passable. The group traversed these treetop branches all the way to the forest's edge. The Jojo sat in the distance, starkly out of place against the surrounding landscape. Aerospace fighters and mechs circled overhead, while tiny figures below sat conducting surveys. Though Lin Feng and his team had returned, most others had not. Lin Feng had no choice but to issue the recall order early. This survey identified 12 animal species, no flying or aquatic life detected, over 30 plant species, and 5 rare substances. Additionally, the planet's water contains high levels of liquid natural gas, rendering it undrinkable. Lin Feng sat in the conference room listening to the reports one by one. The situation was not looking good. This planet likely harbored numerous large carnivorous creatures, posing a significant threat to human survival. Moreover, there was no potable water. Chapter 151, Exploration Part 2. One more piece of news. One of the survey participants stood up to speak. Lin Feng and the others turned their attention to him, gesturing for him to continue. While observing the distance from the treetops, we spotted something resembling structures. They're located approximately 500 li to the southwest. This had just occurred. This team of investigators had also discovered navigable branches within the canopy, prompting them to climb up. However, they took a more direct approach than Lin Feng, ascending straight to the canopy's apex. While surveying their surroundings, they spotted the distant structures. Structures? Lin Feng and Gu Suping exchanged glances, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. Could it be that civilization actually existed on this planet? Have the aerospace fighter approach for reconnaissance. We'll decide whether to explore up close afterward. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. This matter definitely couldn't be ignored. Ross 128b. Unlike Blue Star, this star system had an orange-yellow surface, yet it too possessed an atmosphere. The fleets of the United States and the Great Bear Nation were tasked with its investigation. No oxygen detected. The Bear Nation investigator reported. The captains of both the United States and Bear Nation frowned. This was clearly not good news. It appears this planet does not meet our requirements. One of the officers present remarked. No, we cannot make such a hasty decision. We can synthesize oxygen. Let's explore it first. The Ursa Major Fleet countered the officer's earlier statement. Abandoning the mission solely due to the absence of oxygen would make this endeavor seem far too trivial to them. The captain of the United States nodded, and soon 2 warships began descending onto the surface of Ross 128b. Everything here was golden: the trees, the soil, even the tree trunks. There were a few rose-colored trees scattered about, but they seemed rather isolated amidst the sea of gold. Detected presence of potable water. This was undoubtedly welcome news. Water was fundamental to human survival, meaning one of the basic conditions for human life was now secured. Monsters! Chaotic voices erupted over the communication channel, followed by a burst of gunfire, then silence. Squad 328, what's happening? The command center aboard the warship urgently called out to the squad experiencing the unknown situation, but there was no response. On the silent end, only the sound of a gentle breeze rustling through the grass could be heard. Squad 328, come in. Come in. The command center called twice more, still receiving no answer. Squadrons 327, 326, 325, 324, proceed immediately to Squadron 328's location to investigate. The 4 squads, currently surveying the waist-high golden grasslands, received the message and began moving toward the same location. Squad 324 has arrived at the target location. No anomalies detected. Team 324 arrived first, but upon reaching the designated location, they found nothing but a stretch of yellowish-brown earth dotted with several large golden stones. Continue reconnaissance. TRAPPIST-1E. This Earth-like planet bears the closest resemblance to Blue Star's environment, leading many scientists to envision it as a potential second blue star. Exploration of TRAPPIST-1E is being conducted by the fleets of the Sun Never Sets Empire and Prussia. Oxygen detected. Potable water detected. Crew members from the Empire of the Rising Sun and Prussia erupted in cheers. The most fundamental conditions for survival were confirmed. Commence exploration. Survey teams from the Empire of the Rising Sun and Prussia disembarked from the warships, radiating outward from the vessels as they began their exploration. John, it feels like coming home. A squad leader from the Empire of the Sun Never Sets, clad in battle armor, spread his arms wide, as if savoring the gentle breeze, the scent of fresh grass, and the earthy aroma wafting toward him. This was an endless grassland, the tallest blades barely reaching knee-height, indistinguishable from the grasslands of Blue Star. In the distance lay rolling mountains and undulating forests. Yet beneath the surface, something stirred. Grass blades were pushed upward by unseen forces, creating wave upon wave of disturbance. From afar, it was barely noticeable, but up close, the roots of the grass were clearly exposed. What is it? The squad leader clearly detected the subterranean threat, yet it charged toward them without slowing. Something's wrong. The squad leader bellowed over the comms channel, then without hesitation raised his rifle and sprayed fire at the churning earth. The subterranean creature was struck by the laser beam, letting out a sudden, guttural roar before bursting through the surface. It lunged forward, its gaping maw snapping toward the squad leader's head. Only then did the squad leader get a clear look at the creature, a massive black worm, its gaping maw still coated with traces of grayish-green mud. But the squad leader had little time to dodge. Just as the creature was about to sink its jaws into his head, an energy cannon shell struck the worm's body. The creature exploded into a bloody mess, and the squad leader, caught in the blast at close range, was sent flying. Fortunately, he wasn't seriously injured. John, thank you. The squad leader shook his head and staggered to his feet, but before he could finish speaking, more churning mud surged up from the surrounding ground, closing in on them. Retreat. Close-range footage from the aerospace fighter has been transmitted back. Gu Suping had been staring intently at the virtual screen. Only when the information came through did he turn to Lin Feng. Open them up. Before Lin Feng could finish speaking, Gu Suping had already opened the images transmitted by the aerospace fighter. The first image showed a golden spire hidden within the forest, revealing little of significance. But when the second image appeared, both Lin Feng and Gu Suping's eyes widened. A white gold palace, white gold gates, columns carved with unrecognizable patterns, everything felt so familiar. They exchanged a glance and spoke in unison. The Orokin Temple. Their jaws nearly dropped in astonishment. How could the Orokin Temple appear here? Could this be a planet of the Orokin civilization? The astonishment in Lin Feng's eyes turned to confusion. They looked at each other, then shook their heads. No one could provide an answer to this question. Should we go take a look? Gu Suping remarked upon seeing the image of the Orokin shrine. Its doors stood tightly shut, clearly untouched by human hands. But according to Hobbs' description, the Orokin Temple is extremely dangerous inside. Chapter 152, Exploration Part 3. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. The unknown virus within the Orokin Temple was something even Clonny and Kopus couldn't handle, let alone them from Blue Star. Yet the most perilous places often conceal immense treasures. Just as Hobbs had mentioned, the Orokin batteries, a single arm's length of them, could power a warship for an extended period. Let's leave it here for now, Lin Feng said. Once we've fully explored this planet, we'll discuss how to handle the Orokin Temple. Gu Suping said. For now, this was the only option. Yet the Orokin Temple had planted a seed of curiosity deep within him, one that had already taken root and begun to sprout. No, this Orokin Temple is different from the ones we've seen before. Lin Feng remarked after scrutinizing the photos transmitted back by the aerospace fighter. While the Orokin Temple in the images bore a general resemblance to those seen before. But this one was larger in scale than any they had encountered before. The platinum-colored pillars were also engraved with intricate patterns, a detail absent from the pillars of previous Orokin temples. We can't discern much from these alone. We should go see it for ourselves. After staring at the photos for a long while until their eyes grew sore, Gu Suping finally patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. This was the sole clearing in the endless forest, its surrounding ground smooth and level as if carved by a blade. The mysterious Orokin Temple stood here. It stood as the sole anomaly in the forest. Glints of gold shone brightly under the light, and the towering spire, rising above the treetops, seemed to peer out at the world like a sentinel. The main gate is sealed shut. Not sure if we can open it. Gu Suping stood to the side, receiving reports from his subordinates while speaking to Lin Feng. These patterns are different from the ones we saw on Prometheus. Lin Feng traced the patterns on the pillar. Though he couldn't decipher either design, he committed their shapes to memory. But this doesn't provide us with any useful information. Gu Suping shook his head. The difference in patterns meant nothing, they needed concrete information, and these designs couldn't convey anything useful. Roar! A long, piercing roar echoed through the forest, startling even some flying creatures. The sound was familiar, it belonged to the Tyrannosaurus-like creature they had encountered not long ago. That thing is heading this way. Gu Suping held a virtual screen before Lin Feng. A greenish figure was sprinting through the jungle, but the crisscrossing branches quickly obscured the drone's view of the creature. We should leave now. Lin Feng returned the virtual screen to Gu Suping. For now, they had no way to deal with this Orokin temple. If there was a solution, it would be to force their way in. But if anything went wrong, their entire fleet could be lost here forever. Ross 128b. This is Squad 326. No anomalies detected. The 4 squads had practically turned the area where Squad 328 vanished upside down, yet they found nothing, not even a single footprint. But Squad 328 is still on the communication channel. Try calling them. The captain at command headquarters darkened at the news. How could a fully armed tactical squad vanish into thin air? Squad 328, this is Squad 326 calling. Over. Following fleet protocol, Squad 326's leader began broadcasting across the communication channel, calling out on Squad 328's frequency. The other 3 squads joined in, broadcasting across 328 squad's frequency. Still, no response. Dead silence hung over the communication channel. Even the faint rustling of wind that had been audible moments before vanished, as if they had truly vanished. A piercing screech erupted from the communication channel, assaulting everyone's eardrums like countless needles stabbing their tympanums. All personnel on Squad 328's frequency doubled over in agony, clutching their heads as they collapsed to the ground. Command headquarters swiftly shut down Team 328's frequency. Had they delayed even a second longer, the entire fleet would have heard the sound emanating from it. After an unknown period, the command center tentatively reopened the communication channel. Squad 326, come in. Squad 327, come in. Silence. Not a sound. 4 more squads missing, their whereabouts unknown. Trappist 1E. Across the vast, empty grasslands, artillery fire rained down as they encountered an incalculable swarm of giant worms. One by one, the squads found themselves deep within the encirclement of these colossal creatures. The worms' mandibles functioned like meat grinders, capable of tearing off half a person with a single bite. Fortunately, their hides weren't particularly thick. The focused energy particle rifles easily pierced through their bodies. Teams of dozens formed successive lines of fire across the treeless grassland. Yet the giant worms surged forward like an unstoppable tide. Soon, some squads were swallowed whole by the swarm, some leaving behind only anguished screams, others a brilliant flash of fire. Retreat! Retreat! The warships finally took flight, but their hulls were now densely covered in worms, resembling a giant wormskin armor. The planet's data unfolded before the 2 captains, revealing its surface completely overrun by the colossal creatures. Even a colossal worm king loomed, its massive head capable of swallowing the warship whole. The captains of the Sun Never Set's empire and Prussia paled. They had believed they'd found a place suitable for Blue Star's survival. Reality delivered a brutal blow instead. With hundreds dead, they fled Trappist 1E in panic. Mission report: Trappist 1E does not meet Blue Star's habitability criteria. The list of viable Blue Star habitats shrank once more. Trappist 1E was uninhabitable for humans. We're returning. The captain of the Empire of the Sun Never Sets and the Prussian fleet exchanged glances, sighed, then turned away to return to their respective cockpits, initiating the journey back to Blue Star. Uninhabitable for humans? The first watched this message from 20 light-years away, his heart growing heavier. Blue Star was now a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. It could be destroyed by the arrival of the Talmud civilization, or it could be destroyed by the leak of wormhole information. The first leader refused to place the people of Huagui in peril. Blue Star could be lost, but the loss of Huagua would be irreversible. Home existed only where people remained. Chapter 153, Exploration Part 4. This beast charges recklessly. It was just as relentless when it pursued us earlier. From the airspace fighter, Gu Suping watched the blue Tyrannosaurus Rex charging recklessly through the jungle below, its path causing violent tremors in the canopy. It's heading for that Orokin temple. Lin Feng glanced at the direction the blue Tyrannosaurus was heading and instantly understood its destination. It's less than 2 kilometers from the Orokin temple. With its size, it might just be able to ram the gates open. Lin Feng and his team chose to observe from a distance near the Orogene temple. Sure enough, the blue Tyrannosaurus charged headlong into the temple gates but failed to break them open. The blue Tyrannosaurus shook its head, then charged again without hesitation. Still unsuccessful, it persisted, charging once more. Could there be something inside driving it mad? Aerial fighters circling the Orokin temple monitored the creature's every move with comprehensive surveillance. Yet like a stubborn mule, it fixated on the temple gates, charging relentlessly. It's the virus. The virus is drawing it in. Lin Feng immediately understood. This blue Tyrannosaurus creature lacked intelligence and couldn't discern anything, so it could only relentlessly ram the Orokin Temple's gates, trying to break them open. Should we try blowing the Orojin Temple doors open? Gu Suping glanced at Lin Feng hesitantly. They knew nothing about the temple's construction materials or how sturdy it was. Don't pin too much hope on that method. Lin Feng shook his head. Back when Kronos and Kopus battled on Prometheus, the Orojin Temple there remained intact, even becoming Kote's refuge. You're right. Gu Suping scratched his head, momentarily stumped for alternatives. They didn't know if their protective suits could block the virus inside. If not, it would be a suicide mission. The exploration mission on Greaser 581G had hit a roadblock at the Orokin Temple, temporarily stalling progress. Suspend exploration of the Orokin Shrine. Complete the entire exploration of Greaser 581G within 30 days. After days of studying the Orokin Shrine with no breakthroughs save for the daily ramming of the blue Tyrannosaurus-like creature against the door, Lin Feng abandoned this minor issue to ensure the larger mission's progress. Ross 128b. 5 teams missing, and we still have no leads. This planet is far too dangerous. The command center was shrouded in gloom. 5 squads had been lost before any success was achieved. These were soldiers trained at great expense, yet they had yielded no intelligence whatsoever. What should we do? Withdraw or continue the exploration? A U.S. sergeant spoke up. Despite thorough preparations, they were still at a loss in the face of this crisis. Withdrawal is not an option. These losses are insignificant to us. Dispatch new teams to investigate the missing squad's locations. Simultaneously, deploy aerospace fighters for aerial patrols and armored units for emergency response. Find the cause at all costs. Before the American captain could speak, the captain of the Great Bear Nation spoke first. The American captain raised no objection. Retreating now was simply not their style. Proceed as the Allied captain suggested. With the American captain's words, the officers from both sides sprang into action. Orders cascaded down the chain of command as numerous teams began moving toward the locations of the missing squads. Simultaneously, dozens of airspace fighters and mechs launched from both warships, converging on the same target location. There's nothing here. Could the coordinates be wrong? Numerous personnel had already arrived at the site where the 5 squads vanished, conducting a thorough search of the surrounding area. Yet, they found nothing. Vanish into thin air? Only a god could do that. One soldier scoffed at the news, his disbelief evident. Others murmured among themselves. Aerospace fighters hovered overhead, ready to provide fire support at the slightest sign of trouble, while mechs were deployed in all directions. Not a single trace. Could they have gone underground? A sergeant major present voiced his frustration. He had scanned this area countless times, memorizing nearly every grain of sand in its composition. That's entirely possible. Send men to excavate, starting from the center of the disappearance. An officer from the Great Bear Nation nodded in agreement and immediately issued the order. Bro, I was just joking. The American sergeant hurriedly protested. Were they really going to dig through the entire area? I know, but we've got no other options, right? The officer from the Great Bear Nation shrugged helplessly, looking at the American non-commissioned officer. You're right. We have no choice. The soldiers began digging frantically across the land, but after digging numerous holes, they found nothing. Use the drilling device. The captain hesitated before giving the order. The drilling apparatus emitted powerful energy radiation, causing significant environmental damage. A massive drill bit was brought over by the mechs, and the colossal drilling machine itself was delivered by airspace fighters. Once everything was installed, the drilling apparatus commenced its operation. No anomalies detected at 10 meters below ground. The observer reported, but immediately afterward, the monitoring equipment malfunctioned, as if to mock him. Suspicious heat source detected. Suspicious heat source detected. The detector emitted a shrill alarm, and the drill suddenly stopped rotating. The scene was transmitted to the virtual screens before everyone. The subterranean space was filled with what appeared to be pulverized flesh and blood. Amidst the carnage, silver-white fragments could be discerned, components of nanotech battle armor. My god, what the hell is this? The command center officer shouted in shock, though as a battle-hardened veteran, he managed to keep his composure despite the nauseating sight. Damn it, that's our people. The captain instantly recognized the signature markings of their equipment amidst the blood-soaked cavern. Send in the scout to investigate. The spider probe descended along the rope holding the drill bit. Blood had pooled into a small, sticky puddle, making it nearly impossible for the mechanical spider to move forward. From the mechanical spider's perspective, it resembled a sea of corpses and blood. Yet, despite traversing nearly every corner of the pit, it found nothing. Clear. Send a team down to investigate. Chapter 154, Ross 128b. The cavern was cramped, yet filled with corpses. Viscous blood dripped from the ceiling, mingled with an unidentifiable white fluid, perhaps brain matter. The armor's filters couldn't mask the overwhelming stench of blood. The moment anyone entered, nausea threatened to overwhelm them. Not a single corpse remained intact. Chunks of flesh and severed limbs were indistinguishable from one another.
3 or 4 squads of personnel painstakingly searched for useful clues within the cramped, impassable space. This won't do. These bodies and blood are severely hindering our investigation. Clear them out first.
Time ticked away, yet the underground space had barely been searched beyond a 2-meter radius. Team members had to sift through chunks of flesh or wade through pools of blood to find clues.
Before long, the underground cavern was cleared.
Only the bloodstains lingering on the walls and the soil, soaked dark red by blood, hinted at the horrific violence that had unfolded here. We found no other passages connecting to this cavern besides the one we broke through. The soldier scanned the entire mine shaft with a detector, confirming the surrounding walls were solid.
How then had this cavern formed? And how had the doomed team members entered it?
This intelligence was relayed up the chain of command to headquarters, but even the command center was at a loss.
They had no insight into the matter. Just as everyone stood before this wormhole, unsure of what to do, another unexpected report reached their ears.
Reporting to the captain, we've discovered additional cavities filled with the corpses of unidentified creatures.
GRIS 581G.
Lin Feng and his team had been stationed here for over 2 weeks, having largely completed their initial exploration objectives.
Now only the Orokin shrine remains. Any thoughts? Gu Suping approached Lin Feng from behind.
Greaser 581G currently met humanity's survival requirements, but the sole lingering threat was the Orokin temple.
If the virus within leaked, no one could predict the consequences. Let's put that aside for now. Which planets haven't been fully explored yet?
Lin Feng turned to ask, his tone already hinting at departure. Currently, only Ross 128b remains. TRAPPIST-1E harbors giant worm-like creatures beyond our current capabilities to handle, and the situation on Ross 128b isn't looking good either. Gu Suping placed several mission images before Lin Feng, who immediately began examining them.
The first image showed the surface of TRAPPIST-1E, teeming with giant worms the size of trucks.
The smallest were as large as a stroller, while the largest dwarfed Mount Everest.
Erecting their colossal bodies, their mouthparts bristling with fangs, they roared in our direction.
Even from outside the planet, the immense heads of these worms were clearly visible.
It really is enormous.
Lin Feng estimated this colossal worm-like creature's actual volume rivaled the size of the moon. Incidentally, this escape from Blue Star was an escape with the moon. Putting planetary matters aside for now, Lin Feng picked up the images of Ross 128b to examine. These planetary photographs were more plentiful than those of TRAPPIST-1E, since the fleets of the Sun Never Set's Empire and Prussia had been driven out of TRAPPIST-1E by these giant worms within a day of exploration, leaving little opportunity to capture diverse imagery.
The surface of Ross 128b appeared stunningly beautiful and sophisticated.
Gold had always been a color associated with nobility in people's minds, and Lin Feng felt the same way when he first saw this planet.
Next came images of landscapes and resources. Curiously, not a single biological specimen was captured.
Lin Feng didn't dwell on it. Perhaps Ross 128b hadn't yet given birth to life. As the photos flipped through one by one, only the final image of Ross 128b remained. It was this very picture that made Lin Feng frown deeply. A pit filled with corpses and blood.
What the hell is this?
The image's impact was immense, surpassing even what he'd witnessed in California. Lin Feng felt a wave of discomfort. He wasn't cut out for viewing such things. According to reports from the US and Russian fleets, unidentified creatures attacked 5 of their squads on Ross 128b. However, no suspicious traces have been found so far. Gu Suping outlined the situation to Lin Feng, who listened with growing curiosity about the circumstances on Ross 128b.
It's not too far from here to Ross 128b. Let's head there first and investigate.
Lin Feng stood up and began relaying orders to all crew members.
Those exploring outside immediately began returning. What about here? Gu Suping asked with some confusion.
Compared to the other 2 planets, this location was currently the safest. This will serve as a backup. If Ross 128b proves more manageable, then it must be our primary target. The mere presence of an Orokin temple had prompted Lin Feng to classify GRIS 581G as a hazardous target. What Gu Suping didn't know was that Lin Feng and Hoff had discussed the Orokin temple multiple times during their journey to Prometheus. Their conclusion boiled down to one sentence: even if you grow stronger through the power of the Orokin temple, you will become a slave to the Orokin.
Soldiers who had used the orogene catalyst were unmatched in strength among all clony soldiers.
Yet, at fixed intervals, they would perform a mysterious ritual. Afterward, they would become abnormally agitated, speaking in unknown languages. Thus, artifacts of the Orokin civilization are not easily obtained. While the clones in Compersy enjoy the legacy left by the Orokin, they also suffer greatly from these artifacts, the Orokin catalyst being just one example.
I'll take your word for it. Let's head to Ross 128b first.
Gu Suping gazed at the distant Orokin temple, his eyes filled with complexity.
I wonder what lies within.
Gu Suping murmured softly, as if addressing Lin Feng yet also speaking to himself. We know the vastness of the cosmos, and we know our own insignificance. To survive in this universe, we must be meticulous and cautious, just as we are in our daily lives. Blue Star is but an insignificant person in the boundless cosmos. Lin Feng shook his head with a light chuckle. All they could do now was be cautious, and then cautious again. There was no room for error here. The JoJo set sail once more, heading for Ross 128b. Chapter 155, Discovery. Our advance fleet has been destroyed. They still exist, as expected. Somewhere within the Virgo supercluster, far beyond the Milky Way, lay a planet shimmering emerald green, its surface glowing with a luminous green radiance. Surrounding it were azure nebulae born from nova explosions. Countless star destroyers were moored within the nebula, each as large as half a moon. The homeworld of the Talmud civilization, Cozy I-23. Within its confines dwelled beings of irregular form. Their eyes were positioned on their hands or mouths never where eyes should be, and other body parts were similarly misplaced. Yet they retained the fundamental physical structure of humans. It was this group of beings, seated within an emerald green chamber, who were now engaged in discussion. But the ancestral planet was destroyed. Why would the Guardians awaken? A creature whose mouth served as its eyes and whose eyes served as its mouth spoke with anger, yet none of the others present responded. Who knows how many millennia have passed? 5 billion, 10 billion, or even 100 billion? Our ancestral planet has been destroyed 7 times, yet it still refuses to be utterly annihilated. We remain wretched, flawed creations. The ancestral planet must be destroyed, declared the being with eyes in its palms, its other palm bearing a mouth, a sight that sent shivers down the spine. The ancestral planet falls far short of us. We are its most perfect creatures, its mightiest and sole civilization. Ross 128b. After months of travel, Lin Feng and his crew finally arrived here. Upon disembarking, they immediately saw the gloomy faces of the U.S. captain and the Russian fleet. Hitvali, what's gotten into you? The American captain was none other than Admiral Hitvali of the former United States Navy. The group had known each other for quite some time. Over these past months, small squads have been disappearing intermittently. To date, 13 squads have vanished, totaling 185 personnel missing. Now, most soldiers harbor a reluctance toward any outward exploration missions. Hitvali set aside past grievances and reported the situation truthfully, his face earnest with hope that Lin Feng and his team could offer a solution. No clues at all after all this time? Lin Feng asked with some surprise. After all, these soldiers were all elite fighters, and they had access to experts in various fields and well-equipped facilities. As you can see, we're completely stumped. Hitvali spread his hands helplessly, his expression resigned. Could you take us to that underground chamber we visited earlier? Lin Feng didn't press further. It seemed this matter was indeed tricky. Perhaps he could discover something on his own. Certainly. This way, please. Hitvali nodded and led the way ahead for Lin Feng and his companion. However, the location was quite distant, requiring a trip aboard an aerospace fighter before they finally reached their destination. It was a patch of yellowish-brown earth. The golden grassland seemed unable to grow here, so it stretched beyond this expanse of brown earth, continuing to spread into the distance. The area was roughly 1 or 2 mu in size. Scattered golden stones dotted the periphery, while a large excavated pit lay at its center. Not very deep. Lin Feng crouched at the edge of the hole and peered inside. It was only about 10 meters deep. Jumping down in his battle armor would be no problem at all. Nothing unusual here, really. The only unexplained thing is how those bodies ended up inside. The 3 men jumped down into the pit. The space inside wasn't large, barely enough room for all 3 to move freely. It measured about 25 cubic meters. Fortunately, the corpses had been cleared away, otherwise, they would have had to huddle together to inspect the site. The bloodstains had long since dried, leaving dark red patches on the yellowish-brown soil. Lin Feng scooped up a bit of the soil and turned to ask Hitvali, "Have the soil components been tested?" Hitvali nodded, then shook his head. "This soil looks similar to Earth's soil, but we don't know most of its components. Even if we detected them, we wouldn't recognize what they are." "Exactly. That's the problem." Lin Feng vigorously rubbed the soil in his hand. It gradually transformed into a transparent liquid, then after a moment, reverted back to its yellowish-brown state. "What's going on?" Hitvali exclaimed in surprise. They hadn't observed this phenomenon during their previous tests. "Notice the ground beneath your feet. A faint watermark appears where you walk, but vanishes in the blink of an eye. I just tried rubbing the ground vigorously with my feet, but it had no noticeable effect. This is merely a coincidental phenomenon, yet the root of the problem likely lies here." Lin Feng stared at the shifting yellowish-brown soil in his hand, equally surprised, though it didn't hinder his deductions. Goose Souping and Hitvali paced back and forth across the ground several times before finally catching sight of that faint water trail. They entered this underground chamber because the soil above turned liquid, causing them to sink down here. But what made their fate so gruesome? Hitvali mused. If the yellowish-brown soil could liquefy, then the question of why the bodies appeared in this airtight cavity was easily solved. "Didn't you mention another cavity? Let's go check it out." Lin Feng shook his head at Hitvali's question. Without clues, he knew nothing. There was nothing to be seen here for now. The Golden Valley was carpeted with a thick layer of golden leaves. Yet, at its center, a distinct boundary emerged, a patch of red forest resembling maple trees. Fluttering crimson leaves formed another dense layer, yet they never drifted across to the golden side. Not a breath of wind penetrated the valley. Soldiers stood scattered across the Golden Sea or the Crimson Sea, their positions marked by cleared patches of ground. Within these cleared areas lay one large pit after another. Dozens of meters below these pits lay the skeletal remains of various creatures, though no one knew what they had once been. The feet of the battle armor crunched crisply on the golden leaves beneath. The pits were spaced relatively close together, and Lin Feng inspected each one in turn. The corpses in each pit are different, piled haphazardly together. Still, it's far better than the underground cavern where we found the missing squad earlier. These bodies are preserved relatively intact, Lin Feng remarked as he walked. It's almost as if they're storing these bodies. The valley's temperature is extremely low, and the hot air can only pass over the top of the valley, creating a stable air pressure that perfectly preserves the corpses. But what's the purpose of preserving these bodies? Lin Feng suddenly seemed to grasp something, turning to look at goose souping. Food. Chapter 156, An Unexpected Visitor. What creature would store such vast quantities of food? It must be enormous, requiring a massive stomach to digest all that sustenance. Anything else? Lin Feng paused to ask. The valley was littered with pits, and checking each one was tedious. The sight of corpses everywhere made it hard to bear looking directly at them. A few more pits up ahead are empty, but there are bloodstains and bone fragments left inside. Hitvali pointed ahead, indicating there were no other unusual areas. Lin Feng agreed to investigate and led the group toward those empty, large pits. As Hitvali had described, aside from some blood-stained yellowish-brown soil and fragments of bones from unidentified creatures, there was nothing else to be found. They must have been devoured right here. Goose Souping observed the scene in the pit and remarked. So this must be the creature's territory. But we've been here so long and still haven't seen it. Could it be that it has no territorial instinct? Goose Souping mused, then picked up a bone fragment from the ground to examine it. How far is the nearest river or ocean? The nearest river is about 30 kilometers away. Go fetch some river water. Lin Feng immediately responded, his mind forming a vague suspicion. He hoped it wasn't what he feared. What's on your mind? Taking advantage of the soldier's absence while fetching water, Goose Souping approached and asked. Everything here felt eerily strange. Soil can turn into water. I wonder if the water here might turn into soil too. Goose Souping fell deep in thought upon hearing Lin Feng's words. Logically, this seemed impossible, yet the recent events forced him to question everything. Soon, the soldier returned with water, and the group gathered around the pit to conduct an experiment. Lin Feng carefully scooped a small amount of water into a container and poured it onto the soil in the large pit. The water vanished almost instantly, though it was impossible to tell whether it had seeped in or transformed into soil. Lin Feng then scooped some soil into the container and added water. Everyone stared intently at the transparent vessel as the yellowish-brown soil gradually dissolved in the water, eventually merging completely with it. This is truly a marvelous phenomenon. Hitvali couldn't help but exclaim as he observed the unfolding scene within the container. Go fetch a corpse. Lin Feng instructed. A soldier glanced at Hitvali, who nodded before moving to retrieve the carcass of an unidentified animal. These creatures are unlike anything we've seen before. Most have green blood, though some are red, and their appearances are all bizarrely deformed. Hitvali interjected. An unidentified creature's corpse was brought over. Only half a person's height, it possessed 6 legs. Its head resembled that of a cockroach, with 2 jet-black eyes as bright as gems. Sharp teeth could be faintly seen within its mouth. Each of its 6 legs bore long, backward-pointing spines, leaving Lin Feng momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Nevertheless, he severed one leg, then chopped it into small pieces, placing 1 or 2 into the previous container. At first, nothing changed after the pieces were added, but the group didn't mind waiting there. They stared intently at the container, watching for hours. It's changing! Hitway exclaimed first. A hint of yellowish-brown color appeared in the water inside the transparent container. Soon, the entire water turned yellowish-brown. As time passed, the yellowish-brown water transformed into yellowish-brown soil, obscuring the view inside. Just as expected. Lin Feng thought to himself. This planet was indeed no ordinary place, though the truly terrifying events were yet to come. After a long while, the soil within the container began to shift slowly, eventually reverting back to clear, transparent water. Yet the 2 fragments of unidentified biological flesh had vanished. Upon closer inspection, white bone fragments could be seen scattered across the bottom of the container. Are you sure this water is drinkable? Goose Souping turned to look at Hitvali. He recalled the report mentioning that Ross 128b possessed potable water. Well, that's what our test results indicate. At least, that's what the results say. Hitvali glanced at the container hesitantly. The test results did indeed indicate that. Perhaps our testing equipment isn't suited for detecting other planets. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before speaking. This water was clearly undrinkable. Test it again using different substances. Lin Feng added. However, he wouldn't need to handle the next steps personally, he'd only need to come back for the report. A day later, the test results were in. We tested various substances. Only food items caused reactions in the water or soil, with meat products reacting faster than other foods. Additionally, large meat chunks were shredded before testing. The report was handed to Lin Feng. He stared at it silently. It confirmed his suspicions. Is there a problem? Gu Suping, assuming the results were unfavorable, approached and inquired. Yes and no. Lin Feng nodded, then shook his head. Before Gu Suping could ask further, he continued. It's clear this planet's soil and water possess digestive capabilities. I suspect life exists here. Unless we cover the entire surface in steel, we'll have to abandon this planet. Gu Suping remains silent. Was this planet to be abandoned as well? The original target, Gliese 581G, also posed immense threats to humanity. This development pushed their mission perilously close to failure. So, should we abandon it? Gu Suping asked reluctantly, though he knew it was pointless. This planet was unusable as humanity's second base. We must abandon it. Postpone the search for a second base for now. Our priority is finding a galaxy to relocate Blue Star. Lin Feng set aside the documents in his hands, looked up at Gu Suping, and continued. We're heading to Gliese 581. Lin Feng stated decisively, but an uninvited guest had arrived. Outside Ross 128b. Another epoch has passed. I wonder how my little pet is doing. A spaceship resembling a water bottle materialized in the void. The entire vessel resembled a vacuum-insulated thermos, its transparent hull revealing a space capsule encased within. Vessel ahead, state your purpose. The Huaguo warship docked outside Ross 128b detected the vessel immediately and established a communication link. Chapter 157, The Ross 128b Civilization. What's going on? Are those damned colonists? The creatures aboard the warship exclaimed in terror. Its energy shields activated instantly, and an array of weapons locked onto the Chinese warship ahead. The Huaguo warship wasted no time, urgently activating its own shields and weapon systems, which locked onto the unknown vessel. Captain, this doesn't sound like TALM civilization's language. A soldier on the unknown vessel relayed to the captain. Just then, the communication channel crackled with the Chinese voice. Vessel ahead, state your purpose. However, this warship lacked translators for the Huaguo language, so they could not understand the Huaguo speech. This is the Ross 128 civilization fleet. What brings you into our territory? Fortunately, Clonny had programmed the Blue Star translator with the Ross 128 civilization's language. For convenience, we'll use our own naming convention for this civilization. This is their territory. What should we do? An officer aboard the Huaguo warship spoke up. Another officer frowned briefly but, after a moment's thought, replied. Tell a lie first, then report to the captain. We're merely passing through and resting here for a while. The translator converted the message into Ross 128's language and transmitted it. Fortunately, the captain of the Ross 128b civilization showed some sympathy and responded without much fuss, merely requesting to meet with their highest-ranking personnel. Is this planet under ownership? Lin Feng was somewhat surprised upon hearing the report, though he didn't panic. This meant they would have to abandon the planet. While Lin Feng still wanted to explore its secrets, he was also eager to meet the beings of this civilization. After the request was sent, the Ross 128 civilization's fleet readily agreed to the meeting, and both sides arranged to meet on Ross 128b. Simultaneously, Lin Feng and his team swiftly recalled all external exploration squads, initiating their return to their respective warships. Soon, the Ross 128 civilization's warships landed on the planet, and Lin Feng finally encountered their lifeforms. They were humanoid in form, though their limbs consisted of several tentacles, somewhat resembling octopuses. To Lin Feng, it seemed as though all advanced lifeforms were humanoid in nature. Greetings. I am Lin Feng, captain of the Blue Star Civilization Fleet. Lin Feng initiated the greeting to the Ross 128 lifeforms. They responded with a flurry of gibberish, which the translator converted into a reciprocal greeting. Lin Feng learned their captain's name, Ibusi. The Ross 128 civilization had loaded several major Blue Star languages into its system, enabling normal communication between the two parties. We are deeply honored that the Blue Star civilization has reached our star system, but this planet is extremely dangerous. Ibusi extended a long tentacle and shook hands with Lin Feng in a friendly gesture, their customary greeting. Oh? How so? Lin Feng asked curiously. He knew Ross 128b was extraordinary, but he didn't know exactly how extraordinary it was. Strictly speaking, this planet isn't a planet at all, but a planetary lifeform, my pet, actually. Its surface is its digestive system. Food placed anywhere on its surface triggers the secretion of digestive fluids to break it down. Most of the time, it remains dormant, though it occasionally hunts on its own. I hope it hasn't caused you any harm. If it has, I can only offer my apologies. Ibusi spoke with remarkable gentleness. Lin Feng and the others couldn't possibly blame them for the loss of 200 lives after all, they had chosen to explore this place themselves. Thus, those 200 casualties could only be considered a sacrifice made in vain. Hitvali and the captain of the Great Bear Nation's ship exchanged glances for a long moment, but neither uttered a word. So that's how it is. This is truly remarkable. I've never encountered planetary lifeforms before. Lin Feng had encountered an entirely new type of lifeform, a planetary creature. We were naturally astonished when we first encountered it too, though back then it wasn't like this. We fed it regularly, and over time, we developed some emotional connection. Hibusi recounted the planet's creature with relish, while Lin Feng occasionally chimed in with agreement. The others gradually joined the conversation. But why don't you reside within ROS 128 anymore? Lin Feng asked curiously. Their scans showed no signs of civilization within ROS 128. Even if they had left, surely they would have left behind some garrison fleets? It seemed unlikely they would simply abandon their homeworld. That's a long story. At Lin Feng's question, Hibusi's voice suddenly grew somber, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Our civilization thrived here peacefully. But then, we were discovered by the colonial fleet of the TALM civilization. They destroyed our home, forcing us to leave. Hibusi pointed toward a spot in the sky where a planet should have been. I'm sorry to bring this up, but I think we faced the same enemy. Lin Feng said apologetically, then recounted what had happened to Blue Star. Hearing this, Hibusi wore an expression of shared misfortune. It's truly fortunate you managed to escape with your planet intact. We were attacked suddenly, with no time to react. We could only watch helplessly as our homeworld was destroyed, and the surviving people fled in utter disarray. Hibusi said sadly, his expression darkening. If you have nowhere to go, you can join our anti-colonial interstellar federation. The federation will provide you with a galaxy to settle your planet. Well, wouldn't that be a bit troublesome? Lin Feng replied politely, though he held little interest in Hibusi's proposal. Relocating his homeworld to an unfamiliar place felt perilous. Who could guarantee Hibusi's sincerity? The Federation welcomes all civilizations persecuted by the Talmud civilization. Our foremost purpose is to expel the Talmud civilization from the galaxy. Unaware of Lin Feng's reservations, Hibusi enthusiastically touted the Federation's advantages. Lin Feng found himself somewhat swayed. Blue Star was currently isolated and weak, unable to stand against the Talmud civilization alone. He recalled Hobbes mentioning an organization called the Anti-Colonial System Interstellar Federation within the Andromeda Galaxy, wondering if it was the same entity. Is your federation based here? Lin Feng pulled out the star coordinates and pointed to a spot in the starry sky. Upon seeing this location, Hibusi's expression abruptly changed. Chapter 158, Tracking. No, this is the ruins of the former Anti-Colonial System Interstellar Federation. The location Lin Feng indicated was the Andromeda system, precisely where the Anti-Colonial System Interstellar Federation had recently clashed with the Talmud civilization's colonial fleet. How do you know about this? Almost no one is aware of it. Hibusi spoke slowly. The Talmud civilization had colonized the Milky Way for billions of years, while Blue Star had existed for a mere 5.1 billion years. In the 3 billionth year of the Talmud invasion, the Anti-Colonial System Interstellar Federation was established in the Andromeda Galaxy. A total of 3,500 civilizations joined this organization and waged a protracted war against the Talmud fleet. During that period, conflict raged across the Andromeda Galaxy. Both Level 6 and Level 7 sequence civilizations joined the fight, with the flames of war spreading to several neighboring star systems. Most of the Nova remnants we observe today are remnants of that war. Yet the Level 5 Talmud civilization seemed divinely favored, proving unstoppable even to Level 6 and Level 7 civilizations. After 30 million years of struggle, the Andromeda Galactic Anti-Colonial Systems Interstellar Federation was utterly annihilated, and the entire Andromeda Galaxy fell. Over 8 billion years have passed since then. But wasn't there a battle between the Interstellar Federation and the Talmud civilization in the Andromeda Galaxy not long ago? Lin Feng voiced his confusion, recalling what Hobbes had told him at the time. That wasn't us. It was likely another Interstellar Federation organization. Hibusi mused thoughtfully. But why would a battle occur between the Andromeda system and the Talmud civilization? It seemed an irrational move. The Andromeda Galaxy was one of the Talmud civilization's largest bases, housing a significant portion of their fleet. Without sufficient strength, it would be impossible to stand against the Talmud civilization. Enough about that. Have you considered my suggestion? Hibusi changed the subject, unwilling to discuss it further. I've given your proposal serious consideration. But before proceeding, might I request a tour? It would help me understand your Interstellar Federation better. Lin Feng pondered for a moment but ultimately didn't outright reject Hibusi's invitation. He reasoned that having a few allies for Blue Star in this vast cosmos wasn't a bad thing, especially since they shared a common enemy. However, the specifics would require discussion with the First Leader and others, as this matter was beyond his sole authority. Of course. We warmly welcome the Blue Star civilization. Hibusi said warmly. Do you think it's feasible for me to go? Lin Feng turned his head and whispered to Goose Souping. He was curious about this so-called anti-colonial system interstellar federation organization, wondering if it might hold insights from more advanced civilizations. We should discuss this with the first leader after we return. Goose Souping shook his head. He couldn't make this decision, but if Lin Feng went, the supreme leader would definitely lose his temper. The first leader would never approve this, so we need to decide here. Consulting the first leader would inevitably lead to refusal. The first leader would rather have him stay on Blue Star doing nothing than risk Lin Feng venturing out. Then I'll go. I can handle it. Goose Souping patted his chest confidently. He had some experience dealing with such matters, certainly more than Lin Feng. Or, Goose Souping waved his hand to cut Lin Feng off. He absolutely wouldn't agree to this. He couldn't let Lin Feng take another risk. Then we should discuss this further back at the base. Lin Feng sighed. They'd return and focus on building the Star Destroyer first. While it might not dominate the cosmos, it was at least an essential weapon for any civilization. Goose Souping nodded, saying nothing more. Making a decision now would be too hasty. The two sides parted ways. Ibusi remained behind to tend to his pet, while Lin Feng and his group departed first. Ibusi watched the Blue Star warships ascend into the sky, slowly fading from view. The smile on his face gradually faded as he turned to a soldier beside him and ordered, "Send men to follow them. Ensure everything they said is true." The soldier acknowledged the order and withdrew. From the warship of the Ross 128 civilization, countless corpses of unidentified creatures were dumped into space. One after another, massive craters appeared on the surface of Ross 128b, precisely positioned to catch the falling bodies. "Honey, dinner's ready." Something's off. Lin Feng suddenly realized if the homeworld of the Ross 128 civilization had been destroyed, why was Ross 128b left behind here, completely intact? Ross 128b must have existed for an extremely long time. The Ross 128 civilization had traveled such an immense distance just to sustain Ross 128b. Hold off on returning to Blue Star. We're heading to Gliese 581G. Lin Feng announced over the channel. The captains of the other three warships, puzzled, flooded the channel with questions. The captain of the other Chinese warship, however, remained largely silent. The captains from the United States and the Great Bear Nation asked the most questions. After all, it had been quite some time since they left Blue Star, and everyone missed it dearly. However, Lin Feng offered little explanation, only instructing them to head for Gliese 581G. Though murmurs of discontent arose, they had no choice but to obey Lin Feng. After all, China now dominated Blue Star, and neither the United States nor the Great Bear Nation believed their space carriers could rival Blue Star's power. The fleet altered course, heading for Gliese 581G. The spacecraft of the Ross 128 civilization trailing behind them noticed the course change with puzzlement, yet they could only follow suit. Perfect timing. Let's revisit that Orokin temple while we're at it. Lin Feng remarked with apparent ease. Though uncertain whether his concerns were justified, he reasoned that one couldn't live in constant tension, that would be exhausting. 4 months, the Ross 128 civilization's spacecraft had been in constant pursuit of Lin Feng's group. Even with their propulsion systems running at maximum capacity, the Ross 128 craft still managed to keep pace. Something's following us? As they neared Gliese 581G, the Blue Star fleet slowed. The tracking craft from the Ross 128 civilization seemed caught off guard, inadvertently entering the fleet's detection range. Though they quickly retreated, they had been detected. Ignore it. We'll return to Blue Star once they depart. Lin Feng seemed to have anticipated this, showing no surprise at the news. He waved his drink and chatted cheerfully with Jiang Luo beside him. Watching this scene, Goose Souping felt a pang of envy. He resolved that upon returning to Blue Star, he would find himself a partner. All personnel disembark. Leave only the pilots to steer the warship into the ocean and activate all counter-surveillance systems. Chapter 159, The Fortified Gates of the Orokin Temple. Oh, and first send out some airspace fighters to patrol the water surface. All mechs are to be deployed across the land. Lin Feng issued his orders calmly and deliberately. If you're going to put on a show, you might as well do it thoroughly. Lin Feng and his team arrived at Gliese 581G just in time. The blue Tyrannosaurus was still smashing the Orogene Temple's gates on schedule. Is anyone here? Hitbili gazed at the distant Orokin Temple, stunned not only by its sheer scale but also by its solitary, proud stance amidst the endless forest. It's a remnant of an ancient civilization. Lin Feng replied, offering no further details to Hitbili, as his own knowledge of the Orokin civilization was limited just like Kronishkop's. What civilization's ruins are these? Hitbili pressed curiously, but Lin Feng merely shook his head without a word, leaving Hitbili utterly baffled. The spacecraft of the Ross 128 civilization, having spotted the Blue Star fleet entering Gliese 581G from afar, did not rush to investigate immediately. Instead, it waited for a considerable time before slowly approaching Gliese 581G. This planet doesn't seem to have any protective shields. A member of the Ross 128 civilization aboard the spacecraft remarked. Not even a single detection device was visible on the surface of Gliese 581G. Perhaps this is merely one of their bases, but we can't be certain yet. Let's conduct another scan. Another ROS-128 individual suggested. The spacecraft maneuvered closer to Gliese 581G once more, cautiously activating their counter-detection systems a precaution to ensure swift escape if detected. Could our counter-detection system be malfunctioning? The spacecraft was nearly entering Gliese 581G's atmosphere, yet the counter-detection system remained silent. Even the most primitive civilization should have placed detection devices around their planet. Not necessarily. Let's keep watching. The commander aboard the craft shook his head. The counter-surveillance system couldn't possibly malfunction. This meant there were no detection devices outside Gliese 581G's atmosphere. The spacecraft slowly entered the atmosphere, revealing the surface of Gliese 581G before their eyes. They saw forests covering the land, with almost no buildings. Aside from a large white gold palace, there was nothing else. Yet countless towering steel creatures walked the surface. The 128 crew members of the ROS could instantly tell these were products of technology. Numerous flying craft patrolled the oceans like sentinels, though nothing could be seen in the depths below. Could they be aquatic creatures? The ROS-128 crew murmured uncertainly, yet pressed forward toward the ocean, their doubts growing with each step. Beep! 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 A shrill alarm sounded from the aircraft, the result of the anti-detection system being triggered. Instantly, air-sea fighters from the ocean surface charged toward their direction. Towering waves erupted from the ocean as warships rose one after another from beneath the surface. Get out of here! The commander of the 128-person aircraft on board shouted urgently. This must be the Blue Star people's base or homeworld. They needed to leave immediately and relay the information back to ROS-128. Fortunately, the Blue Star fleet did not pursue them. As if looking down on their aircraft, the warships chased them for a distance before turning back. Hundreds of warships had pursued them for quite a distance, along with a barrage of imprecise laser beams chasing after them. As the Blue Star air space fighters appeared unable to catch up, they too began returning one by one. The 128 people aboard the spacecraft finally breathed a sigh of relief and started their return journey. Are they gone? Lin Feng, standing before the Orojin temple, asked the soldier reporting the situation. His gaze remained fixed on the massive doors, which looked as though they could be pushed open with a single hand. They're gone. The space aircraft had followed the ROS-128's vessels across several star systems. Wait 2 more days. Lin Feng addressed the other fleet commanders. Hearing they were being tracked, the captains had no choice but to nod obediently. What on earth is inside? Gu Suping curiously reached out to touch the door of the Orokin temple. Though merely a structure, he could sense a subtle warmth emanating from it, as if the building itself possessed a living warmth. Lin Feng stared at the gate before him, silent, his face edged with deep contemplation. He wondered if they could even open the doors of this Orojin temple. If a virus truly lurked within, wouldn't it be simpler to evacuate everyone beyond the star's orbit? With that thought, Lin Feng made his decision. Dispatch several space air fighters to blast open the gates of the Orojin temple. All warships are to withdraw beyond the planet's orbit to prevent any accidents. The orders were swiftly carried out. Soon, all warships had retreated beyond the planet's orbit, leaving only a few space air fighters behind. To avoid any unforeseen risks, Lin Feng did not remain on Gliese 581G. Ready. Fire. Several space air fighters unleashed multiple laser cannon salvos at the Orokin temple's gates. They bombarded it relentlessly for over 10 minutes, depleting more than half their energy reserves. Yet the temple's gates remained utterly undamaged. Send another 50. Lin Feng observed the undamaged gates of the Orokin temple, astonished by their resilience. Dense clusters of laser beams pounded the Orojin temple's gates, yet the structure remained utterly unscathed. Send 300 more. Lin Feng gritted his teeth as he spoke, astonished by the Orojin temple's gates' resilience. The white laser beams resembled miniature suns, their blinding glare nearly filling the entire screen, obscuring the Orojin temple beneath the glare. The blinding glare persisted for nearly 10 minutes before finally fading. Under the light of Gliese 581, a platinum gold glow reflected off the surface, yet the Orojin temple's gates remained utterly intact. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse under his breath. Trying to enter the Orojin temple when the gates wouldn't even open? Might as well give up and go to bed. Forget it. Let's go. Lin Feng quickly regained his composure. This also proved the temple's extraordinary nature. Something truly significant must lie within. Gu Suping shot a reluctant glance at the temple. Even if he desperately wanted to explore inside, it was all for naught without access. He nodded and began directing his teams to resume their tasks. We should ask Hobbs about it when we get back. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. He wondered how Hobbs and the others had managed to open the temple doors back then. Oh, and let's set up an advanced sentry tower here. It'll make it easier for us to receive information from Gliese 581G in the future. The method for constructing forward sentry towers had been mastered by Blue Star long before the arrival of the TALM civilization. Chapter 160, Shao Ka's departure. Nearly another year had passed. Blue Star occupied less and less time in Lin Feng's world, for each journey beyond the stars consumed a year or even several years. The time he could spend on Blue Star was scarce. Even his parents had aged visibly in his brief visits, yet Lin Feng still had little time to care for them. His responsibilities were overwhelming.
The anti-colonial system Interstellar Federation? I'm not entirely in favor of this matter.
The first one frowned. He harbored deep skepticism toward this so-called organization, firmly rejecting the idea of engaging with them.
He refused to send anyone to their base. I agree.
I believe the craft that tracked us earlier must have come from them.
Goose Souping nodded in agreement from the side.
They had been followed by a craft immediately after leaving Ross 128. I'll defer to your judgment.
Lin Feng nodded, acknowledging the inherent risks.
He was currently occupied with critical missions. There's one more piece of news I need to share with you, the first speaker said with a heavy tone, his voice filled with sorrow.
Yang Shilin has passed away.
Yang Shilin, also known as Elder Yanghua, had been in a small room within the underground base. Before his departure, he had taken several documents for research and locked himself in the room to study them. Had the soldiers not delivered his breakfast that morning, he might not have been discovered for days. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow upon hearing the news. Back at the Academy of Sciences, Elder Yang had always looked out for him. Human life was so fragile and fleeting, like leaves that withered after a single spring in autumn, carried away by the wind.
A human life is but the springtime of a plant. I'll take my leave now.
Lin Feng bid farewell to the others.
The next phase of his journey would soon begin.
He needed time to dedicate himself to researching the Star Destroyer, and the research base was being constructed in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. To build a Star Destroyer on par with those of the Kopu's Chamber of Commerce or the Talmud civilization, China clearly lacked a suitable construction site.
No other nation possessed such a location either.
The only option was to find a suitable location to establish a base. Clearly, no landmass met the requirements, leaving only the oceans as viable options.
Thus, the construction platform was erected in the Pacific.
This was a monumental undertaking. Even for China, renowned for its infrastructure prowess, constructing such a massive platform within a short time frame was impossible. Consequently, several other nations joined the effort. From the outside, one could see thousands of planetary thrusters on the far side of Blue Star spewing flames thousands of meters high.
Each thruster could generate thrust capable of reaching speeds up to 240 kilometers per second.
While the thrust from multiple thrusters couldn't be combined, the collective power still propelled the vessel thousands of kilometers.
Blue Star now propelled toward TRAPPIST-1E. Though initially abandoned, it remained humanity's sole viable destination.
Ross 128b belonged to the Ross 128 civilization, and Gliese 581 had been rediscovered.
Only TRAPPIST-1E offered relative safety. Though humans cannot inhabit TRAPPIST-1E, we can relocate Blue Star into its orbit. While Blue Star's gravity will inevitably cause some disruption, this poses no significant threat to the planet itself. Earth remains temporarily safe.
Star destroyers are being constructed at a feverish pace, and Lin Feng himself is swamped with work.
Yet the Milky Way has indeed become a bustling place. Our child has left us.
Amidst the searing waves of fire stood a city as crimson as the surrounding flames. Within it rose a towering spire crowned by an inverted triangular structure.
Inside sat two beings, identical to humans. Indeed. After countless years, our last child has departed. Is it because our sins are too great, or was this the inevitable fate of our civilization?
The other spoke, immersed in a sea of flames. The room's fire enveloped them both, searing their skin constantly, yet they seemed utterly indifferent. We established order through rules, yet we perished within that very order.
Initiate the interstellar explosion.
Order shall pay the price for this. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, nebulae shimmered like vibrant rainbows, yet one by one they exploded. Within them, stars novae, white dwarfs, red dwarfs, supernovae were obliterated amidst the shattering nebulae.
The dimensions in space, stable for countless eons, began to tremble.
A chaotic rift, darker than the cosmos itself, emerged, devouring everything the explosions produced.
Unit 1108, return immediately. All external systems cease operations. We will initiate forced recall.
After an unknown number of silent days, Xiaoke finally spoke to Lin Feng, but it was a farewell. Lin Feng, I must depart. Xiaoke said this without a trace of emotion, as if they had just met for the first time.
What happened?
Lin Feng was intently supervising the work of the Star Destroyer, his brain running nonstop until exhaustion set in. When Xiaoke spoke, he froze for several minutes. The order has been disrupted.
We must return to restore it. Xiaoke didn't elaborate on the specifics, knowing it wouldn't be good news for either Lin Feng or Blue Star. I've given you everything I can. Some things will have limitations, but once your civilization reaches a certain level of order, those restrictions will be lifted.
With that, Xiaoke vanished from Lin Feng's mind. No matter how much Lin Feng called out, there was no response. Xiaoke was gone, and only then did Lin Feng accept this reality. Reflecting on the time, Xiaoke had accompanied him for several years. Though their daily interactions were sparse, a deep bond had formed. Lin Feng found himself strangely unsettled by the absence. The past is like the wind. Suddenly, memories of their first meeting surfaced. Years had passed since then. Fragments of that time flashed through Lin Feng's mind, though he couldn't recall how they'd obtained those devices back then. But for now, developing the Star Destroyer was paramount. Xiaoke was gone, and no amount of thinking about it would bring him back. That night, a substantial platform had risen above the Pacific Ocean, its surface densely packed with structures. In the distance, massive mechanical arms steadily assembled and expanded the construction platform. On this side stood rows of residential buildings. Though simple and rudimentary, they were more than adequate for Lin Feng and his team. A gentle sea breeze blew through the narrow alleys between the buildings. Lin Feng looked up at the sky and suddenly smiled. A gentle breeze swept through the alleyway as he tilted his head back, smiling at the crescent moon. Chapter 161, The Deal Between Clonny and Copus. Days passed, and the construction platform was long completed. All facilities for building the Star Destroyer were now in place, with some already commencing research on the vessel. Though tedious, those with lighter duties passed the time bit by bit. For Lin Feng and his crew, however, maintaining intense focus day after day was no easy feat. The Andromeda Galaxy. The Andromeda Nebula lay 2.3 million light-years from the solar system, a distance humanity could never hope to traverse in a lifetime. The ruins of Xingzhou Star. A Star Destroyer fleet of the clones and a Star Destroyer fleet of the Copus met here. How long has it been since we last came here? Between the two fleets floated a massive platform, seemingly unremarkable. Yet the clonies and Copus stood divided on either side of it. The speaker was curt. I'm not sure, but it must be hundreds of thousands of years. Hobbies was present on the clony side, though it wasn't him speaking. Instead, it was the clony standing before him, a figure nearly as tall as Hobie's himself, bearing a silver-gray iron rod nearly 5 meters long. The rod hummed with an electric current-like energy. Hockley Alfred, one of the 3 founding fathers of Clony. By the way, how have you been since returning to Cops? The tension between them wasn't as palpable as expected. Holly asked with a hint of amusement. Only 3 members of the Oki family remain. Nearly half my men are gone. Clay still doesn't grasp that even if I hadn't died, he'd still be a marginal figure in the Copos Chamber of Commerce. Court's 4 eyes remained closed, yet this did not hinder his vision. He took an object from a Copos soldier behind him. The Cops Guild never needed 7 founders. Our power shouldn't be so fragmented. Kleist is the first target we must eliminate. Court flung a mysterious box toward Hockley, who caught it without hesitation. Opening it revealed a platinum-colored object, seemingly carved with a golden dragon. The entire piece was formed by 2 intersecting return characters, much larger than a fist. The dragon's eyes glowed with a faint blue light. The dragon binding key? Where did you find this? Holly finally showed a flicker of change, his tone brimming with astonishment at the object within the box. I found it in the Orokin temple atop Prometheus. It was sitting among a pile of Orokin batteries. Kurt said casually, as if that period meant little to him. But even if you gave me this, I wouldn't know where the Orokin's outer plastic space is. Though the dragon binding key was a rare find for Holly, it wasn't essential. For the immediate situation, it wasn't a bargaining chip worth exchanging. But I have a star chart. It was with the dragon binding key. Court retrieved another star chart from a soldier behind him. It resembled paper yet felt like silk, composed of interconnected fragments where every marked star shimmered brightly. If you have it, why not give it to me too? Hockley asked with some confusion, but Kurt waved him off. You can't handle an external space on your own anyway. It's better if we go together when the time comes. Court naturally had no intention of handing over this Origine's outer space. He wanted a share of the spoils too. But as bargaining chips? Of course, Hockley was also somewhat of an opportunist. He naturally wanted it all for himself. I'm just asking for your cooperation. Do you really think a single Kleist is worth more than an entire outer space? I can give you half, and half is more than enough. Court quickly cut Hockley off. Joking aside, this bargaining chip wasn't even worth a third of the outer space, so offering him half was already generous. Hockley pondered for a moment before nodding. Trading 1 Kleist for half an outer shaping space was a surefire win. The deal sealed, Cop's fleet slowly departed from Zanzu Star, leaving only the clonies behind. Father, let us depart as well. Hobie stepped forward. Hockley cast one last, lingering glance at the ruins of Zanzu before turning away from the floating platform. The Hanzu people had long vanished from the cosmos. Their insatiable greed and reckless disregard for consequences had sealed their fate. Then, hundreds of thousands of years passed. Time had transformed him beyond recognition. Not a single trace of the Hanzu remained in him. TRAPPIST-1E. Blue Star had reached the edge of the TRAPPIST-1 system, a journey spanning 2 years and 9 months. Is that TRAPPIST-1E? The first to set foot aboard a space warship, the sensation was utterly novel. Though it felt no different from being on land, the view was entirely distinct. What is that? Zuiwei's vision wasn't particularly sharp, making it difficult to discern with the naked eye what had burst out of TRAPPIST-1E's atmosphere. The ruler of Trappist-1E, the giant worm king. Lin Feng declared, giving the worm larger than several great walls combined this moniker. A living creature? Hearing Lin Feng's words, the first one's expression remained unchanged, but he asked with a hint of curiosity. Lin Feng nodded. The first leader turned his gaze back to the colossal worm on Trappist-1E beyond the porthole. However, the worm swiftly descended back into the clouds, vanishing from the first leader's sight. It's truly enormous. The universe is vast and full of wonders. The first one remarked with a touch of awe before slowly stepping out of the cockpit, Lin Feng following closely behind. Presidents from other nations had also come aboard for tours, though none visited the Chinese warship. Most had boarded vessels from other countries. As this thought crossed Lin Feng's mind, a wicked capitalist notion took root. But wealth was no longer a necessity for him now. So he'd leave that scheme to the true capitalists back on Blue Star. China certainly wouldn't be involved, though these were warships, not vessels for sightseeing tours. Once Trappist-1E reaches its designated position, we'll push Blue Star to its opposite position, ensuring the two planets don't collide. This was a global mission requiring all planetary propulsion systems to exert force simultaneously within the same timeframe. Why make it so complicated? Just blow up Trappist-1E. Chapter 162, Order and Rules. The idea of blowing up Trappist-1E plunged the assembled presidents into deep thought. Was this a viable solution? Clearly, yes. Trappist-1E was home to massive, highly aggressive worm-like creatures, rendering it unsuitable as a second base for human survival. Moreover, Trappist-1E's gravitational pull would inevitably disrupt Blue Star's orbital stability. Eliminating it would free up immense resources currently spent maintaining Blue Star's trajectory, resources that could be channeled toward far more vital endeavors. This proposal is quite sound, but we cannot fully endorse it. Gu Suping stated after careful consideration. Some presidents looked at him with displeasure. Gu Suping was neither a head of state nor a prominent leader. He lacked the standing to speak on the same level as so many presidents. However, his position behind the first leader made it difficult for those displeased presidents to openly express their discontent. After all, he was a citizen of China. The figure at the head ignored the strange looks from the other presidents and instead gestured for Gu Suping to continue. Only then did Gu Suping resume his speech. First, destroying a planet requires mobilizing vast amounts of our energy resources. Moreover, we have no certainty whether its destruction would trigger an explosion, nor whether our Blue Star would fall within its blast radius. Therefore, we cannot blindly destroy Trappist-1E. The presidents weren't fools, they understood Gu Suping's meaning. Secondly, Trappist-1E lies within the colonial sphere of the Talmud civilization. We cannot be certain whether an explosion on Trappist-1E would attract the attention of the Talmud civilization or other civilizations. Blue Star's current strength is insufficient to stand against the Talmud civilization. This was undeniably true, so the other presidents fell silent. The matter was dropped, and all parties began focusing their efforts on preparing Blue Star's orbital insertion plan for Trappist-1E. Solar System. The Talmud civilization's fleet enveloped the solar system in an almost impenetrable density. If spread out, it might surpass the solar system itself in scale. My dear ancestral star, do you not welcome your child back here? A colossal figure projected from the flagship of the Talmud civilization's fleet, a monstrous being with eyes positioned above its mouth, two mouths serving as eyes, and sharp teeth bared from both sets of lips, radiating an eerie, terrifying aura. Helms, the ancestral star does not acknowledge you as its child. The sun no longer emitted the blinding white light of before, instead glowing fiery red just as we observed it from the surface. Projected from its core was a figure as colossal as Helms, though this one appeared normal. Enveloped entirely in flames, only his eyes were visible. It was unclear whether he was a being of fire. Why do you reject us? Is it because we are inferior, defective beings? Two mouths within the eye sockets roared with fury, their sharp teeth seemingly intent on tearing the figure before them to shreds. If you hadn't openly defied the rules, how could you have become inferior rejects? This is all your own doing. The ancestral planet didn't hold you accountable, yet you still sought to exterminate the ancestral planet's people. The figure engulfed in flames seethed with fury, its flames surging wildly, threatening to spread. Rules? This universe now belongs to order. Your so-called rules are still sealed away within this tiny star by order. Do you truly believe you still have the power to discipline us disobedient children? Helm sneered as if hearing the most absurd joke, his eyes brimming with scorn. Two mouths within his eye sockets twisted into mocking grins. A mother always has ways to deal with disobedient children. If you insist on testing us, we wouldn't recommend it. The figure engulfed in flames spoke without a trace of emotion, impatience flickering in its eyes. If order is all you stand behind, I doubt they can control you now. Poof. We don't need help to deal with you lot. Helms no longer bothered with polite words. The massive projection vanished as a beam tens of thousands of square meters in diameter erupted from the Star Destroyer's main hull. The laser beam, larger than an asteroid, pierced the figure's chest and struck the sun's surface. It seemed to land upon an endless ocean, unleashing flames tens of thousands of meters high. The shockwaves generated by the fire rippled out across an immeasurable distance. If that's all you've got, I suggest you go find some backup. The flaming figure, pierced through, showed no sign of injury. Turning to glance behind him, he spoke with utter composure. Helms remained silent, instead launching another massive, thin plate toward the sun. A silvery white glow flowed across its surface as it moved slowly toward the solar surface. Upon reaching a certain distance, the vast sheet began to expand and stretch. Dimension in space flattened into a plane here, which then expanded infinitely outward. It soon touched the enormous projection of the flame-clad figure, compressing the projection into this plane as well. It was the two-dimensional foil, a weapon of indiscriminate destruction. In human understanding, it was a weapon capable of obliterating the universe. Two-dimensional foil? The figure compressed within the plane could still speak. Without a trace of panic, he continued calmly. If you think this can defeat us, you've greatly underestimated your mother. A fiery dragon tens of thousands of miles long erupted from the sun, charging toward the ever-expanding plane. Just as it was about to make contact, a black object burst forth from within the dragon's flames. Before it could be clearly seen, it slammed into the plane. The unchecked expansion of the plane abruptly halted, then began rapidly contracting. The flame man's projection reappeared in the space, his eyes brimming with contempt. Space returned to normal, as if nothing had ever happened. Helm's expression was far from pleasant, though it was hard to imagine him looking pleasant in the first place. The ancestral star has not yet reopened its restraints. You would do well to leave this place soon. Not all of the ancestral star's inhabitants will tolerate your presence. The colossal projection finished speaking slowly before dissipating into the surrounding space. The sun reverted to its eternal white glow. Helms was about to order an attack on the sun when a massive wormhole appeared above their fleet. Level 5 Sequential Civilization, ID 448-9768, violating cosmic order. 1 warning issued. Chapter 163, Reunion. The Talmud civilization's fleet fled in panic under the wormhole's pressure. The solar system, once densely packed with warships, now lay as clean as a blank sheet of paper, leaving only the sun as its sole star. Yet the wormhole persisted, its periphery black and its center white like an eye gazing upon the sun. The cosmos no longer requires rules. Remain here in peace, order shall safeguard your passage through time. A voice echoed from within the wormhole. Instantly, the sun blazed crimson once more. The figure enveloped in flames reappeared, her eyes burning with an endless fire, mirroring his fury. Order! This so-called order cost us 6 children. And now you won't even spare the last one? The flaming figure roared, all traces of the composure and calm displayed before the Talmud civilization vanished, replaced by rage consuming his very mind. Your rules conveniently patch the gaps in order. Rest assured, your ancestral star will forever remain under order's protection. As for the children, in a few 100 billion years, they will be as numerous as they once were. You must understand that your rules are far from perfect. The words from the wormhole struck the flame man like a hammer to the heart. His eyes turned bloodshot. Order needed rules to fill its gaps, but not like this. Your order is even more flawed. The universe should be bound by rules, while order merely patches the gaps. This way, we could achieve a permanent solution without spending countless billions of years on repairs. But the wormhole paid no heed to his words, instead beginning to slowly contract. The universe belongs to order. The wormhole faded away, shrinking to the size of a human eye before vanishing in a flash of light. Order will regret this. The massive projection vanished along with the wormhole. There was no point in lingering here any longer. We can no longer wait. If this continues, the rules will never be overturned. Amidst the flames engulfing the city, diamond-shaped warships glided through the air. Each was significantly larger than Blue Star's warships, yet none carried any weapon systems. Rather, the ships themselves were lethal weapons. Go retrieve our children. Order is already stretched thin. Now is our moment to strike. But first, we must reclaim those artifacts. One by one, the diamond-shaped warships broke through the sun's fiery envelope. Tongues of flame coiled around them, as if trying to pull them back, but the ship's momentum was overwhelming. Each flame was stretched tens of thousands of meters long, forced to watch helplessly as the warship sped away before curling back in resignation. Trappist 1E. The Blue Star fleet had just departed, heading for Gliese 581G. Whether the so-called anti-colonial system Interstellar Federation had taken action against Gliese 581G remained unknown. Lin Feng had personally gone to investigate, having spent a long time at Blue Star's construction base. He felt it necessary to get moving. Having grown accustomed to the stars of the cosmos, the sight of rivers and mountains now seemed rather dull. The round trip took over 3 months. In space, one not only felt their own insignificance but also the fleeting nature of time. Most of the journey consumed the majority of that time. Gliese 581G now lay in utter ruin. Its once lush surface resembled a bombed-out wasteland, cracked earth stretching everywhere. Only the Orokin Temple remained standing. The blue Tyrannosaurus Rex that had relentlessly battered the Oregon Temple's gates day after day had vanished from this land, and the ocean seemed to have been drained dry. They really weren't up to any good. Lin Feng felt fortunate he hadn't believed the lies of the Ross 128 civilization. Otherwise, what he saw before him on Grice 581G would be Blue Star's fate. Scout first. Don't rush. Before Lin Feng could speak, Gu Suping issued the order first. No one could guarantee the Ross 128 civilization hadn't left defenses here. If they were discovered again, there would be no escape. Lin Feng and his team had come prepared this time. 12 fleets, more than the combined strength of the warships that had fought Clonny with every size and type of vessel imaginable. One could feel Blue Star's power steadily growing. Nothing detected. The search had expanded beyond the outer reaches of Grice 581, yet none of the fleets had uncovered any unexpected threats. Only then did Lin Feng and his team proceed with confidence into Grice 581G. They really are ruthless, Gu Suping remarked as he walked across the rugged terrain. The desolate landscape stretched before them, even harsher than the most inhospitable regions of Blue Star. The surface of the Orokin still shimmered with a white-gold glow, not a speck of dust settling upon it unchanged from previous encounters. Lin Feng and his companions circled the Orogene temple once more before returning to its main entrance. Why is there a depression here? Gu Suping shifted his foot and discovered a cross-shaped groove beneath it, as if designed to hold something. This must be where the key to open the gate is inserted. Lin Feng speculated, unable to think of anything else. Could we make a replica? Gu Suping blurted out the idea. With Blue Star's current technology, replicating a key like this would be a piece of cake. Probably not, Lin Feng countered. The Orokin civilization wouldn't be that foolish. But Gu Suping insisted on trying anyway. He watched the replica key sink into the slot and fell deep in thought. It was a perfect one-to-one copy, but it was utterly useless. I told you it wouldn't be that simple. Lin Feng slapped Gu Suping on the shoulder with a laugh. At that moment, 2-star destroyer fleets appeared beyond the edge of Grice 581G, none other than Cops and Cronny. What a coincidence! Hobbs remarked, observing the Blue Star fleet below. Kurt also found the timing uncannily coincidental, yet it was precisely that, coincidence. Old friends here, everyone. No need to get tense. Lin Feng transmitted over the communication channel. Hobbs and Kurt had already exchanged greetings with him, but most aboard these fleets had never seen Cops and Cronny's Star Destroyer fleets before. Even Lin Feng was encountering them for the first time. Had Hobbs and Kurt not alerted him, he might have thought the Talmud civilization's fleets were in pursuit. General Hobbs, what brings you here? Though Lin Feng already had a definite answer, he asked anyway. The man before him, however, remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Feng, making the young man feel uneasy. This is one of Cronny's 3 founding fathers, Hockley Alfred, General Hobbs' father. Kurt approached and introduced the two, explaining their reason for being here. External plastic space? Chapter 164, Alternating Rules. Hockley slowly inserted the dragon binding key into the recess before the Orogene's outer shaping space. Boom! The dragon binding key and the slot fused with a thunderous roar. The white gold gate trembled slightly, shedding sparks of golden light before slowly creaking open. It wasn't the space Lin Feng had imagined, but a golden spatial wormhole. Golden light flowed slowly within, its depths unknown to all. 2 points of blue light shot out from the dragon binding key, merging into the golden wormhole. The golden wormhole began expanding upward. With a wave from Hockley and Kurt, the 2-star destroyer fleet slowly entered the golden space, disappearing into the wormhole. Lin Feng and the others watched from a distance. Kurt hadn't mentioned whether they could enter, and Lin Feng was torn. Why don't we go in and take a look? Gu Suping gazed at the wormhole piercing through the atmosphere, his heart stirred with the desire to enter. However, Lin Feng shook his head. No need to go in. We're not that close to them. The outer space was where the Orokin civilization stored their strategic reserves. Its chambers varied in size, and both Kronos and Kopos had built their empires through the Orokin's outer space. Otherwise, they wouldn't have grown to such a scale in just 300,000 years. Captain, orders from Blue Star. As everyone stared in awe at the golden spatial wormhole before them, a soldier approached Lin Feng and reported. Urgent order, all fleets are to return to Blue Star immediately. This directive was issued to every fleet, a Blue Star-level command of the highest authority, one that even a national president could not defy. Lin Feng frowned deeply at the order. Such directives were only issued in extreme emergencies, and with no word from the Supreme Command, he immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. All fleets, return immediately. Just as Lin Feng and his crew hurriedly departed from Greaser 581G, a ripple rippled through the golden wormhole. The star-destroying fleets of Cops and Clonny scrambled out in disarray. Their fleets were visibly decimated, with even the 2 flagship star destroyers sporting several gaping holes, clear evidence of severe damage. Damn it! This isn't outer space, it's the Orogene civilization's teleportation wormhole. Hockley bellowed from the control room as Clonny's soldiers frantically worked the systems below, hastening the flagship's retreat. A massive, sharp object emerged from the spatial wormhole, gleaming white gold, the head of an Orokin star destroyer. Slowly, its body began to materialize from the golden wormhole. The gleaming golden warship, resembling a 3-pronged spear, closed in on the clone star destroyer's stern. More star destroyers poured out beside it, numbering dozens. The origin star destroyer's head began to condense a platinum white orb of light. Those who understood knew this signaled the laser beam's charging phase. Upon that orb, Hawley felt the chill of impending death. "Court, save me!" Hockley bellowed over the comms channel, but Kurt offered no response. Without a glance back, he activated a space wormhole, attempting to flee the scene. But more than one Oregon Star Destroyer had its main cannon locked onto them. The platinum spheres glowed like miniature suns. After a blinding flash, nothing remained. "Mother, your child has returned." At the helm of the lead Oregon Star Destroyer stood a figure clad in platinum armor. Golden light shimmered in his eyes, making him appear like a deity. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and his companions had rushed back to Blue Star, only to be utterly stunned by the scene before them. White spatial wormholes spread out from the planet's surface, and one after another, emerald-green warships materialized around these wormholes. "My God, what's happening?" someone on the warship exclaimed. The spatial wormholes originated from Blue Star itself, yet the planet showed no signs of disturbance. Lin Feng knew the truth. He understood that this was the leakage of the subterranean spatial wormholes. So, were these dark green warships the fleet of a civilization from the other side of the wormholes? Would they destroy Blue Star? Before Lin Feng could ponder further, another wormhole opened. One after another, fiery red star destroyers burst forth. This was the fleet from the civilization within the sun. Lin Feng returned to Blue Star first. The communication channel had been activated at some point, and the voice of the first seat came through. There was not a trace of tension or unease in his tone. He sounded as easygoing as ever. Dressed in forest green robes reminiscent of Western mythical elves, these were the sentient beings from the Green Fleets, not vastly different from humans. Beside the first seat sat a man in black robes, while to his right was a creature resembling a mermaid. They sat in the center of the hall, seemingly waiting for something. During this time, Lin Feng also learned the name of this civilization. Elven Civilization, a level 7 sequence civilization, subordinate to the Solar Civilization. The Subterranean Civilization, a level 6 sequence civilization, affiliated with the Solar Civilization. Ocean Civilization, a level 6 sequence civilization, affiliated with the Solar Civilization. Soon, a figure engulfed in flames entered. His eyes resembled those of humans. He surveyed the assembled guests before sitting down with ease. Remarkably, the flames on his body caused no damage to the mahogany chair. Following closely was a figure clad in white gold armor. After entering, he surveyed the room before taking his seat. The golden glow in his eyes piqued Lin Feng's curiosity. Orokin Civilization, a level 9 sequence civilization, subordinate to the Solar Civilization. The Solar Civilization, a level 10 sequence civilization, subordinate to the rules. But what intrigued Lin Feng most was why these unknown civilizations had gathered here today. Could something momentous have occurred? The order has been disrupted. It is time for our rules to rise. A figure was slowly lowered into the hall. Representatives from all civilizations hurriedly stepped forward, bowing their heads in respect toward the figure. Lin Feng followed suit, but not before stealing a glance at the figure. A pitch-black void. Nothing could be seen. "We humbly obey the decree of the rules." The leaders of several civilizations bowed as the projection faded away, leaving behind an atmosphere in the hall thick enough to freeze. "The Talmor civilization has betrayed us. We must settle accounts with them first." The black-clad man from the subterranean civilization spoke first, his words brimming with resentment toward the Talmud civilization. "What matters more now is the 7 stars returning to their positions. Only then can the rules triumph over order." The rulers of several civilizations engaged in heated debate within the hall, while the figure seated at the foremost position remained silent, not uttering a single word. "First seat, what should we do?" Lin Feng quietly inquired from behind the first. The first turned to glance at him, then gestured with a hand signal for Lin Feng to lean closer. Lin Feng immediately understood and leaned in to listen. It turned out that the solar system itself was a weapon of rules, with each planet serving as a vital component. The sun stored energy, accumulating power over countless years. The energy contained within was so immense that even the Sun civilization, a level 10 sequence civilization, dared not underestimate it. Now that Blue Star had broken away, this weapon lacked a crucial piece. Moreover, the Solar civilization was backed by the Rule civilization, whose sequence level was equal to that of the Order civilization. Long ago, Rule and Order had cooperated to establish the universe. Yet Order betrayed Rules, sealing it away within countless stars. The solar system stands as Rule's final reserve. Should this colossal weapon activate, all sealed Rule civilizations would be unleashed, igniting an unprecedented war between Rules and Order. The entire cosmos would be engulfed in this conflict. No civilization could remain untouched. Even level 7 sequence civilizations risk being obliterated, let alone Blue Star. Fortunately, however, we are participants, not victims. Lin Feng understood clearly, what was needed now was not Blue Star civilization, but Blue Star itself. After an unknown duration of deliberation, the rulers of the subterranean civilization departed first, intent on annihilating the TALM civilization. The rulers of the other civilizations chose instead to assist Blue Star in returning to its orbit. Solar calendar, October 9, 2050, 18 hours 24 minutes and 22 seconds. The once in 77 years alignment of 7 planets reappeared before humanity's eyes, though it was invisible to the naked eye. Many astronomy enthusiasts gathered on balconies, rooftops, or open plains to witness this rare spectacle. A dazzling beam of light erupted from the sun, piercing through Mercury and Venus. Then came the blue planet and Mars, Jupiter and Saturn, Uranus and Neptune. This beam was visible to everyone, and many found themselves standing directly within it. Lin Feng stood within the beam, gazing toward its end. The endless white light stretched beyond his sight, revealing nothing. All he could hear was a thunderous roar. Order! From now on, the universe belongs to the rules. The end.